The woman is a wild mountain goddess trapped in a statue. The items she offers can grant her followers extraordinary abilities. By giving a roasted chicken, a mother and daughter who have long been bullied can become immensely strong and turn the tables on the village bully. By giving a bundle of firewood, this firewood can burn for an entire winter, helping the villagers survive the harsh winter when heavy snow blocks the mountains. This is because the woman has bound herself to the wild chicken deity system. As long as her followers sincerely worship her, their wishes can be fulfilled, and she can earn faith points from her followers to exchange for rewards. As the villagers' wishes are continuously realized, more and more disaster victims come seeking refuge, and the woman transforms from a wild chicken mountain goddess into the only goddess worshipped by the world. At this moment, Yu Luo was bored, squatting inside a small dilapidated temple. It had been exactly 3 months since she had crossed over to become a mountain goddess, yet no one had come by. Just as she lamented the hopelessness of her divine existence, a voice suddenly came from outside the temple. "Sister, do you think this temple really has power? Will mother really get better?" The tender voice was very weak, as if it had been climbing the mountain for too long and was still gasping for breath. Another girl's voice was very firm. "Second sister, this mountain god temple on this desolate mountain is the one mother mentioned before. As long as we sincerely pray here, mother will definitely get better." Lingxiu wiped the sweat and dust off her face, tidied her hair, and tried to make herself look less disheveled. Finally, she mustered her courage and led her younger sister into the small dilapidated temple. Once inside, Lingxiu immediately noticed something different. The mountain god temple did not have the coldness she had imagined. Even though the old wooden door was barely holding up, the howling wind from outside could not blow in, and instead, it felt very warm. She suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Mountain goddess, please save my mother. She has been lying in bed for a long time, suffering from a very serious illness, and my grandmother has been hitting her. As long as my mother can get better, I can work for the mountain goddess for the rest of my life." The little girl didn't know what she could offer, so she could only promise with red eyes that she was very capable. Upon hearing this, Yu Luo, who was sitting in the space of the statue, was stunned. She looked closely at the little girl. The older girl seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, and her clothes were very small, with the sleeves barely reaching her wrists. In ancient times, at this age, one could already be preparing for marriage. If the other party's mother continued to be unwell, this little girl could very likely be sold by that grandmother. The younger one next to her looked a bit better, but still appeared very miserable, with a thin little face that had already frozen stiff. The space inside the dilapidated temple gradually became silent. Lingxiu, kneeling on the ground, felt that she might have said something wrong, and her face turned red with anxiety. "Mountain goddess, I can still repair the mountain temple for you, although we don't have much silver. I secretly learned the method next door. I will chop down trees and make a new wooden door for you." Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Yu Luo's mind. 2 new believers detected. "Do you wish to fulfill their wishes?" Hearing this, Yu Luo immediately agreed without thinking. "Of course I will fulfill them, but I can't even leave this broken temple. How can I help them?" Ding! The host's will has been detected. The system automatically accepts the task. As soon as the system finished speaking, a large leaf rolled up with roasted chicken appeared at the feet of the 2 girls. Yu Luo looked at the roasted chicken with confusion. "That's not right. System, if someone's mother is seriously ill, can eating a roasted chicken really cure her?" Ding! The system has detected that the host has sent out a roasted chicken, and has extracted the ability of immense strength. The person who eats the roasted chicken can gain great power, and for every 10 believers, the host can randomly draw one of these powers. You now have 2 believers, and the system's functions are officially open to you. Yu Luo had understood quite a bit. If she could also draw on the abilities of the believers, having a true form would be much safer in the future. At this moment, the 2 sisters in the temple were stunned when they saw the roasted chicken. Lingxiu reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled her sister to kneel on the ground. "Mountain goddess, thank you for your kindness. Once she recovers, I will definitely bring her here to repay my vow." Saying this, she led her sister out with great determination. Yu Luo floated out and looked for a while through the crack in the door. She longed for the outside world. When would she be able to freely come and go from this broken temple? She exerted her soul to float outward and was suddenly amazed to find she could float even further, but still couldn't escape the temple. This meant that if she later had enough followers, she could even roam the entire desolate mountain, and perhaps achieve complete freedom. Embracing this joy, an indescribable tenderness appeared on Yu Luo's face. "You 2 little friends, please remember to safely bring back the roasted chicken, as it relates to my long-desired freedom." On the other side, Ling Xiu and Ling Zhu hurried towards home. When they reached the foot of the mountain, little Ling Zhu was already panting and exhausted, unable to walk any further. Ling Xiu gritted her teeth and directly carried her sister on her back. This desolate mountain was very dangerous, and even at the foot of the mountain, they could not relax. But thinking of their seriously ill mother, Ling Xiu unleashed an unprecedented potential. Step by step, With sweat dripping, she managed to carry her sister to the village entrance. By the time she saw the villagers, Ling Xiu could no longer hold on, her vision blurred, and she fainted on the ground. It was still Aunt Hua from the village who sent them back home. When old lady Lin saw the two little girls, her face was filled with anger. You dead girl, you two still know how to come back. What happened to Ling Xiu? Why did Aunt Hua carry her back? This guy wouldn't have done something inappropriate, would he? Grandma, you are not allowed to speak about my sister. My sister went to the mountain god temple to pray to the mountain goddess, and my mother will get better soon. Ling Xiu rushed out like a little cannonball, glaring angrily at the old lady. Little did the old lady know that upon hearing her words, she burst into laughter. You dead girl, are you still asking the mountain goddess? There's no mountain temple around here. The old lady had also fled from hardship back in the day, and she believed that after staying in Lingjia village for so long, she had never seen any mountain temple. Instead, old Master Lin pondered for a moment and nodded. The highest desolate mountain nearby does indeed have a mountain temple, but it was built 100 years ago and hardly anyone believes in it. I didn't expect you two little girls to know quite a bit, but even if you go to ask the mountain goddess, it's not a reason to disappear for 2 days without working. You should put Lingxiu down. Old Master Lin's voice gradually became serious. Suddenly, a series of coughs came from the room next door. Xiu'er, Zhu'er, has my daughter come back? Lin Anyang struggled to get up, but after lying down for so many days, she had long lost her initial strength and fell directly to the ground. Xiu'er, what happened to you? Seeing her unconscious daughter, Lin Anyang was extremely anxious, and her pale face even startled old lady Lin. Not dead. What kind of spirit are you calling? Scaring who? Aunt Hua placed Lingxiu on the only bed in the room. The room was very dilapidated, with drafts coming in from the corners of the walls. She didn't dare to stay long and quickly left. Lin Annie showed a pale smile, weakly holding her daughter. The old lady outside snorted and turned to the main room. Grandma! The voice of the little grandson came from behind. The old lady turned her head and looked gently at the boy. Good grandson, are you hungry? Let's have something to eat first, and let Lingxiu cook in the morning. However, this little grandson climbed onto her lap and quietly said, Grandma, I saw the roast chicken. Lingxiu is hiding the roast chicken in her arms. The old lady's gaze suddenly became fierce. You little girl, how dare you secretly hide food? I told her to hide it. The old lady dragged the little grandson and stormed towards the room. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Anyang with disheveled hair and her eyes shining with hunger. The old lady had seen such eyes before. She had experienced many years of famine. Now, Lin Anyang's gaze was no different from those disaster victims, and such people could do anything. Third son's wife, Xiuyo, brought roast chicken from outside. Why didn't you say anything? We are all eating together. How can your family eat alone? Lin Anyang's voice was a bit hoarse. Mother, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Everyone at home is eating together. Why has no one brought me food? Who is eating alone? The old lady muttered. It's not that we didn't call you. It's that you couldn't wake up yourself. Your body is not cooperating. If you had a son, how could you still not be able to sit up straight by now? The old lady spoke with righteous indignation. But Lin Anyang was furious. She took out a pair of scissors from the side and coldly said, I've never seen a roast chicken. If anyone dares to rush over, then we will die together. The old lady led her little grandson back a few steps, trembling with fear. Don't be impulsive. I didn't ask you to take it out now. It can wait until tomorrow. Anyway, you ladies can't eat that much. After saying this, the old lady turned her head and pulled her grandson away. Inside the house, Lin An's mother took out a roasted chicken and handed a small drumstick to Lingzhu. Zhu'er, you've been starving for so many days. Come and have a bite. Lingzhu kept shaking her head. Mother, you eat first. My sister and I had a roasted bird egg on the mountain, and all day, I only had one roasted bird egg. My little belly is already starving. However, Lingzhu firmly handed the drumstick to her mother. Mother, you eat. You need to be full to have strength and get better. Opposite, Lin An's mother was in tears, realizing too late that her two daughters were living lives worse than pigs or dogs. The two children had hardly eaten meat growing up. They could only eat the leftover chicken bones from the big and small houses and drink a sip of the leftover chicken soup. The first time the little kids tasted this flavor, they chewed on the chicken bones trying to swallow, and almost choked to death. She gritted her teeth in hatred, having spent so long serving the Lin family like a beast of burden. If it weren't for this serious illness that made her dream of the tragic lives of her future daughters, she would still be unable to awaken to reality. In that magical dream, she would die from this illness. Her eldest daughter sold to an elderly man from the neighboring village who had broken his leg. Her second daughter forced to stay home to work. Her small body beaten and scolded by the Lin family. And the youngest daughter, who was secretly sold by the old lady, although she was fortunate to be bought by a wealthy family, was locked in a cellar and tortured because that family believed in fortune-telling, intending to use her to bring luck and ward off disaster for their biological son. Lin Hanyang tore off the wings and drumsticks, secretly leaving enough meat for her 2 daughters, and finally took a big bite of the remaining roast chicken, continuously stuffing the meat into her mouth. I must live to protect my 3 daughters, so that no one can bully them in the future. But for some reason, she always felt that this time eating brought a warm current flowing from her throat into her limbs. When it was almost dawn, Lingxiu had already woken up. She instinctively reached out to the side. That pair of thin, swollen hands was quickly grasped by her mother. Xiao, you finally woke up. Lin Annie was immediately in tears. Mother, please eat the roasted chicken. Lingxiu anxiously searched around. Mother, where is the roasted chicken I brought? I asked for it at the mountain god temple. It was given to us by the mountain goddess. Good child. I have already eaten part of it. I saved a portion for you in Juju, waiting for you to wake up and eat. Hearing this, Lingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. She stuffed the remaining roasted chicken over to her mother, saying, Mom, you need to eat to get better. We're not hungry. Lin Annie gently poked her. How could I possibly finish such a big roasted chicken? You all eat together. Or else what will happen if you get too hungry? Lingxiu had no choice but to rinse her mouth and eat her portion. Next to her, Lingju woke up and happily hugged a chicken wing to gnaw on. After finishing, Lingxiu began to talk about what happened yesterday. After she finished, she said firmly, Mom, there must be a mountain goddess in there, otherwise, how could roasted chicken appear out of nowhere? Lin Hanyang was taken aback. Are you saying this roasted chicken appeared out of nowhere? After analyzing it, she felt something was off. Could there really be such a dilapidated temple, with wooden doors corroded halfway and not a single breeze getting through? She suspected that there might be a hunter hiding inside the broken temple, who, seeing the 2 children in pity, threw out the already roasted chicken. But no matter what, this roasted chicken saved her life, and she must go check out that broken temple another day. After Lin Anyang made up her mind, she quickly began to clean up the house. The inside of the house had been a mess after so many days of muddling around, and after she simply cleaned up for a while, the small house became cozy. Lin and Yang had wanted to throw away the remaining chicken bones, but as she watched her 2 daughters gulp at the remaining chicken bones, she still didn't have the heart to keep them. The rest of these bones can't be eaten directly. At noon mother will use these bones to make soup for you. Let's properly replenish our bodies. In any case, Lin and Yang is not going to cheapen those 2 houses anymore. The old yellow cow who works hard and complains will only end up more miserable than one another. She has to stand up on her own. And Yang, are you awake yet? Get up and cook. The old lady's voice came from outside. Just hearing the old lady's voice, the 2 girls began to shiver, and they looked at the wooden door with some fear, afraid that even the remaining chicken bones would be snatched away. Lin and Yang gently patted her 2 daughters, and when she turned her head to look at the doorway, her gaze was harsh. Outside, old Mrs. Lin resumed her previous arrogance. She felt that she was really dropped yesterday. After waking up and talking to the old man's second son, the family all scolded her for being stupid. How could she put such a fragrant roasted chicken in the 3rd house? That family was starving and hadn't eaten anything good, so if they finished the roast chicken overnight, wouldn't her little grandson have nothing to eat? The old lady still wanted to save some for her eldest son and grandson, but she couldn't let those dead girls eat it all. So early this morning, she took the family to the door and boldly pounded on it there. The cane slammed against the wooden door with more force than yesterday's gale. Just as old Mrs. Lin and the second house family felt that the oldest daughter-in-law was afraid of this, the wooden door was opened straight away, and a waxy, thin hand gripped that walking stick with a death grip. The old lady jerked back hard, but couldn't get it out, and she instantly crossed her eyes. Lao San, daughter-in-law, do you want my wife to die here? Why are you even robbing me of my walking stick? Everyone, let's be reasonable. This dead widow even snatched her mother-in-law's walking stick. Old Mrs. Lin directly threw away her walking stick and sat on her butt on the ground, yelling at several other families. In the early morning, the sun had not yet risen completely outside, and many farmers had already returned with their hoes on their backs, and they naturally heard old Mrs. Lin's voice. Wu Deyun, who was walking among them, instantly frowned. After a night of inquiring, he also knew what kind of virtues that old couple of the Lin family had. Although that old woman was crying and howling very loudly, it was clear to many that it must have been the old man again who had been cutting up his 3rd daughter-in-law. There were ants who jumped at the chance to come over, hastily pulling their own Hans over, but there were also villagers who were tired after a night's work, who weren't interested in this kind of noise, and went back without lifting their eyelids. Ade, shall we go check it out? Another man with a broken arm inquired. He is also a retired male from Lingjia village, and came back together with Wu Deyun. Although he was lucky to get his life back, he also lost an arm, and now he can only use one hand to carry a hoe. Wu Deyun eventually nodded. Go and take a look. By the time the 3 or 4 of them walked over, Lin Anyang had stepped out and was looking at her hands incredulously. And Yang, Where did that roasted chicken go? I knew that you mothers are all white-eyed wolves that can't be raised. The old hen that I raised with great difficulty and prepared for my son in the county town was actually stolen by you guys. Why are you so shameless? The old lady was still bouncing around, and if the cane was still in her hand, it was more than capable of knocking on the door. Hearing this, Woo De-yoon, who was watching, stood out. Old Mrs. Lin, that roasted chicken was brought over by Lin Xiu yesterday, and everyone in the village and I can testify to that. They did smell that scent yesterday, but it was someone's life-saving food, so how could anyone in the village have touched it? And the villagers who were able to come out voluntarily to look for someone were all of good character, so everyone just pretended not to see it. Who knew that this morning, the old lady would backtrack? Old Mrs. Lin still yelled, if I say she stole it, that's the dead girl who stole it. You guys saw it. That just proves that the two of them dead girls stole my roasted chicken and wanted to run out to eat it. Otherwise, for good reason. Why did the two dead girls run inside the barren mountain? Woo De-yoon was a bit speechless. Old lady, that roasted chicken is a pheasant, and it's a male. Was this also raised by you? Next to her, Wu Chuiying also took the opportunity to speak there. No matter what, it should be very clear in everyone's heart. How can the third house have any spare money to buy roasted chicken? At these words, the villagers fell silent. It did seem to be the reasoning. The third house of the Lin family was penniless. How could they possibly eat this kind of good food? Have you said enough? Lin Anian looked at the Lin family with cold eyes. By now, she was completely sure that her strength had suddenly become so great that when she had just clutched that cane, she hadn't even exerted much force. And not only that, there was an inexhaustible amount of strength in her body. She thought to herself that after so many years of farm work, she couldn't grow so much strength. It could only be due to the blessing of eating the roasted chicken gifted by the mountain goddess. Now, she couldn't wait to try it out and determine just how strong she was. Since I've said enough, let me say something. Lin Anian seemed like the beast that was about to fight, and those gentle willow leaf eyebrows no longer had the softness they had before, but instead became incomparably sharp. I paid for that roasted chicken for Xiu Xiu to buy it back, and although I'm seriously ill in bed, I haven't been taking any medication, much less buying anything, so what's wrong with having that little savings? Who's not convinced? Lin and Yang stared at the old lady at the first moment, and seeing that she was about to pop over, she forcefully closed the wooden door behind her so that the old man wouldn't disturb her daughters. However, her current strength was incomparable, and the wooden door that was slammed shut simply couldn't withstand the ferocious force, and couldn't even support it for a second before it directly fell apart. Seeing the sturdy wooden door being smacked to pieces, those villagers around all cast horrified gazes. Even the old lady who had just wanted to curse hesitated, those cloudy eyes turning, not quite daring to believe it. On the contrary, Lin and Yang was a bit chagrined. This was the house she herself lived in, and if it fell apart like this, she would have no place to stay at night. However, at this time, it was impossible for her to be the first to show her cowardice, and instead, she stared sinisterly at the Lin family's group. Old undead, how dare you try glaring at me again? Let me tell you, from now on, if any of you dare to bully my daughters and command them to do this or that, you will end up with this shattered wooden door today. Chapter 6, Crushed by Force. Old Mrs. Lin was bluffed, glancing at the group of scattered wooden doors on the ground, glancing again, her dry old lips trembling. Mother, she's just puffing up her face. How can she really be that strong? Wu Chuiying, however, did not believe it. Look at this house they live in, it's just a leaky little shabby house. Even the wooden door hasn't been replaced in many years. I don't think it would take long for it to fall apart even if she hadn't given it such a go. It's not like Wu Chuiying hasn't seen Lin Anian working before. The other party was struggling a lot to carry a bucket of water. How could she have so much strength to directly smash the wooden door? The rest of the Lin family was relieved when she explained. Lin and Yang raised her eyes and glanced at the group of people, not at all annoyed as these people would have imagined, but instead nodded her head. You are right, the wooden doors of our house, indeed, have not been changed for a long time, and I am afraid the same is true of those rooms where you live. How is that possible? Wu Chuiying instantly raised her volume and retorted in a shrill voice. The wooden doors in our second house, but they're all new and sturdy from my husband these days. Lin Anian smiled but not laughed. Is that so? Before anyone could react, she quickly walked to the door of the second room and slammed the hard wooden door with a bang. Seeing that the old master and old lady in the room where the big house lived were all still intact, she didn't let go of all of them and slapped them over with 2 slaps. All the wooden doors shattered to pieces. Not only that, even the houses trembled as if they couldn't withstand her force. It looks like these doors in your house aren't very good either. I guess they're in such disrepair that they shattered when I touched them lightly. The Lin family all stared blankly, not coming back to their senses for a long time. Wu Chuiying let out a scream once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you? How dare you shoot down the door of my house? This is my husband's sample. and I'll have to learn how to make it from this other person in the future. In the next second, Lin Anyang directly slapped over, and the other party was sent flying, paralyzed on the dirt wall outside. What? You curse again? Wu Chuiying had gone mad. She had already gone to her head long ago and roared again. Lin and Yang smiled and walked over, but was stopped by the Lin family's second son. Before, this guy didn't come to watch the fun in the house, but now that such a big commotion has been made, this guy finally sheds his heart and comes out. Lin Anyang, are you crazy? Do you still want to live your life or not? Mother, hurry up and control Lao San's daughter-in-law. Is this something that people can do? Lin Luo was originally very angry, but unintentionally glimpsed the several shattered wooden doors. His voice instead became lower and lower, and his aura was much weaker. Old Mrs. Lin was also suffocating, yet the current Lin Anyang was on a killing spree, and with this bizarre force from the other party, a slap could even shatter the door of the room. If this force was used on a human, wouldn't it slap out all the internal organs? She still wanted to live for a few more years. She didn't want to be tossed around like this. When old Mrs. Lin did not make a sound, the Lin family's oldest two were soon unable to suffer, and silently took a few steps backward, revealing his wife behind him. Wu Chuiying's face was full of disbelief. Lin Luo, even you don't protect me? I married into your family, bore you children, and this is how you repay me? Lin Luo pretended not to hear it and even moved quietly to the back. However, he was able to move past his own conscience, but not past the slap of his younger siblings. Lin and Yang dryly flung herself at him, and the tall Lin Luo was similarly slapped away, lying on top of the dirt wall outside the courtyard. A family has to be neat and tidy, and your daughter-in-law's words reminded me of that. She's borne your children and run your affairs for so many years, so you should bear the slap, shouldn't you? Remember all that. Next time she curses me, I'll slap at you. So is the old lady. Next time you blare at me and randomly scold my daughter, I'll slap at your old partner. The door of the hall was smashed, the gale whimpering towards this side. Master Lin stood in the wind, a face suffocated red, his body trembling with anger, looking like it was about to shatter. Looking at this miserable appearance of the Lin family, looking at their abject behavior of being very angry inside but not daring to say a word more, Lin and Yang smiled instead. So this was the home she had been working for so many years. One only knew how to bully the weak, and now that she was strong, these guys didn't even dare to fart. Looking at the old lady's side as if she still had some emotions, Lin and Yang incidentally kicked at the earth wall next to her, and the earth wall, which was rammed very thickly, was directly kicked to pieces. Convinced? She raised her eyes coldly. At this moment, old Mrs. Lin, who had originally planned to have her son report to the police, subconsciously clutched her arms tightly. What's the point of reporting to the authorities? Before they reported it to the officials, Lao San's daughter-in-law, this horrible fellow, could hold them down with a single finger. Thinking of this, the old lady suddenly had a bit of a heart attack. She really couldn't figure out why the oldest daughter-in-law, who possessed such a horrible strength, had been doing her job for so many years. Isn't there something wrong with that? Yet no matter how blindly she pushed inside, she didn't dare to say it openly. A group of Lin family members stammered for half a day before finally nodding in unison. Mother, you're so powerful. It turns out that our mother is such a powerful person. Lin Xiao had already led her younger sister to watch from the side, both of them covering their mouths in excitement every time they saw their own mother strike. The two tender voices caught the attention of the Lin family, and old Mrs. Lin kept winking towards the two little girls there, telling them to hurry up and take their own mother away. However, the fact that their mother had crushed everything with her force value had already made the two little ones mad with joy. Where they saw the Lin family's gaze, they ran out excitedly instead. Mother, how the hell did you do that? I'll try it too. Lin Xiao was only joking as she gently kicked at another intact earthen wall. Old Mrs. Lin revealed a look of contempt. These guys are really shameless. They don't even know what they really are. Do they think everyone can have this kind of magical strength? A sudden outburst of power like Lao San's daughter-in-law's was unheard of. So how could there be a second one? The next second, however, there was another rumble from the side. The wall of dirt on the right didn't escape either, and was once again kicked to pieces. Sensing the commotion, Lin Xiao, who just wanted to come over to try, was taken aback by herself. What the hell? I didn't just push. She turned her head again and saw the Lin family's faces go green and white for a moment, like spilled dye. You guys, old Mrs. Lin shivered, but in the end, she didn't dare to extend her finger. Wow, sister, you guys are so powerful. I want to try it too. Lin Shu tugged at her sister's sleeve, a pair of dark glowing eyes leaping to try. Enough! Elder Lin was genuinely afraid that this little granddaughter would kick down the house he was living in, and quickly stepped forward to stop it. Chapter 7, Going to Return a Wish. Zhu, let's try with this. Lin and Yang also considered that if she directly kicked the house down, the Lin family would most likely just go crazy, and completely free of worries. She brought a stone. Lin Zhu nodded solemnly, and as if performing some ritual, he gave a firm squeeze to the stone. Those few villagers who were watching hooked their heads, also wanting to see clearly whether this little girl had so much strength or not. What they encountered today was too shocking for them, and it was the first time they had encountered this kind of Hercules after living in the village for so many years. The key to this group of Hercules was a weak woman and 2 little girls. Do you say that the Lin family's third daughter-in-law? Is it? The one who spoke was the retired man with a broken arm. His name was Zhang Jiuzhong, and the Zhang family, like the Wu family, was a farming family that later settled in the Lin family village. Zhang Jiuzhong was talking about what he had seen on the battlefield before. The strange people inside the enemy army. Those guys were very weird. Some were very strong and some could even breathe fire. That's why it was so tough for the Deliang side to fight against. And if it wasn't a fluke, there was no way for the 2 of them to pick up a life. Wu Dian frowned there as well, but he felt it was unlikely. That Lin Aniang was clearly a local commoner before. It could be that the other party was of a weaker nature and never showed it even though the force was very great. It could only be that they were pushed so hard that they didn't care about it at all. He looked up to see the girl squeeze the piece of rock, which was larger than her head, and close both hands with a firm squeeze, only to see the fist-sized stone instantly shatter into pieces, a pile of sand blowing in the wind and just falling to the ground. For a moment, the entire world fell into silence. Even the gusty winds around them disappeared. A few villagers watching the scene stared in disbelief, while the Lin family on the opposite side subconsciously took a few steps back. Who would have thought that this youngest girl would actually be more powerful than her mother and sister? The other 2 others were just making wooden doors fall apart and kicking down dirt walls, but this little girl was making stone turn to powder straight away. That is the size of a fist of hard stone, is to come to 10 men, cannot be pinched powder. For a while, the crowd looked different, and the Lin family naturally had fear in their hearts, fearing that they would be liquidated by this mother and daughter trio. Old Mrs. Lin's heart was already repentant, and she couldn't wait to slap herself hard against the mother and daughter trio that she had previously spurned. At this time, Lin and Yang also gently patted her daughter's head. Our Zhuer is doing very well. In the future, if someone bullies you, just pinch a stone at him, and if that person is still not afraid, then just do it. As the words fell, the Lin family once again took 2 steps back and looked at them warily. Lin Zhu and Lin Xiao nodded their heads together, their little faces red with excitement. Lin and Yang raised her eyes to look at those few villagers around her, and said with intent, the door of the Lin family's house and the earthen wall, which had fallen into disrepair over the years, cracked open on its own, as you all can see, can't you? Before Zhang Chongjiu over there could react, there was even a familiar-looking clan uncle who directly pressed his head down. Zhang Chongjiu, I have to say that everyone is very aware of the times, but the Lin family also very much deserved it. Who told them to do things without a bottom line? A good daughter-in-law bullied to such an extent that if treated properly, she might even be able to save the lives of the Lin family in the future. Now it seems to be very much up in the air. Lin and Yang was so satisfied that she didn't even pay attention to the Lin family who were as quiet as chickens. Instead she turned around and went into the house. Coming inside the house, she took out those leftover chicken bones and wrapped them carefully, even the leaf. When she walked out, she didn't do anything to cover it up, and it's impossible to say how depressed the Lin family was inside after they looked at it. Xiaoer, Zhuer, let's go up the mountain and cut down trees to make a wooden door. Lin and Yang picked up the tools in her house. She didn't have many at all inside that small house of hers, so she walked inside the Lin family's hall to get them. Hoes and forks, all taken, even that axe and some tools. Those are the family's farming tools. You're not working right now. What are you doing with so many tools? Old Mrs. Lin was heartbroken. Lin Aniang gave a warning glance over, and the old lady was honest. What? I'm not from the Lin family? Leaving such a sentence, she carried these farming tools, carried a bamboo basket on her back, and left with her daughters. On his way out, he didn't forget to warn the Lin family, if any of the things inside my house are missing, none of your windows will have to remain. I don't care if you guys took it or not, just wait for me to come back and liquidate anything less. The lambs. Lao San's daughter-in-law was in a stupor for a little more than half a month, and her personality after waking up went from one extreme to the other. Mother, this is too unreasonable. What if her things were stolen by others in the village? Saying that, Wu Chuiying even looked at the few villagers. Shoo, don't let that bogeyman hear you. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes instantly widened. Isn't it bad enough that the family house, with its doors gone, is a demon? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go cook. Let's eat and fill our stomachs before we discuss how to deal with that guy. The old lady had already been starving her front and belly long ago. This morning they purposely did not prepare food, just waiting for Lin Aniang, or the two girls to get up and cook. Who knows that the basket is empty, but was smashed the door, kicked the earth wall. They do not even dare to say anything. Wu Chuiying gradually felt that something was wrong. Mother, in the future, I won't be asked to do all the cooking, right? We haven't even done the farm work in the field yet. Are we going to do it too? Old Mrs. Lin glared once again, picking up the walking stick on the ground and knocking it fiercely towards the ground. What? You're the only one left in the house that can wrap it up. Are you asking my old lady to get up early and cook for you? Wu Chuiying's face instantly darkened. She was about to say Lin Anyang, but she was tapped hard on the shoulder by her husband next to her. Chuiying, from now on, this Lin family is relying on you to clean up. Let's work harder, and when I earn some money, we'll buy a little maid over here. Here. The Lin family are stifled. Originally they have 3 maids can be used. This is good. Lost a wife and soldiers. The door still do not know when it can be repaired. The night cannot sleep. Do not know it. Wu Chuiying rolled her eyes and wasn't happy about it. Master's family didn't even hire a maid. When are you going to earn this money and, besides, how could mother be happy? This side hasn't said it yet. The old Mrs. Lin over there has already yelled. What kind of little maids are you hiring? That won't cost more than 10 taels of silver. Eating with an extra mouth is a waste of the family's food. Do you think all food comes from the wind? It's not like our Lin family doesn't have other daughters-in-law. Wu Chuiying, you've been married to the family for so many years and haven't been asked to do anything. What's wrong with asking you to cook a few meals next? The Lin family's noise, Wu Diyun they did not continue to listen to, all carrying hoes and left. Before going home, Wu Diyun and Zhang Chongzhou looked in the direction Lin Anyang had left and realized that this mother and daughter trio had really gone to the barren mountains. At this time, Zhang Chongzhou suddenly thought of what that 5-year-old little girl had said earlier, and paused while carrying the hoe. Tak, do you think the fact that a few of them suddenly became so strong has something to do with that mountain temple? Otherwise, why did they all come back to life just after making a wish from the mountain god temple? Wu Diyun firmly shook his head. Where are all the divine things? Look at all the temples and Buddhist temples coming and going. How many people have gotten their wish? However, Zhang Chongzhou next to him felt that something was wrong in any way, and his senses had always been very accurate. In the past few years, those enemy troops have been breathing fire, and I've heard that a particularly powerful national master has appeared in the neighboring country, capable of appearing and disappearing all of a sudden. Therefore, when Wu Diyun went home, Zhang Chongzhou instead followed the route that the mother and daughter trio left and quietly followed them. He didn't get too close, but rather adorned far away, though he soon lost track of several of the mother and daughter because of the cover of the surrounding trees. Zhang Jiuzhong didn't lose his mind. He decided to come back later to take a look. This mother and daughter trio had to go home sometime, right? Barren Hill. Lin and Yang carefully tucked the leaf and the wrapped chicken bone into her bosom, and asked her eldest daughter in a low voice, Xiao, what else happened after you and your sister found that mountain god temple? Tell us all. Let mother analyze it for you. By this time, Lin Anyang was a cutie, and understands what is going on with her daughter's vigor. That roasted chicken was begged back from the mountain goddess temple, and all 3 of them ate that roasted chicken, which could only be a gift of power from the mountain goddess. Thinking about this, Lin Anyang actually had some concerns. In earlier years, she had also heard of some legends of ghosts and monsters, and generally, after a wish was granted, those ghosts and monsters would collect payment. Lin and Yang's fear that what her daughter encountered wasn't the mountain goddess at all. But, Lin Xiu over there was very cheerful, jumping up and down and recounting, Mother, after going to the mountain god temple yesterday, I promised the mountain goddess that I would get a brand new wooden door for the mountain god temple. The one before that was half broken and couldn't be used. After that the mountain goddess gave a roast chicken, so she must have heard my promise. Lin Anyang was slightly relieved. Since there was a promise about the mountain god temple, it meant that the unknown being was a good one. Come on, you guys take mother there now. We'll go to the mountain goddess to return her wish before we cut down trees to make a wooden door. When she left, Lin Anyang purposely took part of Lin Erluo's tools with her, just so she could make them on the spot and put them on for the mountain god temple. It's still the mountain temple that's the most important thing compared to your own little ramshackle house. In the broken temple, Yu Luo was also checking out message after message that popped up from the system panel. Chapter 8 Panoramic Maps. When he saw that the Lin family was planning to grab the roasted chicken, Yu Luo was a bit angry. To rob even the rations of a seriously ill person. That Lin family is really not something. However, seeing what Lin Anyang did later, a wave of relief washed over her. Unico, that's a good ability to draw. Follow this standard from now on. Yu Luo thought that the strength was just greater than normal male strength. Who knew that it was a horrible strength that could pinch a stone into powder? Just by virtue of this ability, Lin and Yang was able to take a few daughters and walk sideways in this world, right? But it's not necessarily true. This fusion world, there are still some travelers reborn protagonists. In case a very powerful one appears, It's also possible the system didn't make a sound, presumably falling back into slumber. Yu Luo saw that Lin Anyang's name was a bit brighter than before, and his heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. This mother, however, is an important supporting role that the system has handpicked, and it's up to you whether or not you can harvest this very important believer. It just so happened that Lin Anyang's route was heading this way, so Yu Luo waited patiently. Just looking at the other party's sudden pop-up status, Yu Luo was a bit puzzled. How is it that you're worried and scared and so much more grateful and relieved? Gee, how did you end up chopping down trees? 2 hours later, the figures of the mother and daughter trio gradually became visible in the distance. Along with it came a large, thick tree. Lin Anyang actually did not want to directly hold the tree over, just halfway to the road. Suddenly felt that this tree is relatively good, straight, very suitable for making wooden doors. So she gave it a straight cut, and with one axe blow she severed the tree. She was still chagrined after cutting it off, thinking it was not good to carry it up. Who knew it was easy to carry it up? Easier than carrying a bundle of vegetables. And so it came to this. Lin Anyang carried such a thick tree and climbed the mountain for 2 hours without taking a big breath. Xiao, is the mountain god temple we're looking for up ahead? Lin Anyang was suddenly a little nervous. She set the thick tree down gently, and in her mind she had been mulling over what to say next to seem more sincere. As a result, the two little girls ran straight over excitedly. Mountain goddess, we've come to return the favor. Lin Xiao stood in front of the mountain god temple at the first opportunity and gently pushed open the wooden door. Inside, the space was still familiarly warm, not a breath of wind blowing in. For some reason, she always felt that the space over here seemed to have changed a bit, and that clay idol, it seemed to have produced a change. Its eyes had an outline. Strange, were the idol's features outlined before? Lin Xiao couldn't remember it anymore and didn't think much about it. Even if she really thought about it, she couldn't guess that the outline was made by the mountain goddess herself when she was bored. Lady Mountain Goddess, my mother has gotten better, and I've followed her here. Thank you for the gift of that roasted chicken. We and mother all ate it and became very strong. You don't even know. Those bad guys who tried to rob our roast chicken were scared silly. We were so good. My sister even crushed the stone. Lin Xiao rambled on for a while, and outside, Lin and Yang walked in. After coming to this broken temple, Lin Anyang also noticed the difference at first. The interior of this mountain god temple was very quiet, as if she had come from the barren mountains to another world. People look at the dilapidated house and the clay idol, but she finds it unbelievable. Was it such a broken idol that was able to fulfill his daughter's wish, change her fate of imminent death, and even gain the ability to be powerful? Moreover, Lin Anyang had a very wonderful feeling. She found that since she walked into this mountain god temple, her mind was getting clearer and clearer, but it didn't have the same feeling of confusion that she had before, and she was even able to recall the dreams of that night very clearly. It was as if there was an unspoken force in the temple that helped her escape her set fate. Lin Anyang was silent for a long time, making Yu Luo, who was floating above, look more and more confused. Why hasn't this man spoken since he arrived? Is he suspecting himself? Yu Luo secretly glanced at the system panel and was almost blinded by the shining names on it. Names that were just flickering faintly before suddenly lit up as 1 kilowatt bulbs. Her faith value, too, had directly broken through from a pitiful 0.5 to 20, which was nothing short of congratulatory. Lady Mountain Goddess, thank you for your mercy. It is the world's wretchedness that people have forgotten you here. Don't worry, I will definitely publicize you and let your light shine on this earth, so that the world will know that the mountain goddess is the most merciful deity of all. Lin Anyang flung herself down on her knees and just started swearing. The two little girls next to them watched their mother kneel down and followed suit, stretching out their own skinny hands and repeating after them in their childish voices, with firm eyes as if they were about to join the party. Unfortunately, Yu Luo currently had no way to make a sound, so she had to control the few weeds inside the temple and gently shake them. The force was very gentle, but for the broken temple that couldn't let in any breeze, it could already be called a miracle. Lin Anyang's pupils shrunk, and the light in her eyes became even brighter. Wait here, Mountain Goddess, we'll replace the wooden door for you right away. With that, she stormed out with her two daughters in tow. Mother, I know how the steps of making a wooden door work. Let me show you. Good. Xiao, you remind mother of the strength work on the side. Let's try to replace the door of the mountain god temple with a new one as fast as possible. As the sounds of clanking and thumping resounded outside the broken temple, Yu Luo drifted out with them, curious to check on the mother-daughter trio repairing the gate. As expected, they were worthy of their power, and even the youngest Lin Ju was able to carry the thick branches easily. Even though her daughters were all very strong, Lin and Yang didn't bother to let her daughters do too much work. She was already working very skillfully on her own, and within a short period of time she had chiseled an outline, and then put the planks together. The last two little girls were there standing, like a wooden door that had just been made. to a very smooth finish. Yu Luo's hands were itching to chisel a couple of times. Worried that she was scaring the mother and daughter, she crouched quietly next to them, seeing the brand new wooden door being mounted on top of the broken temple. Yu Luo also pulled over two small flowers from only being able to move around and placed them in front of the two little ones. Lin Anyang's eyes became very soft for a moment. She placed two small flowers on the heads of her oldest and youngest daughters and smiled. Mountain Goddess, we came in such a hurry today that I didn't even have time to prepare, so I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. Lin Anyang also planned to take advantage of the darkness before, put the door of her own house as well. She doesn't want to live in a day where the wind leaks in all directions. Mother, when we go back, let's also plug the hole in the corner of the wall. Now we are all very strong and can work. Lin Xiao jumped at the chance. Lin Shu clenched her own small fists as well. Fine, but that house is still too small. How about we build our own new house later? Lin and Yang didn't want to continue to stay with the Lin family. She was planning to separate and rebuild her house. The two little girls were even happier, one on each side holding their mother's hand as they bounced down the street. The silhouettes of the mother and daughter trio were getting farther and farther away, and Yu Luo watched the backs of these people disappear completely before returning inside the broken temple. Ding! The value of faith has been detected to have reached 30. Is it possible to open the panoramic map? Of course it opens. Yu Luo's eyes lit up, thinking that this was definitely a good thing to enhance his vision. She couldn't stand it anymore, being cooped up inside this little Thai temple all the time. Then she watched as the 30 faith values that she had managed to accumulate with great difficulty were deducted in a single swipe. Once you go back to liberty, you still return as a duck's egg. It was a good thing that a golden map lit up next to her, to give her some relief. Chapter 9, Shocked Villagers. The golden-colored panoramic map was spread right on top of the panel, and Yu Luo had wanted to take a look at the entirety of the barren mountain, but suddenly realized that most of the area was black, and only the path that the mother-daughter trio had walked on was lit up with a golden line. If you want to see a specific view of the surrounding area, you need to select the believer and gaze. Yu Luo chose Lin and Yang's line of sight and soon felt the golden map change, gradually turning into a close-up video of the mother and daughter. Such was the clarity that she could even see the nearby gravel, and the axe in Lin Anyang's hand. Before she could get up any fresh energy, the axe was swung up and down with precision, cutting down the large, straight tree next to her. Only a click was heard, and the thick tree came crashing down without a second's more delay. Lin Anyang slung the large tree over her shoulder and greeted her two daughters as they headed home. Let's go faster this time and try to get back inside the village before dawn, and maybe we can still get the wooden gate done at night. The two little girls nodded their heads in unison and picked up the pace as well. Seeing this, Yu Luo was a bit puzzled. How come this mother and daughter trio also needed a wooden door? Did the Lin family kick them out? While expressing his exasperation with this family, Yu Luo watched Lin and Yang and her daughters run down the mountain, the foot of the barren mountain. Zhang Changjiu ran to squat here again. He has just gone to the Lin family side to see quietly. The old lady of the Lin family is still guarding outside of Lin Anyang's room. The old man of the Lin family is humming and hawing and chopping wood there. It is assumed that the people inside the hut have not yet returned. He was instantly more curious about the mountain god's temple on that barren mountain. Could it really be the reason why he worshipped the mountain god? What do you keep pulling me to squat here for? Wu Diyun had originally wanted Lin Anyang to stay at his sister's house. His sister currently lives alone, just in time to take in mother and daughter. Who knew that just as the road came to a stop, he was snuck around the corner by his best friend to the foot of a barren mountain. You don't understand. I still think this matter is definitely not simple. Just watch. Maybe Lin and Yang just went to return a wish. Zhang Zhozhong had often heard the older generation talk about those temples in his early years, and he had always been very curious about such divine things. He couldn't sleep well for a few days until he found out exactly why. Wu Diyun was a bit speechless. People's strength suddenly became so big. Couldn't it be that they were hiding their clumsiness before and now they were forced to not want to hide? If the mountain god temple was useful, it wouldn't have been deserted for so many years. I guess this third daughter-in-law of the Lin family, she went to buy a wooden door. How is it possible to leave the house alone and go to the deserted mountains to look for some mountain god's temple? Zhang Zhozhong was persuaded in this way, but he also felt that it was very reasonable. It would soon be dark. If Lin Anyang had gone to the barren mountains, she would definitely come back at this time. Otherwise it would be very dangerous to encounter wild beasts. No, it doesn't seem that dangerous, does it? With that Lin Anyang's strength, even a wild beast could be smashed to death with one punch. Zhang Changjiu, just as he was about to give up, three people gradually walked towards the foot of the mountain in the distance. When they saw the shape of the mother and daughter trio, the two people squatting on top of the big tree were all stunned. The leader Lin and Yang carried a large tree, next to the two little girls carrying various tools, rushing speed but not at all slow, but light as a swallow. Walking, all seemed to be flying, hell in flight, clearly carrying a large tree. Well, Here's Lin Anyang, suddenly feeling normal again yet. Your guess is wrong. They are going up the mountain to cut down trees. Wu Diyun's complexion remained unchanged. Zhang Chongzhou was still hesitant, with the strength of the Lin family's third daughter-in-law. Does it take so long to cut down a tree? Wu Diyun didn't know how to answer anymore, and turned his head to look at the few people at the foot of the mountain, watching their silhouettes getting farther and farther away, and there was something strange in his heart. They crouched in the tree, thinking they were so seamless that no one could see them. In fact, Yu Luo, who had long ago viewed the panoramic map, saw it clearly. She gave the two a special mark so that she could spot them if she encountered them in the future. On this side, Lin Anyang had quickly led her two daughters through the village. Those villagers who passed by were all as dumbfounded as those who watched in the morning, frozen in place and motionless. I didn't believe it when my Han told me about it in the morning, but now I'm kind of witnessing it with my own eyes. You say, how is it that the Lin family's third daughter-in-law is so good at hiding it, holding back for so many years without having an attack? Who knows? Let's keep our voices down. What if Lin Laosan's daughter-in-law finds out and packs us all up too? Mother, look at second uncle making a wooden door too. Walking to the front of the Lin family, Lin Zhu quietly stood on her tiptoes to look over. Lin Anyang just swept a glance, her gaze somewhat sneering. It's useless to take so long and those timbers haven't even been cut yet, let alone making a complete wooden door. She directly placed the large tree in her hands on the ground with a thud and snapped it into sections with her axe. Her movements were so sharp that it didn't take long for her to prepare the boards that would be needed for the wooden door to be made. This series of actions made a violent noise in front of the Lin family, and both Master Lin and Wu Chuiying, who were hiding in the hall, ran out to see what was going on. Originally hearing such a loud voice, Elder Lin, who was still relatively angry, instantly stiffened his face and slowly parted again. Wu Chuiying hummed softly and muttered in a small voice, "Still really think that this carpentry work is something that anyone can do? Without learning for a few years, can you see the way?" Next to her, old Mrs. Lin glared at her. "Say less. No one will take you for a dummy." Wu Chuiying was aggrieved in her heart, but when she turned around and saw the kind of ruthless look Lin Anyang had when she chopped down the tree, she shivered coldly and chose to keep her mouth shut. Lin Anyang swept a salty glance at them and went back to work. It didn't take long for the outline of a wooden door to come out, much to the amazement of many of the villagers who had heard about it. "Old Wu, can you have that kind of speed?" a villager asked Carpenter Wu, who had also heard the commotion and walked out. Wu Carpenter looked at it for a moment in disbelief, and finally shook his head. "I don't have this kind of strength, but I've been doing carpentry work for so many years, and as far as those patterns and styles are concerned, in several villages in our neighborhood, there is no one who can compare to them." The crowd of villagers just watched as Lin Anyang and her two daughters quickly installed a wooden door, and had a plan in mind. Look at the speed of people. Cutting down trees is similar to cutting melons and chopping vegetables. If you can ask Lin Laosan daughter-in-law to make furniture, it is estimated that you can save a lot of money. Ah, I said, who is this? The Lin family's second son. Why are you still chopping down trees? You're not too weak to chop them down, are you? Auntie Flower, who had come to watch the fun, suddenly shouted out. Only then did the crowd realize that the original Lin Lao heir was also there making wooden doors. But this guy's strength was really too small. Even a skinny tree, it was very laborious to cut it down, and he had only just split a tree into a few sections. The contrast is simply tragic. Lin heir Luo held his face red. He really couldn't stand it. Just now he was treated as a savior by the whole family, and then in the twinkling of an eye, he was ridiculed by the villagers in public. Finally he simply yelled, "Make what make? There aren't even many tools to make anything?" Lin heir Luo threw the saw out of his hand and huffed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. "You have a whole bunch of tools in front of you, and you call that no tools?" Only Carpenter Wu's face suddenly became dark and heavy, because Lin heir Luo borrowed his family's tools, and he was usually careful to take care of them. And when he saw Lin heir Luo threw them out so violently, he felt that he really taught this disciple in vain. Old Mrs. Lin was still persuading her son, "Lao heir, it's just a matter of being tired for a few days. We can't have no wooden doors in our house. At least make one first, and we can all sleep in the hall. What do you know? Is a wooden door so easy to make? And there are so many people out there, all looking at me for a joke. Do you want me to lose all this face? Lao heir, face isn't worth much. It's these belongings in our home that are worth something. What if the food is stolen in this darkness?" Old Mrs. Lin felt that she was simply worried. Looking at the other side, Lin Anyang had already installed the wooden door, rushed over from the distance in 3 or 2 steps, jumped directly onto the roof, and used some hard stone pieces inside the carrier to base on the roof, blocking those holes that leaked air tightly. Holy, Lin Laosan's daughter-in-law jumped so high. She can't be a hidden expert in our village. Some villagers stared at the image in disbelief, just holding their heads high. Chapter 10. Is there really a mountain god? seeing the various shocked expressions of these villagers. Yu Luo, who was watching the panoramic map, was overjoyed. Surely it's more fun to watch, and if you don't have the panoramic map turned on, don't you miss out on this kind of image? This faith value deduction was good. In the future, if she had enough believers, she would be able to see the hustle and bustle of the world. Thinking about it that way made her feel very hopeful. Over here, Lin Anyang jumped down and saw the shocked looks on these villagers' faces, so she knew that she had achieved her goal. She didn't explain too much because after experiencing so much, Lin and Yang knew very well that sometimes when things were actively said, people in turn didn't trust them too much and didn't care too much, but if it is secretly found, or guessed out by themselves, these villagers will only keep it in their mind, thinking about it night after night, and even tossing and turning to keep them awake. Lin and Yang did want to publicize the mountain goddess temple, and wanted to make the mountain goddess known to the world, but she also definitely would not resort to that kind of comparatively low means. She wanted to make the entire Lin family village, and even the nearby villages, all be convinced by the mountain goddess, and all send out their faith. Thinking of this, Lin Anyang's eyes bloomed with an unprecedented light. Mother, you're so good. Today we made 2 wooden doors and repaired the roof, so we won't have to live in a leaky house from now on. Lin Xiu's eyes were equally bright as she led her bouncing sister around her mother. Wait, old third daughter-in-law, you made 2 wooden doors today? Old Mrs. Lin over there was in a hurry when she heard that. This side of the hall has no door yet. The family sleep is a problem, and they do not dare to grab with Lin Anyang, so they have to stand there in a stifled manner. However, once they heard that there was another door, the Lin family instantly sat down. That old woman's eyes flashed and she took the initiative to come forward. And Yang, it was mother's fault in the past, and indeed I should not have treated you so, but you have clearly made 2 wooden doors today, so the other wooden door, let's put it on our family hallroom. Mother doesn't ask you to do anything, you just have to carry that wooden door over here, and I'll have the second put it up, and you know very well how the wooden door is broken, so can you let our old couple, and the children of the second house sleep on the road, right? Seeing this, Yu Luo inside the broken temple poo-pooed in his mind. Is this abducting people with morals? Isn't the reason why the wooden door of the Lin family was destroyed the reason why they forced the poor mother and daughter of others? Yes, and Yang, although your mother-in-law and father-in-law did treat you badly, the 2 of them are old, and there are 2 children in the second house, so you'll have to put a door in for them to huddle together, and you'll have to sleep on the side of the road to be safe. No matter what, they are your elders and relatives. You can't have your reputation if it gets out like that. Some uninformed villagers were persuaded. Since ancient times, filial piety has always been the first priority no matter which dynasty, and even though the villagers of the Lin family village knew very well that Master and Mrs. Lin really weren't a thing, and had been doling out the third daughter-in-law for so many years, this filial piety that pressed down on their heads still made them open their mouths without hesitation. Nonsense! Where do we have an extra wooden door? We were replacing a door for the mountain goddess temple before. The mountain goddess helped us so we wouldn't be as bad as our grandparents. Lin Xiu roared out in anger. Alright Xiu, let's ignore them. Lin Luo, his own son, is willing to watch his parents sleep by the side of the road. Where is it our turn to worry about it? Lin and Yang said so. The crowd immediately turned their eyes to the Lin family's second room there. There is also a part of the villagers keenly aware of the mountain god temple. They would have wanted to ask more questions, but turned their eyes to see that the mother and daughter 3 have already entered the house, so they can only regretfully talk about it there. Do you guys think that An Yang was really saved by the mountain goddess? I remember that there aren't any mountain god temples around here, and Lin and Yang has been seriously ill all this time, so she can't even leave the house. Where's the chance to beg any mountain gods? Sister-in-law Wu, this you don't know it. Last night there were 5 or 6 people inside our village. Went out to look for Lin Xiu and Lin Zhu, 2 little girls. It is said that people don't even give money for the cure. These 2 girls are afraid that An Yang is just going to go. Ran to the mountain inside to beg the mountain god. In that case, all of An Yang's changes seem to have started this morning. Not only has her strength become very great, but that waxy face even has a blood color. Isn't that so? When we meet An Yang again later, we can ask again if there really is any very spiritual mountain god temple that we have to let the villagers of our Lin family village go and worship together. They had wanted to knock on the door and thickly go over to ask about it, but when they saw the ugly faces of old Mrs. Lin and old Master Lin, they still stopped. Never mind. It's dinner time. Let's eat and then come over and ask about it. It's the same thing. Yeah, well, it's impossible to get up there today anyway. Hearing the group of villagers talk all about Lin and Yang and that mountain god temple, old Mrs. Lin was furious. How could she not savor a good plan that had come to naught? What kind of broken temple? Where is this kind of screwing around? You're just going to make up some falsehoods and try to make me afraid? I tell you, no way. Some villagers were laughing there. Old Mrs. Lin, raise your voice so that your third daughter-in-law can hear you. Mrs. Lin, the villager was still gloating. And, your family now, it's a real door. The Lin family was once again struck with a meeting blow, and next to them, Elder Lin was almost spitting blood from anger. Lao heir, today you must put a door on the parsonage. If you can't, taking a few boards to block the wind is much better than leaving the door open. The Lin family was in an uproar again, accompanied by all sorts of noisy noises, as well as the sound of Mrs. Lin's ouch. Quickly, help me up. This old back of mine is breaking. The villagers who hadn't gone far heard it and were immediately convinced of this magical mountain god temple. Or else how could this old lady Lin have just said something bad and immediately fell down? Outside the crowd, Zhang Chongzhou excitedly pulled his friend's sleeve. Did you hear that? They did go to return the wish. That old Mrs. Lin was immediately retributed as well. No, I have to go around the barren mountain too. How can I not visit this kind of powerful mountain god's temple? Wunderkind. He was a bit hesitant. Could it really be the magic power of this mountain goddess? The entire Liang kingdom hadn't heard of any powerful deities. Could there really be a mountain goddess existing here? While these people were talking, Yuluo was nodding repeatedly next to the panoramic map. Yeah. I'm the mountain god you're talking about. Come on over here, all of you. My leeks. Oh no, my potential devotees. Chapter 11, Toward the Shaping of the Golden Body. Mother, what are we having for dinner? The two girls eyed their mother. Lin and Yang looked at the empty house and realized the problem. Although the Lin family didn't dare to come over to mess with or oppress herself and her daughters now, but they're all penniless and can't even afford to eat right now. Xiao and Zhu. Wait, mother will bring over the food in a moment. Lin and Yang also did not have the Lin family polite. While the group is making a fuss, directly into the kitchen, scooped up a bowl of rice-cooked glutinous rice porridge, and finally made 3 simple fragrant scallion pancakes. Each pancake is rolled of fried oil-nourishing eggs. When old Mrs. Lin looked over, she only felt as if the sky was going to collapse, and if she wasn't terrified of the aftermath of her previous experience, she would have been able to pounce directly on her at this time. God damn it! How did you take so much food and 3 eggs and feed so much rice? Every egg in the house was counted, and Mrs. Lin would leave these for her son and grandchildren, and give 1 to her partner. She didn't really care for them herself, and having 3 taken at once almost killed her. Old madman, if you dare to lean over, just give it a try. Lin Anyang threw the stone knife she was holding onto the anvil, and soon the knife stood directly on top of it. This was still her deliberate effort to control her strength, otherwise not to mention this cutting board. Even the stovetop underneath would have collapsed. Old Mrs. Lin immediately looked like a rooster that had been strangled, not daring to scream, only glaring there. Lin and Yang snorted coldly, waited for the rice porridge to be thickened, and directly multiplied away all the porridge in the pot. Not a single grain of rice was left behind. In the past, her daughters could only drink clear soup and water, and they couldn't even see a single grain of rice inside the rice porridge. So today, let the Lin family drink these leftover soup and water. She turned around and left, not caring about old Mrs. Lin's expression as she rolled her eyes and pretended to pass out. Mother, there's so much food today. Back inside the hut, Lin Xiu's Lin Zhu were overjoyed. Lin and Yang looked, but the corners of her eyes flooded with tears, thinking that at first she also lived the life of a rich family. Did not think that their own daughters to a bowl of white porridge can be so joyful. Good boy, when tomorrow we'll look for materials to build a new house, and we'll all have a good life in the future. But you must also all remember that these good days are given to us by the mountain goddess, and we must go over to visit the mountain goddess every few days. Lin Anyang still can't forget that marvelous feeling that it was the mountain goddess who helped her transform her destiny. If not, that night's dream, I'm afraid that it will also be gradually forgotten. She will once again and return to that kind of muddled, for the Lin family to do cattle and horses, at the beck and call of the state. The 2 little children, Lin Xiu and Lin Zhu, ate the soft scallion pancakes and kept nodding their heads. When dinner was finished, Lin Anyang washed and scrubbed the dishes and placed them on the small counter. Anyang, are you home? Anyang, we saw earlier that you had very little inside your house and came to bring you something. Outside the door came the familiar voices of several ants. These ants are the ones who watched the fun outside the house before. After they went back, they simply ate a few mouthfuls after cooking and couldn't wait to come over. It couldn't be helped. The Lin family's oldest daughter-in-law had changed too much, and I'm afraid that with that horrible strength, she was able to walk horizontally in several nearby villages. Just look at those Lin family people. No, the former Lin old lady is notoriously vicious. The third house of those 2 little girls starred Finn into a hemp pole, as if that wind can be blown to float out. Look at the Lin family now. Who dares to bully the third house anymore? If they could have that kind of strength, what would they be afraid of? Only with a creak, the wooden door of the hut was opened, revealing Lin and Yang's somewhat embarrassed expression. Sisters, why don't you come in first? A group of ants rushed into the cabin, and even though they were crammed inside the small room, they all had smiles on their faces. And Nyang, it's my family's own malt candy, sweet and silky, give it to the two children, Xiao and Zhu, as a snack. With that, Auntie Hua took 2 long pieces of malt candy and shoved them into Lin Xiu's hands. All the other ants also brought little gifts that were very useful. Lin Anyang sighed and took Auntie Hua's hand to sit on the bed. Sister Flower, it's not that I don't want to tell you guys. It's just that people don't always believe it. How can you not believe it? You've changed so much that no one with eyes is blind. Yes, and Nyang, ever since you married into the Lin family village, you have never told a lie. Is your character not clear to everyone? A group of ants spoke up. Lin and Nyang glanced at the group of people in front of her before continuing. I thought that at first. I was desperate. Xiao brought Zhu to the mountain god temple. Did not expect to be able to meet such a compassionate mountain goddess. She waved to a group of ants and whispered about the roasted chicken. A group of ants subconsciously stared with wide eyes, and some had even held their breath. Heavens, so the roasted chicken that Granny Lin wanted to rob was sent by the mountain goddess. Fortunately she didn't get her way. Auntie Hua was so excited that she didn't know what to say. They are all from the same village. They also heard about those things in the Lin family this morning, and at first they thought it was nothing, but now this group of ants can't wait to slap their own faces. This should have gone over earlier, and maybe we would have known about the mountain temple sooner. Sisters, if you really want to go and pay your respects, then come with me to the barren mountain tomorrow. First things first, the mountain god's temple is on top of a barren mountain. It's very possible to encounter dangers along the way. If you guys don't even have this determination, then there's no need to go. When Lin Anyang said this, the group of ants were really in a bit of a bind. It's really dangerous inside this barren mountain. Even those Hans don't dare to enter the mountain at will. What if they encounter any danger after they go in? Inside the broken temple, Yu Luo saw this and pondered the same question. Based on the route Lin Anyang had taken, she had also gotten a rough idea of the location of the broken temple. This place was the highest peak in the vicinity, with mountains connected around it. There were actually a lot of wild beasts along the way, and if it wasn't for the luck of the 2 little girls before, plus the fact that Lin and Yang had eaten the roasted chicken, her strength was very strong, so she was able to go up and down the mountain safely. It couldn't be, all the time, for Lin and Yang to escort the group, could it? The location of the broken temple is one that really doesn't work out too well. It's just too remote and very high up. You wouldn't even be unattended if you were in the foothills of a barren mountain. System, come out. Yu Luo shook the sleeping system awake and said this matter. The system listened in a daze and yawned. That's a good one. As long as it's a believer you're providing you with faith value, you can give something back. When Lin and Yang brings the people, give each of them a leaf. And in the future, after these people go into the mountains, no wild beasts will harm your believers. But this protection comes with the caveat that those people can't actively harm the beasts of the wild mountains. Yu Luo was very satisfied with what she heard. If she could get those people up and down the mountain safely, more people would definitely come over in the future, and she would have more believers. So any random leaf I pull is okay? Yu Luo remembered the roasted chicken from earlier. Of course, the system replied without hesitation. This way. A group of ants were in a difficult situation when the Zhang family's second daughter-in-law next to them slapped her thigh violently. What's so difficult about it? When the time comes, won't it be enough to have Changjiu, Doyun, and some of the village's young and strong accompany us? And An Yang is also very powerful. Don't you believe in An Yang's strength? Zhang family's second wife usually, in fact, is not much like to go out. But today, after her son came back, has been begging at home, she had to follow the other ants to come over. However, her heart had actually been muttering, was there really such a magical thing? The Zhang family's second maid used to be a small maid of a big family, and she consciously had seen a lot, but she had never heard of this kind of legend of believing in the mountain god and being able to enhance her strength. In any case, she would be able to go back and deliver, and if her son really wanted to go to that mountain god temple, why not follow along? Okay, then sisters come find me in the morning, just as I'm taking my daughter to the mountains to cut some wood. As for cutting some new wood for what? Preparing for the new house. Naturally, after the separation, she's ready to roll. Sending the group of ants out, Lin Anyang took another look next door. The Lin family's hall was blocked by a large piece of board. I guess the Lin family's oldest two still came out to do the work, but the board also leaked a few big mouths. The gusty winds whimpered and blew inside, and it was estimated that the old man and the old lady would have a hard time in the evening. However, what did this have to do with her? The Lin family didn't hesitate to let her, her husband, and her 2 daughters live inside a leaky little shack. Lin and Yang closed the door with an expressionless face, held the blade she had taken earlier in the Lin family in her hands, and found a thick branch of nanmu that she had picked up in the mountains today, where she carved it carefully. Lin Anyang, naturally not very good at carving, But her father's former friend is a master carver. Childhood more or less seen somewhat carving techniques, and now can simply carve out some small things. This time, what she attempted to carve was naturally the mountain goddess inside the mountain god temple. Lin Anian wanted to try her hand at it first, and afterward, she would use good wood and carve out the finest idol for the mountain goddess. In the future, when I have money, I'll try to mold a golden body for the mountain goddess. Lin Anian was full of energy, and within a short period of time she had carved out the rough outline, and in the middle of the broken temple, Yu Luo also received a reminder from the system. Chapter 12, Divine Hierarchy. Yu Luo first poked that little golden bubble on top of Lin and Yang's head, and when she saw the wish inside this little bubble, she was simply moved. I didn't realize that this one devotee was aspiring to mold a golden body for herself. She herself didn't have such an ambitious vision. Ding! Detected that your believer is carving an idol for you. When the idol is finished, do you choose to move in? System prompt. After moving in, you can move within a 1 meter radius around the idol for a short period of time, and are able to a certain extent, provide an increase to your devotees. Yu Luo instantly looked at the system prompt in mid-air. So I still have this kind of role? Lin Anyang's strength is already quite strong now. If I give her another increase, even if a huge rock falls from the sky, it can be hammered into powder, right? Well, very good. She loved it. System, you always said before that you can't know exactly how to raise my level as a god until after you have believers and faith values. So hurry up and tell me about it. Don't run off to sleep again or I'll shake you awake again. System, actually, these are all water under the bridge. Once you have 100 believers and accumulate 10,000 faith values, you can become a trainee deity. At this time, the abilities you have are also different. First of all, you will find that the range of free movement becomes larger. The ability to increase to the believers increases. The gifts that can be given, and the ability to draw becomes more numerous. And there is a better chance of drawing an awesome ability. The system flung a golden form directly at him. Yu Luo looked at the golden table for a while and realized that it was harder and harder to raise the deity level the further to the end. 1,000 believers, accumulating 100,000 faith values, can become primary gods and perform a double increase for their believers, with a range of 1,000 meters. However, if one wanted to become an intermediate level god, the number of believers would need to be 100,000, and of course one would have more abilities, being able to move freely throughout the entire range of the barren mountains, as well as being able to manifest one's true body, and even use divine might to intimidate one's enemies. Senior gods need believers in the millions. To this extent, it is even more free. Anywhere in this world, can be instantaneous, any wind in the world, can know as well, not to mention a variety of magical abilities. After reading the form, Yu Luo had a new understanding of the next mission and became more eager. How convenient it would be to be anywhere in an instant. If say in the future she wants to go somewhere to eat the famous local roast duck, in a blink of an eye, don't be more convenient. System, this function is good. From now on, I don't have to rush to eat anything I want. Yu Luo exulted. The system yawned. That's why I said that Lin and Yang is very important. With her and a few of her daughters, she'll be able to accumulate 2,000 faith values in the early stages. Wait, what did you just say? The system was a bit incredulous. I've been presenting this for half a day, and even made a list just for you, and all you can think about is food? That's a high-level deity. Do you know what a high-level deity represents? You can even walk sideways in this world. There are no gods in this world at all, and there are very few pseudo-gods who can reach the intermediate level. The system could not wait to grab the host by the neck and roar. Wait? Yu Luo was startled. You mean there are still quite a few false gods in this world? They won't find out about me and come over to finish me off now, right? I haven't even been initiated yet, and there are already pseudo-gods who have reached the intermediate level, so if they wanted to come over and finish me off, wouldn't that be a breeze? System, so that's your concern? You don't have to worry about that now that you have rookie protection. And don't worry, none of the pseudo-gods in this world are actually full-fledged gods, they're just stealing the power of faith. You'll see when you actually level up. After becoming a trainee god, you will be the only true god in this world. Yu Luo is still really relieved. It's good to have a newbie protection period. In fact, even if she worries, it's useless. Even if there is really a guy who is more powerful than herself looking for her, the current her also has no power of resistance. Lin Jia Village. Lin Aniang carved out the rough outline of the piece of wood and let it go, unsure of how to proceed, because it suddenly occurred to her that the temple idols didn't seem to have specific eyebrows either, only outlines. Perhaps the only way to know the answer was to ask the mountain goddess tomorrow. She had to go to sleep with her 2 children, still dreaming those precognitive dreams, only this time, she didn't feel so deeply vicarious, instead calmly observing from the sidelines. According to the time calculation in the dream, her daughter is still safe. Until next fall, the pair of adoptive parents will come into contact with a worldly master, so as to reverse their daughter's fate, so that her daughter for their pair of dragon and phoenix child to prevent disaster. That merchant couple went to Chongzhou, which was one state away from Qingzhou, where the Lin family village was located, and was still a long distance away. When she had saved up enough silver money for the coming spring year, she would take her 2 children with her to find her youngest daughter. No matter what, she wouldn't let her little daughter suffer all that again. Dazed and dreaming, Lin and Yang didn't even sleep very soundly, and even in her dreams, she frowned. I don't know how long I had been dreaming, but there was a sudden urgent knock at the door and a thin cry. Lin Anyang was jolted awake, and the 2 girls woke up rubbing their eyes in confusion. Is it dawn yet? Lin Xiu inquired in a daze. Lin and Yang soothed her 2 daughters, got out of bed and opened the door to find that it was still dark outside, and the person who was knocking at the door was a very thin boy. The boy's right hand was abnormally bent, looked extraordinarily gruesome, and was swollen, but he was still there, fighting to knock on the door. Brother Feng, what happened to your hand? Lin and Yang instantly recognized the boy as Lin Genju's child inside the front yard. Chapter 13, Going to the Mountain God. Lin and Yang shot a glance and saw that the boy was also carrying a 1-year-old female doll on his back, and the female doll's neck had blue bruises from being pinched out by someone's force. Not only that, but the girl doll's face became blue and purple, and her breathing was getting weaker and weaker as if she was dying. Lin and Yang was startled, and hurriedly let the boy come inside the house, quickly woke up her eldest daughter, and took out the remaining bowl of chicken soup, and came with her daughter to heat up the chicken soup inside the Lin family's kitchen. Wait here, Brother Feng, we'll be done in a minute. The chicken soup quickly became warm. Lin and Yang hurriedly scooped out a spoonful. Feng Gor, do you trust me? The boy pursed his lips and glanced worriedly at his sister before finally nodding firmly. Lin Anyang gave the girl doll a few sips of the warm chicken soup and realized that the bruises on the girl's face weren't as bad. What a sin! What happened? Who did this? Lin and Yang was already gripping the hilt of the knife next to her, itching to rush over immediately. It's insane to do that to 2 children. Feng Gor, if you can't tell me, just gesture twice and let me know what happened. Lin Anyang looked at the bent hand and couldn't help but draw in another breath of cold air. Lin Feng hadn't spoken much since he was born, and everyone thought the boy was mute. But Lin and Yang knew that wasn't the case. Feng could speak. He just needed to overcome the fear in his heart. Speaking of the family in the front yard, Lin and Yang also sighed for a while. Lin Zhenju dreamed of a boy, married his ex-wife, failed to give birth to a son, was tortured by him to go crazy, and kicked out, then married a new wife. The first child was not easy to give birth to a son. The results of Lin Zhenju every day to drink in the house to smash things, violent, beat his wife. The boy grew up to see all the violence is not a problem. So even though Feng Gor is a boy, Lin Zhenju doesn't treat him very well and often scolds him together at home. The more she recalled her previous memories, the more ugly Lin and Yang's face became. The 2 children with this appearance. It couldn't have been beaten by Lin Zhenju, could it? Even if Lin Zhenju did not like his daughter, he could not be so cruel. Just now that look is really very scary. See, the child is going to go. Is it your father? Lin Anyang inquired with a sigh. Lin Feng nodded silently as he carefully picked up his sister and gestured a few more times. Is your mother still being beaten there? Take me there now. If it was in the past, when Lin and Yang herself was being bullied by the Lin family, she definitely wouldn't have gone because going would just be one more to be beaten. However, it was different now, as the mountain goddess had bestowed such a powerful ability, and she had seen such suffering. How could she be indifferent? It would be a sorry excuse for the mountain goddess's trust. Lin Anyang winded up and found a stick, and immediately followed the people out. Lin Xiu wanted to go along, but was persuaded. Xiu, your sister still needs you to take care of her. She's still sleeping. What if the Lin family sneaks over? Lin Xiu immediately straightened her chest and patted her small chest, stating that she would definitely guard her sister. Mother, take this with you when you go. She ran to the bedside and held out the small idol carved out in profile. The mountain goddess will bless you. Lin Anyang smiled gratefully and carefully put the idol away. Child, take my hand and I'll take you to your mother's rescue. She hugged the girl and held the boy's other intact hand in her warm one. Damn it, there's actually this kind of person. I'm going to go over and crush him. Yu Luo idly opened the panoramic map in the middle of the night, not expecting to see such a scene. Angry, she jumped up on the spot and was bounced back again by the translucent blocking shield around her. Seeing that she was about to attach herself to the tiny wooden idol, the system, who had just woken up, hastily pulled her back. Think carefully, you don't have a rank at the moment. You can only attach to the past once a day for a minute at a time. If you go over there now, you'll have to come back if you can't find anyone. Yu Luo gradually quieted down and was also a bit speechless. How come my ability in the early stages is so weak? I can't believe I can only attach to the past for a minute. Fortunately I didn't use it in advance before. The system was also a bit speechless. A minute would be good. Some of the ones that steal the power of faith can only be possessed for a few seconds. Yulo, Linjia village. When Lin Anyang found Ning Xiangxiao, the other party was already lying on the ground, with a large puddle of blood behind her. Momentarily confused, she rushed over to check and was relieved to find that the other woman was still breathing. What can be done? Lin Anyang was in a hurry. Her strength had become very great now, but she didn't know medical skills either. And there aren't any barefoot doctors nearby. The old barefoot doctor from the next village, 6 months ago, has gone. Unless they could go to the county town to find a doctor now. However, the Lin family village was still very far from the county town, and it was impossible for Ning Xiangxiao to last until that time. Next to him, Lin Feng was also confused and fell to his knees with a flutter, tears streaming down his face. Child, it's fine, it's fine. Ning Xiangxiao was still there desperately trying to comfort. Where's your sister? She struggled to get up, but couldn't move at all. Lin Feng desperately shook his head. His mouth seemed to be saying something, pointing at Lin and Yang next to him. Brother Feng, I heard your voice. It's so good. Ning Xiangxiao revealed a hint of a smile. After you, take good care of your sister. Lin Feng held her hand in a death grip, still desperately shaking his head. Mother, don't go. Ning Xiangxiao glanced at her son in relief, and finally glanced fondly in her daughter's direction. Lin and Yang thought of the 2 mouthfuls of chicken soup left over from earlier and hurriedly fed it over. But it still didn't help, and even the girl doll in her arms was breathing more and more faintly. Just when the atmosphere was stagnant, a distant and divine voice suddenly sounded in the air. Anyang. Lin Anyang instantly raised her eyes as she seemed to have heard the voice of the mountain goddess. Although she had never heard the mountain goddess speak before, she dared to be certain that it must be this deity. Go find a bottle of wine, and then find this hemostatic herb, mash it up and put it on the wound, and wrap it in a clean cloth. In Lin and Yang's mind, the appearance of a grass appeared. She recognized this grass. The roadsides of Linjia village were everywhere. You guys wait, I'll be right back. She naturally didn't have any wine here, but Elder Lin had a bottle in his collection, and Lin and Yang nonchalantly walked over and brought that bottle. The Lin family woke up in their sleep. Seeing her form, they thought they were having a nightmare and hurriedly closed their eyes again. Lin and Yang plucked a few plants to stop the bleeding, washed and mashed them into mince, and boiled the only clean cloth in the house, rushing back in a hurry. Next, that divine voice sounded again, and Lin Anyang followed the steps of this voice, slowly bandaging Ning Xiangxiao up. Anyang, well done, bring them here. After the voice disappeared, this wooden sculpture in her arms, the light emanating from it also disappeared. Everything seemed like a dream. If it wasn't for this piece of cloth on Ning Xiangxiao's head, she would have thought that everything she had just seen was fake. By the way, I still have to bring them there. Lin Anyang had wanted to explain once more, but she didn't realize that Lin Feng next to her had already taken the initiative to help, carefully lifting her mother up. Aunt Lin, me, too, the boy spoke nervously. You just heard it too? Lin Anyang was surprised in her heart. So the voice just now wasn't something she could hear herself? That's fine. No need to explain too much. Lin Feng nodded his head vigorously. Hear that? Mountain goddess. Awesome. Come on. I'll take you to the mountain goddess. Lin Anyang found one of the only clothes inside Ning Xiangxiao's room and wrapped the girl doll in her arms tightly before carrying Ning Xiangxiao on her back again. On her way out, she glanced in the direction of her 2 daughters, remembering the strength of her daughters, and her heart settled slightly. The next second, however, her eyes widened, because Lin Xiao came over with her sister on her back, her little short legs moving fast. Mother, we're here too. Together we'll go to the mountain goddess. Since Lin Xiao had eaten the roasted chicken, not only had her strength become very great, but even her hearing had become better, and she easily heard the words that had just been spoken. Lin and Yang looked at the eager eyes of her 2 daughters and still agreed. This time, however, she made it a point to return to the Lin family and find 2 more thick clothes. When the Lin family opened their eyes and saw her again, they almost didn't faint straight away. One could only watch as Lin Anyang took away the 2 newest little cotton coats made in the house. It was only after the people left that old Mrs. Lin let out an owl and cried out, God damn it, that's what I prepared for my 2 grandchildren. The second house of the Lin family behind us. Mother, can you scream any weaker? Chapter 14, New Believers. In the Broken Temple, Yuluo also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately Lin and Yang had given both Ning Xiangxiao and that girl doll a few mouthfuls of chicken soup, and also bandaged Ning Xiangxiao's wounds according to her commands, or else these 2 really wouldn't have been able to hold out until they reached here at the temple. It couldn't be helped that she wasn't even a trainee deity at the moment, or else she could just directly gift people with her abilities from across the sky. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Purchasing a megaphone. 30 faith values have been deducted. Please try again. Hearing the system's voice, Yu Luo sighed. The newly accumulated faith value from Lin and Yang and a few ants over the past 2 days was about to bottom out again. Why did another 60 faith values pop up? Yuluo took a closer look and realized that all these faith values were offered by Ning Xiangqiu and Lin Feng. These two people offered 30 faith values each, together with the 20 faith values left over from before. I have a total of 80 faith values. Are there any props that will increase the chances of my healing abilities when I draw them later? A minimum of 100 faith values for a lucky key, but you can get a 20% discount if you're new to the game. Inside the panoramic map, Lin and Yang was speeding up, while Lin Feng next to her was struggling to climb upwards despite the wound on her right hand. Even if she fell down, she quickly stood up and used that intact hand to support her body. Lin Xiu saw this and even took the initiative to help out on the side, picking up Lin Feng with one hand. Lin Feng froze and hurriedly followed. Let's have one then. Isn't it just 80 faith values? Yuluo waved his hand in a righteous manner. All of the family's money is just a matter of earning back the value of faith. But if the person is gone, it's really gone. A hint of a smile leaked from the system's eyes, which passed in an instant. I don't know how long it took, but the morning light outside had already broken, and Lin and Yang finally arrived outside the temple with the girl doll in her arms and Ning Xiangqiu on her back. Behind him, Lin Feng's injured hand was already bruised and purple, but he still followed closely with great perseverance. Arriving within the confines of the mountain god's temple, Lin and Yang relaxed instead as she gently knocked on the door and then slowly pushed it open. This mountain temple remained as it had been before, without a single breeze revealing itself. However, at this time, the mountain god temple was already different in Lin and Yang's eyes, as if it was revealing golden light everywhere. Mountain goddess, I've brought them here. What are your next instructions? Lin Anyang raised her head, her eyes expectant. This time, there was no divine voice coming through, yet Lin Anyang wasn't worried at all. They had already arrived at the mountain god temple, and if the mountain goddess couldn't save them, it was truly useless. Next to him, Lin Feng was nervously looking towards the location of the idol. Even though this idol only had a rough outline and was still made of clay, his expression was unusually respectful. In the next second, 3 emerald green leaves floated in from outside the door. The wooden door of the broken temple was opened automatically, and the green leaf slowly fell onto the heads of the mother and daughter. The other leaf, on the other hand, landed on top of Lin Feng's right hand. As burst after burst of soft green light lit up, the 3 people who were enveloped in the green light could feel wave after wave of warmth coursing through their bodies. The 3 leaves were imprinted on the center of the brow, the back of the head, and the palm of the right hand, leaving light traces. The sound of Ning Xiangqiu coughing gradually resounded inside the temple. She had actually woken up a long time ago, and had also heard Lin Anyang's inquiring voice just now, truly feeling the warmth. Thank you, mountain goddess, for coming to the rescue. The pain in the back of her head gradually faded away, and Ning Xiangqiu's heart was both shocked and delighted. She turned to her own daughter and realized that her bruises had become lighter and her face was no longer bruised. She thought that she would soon have to abandon her 2 children and just go, but she didn't expect to be saved by the mountain goddess. Mountain goddess, my embroidery is very good. When I go back I will definitely make more money, mold a golden body for you, and refurbish the mountain god temple. She was incoherent and didn't know how to express her surprise. The mountain goddess did not answer again, and the entire space was extraordinarily silent. Ning Xiangqiu was a bit nervous, thinking that the mountain goddess had disliked herself. Next to her, Lin Anyang patted her shoulder and whispered, the mountain goddess doesn't often manifest her spirit. This time you guys are really lucky. Ning Xiangqiu revealed a hefty smile. By the way, have you all checked to see if your strength has suddenly grown like mine? Lin Anyang was likewise very curious as to what the blessings that the mountain goddess would give to the others would be. Ning Xiangqiu was so excited that she stuttered a little. Will I be able to do the same? As an ordinary person, she really couldn't imagine that this kind of magical thing would happen to her. Lin and Yang patiently explained from the side. Yes, when my 2 daughters and I ate the roasted chicken, our strength suddenly became stronger. So check it out carefully. Ning Xiangqiu hurriedly felt her body. She subconsciously pinched a branch and with great effort, she couldn't even tear it off. Don't be anxious, the mountain goddess blessing must be in other areas. Lin Anyang comforted from the side. Ning Xiangqiu took a deep breath, then carefully felt that heat flow in her body, and finally channeled it out. A flash of green light bloomed in the center of her hand, and Ning Xiangqiu herself was startled. In the next second, Ning Xiangqiu didn't know what came to her mind, and directly used a sharp branch to slice through her hand, covering it with green light. Wherever the green light went, the hand returned to normal. Ning Xiangqiu hurriedly covered her daughter's body with green light, and sure enough, she found that her daughter's expression became more comfortable. She came back to her son and took the other man's hand in a heartfelt gesture. Although under the power of the mountain goddess, Lin Feng's right hand had partially recovered. After climbing the mountain for such a long time, Both of his hands were already red and swollen from the cold. She cried and laughed as she carefully reduced her son's swelling. It's great that they all survived and recovered from their wounds. All thanks to the mountain goddess. Within a short period of time, Ning Xiangqiu had provided quite a few more faith values. Inside the idle space, Yu Luo didn't pay attention to the increase in faith value. At the moment she was checking out the abilities of these three people. However, Yu Luo was surprised to find that all three actually had different abilities. Chapter 15, The Second Villain. Congratulations to your believer, Ning Xiangqiu, for acquiring the ability to heal. Congratulations to your little believer, Lin Lu, for acquiring the forest shelter ability. Congratulations to your little believer Lin Feng for acquiring the wisdom ability. Yu Luo knew about the healing ability. Just now Ning Xiangqiu used this ability and healed two children. Wisdom can be understood as, later on, being very smart. But what about the forest shelter ability? The system over there was also so excited that it wasn't even yawning much anymore. Host, you and a few of the new believers have been quite lucky. The ones drawn out are all abilities that only primary and intermediate gods can grant to believers. Yu Luo was even more curious about the ability to shelter the forest, carefully poking it open. It turned out that as long as it was where the forest grass and trees were, Lin Lu would not be harmed, could control the growth of the surrounding grass and trees, and could even shelter other people. I have to say, this ability's really very powerful. With this little guy, in the future, her family and even the barren mountains could be protected. No, I just remembered. Little Lulu, she's only a year old. She doesn't even have much self-awareness yet. How did she become a believer? Yu Luo realized something was wrong. Becoming a full-fledged believer required devotion. Before, she gave this little guy a leaf as well because she thought that the step of bestowing abilities would increase the other's vitality. And she didn't expect it to actually work. The little system donut floated over slowly and explained, that's why you're very lucky. This 1-year-old girl is a villainess who lost all her memories and passed through the tire. In her last life she was an accountant who died suddenly, and after crossing over in this life, she grew up without a mother, and was beaten by her old man every day, and even her brother was killed trying to protect her. In the book, she is the shady and vicious female match who hides in the dark corners every day and covets the heroine's happy life, and later even tries to snatch the man the heroine has her eye on, a fallen marquis son, by virtue of saving her life. As a result, Lin Lu's end was also very tragic, and then was harassed by vagrants every day, was rumored to be a watery woman, and the job inside the county town that was hard to find to settle scores for others was gone, and she had to suffer from gossip when she returned to the village. Later on, when the female lead and that worldly son were hitting it off, Lin Lu was dragged out by someone else one night, and by the time someone else found out the next day, she was already white from soaking inside the river. Yu Luo listened to the heartbreaking. Where is this? What is a dark and vicious female match? Isn't this a poor little girl who has been bullied since she was a child? There is also that snatch marriage thing. Yu Luo is even more laughable. The heroine and that Shitsi 8 have not even a brush with it. Think that people saved the Shitsi. Is Snatch Man? Lin Lu is still the world's son savior. After encountering so much, the other party did not show up much. What is there to rob this person? Yu Luo was a bit speechless about this book, but with Lin and Yang's experience as the villainous cannon fodder control group of the two books, she wasn't too surprised by this world that blended the various protagonists. Lin and Yang is so good-natured, and her 3 daughters are all good. All of them can end up in this situation. All of them can become villainous cannon fodder. Who exactly is that female lead? They live so close to each other, both in Linjia village. Are they in the same book? Yu Luo pondered. System, you guessed correctly. Lin and Yang and Lin Lu are indeed both villains and cannon fodder within the book One Child, 8 Treasures. The overbearing prince's little Zhao Zhao, and the heroine of this book is the second daughter of the Lin family's eldest house, Lin Lian. Yu Lo. Other than that, this One Child, 8 babies, is really fertile. It seems that in the future, we have to let Lin and Yang be careful of this female head of the Lin family's big house, and that whatsoever sons of the world can't be dipped again, so let them fend for themselves. The system finished those and yawned once again. Currently, Lin Lu is semi-conscious, but she is still able to sense the movements outside. You saved her mother and brother. She is naturally very grateful to you. If you don't believe me, check the faith value carefully. The current faith value has reached 200. Half of it is provided by her. I'm going to sleep. In a short period of time, don't call me for anything. Yu Luo lamented while opening the page of faith value to check it out, and he saw a bunch of the latest information that popped up. Lin Lu provided 100 faith values, and the others were provided by Ning Xiangqiu, Lin Feng, and Lin and Yang one after another. A good boy, giving 100 faith values at once, is grateful. How can he be a vicious villain? In the broken temple, Lin Anyang and Ning Xiangqiu were both talking about it. Ning Xiangqiu hugged her daughter who was already rosy-cheeked, and her face was filled with the joy of being lost and found. Ah Niang, thank you so much. If you hadn't brought me and the children to the mountain goddess, I'm afraid I would have gone long ago. Not only that, but with a father who gambles every day and beats people up whenever he moves, her children, for sure, are not much better off. Lin Anyang waved her hand. This is all just a casual effort. The mountain goddess gave me this ability. I have to use it on the right path before I can do anything about it. Otherwise, what's the difference between her and those Lin family members? Ning Xiangxiao nodded her head repeatedly as she hugged her daughter and said in a warm voice, and Yang, I've saved 10 taels of silver over the years, and originally I wanted to continue to save it up for Fenggur to get a daughter-in-law, and save up for Lulu's dowry. It was very hard for her to save this money, and every day she dared to do some embroidery work in secret only in the middle of the night, when her husband was asleep. Otherwise, if her husband finds out, the money will surely be taken away from her. But now, I don't think I can go on like this. I want to embroider some large screens, or some ornaments, to earn some more money, and save another sum for the mountain goddess to refurbish the temple. What do you think? Ning Xianxiao's face showed longing. Lin and Yang was a little embarrassed. She actually wanted to earn more money to mold a golden body for the mountain goddess. However, at the moment she really didn't have a single copper in her hand. She was truly penniless. She thought for a moment and analyzed. I'm strong now, so I can go to the docks and find some work carrying goods to earn money. If I really can't, I'll do some carpentry work and take some of the finished products inside the county to sell, right along with your embroidery work. The more Lin and Yang thought about it, the more energized she felt, and it is true that earning money for herself is the only way to have energy. Ning Xiangxiao shook her head when she heard the pier carried over. You can't go there. I heard my gambling husband often underestimate it secretly. He said that he would often collaborate with some of the pier's contractors to teach some disobedient Huns. That place can be chaotic. Lin and Yang has been frowning as she listened, not realizing that the dock side of the county is so chaotic. It seems that it is more reliable to go and sell finished carpentry products. It was a good time to try her hand at wood carving. She had to learn how to do it quickly, and find a way to earn a living, so that she could return the favor to the goddess of the mountains. Mother, you cook very well. Your favorite is your scallion pancake. It's so delicious. Rinsu was beside herself with great anticipation. If her mother could sell scallion pancakes, would she be able to eat something so delicious every day from now on? Lin and Yang's nose soured as she listened. Besides that roasted chicken, the only good thing that her two daughters had eaten was the scallion pancake. Xiao Xiao, Zhu Zhu, mother knows a lot of delicious food. In the future we will also sell food, so that you can eat all kinds of good food every day. Okay? Mother, really? The two girls jumped around happily, but they also took into account the fact that this was the mountain god's temple and didn't make much noise. They just hugged their mother tightly. Everyone in this small mountain god temple was full of anticipation for the future. Ning Xiangqiu was still a little scared when she thought of that gambling husband. Even if she wanted to resist, she had to have the strength to do so. She couldn't just take a beating there every time and use her ability to heal after being beaten. Could she? No. How could she waste the goodwill bestowed upon her by the mountain goddess like that? When the mountain goddess gave herself this ability, she must have wanted her to help more people and make more people aware of the mountain goddess. When the time comes, I'll take my daughter and split up the family. You'll come and live with us. I'll prepare 2 rooms for you and your son and daughter, and we'll see if that Lin Jinju dares to come over in the future. Lin Anyang's eyes glowed fiercely. Now this terrifying strength is her bottom line. Ning Xiangqiao shook her head repeatedly. No, how can I let you build a house for us for nothing? I'll pay for you. This 10 taels of silver are all yours. I'll just leave the money for the materials. I'll also share some of the money I get from doing embroidery work afterward. As the two of them pushed back, the girl in Ning Xiangqiao's arms suddenly burst into tears. They began to fumble with the baby again. Ning Xiangqiao was afraid that the child's cries would disturb the mountain goddess, so she brought Lin Lu outside the mountain god temple. Just as she walked down the steps, however, she realized something magical. A tall tree bent its branches as if to greet them. Not only that, but another half-man tall grass suddenly grew wildly and directly rolled them up. Ning Xiangqiu was startled, then thinking that this was the range of the mountain goddess, and that the grass was not malicious, she was slightly relieved. Is this the mountain goddess greeting us? She wondered in amazement. No, this seems to be your family Lulu's ability. Lin Anyang was keenly aware that the palm of the little girl's right hand was lit up with a light green glow. No sooner had they spoken than another weed sprang out and bundled up a passing rabbit. A group of people looked at each other. Chapter 16, Different Capabilities. Finally that rabbit was tied up by Lin Anyang and put inside the only basket. She was very pleasantly surprised at this image. Lady Ning, your daughter's ability is also very impressive. Not to mention the others, even Ning Xiangqiao was a bit giddy. Her daughter actually had powers? And this ability to control the grass and trees was just too divine. If she didn't know that it was bestowed by the mountain goddess, she would have thought that it was a fairy from somewhere, or a demon. Brother Feng, what about you? Ning Xiangqiu hurriedly held her son's left hand. Lin Feng also looked odd. He felt like he had gained an ability, but this ability seemed to be different from both his mother's and sister's. I feel that my head has become clearer, and everything I've read before comes back to me. Simply put, it's becoming unforgettable and smarter. However, Lin Feng felt that there was more to this ability than that. There were some feelings that were indescribable, but he knew that he would get a lot of benefits. Ning Xiangqiu immediately led her son and carried her daughter back to the mountain god temple, and again paid homage to the mountain god statue. All these abilities were given to you by the mountain goddess. Son, I want you to swear right now that you can't use these abilities to bully other people. We can't be like your father. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his hand and swore at the idol. Her daughter was fine, and although Ning Xiangqiu felt that the other party couldn't understand, she still gave a soft exhortation. Who knew that the little guy was raising his right hand too and babbling away? The group of people didn't take it seriously, but it was Lin Feng who quietly held his sister's hand and encouraged her. In the space of the idol, Yu Luo looked at the harmonious atmosphere outside and also had a smile on his face. After the group left, Yu Luo was also thinking. According to those images seen on the panoramic map, the Lin family's meals were not rich, at least not in the latter days of the very high-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes and corn some crops, but there were some taro. She observed very carefully. Some of the fields near the Lin family village, some of the land had dried up and cracked, and the river by the roadside had run out of water, leaving only some shallow puddles. It seems that there are frequent disasters in this part of the world, and the situation will certainly affect next year's grain harvest, and there will be famine if the grain harvest fails. If she wants more believers, she surely has to consider how those believers are going to survive and how they are going to be fed and clothed. What else could be more useful than those high-yielding crops? Yu Luo glanced at the mall that hadn't been opened so far. This mall would have to wait until he became a trainee god before he could open it. Hopefully this mall will give some power and open up some high-yielding crops. Since she's a god, this mall must be affected by herself, right? Yu Luo decided to chant a few times a day at the mall to keep this mall in mind. Lin Jia Village. The Lin family got up before dawn. All of them hadn't slept well all night and had 2 nightmares in a row, almost not dying of fright in the middle of the night. Old man, did you see Lao San's daughter-in-law come in last night? Why did I dream that she came twice and took all our things? As soon as Mrs. Lin opened her eyes, she began to tense up. She looked around and found that the 2 little cotton-padded jackets were gone, and immediately, as if she had lost her soul, she fell straight to the ground, for the old man had risen early, and his face was very ugly, for his bottle of treasured wine had been partly used, and the old man's heart was hard and tight. The old master and old lady looked at each other, both seeing the embarrassment in the other's eyes. So last night was all real? I wasn't dreaming? Old Mrs. Lin gently slapped herself. She was so angry that her chest kept heaving and she kept gasping for air. God damn it! If Lao San's daughter-in-law is like this every day, how can she let us live? That's the only cotton left in the house. The eldest grandson hasn't worn it yet, and it was given to those 2 girls. I won't live. I won't live. Next to her, Wu Chuiying was woken up and also had an ironic look on her face. Apparently she also realized that what happened yesterday was not a dream, and that her son's cotton jacket was taken away by that Lin and Yang. Alright, you few stop crying and howling here. Aren't you ashamed enough? Elder Lin couldn't bear it. If you really want to come back, then go find her, and ask her to return all her things, and then come back to be an ox and a horse, and let you beat and scold her. The 2 who were crying and shouting immediately stopped saying anything. If they dared, would they be crying here? Directly ran to the next door arrogant. Alright, don't disgrace yourself here either. Hurry up and go cook. Don't anyone in the family need to eat? Old Mrs. Lin didn't dare to dislike her old partner back, so she took her anger out on Wu Chuiying next to her. But Wu Chuiying was not one to be messed with, and directly left the hall and went back inside the room of the second house. You want to eat it, you go ahead and make it yourself. I make pig food anyway. Mrs. Lin. In the morning, it was another rowdy day on the Lin family's side. When dawn broke outside and the sun rose over the side of the barren mountain, a group of ants arrived at the Lin family's door. And Yang, are you awake? The soft voices of a group of ants came from outside the door. Wu Chuiying rolled her eyes, thinking that this group of guys were just snobs, thinking that people had a lot of strength, and now they were all surrounding them. A group of ants ignored her and spoke softly by the door. Is Yang still awake? I can't. Anyang would have woken up by this time. Let's wait until later then, in case Anyang wants to rest a little longer. The group was about to leave when they heard scream after scream from the front yard. They rushed over in a hurry with their baskets in their hands. Wu Chuiying's eyes rolled and she followed along. Chapter 17. What's going on? My god, that was a hard hit. There's blood everywhere inside the yard. Where did Lin Jinju go? Not caring about his wife and children? Still care about the wife and children. I heard from my family Sanner that this Lin Jinju went to gamble again in the middle of the night, and hasn't come back until now. The people came to this side of the courtyard to see. One by one all draw a breath of cold, because the courtyard inside the flow of a large pool of blood, those pots and pans is a mess, as if there is what robbers, in the middle of the night to patronize some fragrant lady. Fragrant lady? Someone had the courage to ask her husband to push open the door of the hall, and found it surprisingly empty, without a single person inside. It's finished, the fragrant lady and her 2 children won't be kidnapped by that robber. Robbers came to our village last night? My God, how could there be such hateful people who would strike at orphans and widows? I don't think it's a robber. I clearly heard Lin Genju's voice last night. He seemed to be scolding Xiang Yangzi. The crowd looked even heavier. They had intervened before, thinking that Lin Genju was too much of an asshole to actually beat his wife with a stick. Yet the people who came to the door to reason with him were all knocked out by Lin Genju. As the saying goes, it's hard to stop a spear in the open and hard to guard against arrows in the dark. So if this Lin Genju had been eerily staring at his own family, looking for a chance to fall in line, what could they have done? What can they do? Can't they just fight with Lin Genju without working every day? Even Rijin was so angry with Lin Genju that he had to teach him a lesson every time he caught him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although Lin Genju's character is not good, he fights and brawls with those loafers, and the general public does not dare to mess with him easily. What about ordinary people like them? After a few times of fear and trepidation, these people no longer dare to come over to intercede. Ning Xiangqiu is very poor, but their lives are also very important. In any case, the man was no longer to be found and was presumably long dead. Uncles and aunts, you should hurry up and report to the police, and get the fragrant lady and her children back early. One of the smaller scribes with a thinner body coughed, his tone worried. However, some of the older uncles were a bit hesitant. Was it not appropriate to report to the government just like that? They were all ordinary croppers and were afraid of dealing with the government. But Xiang Yangzi's whereabouts are unknown, in case something does happen. Still hesitating? I think this must be Lin Anyan's move. She came and went in our house twice in the middle of the night yesterday and took many things. 2 of our family's newly made cotton coats were taken by her. Thinking of this, Wu Chuiying is angry. This one of the cotton jacket, but her son, the 2 worthless girls, wearing this newly made cotton wool jacket, not afraid of losing their lives. You see, Lin Anyang's strength has suddenly become so great. She went out last night and didn't come back this morning. Who else could have done it if she didn't move her hand? And who could have such great strength? When he said that, one of the older uncles really thought about it. You're right. At the moment it is indeed Lin Anyang who is the most suspicious. When she comes back, we'll have to ask him properly. The other stunk and tapped his cane. Yet the aunts, and some of the younger men, looked at each other in dismay. Of course these aunts wouldn't believe it. After all, how could Anyang do such a thing when she was so kind and willing to guide them to the location of the mountain god's temple? And Lin Gunju is so bad that he violently beats his wife and child every day. This guy is the most suspicious. Wu Chuiying, you don't want to be bloodthirsty, and Nyang's strength has become so great. The most diaphragmatic person should be your Lin family. How come you are all still alive and well? How can it be that Xiang Nyangzi and her child are the first to have an accident? Aunt Hannah grunted heavily. Zhang family's wife also nodded. Look at you. Aren't you still alive and kicking? But be careful. If you slander Nyang again, when she comes back, you'll be waiting for the iron fist. Wu Tuiying. She couldn't help but shrink at the thought of that horrible strength of her younger sibling. However, in order to be able to settle the other party once and for all, she still gathered her courage and raised her neck. What's wrong with being strong? You can bully people just because you're strong? I think she just thought that her strength had suddenly gotten bigger, so she went to bully other people's fragrant maidens and jeopardized their lives. Second Master Lin, let's hurry up and report this to the police. Hurry up and arrest her. Wu Chuiying's mind. The government is omnipotent. Even if the strength, so what? In the end, she will be put in jail. The Lin family's second daughter-in-law has a point, but a reasonable analysis doesn't mean the truth. When that Lin and Yang comes back, I'll naturally ask her clearly. If she did it, she will definitely not be spared. If it was Lin Jinju who did the deed, then it's even more important to punish her properly. Rijing Lin Ershi sealed the deal. Wu Chuiying's eyes were excited. She felt that she was finally going to solve that horrible guy. When the officials came over with a group of constables, it was the greatest strength that had to be taken back. At this time, Lin Anyang happened to be walking down from the barren mountain with Ning Xiangqiu. Lin Anyang was still thinking about the time those ants had agreed to, and walked very fast all the way, sometimes directly carrying Ning Xiangqiu and a few children along with her as she flew along. Ning Xiangqiu, with this speed and strength, no wonder Anyang dared to go up and down the mountain by herself alone. Soon they arrived at the head of the village, but the current Lin family village was quieter than they had imagined, and the old men who used to enjoy sunbathing and chatting underneath the old peach tree very much were all gone. Lin Anyang frowned slightly and sped up again, letting Ning Xiangqiu walk behind her with the child, and when she came to the front by that courtyard, she was just in time to hear that Rijing's hammering away. Great! How dare someone casually judge herself while she was on the mountain? Lin Anyang snorted coldly and directly pushed open the courtyard door. Looking at the group of villagers, looking at the stunned expressions of the group, she directly kicked the stone next to her hard, and the stone used to cushion her feet instantly became pieces of powder. Satoshi-sama, what have you been discussing with the people of the village while I was not at home? Can you let me hear what you were just talking about as well? Lin Anyang's eyebrows rose, her entire body filled with aggression. A group of uncles, not to mention continuing to talk, they were subconsciously lowering their breath. Boy Lu, this Lin Anyang's strength how so big ah? Where is this what Hercules? This is the legendary chivalrous woman or the world outside the high personate? This group of older uncles, although they had heard some rumors before, they had never really felt it, and this time, they were truly frozen in fear. Why isn't everyone talking? Wasn't the conversation quite cheerful before? Want me to repeat it? That Wu Chuiying called me an evil woman and wanted the officials to arrest me. Lin Anyang once again coldly grunted. One of the old men who agreed with Wu Chuiying almost fainted. This guy obviously didn't come in how did he hear so clearly? So this Nyangzi must be the legendary worldly master. The crowd was already certain. What's the point of explaining? Would an explanation be useful? They all glared angrily at Wu Chuiying, and even old Mrs. Lin and old Master Lin, who had mingled in behind them at some point, suffered from the angry stares of the crowd. What are you all looking at me for? Even though I suggested it, but you guys agreed to it. With so many people, are we still afraid of her? One Lin Anyang? Wu Chuiying said something unconvincing while quietly retreating to the back. If you guys don't agree with me, I'll just leave. Why are you looking at me like that? Sibling, I'll leave first. You continue to chat here. Wu Chuiying ultimately didn't have the time to leave, because the next second she was directly slapped out of the room. Lin Luo, who was watching from behind, was similarly slapped and flew directly to the top of the wall. Ouch ouch ouch, screaming there. I've told you not to mess with me, but you're still making rumors there. If I hadn't come back in time, I'm afraid that the officials would have come over by now, right? Lin Anyang felt very speechless. When will these guys learn their lesson? Seems like we have to wait for a place where no one is around to teach a good lesson, and some of them know how red the flowers are. The moment the Lin family's second couple flew out, all those uncles in the courtyard subconsciously retreated a few steps back, clinging to the wall behind them. The force was just too terrifying. Luckily, they hadn't been too arbitrary, or else their little lives would have been hard to protect. Rijing-sama, I sent Xiang Yangzi to the mountain god temple overnight, and now that she's recovered, she'll be bringing the child over soon. Do you need me to explain it again? A group of uncles shook their heads in unison. Even if the person was gone, they wouldn't dare to disobey this horrible guy at this time. Very well, then you guys go report it to the officials. Lin Anyang finally revealed a smile. The group of villagers became even more nervous. What was the point of reporting to the officials? What? The fragrant lady was beaten half to death by Ling Zhenju, and you still don't need to report it to the police? Report to the officials right away. Lin Rijing felt guilty in his heart and was also a bit resentful. If Lin Zhenju hadn't beaten his wife up in the middle of the night, how would they have offended this Lin Anyang? Just as the crowd was at a loss for words, the wooden door was kicked open again. I think you're all senile. Under the support of a little girl, an old lady in plain clothes walked over. Behind her was an elderly man who looked very similar to the second Master Lin. Mother, big brother, weren't you guys in Shangzhou? How come you're back now? Second Master Lin rushed over and tried to assist the old lady. And calling me mother, I see you just don't have me in your sights. How come you can let the villagers bully people just because you become the head of this place? If my grandchildren hadn't all come running over to talk to me, I wouldn't have known that so much had happened in the village during the years I'd been away. The old lady's face was red with anger. I think it's because I've been away for too long, allowing you to live a life of comfort for so long that you've forgotten our Lin family's rules. The group of uncles all looked strange. This plainly dressed old lady was about to say family law, and looked up confused. Chapter 18, Old Mrs. Gong's son. What's the situation? Aren't these guys letting the villagers bully other people's in Yangtze and clamoring to report it to the police? Why are they all cowering there? More honest than the rabbit that saw the man? The old lady hadn't thought about it for half a day, but she was convinced of her judgment. In any case, all these things happening in the village are true. What did I tell you in the beginning? I've been away for so many years and haven't given you the family law, so I've long forgotten, right? Boss, bring me my stick. The old man next to him instantly lit up a long stick. Mother, Aunt, don't. The group of uncles instantly panicked and knelt on the ground in unison. I told you to be indiscriminate. I told you to see death. I told you to mess up the Lin family village. Did you think that because my old lady doesn't come back much, you can do whatever you want? This old lady was a real fighter. She walked over with her stick. It was so alive and well. And she directly punched at the group of elderly uncles. Seeing this, Yu Luo couldn't stop laughing. I thought that the people of the Lin family village were all Lin and Yang's family, as well as Lin Genju's kind of virtue. Who knew that there was such a reasonable one? To be able to carry a stick and catch so many old grandpas there to beat them up. You must be of a higher generation, right? I don't know when the system that woke up appeared again. You guessed it right. This old lady is the highest in seniority. She's already more than 110 years old. The Lin family's group of old people. All of them are her juniors. Yu Luo sighed in his heart. No wonder he just listened to the sound of the mother. So the old lady's age is already so old, but so handsome. The system thought for a moment and then added again. Actually, the Lin family village is still quite special. They are a family that was exiled here because of a mistake made 100 years ago, and they have already flourished here for 100 years. And old lady Gongsun is the only one who still remembers the Lin family's original splendor, and she used to be a county princess as well. Originally, the sheriff could have stayed in the capital, but the original Gongsun could not afford to give up her mother-in-law who defended her at every turn, and insisted on following her, and has been living here until now. It was because of these several layers of Gongsun old lady's distinctive identity. That group of people simply did not have the heart to resist. One only dared to wail. Mother, stop fighting. Look at you. You're tired of fighting. Let's take a break. Mother, how would we dare to do that? If we had known that Lin Anian was a high-ranking person, we wouldn't have dared to do it even if we had 100 more guts. Well, you guys actually have a point. Thinking that just because someone is a weak little girl, you can be unreasonable? Mother, no, we were wrong. Ow. The scene was very comical at one point, with a bunch of old grandpas scurrying around and wailing as they were beaten. Humph. A lesson like that first, and then something like that afterward. It won't be so easy. Old Mrs. Gongsun finally got angry and hummed once again. It seems that all these years of me being out in purgatory and not asking questions about the world have made you all think that you can jump around again. I'll put my words here now. I'll see who dares to touch Lady An. A group of uncles. Who would have thought that just one little thing would have drawn the old lady in? If they had known, they wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Not only were they threatened by that Lin and Yang, but they also had to be taught a lesson by their old ancestor/mother/aunt. So it's really impossible to live this life. Why is the house so lively? Over there, Ning Shangqiao also finally ran over with a few children. Her speed was not as fast as Lin Anyang's, and she only just managed to arrive. Seeing the lively Ning Shangqiao, the group of villagers were also confused. So, what's with that puddle of blood on the floor? It can't be Lin Zhenju, can it? The group of people shivered and looked at Lin Anyang in horror. Seeing this, Ning Shangqiao hurriedly picked up a broom and explained as she cleaned. Don't be surprised. Of course this blood is mine. Except that I was very fortunate to be taken by Anyang to the temple of the mountain goddess and saved by the mountain goddess. If it weren't for Anyang and the mountain goddess, I would have lost my life a long time ago. Mother, I'll clean for you. Outside, Lin Feng also hugged his sister and pushed open the door and came over. Some sharp-eyed neighbors subconsciously widened their eyes when they saw the hand that Lin Feng had already recovered. Last night, Lin Feng had knocked on the doors of several neighbors. Only those people were afraid of being pestered by Lin Zhenju and didn't dare to go over there even if they had sympathy in their hearts. They naturally saw what happened to Lin Feng in the beginning, and thought that the boy's hand definitely couldn't be taken. Who knew that in one night, it had already recovered? The one who was most excited was still Zhang Yangzi. Her son lost an arm in battle, which was always a pain in the heart of the entire Zhang family. If the mountain goddess was really so powerful, even if she broke these legs on her knees, she would still beg over for her son. Lady An, Lady Xiang, is it true that you and the children were rescued by the mountain goddess? Can I ask your highness in passing if my son Changzhou can grow back his broken arm? No, I'm not asking for too much. As long as I can cure my son's old disease as well. He also suffered a knife wound on the battlefield, and now the pain is unbearable every night. Zhang Yangzi was already incoherent. Ning Shangqiao also associated it with her own son. When her son hadn't been talking much, she was dying of anxiety, but she wouldn't just agree to someone else. After all, this was the mercy of the mountain goddess, and she would have to go to the mountain god temple and ask the mountain goddess about it to find out the answer. Thinking so, she looked at Lin Anyang next to her. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Anyang. And Yang, good boy, let's go to the old mansion to talk, shall we? Old Mrs. Gongsun, who was next to her, suddenly spoke up. This old mansion. Talking about the old mansion where the old lady Gongsun always lived. There is a thick century-old willow tree next to the old mansion. Lin Anyang nodded her head without hesitation. She naturally wanted the mountain goddess to be worshipped by more people, so that more people would know of the mountain goddess's benevolence. If the principal of the Lin family village could negotiate, it would save a lot of effort, and it would also be possible to repair the mountain goddess temple and replace the statue for the mountain goddess more quickly. In the broken temple, Yu Luo was also very much looking forward to it. Her reputation as a mountain goddess would finally spread throughout the village, and an internship as a god was just around the corner. Chapter 19, Prophecies of Disaster. A group of people followed the old lady as she headed to the old mansion at the back of the Lin family village, and some of the Hans who had returned from the fields, carrying hoes, saw this situation and hurriedly followed. Coming to the willow tree, the old lady still had some feelings. This tree was planted by my own hands back then, a seedling brought back from the capital side. It has grown so big. I am also very old. The uncles and aunts of the Lin family village all flattered beside them. Ancestor, you're not old yet. Yes, auntie, you were alive and well when you just hit someone. Others, if you can't talk, don't talk. All come in. Old Mrs. Gongsun sighed and opened the courtyard of the old mansion, allowing everyone to sit inside. The courtyard is spacious, but there aren't many benches, so sit anywhere you like. Afterwards, old Mrs. Gongsun turned her gaze back to Lin Anyang. Seeing old lady Gongsuen's gaze, Lin Anyang already understood in her heart that this old lady had come for the mountain goddess from the very beginning. Why else would he suddenly look at himself differently after so many years of not asking questions? It had to be said that old lady Gongsun was very powerful. From the beginning of her appearance and then to the present, she couldn't afford to give birth to any feelings of revulsion. Instead, she was quite adoring. Old lady, then I'll speak. Looking at the old lady's kind gaze, and the expectant looks of those Lin family village villagers around her, Lin and Yang slowly spoke about the events of the past 2 days, including how she found Ning Xiangqiu lying inside the courtyard, and how she bandaged the other party under the guidance of the mountain goddess before sending them to the mountain god temple. All of it was told. Next to her, Ning Xiangqiu added some more. Her perspective was even more magical. In this story, Lin Anyang seemed like a chivalrous woman who descended from the sky, escorting them all the way to the mountain god temple in the darkness of the night. And that miraculous mountain goddess, not to mention, directly restored the injuries on their bodies. Both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning the ability, which the mountain god was willing to bestow, and that was the mercy of the mountain goddess. But if this was flaunted, wouldn't those people have a grudge against the mountain god if they didn't get new abilities? Moreover, these Lin family members were, at the moment, not the companions they had in mind, not to mention that it was impossible to speak in too much detail. However, even if the two of them didn't say it out loud, the villagers of the Lin family village all had their guesses. How could the human aged old lady Gongsun not see that? She very smartly did not ask next, but instead hammered it out. And Yang, since you know the route to the mountain god temple, take everyone from the Lin family village to pay homage tomorrow, and I'll join you then. Mother, auntie, how can you climb a barren mountain in this condition? Those villagers of the Lin family village were very worried. However, the old lady was determined to pay her respects this time. She sighed heavily. You all don't understand. The reason I've been out of the question all these years isn't because I've been recuperating at home. It's because I've been following my boss out. We've traveled a lot and passed through a lot of places and gathered a lot of information. With that, she turned her head to look at the old man next to her. There has been a change of dynasty out there a long time ago. The first emperor of this new dynasty governed the world very well. The second emperor was also good at first. However, the crown prince with virtuous abilities died unexpectedly and violently, and this emperor changed. He became temperamental and began to seek the immortals and ask the gods. Let those magicians cultivate the immortality medicine, built palaces and spiritual canals in a big way, and went to war with enemy countries one after another. And the people outside had already become unhappy long ago. Wu Duyan and Zhang Changzhou, who had followed them over, nodded their heads. This was something they knew very well, but at that time, when they left, the order of Liang had not yet collapsed. To be able to make old lady Gongsun so worried, something else big must have happened that they weren't aware of. Old Mrs. Gongsun swept a glance at the village Han and said with certainty, in a month or two, there will definitely be uprisings in this world, and some of the sizable ones are fine. Their goal is just that throne. Yet it's not the same for those rebel armies that take advantage of the chaos to burn and loot. They just want to grab food and grab treasure. If we want to survive the chaos that will follow, we must be strong enough and we must stick together. And haven't you all noticed that the river out there, it's drying up faster? Where did it go so fast in previous years? At this time of year, some kids still run into the river to touch the fish, but now all you can see is a shallow puddle. The chaotic world, coupled with the upcoming disaster year, weighs heavily on the hearts of the villagers of the Lin family village. In fact, I was out listening to a prophecy during this time and thought that this event was likely to happen. The old lady's expression became even more grave. There are people out there who are rumoring that this year's winter will be colder than all the previous years, and that it will be able to freeze many people to death. This prophecy says that the cold winter is just the beginning of the disaster, and that all kinds of disasters will follow. A lot of people out there are in disbelief about this, because the last 2 years have actually been pretty good. They've been bumper years. Otherwise, the founding emperor of the Liang dynasty would not have governed the country so well, leaving behind so many granaries and riches, giving the one on the stage the opportunity to build one gorgeous palace after another, and carry out one war after another involving millions of people. Old Mrs. Gongsun didn't believe it at first, but she always had a very wonderful intuition that the prophecy was probably true. This year's fall has really been colder than ever, and by now, at this time of year, most people are already wearing cotton coats, and counting the days. Winter isn't actually officially here this time of year. Various indescribable feelings made old Mrs. Gongsun hastily take her son and grandson, leave the provincial city of Chongzhou, and return to the Lin family village in Qingzhou. Hearing the old lady's words made the hearts of all the people in the Lin family village heavy. Just one war has left many ordinary farmers in fear and living in peace, not to mention the upcoming year of disasters and the various calamities that are predicted. Old Mrs. Gongsun sealed the deal. So, next, all of us in the Lin family village will go to the mountain god temple to pay our respects. With such a mountain goddess who has already manifested herself, if we don't seize this opportunity, do we have to wait for the disaster to come and then ask for it? At that time, it's not certain how many people will be left in the village. This is also the reason why Mrs. Gongsun came back without any hesitation. Otherwise she would have found a place with beautiful mountains and water to spend her last days in peace. She was already over 110 years old. How much time was left to live? She had traveled thousands of miles precisely because there was still her bloodline here, and she had thoughts in her heart that she didn't want these people to be held hostage by a disaster without knowing anything about it. So listen to me first, we'll go to worship first, then do our best to repair the mountain god temple, and then we'll go to Canton the grain afterward. If it was before, old Mrs. Gongsun would have definitely let these descendants to stock up on food in the first place, digging cellars at home, so that if they really encountered a war, they would still be able to escape inside the deep mountains in time. However, what she had heard in the past 2 days gave her new hope. Old Mrs. Gongsun turned her head to look at Lin Anyang, and in actuality, she was trying to spy on that one mountain god through Lin Anyang. According to Ning Xiangxiao's description earlier, that mountain goddess had already manifested her spirit once at a critical moment, so the old lady guessed that this mountain goddess must be able to see, or sense the scene over here. Promise her. A distant and mysterious voice sounded in Lin Anyang's mind. Lin Anyang's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll take you there when the time comes. Old Mrs. Gongsun also smiled when she saw the change in Lin Anyang's expression before and after. Yu Luo was indeed watching through the panoramic map, and she couldn't help but sigh as she looked at old Mrs. Gongsun's intelligent eyes. It's true that people grow old. This old Mrs. Gongsun probably already knows that I'm the one meddling with Lin Anyang's sudden promise. There was no way around it. She really needed more believers. And although these people in the Lin family village were not many, they were geographically very close, and were able to quickly accumulate a batch of faith values, and then publicize her reputation. Moreover, she very much liked old lady Gongsun, a smart person like her. Even if some people in the Lin family village had a bent, they could all be suppressed by this old lady. Who wouldn't want a few more of these frugal believers? At this time, the system that floated out at some point also spoke. This old lady is sharper than many protagonists. Her guess was right. That prophecy was right as well. And this world's fusion of so many novels would have created turbulence. War and famine are bound to happen, because the famine year novels are very popular these days, and it's natural to escape this fate when there's a lot of fusion in this genre. All sorts of disasters happen, too, because disaster survival novels are also hotter these days. Yulo. So it was this simple and crude reason? She heard the old lady Gongsun talk about the need and thought that there would be disaster gods lurking in the shadows. Who knew that it was a fusion of too many novels of this type? Then isn't the palace also very chaotic? There are also a lot of novels like Cold Palace, Abandoned Consort and Abandoned Queen, right? The system yawned. The distance is too far to be detected. I'll be able to observe more places once you've leveled up as well. Chapter 20, Repairing the Temple of the Mountain God. What? You want to split the family now? Crazy? Old Mrs. Lin heard this news as soon as she opened the door. You don't have any male children in the third house. With those two maids, how can you stand on top? And Nyang, wifey, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. You're living out there by yourself with your 2 children. Can you stand the rumors coming from outside then? Old Mrs. Lin discouraged. Although they didn't know why Nyang had become so scary during this period of time, the Lin family all felt that it was just a momentary thing, the oldest daughter-in-law would surely still be able to recover. And by that time, not only would they have 3 more little maids, but they would also have 3 more people to protect themselves, which wasn't a multi-purpose move. However, old Mrs. Lin did not dare to say this little thought out loud and could only play the emotional card. Say, do you share? Lin Aniang crushed a stone in front of them. Old Mrs. Lin instantly shivered. Divide right away. She quickly scurried inside the house and spoke to Elder Lin about this matter. Elder Lin left early, did not even know about the later appearance of old lady Gongsun, and did not know so much about the speculation. Inwardly had long been annoyed with his third daughter-in-law. Divided it is, and we can keep letting her ride over us? So many times being publicly humiliated. Master Lin had already felt disgraced, and wished that he could never see this Lin Aniang again. Don't we need to discuss this with our eldest granddaughter? Old Mrs. Lin was a little hesitant. The old lady had always thought that the oldest family was very smart. The eldest and youngest sons were studying in private schools. Even the eldest granddaughter had followed the gentleman for a while and was even praised. Moreover, the one who had the most ideas on weekdays was this eldest granddaughter. And old Mrs. Lin felt that this eldest granddaughter was omnipotent. Whatever it is, just talk to the other person and it will work out. So old Mrs. Lin had been waiting for the oldest family to come back from the county seat there to take a look, but she could never wait for anyone. What else is there to discuss? So what if Lianya is here? Can she beat Lao San's daughter-in-law? Elder Lin said angrily. No matter what the conspiracy is, one punch over and anyone has to be honest. Old lady, she gulped and stopped muttering. Go get all the people. Let's split up the family. Anyway, Elder Lin couldn't take it anymore. The matter of the Lin family wanting to split up quickly spread. A group of uncles who were preparing the sacrificial offerings simply did a double take. It's this time of night. What's old Six making a scene there? Doesn't he know that we're going to repair the temple soon? Before that group of elders were invited over, Master Lin and old Mrs. Lin always felt that the gazes of those villagers around them looking this way were very odd. This morning when everyone heard old Mrs. Gongsuan's remarks, they were all eager to flatter Lin Aniang. How come this family wants to split up instead? Isn't this a brain fart? Good. Father and mother, we can finally split up. Lin Erluo was beaten twice in public, and like Master Lin couldn't stand it, and couldn't wait to shrink away for the rest of his life and not see anyone. Only Wu Chuiying's face is not too happy, because after the separation of the family, after the family's big and small work, all have to be done by her. How can that be? She'll be exhausted if she has to do all this on her own. No, she had to think of a way. Father, seeing as this has already been divided, why don't we split it all up? Wu Chuiying excitedly proposed. Nonsense. Father and mother haven't even opened their mouths yet. What are you talking about there? Lin Erluo instantly raged. Do you know how much my parents have spent on me all these years? It's not easy to be successful. How can you separate from your parents at this time? Do you want me to be poked in the backbone by the village people in the future? Don't ever mention this again, or we both won't have to live. When Wu Chuiying heard this, she was angry and furious, so she directly covered her face and ran away crying. This day in and day out, can't we have some peace? Elder Lin frowned tightly. It didn't take long for the elders of the Lin family village to come over. They naturally didn't dare to invite old lady Gongsun for fear that the old ancestor would be angry with her body because of this matter. The leader of the group was the Rijing of the Lin family village, and when he arrived, he began to reprimand. Old Six, what's this fine mess about splitting up the family? If you split up the family now, you won't be able to enjoy any of the blessings in the future. Elder Lin is the sixth in line, and is Lin Rijing's nephew, and Lin Rijing is also genuinely looking out for him. If we don't separate the family, are we going to let Lao San's daughter-in-law keep riding on my head? Elder Lin didn't have the face to say that he was threatened to split the family. Old Six, don't you know about the mountain god temple? Lin Rijing desperately hinted. There was a god who raised his head, not to mention that this god had been watching them, and Lin Rijing didn't dare to say too much. Speaking of which, Elder Lin became even more angry. Why don't you know? Isn't it just a broken temple? Who knows what kind of lonely ghosts live inside? Lin and Nyan wants to fool me with this. I'm not going to do what she wants. Elder Lin had also seen that mountain god temple in the beginning, just a shabby little broken temple. He had never put it on his mind. However, Elder Lin didn't realize that just after his words fell, all those elders beside him subconsciously took a step back. In that case, let's split the family. Lin Rijing sighed. He couldn't be saved anyway, so he could only let this brother fend for himself. After Lin Rijing took stock of his brother's family's assets, he looked over again. There's a total of 30 acres of dry land, 35 acres of mountain land, 4 houses in the village, and 1 house in the mountains. How do you divide it up? The main wealth of the Lin family was the 30 acres of dry land. The mountain land was actually worthless. After all, it was all in the mountains, and most of it was already deserted. This is still the year when the famine. The Lin family village into the mountains. After the villagers are divided out of the land, and then a few years are harvest years, everyone will be those mountains are set aside. Very few people climb such a high mountain, go to the barren side of the mountain planting. However, it was different now. After that the mountainous land, it was the most valuable one that was estimated to be the most valuable, and Hayato was hoping that his brother would have more mountainous land just in case they escaped to live inside the mountains when the time came. How else can it be divided? Of course it's reserved for. Elder Lin originally wanted to say of course it will be given to the eldest son, and a small portion will be given to the second son. However, when he looked up, he saw Lin and Yang sitting there with her two children expressionlessly, all pinching a stone in their hands. They didn't say anything either, but Lin Anyang would break the stones bit by bit. That easy movement, just like breaking dough. The lambs. Old Mrs. Lin hurriedly tugged on the old man. That 35 acres of mountain land, all of it will be left to Lao San's daughter-in-law and two granddaughters. There's so many of us, we just need that remaining dry land. The old man eventually played the heart. He felt that the mountainous land is of little use. Simply throw them all out, but also appear to be generous. When these words came out, those villagers all sucked in a breath of cold air, while Lin Rijing completely closed his eyes. It's hard to persuade the devil with good words. Are you sure? Lin Anyang looked over. The old man shivered and was about to make a revision when he saw that the oldest daughter-in-law directly hammering away. Good. We want the 35 acres of mountain land. Lin and Yang couldn't be happier. How could she possibly object? By the way, that house in the mountains. Share it with us, along with this little room. Lin Anyang glanced at the small house on the far right. This time it was the turn of Master Lin and Mrs. Lin to be surprised. This oldest daughter-in-law actually did not object. They were overjoyed and hurriedly finalized the proposal, fearing that Lin Anyang would regret it. The third house ended up with 10 taels of silver, some pots and pans, and a few farming tools. Both parties were very happy with this split and it was a very quick split. The only ones who looked odd were the group of villagers, and a group of elders. Second uncle, why aren't you leaving yet? Elder Lin looked up and saw that these uncles were still staying here, with no intention of moving. Lao Lu our village will soon be going to Arakan Mountain to repair the mountain god temple. Each family will have to contribute 2 taels of silver. Are you ready? Nowadays, there are still a total of more than 20 families in this Lin family village. With 2 taels of silver per family, it was just enough to gather more than 50 taels to repair the mountain god temple and buy some sacrificial items. In fact, 2 taels is still less. Originally Gongsun old lady let a family collect 5 taels, but ultimately was Lin Anyang persuaded down. What? We still have to pay silver to repair the mountain god temple? No, that won't do. We won't pay. Old Mrs. Lin instantly jumped up. She looked at Lin and Yang, always feeling that it was this old third daughter-in-law who was causing trouble, using the opportunity to collect money. Chapter 21 Absolutely not. You guys really can't get out? This is what the old ancestor has decided. Although Lin Lijing had some hard eyes, he was still very defensive of old Mrs. Gongsun. Elder Lin hesitated. If it was set by the old ancestor, then you really have to think about it. Even if you don't really believe in that mountain god temple, the old ancestor's words still have to be listened to. However, next to the old lady Lin began to call out, Gu, this old waist of mine is it sick again? How much will it cost? No, I can't afford to spend any more silver. How much would it cost to buy brushes and ink for our oldest and eldest grandchildren to attend private school? The door of the house has not been made yet, and our oldest two have no time to go out and earn money. So what can we do in the future? Yo! Ouch after ouch rang out, and the old woman's loud voice alone echoed throughout the hall. Everyone's heads buzzing. If your family really doesn't have any money, forget it. Lin Rijing swallowed back the reprimand that was on his lips. Over there, Elder Lin quietly sighed in relief, and although he glared at the old lady, his expression was still relaxed. That's fine. When the time comes, our family won't be involved, so you can talk to the old ancestor about our family's difficulties. Elder Lin didn't forget to exhort. It was true that he didn't really want to pay out this amount of money. At the moment, although the Lin family didn't lack money, there were a lot of places to spend it. And next, Lao San's family can't give them any more work, and it's still a matter of opinion whether this land can continue to be planted in the future. When the time comes, they'll have to spend money to hire someone to come over and help. The other messes add up to a lot of spending. Lin Rijing just looked over with cold eyes and nodded before leading the crowd away. Mother, in the future our family will be rich too, right? Lin Xiao happily pulled her sister and jumped around. 10 taels of silver. They hadn't even seen 1 or 2 taels of silver before. Lin and Yang touched her daughter's reddened face and gently nodded. In the future, we will have more money, and whatever you want, Yang will buy it for you. The wanting Lin Zhu also nodded her head vigorously. In the future, Shu Shu earns a lot of money and lets her sister eat a lot of chicken legs. Little Pearl just remembers the old days, watching her cousins eat chicken legs, when both cousins, and even her first cousin, had meat to eat. They were the only ones guarding a pile of bones, eating a hard nest egg, and nearly choking to death. Lin Xiu cried and laughed, but it was the other villagers who heard it, and again lamented in their hearts that the Lao Lu family was really not doing anything. Over there, Lin Rijing saw Lin Anian with the same complex expression. Who would have thought that in just a short time, everything has changed? Just this morning, he thought it was a peasant woman who could be taken at will, and now it was his mother, who did not dare to treat each other casually, because this one's daughter was the first one to contact the mountain god and receive blessings from the mountain god. In the future, if they wanted to get through one disaster after another in the Lin family village, they would still have to rely on Lin and Yang and the mountain goddess. Lady An, what do you think is the best animal for us to prepare for the sacrifice? Should they be live, or should we just offer the meat up? Lin Rizhem walked over and softly inquired. Lin Aniang wasn't quite sure. Before the mountain goddess had only said 3 words in her own mind, and had never uttered another word after that. She felt a little embarrassed, yet the next moment the divine voice echoed in her head once again. Prepare incense and grain for sacrificial offerings. The distant voice seemed to come from another world. Lin and Yang winced and changed all the words that came out of her mouth, turning her head directly to Rijing and repeating these words. Lin Rijing's eyes were full of different colors. He was sure that before. Lin Anyang's eyes were very torn and confused, not knowing how to answer. However, it was only a moment's work before the other party's tone became certain as if he had heard something. No wonder Mother valued this mountain god so much. With this divine means of transmitting sound through space, how could it not be a god? Good. I'll draw up a list and have them purchase it. Lin Rijing also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the mountain goddess did not need these livestock, they were under much less pressure and did not need to spend too much money. How much could those incense and grains cost? And many of the grains, they had them in every household in the Lin family village, so there was no need to buy extra. In the broken temple, Yu Luo was arguing with the system. Look, even though I've passed the word to Lin Aniang twice, it didn't take much time in total, so this megaphone should still work. It's clearly a 1-minute megaphone that I spent 30 faith values on, and the time hasn't run out yet, so how can it be disposable? And I'm a mountain god now, so I have to leave some faith value. A whole lot of platitudes, right? Yu Luo finished transmitting twice, only to realize that the system was going to deduct the faith value of the transmitter twice, and hastened to stop it. Oh, my god, she didn't have much left, and she deducted so much just by saying a few words. Is she going to get a promotion after that? The system was fooled by her for half a day, and it made perfect sense. Then just withhold a sounding board and I'll give you time to calculate. Yu Luo sighed in relief. He could finally ask for some of his faith value back. Tuzi, how many people do you think there are in the Lin family village that would allow me to become a trainee deity in one fell swoop? The system didn't say anything because it didn't have that authority to count the number of villagers at the moment either. Think boldly, and you might be able to take the first step soon. Yu Luo looked forward in his heart. Over here, after the Lin family had finished dividing up the family, they had also heard from the surrounding villagers about the things that old Mrs. Gongsun had said. Old Mrs. Lin was not convinced. She had felt from the beginning that it was the old third daughter-in-law who had done the trick, and this time she was also certain that the old third daughter-in-law had compelled that old ancestor. However, Master Lin was different. He had been in great awe of old Lady Gongsun since he was a child, and now that he knew the truth, he was truly gutted. No. Those mountains can never be divided up. Lao ere you go and talk to An Yang. That mountain land of hers has to be returned. Elder Lin was so angry that his liver hurt and he was already lying in bed. He was very confused as to why the other Lin family elders didn't warn him. Instead, they allowed that Lin Aniang to take advantage of them. Who exactly was the Lin family? How could Lin Luo dare to touch the bad luck at this time? He hadn't heard much about old Lady Gongsun since he was a child, and he didn't have any respect for that old ancestor. What old ancestor? She can predict what will happen in the future. And I can still say I'll be able to rise to the top and become rich in the future by virtue of my carpentry work. What a laugh. Get out. You get out. Elder Lin was furious and threw his clothes out directly. He had wanted to teach this second son a lesson. Who knew that he fainted with both eyes rolled back in his head? The Lin family was again in a flurry, but this time, they were all very silent and didn't follow the old man's idea of getting those mountains back, not to mention whether they believe it or not. Even if they do believe it, they don't have the guts to do it. Lin Aniang can even treat a stone as dough. So if you pinch their heads, it's not the same as batter? At this time, even Lin Luo, who had never been much of a fan of her big brother, was very much looking forward to the arrival of the big house family. After much anticipation, they finally got the boss's family to come. As soon as Lin Daqiang entered the door with his child, he saw the scene of chickens flying in the house. His eyebrows jumped and his face wrinkled into a donut. What's going on? Why is the house a mess? He stepped over the dirty mud on the floor in disgust, not bothering to let his son follow him in and step on his dirty shoes, instead greeting his daughter and entering the hall. Mother, the private school has to pay silver again, and my son and I have to pay tuition to a Shiokai as our teacher. Why doesn't anyone come home? Lin Daxiang has been waiting for the family to send food and silver. Who knows that for a long time he did not see anyone. He had to bring the child to come by himself. Old Mrs. Lin's face was a bit embarrassed. She had been tormented by the oldest daughter-in-law for a while and was going crazy. She had been so busy that she had forgotten about it. Boss, you don't know recently that old third daughter-in-law can be arrogant. Old Mrs. Lin was speaking in a very exaggerated manner, sounding as if their family had been bullied by others, with no help from the village, and they didn't dare to fight back. Lin Daqiang was furious when he heard this. Outrageous. It's just that Lao San went early. If Lao San is still around now, how chilling must it be? How dare a daughter-in-law bully her in-laws? Not by virtue of the fact that she has some strength? When the time comes for me to teach her a lesson, none of you will make a sound. Instead, it was Lin Lian in the back who spoke up. Third auntie, she is very strong? Old Mrs. Lin over there hastened to give another exaggerated description. In her mouth, that Lin Aniang seemed like a fierce and vicious bandit, specializing in bullying the old, weak, sick and disabled like them. Seeing the old ladies squeezing tears and fake crying, Lin Lian instead breathed a sigh of relief. She said that Lin and Yang couldn't possibly have so much strength in her last life until her death. The other party hadn't resisted. It seems that the Lin family didn't want to take out so much money to pay for her father and brother to go to private school, so they came up with such a reason. By the way, why is Lin Anian still alive? Shouldn't she be dead? Lin Lian was a little puzzled, but she couldn't remember exactly when Lin and Yang died in her last life. Anyway, it was either this year or next year, and there was nothing to worry about. She was going to die soon anyway. By the way, boss, eldest granddaughter, do you think this matter is true? The old lady told the rumors in the village. However, she couldn't describe it and spoke incoherently and backwards and forwards, listening to Lin Daqiang and Lin Lian's speechless faces. Before Lin Daqiang over there could say anything, Lin Lian directly said with certainty, Grandma, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Being born again and back, could she not know exactly where the future was headed? Chapter 22, Preparing Together. Is it really a fake? But I heard them say it with a nose and eyes. It's especially true. Old Mrs. Lin was actually very panicked, afraid that things would come true and she would have to go through another famine year. That kind of day is really not a human life, and the old lady's greatest fear is starvation. Mother, think carefully. If this matter is true, why didn't we hear about it inside the county town and only the villagers of the Lin family village know about it? Lin Daxiang said impatiently. I think this is just some bull ***** made up by Lao San's daughter-in-law. It's just a way to enlist people's support. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly turn toward her? Lin Lian also nodded. She remembers clearly. The next few years are harvest years. The family's food is almost full. The Lin family's life is also prosperous. Her father and brother also got into the examination together with the boy student that Ning Xiangxiao's daughter. Also because of these years of harvest year, eat especially good. Become a family. People boast of the blessed doll. It is said to bring good luck. Just thinking about it, Lin Lian squeezed her hand and let out a cold laugh. Now Lin Zhenju has been completely brought crooked. Every day only know to mix casinos, drink and beat people just to see this time. Ning Xiangxiao can still raise such a blessed doll. That's good. That's good. Old Mrs. Lin was completely relieved. The Lin family is still very trusting of Lin Lian. After all, the other party said several things, all of which were fulfilled. So in the Lin family's heart, in addition to the oldest and eldest grandson who are attending private school, the most special is Lin Lian. This is why Lin Lian is able to stay in the county with her mother at a leisurely pace. Why hasn't your daughter-in-law come back? What's it like for her not to come and see what's going on in the house? Every time old Mrs. Lin saw her eldest daughter-in-law's nose was not her nose and her eyes were not her eyes. But since her son had been protecting her, she only dared to secretly complain at home. Mother, how many times have I said it? Wanqin's body and bones are not good. She needs to be nurtured inside the county's courtyard, and she used to be the young lady of a big family. If she regains her memory, our family can all prosper. If she comes to the village in the future, you watch what you say to her as well. Lin Daxiang subconsciously raised his volume and looked at his daughter next to him. On weekdays, although his wife cared most about his son, she had the best relationship with his daughter, and he was afraid that his daughter would hear about it and then disclose it to his wife. And then later on, when she recovered her memory, she would just leave and wouldn't take him along with her. What should he do? Lin Daqiang was still looking forward to the day when he would have his old husband and mother-in-law to support him. Old Mrs. Lin completely shut up. She hurriedly carried out the food in the house and ran inside the room to bring enough silver. De Chang, this time, mother didn't let anyone send it to you in time. It's mother's fault. Don't take it to heart. Take these 20 taels of silver, and after you go and pay them, eat more good food. When old Mrs. Lin gritted her teeth, she gave an extra 10 taels. Anyway, after no disaster, no disease, less silver evening is nothing, and the son relationship has a gap. This is to kill it. After Lin Daqiang over there received the silver, he didn't even stay at home for one more day and directly left with his son and daughter. So he hadn't noticed that the room belonging to the big room had been separated by only a plank until now. Humph, never seen empty-handed. Came back and left carrying a whole bunch of them, and carrying 20 taels of silver. Wu Chuiying had been inside the house and she was completely heartbroken. The husband next to her huffed and puffed, not even caring about these things. It was hard for her to watch, but the old lady didn't even look at her. It's none of your business how our old couple's money is going to be divided. The old lady pooh-poohed. Wu Chuiying's face became colder. Is that your money? Wasn't it earned all these years by those of us who worked as oxen and horses? Wu Chuiying admitted that she could be a little clever, but she did go to work inside the fields, so hands are full of calluses from all the work. Yet the family of 4 in the big house, who never did any work, came back many times a year, each time carrying 10 taels of silver and a pile of grain. Wu Chuiying had turned a blind eye when she hadn't done so much work before, and now that she was the one who took care of all the big and small things in the house, it was even harder on her heart. What? Could it be that you don't want to be in the boss's honor in the future? Not to mention the fact that the boss might get into the Shokai exam in the future, or even the lifted master. Even my eldest daughter-in-law's origins are all noble, coming from the capital. How do you compare yourself to her? Wu Chuiying did not say anything. Origin is indeed her weakness, but you cannot just cut yourself one, right? She slammed the door to the only room she had fitted with a bang and left in a huff. The old woman was startled, afraid that this second daughter-in-law would break down the door of her only room, and she quietly ran over to take a look. Linjia village. Wu Diyun and Zhang Chongjiu were all gathered in the courtyard of the Zhang family, listening to Nyangzi Zhang excitedly recounting the story there. Mother, this is already the 8th time you've told us. We're already clear. Zhang Chongjiu sighed. Zhang Nangzi glared at him. You were quite attached before. Why aren't you so concerned now? This is related to whether or not you two's bodies can recover. When the time comes, you should be more pious and pray that the mountain goddess can completely restore your injuries. Zhang Nangzi hated it. Zhang Chongjiu, when it was him who was head over heels, his mother's side didn't care much about it, even thought it was fake, and now head over heels has become his mother. Mother, we've memorized it. Look at the incense used for offerings. Aren't they all bought by our 2 families? Alright, there's no need to be nervous next. Let's follow old Mrs. Gonsun normally and take a look at the mountain god temple. It was said that he was not nervous, but Zhang Chongjiu's heart still had some drums. Was there really a god to restore his broken arm? He looked at Wu Dian next to him and realized that this close friend was similarly deep in thought. Chongjiu, do you remember the legend of that national master in the neighboring country? Wu Dian looked serious. Chapter 23, Worshipping the Mountain God. Zhang Chongjiu froze and also recalled some of the legends he had heard on the battlefield back then. The neighboring country's language and Liang are somewhat close. They did hear a lot of things about the neighboring country's national master at first, and heard that the national master was the neighboring country's emperor found inside a big mountain, and after seeing that national master's miraculous means, they invited back in a hurry. As a matter of fact, that master of the state did have some means of providing abilities to the soldiers of neighboring countries, but these abilities came at a price. Some were missing eyes, some lost their voices, some had broken arms, and some had lost their legs. This is also the reason why those neighboring country soldiers, why they like to torture Liang prisoners so much. Those people have no body parts left, have started to pervert. As long as they catch Liang soldiers, they like to cut off their arms and legs, or cut off their 5 senses. One of Zhang Chongjiu's arms was cut off by a strange man from a neighboring country, and after the other party cut off his arm, he wanted to continue the torture and didn't cut him off directly, which gave Wu Diyun the opportunity to come over and rescue him. Are you saying that it's possible that this mountain goddess in the mountains is also like that state master, wanting to get involved in Liang's politics and collect a part of Liang's soldiers' bodies? Zhang Chongjiu winced. If this was really the case, what if he directly lost a pair of legs? Even if you do get an ability, what's the point? Wu Diyun nodded his head. Before he hadn't been thinking in this direction because there were still quite a lot of mountain god temples in Liang's territory, but then there was the addition of Ning Shangxiao, who was saved from near death, and the 2 children, and he began to think in that direction. No, Ade, you're wrong. Zhang Chongjiu realized something different when he thought about it carefully. Those oddballs who gained powers lost parts of their bodies and most of them were very violent, but in Nyangzi and Xiang Nyangzi, who gained powers, didn't lose anything and didn't become violent. Wait a minute. Lin Anyang seems to have changed. become more domineering, directly striking out at the drop of a hat. Zheng Changzhou became unconfident again. Wu Diyun frowned tightly. He is actually most worried about the Lin family. If the Lin family really repair the temple, the future in this mountain god relationship is getting closer and closer. The future is really a good thing? What if this mountain god also wants to go to the palace and sit as the master of the country? Where will the Lin family go from here? Are they going to follow this mountain god and take the sword for him? Wu Diyun's mind was very messed up, but he was sure of one thing: there was no such thing as a free lunch, and this mountain goddess definitely wanted something. Chongjiu, when the time comes, you and I will keep an eye on it together, and if anything goes wrong with this mountain god temple, escort the villagers out at the first opportunity, and then find a way to find General Wu. General Wu's army, stationed in the southwest of Qingzhou and Daliang, is also known as the Southwest Army, and it was because of this family name that Wu Dian let the General Wu take an extra look at him in the first place. After that, General Wu often encouraged the two of them, and Wu Dian believed that General Wu would be able to solve it. The two men discussed the situation and their moods grew heavy, as if they were family members about to run to the execution ground, just waiting for that fall execution to be issued. On the other hand, the people in the Lin family village were also busy, and most of the families chose to pay the silver to the public center and then go together to worship that mountain god. Old Mrs. Gongsun has spoken, who could not give face. So in the end, there are only 3 families did not go over. One of them have all moved to the county inside, although has passed over the news, but at present there is no message to pass over. There is a family is an outsider. From the beginning to the end do not believe. The last family was Old Master Lin and Old Mrs. Lin, who were still leisurely eating at home. Of course, there was also Lin Zhenju, who had gone out, and some of the village loafers who had not gone over. For these people, Old Mrs. Gongsun would naturally not take care of them. After so many years, Old Mrs. Gongsun once again put on a red dress of a county princess, supported by her children and grandchildren, and walked at the front of the procession. Lady An, Lady Xiang, lead the way. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded at the two. Lin Rizheng didn't say anything. He had always been obedient to the old lady. Only some nephews and some younger generations in the village muttered a few words. How can a woman be allowed to go to the front of the line? As soon as the words left their mouth, they were slapped back by the family member next to them. Nowadays, they are relying on Nyangxian and Nyangxi Xiang. If they are disliked by these two, can the mountain goddess give them a good face? A group of people from the Lin family village carried things and walked up in great numbers, and even caused curious stares from the next village. However, with the advance instructions of Old Mrs. Gongsun, these people who went to the festival were very solemn and did not say much, and those neighboring villagers left again with regret. Lady An, how long do you think it will take our group to see the mountain god temple? Old Mrs. Gongsun inquired in a low voice. Lin Anyang turned her head to look and was also in some difficulty. She hadn't really done much math. It did seem to take quite a bit of time the first time she climbed, but then it all felt fit as a fiddle. It didn't take long to get there. If it's a Lincolnite, and there are so many old people and children, Lin and Yang didn't dare to be sure, and could only give the answer according to Lin Shou's footsteps earlier. At the rate we're going, it'll take about a day or so, or 2 days, round trip. After all, they still needed to worship, so they couldn't just go back when they got to the place, could they? Old Mrs. Gongsun was relieved. Fortunately they had prepared 3 or 4 days of dry food in advance, otherwise they would still have to come back hungry. Let's go! Let's go! Old Mrs. Gongsun seemed like the general who was about to lead an army into battle, walking majestically, looking at the other villagers of the Lin family village with boiling blood. How can they lag behind when their old ancestors are so energetic even though they are more than 100 years old? Therefore, when Luo's side was at the mountain god temple and vaguely saw the figures of those villagers from the Lin family village, he was still a bit surprised. Are they that fast on their feet? Not bad. I like believers who are so energized. Luo was very jubilant and made a point of floating out to count them. Most of the villagers from the Lin family village had come, and although only 21 households had come, there were no less than 5 people from each household. The Lin family village was vast. A total of 163 people came. Those tall and strong men, most of them carried bags and bags of grain. Some of them directly carried a heavy long wooden table over. The group had been on the move since the early hours of the morning and had climbed until the afternoon, when they finally came within range of the mountain temple. On the way, there were many who couldn't take it anymore, and some of those who didn't want to climb to the top had quietly slipped back behind the group. For these, Gongsun old lady naturally also saw, but she just turned a blind eye and did not ask, and she also has no way to ask. Can't tie the person back, right? This is the worship of the mountain god, not a child playing house. Some people whose minds are not here, no matter how you try to persuade them, it's useless. Therefore, when they came to the location of the mountain god temple, there were only about 130 people left, and these people were already intentionally controlled by old Mrs. Gongsun, fearing that if too few people came, they would cause the mountain goddess to be displeased. Here it is. Seeing the mountain god temple close at hand, Lin Anyang revealed a look of joy. In the crowd, Wu Diyun and Zhang Changzhou, who had been very vigilant, also looked aghast as they looked around without moving, trying to identify unfamiliar faces. Before coming here, they had recognized the faces of everyone in the Lin family village, so that whenever there were strangers mixing in or hanging out around, they would be able to spot them first. However, by the time Lin Anyang and Ning Shangxiao knocked on the door of the mountain god temple with their children, neither of them found any sign of anyone. Tak, if that person is also a strange person, I think it's very likely that she's hiding inside the mountain temple, Zhang Changzhou guessed in a low voice. Wunderkind also thought it was very likely, but he never let go of his observation of the surroundings. Old Mrs. Gongsun, you may present the incense burner. Lin Anyang opened the wooden door of the mountain god temple and beckoned to the villagers of the Lin family village. Do Yun, take Heijio and send the incense burner up. Remember to be respectful. Old Mrs. Gongsun's eyes were glazed over. She had lived for such a long time that she could see people very accurately, and she always felt that these two juniors didn't have so much reverence for the mountain god. That's not good. It's their only chance. Old lady, we'll be right there. Zhang Changzhou was already carrying an incense burner in his hand, and he signaled his best friend, who was holding a thread of incense next to him, to come forward. Ade, let's go. The two of them slowly moved forward, one step at a time, over the steps to the inside of the mountain temple. This mountain god temple was even more dilapidated than expected. The corners of the walls even leaked a few times, and the only thing that was intact was the one wooden door. While putting down the incense burner to light the threaded incense, Wu Dian looked up at the idol in front of him and could not hide his shock. How come the idol of this mountain temple is made of clay? How in the world did such a clay idol survive 100 long years and still be very well preserved until now? Chapter 24 Blessing of the Mountain God. Outside the mountain temple, long tables had been set up, filled with the usual wheat, soybeans, sorghum, taro, and some liquor brewed from the grains. On this table, the same incense burner was set up, but the incense was not lit. After Wu Diyun and Zhang Changzhou came out, they went back inside the Lin family village's group, and both of them were very silent. In front, old lady Gongsun led the crowd of the Lin family village to kneel down and make a kneeling gesture. Mountain goddess, Gongsun has brought the villagers of the Lin family village to pay homage. I implore the mountain goddess to have mercy on me and bless all of my Lin family village villagers to survive disasters in the future. Old Mrs. Gongsun got up and worshipped twice more, and those villagers behind her followed and worshipped twice more. After kneeling a total of 3 times, the villagers behind them stopped, except for old Mrs. Gongsun, who got up, took the threaded incense in her hand and slowly lit it. This 100-year-old woman bent her pale body down and respectfully inserted the threaded incense inside the incense burner. Immediately after that, one by one, the villagers of the Lin family village came up to light incense, and soon the outside of the mountain god temple was filled with a strong smell of incense. Yulua floated over and inhaled low, feeling soothed. So this was the flavor of incense, and after spending so much time in this world, I was finally able to taste it. At the same time, on the system panel, one name after another that flickered with a faint light popped out. A total of more than 130 people, but there were only 60 or so people from the Lin family village who lit up their names and had initial trust in her. It seems that everyone is old enough to look respectful now, but they're actually sizing it up. Get up! A soft voice rang out. The leading old lady Gongsun only felt that she was being supported by a rather divine force and slowly stood up. It wasn't until the old lady looked at the shocked-looking Lin family villagers in the back that she reacted to what had really happened. Thank you for the benevolence of the mountain goddess. Old Mrs. Gongsun was equally agitated. Even though she had lived for more than 100 years, this was the first time she had seen the power of a god. In the villagers' group, Zhang Changzhou was also confused. He looked at Wu Diyun next to him and whispered, "Da, did you hear that voice? This voice is directly ringing in our ears, but we can't see anyone. Is it a real god?" Wu Diyun, however, felt that it wasn't that simple. This power to send a message through the air. The neighboring country's state master could also do it, and it wasn't anything too amazing. The villagers have not heard of demons and evil spirits, but they have personally experienced, and even seen to take those who have been blessed by the master of the country, become crazy enemy troops. No more cautious. This is related to so many people's lives. Look again, he whispered back in the same low voice. It turns out that these two people, who had been labeled before, were also villagers of the Lin family village. Yu Luo, who was floating in mid-air, was thoughtful. She naturally heard the conversation between these two people clearly. It seems that quite a few people in the Lin family village suspected themselves. No wonder so many people, and only so small a half gave their faith. It wasn't long before Lin Anyang's side seemed to have heard something, and she quickly came to Ning Xiangxiao's side. Fragrant lady, have you brought all the scented pouches you prepared earlier? Ning Xiangxiao nodded her head repeatedly. It's all done. Feng and I, Xiao, did it together. With that, she immediately took out the package she carried in her arms and flashed the various scented pouches inside. Originally, Lin Anyang had only asked her to use ordinary cloth to make the shape of a scented sachet, yet all of these finished products were clearly very beautiful, with a leaf embroidered on them. Good job on your hard work. She patted Ning Xiangxiao's shoulder. Ning Xiangxiao's face flushed red with excitement. It's the mountain goddess who has done the most for us. This is all I should do. Her best skill was embroidery, and she was able to use this to help the mountain goddess, so she couldn't ask for more. Old Mrs. Lin over there also noticed the situation over here and looked over curiously. Lin Anyang handed over the first scented bag embroidered with willow branches to old Mrs. Gongsun. Then she handed out the pouches in her hand, one by one. What is this for? The villagers of the Lin family village were all very curious. After the two Wu Diyun received it, they also purposely turned it over to check it, and then turned it back without moving. There's nothing inside. Zhang Changzhou was also puzzled, not knowing what such an empty sack was used for. Alright, after Lin Anyang sent it, she retreated again and stood respectfully next to the mountain god's idol. What is this and Nyangzi up to again? Always being secretive. I think this legendary mountain god is probably a fake. Shu, keep your voice down. We're near the temple. Even if you don't believe me, don't tell. The old ancestor is so important. Isn't questioning it here in public a slap in the face of the old ancestor? The two men in the back discussed. Just as everyone was speculating amongst themselves, they suddenly noticed a long green light flashing behind the house of the mountain temple. They looked carefully, only to find that the green light is actually a leaf after leaf. So many leaves converge into a green ribbon. In the next second, all these green leaves floated over and stayed in front of all the villagers, and in front of each villager there was a green leaf emitting light, which looked glittering and eye-catching. This group of villagers have been stupid. They have only heard of various legends, but they have not really seen this kind of divine means. As for the person who had just said that the mountain god was fake, he had subconsciously slapped himself. Bah! Me stinking mouth! Just as the villagers were scrambling, Lin Anyang's forceful voice came from the side. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and use the scented bag to put the leaves given by the mountain goddess into it. This still fits? Lin Rijing gulped. At this moment, he was very glad that he didn't go to report to the police in time. Otherwise, if he offended such a person, wouldn't the Lin family village be finished in the future? Yes, load it in. In the future, if you hold the pouch in your hands, you will be able to safely go up the mountain to worship without being attacked by the beasts in the mountain. But it must be remembered that you are not allowed to actively attack those beasts in the mountains, or else the effect of this protection will be gone. Lin Anyang reminded with a stern voice. Those villagers from the Lin family village opened their empty scented pouches with their hands and saw the green leaves fly in by themselves. Although the green light disappeared, that formation just now was firmly memorized by these people. Of these people, only the old lady Gongsun and her eldest son did not take back the green blades. The two subconsciously looked in the direction of the idol. In the next second, the two blades once again bloomed with a soft opposing green light, directly imprinted on the two people's eyebrows and disappeared. Mother, auntie, the group of uncles subconsciously shouted. Shut up, all of you. Old Mrs. Gongsun roared. Chapter 25, Stealing Faith. The villagers stopped speaking, and old Mrs. Gongsun subconsciously touched her brow. The green glow hadn't completely disappeared yet, and she could clearly feel that her dreary body had become lighter, and even her breathing was much smoother than before. That wasn't all. Old Mrs. Gongsun suddenly felt that her five senses had become more sensitive than before, and she even felt the emotions of some animals and plants. Penis, put your feet up and step aside. Lin Rijing was unsure and a bit aggravated, but he still lifted his feet to the side. The crowd quietly cast their eyes over and realized that Lin Rijing had stepped on a wild wheat seedling under his foot, and after that foot was removed, the little seedling was trembling and stretching itself. Gongsun old lady carefully feel some, and let those carrying buckets of water up the mountain of the Han and over to water some water, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, you are. Lin Rijing was still very puzzled. Old Mrs. Gongsun only nodded slightly and didn't answer right away as she turned her head to look at the oldest next to her. Mother, my body feels lighter. Grand Master Lin said hesitantly. It's as if I could fly up there with a slight leap. Lin Moncler Outlet Store gently tiptoe, but also really levitated. He looked down at the villagers below him and was so startled that he didn't control the abilities within him and fell straight down. Wunderkind from below noticed and flew over, trying to catch the old man. However, he was too far away to even come over quickly. In the next second, it was as if Lin was suddenly fixed by a force, and he slowly fell down. Thank you, Mountain Goddess, for saving me. he flung himself to his knees with a sincere tone. Seeing this, the villagers of the Lin family village had completely exploded. What's going on here? Old ancestor? How come you're still flying? Did you guys get the ability granted by the mountain goddess? Mother goddess of the mountains, grant us this magical power as well. A group of villagers from the Lin family village hooted and hollered as they knelt down. The group of villagers who had secretly muttered before had long since turned white with fear. The mountain goddess was omnipotent and could even bestow such awesome abilities. How could she not hear those conversations of theirs? Grandpa sang, "Why did you float just now? It was really cool." This was the junior who popped up in the Lin family village. Old Mrs. Gongsun and Grandmaster Lin subconsciously looked in the direction of the idol. However, this time, the mountain goddess did not speak. Instead, Lin and Yang walked forward with her two children and admonished. The abilities that old ancestor and uncle grandfather just gained were indeed bestowed by the mountain goddess. As long as you can wholeheartedly believe in the mountain goddess and pray to her daily, you also have a chance to obtain such magical abilities as those of the old ancestors. Or me. Lin and Yang kicked a large stone in public, and the two little girls next to her brought those broken stones over, all crushing them into powder in their hands. Ning Shangqiao didn't show off her abilities, she just gently squeezed her daughter's hand. The girl with her eyes wide open giggled as she waved her small hand, and a weed next to her jerked its length wildly, lashing out with its own pliable body against the rock next to her. Soon the rock cracked a seam. A group of villagers from the Lin family village watched, shivering in fear while their hearts yearned. Old ancestor, Lady An, do we just have to believe in the mountain goddess? Do you need to do something else? I'm better at carpentry, and I can recarve a wooden idol for the mountain goddess, so if I change the idol, I'll definitely bag the job. Carpenter Wu, his face red with excitement, squeezed to the forefront and said in a loud voice. Everyone else also exploded with their own strengths. My brothers and I know how to build houses and are able to rebuild a mountain temple for the mountain goddess, so if you rebuild the mountain temple, be sure to come find me. My parents and I make earthenware. A group of people were talking and hating to get down on their knees for a long time. Let those speculations of the old ancestor. It is likely that all sorts of disasters will happen next. To be able to obtain such an ability, in order to protect themselves, in the midst of the clutter of voices, old Lady Gongsun roared again. Quiet. Didn't Lady An say that as long as you are trustworthy enough to the mountain goddess, you all have the opportunity to gain various abilities? Instead of yelling here, why don't you think carefully about why it's only me and the boss who have gained this ability? Old Mrs. Gongsun could see very thoroughly that although this group of people had all followed over, they were still mainly terrified of their own authority, and not many of them really had a sense of reverence for the mountain goddess. That was why it was only she and her eldest son who had gained the abilities bestowed by the mountain goddess. The faces of that group of people instantly became embarrassed. They had never heard of the mountain god's temple over here. They had never seen a miracle descend, so naturally they would not be too trusting. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and they all regretted it very much. Alright, Lady An has spoken. You still have a chance, so strive to perform next. Old Mrs. Gongsun had a premonition that even if there was a succession of wars and all sorts of disasters in these next years, the people of their Lin family village would be able to survive. With the blessing of such a powerful mountain goddess, even those rebels wouldn't dare to come over easily, right? Thinking about this, even though she was already over 100 years old, Mrs. Gongsun was still full of energy. However, when her gaze swept towards the two sons of the Wu and Zhang families, her heart snapped. It was because the expressions of these two people were just too grave, as if they were about to see something bad happen. She walked next to the two men and said sternly, "But don't think of any ghosts. The mountain goddess has blessed us. We in the village can't even thank you enough. What kind of expressions do you have?" Wu Dian and Zhang Chongjiu wanted to stop talking. They are really shocked by this mountain god temple, but this kind of fairy that gives ability is too similar to the neighboring country's national master. It's just that the strange people in neighboring countries who have gained abilities are not as powerful as Lin Anyang and Lin Lu. Old Mrs. Gongsun, does your body feel any discomfort? Wu Diyun inquired in a low voice. Wu Dian knew that talking here would most likely be heard by that mountain goddess, yet he couldn't care less. If this bestowal of ability really came at a great cost, then could old Lady Gongsun, who was already so old, withstand it? Over there, Zhang Chongjiu also added, it's just that I feel like something is suddenly missing, like a missing arm, a missing leg, or I can't smell or taste anything. Bang! The walking stick in old Lady Gongsun's hand suddenly struck the two men's asses. What? Do you see my old lady as someone with unsound limbs? I'll tell you too. I'm fine now. I feel dozens of years younger, and it's no problem at all to smoke you two down. Goo. Old lady, you hit gently. Zhang Chongjiu held his buttocks and held there, bouncing around. Wu Diyun nature is more introverted, always heavier. Suddenly hit this position. The face reddened. That did not dare to good buddies like scurrying, for fear of rushing this senior old lady. Chongjiu, what's wrong? Over there, the Zhang family's maiden couldn't wait to come over to check. The Wu family's wife, who hadn't been around much, also came forward to take a look at her son. Mother, no, it's nothing, it's just that we said the wrong thing. Zheng Changzhou was a bit aggrieved. They were really thinking about the people in the village. What if this mountain goddess was also like that state master in the neighboring country? Now, however, he was completely sure that old Mrs. Gongsun was healthy, more alive than when she had been on the mountain before, and there was no problem at all. Over there, the old lady Gongsun hit a few more sticks before she lost her temper and restood in front of the mountain god temple, kneeling near the incense burner to ask for forgiveness from the mountain goddess. Near the incense burner, Yu Luo had been floating here, watching his number of believers and faith value keep rising. At the same time, she was watching the two marked men. With their stony gazes and heavy expressions, these two men looked like they had a story to tell, and weren't even the least bit surprised by this spectacle. Yulua thought that the two men had probably heard of other god legends, and had been watching them. I didn't expect to really see a hint of it. System, do you think those two guys met some other god who collects payment? Like taking an arm and a leg from a believer and giving them abilities? Why else would those two ask? The system was already about to go to sleep. When it heard her inquiry, it had to stop again. There are indeed such existences, but you should also know that, as I have already explained to you before, those aren't considered true gods. They're just stealing the power of faith. They're pseudo-gods. Pseudo-gods do not have access to the power of faith and have no way to draw power from faith, so they have to make up for it in other ways. And having believers make offerings of parts of their bodies is a very common one. There are many more brutal ways to do this that you don't want to know about. Instead of being shocked, Yulua fell into deep thought. If there are quite a few of these pseudo-gods in this world, wouldn't there be a lot of people suffering? System, focus on marking the two of them. Maybe we'll have a chance to see that false god. The system gnome nodded and reminded again. Your total number of believers has exceeded 100, but the faith value has only just reached 1000. Keep up the good work. With that, the system disappeared. Chapter 26. Outside, the people of the Lin family village were discussing how to amend the mountain god temple. Some said to mold a golden body for the mountain goddess. Some said to expand the temple and build it more luxuriously. And some said to find someone to guard here at the temple for fear that other people would destroy the incense. These people were talking and discussing for half a day, but they were all pressed by old Mrs. Gongsun. At this moment, old lady Gongsun's eyes were incomparably complicated. This was the first time she heard the voice of that mountain goddess. She didn't expect that the mountain goddess would be so concerned about the villagers of the Lin family village. Come on, all of you. Stop yelling here. The gods can hear any of your voices. Isn't this disturbing the mountain goddess? And there's no need to discuss any temple styles here. How we're going to get the silver together to mold the golden body? The mountain goddess won't let us do that, and told us to use the silver to stockpile grain and reclaim the mountains first, to plan for future disasters. Gongsun old lady, this hanging heart is completely settled. It turns out that her guess was not wrong. Even the mountain goddess foresees the disaster afterward. At this very critical juncture, the mountain goddess is also concerned about them. After saying that, she glared at Wu Dian and Zhang Changzhou. It was as if to say, how could such a benevolent mountain goddess do something harmful? You two wait. However, before she left, old Mrs. Gongsun still commanded the village's young men and women and had them repair some of the leaky areas of the mountain god's temple before she respectfully led the villagers of the Lin family village away. As she left, Zhang Yangzi suddenly looked at her scented pouch, and a piece of green flew out from it, slowly disappearing into her brow. For a while, everyone stopped and watched intently towards the side. Everyone's eyes could not hide their envy. They all wanted to know what ability Yangzi Zhang had acquired. Only Zhang Changzhou stared nervously at his mother, asking question after question from the side. Do you feel any discomfort? Can you see me now? Can you smell things? Come take a bite of dry food. Can you taste the flavor? Although Zhang Changzhou had gradually changed his inner opinion of that mountain goddess, those memories from the battlefield were always fresh in his mind. He still remembers the time he had his arm cut off by an enemy soldier with only one eye left, laughing maniacally. Go. You go aside. Your mother, I'm fine. I've never been this fine in all these years. Zhang Yangzi could obviously feel a very warm power flowing through the vaguely painful lumbar vertebrae part, and soon those vague pains disappeared, and the whole person became refreshed. In the next second, she suddenly removed an embroidery needle from her head, and an extremely thin green silk thread spread out from her hand and passed through the head of the needle again. What kind of ability is this? A villager inquired curiously. Even Zhang Yangzi was a bit confused. She wasn't sure. It just feels very tempting to remove an embroidery needle and stitch something after getting this ability. After some thought, she cut a leaf from the ground, tore it in half, and sewed it back together with an embroidery needle. In the crowd's concentrated gaze, this leaf actually slowly recovered in the glow of green silk threads. not to mention the rest of the Lin family village. Even Zhang Yangzi herself was startled, and soon she began to revel in ecstasy. If this ability can sew up stumps and leaves, can it not also sew up wounds? In the future, if her family suffered any injuries, she would be able to heal them in time. The group of Lin family village people also watched with excitement. But of course these people were afraid that raising the volume would disturb the mountain goddess, so they all covered their mouths. Old Mrs. Gongsun also nodded repeatedly. Good, good. But before we go down the mountain, I want to say one thing to you guys. The matter of the mountain goddess granting us the ability to do so must never be spoken of on our own accord. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Old lady. A group of Lin family members nodded their heads in succession, their hearts thumping. The various divine scenes they had seen today were already enough for them to show off for a lifetime. And seeing the real mountain goddess, how could they dare to anger the gods? Old lady, why can't we tell the truth? If we proclaim it, won't more people come to believe in the mountain goddess? And Ant didn't quite understand. Old Mrs. Gongsun sighed. This is what the mountain goddess instructed us to do. She said that we are currently not strong enough to protect ourselves, and that if we leave the confines of the mountain god temple, the mountain goddess will not be able to save us. What do you think happens when a piker suddenly has more of this ability, or has access to it? Tendon and skin, or peel back the innards to see what magic is inside? Every sentence of the old lady seemed to be quenched with poison. The mountain goddess might not be affected. After all, those people relied on the mountain goddess to bestow their blessings, but these Linjia village people, not so much. Hearing this, the rest of the Lin family village people shivered in unison. Therefore, you must understand that only if we unite together, believe in the mountain goddess together, and don't go to work as demons, will we be able to survive the next disaster in peace. The old woman let out a long sigh. The group of people headed down the mountain, accompanied by the sound of Zhang Yangzi punching her son in the middle of the way. Why don't you all believe me when I tell you that I'm well fed and in good health? I'll beat you to death. You unfilial son. Mother, hit me gently. Zhang Chongjiu couldn't take it anymore and had to confess. He told all those deeds of the state masters that he had heard on the battlefield. Those villagers were really a bit worried when they heard that. Chongjiu, I see that you and Dayun are both very smart people. How come you're confused here at the mountain goddess? Take a closer look and observe. From a Nyangzi to Xiang Nyangzi to me, a wife, my eldest son in his 90s, and Zhang Nyangzi, with so many people all gaining abilities, what do you think we've lost? The two of them, Wu Dayun and Zhang Chongjiu, were dumbfounded. They do seem to be bewitched, and there's really nothing wrong with these guys. If you can have the kind of existence of a neighboring kingdom, can't you have a real mountain god? The two were very frustrated and all hung their heads. On the contrary, Lin Anyang found old Mrs. Gongsun and anxiously inquired, Old Mrs., you went to Chongzhou before? Lin and Yang still just heard the words of Master Lin, only to know that the old lady Gongsun took her children and grandchildren to Chongzhou for return. Yes, what's the urgency for Ladian? Old Mrs. Gongsun said soothingly, Old lady, do you know anyone in Chongzhou? Have you heard of a merchant named Sun? His family sells silk. Lin Anyang hurriedly said. Chapter 27, Low-Level False Gods. Old Mrs. Sun shook her head. She hadn't heard of this merchant, but there were other ways. Ladian, I previously made an agreement with a grain merchant in Chongzhou, so I'll have him send grain to Qingzhou at that time. If you want to find someone, I'll have him ask for you then, okay? When the old lady looked at Lin Anyang's anxious appearance, she knew that the matter wasn't simple, and she wanted to help as much as she could. Lin and Nyang's eyes lit up again, and she told what she saw in her dream, with information about her youngest daughter's appearance, and her age. This is my little daughter. She was sold by her mother-in-law when she was a child, and although she was adopted by a rich family, I always dream of my daughter crying, and I want to get her back. Lin and Yang had only seen what those courtyards looked like in her dreams, and wasn't sure which part of Chongzhou that house was in, which was the reason for her anxiety. Old Mrs. Gongsun heard from the beginning to the end and once again glared at Lin Rizheng with a cold snort. Eldest, how do you manage the Lin family village? And something like this actually happened. Lin Rizheng was very aggrieved. He didn't know when that nephew-in-law sold the child. Moreover, this kind of selling maids has long been unspoken, so how could he possibly care so much? Don't worry, Lady An, I'll make sure someone finds your little girl, and I know other people. Old lady, old Mrs. Gongsun goes around to other states every few years and knows people from all over the world, and there are others to please. Mother, if that grain merchant comes over, can you ask him to help bring this to my sister? Next to her, Lin Xiu tugged on Lin Anyang's sleeve and held out a palm-sized wooden sculpture. Lin Anyang's pupil shrunk when she saw it, because this one that my daughter had carved was exactly the same as the idol she had carved that night. Good girl Xiu Xiu, this is the statue of the mountain goddess. You can't just give it away. Mountain goddess, please forgive us for our disrespect. Temple of the mountain god. Yu Luo was checking the names of the Lin family when the system popped up again. You use the megaphone and tell Lin and Yang to give the idol to her youngest daughter. Yu Luo was concentrating when he suddenly heard the system's voice and was startled. What's with the suddenness? Does it have anything to do with the next upgrade quest? System, Lin Anyang's youngest daughter, Lin Shuang, is also a very important villain, almost wiping out the male and female main characters in the later stages of the battle. But before that, Lin Shuang is still very vulnerable, and every day seems like she is in hell. She has a very important calamity next year, and if she can get through it, she will be able to break away completely. The system didn't explain it too clearly, as it involved some specific plots that it couldn't reveal, but Yu Luo heard. It is estimated that next year, Lin Shuang will really go the plot. It is estimated that it will be because the main male and female characters encountered bad things. However, the time of the sound transmitter ran out. When the Lin family village left, Yu Luo and old lady Gongsun exhorted a few words, completely using up the remaining time of that sound transmitter. Buy it now and give you 50% off, the system said with bravado. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow. The system was so good at talking. It seemed that this little girl was an important person. In fact, she was going to buy it even if the system didn't discount it, and she couldn't look at this kind of asshole who took other people's destinies and still stood on the moral high ground. Wait, that means that within the range of the idol, she can see the outside world and shield her devotees? Not all idols are useful. Only idols personally made by believers with high faith values and recognized by you are useful. You have not yet become a trainee deity. You only have one chance a day to possess an idol, so you still need to use it carefully, the system solemnly admonished. Halfway up the barren mountain, Lin Anyang, who was repenting, suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with surprise. Xiao, the mountain goddess allowed us to give the idol to your sister. She was overjoyed. If she could be protected by the idol of the mountain goddess, her youngest daughter would definitely not live such a miserable life as she did in her dream, and she would definitely be able to escape from that hell. Next to her, old lady Gongsun was also unable to hide her surprise. She hadn't thought that such a small matter would attract the concern of the mountain goddess. This kind of god who cares for his devotees all the time is really warming to the heart. No wonder Lady Yin and Lady Xiang, as well as the children of the two of them, were full of praise and excitement whenever the mountain god was mentioned. It seems that she did make the right choice. What are you all waiting for? Continue down the mountain and fulfill the task given to us by the mountain goddess. As for what task? Of course, it's to cantonize food. There's no telling when the future disasters will stop, and stocking up on more food also makes one feel more secure. Who knows that along the way? The villagers of the Lin family village found several halfway slipped away. Some climbed to the tree shivering. Some were pressed by the stones on the legs. With a hoarse voice they're shouting for help. Old Mrs. Gongsun sighed and asked the young and strong boys to carry the man up. As for the two women who climbed up the tree and couldn't get down, they were picked up by Lin Anyang who jumped up and carried them down quickly. Old ancestor, there's a blind bear. There's a blind bear. And the big bugs, they're going to eat people. The group hugged each other and shivered. Old Mrs. Gongsun snorted coldly, telling you to sneak back? This is the highest barren mountain in Qingzhou. There are an unknown number of wild beasts living inside the mountain. How bold are you to dare to be so casual? Old ancestor, we were wrong, but there really are big bugs here. Let's run. Make sure to run faster or we'll be caught up. The teenager whose leg was pinned down by the rock said in horror. Tai Dan, aren't you usually quite arrogant? You said you could kick a big bug with one breath. Why are you afraid like this? A villager in the group flirted. Taiju was sad and angry. At this time there is still the heart to joke. Do not know how dangerous this place is? He was anxious while being carried by a man, descending the mountain along the previous route. Faster you guys. I really just heard the wolves. Stream after stream of tears ran down from his dark eyes. Don't worry, this time though it won't be. Old Mrs. Gongsun didn't have the good sense to say. Iron Egg just felt like everyone didn't believe him and hated pounding his chest. Why? Aren't you all afraid? Those big bugs and hungry wolves. They'll eat us all up. Tai Dan, we have a guardian scented pouch given by the mountain goddess. Those things won't dare to come over. The Hanyu carrying the teenager proudly flashed out the scented pouch hanging from his wrist. As long as the villagers who go to worship the mountain goddess this time, everyone will have one. You guys are missing out on a great opportunity. Those elders hated the iron and said. Iron Egg and the others who were halfway to escape froze. Was there still really a mountain goddess? Even now, they still don't believe it. However, on the next road, wherever a group of people went, even the wolves were indifferent, and this strange sight was deeply reflected in these people's eyes. The boy stammered for half a day, thinking that he almost broke this leg by the stone, thinking that he missed such an important divine gift. For a moment he couldn't bear the blow, and directly fainted with both eyes rolled back. Mrs. Gongsun, look how excited the kid is. He's fainting. You are the people from the Lin family village, right? Why are you making such a big show? Is there anything good on this mountain? The villagers from Dave village next door asked curiously when they saw more than 100 people walking down from the mountain. Lin Rizheng glanced at old Mrs. Gongsun. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded. Normal publicity for the mountain goddess temple is still necessary. After all, the mountain goddess needs more devotees too. Lin Rizheng cleared his throat and explained. Naturally, we're going to pay homage to the mountain goddess. There's a mountain god temple on top of this barren mountain. Don't you know about it? The villagers of Dave village were confused when they heard that there was actually a mountain god temple on top of the barren mountain. Where is the temple? The fact that you guys are raising a crowd to go over there means that this mountain god temple must be more spiritual. I want my daughter-in-law to go over there and beg to see if she can give birth to a big grandson. An old lady came over to inquire. Lin Rizheng did not continue to speak, but instead, the other old men of the Lin family village enthusiastically showed the old woman the way. The location of the mountain temple is very far away. We've been walking back and forth for 2 days, and the one that's almost at the top of the mountain is the one. When that old woman from Dave village heard that, she was not happy. No, that place is too far away. What if my daughter-in-law runs away? I'm telling you, your Lin family village could move the mountain god temple to a nearby village. It would be convenient. The group of enthusiastic Lin Jia village elders choked at once. That's a real temple. You think you can move it whenever you want? And there will be years of war and famine. The mountains are the safest. Keep going. Old Mrs. Gongsun also chilled her face. The group set off again. This time they were faster and soon left a few people from the big river village behind. Hey, what kind of attitude are you guys having? You still haven't told me how to move that mountain god temple. The old woman was jumping around in anger. Mother, we'd better go. The Hanyo's face turned red. Leave what? I'll leave if you tell your daughter-in-law to give me a big grandchild right away. The sound of arguing came out from the back, and Lin and Yang glanced behind her and frowned slightly. She always felt uncomfortable looking at this old woman. Not psychologically uncomfortable, but very uncomfortable from the inside out. It always felt like there was something bad about this guy. Lin Anyang turned her head back again, and for such a moment, it seemed as if she saw a wisp of black gas in the center of this old woman's brow. She hastily turned her head again and looked closely, realizing that there was nothing wrong with the old woman's face. Could it be an illusion? Drops. A trace of power left behind by a low-level pseudogod has been detected. Will it be collected? In the mountain god's temple, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 28 The Soaring Price of Food. A low-level false god? Staring for an instant at the old man at the back of the Lin family village people, he saw that the other party's brow was emanating a black aura if nothing else. Yes, it's just that at the moment this old man is only in initial contact with that false god's believer. And if he continues to be in contact and does what that believer says, the next step will be disastrous. After all, pseudo-gods didn't have the ability to absorb faith. They could only make up for it in other ways. That neighboring country's national teacher, for example, takes a portion of a devotee's body. Yulua guessed, is there a god about child delivery? Speaking of which, she suddenly thought of the book that Lin Anyang was in. That female lead had 8 babies in one birth, and all of them were boys. So it couldn't have anything to do with this low-level pseudo-god. Could it? Do I have to be careful? The system voice praised. You are very perceptive. Indeed a god in this area. But this is only a low-level pseudo-god. So why be careful? If you want to fix it, when it's time to upgrade to a trainee deity, have a believer follow him there and just extract his power directly. This kind of low-grade pseudo-gods are usually loose. They are simply unbeatable. And it's hard to become a great success. The system's voice gradually became lazy. Yulo. It had been the system that had warned her more, thinking that this was a prudent unicorn. But it turned out that the most careful and vigilant person was herself. She decisively extracted such a trace of power, instantly marking the old woman, and alerted Lin Anyang and old Mrs. Gongsun with her megaphone. The group walking forward in the Lin family village over there suddenly came to a halt. Old ancestor, what's going on? A villager from the Lin family village inquired. Old Mrs. Gongsun didn't move and glanced behind her, then shook her head again. It's fine, but you guys need to pay more attention to the Dave village next door to us in the future. The group nodded their heads in unison. Neither of them noticed that lady and was missing from the crowd. As for the 2 children, Xiao Xiao and Zhu Zhu, they ran next to Ning Xiangqiu and teased the child in each other's arms. Having been instructed by the gods, Lin and Yang secretly hid her figure and followed her to the village of Day. Her movements were so light that even if someone noticed, she would have jumped into a tree in time, and easily followed the old woman to the side of a courtyard. The old woman's son entered directly, and the woman's breathless voice came from the house. Instead of going over, the old woman outside quietly made her way to the other courtyard. It didn't take long for the 2 wives to walk out together, and they greeted a few other women in the village and went to the side of the river that was the big river village, waiting for the boatman who specialized in ferrying to come over. Lin Anyang could see that this was the way to the county town, and decisively sat on it again after the ferryman sent the group away. However, after following the group to the county seat, they got separated and were not very traceable. Lin and Yang only followed that familiar old woman to a courtyard nearby and never moved again. She waited for half a day and didn't see anyone come out, and didn't go to the roof to check it out, but just secretly memorized the address and quickly left again. By this point, the mission had been accomplished, and since the mountain goddess hadn't said what to do next, she naturally wouldn't act rashly. Lin and Yang was in no hurry to go back. She went around the county town, carefully checking the situation over here, and then came to the store selling grain. "Boss, how much is a bucket of this coarse grain?" She was about to stock up on food anyway, and she stopped by to ask about the price of food. 35 won a bucket. The owner gestured. "Why is it so expensive? It's been raised by another 5 won? A bucket has been raised by 5 won. So for a stone of grain, isn't it 50 won more?" Lin Anyang had bought it not long ago, but she remembered it well, so why did the price suddenly go up? The boss waved his hand. "Get out of the way if you don't want to buy. This winter is so cold. Who knows what will happen next year? Anyway, this grain is always sold without worry." Lin and Yang frowned and went to look elsewhere, finding that most of the grain stores had this price. Could it be that word had gotten out that a disaster was likely to follow? But none of those people could see it on their faces. Instead, the group of grain merchants had a very hardened attitude. "Alas, you don't know. Every year at this time, they will collectively raise prices. The county's largest grain merchants are all in cahoots. We can only eat dumb losses." An old woman hunched over and poo-pooed at one of the grain stores. The daily work of buying rice was all done by Lin Erluo. Lin and Yang really didn't know about all these twists and turns. She thought about it and went back first. "Lady N, did you find out anything?" After going back, old Mrs. Gongsan also looked for her. Lin and Yang shook her head. Her hearing had gotten much better after the blessing from the mountain goddess, but she still couldn't hear anything in that courtyard. The mountain goddess told her not to alert the police, so this is as far as she could go. It wasn't the first time old lady Gongsun had seen this kind of person who made her daughter-in-law spell out her grandchildren, and if it wasn't for the mountain goddess reminding her, she really wouldn't have paid special attention to this kind of thing, because that's the way it is in the world, and if you try to help, you'll be hated instead. When the sons and daughters of the village go to buy grain, I tell them all to be a little more careful and always carry the scented pouch sent by the mountain goddess with them. Old Mrs. Gongsuan's voice was also very emotional, not realizing that there were so many divine existences in the world. If she had not worshipped the mountain goddess and become a believer of the other side, how could she have noticed these things? After Lin Anyang on this side finished speaking, she mentioned the price of grain. Old Mrs. Gongsun over there only frowned for a split second, and quickly stretched out again. "I've contacted the grain merchant in Chongzhou. That's the traveling merchant I told you about before. Chongzhou's side is rich in real estate, and the grain is cheaper than ours, so he'll pull the grain over at that time, and we'll just buy it together." This old lady of the company was bound to take that batch of grain, and if the village couldn't come up with enough money, she was going to contribute some of it herself. "I just hope that the county's food doesn't keep going up, or else ordinary people won't be able to afford it and will have to starve to death." Lin and Yang sighed. She knew all too well what it was like to be starving. Mother, you're back." Lin Xiu pulled her sister and ran over. Behind her was Ning Shangqiao, who was holding her daughter and leading her son. "Mother, let me tell you, yesterday when we went up the mountain, Big Uncle came back with Cousin Lien, and they left with 2 big bags of grain, and went around telling people that we were talking nonsense." Lin Xiu's face bulged with anger. She just saw an ant from the next village, and the guy ended up calling her a liar and a homesterer. If her sister hadn't been pulling her back, she could have just kicked in the other woman's door. Chapter 29, The Flavor of False Gods. Xiao, don't mind those mouth breathers, they'll regret it. Lin and Yang had a certainty on her face. The mountain goddess had spoken. The next disaster was sure to happen. They just had to do what they could. Lin Xiu nodded her head. She just couldn't stand the fact that her eldest uncle's family was talking nonsense there. "Those people can't beat me." Lin Xiu raised her own arm. Lin and Yang cried and laughed, smoothing her daughter's hair and looking at Ning Shangqiao next to her. "Fragrant lady, this is the needle and thread and fabric we brought for you." She handed a package to the other party. Before, Ning Shangqiao had thought about doing more embroidery to earn money, but she hadn't been able to go to the county town in the past few days, and she had passed by those stores and bought them in passing. Fragrant lady is also proficient in embroidery. Next to her, old Mrs. Gongsun hadn't left yet, and she had a smile on her brow. Ning Shangqiao reddened her face and waved her hand repeatedly. "Just messing around on my own. I lost my memory before. I don't remember anything after I woke up. I only remember these crafts. I guess before I lost my memory, I most likely followed which embroidery lady to learn it." She thought for a moment and took out the mandarin duck's handkerchief she had embroidered earlier. This was what Ning Shangqiu intended to sell inside the county. She had not embroidered much during this time, only a few handkerchiefs with mandarin ducks playing in the water in peony patterns. You can only earn a few hundred won, barely making ends meet. Ning Shangqiu sighed. She had to save up for so many years, but only enough for 10 taels of silver. And if there would be a famine next, these silver would definitely not be able to buy much food, not to mention fixing up a house on the hill and adding some household items. While Ning Shangqiu was caught up in her own emotions, old Mrs. Gongsun over there had her pupils constricted as she brought over the mandarin ducks playing in the water and the large red peony show handkerchiefs and scrutinized them for a moment. Fragrant lady, you've been to the capital before? This is the craftsmanship of those embroiderers in the capital. The stitches you used are very subtle. They must have been instructed by a very powerful embroidery master. Old Mrs. Gongsun used to be a county princess at least. Her eyes were very old and she could see the difference at a glance. And to say that you can only barely make ends meet by selling these embroideries? It shouldn't be. This kind of craftsmanship, even if you only embroider a single pawpaw, you can still sell it for 10 taels of silver. Even if the store on this side of the county presses the price, that's not so low. It must have been cheated by that boss. Ning Shangqiu on this side hesitated instead. These shopa have always been taken to the county town with the help of my mother's side of the family, and they said that this price was desperately talked up. What Ning Shangqiu didn't say was that it felt like her family didn't like her, and after all these years, she still felt like an out-of-place outsider. Which side is your mother's family from? Lin Anyang also asked. When she had finished listening to Lady Xiang's introduction, old Mrs. Gongsun over there showed surprise on her face. I know about the Ning family from Red Yao village, but you don't look like any of them. The old lady had been to Hongyao village some years ago, when she was invited by the village's head of the village, and had met all the people of Hongyao village, and was very impressed with the Ning family, because this Ning parent's face is really similar to that horse's. Both have that kind of long and thin face, but neither of their eyes are too big, making it unforgettable at a glance. But before the Ning Shangqiu long but very watery, all body comes with a big girl temperament. Although married these years were tortured out of shape, but also not ordinary villagers can be compared. Old Mrs. Gongsun had previously thought that Ning Shangqiu had worked as an embroiderer in a large family, so it seems that there are still some secrets in this. Xiang Yangzi, pay more attention to your parents. I didn't see you in the Ning family when I went there some years ago. You're definitely not a child of the Ning family. The Hongyao village side was far away, so if old Mrs. Gongsun hadn't been there some years ago, she really wouldn't have been able to determine it, let alone the rest of the village. This time instead, it was Ning Shangqiu's turn to freeze. She muttered, I really don't have any previous memories. A mother said that I just fell down the mountain and forgot about it. And she said that Lin Zhenju of the Lin family and I have been engaged in a doll's marriage since we were young, so she let me marry. So, the substitute marriage for the Ning family's daughter is real, and your own life is the fake? But why? And what is the Ning family trying to do? If this marriage is bad, why don't we just get another one? Stop it. I'll take you to fight over there. Lin Anyang's face was serious. Mrs. Gongsun, and Nyangzi is really a woman of the world. She's going to fight at the drop of a hat. Don't worry, old lady. I will definitely not involve the Lin family village. When the time comes, Xiang Nyangzi and I will both be masked. Lin Anyang had gritted her teeth and was about to rush out. Easy, easy. Don't you guys want to analyze it more? Old Mrs. Gongsun hurriedly pulled the person back. The fragrant lady's name isn't even necessarily true. So what if we spook the snake and completely break the trail? Don't you want to find out who the fragrant lady was originally? In the temple, Yu Luo waited for the faith value to grow while guessing a name. Is it the female lead Lin Lian, or someone related to her? Ning Xiangqiu's daughter was tortured so badly by the female lead, and Ning Xiangqiu's life might also be related to the female lead side. That's a very close guess. By the way, how does it feel to have just absorbed that strand of purified power? The system once again popped out as a small golden mass. Yu Luo smacked his lips, somewhat reminiscing. It feels like the flavor of white peach soda, but there's only a tiny bit of it, which is a shame. After having an idle mouth for so long, she finally tasted the sweetness, and was really thinking about that pseudo-god hiding in the shadows. How about we take the initiative? I'd like to try a mouthful of white peach soda. It would be great with a little more ice. System, you're ordering drinks now? Perhaps you could grab another ice-flavored pseudo-god, so that the two together make the icy white peach soda drink you've been thinking about. Yu Luo's eyes lit up. You're right. Does that come in grilled chicken flavor and barbecue flavor? I've grilled chicken several times and all I can smell is the flavor. When she said that, she was sad and angry in her heart. I suppose it's okay, right? The system hesitated as well. Anyway, they are all false gods that harm people, so it's better to eat them, otherwise it's a scourge on earth to keep them. Yu Luo was completely relieved and decided to take advantage of the believer's sight to observe more of those strange courtyards. On the other hand, that low-level false god was still unclear about what existence was being targeted. An old woman in the village of Daha is whispering questions to the woman. Ma, who is bent on having a grandchild? You didn't have anyone else following you when you came, did you? Let me tell you, our place is a secret base. We can't let outsiders in easily. To be, of course I'll listen to you. We'll pay attention on the way. Granny Ma's eyes glowed. So is it true that you guys are here? And that my old sister really begged for big fat grandchildren with you guys? Humph. Won't you know if it's a big fat grandson when your old sister-in-law gives birth? Hurry up and come in. Don't get caught. The two quickly made their way to the backyard and disappeared. Chapter 30 Tufting of Grain. Linjia Village. Old Mrs. Gonsun also began arranging for people in the village to go out and buy food. Since those people in the village learned that there might be a famine next year, they have long been impatient to have their family's rice jars filled with grain. Old ancestor, I've heard that the price of grain has risen recently. We have to go buy it quickly. Let's hoard the food and build houses in the mountains, so we can live in peace. In case there's chaos, we'll have a place to live. Quiet. Old Mrs. Gongsun slammed the cane in her hand. Grain naturally needs to be bought, but I've already contacted a grain merchant. He'll definitely come over within half a month. The grain over there is definitely cheaper than the grain inside the county town. So if you guys want to buy it together, just wait a little longer. If you can't wait, you can also go over to the county town first to buy some spares. But all remember what I said. When stocking up on supplies, take the villages young and strong with you, or with an Yangtze, and try not to pile up together to buy. Otherwise that group of crooked merchants will hear about it and will surely raise the price for you. They don't care if we ordinary people can survive. Meet here in the morning 3 days from now, at least one young man from each family, and we'll go to the mountains and build a house. Old Mrs. Gonsun instructed a few words and then let the people leave. Those farmers had no problem with this and even begged for it. For a year of war and famine, where is the safest place to be? Of course it is that deep mountain. In times of war, as long as one encounters a rebel army or a rebel people and hides inside a deep mountain, which rebel army will risk rushing in for a few ordinary farmers? If there was a famine year, they could cultivate new fields in the mountains and live a life of self-sufficiency. The group of people left with full energy, and old Mrs. Gonsun looked at their backs, revealing a rare smile. Mother, are we going to buy grain as well? Lin Xiu tugged on her mother's sleeve. The price of food in the county is too high. We can't afford it at the moment. Lin Anian didn't feel much embarrassment. It was true. Let's go make some money first. Earn money? The two little girls all lit up. Lin and Yang continued to explain. We only have 8 taels of silver left at the moment, which is simply not enough to spend in the future. I want to go to the mountains to find some wild fruits and wild vegetables, and make them into food to take to the county town to sell. There were still 2 months until late winter, and she wanted to make enough money and stock up on food before then. Vat after vat of grain for peace of mind. And even if you're farming in the mountains, you have to have enough seed. Now they are literally penniless. It was all going around the mountains anyway, and she could still collect some rocks and cut down some trees from time to time to build the old house in the mountains. Yeah, let's go together. Lin Xiu was excited just thinking about it. They're capable of earning money too. By the time the news reached Lin Feng, he too came out carrying his sister on his back. I'll go out and earn money together too. Mother had been staying up late at home doing embroidery work just to earn more silver, and Lin Feng wanted to help. And my sister is very joyful too. I think it is also very willing. Bringing 2 is as good as bringing 4. So Lin Anian brought the little ones over, with her leading the way. Ning Xianxiao's side was also very relieved. Before she left, Lin Anian suddenly handed the small wooden idol in her arms to Ning Xianxiao. This is a wooden carving of the mountain goddess. You must carry it with you. I suggest you go and do embroidery work inside old Mrs. Gongsu inside of the courtyard now. What if Lin Jinju comes back? She handed over the idol in her hand. Also because she was afraid that Ning Xianxiao would encounter any more danger. Ning Xianxiao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll be very careful. She still has to mold the golden body for the mountain goddess. How can she take the risk? After thinking about it, Ning Xianxiao still came out with the embroidery in her hands and went to old Mrs. Gongsuwen's courtyard. Despite the healing powers, you can't just use them. And why did she have to take a beating? Then Lin Jinju has the guts to come over and beat up old Mrs. Gongsun together. Ning Xianxiao felt that this proposal couldn't be better, and in the future, when she was alone, she would come to old lady Gongsun. Old Mrs. Gongsun in the yard sneezed. After the blessing, Lin Feng's health was much better. At least this time he wasn't even out of breath when he went up the mountain, and even when he was holding his sister, he was still able to walk as fast as he could. You really won't let me hold it? Lin Anyang inquired again. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Auntie, bother. Lin Feng had only recently opened his mouth to speak, and the language he spoke was not so fluent, and sometimes he would suddenly get stuck. Even so, Lin Anyang understood. This phone goer meant that he felt that bringing his sister along with him was already very intrusive, and that he couldn't let her get in his way. Lin and Yang's face warmed up. Look what a good boy he is. That Lin Zhenju didn't know the blessings of life, and almost killed Xiang Yangzi. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy ran out to fool around and still hasn't gotten home, she would have had to sneak over there in the middle of the night to put a sack on him and beat him up hard. It's okay, I can carry them all together. Not to mention your sister. With that, Lin and Yang picked up Lin Feng along with his sister. Lin Feng, oh, he didn't even know where to put his hands when he saw this aunt once again carrying her 2 daughters on her back. Let's go! Lin Anyang accelerated forward as if a gust of wind had flown by. It wasn't long before they came to the top of a meadow and were let down. Kobayashi Ru was giggling with delight and wouldn't come down yet. Lin Feng had a red face and carried his sister over. Don't go far, you guys, just stay in this area. I'm going to dig for wild greens and pick some berries. Lin and Yang knew how to make a lot of food, all of which she had learned from her chef father before, and this time she planned to make her father's best sour date cake and wild vegetable box. The sour date cake made using a secret recipe is very appetizing and reminiscent of the past, and that box of wild vegetables is comparable to meat, with a great aroma. The rest of the wild vegetables, she intends to make into savory dishes. All kinds of savory dishes can be fried with snail meat. It is even more fragrant. This is of course thanks to the goddess of the mountains. Without the blessing of the goddess of the mountains, it would not have been possible to survive that night. She was grateful as she dug skillfully for wild greens. On the other hand, Yu Luo's side also heard the system's reminder. Your believer has provided 300 faith values and has become an intermediate believer. Is it possible to open the divine channel for her? God-given passages? Chapter 31 Eating Tree Roots? Divine gift channeling is actually where you spend faith value, exchange things from the divine mall side, and then gift them to those believers. Didn't you want to exchange some high-yield crops before? This deity mall is very flexible. Everything you want is available. After all, this is a mall that serves the gods. The system explained slowly. The prerequisite for opening the deity mall is to become a trainee deity, right? Yu Luo had wanted to open this mall before, but he had to level up to unlock it. She looked at her faith value and it had already accumulated to 2005, an amount that had increased many times over before but was far from the standard for promotion to trainee deity. God-given passages don't always have to be given to physical objects. You can also give Lin and Yang a way to transmit some food. As long as you know how to do it, you can transmit it, the system patiently said. Yu Luo understood that the Divine Providence channel was equivalent to an advanced version of a sounding board. She looked at Lin Anyang's back, pondering. She had a lot of food here, as well as some soaps, perfumes, glass mirrors, saltpeter ice making, and even cement making methods. But managing believers was like managing a company, and surely you couldn't just transmit all of this content in one fell swoop. There had to be rewards and penalties. Lin and Yang had done a lot lately, bringing in the villagers of the Lin family village, and had been observing that false gods believer for the past 2 days, so she really should be rewarded. The system in his head reminded, the Divine Providence channel can only be opened once a week, so you have to think about it. In the future, if this believer is upgraded to a high-level believer and a fanatic believer, you will still be able to use the Divine Descent technique to descend onto them, but the Divine Descent technique can only be turned on once a month, and it will be shortened when you level up your deity. If I descend on them, will it cause damage to them? Yu Luo remembered those novels he had read before, but whenever the Divine Descent technique ended, those believers would burst into flames and die. If it takes the life of a believer, this Godfall technique might as well have been snowed under. The system over there was very surprised. How could you think that? Regardless of whether it's a divine channeling or a divine surrender technique, it's something beneficial to the believers. The former can receive divine gifts and the latter can repair their bodies. After all, they are tainted with the power of the gods. It's not like they've touched some lone soul. The divine surrender is administered once a month to allow those devotees to absorb the residual energy you bring with you. Otherwise it's like eating ginseng. Don't you overcompensate by eating too much? Yu Luo. So that's how it was. She thought that the divine surrender technique would do some kind of damage to the believers. Wait a minute. Doesn't that make her a donkey's meat? And a tonic? Yu Luo winced, suddenly thinking of a possibility. She thought the pseudo-gods tasted good. So did the other pseudo-gods, too, think they tasted good? If, according to the system, she was the only god in this world, and all the others were pseudo-gods who stole beliefs, then wouldn't she be a meat and potatoes? Thinking about the scene of wolves surrounding him in the future, Yu Luo felt that he still had to speed up. She turned her attention to Lin Anyang, who was digging for wild vegetables. In the barren mountains, Lin Anyang had already dug up 2 backpacks, and she gathered all the wild vegetables and a variety of wild fruits together and carried them easily on her back. Mother, mother, come and take a look. Brother Feng said he found something good. Lin Xiao shouted from the side. Lin and Yang walked over with her backpack and found Lin Feng squatting there, and Lin Lu in her arms excitedly waving her little hands and making babbling noises. Aunt Lin, my sister said. Good stuff. Must dig it. With that, he carried his sister to where the other marked sticks were and introduced. These, those, all, dig away. And this. The little teenager wandered around like a small animal marking territory. Good, then you guys wait. I'll start digging. Lin Anian didn't have any doubts. To her, Lin Feng and Lin Lu were both people who had been blessed by the mountain god. So what was wrong with being a little more mature? Not to mention finding some treasures. Even if Lin Lu directly grew into an adult, she wouldn't even have doubts. Lin and Yang was afraid of shoveling these treasures, so she directly dug up a large chunk of soil altogether, and finally carefully parted the soil to find the plants inside. Is this mountain ginseng? Lin and Yang weighed the weight of the mountain ginseng and looked surprised. Although she couldn't tell what year it was, it certainly wasn't low at that weight. The other babies are over there. Take me over there and dig. She gleefully walked over with her shovel. It didn't take long for her to dig out 5 mountain ginsengs and some precious herbs. Tiny Rinla blinked her watery eyes at her and let out a giggle. I've put them all inside the basket for you, so when you get back, you'll find old Mrs. Gongsun to take a look at them and let her figure out how much these herbs can be worth. Lin Anian put one of the smaller backpacks in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Aunt Lin, my sister said that these, Xiao and Zhu found them. Yours. He put back the 3 vintage ginsengs. Lin and Yang turned around and looked at Lin Xiao's 2 little girls with blank faces and understood. She cried a little. These are the herbs you and your sister found. You'll be using the money a lot in the future, so just keep them. Lin Feng still shook his head. That little face all reddened. Really? My sister said so. Of course, this was what Lin Feng had in mind. In his mind, Lin and Yang was the great benefactor who had saved his entire family. It was all worth it even if he gave it all out. After thinking about it, he poked his sister in his arms. A green leaf grows slightly and rolls up another few herbs inside the small basket, placing them inside the large bamboo basket on the opposite side of the room. Let's wait until we get back. Lin Anian put the small backpack inside her own bamboo basket. She was about to leave with a couple of kids when she suddenly stopped. Lin Anian followed the voice of the god in her head and looked at the tree root thrown on the ground next to her. This root was old and wrinkled, but it was quite large and she was thinking of reburying it at the time. Yet feeling these images in her mind, she froze completely. This tree root can actually be eaten, wrapped in dumplings and used as a staple? Mother, why aren't we leaving? Lin Xiao looked over strangely. Wait. Lin Anian instantly rolled up her sleeves. Lin Jia Village. Old Mrs. Gongsun was questioning a young man. Are you sure that you haven't even seen her before in Hongyao Village, and that Ning Xiangqiao is someone else? In addition to having the people of the Lin family village pay attention to the movements on the side of Dave Village, she also had people go to Hongyao Village to invite people over. The young man who came was naturally related to their Lin family village, and the old lady likewise didn't want to beat the bushes and alert the person who had taken over Xiang Nangzi's identity. Old ancestor, don't worry about that. We grew up playing with the Ning family's 3rd daughter, Ning Shangqia. She really doesn't look like this, and we wondered why she never once returned to the door when she married here. The young man swore to God. Ning Xiangqiao, who was embroidering flowers, turned pale. If her birth was fake, her father and mother and even her brother and sister were fake, then who the hell was she? Why did the real Ning Xiangqiao take over her identity? Her previous identity? Did she come from a big family? If Ning Xiangqiao could think of this, old Mrs. Gongsun could naturally think of this as well. The old lady waved her hand and had someone give the young man 10 taels of silver and let him go. Ning Xiangqiao was very chagrined when she saw it. Old lady, I've already spent part of the 10 taels of silver on my side, so there's no way I can give it to you. But don't worry, after I earn money from embroidery, I'll definitely return these 10 taels of silver to you at the first opportunity. Old Mrs. Gongsun over there, however, slowly shook her head. I've lived for so many years, money is already something outside of my body to me. Nowadays, old lady, I'm just thinking that the Lin family village can live a better life. You are also a villager of the Lin family village now. Being replaced with someone's identity is also a problem for our village. Just wait at ease. I will definitely find out for you. Old ancestor, an anxious voice came from outside the door. What's wrong? Did Lin Zhenju come over? Old Mrs. Gongsun said in disgust. You don't have to be afraid. Fragrant lady, it's right here with me. I'll see if he dares to come over. Ning Shangqiao revealed a smile. Thank you, old lady, those family belongings have been hidden by me. I'm not afraid. She definitely wouldn't let Lin Zhenju take another penny. Old ancestor, it's not Lin Zhenju who's back. It's Lady An who's back. Mother An has carried a whole bunch of roots and said she's going to give them to us to eat. Lady An, you're going to give us tree roots? Old Mrs. Gongsun looked odd. Chapter 32 Gift of the Mountain God? Next to the old peach tree, Lin and Yang put a few children down and placed a large pile of roots she had carried on her own on the ground. Around them, there were already many people from the Lin family village gathered around. Lady An, can this tree root really be eaten? Lady An, you can't be lying to us, can you? Only in famine years can you end up eating roots. And next year isn't even here yet, and you're already carrying roots over? A group of people were afraid to be very loud and quickly spread the story throughout the village. Old Mrs. Lin over there, Elder Lin, also heard it. Old Mrs. Lin snorted coldly. It's just a demon that can make a demon. You dug up the tree roots for us to eat. I don't know why the old ancestor trusted her so much. Old Master Lin over there was already tired. He warned, just talk about it yourself at home, but don't ever provoke her again, or else she'll kick down the door of our room again, and there'll be no silver left to fix it. Nowadays, these people of the Lin family village, even the old ancestors were all toward the oldest daughter-in-law, and they couldn't do any good even if they did report to the authorities. The old lady's voice lowered again. Got it. Immediately afterward, she muttered, our oldest is going to take the exam next year, and this time he'll definitely pass the examination for a child student, so let the oldest 3 daughters-in-law take her 2 daughters to regret it. Anyway, they are now in the 3rd house. They can't dip into our light. They will regret it. 6th uncle. Lady An is inviting us to eat at the old mansion. Are you going or not? Someone outside the door shouted. Go to what? Can a big tree root be eaten by a human being? In the future, don't call us when there's something about Lao San's daughter-in-law. She's long since ceased to be a member of our family. Elder Lin roared angrily and slammed the door to his room. The scion outside the door touched his nose, and a teenage scholar behind him muttered. I told you not to go to this family, but you insisted on coming over. The postulant was also very speechless and vowed never to come back after that. Lin family's old house. The old mansion was very busy today. Some of the farmers who had gone out to stock up on grain had returned, and all of them were beaming. When I tell you that you're going to buy grain, you'll hurry up and buy it. The price has gone up again on the county side, and we went early with this group, before they raised the price. That group of treacherous merchants is really too bad, favoring this time of year to raise prices. And those families, with these grain stores, don't know how much of our hard-earned money they've sucked out of us. It can't be helped. Who asked for just a few grain stores in the county? If the price of food goes up again, we won't be able to afford it. How can we stock up on food? While these people felt very happy to buy that 1 bag of food before the price of food went up, it was only for a while and it's not like they could have bought just that 1 bag of food. According to the prophecy of the old ancestor and the mountain goddess, next year will be the year of famine, and at that time, the grain in the county will surely still rise like crazy. So where do they have so much silver to buy all that grain? Didn't old ancestor say that she had already contacted the grain merchants over in Chongzhou, and that a shipment of grain would be brought in at that time? The price negotiated by the old ancestor himself surely won't be as expensive as the one sold in the county. Let's wait a little longer. The group of ants sighed, thinking it would have to do, but they are still very anxious inside. Even if that grain merchant shipped over the grain, there will always be a day to eat up. Maybe a winter is gone. What will they do next year? This winter is so cold. How can they protect themselves from the cold when they only have those few thin clothes at home? Save more seeds. When the time comes we'll go to the mountains and plant them. Even if the harvest is not good, it's still okay if we can barely make ends meet. As long as we can survive these disasters, it's sure to be a bumper year from now on. They comforted each other. You guys, what kind of stuff can Lady An actually make? What is she doing carrying so many branches back? I don't know. Lady An still has to treat us to dinner. Could it be dry fried tree roots, cold tree roots, or steamed tree roots? The group looked at each other in disbelief. In the backyard, a group of other ants were helping, peeling off the outer skin of the kudzu according to those steps Lin and Yang said. The kudzu skin must be peeled cleanly, or the food you make will have sand inside. Next we need to cut these kudzu roots into small pieces and add water to hammer them into a slurry. Lin Anian took the lead to do the demonstration herself. She already had those steps in her mind, and her strength was so strong that she made them very quickly, and in no time at all, she had already finished. This water is required to be filtered through a cloth to filter out this kudzu scum. Lin and Yang scrubbed and washed several times, filtered over and over again, and washed out 5 whole large tanks of kudzu powder water, thanks to the fact that old Mrs. Gonsu inside had more tanks, or else some of the kudzu water couldn't be placed. Lady An, is it true that the powder from these mixed roots can be used to make dumplings and noodles? Old Mrs. Gonsun also looked stunned. She had been to so many places in her life, but she really hadn't heard of taking tree roots as a staple food. Only then did Lin Anian reveal a smile. Old lady, this is what the mountain goddess told me. I'm showing this step now because I also don't want the mountain goddess's gift to go to waste. This is a gift from the mountain goddess? Old Mrs. Gonsuen's face instantly became solemn. These tanks, then, must be well protected, and no one should approach them easily. While the kudzu water was settling, Lin and Yang took out those ginseng and herbs inside the back basket. Look, old lady, what years are these mountain ginsengs? And are these herbs worth anything? Chapter 33, Discovering the Clues. Old Mrs. Gonsun simply swept a glance and her face showed surprise. Within these 5 mountain ginsengs, 3 of them are all 100 years old, and 2 of them are 60 years old. Were these all dug up by you guys there in the barren mountains? And your luck is too good. Old Mrs. Gonsun looked at a few other herbs again and nodded her head even more. If you guys want to sell all of these, it's estimated that you can sell them for 1,000 taels of silver. But it's best to go out on the prefecture or the capital side. You'll get a bit more silver than I expected, and you won't be able to sell it at much of a price on the county side, and he'll press you down to a very low price. 1,000 taels of silver? A group of little ones all stared with wide eyes. So valuable? Upon hearing this, Lin Aniang hurriedly handed this small backpack to Ning Xiangxiao. This is what Wendy and Lulu dug up. Keep it. Ning Xiangxiao was even more puzzled. Lulu dug it up? Lin Feng over there stammered and explained for half a day. And Ning Xiangxiao finally understood. Lady An, you're just being polite to us. It's only because of your help that me and my 2 children were saved. Otherwise I would have gotten cold long ago. With that, she put the ginseng plants back. The 2 men went back and forth, neither willing to take advantage of the other. Old Mrs. Gonsun over there looked at it for half a day and broke into a smile. Otherwise, how about this? In a few days I may have to ask Lady An to go to the prefecture to buy some things. How about you give these medicinal herbs to Lady An and ask her to help sell them, and share some of the silver you get with her? If you think there's still a lot of silver left, you can buy more grain, and the rest to build an idol for the mountain goddess. How about that? I haven't spent much money over the years, and I've saved quite a bit of silver, so when the time comes, you'll contribute a portion of it, and I'll contribute a portion of it on behalf of the other villagers of the Lin family village? Hearing this, Ning Xiangxiao looked down at the 2 children. Lin Feng then looked at his sister. The 1-year-old doll made babbling noises and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Ning Xiangxiao sighed in relief. If this were a time of peace, she would definitely be giving some of it to Nyangzi and keeping the rest for her 2 children. But there are all sorts of disasters coming up, and it's the use of it to buy food that's important. Of course, it is also very important to mold a golden body for the mountain goddess. Ning Xiangxia clenched her fists and felt energized again. A few hours had passed, and the kudzu water outside had pretty much settled. So Lin and Yang walked out to pour out that water and scrape out the kudzu that had settled inside. Lady Anne, we're here. Third maiden, these are the vegetables my family grows. If you make dumplings you can use these. Lady Anne, this is the wild vegetable I dug outside. This wild caper is delicious. It's very fragrant when used to wrap dumplings. The ants outside had brought out what they had brought with them. Even though Lin Anian said to treat them to food, they didn't just come empty-handed. Not only that, those ants even volunteered to help chop the stuffing. And the old mansion was suddenly filled with the smell of fireworks. While the future is plagued with disasters, it is important to live in the present. Everyone here wants to live their future to the fullest. Lin and Yang watched these ants' busyness and also revealed a smile. By the way, Lady Anne, can we see that tree root? How do they eat it anyway? A group of ants still couldn't figure it out, but they believed in the mountain goddess. Since Lady Anne said that this method of making kudzu dumplings and noodles was given down by the mountain goddess, it must be edible. Lin Anian brought all the villagers from the neighboring villages on this side of the old mansion, to the vicinity of those 5 vats, so that these people could inspect the filtered out, very fine kudzu powder. A group of villagers from the Lin family village looked shocked. These are made from tree roots? Why, it's so similar to flour. No wonder they say you can make dumplings. It's too similar. I remember this kind of root called kudzu. There are a lot of it inside the big mountains. There are very big pieces of kudzu everywhere. Yeah, I even threw away a lot of them when I was building a house on top of the barren mountain. Now that I think about it, it's really very unfortunate. If we run out of food by then, can't we dig up some more kudzu and eat it for dinner? Lin and Yang's side had already begun to use kudzu flour to make noodles. The flour she put in was actually not much. Most of what she used was strained out kudzu flour. After the dumplings were steamed, they were taken by some of the ants to be steamed in a pot. After the dumplings came the noodles, which Lin and Yang made by taking out a portion of the kudzu powder and mixing it with a small portion of the flour, as well as the eggs contributed by the old woman from the countryside. After the dumplings and noodles had all been cooked, the villagers of the Lin family village who had been waiting for a long time were almost mesmerized by the aroma. Who would have thought that those roots could still make this kind of food? Although the kudzu powder filtered out from so many roots is not as much as one would expect, it is an unavailable life-saving food if the famine year does come. It's a good thing I'm here. The dumplings made from this kudzu powder are soft and sticky, even better than normal dumplings. I would say this pasta is a little more flavorful and softer than normal. It's just so good. Of course we have to thank the mountain goddess. If she hadn't given us this way of eating, how could we have known? No matter whether it was the aunt who had just helped cook or the men, all of them couldn't lift their heads from the food. Old Mrs. Gongsun also ate a bowl, and soon the corners of her eyes were moist. The mountain goddess is trying to think of us in every way possible. She's afraid that we won't be able to stock up on food and starve, so she's given us this magical way of eating. However, until now, we haven't actually done anything for the mountain goddess. The old woman's face was very ashamed. Where are those two fellows, De Yun and Changjiu? Let the two of them see just how merciful the mountain goddess is to us, so they don't have to spend all day here doubting this and that. Have you forgotten, old lady? Yesterday you gave the two of them a mission to go greet that grain merchant. Zhang Yangzi reminded. Old Mrs. Gongsun was slightly regretful. After that group of villagers from the Lin family village left, they couldn't wait to run to the mountains to dig up kudzu again. But this group of people were very smart. They didn't bring it to the bottom of the mountain, but put it inside the yard on the other side of the barren mountain, piling it up all over the yard. Everyone was happy, so they came and went. And old Mrs. Lin and old Grandpa Lin inside the village were never sure what these people were doing. In the old mansion, Lin Anyang still hadn't left. She was asking old Mrs. Gongsun about the approximate time she would leave for the provincial capital. Not for a few days. I'm going to go inside the county to sell some food and keep an eye on some people. As for who to go and stare at, Lin Anyang and old Mrs. Gongsun across the table both knew it by heart. Don't worry, and Nyangzi, I'm sure I won't go in the next few days, but of course I have to complete the mountain goddess's mission first. When things are over here, you can leave. Just leave the two children with me. As long as there is an old body around, the two of them will definitely be the safest. Lin and Yang was naturally relieved. She asked Ning Shangqiu again and learned that Lin Jinju didn't come over to pick a fight. Then she took her two daughters back. Back here in the small room of the Lin family, she saw Lin Air Luo banging and banging again, making a wooden door there. Lin Anyang looked at it for a little while then finally summarized it. It's a powerless weakling. Lin Air Luo over there finally couldn't bear this kind of gaze, and directly threw out the tools in his hands, and returned to the hall in a huff, saying that he didn't want to come out. Elder Lin's face turned green with anger, and old Mrs. Lin wanted to glare and look over, but when she saw the large tree Lin and Yang was carrying, she shivered and turned back. Before dawn the next day, Lin Anyang woke up to make food. She was still using the kitchen on the Lin family's side, and the aroma emanating from the sour date cake she was making caused Wu Chuiying to hook her head over to check it out. Wu Chuiying had wanted to squeeze in to see what was going on in the kitchen, but was stopped by Lin Xiao. My mother is cooking. You can't go in there, little girl peace. You. Wu Chuiying did not finish her words, but she saw that a board that was put up a few days ago was pinched and crushed by Lin Xiao. No, nothing's wrong. I'm leaving. Wu Chuiying cursed in her heart and slipped away. Lin and Yang smiled and handed her daughter a few pieces of sour jujube cake. You guys go to bed quickly. Tomorrow I'll just go sell food by myself, and then you guys will follow old lady Gongsun around. She felt that she still had to hurry up and build a small kitchen of her own. Otherwise it would always be inconvenient to use it here all the time. And when the time came, she still had to make kudzu cooler and kudzu jelly to pick and sell. This was the secret recipe given to her by the mountain goddess, so she couldn't let the Lin family next door find out about it. Lin Xiao nodded her head obediently. Mother, then I'll wait for you with my sister. In addition to the sour date cake, Lin and Yang also made wild vegetable boxes. This kind of wild vegetable box needs to be fried in oil to make it tastier, but unfortunately there is not much oil over here. She only fried a small half of it. After that was done, she cleaned up the kitchen and it was still light outside. Immediately afterward, she picked these eats and hurried over in the direction of the county seat at a fast pace. As she passed through the village of Day, she jumped on a tree and stared for a while, vaguely listening to some of the aunts who had gotten up early to cook discussing which of her sisters-in-law had recently gone off after giving birth to a big, fat boy, but hadn't had the time to enjoy it. In the past few days, Lin Anyang came here every day to secretly squat for a period of time, and had long ago mapped out the names of all the villagers in Date Village, and the location of their homes. When she heard this, she scowled, memorizing all the names these people were talking about, and jumped outside the yards of these homes again. The house was quiet, no children crying, only the sound of adults snoring in their sleep. A couple of other yards as well, all very quiet, not unlike a yard with a newborn. Chapter 34, A Terrible Price to Pay. Yu Luo was joyfully counting her faith value. After Lin and Yang's shock yesterday when those tree roots turned into dumplings and noodles, her side's faith value grew even faster, and it had already popped up to over 4,000. Of these 4,000 faith values, Lin Anyang alone had contributed 300. and Lin Lu had contributed 200. Worthy of being the villain inside the novel. Normal believers would only have 1 or 200 faith values at most. Lin Anyang and Lin Lu both contributed 500. And that's just yesterday's faith values, not counting the previous ones. At this rate, she would soon be able to accumulate 10,000 faith values. Just as she was planning to squat another roasted chicken to celebrate, the system panel suddenly popped up with a line of information. Ding! Your intermediate-level believer Lin Yang has made sour date cakes and wild vegetable boxes overnight and is on her way to the county town. Ding! Your mid-level devotee has stopped at Date Village. She spotted a couple of false god believers. Is it time for a gaze? Yu Luo swept a glance and instantly opened the panoramic map. The picture around her changed, and she realized that Lin Anyang was crouching on the roof of the house, snapping up a tile and quietly looking down. It was dim down there, but Lin Anyang, who had been blessed with a much better sight than before, was able to clearly see that the family was sleeping soundly, with the exception of the newborn on the bed, who was staring straight up at the roof of the room. Lin Yang's heart thumped as she gently put the tiles down and quickly tiptoed out of this side of the courtyard to inquire some more. She heard a baby crying from the next yard, and that husband was getting up in a rage. See what use is this damned girl you gave birth to? She cries when she doesn't move. She gave birth to a big fat kid next door. She hasn't cried since she was born. How understanding is she? You say my daughter deserves to die. So why don't you follow the village granny and beg for a son? Isn't it just fear? What child doesn't cry? The two people next door were arguing, but they were deliberately keeping their voices down. After hearing this, Lin Anyang was even more certain that this matter was very odd, and she jumped on top of a tree and whispered, Mountain Goddess, all the children born to these people are abnormal. Granny Ma's family is still the same as before. I'll go over to the county town to take another look. Having discovered such things, Lin Anyang's heart was heavy. The lady next door was absolutely right. What kind of child doesn't cry from birth? And those straight eyes, are they really the eyes of a child? Why didn't these villagers in Date Village who were seeking a child feel that something was wrong? Lin Anyang gently held the wooden sculpture of the mountain goddess in her arms and exhaled. She picked up the food and quickly made her way toward the county seat. In the mountain god temple, Yu Luo likewise saw that child's eyes. A pair of eyes big and round, a thick pitch black color, no emotion in the eyes, not a child's eyes at all. She pulled out the system. The sons those people begged out aren't really children, are they? It feels like they, all of them, have no soul. The most crucial thing was the brief glimpse just now. She saw that the child's eyes were all glowing with black mist, much thicker than the old woman next to her. This familiar aura was not unlike that of a false god, and it was not like any of those false god believers. These children, all of them are the false god's doppelgangers. He injected his power into those pregnant women to forcibly reverse the gender, but at the same time, those pregnant women couldn't withstand this power and all died violently, right? That's why all those pregnant women don't survive after giving birth. And those who begged for their sons and grandsons with great difficulty, what they begged for was not their real flesh and blood, not their blood relatives, but only a disembodied body of the false god. The ones who ultimately suffer are the suffering women, who carry their babies to term and trade their lives for a child that is just a dowry for the false gods. Just now Lin Anyang secretly squatted on the tiles. The child did not notice. Yu Luo guessed that the pseudo-god may also be the same as himself. Need to watch this side, in order to know the situation here. Haven't you already seen them all? Those children were indeed the doppelgangers of the false god, and were already lifeless when their mother was pushed into those courtyards. The mothers who gave their lives to give birth to their sons, and their children, are the price charged by the false gods? So what if it's just a low-level pseudo-god? It's just greedy and doesn't know how to restrain itself at all. That neighboring country's national master, at least, only collected a part of his body. This low-level pseudo-god was good, and directly took 2 lives. In fact, this kind of low-level pseudo-gods can be easily detected, and anyone with a discerning eye can see the eccentricity of these children. Who told them to come together in a desperate attempt to beg for a son to beg for a grandson when they clearly realized something was wrong? If you want to deal with this false god, have Lin and Yang find that courtyard where the false god is located, and directly break the shrine and extract his power, and you'll be able to deal with him once and for all. It's useless to extract the power from those children. As long as the main body of the false god remains intact, he can continuously transmit his power over by virtue of those believers. If this low-level false god upgrades, he can even descend on these children later and recruit more believers for himself. At that time, it would not be a village that would be victimized, but perhaps millions of people. It couldn't be helped that there would always be many people who would come forward to provide sustenance for the false god, and they were even willing to do so. Unless these people wouldn't be bent on begging their sons for grandchildren and treating each of their children fairly. But is this thing possible? The human heart is such that those false gods exploit the loopholes in the human heart. We can't let this false god continue to grow. We must resolve it in advance. Yu Luo's expression was stern. She lowered her eyes to the system's alert. Lin Anyang had already picked her way to the county town and was selling sour date cakes in wild vegetable boxes. The system's prompts were very user-friendly. Even how many pieces of those sour date cakes were left were marked down. Yu Luo only felt that, before a while, those sour date cakes were almost sold out, and there was still a part of the wild vegetable box left. This sour date cake looks quite tasty. It's sold out so fast. I also wonder when I'll be able to catch a sour date cake flavored pseudogod. Yu Luo sighed in her heart as she was about to close the panel when she suddenly saw the familiar mark getting closer. This mark is the mark of that horse granny from Date Village. This guy actually came to the county. She quickly transmitted her voice and told Lin Anyang to pick something and approach towards that old woman. Chapter 35, Blending In. Yo, isn't this the very famous Nyangzi from the Lin family village? I've heard that your strength is very great and many men are inferior to you? Granny Ma walked over with a basket on her arm, and at a glance, she saw the woman on the opposite side of the road, carrying a stretcher. Look at you. What does a woman need so much strength for? Don't you still have to come out and do the work? Instead of throwing your head out there and earning this 3 guavas and 2 dates, why don't you have a son earlier and still be able to straighten your back? Look at this daughter-in-law of mine. She's going to have a big fat grandchild soon too. Granny Ma was proud of herself, as if she would soon get her wish as well. Lin and Yang carefully examined the woman standing at the back. The other party's stomach had bulged very large, but her face was extraordinarily pale without a trace of blood. At a glance she was very weak, not at all like a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. This daughter-in-law didn't say a word, just stared blankly into the distance. Granny Ma, you're right, we do need a son. I wonder what earthly methods you have on your side. Lin and Yang said without changing her face. Over there? Granny Ma was puzzled instead. Isn't your husband gone? Do you want to go outside to steal a man? During the day I will tell Granny Lin to discipline you severely. You this. Shoo, Granny Ma, you can keep your voice down. People over here have bad tempers. What if people think you're loud and come over to beat you up? Lin Anyang said sincerely. Granny Ma, listen to me. Although my husband died some time ago, I was already pregnant with his child a few months earlier. If you don't believe me, ask old Mrs. Gongsun of the Lin family village. She knows best. I only have this one chance in my life. I can't afford to have a son. Granny Ma, what method do you have to tell me? I'll give you 10 taels of silver as payment. How about it? Lin and Yang sold all the sour date cakes and most of the wild vegetable boxes this morning, and only sold 2 taels of silver, which was just enough to make up for the 8 taels of silver from before. Granny Ma over there was bluffed by her. Are you really willing to give me 10 taels of silver as payment? I can tell you that I won't easily spread this method out, or else how can I cope with all the people coming over and begging me? She had a proud face. Don't worry, Granny Ma, am I that unintelligent? For the sake of that son I haven't met, I have to hide this matter as well. Lin and Yang wrapped up the remaining 2 leek boxes and stuffed them into the other party's arms. This is my own food. Go back and fry it in oil. It smells great. When Granny Ma saw that she was so uptight, she also dispelled her concerns and quietly said, if you really have this idea, then come with me later to go inside one of the courtyards, and then I'll plead with you, so that you'll have the chance to give birth to a son as well. First things first, you have to give me 10 taels of silver in advance, not a penny less. Lin and Yang immediately slipped another 10 taels of silver over. On the other side, old Mrs. Gongsun, who had already received a message from the mountain goddess, likewise sought out several families that only had daughters. She took out all those wooden carvings of mountain gods that Lin Xiu had carved out and gave one to each of these farmers. Listen up, this is what you'll do when the time comes. Old Mrs. Gongsun exhorted over and over again, and the old men in these farmers' homes were still a little moved. Old ancestor, we've heard about this matter. As long as faith in that lady deliverer, it seems that she can really give birth to a son. My old sister is holding a grandson. An old woman whispered. Yes, old Mrs. Gongsun, this lady deliverer has brought men to several nearby villages. How can she be a demon? The third daughter-in-law of the Wu family was very impressed. She married over almost 2 years, only gave birth to a daughter, until now feel that they cannot stand up their own backs. Looking at the sisters-in-law one by one have a son, that is very envious. Old Mrs. Gongsun glanced at them and snorted coldly. I didn't even know that the villagers of our Lin family village are so biased, thinking that their daughters aren't their own flesh and blood? What? Then this old lady of mine is also a woman. So is she unable to control you from now on? Those few old men shook their heads repeatedly, shaking them into rattles. Who would dare to go against old lady Gongsun? This was the old ancestor of the Lin family village. We will soon experience war and famine. By then you won't even be able to feed yourselves. And you're still looking for this? I think you're just overfed. The old lady tapped her walking stick hard, making a thumping sound. Don't you know that all the pregnant women who have begged for a son with that lady deliverer have all died in childbirth? If you don't want your lives, go ahead and try. Hearing this, the Wu family's third daughter-in-law, who had just been very moved, shivered. Forget it, if this begging for a child is in exchange for her life, then she might as well have her own daughter. It's good that you guys are clear about it. This is a task set by the mountain goddess. The mountain goddess has said that Guy is a demon. How can it be false? At that time, if anyone is compelled by those people, I'll do it on behalf of my second son and expel you directly. Old Mrs. Gongsuan's face was harsh. Well, go around all of you, ask around with your old sisters, and try to figure out how to blend in with the mansions of the givers. After completing this quest, perhaps the mountain goddess will even bestow blessings on us or tell us how to make other foods. But weigh them all. Which one is the most important? County. Lin and Yang managed to break into Granny Ma's group and follow the other party towards the familiar mansion. Halfway there, however, she felt someone tugging at her. Lin and Yang turned her head to see that it was Granny Ma's daughter-in-law, and this woman with a belly was shaking her head at her, her dry, cracked lips saying something inarticulately. After careful discernment, she realized that the woman was saying, "Don't go." Lin and Yang instantly understood that this daughter-in-law had probably sensed something as well. "Don't worry." She did the same with her mouth. Yet the other was obviously very anxious, and tugged harder again. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't be as strong as Lin Anyang, and she almost fell over on her back. Lin Anyang held her up while secretly observing the rout. "Xing Ping, what's going on with you? I told you not to play tricks here. Don't presume to run away. I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren. If you lose my eldest grandchild to me, I'll take your life." Granny Ma spat viciously. That woman's face turned even paler and subconsciously grabbed Lin Anyang's sleeve. Lin Anyang gently soothed for a while before finally seeing the familiar courtyard again. There were several other pregnant women waiting outside the courtyard. Most of these were brought by their mothers-in-law, and a few by their husbands to beg for children. The clothes they wore varied, and some of the women were wearing silks and satins, and at a glance, their families were not lowly. Even so, they were sent over. The old woman with a wrinkled face, drooping eyelids, and hunched over opened the courtyard door, and when she saw that there was actually an extra person this time, her face changed. Granny Ma hurriedly walked up, whispered for a while, and slipped in another silver or two. "Why would I lie to you? She's from the Lin family village next door. She had 2 children in a row, all of whom were money losers, and she's pregnant again, so she wants to have a son. She's been pregnant for 3 or 4 months. She barely meets our standards, and since you have your full recommendation, come on in." The old woman swept over with a grim gaze and turned to go in again. "Go, hurry up, don't look around like you've never seen the world." Granny Ma immediately pulled on Lin Anyang's sleeve. Lin Anyang nodded her head repeatedly. At the same time, she gripped the mountain god idol in her sleeve. Lin and Yang walked in and took a look. Although this mansion looked quite large on the outside, there wasn't really much space inside that could be used, for in most of the shadows were placed piles and piles of boxes, again tightly locked on the outside with iron locks, looking like one blocked-off coffin after another. Obviously it was a bright sunny day outside, but Lin and Yang walked in the courtyard, but she felt very gloomy and cold, with a feeling of goosebumps trembling up. In the next second, the mountain god wooden sculpture radiated burst after burst of warmth, dispelling the cold. "Here it is." The old woman with droopy eyelids and cloudy eyes walked up to a tall wooden door and placed her hands on it. Lin Anyang could vaguely hear from behind the wooden door one after another of ground screams and hysterical roars. Feng Qingping visibly trembled and began to struggle violently. "Tie them up." The old woman with the drooping eyelids beckoned. A bunch of stocky grannies surrounded them. The pregnant women were all trembling with fear, and those mothers-in-law and husbands beside them were there whispering consolations. Chapter 36, The Warm God. Ding! Your mid-level devotee Lin and Yang has blended into the range of the false god. Is it possible to unfold refuge for her through the idol? Open the shelter. Yu Luo opened the system panel and realized that it wasn't just Lin and Yang. The other people in the Lin family village had also launched an operation. One by one, she turned on the shelters, and instead of turning on the panoramic map directly, she chose to record it. To directly turn on the panoramic map was to cast one's gaze over it, and it would be easy for that false god to find out, so it would be better to turn on the recording. Observe the system panel first, and then watch the recording when it was over. Ah, she's a real wit. Oh no, she's smart as a god. Your mid-level Lin and Yang heard the screams. She found the key point, but several pregnant women next to her were captured and she is trying to find a way to free them. Is there a program for her? Provide programs? What can be done to free that pregnant woman in this situation? The more urgent the situation, the calmer she became, her mind spinning. There it is. Wait. Seeing that Feng Qingping was about to be dragged in, Lin Anyang hurriedly spoke up. Mistress N, what are you doing? My daughter-in-law is about to be blessed by the Lady of Child Delivery. Don't disturb us, Granny Ma exasperatedly said. Granny Ma, let's not be angry. Don't be angry. I'm not bothering you. I just want to make a suggestion. Lin Anian revealed a gentle smile. She had worked her ass off in the Lin family village for so many years, being used by the Lin family's old lady in several other houses, and her reputation had long since spread. Granny Ma also felt that the other party wasn't someone who could make things happen, but that face wasn't all that pretty either. Lin Anian gently patted Feng Qingping's back, quietly gave this pregnant woman a wink, and slowly explained, Granny Ma, my father used to work as a cook for a large family, and those rich and noble families in the capital place great importance on those auspicious zodiac days. It just so happens that it's not a good day to go out. Or else ask yourself, Granny Ma, if you've encountered something along the way. At a time like this, it's most inappropriate to worship the gods. If we send Qingping over now, what if we let the delivering mother also get the bad luck from us? Wouldn't that anger the gods? At that time, when the lady sending Z gets angry, how can you still have any big fat grandchildren? When they had just met, Lin Anian had already observed that there were traces of yellow mud on the corner of that Granny Ma's skirt, and there was an inconspicuous hole in it. In this situation, she must have experienced a stumble on the road, and when she said that, the two grannies really started to get suspicious. What then? Granny Ma also panicked, afraid of getting caught up in something. She said that when she went out today, why was it so uneventful? Lin and Yang immediately added, 3 days later is the nearest auspicious day of the zodiac. It's most suitable for worshipping the gods and seeking a child, and the children you give birth to at that time will definitely all be healthy and sound in the future. I think that the lady child deliverer would be very happy to know that you are sending someone over at this time. Old sister, you say this. Granny Ma's heart moved. It is about her eldest grandson. She really has to be cautious. It's just that if you're getting married, you have to pick a lucky day. It's very appropriate for them to seek grandchildren and pick a good day. Ah, alright then, you'll send the person over 3 days later. And you must remember to do so before the child is born, or else if your daughter-in-law gives birth to a money loser. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The old woman was also persuaded that if she chose an auspicious day to send all these pregnant women together, would the lady of child delivery be a little happier? Thinking of those previous scenes, she subconsciously winced, her teeth chattering. Alright, since we're not sending anyone in today, all of you go back. The old woman with drooping eyelids waved her hand impatiently. Send it over on time 3 days later, and if you go back on your word, you'll be waiting for the punishment of the lady sender. It didn't take long for them all to walk out. Feng Qingping, who was holding her belly, was obviously relieved, but there were also pregnant women who felt that they were not immediately blessed by the child deliverer, and their faces were dejected. We're just going to leave? Lin Anian turned her head to inquire. Granny Ma rolled her eyes. What else can I do if I don't leave? And keep you there for dinner? You'll come back in 3 days, and then I'll have my watchful sister give you a bowl of the divine water bestowed by the child deliverer. And you'll come back again before you give birth, and you'll be waiting to hold your son. Granny Ma smiled with her eyebrows, already envisioning the wonderful scene 3 days later. Alright, then I'll come back then. Lin Anian nodded without moving. When they parted, she deliberately followed the pregnant women and checked the addresses of these people before she retreated. By this time, it was almost afternoon. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, and she had wanted to take money to buy something to bring back, but it suddenly occurred to her that all the silver had been used up. Forget it, it's just as well to go back and eat. She turned around and was about to leave. Lady N. Not far away ran a familiar villager from the Lin family village. Lady N, this is the 20 taels of silver that the old ancestors returned to you. He handed over a handful of broken silver. Lin Anian was puzzled. Old Mrs. Gongsun doesn't owe me any silver. The villager explained again. Several of our families have silver. These are from the mountain goddess. From the mountain goddess? Lin Anian froze. That Hanyu giggled as he told what happened inside the Lin family village. You say that the villagers who went in search of kudzu received ginseng and herbs from the mountain goddess? Yes, and Nyangzi, that white, fat ginseng, suddenly appeared at our feet. Everyone has it. It's from the mountain goddess. We've asked the old ancestors. Old ancestors said to sell all these ginseng and medicinal herbs in a few days, and the silver from the sale will be placed inside the public center, and we'll purposely take it inside for all the expenses we'll incur doing the quest. This 20 taels of silver is what the old lady has paid us in advance. The Hanyu was overjoyed. Lin and Yang thought of the 10 taels of silver she had given out earlier and her heart warmed again. This is the god who really looks out for the people, for the devotees. Ding! Your faith value has reached 7,000. Please keep up the good work. Yu Luo received a reminder from the system panel. She opened it and looked at it with a pleasant smile. Finally almost to 10,000. There were still 3 days left, so how could I gather enough 10,000 faith values, and then I would directly hit that false god's doorstep. Chapter 37, The Officials Are Aware. County. Lin Lian opened the door and was a little anxious when she saw her mother returning arm in arm again with the child maiden next door. She pulled the person back to the courtyard and whispered, "Mother, didn't I tell you? During this recent period of time, people from the nearby villages often come to the county town to buy food. It's better for you not to go out. In case you're discovered, what should we do? Have you thought about Xingcheng and me? It's how we've been able to get a foothold in the county and have this life. If we can contact our relatives over there someday, maybe they'll even send silver. But if we're found out, we'll have nothing left. And will Dad still be so nice to you if he knows you lied to him?" Lin Lian was a bit hateful. In her last life, it was her own mother who was discovered, and as a result, 2,000 taels of silver were later sent from the capital, all of which went down the drain. That's 2,000 taels of silver. Is Lin Lu business do so long? Cannot earn so much money. After the woman heard this, she also had a backlash. She immediately assured, "Don't worry, daughter. I won't even go out for the next few days. If there's anything I need to buy, I'll ask the aunt next door." I hope mother will be true to her word. Lin Lian directly locked the door. "By the way, daughter, I heard my mother say that a particularly spiritual child delivery lady has appeared in a nearby village. Do you think I should disguise myself and go and ask for one too? If I have another son, I'm sure I can completely capture your father's heart." The woman's face was longing. "Mother, what are you thinking? Where can we afford to raise another child? Hurry back and rest." Lin Lian pushed her mother back and sat in the courtyard in thought. She remembered that in her previous life, Lin Lu had given that marquis 2 sons and a daughter, and was very much favored. Wouldn't she be more favored if she had more sons with the other guy later? In his last life, this lady sending son was indeed more famous. I heard that she had sent sons for many families, and all those rich and noble families came over to beg for them. So it must be true. Lin Lian secretly memorized this sender lady in her heart and planned to go over there sometime in the future to take a look. Next door, when Li Qian went back, the family had already prepared a meal, and she sighed when she saw her husband's cousin sitting and waiting there, dressed in a constable's uniform. "Cousin's wife, did you ask about the things I asked you to do?" After the family sat down to eat, Luo Yong couldn't wait to ask. Xin Wanqing doesn't know much about that lady sender either. She just heard it from people on the street. "Luo Yong, what are you doing with the lady sender you're tracking down?" "That's just the beliefs of a few villages in the countryside. They're immortals. What can you find out?" Li Qian felt that this cousin was simply bewitched, not doing a good job as a constable, and had been tracking down the lady sender for the past few days. And the lady sender of sons sends everyone sons. How rare is this kind of fairy who benefits the people? Although Li Qianjin did not agree with her mother-in-law's mentality of only wanting grandchildren, she was also very clear that in today's world only men could indeed become officials and go out to do business. So what could ordinary people do? "Cousin-in-law, this is very important. It concerns the lives of many people." Luo Yong was instantly anxious. All right, I'll just keep asking for you." Li Qian's tone was helpless. "It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Say what you have to say after dinner. Don't yell here." An old woman walked in with soup and snapped. Luo Yong ate the meal in silence, and when she left, he came to Governor Su and reported what he had recently investigated. Su Zhixian looked at the number of maternal deaths on this and slammed the table. "I told you that there is something odd about that child-sending woman. Those who seek children's homes, none of the women in labor can survive. What kind of fairy is this? It's an evil demon." Prefect, but all of these families, indeed, have begged for a son, and I suspect that this may not be the work of any miscreants, but most likely those existences. Luo Yong didn't continue, and Governor Su knew it very well. This world is not as simple as one might think. There are demons and evils in the shadows that will use special means to take the lives of villagers and then fulfill the wishes of another part of the population. Before Governor Su came here to take up his post, he had already heard of this kind of existence, and even the emperor could do nothing about these existences, and could only secretly invite some strange men and women to eliminate the disaster. Those strange men and women were not necessarily able to deal with those existences, let alone a 7th grade Sesame official like him. "No, we can't let this guy continue to thrive, or our entire county will fall." In his memories, Ji Xiansu had once seen this kind of county that was infested by demons and evils, where the entire city was blocked off and looked like a desolate ghost town. He didn't want the barren county to become a complete wasteland just a short time after he left for office. Keep following those grannies and use coercion if necessary. Luo Yong jumped out of the window again, and he chased after a few grannies in the direction they had left. At this time, Lin Yang was shopping with her silver. She was planning to buy some sweet-tasting caramels for her 2 daughters and some furniture for her house on the hill. When the 2 men rubbed shoulders, Luo Yong stopped by just in time to inquire about the family information of those women in labor. Yes, a couple of pregnant women in labor, and they were accompanied by their mothers-in-law. Back already? No, it's nothing. I'm just pursuing a case and I need to ask them something. This is an official case. You guys mustn't say anything about what I'm asking you. Lin Anian listened briefly for a moment, pondering. she didn't choose to follow her, because this constable was very alert, just casting a glance over. The other party would look over warily. The people of the government, they also noticed the movement of that false god? Yuluo had already opened the panoramic map and naturally saw the constable. It means that this newly appointed governor is quite responsible. Otherwise, with the previous governor's temperament, it's that the false god has completely grown up, and he's still there. Ada. The system yawned. The corner of Yuluo's mouth twitched. You still know how to use words. The system gnome nodded in a serious manner. That's true. This is all extracted from inside your sea of consciousness. What? You extracted my memories? Yuluo was shocked. System, take your life. No, just occasional exposure to memory fragments. The system whooshed out. You're just peeking at my memories. Don't run. Yuluo also leaped over in anger. Stop. Didn't you just say that the official government also noticed the movement of that false god? Let me introduce you to the official government of this world. The little system donut jumped directly on top of Yuluo's head. In fact, the several countries in this vicinity also have a certain understanding of those false gods, and they refer to them as demons and evils. Only that these countries are afraid of causing chaos, and have not said this matter out in the open as of yet. Yuluo quieted down and continued to listen to the system. She simply listened to a few sentences and understood. So, demons and gods, it's up to those emperors to explain it, isn't it? Otherwise, why does the country of Yen worship their master so much? Isn't it because the emperor of Yen holds the master in high esteem? Speaking of which, the name of the neighboring country was called Yen, and some of the things about Yen were still something she had heard from the conversation between the two guys, Wu Diyun and Zhang Changzhou. Although these two guys were always very skeptical of themselves, they did have a few uses. The system sounded appreciative. It is as you understand it. Yuluo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This world consists of so many novels stitched together. Travelers reborn in a big mess. Villains and protagonists fly together. And there are even some pseudo-gods secretly poking and prodding to develop their power. It can be really lively. But, on the other hand, isn't this also opportunity? With so many pseudo-gods, the flavor should be more complete, right? Her mouth was fading to a bird. So many travelers and villains should provide more faith values, right? Kids make choices. She wants it all to the bowl. Chapter 38, This is the Monster. Lin and Yang carried a bunch of things on her back, stuffing the inside of her backpack to the brim, intending to go back. There were very few things that could be used inside that little shabby house, and in order to live better on top of the barren mountain in the future, she bought quite a lot of things, and by the way, she brought some for Xiang Yangzi as well. Leaving the county, however, as she passed an alleyway, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lin Zhenju, you can't afford to play. You've lost 20 taels of silver and you still don't take the money. Lend me another 10 taels of silver and I'll win it back. With that hand of yours, you can still win back. Dream on. That in my house is still secretly hiding money. You guys wait, when I go back and get the silver over here, I'll make you all lose it all. Lin Zhenju cursed and was kicked right out of the yard. Get lost. The man had black cloth strung across his forehead and a fierce look. Lin Zhenju did not dare to mess with the other party and ran away resentfully. What bad luck! It must have been Mai who infected me. Otherwise how come I haven't been winning all this time? See if I don't beat her to death when I get back. However, the next second, a sack fell from the sky and directly trapped Lin Zhenju inside. Immediately afterward, ferocious kicks of force came, each one drilling the heart with pain. Fight, don't fight. I will definitely return the silver to you. I really still have money at home. Stop fighting. Almost killed someone. Lin Zhenju ouched one after another. The one who beat you is you. Who let you bully my sister? Lin Anyang said in a vicious voice. You're a member of the Ning family? Didn't you guys say that Mai isn't your own and let me beat her up as much as I want? Lin Genju's voice was shaking with fear. I'll be damned. Xiang Xiao is the sister I recognized. I'm not related to that Ning family. If you ever lay a finger on her again, I'll directly crush your bones. With that, the man outside squeezed his hand, made a crunching sound, and kicked at the sack a few more times. Hard. Lin Zhenju couldn't even speak in pain. He responded repeatedly and eventually fainted. Lin Anyang once again poo-pooed the man and threw him out, and the sack was picked up again. Such a big bag cost her 10 Rio, so she can't afford to waste it. In the mountain god's temple, Yuluo happened to see such a scene as well, and was instantly happy. As expected, it must still be Lin and Yang, worthy of being her favorite believer, saying to teach people a lesson. Immediately set the sack to go, without the slightest hesitation. She continued to look over below and found that Lin Anyang had quickly returned with her basket on her back to tell old Mrs. Gongsun what she had heard today, and 2 more tinder with their heads on fire had been added to the system panel. Ding! Your followers Cui Ying and Lu Xian have been discovered by the newborn false gods detachment and are in danger. Is it time to spend 300 faith values to open a powerful shelter? When powerful shelter is on, it is capable of isolating the senses of pseudogods. You may perform a brief gaze. Turn on. Yuluo quickly turned off the system panel and opened the panoramic map. The picture around them suddenly became dim, and instead of a courtyard, this seemed to be a spacious house. Arranged around the house were a number of wooden boxes in the shape of coffins, dead-nailed in a circle. At the forefront was a pregnant woman who had collapsed on the ground, her swollen belly still twisting abnormally as she had clearly passed out. The woman's lips had been bitten by herself, and even her fingernails had turned over from too much force, so it was obvious to see what kind of torture she had endured in life, and how she was dying now. In the next second, a tiny black palm directly cut open the pregnant woman's stomach, and the monster whose face could not be seen drilled out from inside. It was surrounded by a heavy black mist, vaguely the sharp teeth, and a pair of black eyes. The little monster let out a piercing scream and quickly lunged forward. What the hell? Help! Help! The two daughters-in-law of the Wu family happened to walk here unintentionally. They saw that there was no one over here. They wanted to explore the situation. Who knew that they saw such a shocking scene? Don't yell. Call those wives over and we'll be even more dead, the Wu family's eldest daughter-in-law calmly said. She quickly picked up the dagger in her hand and shouted coldly, "You quickly bring out the mountain god statue." However, the Wu family's third daughter-in-law had already been scared out of her wits. Her legs were weak and she only knew how to sit on the ground and retreat to the back, before the little monster covered in black mist could pounce on her. The Wu family's eldest daughter-in-law quickly drew away the wooden sculpture she was holding and stopped in front of the monster. "Lady Mountain Goddess, save us." In an instant, the golden light blazed forth, a soft glow filling the house and reflecting all the shadowy corners. Only then did the two daughters-in-law of the Wu family realize that the just-born monster hadn't even grown its features and limbs, and if it wasn't for the black mist covering it, it would definitely be even more frightening. So this is the son those people begged for? Are all those well-behaved children transformed by this monster? Then are the begged children still human beings? The two men were trembling in their hearts, and the third daughter-in-law of the Wu family was even more completely dumbfounded. She had thought of coming over to beg for a son before. This is not begging for a son. This is begging for a monster. How can there be such a thing in the world? Chapter 39, A Misadventure. The Wu family's eldest daughter-in-law pulled the woman on the ground up, pulled her legs out and ran outside. She turned her head towards the back and found that the infant, who was shrouded by the black mist, was even desperately running in the opposite direction as well, trying to escape from the range where the golden light was. Wait! Choi Young-hir stopped as she quietly moved a little closer in the direction of the black mist. The infant's body shook even more, shrinking itself into a ball and huddling inside the corner, where it left trail after trail of tiny, blood-colored footprints. Sister-in-law, let's run! The Wu family's third daughter-in-law also grabbed her desperately. Shu, did you notice that this thing is very afraid of the mountain goddess's wooden sculpture? Choi Ying boldly walked over and realized that the infant was indeed letting out a shrill howl. However, enveloped by the golden light, the screaming voice of the other party all gradually disappeared, as if they were acting out a silent play. At this time, a divine voice suddenly sounded in his head. Choi Young, approach that false god detachment. Choi Ying's heart rejoiced when she heard the voice of the mountain goddess, and she subconsciously walked towards the front. The golden light that bloomed from the wooden sculpture became more and more prevalent, and the black mist that enveloped the infant gradually disappeared. And finally this tiny body completely spread out on the ground, revealing a face without 5 senses and limbs that had not grown to their full size. Vomit! The third daughter-in-law of the Wu family almost vomited directly. We can leave now. Go! Hearing the affirmation of the mountain goddess, Choi Ying hurriedly pulled her sisters-in-law out of here. In the mountain god temple, Yu Luo cupped a ball of black gas in his hand. It was the power she had extracted from that freshly born pseudo-god doppelganger that looked like a sesame seed ball. Are you sure the false god side won't find out? The system's tone was certain. That's for sure. You've already turned on the powerful shelter. It's equivalent to casting a blindfold. The false god side won't even be able to notice what's going on over here. You shouldn't think that the death of a bilocation is such a big deal. That pseudo-god's power is so weak. How could he turn all the newborns into his own bilocations? These kinds of mistakes happen all the time. Even the pseudo-god side can't control it. If you don't believe me, you can keep the believers watching for a while, and they won't be surprised when those wives come over later to collect the body. There must be very many cases of this kind of failure. Yu Luo sighed even more after hearing this. So those coffin-like wooden boxes contain failures? The system thought for a moment and explained. There are failures as well as successes. The false god definitely wants to create more doppelgangers to protect itself. Those are the final safeguards it sets up for itself. Yu Luo pondered, thinking, no wonder there are so many coffins in the courtyard where Lin and Yang is. It seems that the place with the most coffins is the place where the false god's real body is located. Got to get those believers to come back and bless them again to boost these people. At the same time, Yulua herself can boost her power, as she can draw the ability for herself once for every 10 believers who gain the ability. She had to arm herself before taking on that false god. It just so happened that tomorrow morning was the day that old Mrs. Gongsun and the villagers of the Lin family village had agreed to come over to make offerings to the mountain god. County. Luo Yang was likewise looking into the matter of the lady sender. He traced it to a mansion and slipped in quietly when no one was looking. After coming inside the courtyard, he also noticed the nailed wooden crates at first and subconsciously shivered. This place is also too weird. I have to be careful, he muttered in his mind. He came just in time, just as the wives were collecting the bodies. Eyeing the men approaching, he hastily jumped to the back of one of the crates. When he saw the men dragging something over, he desperately covered his mouth, his eyes glaring into bronze bells. For what these wives brought over in cloth bags turned out to be tragically dead pregnant women, with the other side just cut open and dragged over in blood. Next to the pregnant woman was a child whose features were unreadable and equally bloody. When he got closer, he finally got a good look at the kid and his teeth chattered in anger. The group must have been the ones who scooped the unformed child right out of the pregnant woman's belly. Who? One of the wives jerked her head up and looked around toward the perimeter. Granny sure. What's wrong? Who's coming over? The other wives inquired, covering their noses. The wrinkled old woman checked the yard some more before walking back. It's okay, I just misheard a stranger breathing. All of you move faster. There are still a few old sisters over in the front yard with their daughters-in-law, wanting to come over to beg for a son. Don't let them see it. The wrath of Mistress Deliverer. You all don't want to experience it. Granny sure snapped. The group shivered in unison, nailed the new wooden coffin on with force, and left again at a quick pace. Before leaving, Granny sure looked towards the inside of the courtyard again, pondering. It does seem that I misheard you, she muttered, not knowing who she was talking to. Behind the wooden coffin, Luo Yang had already covered his mouth and nose. He did not expect that this old woman would be so keen to recognize a stranger's breath among so many people. Looks like it's time to leave soon, or they're sure to find out. Before he left, he looked at the wooden coffins that filled the yard. His eyes glazed over. So, the wooden coffins inside this courtyard were placed for these miserable pregnant women and the children whose lives were ended prematurely? No, he mustn't scare the snakes here. It's not just this one yard. He must find out the truth. With a death grip on his hand, Luo Yang moved lightly and jumped onto one of the wooden coffins and went over the wall. Coming outside the wall, Luo Yang didn't leave at the first opportunity, instead staring at the mansion. He wanted to memorize the appearance of all these people and catch them all later. It's like a bunch of animals, doing things for that demon and aiding and abetting the evil one. Even if he gave up this life, he wouldn't let these guys continue to have their way. After crouching for a while, he finally saw the gate of this mansion being opened again, and inside came out a group of grannies, a few plainly dressed women, and pregnant women. Seeing that Granny Stone was being so nice to a couple of the women, he locked his gaze on those two. Lady Ing, can there be any lies in what I'm saying? Your Wu family's mother-in-law was my former savior, so whatever I say, I'll let that old sister have another grandchild. Without my old sister, I wouldn't be here today. Granny sure smiled with her eyebrows and sent them out with an attentive attitude. Lifesavers, the Wu family. Without the Wu family, there would be no Granny sure today. Luo Yong happened to hear these keywords, and he took the Wu family to heart and followed along. Having just experienced those things, the third daughter-in-law of the Wu family's legs were weakening, and it was only because Cui Ying supported her that the two of them were able to leave quickly. Don't be afraid, younger sibling, can't you see that thing? So afraid of the mountain goddess? It doesn't even dare to struggle within the mountain goddess power, she whispered reassuringly. But, Lu Xian could still recall the child's black eyes and bizarre features as long as she closed her eyes. The kid. Hearing this, Choi Young once again whispered, what child? Where is it a child? The mountain goddess has said that it is the false god's doppelganger, and as early as before this child was even born, it had already been devoured by the false god's power. And what you're seeing is just the shell. Those grannies in Dave village, and the villagers in the neighborhood, begged for nothing more than a false god's doppelganger, and thought they were getting sons and grandsons. Just thinking about it sent chills down Choi Young's spine. A number of people in the next village, Dave, had begged for their sons and grandsons, and she didn't dare to imagine that it was so dangerous next door to the Lin family's village. If it wasn't for the mountain goddess, sooner or later, the descendants of the Lin family village would have been eaten by the false god, wouldn't they? After all, what family can resist the temptation to give away their children? Come on, we have to tell old Mrs. Gongsun about all this quickly. Elderly Mrs. Gongsun and Lady Yin were the ones most contacted by the mountain goddess, so as long as they were told, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest. Neither realized that a man had been chasing after them. Originally, Luo Yang was still a bit skeptical, but when he vaguely heard the two men say something about the goddess, he immediately got into the spirit. These two guys must be in the know. They're connected to that demonic evil. Following the two of them all the way to the Lin family village, Luo Yong compared some of the directions he had inquired about earlier and became more certain in his mind. Old Mrs. Gongsun, open the door. We've made an important discovery. The Wu family's eldest daughter-in-law pulled her younger siblings behind her and knocked on the door. It happened to be old Mrs. Gongsun who opened the door. And inside, Lin Anyang was making new food from the kudzu. After this period of drying, the kudzu had been sun-dried into powder. And Lin and Yang used the new kudzu powder to make a number of kudzu cold cakes and powdered soups. These two eats were produced and the first thing that happened was that they were welcomed by the entire yard. Just then, Choi Young came back. Seeing that both of them were shivering, old Mrs. Gongsun hurriedly used her warm and dry hands to hold the two ladies. Come in first and warm up. The old woman was about to pull someone in, but suddenly paused. She opened the door again and glanced toward the outside. The Lin family's old mansion was surrounded by woods, and old Mrs. Gongsun could only see a group of trees, and fallen leaves all over the ground. Chapter 40, Reporting to the Magistrate. Luo Yong quickly moved away from this old courtyard. He was certain that the eccentric old woman must have discovered his position, because the other party's gaze kept falling on top of the big tree he was in. If it wasn't related to the demonic evil, how could an ordinary old woman be so perceptive? Detecting it easily and recognizing his location, Luo Yong left with a heavy face, not daring to remain here to scare the snakes. He used the fastest speed to run all the way wildly, leaving several nearby villages, tired and panting, and finally came to the courtyard where the county magistrate was. Su Rurong was organizing the cases in various account books over the years, and the more she looked at them, the more angry she became. And finally she simply sat down on the threshold and kicked everyone out, and was there alone, taking it out on the air. Pissed off. Is that former governor eating every day? How did this account book get messed up? What's with all these cases? Do his men know how to write? Are they right in the head? People report the loss of 2 chickens, and then you rob them of 2 chickens. Is this something a human being can do? Su Rurong couldn't wait to pull back the governor who had been transferred back to the capital and slap him twice to relieve his anger. Those grain merchants in the county who sell grain at high prices don't care either. Are they your grandparents, protecting them so tightly? Bang! Inside the courtyard came a rumbling sound. Su Ruyong thought again which guy from the county office came over to pick a fight. A closer look was actually out to do the task of Luo Yong. Luo Yong, what happened to you? How did you fall right in? Come in quickly. Su Rurong laboriously carried him up and pulled him inside the house. Luo Yong ran the whole day. The last 2 hours of that journey froze by him compressed half, all the way wildly to here. Can not be tired half dead? Governor Su, I want to report a heavenly secret. He told all he had seen and heard today, his eyes bloodshot at the mention of the pregnant women and babies. Those damn guys, stacking up those wooden coffins inside the yard fast, must have harmed a lot of people. Prefect, you must do right by our deserted county. Luo Yong flopped down on his knees. There used to be no barren county in this place. There were barren mountains everywhere, and then more and more people gathered over here and formed various villages before forming the current county. Because the nearby mountains are all called Arakan, the county town here was also renamed Arakan. Most of the villagers here fled here 100 years ago or were exiled. Luo Yong grew up here and has a deep affection for the deserted county. Luo Yong's parents used to be victimized by demons, which is why he knows something about them. He couldn't stand to see this kind of thing, and when he thought that those murdered women in labor, as well as the babies, were all from Arakaki County, he subconsciously clenched his fists. This damn demonic evil. Sooner or later, he would destroy all these demons and evils. Yet he looked at his palms and sat down on the floor in dismay again. How does a human being, how does he have the strength to fight against demons and evil? Luo Yong's eyes were bewildered. He turned his head to look at the magistrate next to him, and found that the county magistrate had burst into tears at some point, crying with a snotty nose, sometimes with snot bubbles. The children of my deserted county are gone before they have a chance to see this county. Yong Lok, you're a county magistrate. Can't we be a little more discreet? What if you let those people see us? Governor Su, did something happen? The magistrate outside wanted to come in. No, nothing. Luo Yong hastily blocked the door. There's nothing going on here. The magistrate is searching the case. You guys wait outside. Luo Yong was nervous. Outside the magistrate got odd. How he vaguely heard the cries. It's hard not to. The magistrate retired with great sagacity, feeling that he had discovered a great secret, and his expression was quite pleasant. Okay, then you guys get busy. I'll go first. Luo Yong inside the room was listening to some puzzlement. He is not busy now. Governor Su, stop crying now. We have to think of something. Luo Yong was in a hurry when he saw that the magistrate was still crying there. Su Rurong huffed and nodded. You're right. I have to act now. Wait, I'll disguise myself and go with you to the Lin family village to take a look. Wait, what are you going to do, prefect? You're going to see for yourself? Luo Yong was dumbfounded. Who's the county magistrate to personally go into danger? No, absolutely not. Governor, so you absolutely cannot leave this county office. It's so dangerous out there. You're openly opposing those big grain merchants, and you've offended some people at the county office. They're itching to come and put you in a sack. Will you be able to come back after you go out? And that demon is so weird. Even 10 magistrates won't help. It was hard to come to a reliable parent official. He said nothing to let this county magistrate personally involved in danger. What then? How will I know the solution if I don't check it out for myself? Su Rurong only knew from the original owner's memories that there were some demons and evils in this world. Not to mention demons and evils. Even if there were man-eating monsters in that place, he still had to go and fix it. To do otherwise is to be ashamed of who you have been for 2 lifetimes. And I'm thinking about improving our county so that everyone has enough to eat and wear. I can't sleep as long as that demon exists. Moreover, Su Ruorong had some thoughts within his heart. He didn't think it was possible that there could really be demons and evil spirits. Maybe it was just some foolish people who were up to no good. No, absolutely not. You get out of the way. No, outside. The magistrate came around again and smiled even more obviously. Can be considered to catch this new governor's pigtails. In the future, this guy will be under his control. Otherwise, how about this? Let the county minister accompany me? Luo Yong took a step back. Anyway, he wouldn't let the magistrate get into danger. Su Rurong thought about it and agreed. Although the position of the county minister is below him, but it is also a parent official. It should serve the people. Outside county executive. Don't. I'm not joining one of your rings. Chapter 41. This is the real God. Old Mrs. Gongsun. What's wrong? Seeing the other party's appearance, Chueying also subconsciously looked towards the outside. Old Mrs. Gongsun closed the wooden door and locked it tightly. You were followed on the road, and the mood of those grasses out there is clearly off. After being blessed, the old lady Gongsun was able to feel the emotions of some plants and animals. There were just too many grasses and animals around her, and it wasn't often that she turned on this ability. For a moment just now, she felt something was wrong, and after turning on this ability, she did feel the other party's complaining emotions at a ginkgo tree. Someone, who was stepping on top of that ginkgo tree, was trying to peer this way. It can't be those wives, right? Lu Xian's face instantly turned white. She never wanted to experience that kind of horror again. That kind of scene was really very scary. Not an older one, a younger man with a knife. Old Mrs. Gongsun muttered. It was the carrying of the knife that frightened the ginkgo tree and gave her a clear sense of the emotions over there. Most of the grasses and trees are very calm in their emotions. Only that tree was different. How could it not feel it? With a sword, or a young man. Could it be one of those mansions' houseboys? Choyang also saw a few men with swords in those mansions that believed in the Lady of the Sending Sun, and those men were presumably guarding the courtyards. Old Mrs. Gongsun shook her head. Not necessarily. Maybe it's someone from the government. Don't those constables carry swords? Either way, they've caught the attention of some people and need to be a little more cautious. By the way, old lady, I haven't said what I encountered today. Let me tell you. Choyang told those images of the other side that he saw today. Her appearance was still calm, and next to her, Liuxin was on the verge of fainting at the memory of the images. Take a bite of the cold cake to suppress the shock. Lin Anyang handed a bowl with crushed hawthorn and jam to the other party and gave her a spoonful. Lu Xian subconsciously opened her mouth and ate the spoonful of cold cake, and it was a sweet and silky flavor in her mouth. The jam was sweet, the crushed hawthorn cake was soft and sticky, and that cold cake was phenomenal. Soft and smooth. How happy would it be to have a cold one in the summer? Unconsciously, Liuxin had forgotten all those fears from before and was just subconsciously savoring it there. Old Mrs. Gongsun over there became more serious after hearing this. You all keep this matter to yourselves for now. Tomorrow, come with me to pay homage to the mountain goddess, who will give us instructions. After the 2 daughters-in-law of the Wu family left, old Mrs. Gongsun sat paralyzed in her chair. Silent. Old madam, have you heard of this kind of thing before? Or have you personally seen it? Lin Anyang instantly sensed that something was wrong. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded inside. I knew there was no way to hide it from you guys. Decades ago, I did see this kind of existence. To be precise, I saw this kind of demonic evil. At that time, I was still strong-legged and wanted to see the outside world. So I set out with my old partner and went to Lizhou. We lived in a village in Lizhou for 2 months and saw this demonic evil. Do you dare to believe it? At that time that demonic evil was also a son-giver. When families begged for sons and grandsons, and it was a joyous occasion. I was so puzzled by the atmosphere that I took my partner and left. Who knew that I would occasionally come back and turn around, only to find that the people of several nearby villages had disappeared, as if they had evaporated overnight. It was rumored outside that those villages had been massacred by bandits. and I thought it was very strange. And only after asking around did I learn that the deaths of those villagers were all related to the son who had begged to come. This was not the first time that old Mrs. Gongsun had come into contact with demons and evil spirits. Back in the capital, her mother had told similar stories and told her to be careful in everything and to make sure not to get tough with those existences. At the time, she was so young that she just listened to it as a story, and then she saw it for herself and felt the aftermath. Lin and Yang was a bit puzzled when she heard this instead. Lijo is so far away from here. Can a demonic evil come over? Could these two be the same kind of demonic evil? Old Mrs. Gongsun gripped her walking stick tightly. Those demons can't be seen or touched. Who knows if it's the same one? Lady Anne, do you think it could be the same one? Lin Anian thought for a moment, but still shook her head. The distance from the state is very far, and although the means by which the two sender demons work their evil are very similar, I don't think it's the same one. It wasn't Lin Anyang's speculation, just intuition. She thought about how there could be 2 or even 3 demons and evils, and how the same might just be the twisted desires of man. Temple of the Mountain God. Yulo was likewise listening to the two men, and she also thought the question was a very good one. This side of the sender, could it be the one that ran over from Lijo? It won't. The system sounded certain. Those false gods that have already circled their territory won't easily leave their lair. They're not full-fledged gods, they're just trying to steal the power of faith, and they can't collect the power when they're out of a certain range. And you're different. As long as you can become an interned god, wherever you go, you can receive the faith of believers, and those faiths are all for you. Speaking of which, the system held up its little chin with some pride. Yulo, if you say so, I have to be able to get out too. 100 or so devotees, just a few steps wider. Chill dope too? System. Seems like it, too. The system silently slipped away again. She glanced at the silky retreating system and pretended not to see it. Yu Luo, who was floating above the idol, was thinking that old Mrs. Gongsun had heard of the story of the false god and had once witnessed it herself, so she should be wary of these divine things. So why did she take the initiative to bring the villagers of the Lin family village to find her again? Wasn't she worried that she was also a demon and would harm the Lin family village? Those faith values that the old lady had offered up were not feigned either. Maybe in the beginning, Mrs. Gongsun was gambling? Inside the old mansion, Lin Anyang and Ning Xiangqiu had both left. As the two left side by side, Lin and Yang brought up Lin Zhenju as if by accident. What's wrong with him? Ning Xiangqiu had been doing embroidery work in the next courtyard earlier and hadn't heard. Lin Anyang's tone was light. I lost money again while gambling. I was beaten up by others and thrown out, and the person is still dizzy. Ning Xiangqiu wrinkled her nose after hearing this. It's a pity. Lin Anyang was puzzled. What's the pity? Does the fragrant lady still remember each other? Ning Xiangqiu waved her fist. It's a pity those people didn't just beat him to death. Lin Anyang couldn't help herself. The two of them walked farther and farther away, and old Mrs. Gongsun sat inside the courtyard and watched them fade away. Mother, it's time to rest. An old man in the next room came over and reminded. Old Mrs. Gongsun's face put on a smile again. Son, we bet right. Having seen the demons and evil, and having been reminded of them often as a child, how could she not be wary of these beings? Many of those in the know fear the demons in the shadows, believing that these beings will only harm people's lives. But there was another amazing experience that old Mrs. Gongsun didn't talk about, and she had been to other places besides the village where she gave away her son. In the past, when she often experienced famine years, Mrs. Gongsun had also once lost contact with the villagers of the Lin family village, and was stranded alone in other places. She once went to a seaside village, which also believed in a demon, but this demon would not harm people's lives, but quietly helped the villagers. Old Mrs. Gongsun hadn't seen the demonic evil that sent the son away from the state, but instead had seen the demonic evil that believed inside that village. That guy was all black, looked like a man and a fish, and sometimes saved villagers from falling into the water. She was saved by that demon, and only by that demon was she able to save her life. Although the demon needed to eat raw meat and blood every meal, the people in that village were not afraid and would take the initiative to exchange the fish they caught with outsiders for fresh beef and mutton to supply the demon. Despite the very creepy picture, the whole village is still very harmonious. Old Mrs. Gongsun lived there for most of the year, but unfortunately, after she recovered from her injuries, she left and didn't get to witness the subsequent development of that village. It was also this magical experience that gave her some insight into the legendary demonic evil. Not all demons are harmful to people, but some of them can live in peace with people. So then when she heard that all kinds of disasters might happen in the future, the first thing that came to her mind was these demons and evils. If those disasters were bound to happen, then why couldn't she take the Lin family village and live with a demonic evil for mutual benefit? She could have the villagers of the Lin family village hunt every day and prepare what they needed for this demonic evil in advance. This demonic evil, on the other hand, needs to help the villagers of the Lin family village in the various disasters that follow. This idea had been conceptualized in the mind of old Mrs. Gongsun when she left Chongzhou and was on her way back. She thought it was whimsical. How could she possibly encounter so few good demons and evils? However, after returning, old Mrs. Gongsun was overjoyed to hear those rumors in the village, witnessed the weird strength of Lin Anyang and her 2 daughters, and later observed the changes in Ning Shangqiu and her 2 children. The soft-hearted demon. She found, no, how can an existence that can possess such divine power and easily solve the problem of bilocation be a demon? This is the real God. Old Mrs. Gongsun was incomparably certain. Go. She lifted her cane. Mother, where to? The old man wondered. Go to your brother, of course, and tell him to be smart and watch for strangers who show up these days. Old Mrs. Gongsun was light on her feet. Although he didn't understand, the old man followed. Chapter 42, More Mountain Climbing? My good lord, you almost scared me to death. Chen County Minister got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, but the window was opened before his pants were lifted up, and Luo Yong, dressed in hemp clothes, scurried in. Originally thought that his house had been burglarized. He was so scared that his legs were shaking and he almost didn't pass out, and when he saw who it really was, he turned red with anger. Magistrate, it's too late to explain. We have to leave quickly or we won't make it to the scene of those people. When Luo Yang left, he also quietly listened for a while in the Lin family village, and learned that those people were going to go to the barren mountain to worship the gods the next morning. Those people were definitely worshipping the child deliverer, and there were probably many pregnant women who had been kidnapped over at the scene, and he would definitely not let those people succeed, nor would he let that abominable child deliverer gain more power. Luo Yong had learned martial arts since he was a child. His strength was still quite large, and he directly carried the county minister and jumped out of the courtyard. Don't be so quick. Let me lift my pants first. County Minister Chen was dying of shame. After easily lifting his pants, he was pulled by Luo Yong in front of him and ran towards the front like a gust of wind. Hey, what are you doing dragging me out in the middle of the night when it's still light out? What's the case that's worth fighting so hard for? County Minister Chen inquired under his breath. When had he ever had this kind of exercise? It felt like his legs and stomach were shaking, yet Luo Yong in front of him still didn't stop. Where the hell are we going? Why do we have to run? Can't we just ride a donkey? The deserted counties are poor, but not so poor that they don't have a single donkey. Luo Yong firmly shook his head. No, a donkey cart is too slow, and it's easy to be discovered and badly placed. There's only one donkey at the county office. What if he loses it? County Executive Chen. So, he's just quick? Shoo, it's the middle of the night. Let's be careful what we say. Don't let people find out. Luo Yong cautiously reminded. Chen County Minister simply want to vomit blood. This in the end, what is the matter? It cannot be the middle of the night. To that magistrate to steal people? Definitely not a serious matter. Otherwise how to sneak around? Was he really going to be a part of these two's game? The magistrate's eyes widened, and he looked at his rather rich little belly with some embarrassment. What are you thinking about, Mr. Magistrate? We're going to the village. Don't run in the wrong direction. Luo Yong turned his head and realized that this county minister was actually running further and further off course. What? To the village? County Minister Chen was even more dumbfounded. While the two were running wildly on this side, the villagers of the Lin family village on the other side had long since gathered. Some of them lit torches, some carried grains on their backs, and some carried fresh fruits that were ready. Several of the villagers who had left halfway through the day a few days ago were there, looking guilty and standing with their loved ones. Is it all washed? Old Mrs. Gongsun tapped her cane and scrutinized it. It wasn't just the fruit she was asking about, but the villagers as well. Before worshipping the god must be bathed in burned incense. The village cannot pay attention to so much, but also have to wash a little clean, so that the goddess of the mountain look comfortable. All washed up. Some of the Hanyu reddened. That said, it's the first time they've ever washed so clean. It can't be helped. The mother-in-law of the family attached great importance to this worship, and hated to wipe them inside and out, and several layers of dust had fallen off inside that yard. Very well, light the torches and let's go up the hill. Old Mrs. Gongsun also took a torch and led the way up. Behind her was Ning Shangqiu, who was holding the child. Lin and Yang and the Zhang family's maidens followed at the end as they protected the villagers in the rear. Nyangxian, what else do you think I can do with this ability? I've tried so many things. Until now, the Zhang family's Nyangzi was still very excited. Lin Anyang thought for a moment and suggested, why don't you try stitching up a wound on a person? That ability of yours is so powerful. It should be able to make wounds heal faster, right? The Zhang family's wife was shaking a little. You can really stitch people? That's a human being. Lin and Yang thought about it, but still nodded firmly. I think that's how this is supposed to work. How come wounds on people can't be sewn? You can try your hand at it from some animals first? Anyway, there was no bad use of the abilities bestowed by the mountain goddess. Gen Clan lady finally made up her mind and clenched her fists tightly. You're right, the mountain goddess has bestowed me with such a powerful ability. I absolutely cannot waste it. I must make it come in handy so that I won't let down the mountain goddess's trust in me. The group had had experience, and they went very quickly this time, quickly arriving near the mountain god temple. The long table was brought over again and fresh wild fruits and grains were set out. The villagers of the Lin family village knelt on the ground, and the head of the group, old Mrs. Gongsun, purified her hands with a wooden basin and lit the 3 incense sticks that had been prepared. Raising the threaded incense to his forehead with both hands, he bowed respectfully 3 times and then knelt on top of the prepared futon. Honor the gods and straighten your clothes. Old Mrs. Gongsun's majestic voice rang out. The Linjia village villagers in the rear subconsciously straightened their clothes. Kneel 3 times. The group touched their foreheads to the ground and knelt 3 times repeatedly. Old Mrs. Gongsun was the first to stand up. She closed her eyes and folded her hands. I hope the mountain goddess blesses all the villagers of our Lin family village with good health and peace in the future. Old Mrs. Gongsun didn't pray for too much, because with favorable winds and rains and abundant grains, all such wishes were simply unrealistic. Before those disasters came, she expected the villagers of the Lin family village to survive safely. At the foot of the barren mountain, Luo Yong also found the place. As he looked at the torches faintly lit on the mountaintop, he knew he was too late and was very remorseful. Let's go up the hill. The county minister next to him had already been tired and panting, almost foaming at the mouth, and now that he had heard that he would soon be going up the mountain again, he had been completely confused. We still have to climb? You want to tire me out. Chapter 43, Extracting Abilities. Lord County Minister, what's wrong with you? Luo Yong turned his head and realized that County Minister Chen was actually literally foaming at the mouth and his 2 legs were twitching as if he had a seizure. Luo Yong couldn't help but reflect on himself internally. Had he really run that fast just now? It was really a sin to make the county minister foaming at the mouth from exhaustion. Your Excellency, take a rest and relax. Let me go next. Luo Yong had that rare moment of guilt in his heart. Wait. County Superintendent Chen was now completely out of that mind to guess this and that, and at the moment, his heart was fuming. In the dark, what is Luo Yong doing bringing himself to the wild mountains? His legs and stomach were trembling now. He was really very scared. You tell me exactly what we're going to do. Luo Yong had to stop to briefly explain the previous investigation out of the matter. He did not say too much, but next to the Chen County minister has been scared of the hairs shrugged. He instantly jumped up and roared. What? You're actually taking me to such a dangerous place? No. I'm leaving. I'm not going to investigate such horrible guys. Those demons and evils can swallow me in one bite. Luo Yong, however, his eyes lit up. Mr. County Minister, you also know about demons and evils. Have you seen it before? That would be great. An experienced helper is much better than a goon who knows nothing. County Minister Chen's eyes widened. You're calling me a wimp? I'm a county minister, but I'm an official sent by the court. How can I be a goon? How can you say that? Do you still want to stay in the county office? I'm sorry, Mr. County Minister. I just said the wrong thing. How can you be a goon? You are a very important court official. So let's just go quickly. Don't let all those guys run away by then. Luo Yong was anxious. He still wanted to find out the truth. A lot of people might have been killed in this extra delay. Go, just go. County Minister Chen shivered and followed. Wiping the white foam from the corners of his mouth and straightening his 2 legs, Luo Yong hastily praised from the side. Mr. County Minister, you are really very valiant. Let's speed up again. County Executive Chen. In front of the temple of the mountain god, Yu Luo watched these people's worship while checking the amount of faith value rising. In fact, since yesterday, the faith value had been rising rapidly. Those 2 daughters-in-law of the Wu family had provided quite a lot of faith value, and today, old lady Gongsun brought these villagers to worship, so the faith value had risen by a small margin. But these 8,000 faith values were still not enough to break through the rank of intern deity in one fell swoop. Depending on the next bestowal of blessings, Yu Luo checked the system panel for a while, picking out a few believers with a faith value of more than 100. For every 10 believers who received the blessing, she could extract the ability once. Now that there were 9 people who had received the blessing, she planned to extract 11 people, which happened to be 2 times in one breath. Soon she found out again that most of these villagers who had more than 100 faith values were those who had been sent by old Mrs. Gongsun to do the mission before, presumably because they had seen the terror of the deliverer and felt that they were not bad as a mountain goddess, and the faith in their hearts had become even more devout. Yu Luo stood above the mountain god's temple and gently waved his hand at the selected group. In the next second, led by Cui Ying, the Wu family's eldest daughter, The old men and young women who had previously gone to those mansions to do missions all subconsciously raised their heads. The brocade pouch that had been hanging on them floated up, and the green leaves automatically flew up and slowly merged into the brows of these women. They only felt a warmth surrounding them, a feeling that was the complete opposite of those mansions they had entered before. If those mansions were cold and gloomy, making one's sweaty hairs involuntarily goosebumps, this warmth was like bathing under the spring light, feeling the warm spring breeze surrounding you in the middle of a beautiful garden of purples and reds. The surrounding villagers all showed envious expressions. Being blessed by the mountain god is such an honorable thing, especially those who see their wives' eyebrows shining. That is even more happy. Their own mother-in-law was blessed. That is equivalent to their own family was blessed. In the future they can walk in the village with their heads held high. What are you so happy about? Pops, who was next to him, rolled his eyes at him. Father, aren't I happy for XIN? She was able to obtain the ability because the mountain goddess did the task. In the future, if I'm more diligent, I'm sure I'll be able to obtain the ability as well. The third son of the Wu family said happily. Father, with this look on your face, you don't think that since mother has also been blessed by the mountain goddess, you won't be as powerful as mother in the future, do you? He said suspiciously. Wu Fengchun, say what? Do you talk like that? Hush, you can keep your voice down. The mountain goddess is bestowing her blessings, you know, and you're still talking? Dad, didn't you say it first? Sister-in-law, what do you feel? Lu Xin opened her eyes and felt this warmth in her body, unconsciously raising the corners of her mouth. I feel. Choi Yun looked increasingly odd. Sister-in-law, I feel like my ears are more sensitive and I can hear the wind from far away. Lu Xin was so new to everything that she couldn't wait to just sit down and listen carefully to the sounds of the outside world. This side, Choi Yun also finally couldn't stand it any longer, and she flung her right hand around, trying to shake out the dry heat. However, unlike what she had imagined, what was thrown out wasn't even hot wind at all, but a long fire snake that was incomparably flexible, and even opened its mouth wide and hissed after being thrown out. If Choi Yun wasn't the possessor of this ability, she would have thought that this fire snake was alive. Oh my god, Auntie Trey's ability is so cool. A girl couldn't help but make a sound. Father, mother, the mountain goddess is really powerful. When will we be blessed? The couple that was shouted at was a bit embarrassed. At that time, old lady Gongsun had actually found them, but both of them felt that this kind of thing was very dangerous, and never agreed to it, pretending that they hadn't heard anything. If they had known that just by going there, they would be blessed by the mountain goddess, they would have said anything to go over there. However, it was too late to say anything now. The blessing had already ended, and they could only watch from the sidelines, looking at their own children envying others there. However, the most chagrined ones should not be these people who missed the mission, but old Mrs. Lin and the old man, right? Obviously living in a village. Those guys are still in Nyangzi's father-in-law and mother-in-law, but they are mixing worse than the outsiders in the village, and people from the Zhang and Wu families are coming. Even Lin Luo's master, Carpenter Wu, had brought his family here to pay homage, and he didn't know what that family was thinking. Some don't understand, some gloat. No matter what, Master Lin and old Mrs. Lin were completely looked down upon by this group of villagers. Ding, a total of 11 blessings. Please check. It is detected that you already have 20 ability believers. Do you want to extract your own ability? Hint, the higher your god's level, the easier it is to extract the god's exclusive ability. Yu Luo was waiting for now. Not only was she going to boost the strength of those villagers doing the quest, but she was also going to boost her own power. Saying 1,000 words, only when one's own strength has increased can one be completely at ease. Extract. As her words fell, a huge carousel appeared out of thin air above the system panel, and as the carousel slowly rotated, the avatars of those believers flashed. In the end, only Lin Anyang's and Lin Lu's names remained, shimmering with streams of light. While not bursting with god-exclusive abilities, these two abilities are also very useful. Moreover, as a god, she used all divine power, and the effects she used were far from those believers. Having taken Forest Shelter and upgraded to a trainee deity, investing 1,000 faith and divine power can be transformed into Mountain Shelter. Has extracted the power of the Force, upgraded to a trainee deity, invested 1,000 faith value and divine power, can be converted to divine control. Sure enough, the power of the mountain god could only be stronger, and the range in which the mountain god's temple was located was precisely the deserted mountain, and as long as it was within the range of the deserted mountain, she was in control of it, and could shelter all the people in the deserted mountain. War and disaster are coming, and that's the best thing to be able to do, and these abilities change as the level of the god increases. In the future, it might only take her a wave of her hand to collapse even mountains and rocks. After looking at her own abilities, she began to check what kind of abilities those villagers of the Lin family village had awakened. Chapter 44, A Treat for the Door? Cui Ying and Lu Xian's ability. Yu Luo had already seen it. That fire snake was really powerful. It was not comparable to a normal fire whip. It could also be manipulated from a long distance. Liu Xin's ability was also important. If he could continue to improve, he could even hear the movements of those enemies, thousands of meters away. As for the others, some could walk through walls. Some could make animal calls and control those beasts for a short period of time. Some even grew a pair of wings, and some were able to blend into the shadows. After looking around, Yu Luo finally made a conclusion that it was still Lin and Yang and Cui Ying who had the most powerful force value, and the two combined that was a king bomb. Ding! A stranger has been detected climbing the barren mountain. Is it released? A mechanical system alert sound suddenly rang out. When the system wasn't actively present, these autoprompts sounded without any ebb and flow. The entire barren mountain had been marked as Yu Luo's territory, and when strangers came, the system would automatically trigger a reminder. It's that official guy from yesterday? Yu Luo had also seen that constable following the rear yesterday through the panoramic map, and had even marked it. Now that she saw the familiar symbols, she immediately realized who had come over. Only, this made Yu Luo a bit puzzled. Wasn't that constable tracking down the lady sender? Why did he come here? After thinking about it, she asked the woman who had awakened her stealth ability to go over and check it out. Panoramic maps can be opened as long as the believer is within range. When the woman and the two men got closer and closer, Yu Luo also saw a clear picture. Just see a young handsome guy, carrying the fat middle-aged man next to him with force, walking over to the mountain. That middle-aged man was already foaming at the mouth. His eyes had rolled up, and he was still muttering that he must be able to do it. Yu Luo, it's just a climb. Why do you have to work so hard? If she had just refused the two to go up the mountain, these two guys wouldn't be pissed off, would they? As I watched the handsome young man put the middle-aged man down, I seemed to want to do artificial respiration, but I couldn't get my mouth off. Finally, he violently slapped at County Minister Chen. County Minister, it's dawn. What? Get up? County Minister Chen wiped the white foam at the corner of his mouth and jumped straight up. Lord Magistrate, don't go back to sleep. There's something odd about this place. Within a short period of time I've encountered several waves of wolves. Where would there be so many wolves in a normal mountain? Speaking of this, Luo Yong's face became increasingly green. He thought of a possibility that those heartless guys wouldn't have fed the women and children who died unexpectedly to the wolves, would they? Chen County Minister hit a jolt, and immediately stopped foaming at the mouth and swished up the tree. Where are the wolves? County Minister, wait here. I'll go over there and take a look. Luo Yong felt that he had made a wrong choice. How did he bring the county minister? No, wait for me. Don't leave me alone. County Minister Chen slid down with another whoosh and hurried to keep up. Mr. Magistrate, do you have a feeling that there seems to be someone around? Luo Yong suddenly became alert. County Executive Chen was on the verge of tears. He didn't want to know at all. Okay? These two. Yu Luo looked at them with an odd expression. Is it a little treat delivered to your door? Why do you say little treats delivered to the door? Because she detected the mark left by the false god on both of them. The markings on that young man were like the flavor of sweet coke, and it was still cold. She really missed it. As for the chubby middle-aged man, it was needless to say that he actually smelled vaguely of barbecue. Geez, which two thoughtful pseudo-gods were these, to have marked it so clearly, afraid that she wouldn't be able to smell it, and even had these two guys personally deliver it to her door. Yesterday, she vaguely seemed to smell a hint of it, but she was too busy tasting the white peach soda sesame dumplings that time, and thought she smelled it wrong. Now that these two were in the middle of a deserted mountain, with the entire mountain being her territory, Yu Luo smelled the smell even more clearly, only to feel the smell of coke and barbecue desperately trying to get inside her nose. I have to say, you're quite lucky. The system floated out at some point. Surprisingly, I encountered two false god-marked prey in one breath, and the power of one of the false gods is already barely comparable to that of a primary deity. That barbecue flavor? The more Yu Luo spoke, the more he craved. Who can understand what it's like to go through the day without eating or drinking and not have a single taste in your mouth? That little sip of white peach soda doesn't even satisfy the craving. It's got to be the barbecue that's more appealing. So you won't have to think about that barbecue-flavored one right now, but you can keep an eye on this cola-flavored one. With a miniature version of his tiny hand, the system pointed at Luo Yong in the panoramic map. This smell is very close. That cola-flavored pseudo-god, which appeared here 10 or so years ago, marked its prey in the deserted county and will return. As I explained to you before, those false gods don't move around easily, so its lair must not be far from here. Strive to take down this pseudo-god-marked prey, and you can keep watch from now on. Yu Luo's pair of eyes grew brighter and brighter. That can definitely be had. System, also, both of them are supporting characters in another prefect novel, so you're pretty lucky today. Chapter 45, The Fake Little Magistrate. This novel is called Imposter Little Magistrate. I really don't want to ascend the throne. Depicting the story of a college student village official called Su Rong who dresses up as the imposter county magistrate Su Ru Rong, and seeing how barren the deserted county is, fights with those treacherous grain merchants while leading the villagers of the county to work hard and become rich. In the midst of the war, he defended his county time and time again under the attack of the chaotic army, and step by step, he took Qingzhou into his own hands, and later picked up an imperial throne by accident. The system pontificated from the sidelines. These two people who are climbing the mountain right now are the right and left arms of this imposter magistrate. One is the future Jinhua general, and the other is the future left minister. Yu Luo listened and perceived the key point. Since this world is a fusion of so many novels, there must be other rebellious novels. So one person can't be the emperor for a month, right? What is this? The emperor takes turns to be the emperor. And this month it's my house? The system shook its head repeatedly. Of course not. Otherwise wouldn't this world be in chaos? And the novel needs to be integrated into this world. It definitely needs to conform to the rules of this world. With so many novels mixed together, all sorts of capable people, and even those pseudo-gods hiding in the shadows, it's certainly up to each individual to decide who will succeed. When the world was integrated into this novel, it also automatically filled in part of the plot. Luo Yan was an orphan whose parents died in the book, and in reality, his parents did pass away early, but the reason for their passing was caused by the false god. If this plot continues to develop, Luo Yan definitely won't be able to escape the false god's prey. The false god that locked onto County Minister Chen is far away, and although he managed to escape, his body will only get worse in the future, and he might just die suddenly. Look, with his left arm and right arm gone, can that protagonist, by himself, fight against the rebel protagonists in other novels, those forces in reality, and the pseudo-gods in the shadows? That definitely can't be. It's just that lady sender, he doesn't even have the means to deal with it. Yu Luo cupped his chin in thought. However, protagonists usually have an aura. If we can pull that magistrate over, it will be easier to act in the future. As for the imposter or not, it doesn't matter. It's the protagonist of a book anyway, so it's going to turn out alright anyhow. By the way system, if I mark these two guys, will those false gods notice? Yu Luo could see the pseudo-god markings on these two guys at a glance. So in turn, would the pseudo-gods be able to see their own markings as well? System, it's hard to say right now, but after you become a trainee deity, no pseudo-gods, no matter what level they are, will be able to find out. After all, they're all pseudo-gods, so how could they possibly detect the true mark of a god? How much faith value is there now? Yu Luo instantly gained confidence. She chose 11 villagers to bestow her blessings in front of over 100 villagers. These villagers, each with an extra 20 points of faith value, also made up enough for 10,000. Currently it's 999 faith values. Seeing the last faith value rise up, the system added, "Congratulations, you have gathered the 10,000 faith values required for an intern deity. Will you proceed with the upgrade now?" Upgrade. Thus, those Linjia village villagers who were talking about the bestowal of blessings soon realized that not far away, inside the mountain god temple, there was one rumbling sound after another. A golden light even flickered above the mountain temple. The temple seems to be moving. The mountain goddess has manifested herself. Silence. What are you all yelling about here? Why don't you kneel down to the mountain goddess? Old Mrs. Gongsun led the villagers of the Lin family village to bend down and kneel. They stared closely at the movements over at the mountain god temple, and soon realized that the tiny temple had almost doubled in size, and even the stone steps in front of it had a few more levels. Seeing this miraculous scene, the awe in the hearts of these Lin family village villagers increased, and even their kneeling posture became more pious. As for those who worshipped God last time and ran away halfway, they repented. What were they thinking in the first place? Why did they have to run away halfway up the mountain after following the old ancestor? Would they have died of exhaustion if they had traveled half a day more? Now it's good that they missed the scented pouch bestowed by the mountain goddess, and they might not have the chance to bestow blessings in the future. As for what these people had in mind, no one else cared anymore. When the commotion on this side of the mountain god's temple ended, old Mrs. Gongsun led a few people and curiously came inside the temple to have a look. The interior of the mountain god's temple was still no different from before, but the clay statue, however, had undergone a subtle change, with the statue of the god having more blurred features. Even so, these people were very reverent in their hearts and once again bowed down to the idol. Above the idol, Yu Luo watched the change and felt a bit tongue-tied. It's still a relief that the mountain temple has doubled in size, but with the rough features of the idol, no one can tell exactly what it looks like. Forget it, she was just a trainee god now. She couldn't ask for too much. It's time to go find trouble with that lady sender. Yu Luo clenched his fists, feeling his entire body filled with strength. She casually tagged the two supporting characters inside that prefect novel. The two people who were climbing the mountain sneezed. Luo Yong looked around. He still felt that someone was staring at him. However, the trees around him were heavy with shadows, and he could only hear bugs and birds chirping. There was no one else at all. No, why do they have 3 heartbeats here? Luo Yong's head was spinning. Luo Yong, look up there. County Minister Chen desperately shook his shoulder. Luo Yong looked up and realized that a group of people holding torches were walking down the hill. These people were very fast, and the woman at the front was as fast as a ghost, scurrying down in the blink of an eye. Quick, let's hide. Luo Yong didn't want to be discovered by these guys. Wouldn't that scare the snakes? County Minister Chen, climb up the tree. He fretted. County Minister Chen hugged the tree and held his red face. I don't know how to climb trees. Luo Yong was almost furious. Mr. County Minister, the speed you climbed before, wasn't it quite fast? County Minister Chen was also very innocent. The fast speed before was because I was too scared. I actually didn't react from beginning to end. Luo Yong directly lit up his sword. Lord Magistrate, if you don't climb the tree, I'll do you in here. With a jolt of excitement, County Minister Chen climbed up quickly. Still satisfied, Luo Yong also chose a thick tree and quickly jumped on it. When the group approached, he scrutinized them for a long time without spotting the odd wooden coffin or the pregnant woman in the crowd. Could it be? It's been taken care of? Luo Yong frowned tightly. At this time, old Mrs. Gongsun happened to be talking to Lin Anyang next to her. Mistress N, I'll take a portion of the village Hans to repair the house, and you take Mistress Ing and the girls, and go to that lady sender? Remember, be careful in everything, old Mrs. Gongsun urged. Although blessed by the goddess of the mountain, who knows if there will be any accidents? What's more, the man with the knife from yesterday has already found his way here and is crouching in a tree at the moment. If it wasn't for the mountain goddess appeasement, old lady Gongsun would have had this group of strong men from the Lin family village swarming around and tying that guy up in the first place. Niang Ying, let's go. Lin Anyang handed the 2 children over to old lady Gongsun, stroked Lin Xiao and Lin Zhu's heads, and quickly left with the other 11 villagers who had been blessed. Mother, don't worry, we'll be good. Lin Xiao took her sister's small hand and said in a high voice. Lin Anyang glanced at her 2 daughters and waved her hand as well. Did you bring all the idols? She finished greeting her daughter and then turned her head to inquire about the group of women next to her. The group all nodded, especially Cui Ying and Lu Xian, who had seen that horrifying scene before and couldn't wait to hold the mountain god with sculpture in their hands at all times. Seeing how nervous these people were, Lin Anyang calmed them down. Don't be afraid. As long as you carry the mountain goddess's wooden sculpture, you'll all be fine. Do you guys think that lady sender is more powerful than our mountain goddess? Hearing this, they shook their heads firmly. It's absolutely impossible. Only the mountain goddess has the power to bestow blessings on so many people. We've all awakened special abilities and have idols to defend ourselves. So what's there to be afraid of? The one who should be scared right now is that lady sender. Lin Anyang said with certainty. After some encouragement from her, those women really weren't too scared anymore and even sped up. After everyone in the Lin family village had left, Luo Yong jumped down. As for County Minister Chen, he climbed down with trepidation. Luo Yong, why don't we go back? With just the 2 of us, how can we possibly deal with that lady sender? County Minister Chen hugged his head and cried. Luo Yong glanced at the top of the mountain with some struggle and finally made his decision. Let's follow them. They must know where the real lady giver is. Luo Yong did know that the power of the 2 of them could not fight against the demonic evil, and he hadn't originally planned to leave in peace. As long as he could know the weakness of this demonic evil and free those pregnant women, it would be worth it even if he gave up his life. The County Minister Chen in the back had been completely dumbfounded. No, we're still chasing? He's just a county commissioner, not an old yellow donkey pulling a mill. Chapter 46. Luo Yong followed over, and the further he went, the more he felt something was wrong. This road, how come it's the road to the county seat? Aren't these people going to meet with the lady of delivery? Why did they go to the county town? In a flash of lightning, Luo Yong guessed a possibility that the lady sender was actually hiding in the deserted county. At the thought, his heart raced and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Over here, County Minister Chen also realized that the route was very familiar, and he almost cried out. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry. I've already sent my brothers to guard those courtyards long ago, Luo Yong said in a deep voice. After the magistrate arrived, he went against the grain merchants, thoroughly investigated a lot of books, and offended a lot of people. And now he doesn't have a lot of people he can use. The reason why he only dragged the county minister to the barren mountain in this middle of the night was because all the manpower that could be used inside the county office had been dispatched. Mr. Magistrate, think carefully. If we don't go, how many people, how many pregnant women must be brutalized by these guys in Desolate County? Do you know that I saw the other side of the picture in the first place? Those people cut open pregnant women, mutilated the children inside, and put them inside wooden coffins again. A yard full of these wooden coffins. How many people did they have to mutilate? Luo Yong's tone was deplorable. This time, there's a chance that we won't succeed, and perhaps the next time. The people sent by the prefectural magistrate still won't be able to help this deliverer, but as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. What's more, just now, Mr. Magistrate, you heard what they said, didn't you? County Minister Chen shivered for a while, but finally nodded. Let's go over and take a look. Seeing County Minister Chen's sad back, Luo Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He thought about what the magistrate had said earlier. Luo Yong, County Minister Chen is actually a good official. It's just that he's the only one who's been opposing the previous magistrate all these years, and his arm can't bend his leg. I've looked into the cases over the years, and there are many things that were handled by County Minister Chen, who helped the villagers in many ways. If you go with him, be sure to keep County Minister Chen safe. And you too. The tracking down of the lady sender is very urgent, and your lives are at stake. Luo Yong took a deep breath and quickly pulled County Minister Chen to hide in the shadows. In front, Lu Xian moved her ears and quietly explained to the others. And Nyangzi, sister-in-law. No wonder the mountain goddess won't let us go up against those two behind us. One of them is a constable inside the county office, and one of them is the magistrate. So the officials have set their sights on the lady sender, and even they can't do anything about it. Speaking of which, there was such a hint of pride in Liu Xin's demeanor. If it was before, she would have been scared out of her wits when she heard that the officials were following behind her. The current Lu Xian, however, did not have the slightest fear. Her backstage was the mountain goddess. Cui Ying cupped his chin and pondered. The mountain goddess won't let us control these two people. Is she trying to make us offend the officials? Or is it that the mountain goddess wants to cooperate with the officials of Wasteland County? The last guess. She didn't say, but it felt likely. Get a move on. We'll do whatever the mountain goddess tells us to do. It's useless to speculate too much. Lin Anyang admonished them. When the time comes to split up, I'll go with Lady Ying and Lady Xian to the courtyard where Granny Sure is, and the others will also go in groups of 3 to other local courtyards. There were 4 courtyards in all, and the girls were in groups of exactly 3. None of these people had any objections. The courtyard where Granny Sure was the mansion where the real body of the Lady Sender was located, and it was even more dangerous there. Nyangzian and Nyangzi Cui arranged this for their sake. Don't be afraid. Master Lin will meet us outside, and if anything goes wrong, he'll be the first to get us out. Master Lin is the same old man who awakened the ability to levitate, which allows him to control not only himself, but others as well. Lin Anyang barked a word of advice to everyone, and the group quickly disappeared. It's over. They split into 4 paths. Did they find us? County Minister Chen was panting as he chased after them. He couldn't figure out how such a group of young women could run faster than himself. Aren't these people tired? Don't they feel exhausted? Does it mean that he is old and useless? Luo Yong thought about it and directly pulled County Minister Chen to catch up with the route that Lin Anyang was on. Follow them. Everyone else listened to that man. At this time, the sky was already completely bright, and the streets were filled with people, with merchants carrying burdens everywhere, as well as some householders who went out to make purchases. Luo Yong blended in so easily that he couldn't even notice without careful observation. Soon he made another discovery. The path was equally very familiar. Wasn't it the same mansion he had found yesterday? The real Lady Giver is not in that barren mountain, but in this side of the mansion? Luo Yong felt that he was likely to be fooled, but then he had a wonderful feeling that if he continued to follow the women, he would surely discover the truth. Go, keep following. He clenched his teeth and chased after them once again. The familiar mansion came into view, and after a few people knocked on the door, the hunched-over Granny Sure opened it. Those cloudy eyes scanned, and when she saw Cui Ying and Lu Xian, she subconsciously frowned. What brings you two here at this hour? Cui Ying was keenly aware that something seemed to be wrong with the stone woman as her left arm hung down. Chapter 47, You Shouldn't Have Come. Granny Sure. Lu Xian's heart was ruthless as she directly walked forward and took the other party's other intact hand. Granny Sure. I've been thinking left and right, and I think I still need a son. It just so happened that Nyangzi from the same village had the same idea, so I begged my sister-in-law to bring us here. Granny Sure. I used to know Susu and she told me about you. You're the best mother ever. The Susu that Lu Xian is talking about is Granny Sure's only daughter, Jiang Susu. Previously, when she was doing a quest inside the mansion, Lu Xian didn't think about it, but later on, after careful recall, she remembered that her childhood partner also had a very good mother, and Granny Sure had a family name, and was also very similar in looks. She then had the audacity to walk right up, big deal, and say she recognized the wrong person. Who knew that when Granny Sure heard that, those eyes trembled violently. She stared at Liu Xin dead in the face, her voice hoarse. You were from Stone Village before? Liu Xin nodded and shook her head. Granny Sure, My mother used to live there with me for a while and then moved away. In fact, the memories of this stone village in her mind were no longer very clear, or else she wouldn't be thinking about it now. You shouldn't have come. Granny Stone paused and reminded in a hoarse voice. Lu Xian hadn't come here to seek a son, so how could she give up halfway? She once again took the other's hand and pleaded. Granny, sure, I knew you'd be the best. Let us go in and beg the lady sender? I'm sure I'll be looked down upon if I don't have a son to back me up. I still want to see Susu, and I don't know how she's doing. Granny Sure's cloudy eyes trembled once again, and she eventually opened the door in silence. Come in, all of you, and keep your voices down so as not to disturb the other guests. The three followed, walking in together. This time, Cui Ying and Lu Xian clearly felt that those gloomy feelings inside the mansion could no longer affect them, and the only change before and after this was that they received the blessing of the mountain goddess. The two looked at each other, both seeing the determination in the other's eyes. You guys stay in the front yard first, I'll go to the backyard to take care of things. Granny Sure hunched over and slowly left. When Granny Sure's figure disappeared into thin air, the three of them stood up in unison. You, what are you doing? Why are you all standing up all of a sudden? A surprised voice came from the side. Lin and Young turned her head to look, only then realized that the living room in the front yard was also sitting a pregnant woman. The other party's face was round and chubby, and at a glance, she was well raised. Are you here for a child, too? She lowered her voice to inquire. The woman shook her head and muttered involuntarily. I'm not asking for any sub, but Granny, she had to have me come, and must have me sit here for a while before I can go back. It's boring as hell here. There's nothing interesting to sit on. What's there to sit on? Lin and Young thought for a moment and handed over to the other party the other mountain god idol that her daughter had carved for herself. Hold on to it, and make sure you don't let go of it in times of crisis. It could save your life. When this is over, I will take back this wooden sculpture. The other party was not a devotee of the mountain goddess, so she naturally would not give the idol directly to the other party, which was a great disrespect to the gods. However, it was urgent, and there was a high probability that the other woman would be in danger alone, so she had no choice but to do it. The three of them chased after Granny Sure in the direction she left, but the small, round-faced woman behind her was confused. Wait, what the hell are you guys doing? She gritted her teeth and quietly followed suit. In the backyard, those wives were standing there with trepidation, and they were obviously relieved after seeing Granny Sure arrive. Granny Sure, we've locked the door to the room, so we're counting on you next. These wives lowered their eyebrows. Granny Stone nodded and came to a house. The house was small, but the outside was tightly secured with an iron door and lock, not showing a single crack, but those outside could clearly hear one crash after another coming from inside, as if someone was slamming their head, hard, against the door of the room. The force was so great that even the house trembled, as if it would not be able to withstand it in the next second and collapse completely. Granny Sure, when will Auntie Sender be fine in this state? A slightly younger middle-aged woman couldn't help but inquire. Daring, is this something you should ask? We are all just human beings. How can we presume to guess the gods? In the crowd, there were other grannies who angrily rebuked her. There were also other grannies who inquired in low voices. Granny Sure, what about those guests in the front yard? Do we still receive them? What's all the hurry? Granny Sure tapped the walking stick in her hand. The lady sender will be fine, but watch your tongues and heads. After a while, the movement inside still didn't stop, yet the small room couldn't take it anymore, and a crack appeared in the corner of the wall. Granny Sure faintly commanded, open the door. Granny Stone, Granny Sure, let's wait a little longer, shall we? I said open the door and let me in. If we don't appease the lady sender, everyone will die. Granny Sure gave them a look with icy eyes. The woman in the lead eventually stepped forward, shivering, and took out her key to unlock the door. When she opened it, she quickly retreated to the very back, even her teeth chattering. On the roof, Lin Anyang and the other two had hidden themselves. What the men said, and the crashing inside the house, could be heard clearly by all three. Lu Xian went white in the first instant, subconsciously grabbing the sleeves of the other two and said in a weak voice, In there is actually the lady sender. Is it that scary? No wonder it had to be locked with so many thick iron locks. Lady Xin, did you hear the commotion outside? Did that official constable come looking for you? Lin Anyang similarly inquired in a low voice. He's following me with that chubby prefect. Should I lure the two of them away? Lu Xian was a little scared. No need. The mountain goddess told us not to care about these guys. Lin Anyang didn't understand, but she wouldn't doubt it. How could the mountain goddess be at fault? Even if she did have a fault, it would be the fault of those two guys outside. Liu Xin's hands shook, but she looked around and realized that her sister-in-law and Nyangzi were more serious than one another, and still tried, suppressing that fear. The two outside were likewise communicating. Luo Yang wanted to go in over the wall and hide behind the wooden coffin to investigate like before. However, County Minister Chen desperately pulled him back. You're crazy. Do you really not know what demonic evil means? Those guys aren't even afraid of swords. As long as they lock onto their prey, no one can run away. The last emperor couldn't even hide from the demons. How do you think he died violently? Let's just listen to it outside. Do we have to fight so hard? County Minister Chen did have a sense of morality in his heart, but it wasn't so bad that he would take his life in exchange for it. He had seen demons and evils before and knew how terrifying those kinds of guys were. Luo Yong clenched his fists in a deadly grip. This could be the best chance. I must go and find out. As he watched Luo Yong touch in, County Minister Chen slammed his hands together. This brainless guy. So what if it's the best chance? Do you have the life to come back? You wait. I'll call for help. County Secretary Chen slipped away quickly, halfway through the run. However, he stopped again. County Minister Chen vaguely heard the commotion. He looked in the direction of the mansion, and then looked at those crowds coming and going, and finally stomped his feet in anger. I really owe you from my previous life. He quietly fished out a yellow talisman from his pocket and turned it back. Chen County Minister clenched his teeth and found a large stone from the back of the house, with which he tiptoed and climbed up quickly. After climbing up, however, he was dumbfounded, because across the street, behind the triangular ramp, there were people hiding as well, and 3 women at that. The people on both sides looked at each other, all wide-eyed. Mistress N, this is County Minister Chen, Lu Xin whispered. Lin Anyang thought for a moment and said decisively, don't worry about him, the officials surely don't want to be discovered by Granny Sure now. Chapter 48, the mountain goddess wants to see you. In the courtyard, Granny Stone stood in front of that large iron gate, and she reached out her hand to untie the entangled chains. The presence inside seemed to have heard the commotion from this side, and the sound of the crash became louder. When the last link of the chain was undone and the iron door showed a crack, the movement inside suddenly stopped. This sudden silence made those wives around them even more nervous, and their hands were already sweating unconsciously. Granny Sure lit the oil lamp, pushed the iron door open a small amount, and slowly walked in along the doorway. The surrounding people could only vaguely see, if anything, a black mist surging. A black shadow of a head seemed to appear inside the house, which grew larger and larger as the light projected in from outside, enveloping almost the entirety of Granny Sure. Immediately after that, the black shadow opened its mouth wide. Good boy. Granny Sure suddenly spoke in that hoarse voice. Good boy, get a grip. We'll just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Granny Sure reached out and probed towards the black shadow, which didn't move, but those thick black mists on the ground slowly surged up, wrapping her feet in a deadly tangle. Granny Stone wore an expression that she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Good boy, let's go in first. With that, she was about to close the iron door. In a flash of lightning, a figure leaped down with 2 men in its arms at speed and kicked the iron door. The thick iron door, which had been hit by the demon many times but failed to break open, just flew into the air and landed straight next to County Minister Chen. A group of people were all dumbfounded. Even the Chen County Minister was scared and rolled his eyes, looking about to faint. That big iron gate, it landed right next to him. So close, he was almost going to meet his grandma. Sorry, didn't control the force. Lin Anyang said expressionlessly. Granny Sure didn't say anything, those cloudy eyes brightening and dipping between black and white light, unable to see much emotion. Yet the black mist in the room was stimulated and instantly surged out, letting out an open-mouthed roar. Behind the wooden coffin, Luo Yong's pupils shrank and he was about to rush out. Yet someone else moved faster than him. The ground shook with a tremor as County Minister Chen on the roof jumped down. What are you guys waiting for? Run! He roared angrily while taking out the yellow talisman in his hand. County Minister Chen subconsciously closed his eyes and pinched the yellow talisman in his hand and danced around. The yellow talisman emitted a faint earth-colored glow, and those black mists were really a bit intimidated. Stopping in front of him, seeing this scene, County Minister Chen was finally relieved and a bit bolder. I'll subdue this demonic evil. Luo Yon, you take them all away. It was said to be subdued, but in reality those black mists didn't retreat, and the two sides had frozen in a stalemate. Luo Yong also came back to his senses from the sudden change in Chen County Minister and quickly pulled the pregnant woman with a round face who sneaked over next to him. Didn't I just tell you not to come out? I'm taking you out now. He was in a hurry because there were other people in the yard, and he definitely couldn't save them all in a short time, so he had to choose this pregnant woman first. No, I'm not going out. This is too powerful. Wang Qing had just arrived here just in time to see the scene where Lin and Yang kicked the iron door away. Her eyes had been starry-eyed. You're crazy. There are man-eating demons here. Luo Yong was incredulous. No, I'm sure they're all so powerful that they'll be able to deal with the demonic evil. Wang Qing was still unwilling to leave. In this instant, Luo Yong seemed to dream of the scene where Chen County Minister pulled himself. Quite intentional and somewhat guilty. My mother, how did you suddenly become powerful? Over there, Chen County Minister originally thought that this yellow talisman could deal with demons and evils. Who knew that these black mists directly pounced over and violently swallowed that yellow talisman? Finished. County Minister Chen grabbed his hair and collapsed to the ground. Lady An, what do you mean? At this time, Granny Sher, who was standing by the door, spoke up. Chen County Minister's heart crumbles. Can't you see we're here to save lives? What does it mean? What else can it mean? Well, now we're all screwed together. Prefectural Minister, step back for a moment. Lin Anyang easily carried the man to the back. Immediately afterward, Lin and Yang took the initiative to walk forward. It doesn't mean much. It's just that my mountain goddess wants to meet your child deliverer. Lin Anyang held the idol in her hands and walked over step by step. Those black mists were a bit hesitant, as if they were hesitating to pounce. Hearing this, Chen County Minister was even more confused. How come there was another mountain goddess? Do these two demons still meet and talk to each other? Good lord, if two demons get together, won't Wasteland County be completely finished? County Minister Chen hugged himself and shivered. Mountain goddess, Granny Stone muttered. So it is. Behind the old woman, the thick black mist had already waited impatiently, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged at Lin and Yang, everyone's heart in their throats. Watch out! Luo Yong rushed over with his sword. Yet how could a physical blade deal with the power of a pseudo-god? He didn't even have time to get close before he was toppled over by the black mist. In the next second, golden light flickered in Lin Anyang's hands, forming a transparent protective film that enveloped the few people around her. The black mist bounced right off, and it retreated back in disbelief, cowering by the door as if it were a frightened little animal. Lin Anyang, however, didn't care how scared this lady sender was as she lifted the idol in her hand that emitted golden light and approached the black mist step by step. With every step she took, those black mists would tremble as if they had seen something extraordinarily terrifying. Seeing that Lin Anyang had already stepped on the threshold, those black mists screamed violently, turning into strand after strand of extremely thin black smoke, lunging over towards the wooden coffin. Discovering that there was even a pregnant woman over here, it was ecstatic and surrounded the person heavily, then opened its huge mouth. The paralyzed Chen County Minister couldn't bear to look at him, so he could only turn his head away. Luo Yong swung his sword over, but the blade went straight through those black mists and was about to land on this woman's body. He came to an urgent halt and brought back the long blade in his hand, looking chagrined. So, he's this useless? In front of demons and evil, any force was worthless. Just when most people thought that the woman would have a hard time escaping death, the familiar golden shroud of light popped out again, barely chipping the black shadow's teeth. Chapter 49, Divine Surrender. Not to mention all these people around them, even the deliverer herself froze, and it subconsciously looked at the golden light cover below, letting out a shrill roar. As the screaming continued, the wooden coffins in the front and part of the backyard began to shake violently, and one baby's cry after another came from inside. In a short period of time, the entire courtyard seemed to be wrapped in the voices of countless infants, and those wives all changed their faces. Granny Sher, those chains are getting out of control. These people were anxious, yet Granny Sher beside them was very calm. What's the rush? Wait until they come out? A group of wives and houseguests hiding in the shadows. Before they could think of a way, those wooden coffins were directly broken open, and those little monsters with greenish-black skin inside crawled out. There were screams after screams from the courtyard, and the wives and servants were all scared out of their wits and ran towards the front yard. However, the front yard was also full of wooden coffins and they were soon surrounded. Granny Sher, save us! Those people shouted. Granny Sher remained calm as she turned to look at Lin Anyang. All of the infants infested by the lady sender have been transported inside this courtyard by me on an excuse. So as long as you let all of these fellows die, you'll have one. And the lady sender is not to be feared. Isn't the mountain goddess going to make a move yet? If you don't do it, all of you will die. The already maddened lady sender doesn't care who you really are or how powerful the being behind you is. Lin Anyang glanced at Granny Sher. That strange feeling in her heart finally had an answer. So this guy had been planning this all along. However, there was one more thing that made her very puzzled. Would the greatest accomplice of the lady sender also betray this demonic evil? She gave a wink to the two next to her, and Choi Young immediately released the fire snake. Within the range of the idol, she had the added power of divine power and released 10 fire snakes in one breath, which she in turn maneuvered to surround those little monsters. Even Lu Xian squeezed the idol and gritted her teeth as she charged at one of the little monsters. Instead of stopping the monsters like the others, Lin Anyang slowly closed her eyes. County Minister Chen, do you still have that yellow talisman of yours? If there is, let's stick it on our swords and we'll definitely be able to injure that lady sender. Luo Yong said anxiously. It was too late for him to be surprised as to why the women had such amazing abilities. There were so many monsters inside this courtyard. If we let all these little monsters rush out, the consequences would be unimaginable. County Minister Chen's jaw dropped and his eyes glazed over. They're all strange people? Mr. Prefect. Lok Yong bent his shoulders again. County Minister Chen was also very innocent. Of course not. If there is still this kind of yellow talisman, would I be such a loser? Just as the two were staring wide-eyed, a slurping sound came from the side. You two ordinary people still dare to come here. You really aren't afraid of death. Luo Yong subconsciously turned his head, those eyes staring even wider than those of County Minister Chen. What? I can't be the odd man out? Otherwise, what do you guys think? What am I doing here in the morning? Eating idle food? Of course I'm here for the lady sender. Wang Qing slammed towards her uplifted stomach, and a large bundle fell off. She bent down quickly and searched towards the inside, finding a long whip. Originally I was going to use a knife, but that fire snake of Ying's was too powerful as well, so I decided to use a whip. This knife is for you to use first. Remember to return it to me when you're done. Wang Qing took out the knife inside her bag and put it together, flinging it directly at Luo Yong. Your Excellency, you can just make do with this little dagger. You don't know how to use a knife anyway. Separating his weapons, Wang Chang left as if he were a ghost and violently rushed towards those small monsters. Frozen in place, Luo Yong. So he's the only one with the most food in this yard? Luo Yong didn't continue to think about it as he drew this long sword out and also found a direction to rush over. You have to watch out. Don't knock my demon slayer knife. You won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you two are sold. Wang Cheng reminded from the side. Luo Yong nodded and jumped directly onto the courtyard wall, guarding this side of the space and stopping every monster that tried to rush over. The outside had long since been cleared by the authorities, and the streets were empty. However, Luo Yong was vaguely able to see a white-haired old man sitting on a rock, his body shivering, as if he had become homeless. Don't worry, old man. I won't let any monsters rush out. Luo Yong whispered alone, then cupped his long knife and swung it at the monsters. Outside the yard, Moncler Outlet Store Lin yawned and changed his position to sit back again. Strange, I don't think I've seen this young man before. To save or not to save? He muttered. Never mind, let's just look again. The gate of the mansion was locked tightly by Granny Sure. The group of wives and houseguests couldn't run out and had quickly hid inside the other houses. The only ones still fighting were sister-in-law Cui Ying, the county magistrate and Luo Yong, and Wang Chang, who held a red whip and danced suffingly. However, as powerful as they were, there were still too many of those little monsters to completely intercept. Each of the 10 or so fire snakes released by Choi Youngna wrapped around the monster. Wang Qing's red whip also wrapped around 5 or 6 of them. There was still a steady stream of small monsters glowing with black mist crawling out. Wang Qing saw it and shivered with anger. How many lives must this have caused? Damn demonic evil. I won't let you go. With that, she moved a little faster. Sister Ing, why hasn't your companion made a move? She's still closing her eyes. That Sister Lin is also very powerful. Why doesn't she move? Wang Chang wailed in her mind. Don't worry, they can't hurt Lady Yin. Cui Ying didn't turn her head. Maneuvering so many fire snakes required a strong concentration that she had to maintain. Wang Chang, is it a question of whether it hurts or not? It's a matter of those monsters potentially getting out. That deliverer must be hiding inside these little monsters. Don't let any of them go. She growled again. Hold on for a small half hour. My master will be able to come over. He can help us. Upon hearing this, Lin and Yang, who had been keeping her eyes tightly closed, opened her eyes. It took Yu Luo a little bit of time to use the divine surrender technique for the first time, but the result was good. She literally Lin Anyang's body moved. When she thought about what that little girl had said earlier, she was instantly alert. That master is coming over. He's not going to rob it from himself, is he? That wouldn't do. She'd already reserved this white peach soda-flavored pseudo-god. Be determined not to give up your drink to anyone else. The time of the divine descent technique was very short. Yu Luo didn't delay too much as she directly used her divine power to make herself float. In the next second, countless green plants grew wildly, surrounding the entire interior of the mansion. All the little monsters, tied up by the plants, not one escaped. These images, they all happened in a flash. Being struggling hard, Luo Yong and Wang Qing stopped their hands together with blank eyes. No, what just happened? The two of them raised their heads and looked in the direction of Lin and Yang. Chapter 50, Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Although the person suspended in the air was still Lin Anyang's appearance, it was clear to everyone that the aura was different. If the previous Lin Anyang was introverted and would always do something that would drop her jaw without moving, she didn't actually scare people much. However, looking at the Lin Anyang floating in the air, even Luo Yong, who only knew how to charge forward, felt the pressure. It felt as if the other party came from between heaven and earth, carrying a mountainous pressure that could crush everyone present into mud with just a slight movement of a finger. Wang Qing bit her lip with a deadly grip. She was not surprised like the others. Instead, she was extremely vigilant from start to finish. but Master said that there is no God in heaven and earth, and all the guys who call themselves God are demons and evils. So, in Yangzi this was attracting another even more powerful demonic evil. She felt like her body couldn't move. The other party's power was as terrifying as it was. What to do? Two demons together. She can't be right. Missed out today. I only hope that this demonic evil doesn't go on a killing spree, or else with the other party's power, the several nearby counties would all have to fall. Just as Wang Qing was rambling, a sigh if any came from mid-air. She looked down at all the monsters below with a sad expression. Go to sleep, and when you do, you will be able to sleep in complete peace. Lin and Yang raised a hand, and rays of golden light poured down from the center of her palm. After these golden rays fell, they instantly drilled into the brows of those monsters and disappeared. The hissing voices of the little monsters enveloped in the light grew weaker and weaker, and they completely fell limp and silent. Of all the little monsters, only one was still struggling there. Seeing that she had already been exposed, the Lady Sender simply retreated from inside that little monster's body, transforming her body into a heavy black mist. The black mist with claws and teeth roared towards Lin and Yang, and then fled into the air with lightning speed. Everyone down there was tense as they watched the Lady Sender about to disappear, running pretty fast. Lin Anyang directly stretched out her hand and grabbed at the black fog. Those unseen and untouchable mist was slowly grabbed back by Lin Anyang and kneaded into a fist-sized black sesame seed ball. Yu Luo finally used Lin Anyang's body to look at these people below and slowly closed those golden eyes again. What kind of existence is this? Luo Yong said naively. The power of just waving a hand and solving the Sender's nymphette that they had been agonizing over for so long was just too much. Miss Wang, do you know? Luo Yong turned his head and inquired impatiently. Wang Chang also held her tongue for half a day. If it was before, she would have balked at the idea that the other party was another demonic evil. However, in this short period of time, she saw the golden eyes of Lin Anyang, full of majesty and compassion. Although Wang Qing couldn't tell the difference though, she had heard her master tell stories. She used to think that with all the demons and evils that were secretly working here, there must be a god to save the world. But she was reprimanded by her master. She didn't believe in it and had her master speak about the characteristics of the gods. The master didn't explain anything else, just said one thing. A true god. His eyes are golden and filled with divine majesty, not at all comparable to ordinary demons and evils. This world has long since lost the conditions for the birth of gods, so it's useless for you to ask anymore. Wang Qing snapped back from her memories with a slightly dumbfounded expression. So, was she wrong or not? I Lua mountain goddess is this the real god? After half a day's thought, she cautiously said, don't ask. You can't afford to mess with them anyway. Yong Lok, why do you all have this look on your faces? Has the Lady Cinder been resolved? Lin and Yang opened her eyes and returned to those dark eyes. There must be no problem if the mountain goddess takes action. Her cheeks flushed, but her tone was very firm. Lady An, the mountain goddess just manifested her spirit in you. Shui Ying marveled. When that scene had just appeared, her people had been on the verge of stupidity. The mountain goddess is also too powerful. You don't even know. Just now, Lu Xian also began to gabble. The two transformed into a mountain god blow, hating to break up all the details and tell them again. Lin Anyang was mesmerized by what she was hearing. After the mountain goddess had cast her divine surrender technique, she was unable to feel the outside world. Though she had been in a warm golden ocean, she believed that it must be the power of the mountain goddess. The mountain goddess was protecting herself. I tell you, if your faith becomes more devout, there is also a chance for the mountain goddess to perform the divine surrender technique in the future. So this is called the divine descent technique? My lady mountain goddess Lu, it really is the most powerful. A few others in the courtyard. So, y'all don't care who's around anymore, do you? But they didn't dare to take the initiative to open their mouths. These could all be followers of the mountain goddess. What if these ladies went to complain? That demonic evil wasn't even enough for the mountain goddess to swallow in one bite. And the few of them probably didn't even need to struggle. I'll leave the rest to you. You officials should know very well how to try those people. Shouldn't you? Lin Anyang turned her head. County Minister Chen and Luo Yon subconsciously took a few steps back. The majesty of that mountain goddess just now still lingered in their minds. So much so that both of them were a bit intimidated when they saw Lin Anyang's appearance. Yes, our officials are very clear about it. County Minister Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Even that Granny Sure who later turned against us, we'll take her back to check it out and leave no hidden dangers behind. County Minister Chen slapped his chest so hard that his hand turned red. Luo Yon, with you and your brothers, go get the others inside the courtyard. Luo Yon nodded his head and returned the borrowed Demon Slayer sword and took back his own long sword. He was about to make his move when a pale and desolate laughter suddenly resounded in the courtyard again. The crowd turned their heads and realized that Granny Sure was actually still here, and had even come outside that hut at some point. Su, don't be afraid. Mother has come to get you. The old man trembled and walked in. Su, Liuxin turned her head instantly. looking in the direction of the hut in disbelief. Granny sure, you said Susu was here? Chapter 51, Source of Demons and Evils. Wasn't it only the lady sender inside this hut just now? Liuxin looked at the blackened hut in frozen place. Granny sure over there had already tremblingly walked in, and that pair of cloudy, dark eyes gradually had a glimmer of light in them. It was as if a firefly gradually lit in the dimness, with that faint glow, slowly moving towards a darker world. Outside the courtyard, there were already a few constables who had managed to crawl in, and they received a gaze signal from County Minister Chen and Luo Yong, and quickly stood behind the two. It wasn't long before Granny sure walked out holding a figure with a soft gaze. The crowd took a closer look and realized that the woman in this old man's arms had long ago become inhuman. Her face and the backs of her hands had rotted away, and the woman's arms were still clutching the skeletons of her 3 children, unwilling to let go of them to the point of death. With a thud, the tiles held in Liuxin's hands and used as weapons fell to the ground with a loud noise. Xin, thank you for remembering Susu. She would be happy to know that someone else remembers her. She mentioned you before she got married. The officials are here too. Ah, can my old self ask for a grace to bury the bones of my daughters and granddaughters? Granny sure slowly raised her head, her gaze tinged with supplication. County Minister Chen nodded. The old man's pale eyes closed slightly as he read it. It would have required crutches and a stooped body to walk steadily, but holding his daughter in his arms, the old man did not tremble at all. She walked slowly but with such immense determination that not even the skeleton in her daughter's arms shook much. Granny sure took out a key and carefully opened the iron gate to the backyard. After the iron door was pushed open, the crowd could see the small hill outside, and large and small mounds. This mansion was originally a bit remote, with a small wooded area in the backyard and a deep ditch, and the terrain wasn't very flat, so no one chose to live over here at all. That's why the old lady was able to dig out so many mounds here and no one has found them yet. Only the old woman carried her daughter over and slowly walked over to the biggest pit. There was a wooden coffin inside, and the old man put his daughter and 3 granddaughters inside, and his gaze softened even more after he closed it. Some of these mounds are new and some are old. They should have been dug out intermittently. Luo Yong surveyed the mounds and analyzed them. Granny sure, let's help you carry it. He saw the old man struggling to pull the other wooden coffins and offered to help. The old man nodded and pointed to the mound next to him, and then to those wooden coffins in the courtyard. The crowd realized that those boxes in the courtyard made the style of wooden coffins. The old lady had already counted off. County Minister Chan waved his hand, and those few new constables all lifted the wooden coffin in the courtyard. Mr. County Minister, if all these wooden coffins are buried in, how are we going to investigate the case and how are we going to help them find their families? Luo Yong also felt that these people should be buried, but wouldn't there be no clues on the official side? How are they going to explain to people when they can't find the families of these people? You reckless man, this is all left behind by demons and evils, not to mention our tiny county. Even the emperor wouldn't dare to get his hands on it. And do you think that all these women are here voluntarily? Didn't their families send them here of their own accord? Even if they were found, what then? And then send the bodies of these women back to be rolled up in a raggedy piece of straw mat and thrown out by the guys? Maybe those guys, they won't even come up with a straw mat. County Minister Chen hated the iron. Just cut the crap, let's bury them first. Luo Yong fell silent as he took the initiative to carry those wooden coffins and put them inside the earthen pit. In the courtyard, Granny sure came next to those little monsters with green and black skin. The lady sender had already disappeared, and these little monsters didn't last much longer, and one by one, they all turned into black powder. Granny Stone made a distinction between the powders and put all these inside small prepared boxes, marking each one. Granny sure, do you recognize whose children these are? Wang Chang, who was holding a long whip, approached and inquired curiously. When she had fought earlier, she had thought that these little monsters looked exactly the same. Could anyone really tell them apart? The old man nodded and placed all these small boxes inside the corresponding wooden coffins. Hard work guys, she whispered. Those people sped up again, and in a short while they put down all these wooden coffins. When the last wooden coffin was put down, the old man finally revealed a smile, and also completely unable to support himself, paralyzed on the ground. Did so much, all is the old man's heart to hold a breath. Now is all things done. Her pair of faintly bright eyes, like a candle about to burn out, will soon be extinguished. At this moment, Granny sure was like a stiff tree root, raising her head with difficulty and saying in a hoarse voice, if you want to ask anything, just come and ask. Old woman, is that demon completely gone? County Minister Chen cautiously inquired. Granny sure glanced at him and said decisively, the children she was able to control have all been turned into powder and no longer have any power. And, she sighed and slowly recounted the origin of this demonic evil. The old man came from Stone Village, which was far from this side of Arakan County, and since she was a child, she liked to listen to all kinds of stories. and was aware of demons and evils. Later she sent traces left by demons at the village shrine, repeatedly reported to the Risho, and also reflected with her relatives and parents. But every time the people in the village heard it, they showed disgust and scolded her instead. Granny sure was very incomprehensible, but she had the instinct to avoid advantages and disadvantages, and when she chose a husband for her daughter, she purposely picked the farthest village, Linha. Even her daughter's in-laws were the ones she had personally inquired about. Who knows that everything is a lie? The village ganged up to cheat people. The daughter married after the birth of 2 girls. The in-laws look down on the 2 girls will be sent to the baby girl tower. Let the child to die on their own. Granny Sure's daughter thought at first that her 2 previous daughters had died tragically, and when she watched her 3rd daughter being thrown into the baby girl pagoda, she was completely devastated. Not wanting to involve her mother and cause trouble on her mother's side, and also to avenge her 3 daughters, she took advantage of a midnight to grab a kitchen knife and wipe the necks of all the culprits, including her husband, before stabbing herself and jumping into the tower of the baby girl in a pool of blood. Speaking of this, Granny Sure explained, although my daughter killed those people, they all deserve to die. These people killed many children. Oh. One of the constables had already sobbed uncontrollably. Why are there such hateful people in this world too? I'm going to end this Linha village and give everyone a mine job. Luo Yong turned his head to look and instantly widened his eyes. It turned out that this was not a constable at all, but the county magistrate who was wearing constable's clothes and sneaking in. His heart was in his throat, and those eyes were already on the verge of blinking with cramps. Yet Su Rurong didn't realize it at all. Granny Shure's gaze softened a bit as she continued her story. The daughter jumped into the mother and child tower, but was not killed by the fall. She found her 3 children and took them into her arms. Shifu had thought that she would soon die due to blood loss. Who knew that countless grievances had already gathered inside these mother and baby towers, forming a new demonic evil. This demonic evil has attached itself to Shifu to recruit more followers for itself, so that these followers will go and preach the reputation of the child deliverer and deliver children to those families who are bent on seeking children. Hearing this, all the people looked shocked. So the source of the lady sender was the grievances inside those baby girl towers? It turns out that the grievances of this world really do produce demons and evils. Magistrate Su Rurong also murmured in his heart. Next to her, Wang Chang was not much surprised. Obviously she had already seen this kind of thing. There is no need for you all to pity for the lady sender. After becoming a demonic evil, it has long been out of control. Why else would this lady giver, even those poor women, be killed as well? Granny Stone nodded, her voice even more hoarse and, you're right. This demonic evil has indeed harmed many people. I heard the wind of this many people being killed in Linha village, and fearing that something might happen to my daughter, I came here alone, wanting to take her away. This demonic evil took it upon herself to seek me out and inform me of the truth of it all, and she used her daughter's likeness to confuse me into thinking that my own daughter had turned into a demon. It wasn't until I did thing after thing for her, victimizing life after life, that I reacted to the fact that this wasn't my daughter at all. It's just manipulating my daughter's body to hurt other people here to try and gain more power. I've been planning this ever since. Granny Sure looked successively at Wang Chang, and those from the government, and finally she cast her gaze in Cui Ying's direction. Chapter 52, Bringing a Wooden Coffin to the Deserted Mountain. Although the Lady Sender is terrifying and possesses inhuman strength, she has one fatal weakness, which is that she must attach herself to my daughter's body, and during this recent period of time, her control over her body will be drastically weakened because my daughter's body will not be able to withstand it any longer. I've been planning and searching for what kind of people could deal with the deliverer until I inquired and found out that there are still some strange people in this world who have the power to fight against demons and evils. Granny Stone coughed. Over here, Wang Qing came to a realization. So you're the one who spread the word that there are demons and evil spirits in the deserted village? No wonder my master heard the news and sent me over. It wasn't simple for this old woman to let the news reach her master. It's just too bad that it came across this kind of thing. Granny sure nodded. That's right. I thought there would be a lot of strange people coming over. Who knew that you were the only one? It's still too risky to have only one person to deal with the demonic evil. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just out of prudence. I can't put the entire desolate county in danger. I have to make sure that this matter is foolproof. So later on, you deliberately revealed the cracks so that the officials would notice? Su Rurong also understood. This old granny was really smart. Granny sure nodded her head with a smile. I know that you are the newly appointed magistrate, and I have noticed you since you just arrived in Desolate County. You're not like those winebags. You've got passion in your heart. You're willing to pay for this county, and you're willing to look out for the common people. So of course I won't let go of the power of the government. If it was still the former magistrate, Granny sure wouldn't even consider it because that guy didn't ask for anything and wasn't reliable at all. She continued. It's not good enough to have only one odd person and the officials. You guys haven't seen the deliverer and have no idea how terrifying it really is. If it hadn't tried to hibernate in the early stages, I'm afraid that with all those little monsters, it would have been able to slaughter all the nearby villages. I also need a wunderkind with absolute strength who can quickly subdue the sender. Until I saw the image of Choi Young being able to make the little monster tremble with the help of a small wooden sculpture. That's when I knew that I had finally waited. The old man's eyes blossomed as he recalled this. Choi Young raised an eyebrow. She told her that this old man didn't look right, as if he saw through everything. Turns out it really did find out everything a long time ago. I used the excuse that the lady sender had bestowed her blessings to bring the children those people had begged for, locked them up inside the wooden coffins, and chose the day when the lady sender was at her weakest to release all of you. Granny Stone let out a low chuckle. I've finally done it. Avenged my daughter and those women. Luo Young scratched his head. It turned out that this old woman had found out a long time ago in the first place, and he thought he had hidden it very tightly. My heart's desire has been fulfilled, and I thank your mountain goddess for her willingness to step in and pull my daughter out of her misery. Even though the lady sender was gone and her daughter would die, Granny Stone still felt very relaxed, because her daughter's body, which will never be tortured again, can be put in the ground. Lady An, I have one last request. Can you bring out the statue of the mountain goddess, so that I can pay my respects? Granny Stone looked over with pleading eyes. Lin Anyang nodded as she set the wooden sculpture in front of her. The stone woman prostrated herself 3 times to the idol with a pious look, before showing a look of relief. By now, I have no regrets, so go ahead and make your arrests. I'm going to reunite with my daughter. With that, she quickly drew her dagger and stabbed it towards her chest. You guys, tell the mountain goddess to watch out for the stone village, the demonic evil. With that, Granny Sure slowly collapsed. Granny Stone left the last wooden coffin that she had prepared for herself. From the beginning, this old woman had no intention of continuing to live. She missed her daughter. Hey, a sigh came through the air if nothing else, a voice that echoed in everyone's ears. Lady Anne, bring them all here. Take the wooden coffin and come to the barren mountain. Before anyone could react, Lin Anyang quickly went to the forest in the backyard and carried up one wooden coffin after another. The plot of these 2 chapters will also be revised. There are a few things that don't quite make sense. Parts of the plot will be revised throughout the book. If they don't make sense, they're changed. Chapter 53, Spitefulness. Seeing Lin Anyang stacking up one wooden coffin after another, easily like stacking toys, the new constables were all shocked. The series of things encountered today were all too unbelievable. This group of constables' heads would not have been able to turn long ago, and each of them froze in place. Only the magistrate Su Rurong instantly jumped up and leapt to the other party's side, a pair of clear eyes glaring round. Lin Anyang remembered that he was the new magistrate of Desolate County, and did not ignore the man, but nodded slightly. Greetings, Lord Magistrate. Su Rurong didn't even react to the fact that this person was calling out to her, still staring at those wooden coffins in shock. Lord Magistrate, make way first. I still have to carry other wooden coffins. Lin and Yang always felt that these eyes were very similar to her own daughter. Good. Su Rurong subconsciously withdrew and watched Lin Anyang's figure grow farther and farther away. He finally reacted and directly stormed over, waving at the distant Lin Anyang. Chivalrous lady, be sure to come back again. I'm still thinking of learning from you. Lin Anyang had very good hearing and almost stumbled when she heard that the county magistrate wanted to learn from herself. It was a good thing she'd moved away quickly or she'd have to be skeptical. Over here, Su Rurong was still excited inside, when she saw an old man also probing his head and walking in. Luo Yong immediately recognized that this is the homeless old man. If those little monsters rushed out, this old grandfather will certainly bear the brunt. Before he could show a relieved expression, he saw this old grandfather rubbing his hands together and inquired to Choi Ying, the wooden coffins that the mountain goddess asked us to bring, are they all here? Choi Young nodded, and over their master Lim sighed in relief and quickly raised his hands. Only a part of the remaining wooden coffin, floating out of thin air, gradually flew to the old man's side, as he got further and further away. You guys keep investigating, there will be others coming next, and they'll take all these wooden coffins back. Lin Moncler Outlet Store left everyone with a touch of mysterious back, and just slowly went away. Next, several more women appeared, some with wings on their backs, some coming straight through the wall, and some pulling a portion of the wooden coffin right into the shadows. Within a short period of time, all the wooden coffins had disappeared, and if not for these mounds, the crowd would have thought that nothing had happened. Su Rurong was still accepting this fantastical world. Chen County Minister was puzzled. Luo Yong and a group of constables looked dumbfounded, and only Wang Qing was anxious in her heart. At the risk of asking, what does your mountain goddess want with these wooden coffins? Although Wang Qing felt that mountain goddess had a pair of golden eyes and was most likely a true god, the education from childhood and the inhuman existences that he had seen were all sorts of demons and evils. She was genuinely afraid that mountain goddess had allowed the wooden coffins to be taken away in order to gain power with the remnants of the bodies left behind by these poor women. It wasn't as if Master hadn't encountered this kind of thing before, and with those previous lessons still fresh in his mind, Wang Qing was truly anxious in her heart. Now that there were only 2 mountain god followers left in this courtyard, Liu Xin was still immersed inside the encounter of her childhood friend and had not returned to her senses. Choi Young took the initiative to step forward and explain. When the mountain goddess took away these wooden coffins, she naturally prayed for the blessing of all the women inside and buried them in the barren mountains. Otherwise, this kind of body that has been eroded by demons and evils is very easy to attract other demons and evils. You guys are also dealing with demons and evils, so you should be very clear about this, right? Su Rurong and Luo Yang both subconsciously looked at County Minister Chen, who nodded his head calmly. This Lady Ying is right. A body that has been corrupted by a demonic evil will easily attract other demons, because between demons, they will also devour each other. Saying that, County Minister Chen subconsciously shivered, obviously recalling something bad. You guys won't have to ask much. County Minister Chen winked at the 2 men, desperately winking at them. County Minister Chen was also unable to determine whether that mountain goddess was a demon or not. But no matter what kind of existence, even if the other party was very nice to talk to and seemed very benevolent, it could not be easily messed with. One lady sender is already scary. Another lady mountain goddess. Can we still have Arakan County? Nowadays, he only expected that the other party was truly a benevolent being, not one that was briefly displayed in order to confuse the crowd. I also have some knowledge about removing demonic and evil contamination, so maybe I can even go over and help. Can you let me go and take a look? Wang Qing couldn't wait. She must go and see what's going on. Hearing this, Chen County Minister have been almost fainted. Originally thought Luo Yon has been very reckless. Did not expect to come to a more reckless. Now he could only pray that this little girl's master was a very powerful and strange man. Aren't you the officials of Desolate County? Since you are already involved in this, let's go together and take a look. Wang Qing cast his gaze on County Minister Chen. She had already seen that the other party's yellow talisman was not simple, and it seemed to be from the lineage of her master's nemesis. If anything did happen, there was still the lineage of master's nemesis to carry the load. Wang Qing felt very stable. County Minister Chen pinched his nose so hard that he could barely breathe. It's fine, the mountain goddess has already ordered it. Choi Young's expression became even more worshipful. Earlier, the mountain goddess had already instructed her, saying that if these people wanted to go to the barren mountains, they should bring them along, and I didn't expect that this little girl would really bring it up. The mountain goddess really did anticipate things like God. Oh no, the mountain goddess is a god. Yes, Su Rurong was also eager to try. Although he hadn't seen the scene where the mountain goddess performed the divine descent technique, he had been unable to hold back when he saw so many supernaturals. As a traveler, he has no ability whatsoever to start a small, shabby county with very little manpower to work with, and he has to deal with treacherous grain merchants and large families, as well as those henchmen of the former magistrate who make things difficult for him. How can you let go of such a skycrash opening when it's so hard to meet some competent people? Alright, then after you catch the others in this courtyard and take care of things, let's go together. Seeing that the new magistrates were all very worshipful of the mountain goddess, Choi Ying was inwardly incomparably proud. Behold, the charm of the mountain goddess. Choi Ying pulled Lu Xian and left, leaving behind County Minister Chen and Wang Qing wide-eyed. You, do you realize what you've done? Didn't your master make it clear to you what kind of existences can't be messed with? County Minister Chen held his face red. Wang Qing looked innocent. Isn't there still you here? County Executive Chen. In the temple of the mountain god, Yulua squeezed the fist-sized sesame ball in his hand, a little distracted. She also hadn't thought that the lady sender was a demonic evil that had been alienated from the grievances inside those baby girl towers. I had only heard that there used to be such a tower, but now I've seen it. Yulua frowned and turned the panoramic map over to Date Village again. Date Village and Linha Village were 2 neighboring villages, both of which had begged for the lady sender, and long before those people set off, she had also sent Ning Xiangxia with Lin Lu, Lin Feng, and a portion of the Lin family village's green and strong men to stand guard there. Now there is real chaos. Not all families are willing to let Granny Stone take their children, and the doppelgangers left behind by those who sent the children have gone berserk, biting on the nearest person they can get to. Immediately after that, the little monsters tried to run out, but they were all stopped by the plants that Lin Lu manipulated. Zhang Yangzi's silver needles were full of vitality and could also force back some of the smaller monsters, plus these monsters were relatively small in number, quickly resolving the chaos. Even so, many of the families seeking children were in disarray, running out in panic and screaming for help. As for those who had already been bitten, Yu Luo didn't let the villagers of Linjia village care. She just needed to make sure that these little monsters wouldn't harm other innocent people. What is there to save about people who have no regard for the lives of those pregnant women? Thus, after all the little monsters were eliminated, Ning Xiangxiao quickly left with her daughter and those Linjia village youths. Her little heart was pounding as she left, but she still clenched her fists hard. She did, helping more people in fulfilling the mission of the mountain goddess. A smile appeared on Ning Xiangxiao's face, and the Lin Lu in her arms blinked as she lay obediently in her arms. Chapter 54 Demon Hunter Heroine. The county office in Wasteland County. County Minister Chen was recording the manual left behind by Granny Sher, which recorded all those families seeking children, and his expression was somewhat helpless when he saw that almost every village in Desolate County was recorded. Su Rurong had also come back from that state of shock and was asking Luo Yong about what had happened today. When he heard that mountain goddess could use the divine surrender technique to take care of all the demonic detachments in an instant, he subconsciously tapped his fingers. More than 20 years of education, so that he does not quite trust some of the supernatural legends, but the crossing has already happened. The demonic evil. He has also seen some people with supernatural powers, and then do not believe that is really blind, even though all the memories in his mind told him that there were only demons and evils in this world. Su Ruirong firmly believed in his judgment. Those monsters that went berserk in Dave Village and Linha Village were all controlled by followers of the mountain goddess? He looked up at the constable behind Luo Yong. The other party nodded vigorously. When a few of us went over, everything had already been resolved. Only those wailing villagers were left, and these people even asked the officials to compensate their sons. Speaking of which, the constable was a bit speechless. You are about to be bitten to death by your son, and you want the government to compensate your son? When you were bullied by the demonic incarnation, why didn't I see you being so cross? Su Rurong. He pinched his brow, not surprised in his mind, although he has just graduated not long ago. As a college student village official in poverty alleviation, he has already seen a lot of scenes, and these are still just small things. Bring these people here and lock them up to keep them honest for a few days. Su Rurong's heart was ruthless. Those people who know that the daughters-in-law or wives of the other seekers are dead and still send them there are knowingly committing an additional offense. And this is ancient times, not like modern times, and there are times when you don't even have to use the Huiro policy. How many people would have to be arrested? The county office doesn't have that much manpower, does it? County Minister Chen, who was looking at the list, was stunned. Since the new magistrate came, there is a part of the people are completely unable to get oil and water. In order to let the magistrate adults compromise, those people have not appeared for a long time, such as the official government can use the people. There are only 10 or so sheriffs only, is really very miserable. Su Rurong tapped her fingers and said decisively, first arrest a few who jumped the hardest, memorize the names of the others, and when the county office is re-established, then slowly clean them up. It was indeed unrealistic to capture them all, and there was no justifiable reason to publicize the existence of demons and evils, right? It would definitely cause chaos. Those people won't be able to claim any benefits on the Desolation County side after that anyway. County Minister Chen, it's your turn now. You know quite a lot about demons and evils, and you even know the secret of the violent death of the founding emperor of Liang. Now that we're on the same line, how are we going to work together against the enemy if you don't make things clearer? Su Rurong's clear eyes instantly became stern, and looking at County Minister Chen, he was somewhat beaten. It seems that this new magistrate is also not a light of oil. No wonder the courage to just do confrontation with the county's 3 major grain merchants. Most of the county office angry away. Do not bring a frown. Does County Minister Chen not want to talk about it? Then I'll go ask Miss Wang. I think she'll be happy to introduce you. Say. I'll say it right now. County Minister Chen instantly jumped up. Hey, I'm actually not that familiar with demons and evils. It's just that my master has been dealing with demons and evils, as well as those dignitaries for years. You have a master too? Su Ruirong was puzzled. County Minister Chen nodded, then shook. How can I put it? I'm just his unrecorded disciple. This master of mine has a string of disciples, too many to count, and the only reason I was able to learn so much from him was because my parents were rich and paid to send me there, and most people don't know me. Speaking of this, County Minister Chen scratched his hair, but instead, it was a bit of a fluke. That's exactly why I was able to come to this hole of a county and dodge a bullet. As for what really happened, you guys shouldn't ask too much about it. If you know too much, you'll die fast. Someone as powerful as my master was trapped by a demon and his whereabouts are still unknown. The founding emperors of Liang are dead. No matter what background you have behind you, don't try it easily. With just a few short sentences, Su Ruorong, who had once read many novels and dramas, had already guessed part of it. The founding emperor of Liang was killed by a demon. This demon was found by the previous third prince, now the new emperor. And all those disciples of your master were liquidated by him as well? Even that crown prince who died suddenly and violently could have been the third prince's means? The opposite side of the county minister Chen instantly widened his eyes. How do you know so well? Su Rurong waved her hand, revealing an expression of unworthiness. It's not that simple. See who the final winner is, and then reverse the process, and all the results will come out. He even guessed that after that third prince became the emperor, he also couldn't do anything about the demonic evil, and it was very likely that he would be counter-controlled by the demonic evil. Why else would that new emperor kill all those powerful people who dealt with demons and evils? If he was the third prince back then, he definitely wouldn't have killed all those people. Instead, he would have left some of them behind in secretly cultivated forces to help him control the demons and evils, although this was the power left behind by the previous emperor. But now that there was only one emperor, and the third prince was the child of the founding emperor, were they still afraid that those people wouldn't be able to use them for themselves? Now it seems that the capital side is not so optimistic. I'm afraid, and a lot of things will be born in the future. Su Rurong felt still quite fortunate that she didn't wear to the capital in the opening. This is definitely going to face hell mode. County Minister Chen's cheeks twitched. He was thoroughly impressed. It's not impossible to follow this magistrate in the future. In fact, after all these people left, Su Rurong's legs went limp and she sat down on the ground, taking a deep breath. Good job today. Keep it up. Have bluffed them. He clenched his fists, pumping himself up. Outside the county office, Wang Qing received a message from her master, and she was a bit anxious when she learned that he was being pestered by another demonic evil. When the time came, she would have to go to the Barren Mountain to investigate that mountain goddess, and she wasn't that sure if master didn't come over. It must be that demonic evil in the guise of a beautiful man again. Really, cunning and shameless. When she thought of the way this demon bared her breasts and seduced her master earlier, her cheeks reddened with anger. Who? Wang Qing was keenly aware of a gaze and quickly turned around. The back was empty, except for a merchant in the distance with a stretcher, selling some handmade goods. This little girl is quite vigilant. She can detect that someone is hiding in the dark. Yu Luo, who was watching the panoramic map, was quite interested in what this little girl was muttering. System, her master is quite powerful. He should also be the protagonist, or supporting character in the novel, right? The system floated out. You guessed it right. That female master of hers is a very important supporting character. And Wang Qing is the main character who was reborn after death inside a female frequency demon hunter text. Of course, she hasn't been reborn yet and hasn't experienced those tragic things. Perhaps with your intervention, she won't need to be reborn. This chapter is to be fixed. Chapter 55, Reversal from now on. So Wang Qing will be in mortal danger? What's the next plot? Yu Luo swallowed the sesame ball condensed from the black mist in one bite and narrowed her eyes. This strong white peach soda flavor is pretty good. Long overdue. After swallowing all of the sender's power, she clearly felt that her divine power had increased, only that there was no change in her divine rank or faith value. So it seemed that the path to upgrade would require the development of more believers. The system circled around Yu Luo and continued. After the novels of this demon catcher text were integrated into the world, the demons they caught all became those demonic evils. In fact, right now, Wang Qing is already in the middle of the plot, and she was seriously injured during this operation to capture the sender. On her way back, Wang Qing was deceived by the male demon that master knew, and the other party chopped off her severed tendons and bones, imprisoned her inside a dark room, and tortured her daily. Wang Qing was tortured like this for 3 years. She never understood why this demon favored her until she heard this demon's explanation one day and understood everything. Because her physique is very rare, a child born of a demon and a human. Yet she is not tainted with any evil aura and still maintains her sanity intact. In the future, whether she alienates into a demonic evil or continues to cultivate the art of catching demons, she'll be very powerful. And that guy wants her to degenerate into a demonic evil and devour power again. When the other party was about to succeed, Wang Qing found a chance to kill herself and was reborn. After being reborn, she went to take revenge, even going so far as to break with her master to hunt down that male demonic evil. Yet in the end, she realized that she was looking for the wrong enemy demon. That male demon is actually her father. The master is her mother. And the demonic evil that tormented her in her last life was just her father's enemy in the form of a male demon. However, by this time, Wang Qing had long since seriously injured her father, and although her mother didn't care, she couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart and could only leave alone. And in the future, she wouldn't be so arbitrary in her treatment of demons and evils, and she would let go of some demons that hadn't done any evil. After listening, Yu Luo fell into deep thought. No wonder the system said that with its own intervention, perhaps there was no need for Wang Qing to be reborn. Before she was reborn, she would have suffered inhuman torture, and after she was reborn, she wouldn't necessarily have a better life, so she might as well turn it around from now on, since nothing had happened yet. Yu Luo pondered for a while and had an idea. The county office in Wasteland County. Today, the county office is very lively. A series of dozens of people kneeling in the lobby, Some of them are stagnant, some are indignant, and some are full of despair. Do you know the crime of deliberately sending your wives and daughters-in-law into the mansion to be killed? Su Rurong slammed the shocking wood and looked at the group with a stern expression. Some of those who feared the official uniforms kowtowed repeatedly. Magistrate, we don't dare. I don't know anything about it. It was all my wife's idea. Most of the fingers on both of my hands have been bitten off. If you want to arrest my wife. My son and I are innocent. What idea did I come up with? Is this grandson for me alone to have? Is it to honor my family in the future? You don't pressure me. I can send my daughter-in-law there. I'll be damned. My eldest grandson bites the dust. The other old lady was furious. The two old men soon fought, and the old woman, uninjured and relatively strong, soon had that old man pinned down and slapped. Listening to the slapping sound, the other people who were pressed over all subconsciously gulped their saliva. This old lady is really too tough. Some of the old man subconsciously looked at his partner next to him, and hastened to pacify him. I didn't say it was your idea. Don't get on it. Su Rurong sitting in front. Mr. Magistrate, shouldn't we have someone pull the fight? The county magistrate next to him reminded. It's not a good idea to keep fighting like this. It's disrupting the public court. Su Rurong nodded, her face serious. That's right, we should indeed pull the plug. This is the county office. How can we cause trouble here? Luo Yong, go and pull that old man up. When Luo Yong went to pull someone out, the old woman took the opportunity to kick some more. His eyelids jumped, and he hastily sped up, afraid that this old man would be killed. Over there, the corner of County Minister Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Rurong with a complicated expression. This magistrate is doing it on purpose, right? What kind of person pulls a fight and pulls the one who's being beaten? Isn't it more convenient for the old lady? However, looking at the incomparably serious face of the magistrate, he felt that he had thought wrongly, and that it was likely that this new magistrate had not dealt with this kind of thing much, and was not quite sure of the doorway here. Lock everyone in and wait for their punishment. Finally Su Rurong slapped the shocking wood again, in front of those villagers watching outside. Let the constable put a group of people in jail, outside the county courthouse. Some people didn't understand what this was a trial for, and curiously inquired there. Our new magistrate, what kind of case is this? You don't know about that, do you? I've heard of those families that have jeopardized the lives of their own daughters-in-law in order to beg for a son. Why would a begging son harm his daughter-in-law? And where would you get a grandson without a daughter-in-law? The man did not understand. Shoo, stop asking. There's a lot more involved. Let's not ask. No matter what, this new magistrate is still good. Do you think Mr. Magistrate can adjust the price of food in Desolate County? Grain is so expensive now that we can't afford it. Who knows? He'd be a good magistrate if he didn't come to raid us. Inside the county courthouse, Su Rurong had already changed out of the official clothes she was wearing and put on plain clothes. Lord Magistrate, you can't follow along. Luo Yong looked anxious. In case the mountain goddess above that barren mountain is also a demon, you will be in danger. Our desolate county relies on you, even if there is another magistrate. Is there a present-day magistrate Su in charge? Su Rurong, however, shook her head firmly. Exactly, that's why I'm going to take a look. If she really is a very powerful demonic evil that even the county minister and Miss Wang can't deal with, I'll end up the same way no matter where I am. Immortal or demonic evil. Since they appear in this world, they must have a need. How can I negotiate with him if I don't go there myself? Moreover, Su Rurong had a very strong intuition that the one on the barren mountain was the real mountain god. How could a demon be so kind as to bestow blessings on the villagers of the Lin family village without charging any price? Moreover, the other party had even used the divine surrender technique. So just ask which demonic evil had this kind of ability. Taking a step back, even if the other party was really a demonic evil, it was time to fight, but not yet. In this world, there are so many demons and evils. Even if we beat away this one, there might be the next one soon. So it's better to negotiate a good deal and stabilize the other party. He, an ordinary magistrate, could only try his best to do these things. Seeing how determined the magistrate was, Luo Yong did not continue to speak, but instead became even more silent. Su Ruirong noticed this and pondered. Are you ready, Mr. Magistrate? There can't be any more delays. Wang Qing jumped in directly from the window there. Su Rurong's eyes lit up when she saw her. This was a very cool demon hunter. I've only read about it in novels before. Cough cough. County Minister Chen coughed twice as a reminder. Su Rurong slightly regretted that he really wanted to invite the other party to come to the county to work. However, Su Rurong also knew very well that the current Arakan County was penniless, so where could it afford to hire a demon hunter? It's okay, he'll definitely keep trying. Lord Magistrate, you're here too. Wang Qing just glanced at him and quickly turned his head again, staring at the chubby county magistrate. Miss Wang, do we just have to go? County Minister Chen was less than willing. He cares about the people. but he also values his life. That mountain goddess is so much tougher than the lady of delivery. And if she goes like that, will she be able to come back? Darn, I forgot to post it. I just got free. Next chapter before 12. Pooches, feel free to AIT me with plot holes and typos. I'll be sure to change them. Chapter 56, Burning Incense. The foot of a barren mountain. Old Mrs. Gongsun had already gathered here with the villagers of the Lin family village, and beside her were the immobile Su Rurong, the not-so-reluctant Chun County minister, the unusually silent Luo Yong, and the ever-vigilant demon catcher Wang Qing. Of course, there were a few familiar constables in the back, all of whom had been to the mansion that day and had seen the lady sender. They saw with sharp eyes that some of the Lin family villagers in the procession were carrying furniture, and some others were carrying iron pots. Old lady, you are. Su Rurong felt very odd and asked. Old Mrs. Gongsun gave him a deep look and slowly said, Lord Magistrate, the villagers of the Lin family village are repairing their houses on the barren mountain, and in the future, we are going to move inside the barren mountain to live. Moving to live inside a deserted mountain? Why, don't you want the fields outside? Su Rurong didn't understand. Even for the sake of believing in the mountain goddess, you don't have to give up so much. This year's winter has been extraordinarily cold, and most of the grain in the hands of the villagers has been used to pay taxes, and with the price of grain so high in the county town, they certainly can't afford to buy it with the money they have in their hands. When most people don't have enough to eat and wear, riots arise, and we're preparing for that in advance. Elderly Mrs. Gongsun didn't explain too much, but she did remind of the key point. Su Rurong's heart thumped as he remembered the skyrocketing grain prices in the county and the voices of the people screaming in agony. Old Mrs. Gongsun was right. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. These people are going to starve to death. What else is there to care about? In recent years, the court's taxes are really getting heavier and heavier. Su Ruyong just crossed over. Also understand some, but have the heart to do nothing. I didn't realize that this ancient old lady was so smart that she saw right through it. Within a short period of time, Su Rulong thought a lot, and his face grew heavy. Don't worry, old lady, before this year's cold winter comes completely, I will definitely solve the problem of grain prices. Su Ruyong had been thinking of ways to do this before, and now he had decided to take special measures. Old Mrs. Gongsun also looked at this magistrate to have the guts to come over in person, and only reminded a sentence, not expecting that this person really intends to do practical things. However, no matter what this magistrate planned to do, the imperial court's taxes remained onerous, so how could a small magistrate change them? Good. She sighed inwardly and nodded, continuing over towards the barren mountain. A group of villagers from the Lin family village followed behind, and a few children looked over curiously, quickly followed by their parents twisting their heads away. Miss Wang, do you have plans? County Minister Chen came over and asked quietly. Wang Chang nodded. My master has already sent word that he will arrive in time. If it was morning, there was no way that master would have been able to make it in time, but it was already afternoon, so as long as she could hold out for a while, she could definitely wait for someone. Do you have all your yellow talismans with you? Wang Qing's lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. This voice echoed directly in County Minister Chen's ears, and he looked over with a complicated expression. Of course I brought it. I had to bring enough to save my life. Before he came, he brought all the yellow talismans he had stored up over the years, and it took him a long time to draw them then. His voice, likewise, echoed directly in Wang Qing's ears, and the two of them glanced at each other with even more certainty in their hearts. The Lin family village people in front of them were walking very fast, and these people seemed to be in very good physical condition, especially those women with special abilities don't need much rest and are still energized halfway up the mountain. Not only that, even that 111-year-old Gongsun old lady didn't even bring a gasp. Much better than the magistrate in the back. Su Rurong was already exhausted, but in order to find out more, for the sake of the future of Arakan County, he still gritted his teeth and insisted, You're all tired, aren't you? Want a drink of water? When he turned his head, he found Luo Yong and Wang Cheng, both of whom did not blush or gasp. Even Prefect Chen was only sweating slightly. Su Rurong's hand that was holding the water bag withdrew and silently drank the water. He looked further and realized that the old lady Gongsun had thrown her walking stick and accurately hit the row of reddish fruits above her, allowing the oldest man with the ability to levitate to pick them up. This is good. It's already ripe, and there aren't many signs of birds nibbling on it. Offer it to the mountain goddess later. He'll love it. Old Mrs. Gongsun muttered. Su Rurong was completely silent. So the only little chicken in this big group was himself? People aged so old woman are so tough. He stomped two legs on the tired. Old Mrs. Gongsun. The offerings to the mountain goddess, are they all here? Wang Qing didn't move and swept a glance at the grains, as well as those fresh fruits inside the basket. The group of people who gained the ability did not have problems. their physical fitness was enhanced instead, and there were no bloody items in the offerings. So it seemed that this mountain goddess was indeed pretty much as the people of the Lin family village had said. So, is there really such a benevolent, demonic-like existence in this world? What exactly is this existence trying to do? Is the mountain goddess a legendary goddess? Wang Qing pinched the long whip on her waist, and her slender fingers subconsciously tapped it. Perhaps the only way to answer the questions in her mind would be for Master to come over. When the group came to the side of the mountain god temple, they found that those wooden coffins had already been placed nearby. Wang Qing took out a small bamboo tube from her bosom, dripping the water inside her eyes and looking towards the wooden coffin once again. These wooden coffins were all the same as they were in the morning, and it didn't look like the mountain gods were secretly doing anything to those bodies inside. All comers are guests. Guests, when you come to the mountain god temple, please also burn incense for the mountain goddess. Old Mrs. Gongsun first led the villagers of the Lin family village towards the mountain god idol, before she walked over with her crutches and solemnly said. Wang Chang nodded her head. She still understood this reasoning. After all, she had come to someone else's territory. A few people entered the mountain god temple, and found that this temple was not big. The environment inside was simple and crude. Even the statue of the mountain god was made of clay. A few of them were a bit staggered at once. Only after these few people had finished offering incense did old Mrs. Gongsun slowly explain out the reason. Wang Chang and County Minister Chen were both incredulous, and County Magistrate Su Ruron's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It turns out that this mountain goddess, she is not allowing the villagers to repair the mountain god temple in order to let them live better and stock up on more food to get through this cold winter? In this instant, Wang Chang and County Minister Chen all began to doubt their previous memories. Is there really such a thing as evil? Is it still demonic evil, to be precise? Come on, let's go out and watch the mountain goddess bless these women. Old Mrs. Gongsun was not surprised by the shocked looks of these people. After all, the protagonist of the story was the benevolent mountain goddess. The little old lady held her head up proudly. Chapter 57, Blessing of the Mountain God. The crowd walked out of the mountain god temple, and outside, the villagers of the Lin family village were still standing there reverently. Even some of the small children were obediently hanging their heads without making any noise. With this look, it was clear that they were not forced, but had faith from the bottom of their hearts. These people trusted the mountain goddess very much and were very fond of him. What difference does it make if one is a demon or a god if one is able to make it this far? He was so settled in his heart that he felt that this trip to the barren mountains was perhaps the best decision he had ever made. Su Rurong raised her eyes and realized that the villagers of the Lin family village had all retreated, and the only things that remained here were the aged wooden coffins. Old Mrs. Gongsun and the very powerful and Yangzi knelt down together in the direction of the mountain temple, as if listening to the voice of the gods. Soon after, old Mrs. Gongsun nodded and also retreated within Yangzi. A large open space was left between the wooden coffins and the mountain god temple, and the sound of the sluggish wind blew from afar, making a whimpering sound as if it was morning for these wooden coffins. At this moment, Wang Chang and County Minister Chen were all tense as they stared tightly in the direction of the mountain god temple. The sky had darkened and dusk was upon us. The door of the long silent mountain temple was suddenly opened, and clusters of golden points of light flew out from within. These golden points of light seemed like fireflies flying in the dark night, just slowly flying over, finding their own position to land on top of that wooden coffin. The atmosphere, which had seemed somewhat frightening because of the dim sky, suddenly became cozy, and each wooden coffin was lit up by golden rays, as if it was surrounded by layer after layer of warmth. Wang Qing quickly smeared her own eyes with the water inside the bamboo tube and poured some for everyone else in passing, even Luo Yong. Thus, these few people clearly saw that the black aura emanating from the top of the wooden coffin, if any, just disappeared without a trace under the illumination of the golden light. Wang Qing practiced demon hunting and had a very special physique. She was able to see a little more, and could even see that the souls sleeping inside the wooden coffins, those entangled in the black mist, were slowly turning into a transparent color. These souls slowly floated into the air, and the leading soul, with 3 tiny little souls, bowed respectfully in the direction of the mountain temple, and those white souls behind him followed suit. Immediately afterward, all of these white souls sank into the barren mountain and disappeared. By this point, the potion for detecting demons and evils had lost its function, but Wang Qing still hadn't regained her senses from the image she had just seen. Her lips quirked a few times before she finally gave up. Above the statue of the mountain god, Yu Luo saw a faint name light up, and she revealed a smile. This is Wang Cheng? Looks like she's still pretty good and has already realized your identity. Worthy of being the vengeful heroine of a demon hunting text, the mini version of the system came over. What do you think? What ability would be better for me to give to Wang Cheng? Yu Luo was waiting for now. After becoming a trainee deity, The deity mall on her side was also completely opened, and it contained many abilities that could bestow blessings. Only choosing these abilities requires 100 to 300 faith values. Currently Yuluo had accumulated more than 10,000 faith values, and this area of a few hundred faith values was really nothing to her. The blessing ability that was just used was also exchanged by Yuluo from inside the system mall, costing 500 faith values. It was a bit of a meaty pain, but it was worth it to free those women's souls. After all, these women were infested with the power of the sender, which was equivalent to being marked by a demon. Those who are marked by demons are like a guiding light in the darkness. Other demons can notice them at a glance, and these demons will come back to haunt them again for power. Now that the souls of these women have sunk into the barren mountains, they may be able to reincarnate here in the future and continue to be blessed by her. This was also the reason why Yuluo had asked the believers of the Lin family village to bring all the wooden coffins over. This blessing ability is indeed very good. After the reincarnation of these women's souls, their physical qualities are also more powerful than normal, and they will also become more intelligent. The system cupped her small face and sat on her shoulder. It's a pity that it's an exclusive ability of the gods, and it costs faith value every time. So if you can draw this ability, you can save a lot of faith value in the future. Yuluo nodded her head. She was indeed very watery, and hoped that next time, she could be a bit more Europhilic and directly draw the divine prayer ability. Outside the temple, old lady Gonsun walked over once again. Several guests. The blessing is over. We will bury these wooden coffins in the barren mountain. Do you need to come along to have a look? Old Mrs. Gonsun also had some knowledge of demons and evils, and knew that this demon catcher was afraid that he had suspected the mountain goddess from beginning to end. But it didn't matter. Their gods would use their strength to dispel all of these people's concerns. Wang Chang wanted to say. In fact, she had already seen it clearly and knew that this mountain goddess was not a demonic evil at all, because no demonic evil could do this step, or even dispel the contamination left behind by the demonic evil for those souls. It was just that Wang Chang didn't know how to deal with it next. If it was a demonic evil, she could just cut through it, but when she encountered such a true god, she was overwhelmed instead. Just as Wang Qing was making up her mind and planning to kneel down to worship this mountain goddess and express her gratitude, she heard a fluttering sound. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and realized that Luo Yong, who had always been relatively silent, had knelt down at some point and had even violently kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the mountain god temple. Mountain goddess, it was me who was too arbitrary before, suspecting that you were just like the other demons and evils, and even sneaking over to check on you several times, treating you with great disrespect. I know that the mountain goddess must have noticed us a long time ago. It's just that you were very kind and didn't bother with me. I pray that the mountain goddess will forgive me for my rashness and give me a chance to believe in you. Luo Yong kowtowed very hard each time, and just a few times. His head had already seen blood. Those 2 lines of blood running down his forehead looked quite scary, not to mention the county magistrate Su Rurong above his head. Even the other Linjia villagers were stunned. Young man, do you have to work so hard? At this moment, everyone looked at Magistrate Su. Su Rurong was at a loss. What were they all looking at him for? He is just someone's superior. Can he still control the beliefs of the constable? Not to mention Luo Yong, he's going to go on a knee. Just not as fast as this guy. Nice guy, if you don't move, it's a big deal. Mountain goddess, I confess to wanting to believe in you, and for a purpose. All of my family members were brutally murdered by demons, and even their bodies could not be found. God Sama, I don't pray for awesome abilities. I only wish for the chance to get all of their bodies back, so that my family is complete and their souls can rest in peace. Luo Yong kowtowed one after another. Those eyes had long since turned red, falling line after line of tears. Before that, he was very silent, as those memories of the past kept coming back to him, reminding him every now and then. So much so that Luo Yong's whole body shivered with hatred every time he thought of the demonic evil, wishing to chew its bones and flesh and swallow its blood raw. Therefore, this time, when he investigated the deliverer, Luo Yong was very aggressive, and if it wasn't for the intervention of County Minister Chan and the Mountain Goddess, he would most likely have lost his life long ago. Now that it was so hard to meet a real god, he didn't want to let go. Luo Yong knelt for a long time until the sky around him had completely darkened, and only then did Lin and Yang walk out from inside the Mountain God Temple. Luo Yong, your faith is not pure, but the Mountain Goddess is willing to give you a chance. These reddened eyes of Luo Yong instantly lit up. On this side, Lin Anyong continued to explain, all of this has a precondition. There is a demonic evil's mark on you. It has marked you long ago and will return one day. The Mountain Goddess wants you to be the bait. Are you willing to do that? Yes, Luo Yong replied impatiently. In fact, he was mad with joy inside. What does it say about a demon that left a mark on his body and will return someday? This means that the demonic evil that killed his parents can definitely be found again. perhaps he would not only be able to retrieve the remnants of his parents' bodies, but also avenge his family's death. Ding! You've harvested 6 new believers and gained 1,000 faith values. Do you want to check? Chapter 58, Summoning Ability. Yu Luo opened it and found that Wang Qing and Luo Yong had each contributed 300 faith values. Su Rurong had contributed 200, and the remaining 200 was from those 3 constables. Sure enough, the faith values of the protagonists and supporting characters were just good for earning These people's names just slightly lit up with light, and so many faith values were offered up. It seems that in the future, we'll have to trick some more of the main supporting characters into coming over, so maybe a small goal will be realized soon. Calculating the time, after Wang Cheng leaves, she will soon encounter that demonic evil with a blood feud, right? Her master was even able to give birth to a child with a demon. The 2 of them should be so powerful that they should be able to do mixed doubles, right? Unsure. The system raised its little head slightly. So, what are you going to do? Yu Luo didn't say anything and revealed a rather mysterious smile. Wang Cheng, who was planning to leave in the distance, was still in a trance when she looked up and realized that Lin Anian was already standing across the street. Lady An, is there something on your side? Wang Qing had been here for a while, and also knew something about this in Nyangzi from the words that were talked about in the Lin family village. It turns out that this woman was bullied for many years after she married, and has been working as a cow in the house, with her own children thinning to the bone. Later, when Nyangzi was on the verge of death, her daughter prayed to the mountain god and managed to come back to life with such awesome powers. Today's Lin and Yang also completely established, not only in the county side of the sale of food, and even their own with 2 daughters to repair the house, farming dozens of acres of land. Not only that, this Nyangzi can also deal with demons and evils, and is deeply trusted by the mountain goddess. This is the true god, who saves the people from suffering and gives them the ability to protect themselves in times of danger without asking for anything in return. Looking at the dilapidated mountain god temple not far away, with the vaguely exposed clay idol, Wang Chun huffed, feeling that she must tell her master about this matter, that she had met a real god. Miss Wang, may I borrow a step to speak? Lin Aniang whispered. Wang Cheng nodded, and the 2 of them walked a bit farther to the outskirts of the nearby boulder forest. Miss Wang, the mountain goddess sensed that you would be in mortal danger, so she specially asked me to come here to warn you. This is a brocade pouch gifted to you by the mountain goddess, and from the moment you open the pouch, you can obtain an ability, but this ability can only be used for 10 days. After all, you are not an official believer of the mountain goddess. He can only help you up to here. Lin Aniang quickly left the place after handing over the brocade bag. Only Wang Qing was still in the wrong place. She wanted to open the brocade pouch and take a look, but she was afraid that if she missed the crucial point in time, there would be a change, so she had to hold back the curiosity in her heart. What deadly danger could she be in? It was clear that Master was coming over soon, so who else could hurt her? In any case, she was still very grateful to the mountain goddess and made a point of burning incense on her way out. The group walked down the barren mountain with different looks, and they saw the busy figures of the villagers of the Lin family village halfway up the mountain, and looked at them for a while. Mr. County Magistrate, do you believe there will be chaos this winter? County Magistrate Chen looked complicated. Su Rurong's tone was certain. If we can't solve the problems in Desolate County in time before the cold winter, it will definitely happen. After all, you can't expect these people to starve and freeze to death right away and not come out in revolt. Not to mention the people, he would not be convinced. Why should the government take away most of the grains, when they can't have enough to eat and wear, and still have to buy those grains at high prices? Even if they took all their money out, they couldn't buy much, so how would they survive this extraordinarily cold winter? County Minister Chen was about to speak. Lord Magistrate, if this really happened, wouldn't it be fine for you to run away? Snap! Su Rurong threw the stone in her hand violently. County Minister Chen, I didn't expect you to have such things in your mind. Since we are the officials of the deserted county, we should be responsible for these people to the end. How can we do this? If you run away then, I'll definitely have Luo Yang tie you back up. County Executive Chen. He was just testing the waters a little to see what caliber this magistrate was. It wasn't like he was really letting the magistrate escape. If this guy ran away, County Minister Chen was still planning to tie someone back up. After all, there aren't many county magistrates like this who are willing to do things. Unexpectedly, the two thought of coming together, both planning to tie the other back up. Don't worry, Magistrate. I'll definitely be able to find County Minister Chen when the time comes. Luo Yong also raised his hand in assurance, since he knew that he had a chance to take revenge. Luo Yong had regained his previous character and was even more enthusiastic. Next to them, Wang Qing had been pinching the brocade pouch in his sleeve and was also thinking, what deadly danger could she be in? I'm leaving, you guys go back to the county. Wang Qing was afraid that this danger would bring others and left alone. In the mountain god temple, The system looked at the ability Yu Luo had purchased and looked odd. So, the ability you gave is to summon parents? Chapter 59 Mixed Doubles. Walking out of the barren county, Wang Cheng had been thinking about what the mountain goddess had gifted him with the ability to do. What kind of deadly crisis did she encounter next? Although she was currently not strong enough, her master's ability was something that many demons and evils feared. As for Wang Cheng, she held a jade pendant gifted by her master in her hand, and as long as she shattered this jade pendant, she could block the fatal blow. The master over there can still notice it instantly and come over as fast as he can. How could master let himself be in danger when he was rushing with all his might and would soon come to her side? Unless something happened on master's side as well, or the jade pendant was taken and she had no way to break it. Wang Qing pinched the white jade pendant on top of her dress, which was still intact and exuding a glistening luster. And the average person would never have thought that this thing could block attacks. So, there's a problem on master's side? No wonder master hasn't shown up until now. Wang Qing's heart became even more anxious, itching to rush over immediately to help her master. It must be that male demonic evil. It must be that guy who secretly set a trap. Only if this demonic evil was there would master not be as defensive. Wang Qing took out an ancient compass, which had two of them, and those holding the compass could locate the direction of each other, making it easy for her to quickly orient herself. She quickly picked up speed and hurried over in the direction of her master. However, running, Wang Qing suddenly realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be an aura at the back that had been following him. This aura was quite demonic and was definitely not human. Soon, the scent came swiftly nearby, a dark red mist surging over. This scent is very familiar. It's really that male demon. Everything was a plot by the other party. Wang Cheng gritted her teeth in hatred, but her brain also calmed down instantly, subconsciously pinching the brocade pouch in her hand, somewhat lamenting the power of the mountain goddess, actually able to predict even future events. In that case, don't blame her for being rude. Wang Qing violently turned around and threw out a black net. This black net was a weapon used to catch demons, capable of trapping ordinary demons for a minute. Yet this dark red mist moved freely through the black net without any lag. Immediately after that, Wang Qing tried all the weapons she had on her, but none of them were able to do anything to help the other party, and instead, she herself was leaping around like a jumping clown. Don't struggle, I've brought something good with me. Now all the weapons of your demon catcher have no way to hurt me, and don't bother sending a message to your master. I've blocked off this area. No fluctuations can be transmitted. A demonic voice rang out from the dark red mist. Hearing this, Wang Qing instead breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that everything is fine on master's side. She said that master is so powerful, it's impossible for anything to happen to him. The other party even knew about such things as asking for help, so it was really that familiar male demon. What an abomination. A few days ago, he had made a promise that his favorite was master in her, but he ended up secretly sneaking over to do it. What? No more struggling? I've purposely enlisted the help of other demons and evils to entangle your master, and I've set up a dragnet, so you won't be able to escape no matter what. This voice in the dark red and black fog laughed openly. If you want to blame your parents, who told them to cut down my true body that I had managed to cultivate with great difficulty and destroy my divine power for so many years. After staring in secret for so long, it's not easy to find this perfect opportunity. You won't be able to escape even if you shout your throat out. However, this dark red mist did not notice that the other party's expression was getting weirder and weirder. Have you laughed enough? Wang Qing had already opened the brocade pouch, and when she sensed the ability, she almost didn't strain herself. This ability, it's actually summoning parents? The mountain goddess is really skillful, since her parents, whom she had never met before, had once decapitated the other's real body. Summoning it again would surely save her, right? Besides, she could take the opportunity to see what her parents really look like, which was a real bonus. Shucks, and you're still a godly power. You're nothing more than a district demonic evil, an ordinary pseudo-god. The mountain goddess is the most powerful true god. No contest. The dark red mist was instantly enraged, hating it when people called them demons and evils. It had its own followers, gods. If it wasn't for that demon catcher and another of its kind, it would have developed more believers and grown in strength long ago. So how could it have fallen to such a state? You guy, you're still talking tough at the end of your life. No wonder you're the child born from those two nasty guys. Today, I'm going to torture and torment you, and when you've transformed into a demonic evil, I'll devour all of your power, so that your parents will forever be in pain and live in remorse. And that's the price they paid for ever beheading me. This is the price they once paid for dealing with me. I will devour all of you one by one and become the most powerful gods in the heavens. The dark red mist twisted into a twisted ball as his power kept surging, itching to devour the woman immediately. Seeing these mists twisting around like swimming snakes, Wang Qing could not care less about being shocked by this ability gifted by the mountain goddess, and hurriedly shouted to the sky, "Father, Come quickly. Save your daughter. Mother, come quickly. Someone is going to torture your daughter to death. This loud voice silenced the black and red mist dry. It even changed the tone of its voice. Somewhat unbelievable. Do you think that just by roaring twice here, you can call your parents? For the sake of this siege, I have laid a dragnet, shielded all the fluctuations over here, and even promised the other demons and evils a lot of benefits. If that's all it takes to get your parents to come after you, take my head off and kick it for you. The demonic voice carried mockery, yet it couldn't stop laughing in the next second. Because of the familiar figure falling from the sky, this demonic evil that had transformed into a human man would be able to recognize it even if it turned into ashes. I think I heard my good girl call me? The man dressed in red with long, loose hair cocked his head slightly. His features were very delicate, but he was born with a pair of narrow red eyes, which mixed together to give him an indescribably demonic look. These eyes were very bewildered at first, and immediately afterward, he sensed a familiar aura, and his gaze instantly became stern. It's you damnable stinking fish imitating me again. Why are you next to my daughter? Is it because you want to bully her? The man looked like an enraged lion and instantly charged forward. Countless red snake scales shot out, and the entire sky was flashing with a sharp red light. I told you to mimic my scent, learn my voice, and bully my daughter. Don't you know that this is my poem? I have guarded it next to my daughter for so many years without daring to recognize her. And what are you? I've been by Wanwan's side for so many years before I briefly gained her trust. Are you imitating my scent to learn my voice? Are you trying to steal Wanwan from me? Let's see if I can't beat you to death, and even destroy this last bilocation of yours. Only crackling and thumping sounds could be heard, and the dark red mist, which had been very rampant just a moment ago, was kneaded into a red ball and flung around. It was so hard to escape from the terrible clutches, and before the dark red mist could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a coldness in his body. A sort of cold ice quickly passed through, directly freezing all of this demonic evil's power before slowly churning it to pieces. The dark red mist was frozen into piece after piece of red ice that crackled and fell to the ground, and then finally dissolved into piece after piece of fish carcass. Those fish eyes were dead on arrival by the end of the day, wondering how these two guys had suddenly found their way here. Wanwan, I knew that you had come over a long time ago. You've just been secretly waiting for the right time. The aura around the man in the red robe changed, from the big man who had just hung the demonic evil, to a delicate and soft man. Cut the crap. If you hadn't blundered last time and let a piece of this guy's real body escape, how could you have let it pop up to this point, and even hit on our daughter's idea? Wang Wan's expression was cold and stern as he directly swung the sword of ice and cold in his hand out, and the male demon on the opposite side could only stop at a distance. Wanwan, I really didn't mean it. It's just that when you were slaying demons and evils, you were so handsome that I couldn't help but look at you a few more times. The male demon was aggrieved. Who knew that guy was so cunning? His real body had been shattered to pieces, but he was still able to escape. What bad luck! Without moving, he came to a piece of fish carcass and silently crushed a few feet. This fellow is very cunning. The one that came is just its doppelganger. The task of hunting it down next is yours. I'm going to stay beside my daughter and keep watch. Before coming here, Wang Wan would always flash through some bloody images, each of which was of her daughter being pressed and tortured inside the dungeon by that demonic evil. In the end, the daughter was forced to turn into a demonic evil, and she was not able to escape the other party's hand, and was directly swallowed in one bite. Whichever image made her gripped, she couldn't wait to come to her daughter's side in an instant, and the other demonic evil that had come over to pester her was just too abominable. The other party's power was too bizarre, and there was no way for her to draw back immediately. It was a good thing that both of them were pulled by a magical force and instantly crossed space to come here. Before Wang Wan could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw her daughter in the back with a pair of big sparkling eyes. So, don't you two have anything to explain? Wang Qing was in the wind. So many years to raise their own master turned into a mother, even if that male demon, why is their own father? Well, that's a long story. The male demon stammered. Then make it short. Wang Qing was sure to get to the bottom of it. Male demon. Chapter 60, Faith Value Blitz. Ding! Congratulations on reversing Wang Qing's certain death and receiving this protagonist's gratitude for the Faith Value Blast. You've gained 2,000 faith values, worthy of being the only god in the world. It's all about the math. Yu Luo was slightly surprised to see the message that suddenly popped up on the system panel. Of course, it wasn't the plot twist that surprised her, but the Faith Value Blitz, and the attitude of the system panel. So it turns out that twisting a portion of the plot is a way to get the protagonist's faith value blitz? Wang Qing escaped the crisis and became even more grateful to her, making an offering of 500 faith values. These 500 faith values stormed 4 times and directly became 2,000 faith values. It was really cool. If you can storm 10 times, isn't there a chance to get 5,000 or 10,000 faith values directly? Not bad for the heroine of a demon hunting text, just powerful. It's totally fine to have more leads and supporting characters, all in the bowl. And the attitude of the system panel, which was also very interesting, actually became flattering. Could it be the reason why she managed to upgrade to a trainee deity? Before this, Yu Luo was not considered a formal deity. The system panel's broadcasting voice was ice cold, and after becoming a trainee deity, there was a change in this guy. Guess that's what it's all about. 8 or 9 times over, she complimented the system panel in her mind for having an eye, and opened the panoramic map on Su Rurong's side again. This new magistrate had already returned to the county office, but Su Rurong didn't rest right away. He handed over those trivial matters to County Minister Chen and immediately left with Luo Yong next to him. Lord Magistrate, would it not be too good for only the two of us to fight our way up? These grain merchants and big families have many domestic servants captive in their homes. If they all swarmed over, I wouldn't necessarily be able to protect you in time. Luo Yong's force was already considered very powerful among ordinary people, but he couldn't help that there were just too many of those people. If anything happened to the magistrate, he could not be blamed for it in a million deaths. Su Rurong glanced at him with an inexplicable expression. Who told you that we are going to fight? Aren't my arms and legs, which get tired and out of breath after a few steps, looking for death? Luo Yong scratched his hair. Lord Magistrate, then what are we there for? Of course it's a negotiation. Su Rurong's voice was decisive. What's the point of fighting? Smart people use negotiation to win. Luo Yong even more do not understand. Their county government office side is so little people. Those grain merchants and large households are not afraid at all. With what to negotiate? The last magistrate came from the capital and couldn't even help these groundlings. When the time comes, don't say anything, no matter what I say. You just need to nod your head. Su Ruyong made sure of the first family first, and quickly led the people inside. Those people didn't stop the new magistrate when they saw him coming over and sneaked off to the backyard to report. I say, what kind of wind is this? Blowing our county magistrate Su over? The Zhao family had happily sat in the gazebo and just watched the new magistrate walk over step by step, and didn't get up. Magistrate, I have some fine clear mist tea from the capital. Would you like to have a cup? Men, pour tea, each and every one of you. Watch your face, can't you see that the magistrate is coming over? Su Rurong raised his eyebrows, pretending not to see the Zhao family head's secret wink, and he didn't sit down, directly stepping his foot on top of the stone bench, and sure enough, he saw the other party's face change. The corner of the eye of Luo Yong behind him jumped, thinking that this magistrate adults can be really fierce. This is really a negotiation. Not directly hit the door? Zhao family head. Su Rurong didn't wait for the other party to get angry before speaking directly. It's a good thing you can still sit still. I'm afraid you don't know what's about to happen next, do you? Zhao family head. What the hell? What could be next that would make this guy so bold? Seeing as how you're also being kept in the dark, I'll kindly remind you then that I've heard from my friends over in the other provincial cities that a large number of grain merchants have already shipped grain over. I don't know which capable family contacted them, and it's rumored that those grain merchants will be coming to the county soon. When the time comes, the Zhao family head will say something about whether you can still sell the grain piled up inside this warehouse? Su Ruyong explained without haste. What a laugh. There are a large number of grain merchants coming over. How could our Zhao family not be aware of this? But instead, letting you, this tiny county magistrate, know about it first? The Zhao family head was no longer going to pretend, and directly threw his sleeves out with an extremely poor attitude. Is that so? If you don't believe me, send someone to check and see if any grain merchants have come over. Su Rurong looked certain. Yesterday, he had already learned from old lady Gongsuan's side that this old lady had contacted a big grain merchant in Chongzhou, and that the other party would be shipping a large amount of grain over. The Lin family village definitely can't eat it, and if the government side is willing to buy it, old lady Gongsun is also willing to help contact it. At that time, after hearing this news, Su Rurong instantly came up with a countermeasure. The Zhao family head was bluffed for a moment by his unparalleled look of determination. Chapter 61. Am I also a demonic evil? Zhao family master. You have to think carefully. The other two families have already promised the county court that they will change the price of grain tomorrow, and when that happens, only your Zhao family's grain store will be selling such a high price. The eyes of the people are sharp. Will they come to your house to buy food in the future? Su Rurong left such a sentence without much explanation and directly led the people to leave. The Zhao family head at the back wanted to ask more, but he couldn't even open his mouth and could only watch this magistrate leave. Go check it out. He looked anxious. This new magistrate looks so sure. It looks like he is sure. He has to ponder over it. He can't let that guy take it. That family man hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped towards the outside. After Luo Yong followed Su Rurong out, his mind instead became even more puzzled. Magistrate, we haven't been to the Wang and Ma families. They didn't say anything about changing the price. Su Rurong glanced at him and said meaningfully, who says the other two must agree? As long as I say it like this, they will have to agree even if they don't. Luo Yong stroked his hair, confused, and followed the magistrate, heading towards the Wang family again. The Wang family is a big family like the Zhao family. Their mansion is built very luxuriously, and the two big lions at the entrance are even more powerful and domineering. After Su Rurong had someone pass on the message, she waltzed in and found the head of the Wang family. This Wang family head was more polite than the Zhao family head, and even took the initiative to welcome him. Su Rurong didn't say anything, just stood there with a serious face. The Wang family head on the opposite side had some drums in his heart, and was somewhat confused as to what this new magistrate actually wanted to do. In the next second, Su Ruerong slightly raised her head and copied the previous words. Only, he changed the Zhao family head to the Wang family head. The Wang family head on the opposite side was a bit stunned. He secretly inquired with the family member next to him and found out that this magistrate really did come from the Zhao family not far away. Magistrate Su, all's well that ends well. All's well that ends well. See if I can go back and discuss this with my family, okay? Su Ruorong just gave him an inscrutable look, turned around and left. When he came here to the Ma family, he once again copied the words and techniques from before, and was personally escorted out by the head of the Ma family. Luo Yong was expressionless the entire time, and no matter what others asked, it was always the county magistrate who was right. It was only after the two of them came out of these mansions and returned to the county office that Luo Yong slowed down. So, with such a mouth, the magistrate has bluffed 3 big grain merchants? They are all cunning old foxes, so I guess they won't fall for it so quickly. Next to him, County Minister Chen shook his head when he heard about this matter. It doesn't matter whether they fall for it or not. It's that upcoming Chongzhou grain merchant that matters. Su Rurong before the negotiation, as if everything is under control. In fact, he is also the first time. These operations are all from the various crossover novels inside the seam. More or less some internal apprehension. As long as this grain merchant can come over safely, these few big grain merchants will definitely panic. And then as long as one of them lowers their prices, the other two will definitely follow suit. Luo Yong, go take a few brothers and go greet this grain merchant. We need to make a big commotion. It doesn't matter if you can pick it up or not, if you can meet up or not. As long as there were enough gusto, those few big grain merchants wouldn't dare to be so arrogant again. Luo Yong nodded his head repeatedly. At this moment he was already impressed with this new magistrate. County Minister Chen over there still shook his head. Lord Magistrate, you're still thinking too simplistically. There is only one grain merchant that old lady Gongsun has contacted. The grain shipped is definitely limited, and none of it is even enough for the entire county to purchase. If there are no new grain merchants to come over, this argument of yours will definitely not break down. When those 3 big grain merchants realize that they have been cheated, they will definitely intensify their efforts. For this, Su Rurong still really had a solution. He waved his hand. If they really dare to do this, then it's not without a solution. With the price of grain being so high on this side of Arakan County, the profit must be very large. If the prices and profits over here are known to grain merchants in other places, do you think they'll collectively ship grain over to sell? It's not like our side of the road is closed and there's no way to communicate with the outside. I'm going to find someone to go out there and spread rumors. Not many grain merchants can resist this kind of temptation. How many people would dare to trample on the law if there was a 100% profit, and commit any crime with a 300% profit, not to mention the price of food, which has gone up by an unknown number of times? County Executive Chen, this is really unimaginable thinking. It seems that this new magistrate is really good. We can't let this guy get away. Have to watch closely. A few people have their own thoughts, but Su Rurong wanted the effect really reached. The 3 grain merchants sent people to search outside overnight, but also really in the barren mountains near to find a fleet of grain transportation. Originally they wanted to sabotage. Who knows this grain caravan around the guard one after another robust man, either carrying an axe, or holding a big knife. This group of people simply do not dare to act rashly, so they can only gray back. The next day, Su Rurong had only just gotten up when she heard Luo Yong's report. Lord Magistrate, those 3 big grain merchants have all lowered the price of grain. Luo Yong sounded surprised. Although this grain price had not returned to normal standards, it was far, far lower than before, and many villagers rushed over and lined up outside the grain store to buy it. It seems like they're quite sensible, or else I'll have to use my next move against them. Su Rurong yawned. This ancient times is really simple. He is still not adapted to this side of the work and rest. Every day sleep very late, and then by Luo Yong and Chen County Minister called up early to work, is really some cannot be. Lord Magistrate, there are still volumes to be processed. Luo Yong knew at a glance that the magistrate wanted to continue sleeping over and reminded from the side. Quiet, let County Minister Chen handle it first. Su Rurong covered her head with the quilt and fell asleep in a second. Yong Lok, over here. Wang Chang also ended her talk with her parents. So, I'm actually the child of a demon and a master? She still hadn't slowed down because the news was so unbelievable. How could a demonic evil give birth to a child with a human? Moreover, she was just a very normal human without any demonic evil characteristics. So, I am also a demonic evil? Wang Qing was in a trance. After so many years of getting rid of demons, suddenly learning that you are also a demon is really, really devastating. No, 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 daughter, you are not a demonic evil. You are a human. The male demon saw his daughter's trance-like demeanor and hurriedly explained as long as I'm here, I won't let you turn into a demon. The more he explained, the more confused he became, and finally slapped himself hard on the mouth and, Qing Cheng, come here. Wang Wan's voice rarely became much softer. Son, don't get too hung up on your birth. No matter where you come from or who your parents are, you're still yourself. From now on, you will still follow me in cultivation, and everything will be no different from before. Wang Qing still hadn't come back to her senses. But I'm a demonic evil. Those demons are all very detestable. They've mutilated many humans. Aren't we demon catchers, whose job it is to get rid of demons and evils? If I am a demonic evil, then how can I continue to catch demons? Who said it's not possible to continue catching demons? Wang Wan cried and laughed. Your father, a pure demonic evil, followed me to catch demons, let alone you. Wang Qing, oh, Haruka, demons are different from each other. Some demons will give birth to self-awareness. They will fight their instincts and choose the life they want to live in this world. What we want to get rid of has never been all the demons, but the ones that brutalize the people and don't know how to repent until they die. Wang Wan narrated. I never made it clear to you before because I thought you were too young. Now does our Haru understand? Wang Chang nodded in a trance. Wang Wan sighed and spoke again. Actually, there is another thing that Master has never made clear to you. I'm not actually from this world. Instead, I'm from another world where you can cultivate immortality. The cultivators there are all dedicated to getting rid of demons, and some of them actually do things that are more hateful than many demons. How can there be any right or wrong, any black or white under the sky? A hideous demon may also have a soft side and help ordinary humans. Cultivators who seem to be lonely and arrogant may also extract the spiritual roots of an entire mortal city for their own use behind the scenes. Child, you just need to stick to yourself. It's enough that we don't actively harm people and have the ability to defend ourselves while dealing with demons and evils that brutalize the people. Right, right, right. What our Wan Wan said is so right. Great. The male demon couldn't wait to applaud from the side. After applauding, his whole demon was dumbfounded. What? Wan Wan, you said you came from other worlds? Will you go back? Will I not be able to find you in the future? You won't leave in the future, okay? Woo woo. Wang Cheng, because before she could respond, she saw this demonic evil old man of hers crying up and down and looking to pout over. Mother, I understand. She nodded vigorously. Wang Wan nodded in relief. Now that you understand, it's time for you to officially step into the path of cultivation. Wang Cheng. She soaked in a medicinal bath for 3 hours a day and worked out so hard, but she didn't officially step into cultivation? Chapter 62, The Other World. Yes, you actually haven't formally induced chi into your body yet because Mother has been cleansing your body before. The aura of this world is just too weak. Mother spent 10 or so years before she could use her own spiritual energy to build a good foundation for you. Originally I was planning to let you come back from this adventure and then teach you the kung fu. Who knew that this kind of thing had happened? By the way, Haruka, what happened to that strange ability you used earlier? It just pulled me over in a flash. Wang Wan actually came earlier than the child's father, and after she arrived she instantly concealed her form, secretly staring at the arrogant demonic evil and waiting for an opportunity to act. Speaking of this, Wang Qing's eyes instantly lit up, and she directly blurted out, Master, this is the ability that the mountain goddess has lent me, and within these 10 days, I will be able to instantly summon my parents through this ability. Mountain goddess? Wang Wan's pair of willow eyebrows instantly became stern. Master, don't be prejudiced against the mountain goddess. He's a real god, not like those demons. Wang Qing puffed out her cheeks. Didn't Mother tell you that this world doesn't have the conditions to give birth to a true god? I come from another world. That world has such an abundance of aura that it's even divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms, and there are still no living gods. Wang Wan felt more and more that her daughter had been tricked by the demonic evil that pretended to be a god. Wang Qing was unconvinced, and she told all of these things that she had encountered, not missing a single detail. Golden eyes, divine descent techniques, instantly resolving the sender, and blessing the souls of those women. Wang Wan's expression could not hide his shock. It was true that ordinary demons and evils couldn't do this, but it wasn't impossible to use some barricades. Everything, she had to confirm it herself. If that mountain goddess is a demonic evil, then she must be scheming a lot. Could it be that she wants to study with that fellow from Yen? The male demon behind him pondered. Wan Wan, that mountain goddess is not simple. She can instantly kill the Sender Lady in seconds. She's probably more powerful than both of us. I'm going to follow you. You'll scare the snakes if you go over there. Stay outside honestly. Wanwan rejected him with an expressionless face. Haruka, you're taking me here. If that mountain goddess had some plans, she might have tampered with this ability, and with her daughter's body at stake, she couldn't afford to delay. If this mountain goddess was simply being kind, then all the more reason for her to go over and take a look and give thanks to the mountain goddess. Wang Chang nodded her head as she took her mother's warm hand and left step by step, leaving only the male demon behind her looking on in the wind. The two were the first to arrive at the Lin family village, a village that was busy with everyone packing up their things, as if the entire village was moving together. Master, old Mrs. Gonsun said that their entire village will move to live in the barren mountains because it will be very dangerous under the mountains this winter. Wang Cheng explained in a small voice. Wang Wan looked at it for a while, his expression becoming more and more serious. This winter was indeed going to be colder than previous years, and she had consumed her mind to figure out some hints, not realizing that the villagers of the Lin family village had already been forewarned. Specifically, it should be that this mountain goddess is truly awesome. The two of them walked a few steps and happened to pass by the Lin family's yard, where Elder Lin and Heir Luo Lin were repairing the earthen wall. In the meantime, they had gotten a new door, and in order to avoid coming face to face with the bogeyman next door, the Lin family had again built a special earthen wall there, at the small house. This time, let's see if she still has an excuse to come and use the kitchen at our place. Old Mrs. Lin pooh-poohed behind him, although Master Lin did not say anything, but with that stance of his, he also agreed, and he was even smarter, hiding in the back and watching old Mrs. Lin charge. Excuse me, is Lady In at home? Wang Qing came outside the earthen wall and opened his mouth to inquire, though she knew that the family was not a good one. There was no one else to ask but these few. What are you guys doing here? Old Mrs. Lin looked at the two women warily, realizing that the clothes these two were wearing were not cheap, and a glint flashed through her cloudy eyes. Wang Wan was about to explain when her daughter pulled her arm. Wang Cheng spoke directly. It's nothing, it's just that Nyangzi needs to pay for the silver for the things he bought from me, and since you guys are his family, you should be able to pay directly, right? Shucks, who is her family? Let me tell you, there is no such person as Lin Anyang in our Lin family. She was separated from us long ago. And although she also has the surname Lin, she has nothing to do with our Lin family at all. Lin Heir Luo, who was tamping the earth wall, instantly jumped up. Mother, why are you still talking to them? What if Lin Anyang can't pay and they come after our family? I think third brother's daughter-in-law did it on purpose, deliberately letting these two debt collectors find us. After hearing this, Mrs. Lin and Master Lin also suddenly realized. They hurriedly took the tools in their hands and went into the house, closing the doors and windows to death. The person you're looking for is next door. She went up to the mountains earlier with the kids and will be right back. Don't get us. Wang Wan turned her head to look at her daughter and rubbed the other's head. Miss Wang, you guys came so quickly? Lin Anyang happened to come back carrying something and saw this scene. Chapter 63, The Rules of Heaven. That was my excuse just now, because I know they are not nice to you and I don't want to talk to them much. Wang Qing hurriedly explained. Lin and Yang smiled amicably and looked at the veiled woman next to her, already understanding the other party's identity, and directly said, I'm clear, let's go to old lady Gonsuan's place to talk. Wang Chang nodded and followed. She looked at the two little ones who were also carrying heavy things and was a bit curious. And Nyangzi, the two of them are quite strong as well. Is this something that they were born with? Lin Anyang shook her head, her expression soft. Miss Wang, this is an ability bestowed upon us by the mountain goddess, and my two daughters also have it. As for how the ability was bestowed, she did not continue, and Wang Chang had the good sense not to ask. On the contrary, it was Wang Wan who took a closer look at the two children who were alive and kicking around, pondering in her heart. Along the way, they encountered a few naughty children scuffling around, and one child had a brooch hanging above his neck that had been thrown off. Wang Wan just picked it up, and heard the parents over there carrying the child's ear there to scold. I said that this brocade bag cannot be away from the body. The future can save your life. How did you get rid of it? Why don't you go get it back? She offered to give the pouch over and heard a succession of thanks from the parent. Master, what's wrong? Wang Qing tugged on her sleeve, also quite curious about this brocade pouch. Was mother sensing something? Ching, there is a guardian force inside this pouch that can indeed shelter these believers at critical moments. And there was one more thing that Wang Wan hadn't said, and that was that this power carried a hint of divinity. If she hadn't once traveled to the land of God's fall, personally seen the graveyards of those gods, and felt all that divine power, she wouldn't have been able to detect it in any way. Only the divine power of the divine fallen land was so strong that it would attack foreign cultivators without discrimination. And such a glimpse of divine power as she was feeling now was very inclusive and guardian. Haruka, I was too arbitrary before. What you said might be right. There are indeed gods in this world. Wang Wan looked a little chagrined. Crossing over to other worlds like this had already happened. That mountain goddess might be able to cultivate up without relying on spiritual power and eventually become a true god. Master, you finally understand me. Wang Cheng was pleasantly surprised. Only when you have personally seen the scene of the mountain goddess praying for blessings do you realize how powerful this deity is. How can a mere demon or evil be compared? Several people soon came to Gongsun old lady's yard. Lin and Yang put the hawthorn jujube and all kinds of wild vegetables picked over from the mountain, all placed in the old lady's yard, chatted with the old lady for a few moments, handed the two daughters to each other to look after, and headed to the barren mountain with the two people behind her. Nowadays, the barren mountain was not as cold as before. There were Lin family villagers carrying things everywhere, and some of them even took the initiative to greet them when they saw them. And Nyangzi, you've gone to fulfill the mountain goddess's mission again. Ha! The tone of the Han who spoke was very envious. When could they also be reused by the mountain goddess? Lin Anyang nodded her head, and behind her, Wang Wan carefully surveyed the group, realizing that all of them were carrying brocade pouches, and pondered in her heart. It seemed that this mountain goddess was not only a true god, but also very merciful, taking every devotee under her wing and giving them shelter. In her world, the legendary gods were all very strong and never asked about the death of ants, and it was unknown how many cultivators died in the land of the divine fall, crushed to pieces by the power left behind by the gods. It was during her training in the divine fallen land that she was seriously injured and accidentally came to this place with weak aura, and her cultivation had dropped to the Jindan stage, but she had not recovered from her injuries and only had the strength of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that in another 10 years or so, her cultivation would still drop downwards, as this world's aura simply didn't have the means to support her in recovering from her injuries, let alone cultivating. This was also the reason why Wang Wan had spent so many years laying the foundation for her daughter. She wanted to make her daughter's cultivation journey a little smoother. So thinking, she put her own hand on top of her daughter's shoulder and subconsciously probed there. Immediately afterward, Wang Wan stared in shock, because her daughter's physique had improved so much from before. She had spent 10 or so years without succeeding in completely removing the impurities from her daughter's body, yet in a state where she had not continued to intervene, her daughter's physique had now reached the best state for cultivation. What does this mean? It meant that this one god was even more benevolent and powerful than she had imagined. Xing Cheng, you don't need to look at my face later, just kneel down directly to the mountain goddess temple, and from now on, you'll be a devotee of the mountain goddess. Wang Wan transmitted his voice. Wang Qing's eyes lit up. She had actually wanted to become an official follower of the mountain goddess for a long time, only that she had never known how to convince her master, and now that her master also agreed, it could be great. She hastily increased her speed and darted over in the direction of the mountain temple. Wang Wan, it seems she was redundant in this move after all. Look how happy the boy is. I'm afraid my daughter wouldn't have missed the opportunity without her intervention. After the three of them arrived at the mountain god temple, they all knelt down to the idol. Wang Cheng muttered words in his mind, then reverently kowtowed 3 times, floating on the idol when the corner of Yu Luo's mouth twitching. Do not know also thought that this child came to pay homage to the new year. This had kowtow really loud. That being the case, she would not treat this sincere believer poorly. A soft green glow floated out, and Wang Cheng, who had just finished kneeling, quickly realized that there was an additional green glow in her mind. So this was the ability that the mountain goddess had bestowed upon herself. She felt that this ability had completely belonged to her, and she didn't have to worry at all that the ability would be withdrawn by the mountain goddess after 10 days. Wang Wan guessed something when she looked at her daughter's gaze, and she also paid homage to the idol. Thank you for stepping in and granting her the ability to successfully defuse this crisis for my daughter. In the system panel, Wang Wan's name lit up slightly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Faith of Cultivation World's Wang Wan and harvesting 1000 faith values. Cultivation Realm? Yu Luo gazed carefully with his divine power and saw that there was a broken Jindan in this Wang Wan's body. Host, it was my mistake before. I didn't detect Wang Wan's other identity. Not only is she the master of the female lead Wang Cheng, she is also a supporting character from the cultivation world inside another novel. The system popped out in embarrassment. Wang Wan crossed over with one of the clan's senior brothers, and both of them were supporting characters, but her and that senior brother's philosophies didn't get along, and the two of them parted on bad terms. That senior brother thought that aiding this ambitious founding emperor of Liang and continuously conquering other countries to unify the world would revolutionize this world, but Wang Wan thought Liang's palace was too complicated and a mess, and went off alone to get rid of the demons. So in the end, it's what you heard. That senior brother took in many disciples and became the emperor's most trusted demon hunter, only to be assassinated by the third prince of the palace in conjunction with demons and evils, and his whereabouts are unknown to this day, and all of his disciples were decapitated. with only the unrecorded one, the county minister Chen, escaping. Yulo, Wang Wan sees it very clearly, it's indeed pandemonium enough, and he dares to cooperate with powerful demonic evils. So many demon hunters are killed at the drop of a hat, even if he becomes the emperor. So what? There's no fear that the entire country will be controlled by the demonic evil and fall into the ration of the demonic evil. If the emperor of a country sins, then the whole country will be affected. Yu Luo's heart was heavy, and suddenly felt again that it was nothing for the emperor of Yen to worship the demonic evil as a national teacher, as a way to gain more abilities. It was all half a catty. I wonder how the other countries are doing, and if they're letting demons and evil get involved. So, this Wang Wan from the cultivation world is the same as Lin and Yang? Yu Luo pondered. This time the situation is different. Lin and Yang was written in by the author's own initiative, but Wang Wan's dual identity is the result of the two novels being merged together in order to fit into this world. This world has been invaded by many fictional worlds, and the fusion of different world settings would have created a lot of irrationalities. Wang Qing's master is said to be a very powerful demon hunter, but there aren't many powerful demon hunters in this world, and the rules of heaven had to look for them from other fictional worlds in order to keep the world from collapsing. So these two became mother and daughter. The system explained it very clearly, but Yu Luo heard something different from it. System, how come you know all about the rules of the heavenly Tao so well? Are you guys related? System, I don't know, don't call me that. The system disappeared at the speed of light, waving its hand out of sight. Don't sneak out so fast. Isn't that a trick? Chapter 64, One More Pit. Master, what are we going to do next? After worshipping the mountain goddess, it was time for the two of them to leave, only for Wang Qing to realize that her mother hadn't moved the entire time. Qing Qing, this place is quite good, and it's a place sheltered by the mountain goddess. Let's live here from now on. Wang Wan already had a decision in her mind. She has been walking in the Jianghu for so many years for the sake of catching demons, and most of the demons she encountered are the demons that brutalize people's lives, and there are not many demons that have their own sanity, and the ones that are able to overcome their instincts and have a good heart are even fewer and farther between. The world is also populated by many strange people who have different abilities and come from very peculiar origins. So far, the world is peaceful on the surface, but who knows what will happen next? Demons simply can't be cut down. There will always be new demons born. We can't keep chasing after our asses, right? Moreover, Wang Wan admitted that there were many powerful demons and evils hiding in the shadows that she and her child's father could not deal with when they joined forces, and that senior brother was likewise unable to deal with them. The only solution was to find the existence that restrained these demons and evils, and now that she had found the true God who had just been born not long ago, why would she want to leave? Master, is what you say true? We can really live here? Wang Qing's eyes brightened even more. She thought this place was fun, and if she hadn't been following her master to catch demons and practice her kung fu, she would have agreed to that magistrate's invitation long ago. Going to the magistrate of a deserted county as a demon hunter is fun to think about. Master, then you look for a house here first. I'll go around the county town. Wang Qing couldn't wait to slip away. She skillfully jumped into the county courthouse and saw several familiar guys with sad faces. County Minister Chen was very distressed. My family was indeed very rich in the past, but with the capital in such a mess, I have long since dispersed my family's wealth and fled for my life, so I really don't have any extra money to support the county. Su Rurong propped her chin with her long, thin fingers, her voice sighing. The problems of grain prices and food have all been solved. But how come the county offices in the deserted counties are so poor? This is really do not know. I'll look startled. That warehouse inside has been empty, not to mention the official silver. Even a grain of rice are gone. The stoic face of Luo Yong also lowered, a little downcast, feeling that he had not watched over it. But this problem is not really on him. It should be the pot of the previous magistrate. If the other party did not let it go, how could there be such a ridiculous thing? The three looked at each other and sighed in unison once again. The county office of a deserted county is actually already poor like this? A female voice suddenly came from the window there. Several people subconsciously turned their heads to see the woman sitting in the window, against the light. The woman was petite, born with a baby face and a soft dimple when she smiled. Yet everyone present dared not look down on her. After all, this was a machete-wielding demon hunter. The other party even dared to cut down those powerful demons and evils. So he was still afraid of a small county office? Half an hour later, Wang Qing had finished listening to Luo Yang's account and understood what had happened recently. So it's that you cleaned up those 3 big grain merchants and tried to buy grain only to find empty warehouses and nothing? The 3 nodded in unison. It's a good idea. Isn't there a saying in the art of war that it's never too easy to cheat? You guys just pitted once more. They have plenty of silver. Wang Qing's little round face smiled deviously. Su Rurong raised his head violently, his black eyes bright as stars. He had an idea. Half an hour later, Luo Yan was holding a stone tablet covered in red cloth, Chen County Minister was holding tools, and Wang Qing was carrying a machete. Following Su Rurong, behind them, there were several constables carrying a large box, all full of joy. The surrounding people saw it and all gathered around in curiosity. Of course, more of the people were there to thank the new magistrate. Mr. Magistrate, I heard that the price of food in our county was lowered by you by all means. You are the real parent official of our deserted county. Lord Magistrate, in the past, it was because we were blind and didn't see your identity. Some of the people even knelt down directly in front of them. You guys hurry up, these are all things I should do. As the magistrate of the deserted county, I should think of you. Su Rurong was a college student village official in her last life, and she crossed over before she could do anything practical for the people. He hadn't really seen this kind of scene before and was a little nervous for a moment. It was hard to get those people to disperse and return some of the vegetables that the vendors had sent on their own accord, so Su Rurong was finally relieved. Let's go. Let's continue delivering surprises for the Zhao family head. Su Rurong clenched her fists, her fighting spirit high. Wang Qing tossed the machete he was holding up easily and nodded as well. Chapter 65, Exasperation. Su Rurong brought a group of people behind him and beat the gongs and drums all the way around each house. And every time he came to one of these mansions, he started to congratulate the few heads of the families before they could even open their mouths. Congratulations to the Zhao family head. I've come with the people's thoughts to thank you. Su Rurong waved her hand, and a constable quickly stepped forward and delivered a basket of vegetables to the Zhao family head. The Zhao family head was a bit confused about the situation, but he was very cautious and just collected those dishes and didn't let anyone send them into the kitchen. Who knows if those people were genuinely grateful. He was very clear about those behaviors of his. When they arrived at the Wang family and the Ma family, Su Rurong said the same thing, but the heads of these two families were obviously a bit excited, and even the head of the Ma family sneaked over to ask, Magistrate Su, was this really given to me by the people? Looking at the red-faced appearance of the Ma family head, Su Rurong nodded firmly. Anyway, if he says it's true, it's true. How are the families of those constables not considered the people? Good, good, very good. The head of the Ma family was overjoyed. He told them that he was respected. Those people, even the county magistrate, didn't thank them and came to deliver food to them in the first place. It must be genuine. And how am I to repay them? How about lowering the price of food a bit more tomorrow? He muttered. Ma family master, I have a brilliant method here. See if you want to consider it. Su Ruyong walked up with a calm demeanor. Magistrate Su, go ahead and say it. The head of the Ma family was still on a roll, waving his big hand with extra bravado. Luo Yon, present the items. Su Rurong slightly angled her chin and glared at the person next to her. Luo Yon walked forward and lifted the red cloth covering the top of the stone monument with one hand. This is a blank stone tablet? The Ma family head froze. What the hell kind of method is this? Don't be in a hurry. Ma family master, let me talk to you about the wonderful use of this stone tablet. Su Rurong carried his hands behind his back with an inscrutable expression. To tell you the truth, this stone monument is actually a merit monument, and I intended to write the names of those who have contributed to Arakan Prefecture on it, but it was accidentally seen by the Zhao family head. The head of the Zhao family insisted on shoving over 500 taels, and also sent the county office a large pile of grain for me to hand out to those villagers. I couldn't refuse it in any way, only to write his name on the first line of the merit stone tablet. It's just that County Minister Chen hasn't even written it up yet, so I've come to congratulate you. When he said this, Su Ruyong stopped. His hints were so obvious that anyone who had a thought could hear them. As expected, the head of the Ma family over there directly slapped his thigh with a defiant face. A mere 500 taels, not enough for that Zhao to stay at the Spring Flower House's expense. It's really stingy. With this amount of silver, he also wants to write his name on top of the merit monument in the entire deserted county and be ranked first? Why doesn't he go eat? I'll give 1,000 taels. No, 2,000 taels. You leave me the number one spot, and I'll send you another batch of grain, guaranteed to be more than his. How can this be good? I actually didn't want to do anything else. I just plan to build a few more burning compounds for the people before the cold winter comes, take in some homeless people, store a batch of emergency food, and build a few more roads. Su Rurong blushed. Lord Magistrate, I know. You are the one who does practical things for the people. In fact, it doesn't matter what you do with this money, but you must remember to put my name on it. It mustn't be behind the other two guys. The head of the Ma family urged one after another. As a grain merchant in cahoots with the other two families, he naturally didn't have much goodwill, and the Ma family was more concerned about his reputation and the place of his name. Who isn't a bribe? The last magistrate took a lot of silver from them. That merit monument was meritorious as soon as he heard it, and if his reputation could be spread, He might be able to make his family's business bigger in the future and open a branch over in the provincial city. It's not inconceivable that even the capital side, the head of the Ma family, was immersed in his own beautiful fantasies, and couldn't wait for this new county magistrate to announce the merit tablet right away. Magistrate, isn't this merit monument a bit small? I'll give you another sum of money. You get a big stone monument over here, and then we'll set it up at the entrance of our desolate county, so that all the people coming in and out of desolate county can see it. So by the time Su Rurong left, there was one more large box in their group. Over there, the head of the Ma family was still promising to send those grains to the county office right away. Looking at a whole box of silver ingots, Luo Yang had been dumbfounded. So this new county magistrate just easily asked for more than 2,000 taels and a shipment of grain? That's 2,000 taels. I wonder how much grain I can buy. He thought that this county magistrate would soon stop. Who knew that the other party turned his head and went to the Wang family again? This Wang family had let his family members check around and found that this magistrate was really from the other two families, and his heart had already believed a few points. Plus that row after row of silver was really bright. Su Rurong quickly used the same words and tricked her way into 2,500 taels of silver and a cart of grain. This operation watched the Chun County minister were all frightened, afraid that the scene will be beaten out by these grain merchants' big family members. Finally, they came to the Zhao family again. Before entering the door, County Minister Chen purposely reminded from the side, Lord Magistrate, the Zhao family head is not easy to fool. If you piss him off, all the silver that you have cheated today will have to go down the drain. Su Rurong, however, waved her hand. You have to do a full set if you're doing a show. I started off with the Zhao family head as an excuse. If the other two families knew that the Zhao family clan hadn't contributed a single penny, that's what would be problematic. Yes, if you want to cheat, you should be neat and tidy. Not a single one should be spared. Wang Chang also nodded her head repeatedly. She found it fun. It will help those people and take the heat out of them at the same time. This new magistrate is good and has guts. County Minister Chen's fleshy cheeks trembled, and although he was a bit scared, he also expected to succeed this time. Let's go, County Minister Chen. With a gentle push, Wang Qing pushed him inside. County Executive Chen. The gate of the Zhao family was opened, revealing the very exquisitely decorated pavilions and corridors inside. A few houseguests saw their figures and instantly ran over to report the news. The Zhao family head was indeed an old fox. He was still skeptical even after finding out that Chongzhou grain merchant had already come over. Now that he saw the prefectural magistrate once again at his door, he instantly chilled his face. Lord Su, you're really good at this. Just a few light words and you've lowered the price of grain. To be honest, the Zhao family head didn't want to lower the price. Their Zhao family had hoarded so much grain and was relying on this winter to make a big profit. However, the other two had already put up the price of the grain long ago, and there was no way he could hold out here by himself, so he had to revise the price. Farewell, Zhao family head, and don't be in a hurry. I didn't come to talk to you about the price of grain. Su Rurong was very calm, now holding the silver of both families. He no longer needed to worry so much. You guys, then, what is the matter? The Zhao family head looked suspicious. Does he have any other dealings with this new magistrate? This guy doesn't take bribes. He doesn't even take bribes. Is it possible that he's coming over to ask for silver? Seeing the look in the Zhao family head's eyes, Su Rurong just smiled before letting out a faint sigh. Pity, pity. The corner of the Zhao family head's eyes jumped and he was furious. You don't do a good job as a county magistrate. What are you doing here with me pretending to be a god? I'm telling you, no matter what you say today, I'm not going to agree with you. Yes? Su Rurong raised her head and scanned around the Zhao family's mansion before twisting her head and walking away. Let's go then. The others quickly carried the box and followed. Zhao family head. No, you make such a big deal out of it. First banging on the gong and delivering baskets of groceries, then turning back here, sighing and staring, only to turn your head and leave? In theory, this magistrate didn't say anything and directly turned away. The Zhao family head should be happy, but he felt like he was holding a tightness in his chest. Stop, he roared. Magistrate Su, since you've come here, feel free to say whatever you have to say. Even though I don't agree with it, you can say it out loud. You don't even agree. So what am I talking about? Come here to beat the gongs and drums to relieve your boredom? Su Rurong paused only briefly, then sped up again. The Zhao family head became even more furious, itching to directly slap him over. This new magistrate knows how to piss people off. Okay, I'll think about it, okay? He gritted his teeth. You say. Chapter 66, Taking the Initiative. Zhao family head, this matter is actually not too good to talk about, so I'd better leave first. Su Rurong left with a determined expression. The county minister Chen and Luo Yang in the back were confused even though they followed in time. Isn't the magistrate trying to screw the Zhao family with silver? Why did he turn his head and leave? He couldn't even stay? Seeing the puzzled gazes of a few people, Su Ruyang did not explain, and when he came to the streets where people came and went, he asked a few constables to once again beat gongs and drums, and walk the streets to publicize. Whenever anyone came over, he had them explain what was inside those boxes. Did you guys see this? These are all from the Ma family head and the Wang family head, who took the initiative to send more than 4,000 taels of silver, and 100 stones of grain for the sake of the development of our desolate county. You guys didn't hear it wrong. It's the head of the Ma family and the head of the Wang family. The county magistrate is so happy that he's going to use the silver to build houses for those homeless orphans and elderly people, and he's also going to build roads for our deserted county. No, 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 you mustn't misunderstand. It's not a free enlistment. All those who come over to help will receive 10 cents a day, and 3 meals are also taken care of. Both men and women can come and sign up. The magistrate has already said that there is work for both men and women, just so all the way to publicize the entire deserted county all boiling. All the way all the people are thanking the 2 grain merchants. The Ma family head and the Wang family head were overjoyed after hearing this. Who wouldn't want a good reputation? Not to mention the number 1 ranked position on top of the merit monument. Anyway, it is a bribe to this magistrate. Want to do what you want to do well. The former magistrate took a few thousand taels of silver, also on the line, a little convenient. Where for them to make such a big fuss? However, the Zhao family head was not in such a beautiful mood after inquiring about it. The entire desolate county was praising the other 2 families, without anyone mentioning the Zhao family. Their Zhao family was originally the head of the 3 families, both in terms of wealth and power. They were more powerful than the other 2 families. How could they be pressed down by these 2 families? This new magistrate was so unintelligent that he didn't even warn him in time just now. Damn the Wang and Ma families. What's wrong with those 2 old guys? A bunch of brainless fools. Maybe they've been tricked by that magistrate again. The Zhao family head was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. So he hurriedly also had someone go inside the small warehouse to fetch 3,000 taels of silver, and had someone carry 100 stones of grain over. It hurt like hell, but for the sake of his own reputation, and the reputation of the Zhao family, nothing mattered. They, the Zhao family, absolutely couldn't let the other 2 families be pressed underneath them. Otherwise, will he still be in Arakan County in the future? The other 2 families all sent silver. Don't they want to lose face? After some bragging, the people of the whole street knew about it, and they rushed home to tell their other relatives and friends that the county magistrate was looking for laborers. This is $10 every day, also tube 3 meals. You go to other people to work as a long laborers do not have this treatment. What's more, the magistrate himself presided over it. He's a real parent official. Can he cheat them? Designate that you can't. So Su Ruyang was very popular this way, to the point that there were people everywhere around and everyone was thankful. Luo Yong looked at him, but he was a bit eager to speak. Lord Magistrate, we are bragging about these 2 families so much. They aren't good. If it wasn't for them controlling the price of food all these years, the people wouldn't be living in such a difficult situation. Isn't it not a good idea to praise them so much? Su Rurong glanced at him, but shook her head. Luo Yong, at a glance you've seen less of this kind of thing. Do you see that the people have said anything? Now that they can get 10 cents a day and have enough to eat, they don't care about that at all. In this world, whoever can feed them is the true breadwinner. What are those superficial reputations? Can they be eaten? And it was a method of last resort. Su Ruirong had a sense of urgency that there might be other disasters to follow. Are the lives of the people important? Or is that little mustard more important? He now had no time to slowly develop the deserted county. He had to quickly build up those burning fire dragon compounds and store a batch of emergency food before the cold winter came, so as not to let a large number of people starve to death. Luo Yong was puzzled, and he felt that he had indeed become one-dimensional. It is true that they can hate those grain merchants and go around proclaiming the behavior of those grain merchants, but what good will that do? It will only make the people more resentful. However, by doing so, the county magistrate can raise a few thousand taels of silver for the government, alleviate the urgent needs of the county government office, and also save the lives of those people at a critical time. The lesser of the two is clear when you think about it carefully. Just as they came to another street where people were coming and going, intending to beat the gong and drums to publicize again, the Zhao family head over there had already had the Zhao family's houseguests carry a large box of silver, and a bunch of grain over. This group of Zhao family servants were also resourceful, shouting at the top of their voices from a long distance, Lord Magistrate, our Zhao family has brought over 3,000 taels of silver and 100 stones of grain to carry food. Take a look. Luo Yong instantly turned his head and stared. This Zhao family actually took the initiative to jump into the pit? County Minister Chen, who had been explaining to the people, also had the corners of his mouth twitch. Wang Cheng, on the other hand, blinked with excitement. Good. I knew that the Zhao family head is also a great benefactor of our desolate county. Su Rurong's eyes lit up, making those constables rush forward and carry those boxes over. Yu Luo, who was gazing at the deserted county, also cried and laughed. This magistrate did have something. I wonder what Su Rulong would do if she knew that he himself was actually a fake magistrate. Shouldn't be running away halfway, right? Chapter 67, Delivering the Grain Core. Lin Jia Village. After old Mrs. Lin received the news of that grain merchant's impending arrival, she immediately had her people welcome her. Lin and Yang set out with Cui Ying and Zhang Yangzi, a few people not long before they saw the procession transporting grain in the mountains near Arakan Mountain. Instead of being intercepted by 3 large grain merchants, this grain transportation team from Chongzhou encountered a group of mountain bandits. The mountain bandits were hiding in the distant mountains. They saw that this grain transport team was not to be messed with, but they didn't want to give up so much grain, so they cut off this mountain road, dug a deep pit to block the grain team's way forward, and placed huge stones all over the mountain. The road was very narrow, between 2 tall peaks, and the terrain was extraordinarily steep, with no way to easily turn around. As soon as the caravan carrying the grain came by, they threw down the roiling stones, and the falling stones rolled out with a rumbling sound as if thunder were falling from the sky. The crowd was terrified, and even the knife-wielding men looked fearful. They weren't afraid of the rush of those mountain bandits, but they were afraid of this kind of disaster falling from the sky. The force of those boulders was simply not something that ordinary people could resist. At this moment, when everyone's faces were in despair, Lin Aniang jumped down from the top of the distant hill with Cui Ying. Mother, don't come over, it's just too dangerous here. Wu Diyun's eyes were sharp as he saw his mother jump over, his heart literally in his throat. Although the Wu family used to be a family of military generals, it had long since fallen into decline, which was why it came to hibernate inside such a small village. It was true that they, the juniors, had practiced martial arts since they were young, but their mother had married from somewhere else, and had passed the strength of the best practicing martial arts, and had not practiced much martial arts at all. So how could they deal with these huge falling rocks? You guys run! That grain merchant was also kind-hearted. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he simply yelled at the 2 women in a bid to let these 2 escape. Yet the 2 women seemed as if they hadn't heard it, instead running swiftly towards the edge. Both of them all held wooden statues of the mountain goddess, and the leader, Lin and Yang, braced herself in a horse stance and sank down, kicking at the falling rocks that filled the sky. She didn't use any special techniques, just with her ferocious brute force, she kicked all the boulders that landed beside her to pieces, leaving only a few crumbs to fall onto the faces of the people around her. As for Cui Ying, she maneuvered a dozen or so fire snakes, nimbly wrapping those falling rocks and shifting them to other places. Within a short period of time, this man-made disaster of falling rocks was cleared away, leaving only a group of tall men dazed. As for the group of mountain bandits, they also realized that something was wrong. This group of bandits didn't have much intention in the first place, and now that they had seen the woman with this strange power, they had already been scared out of their wits. So where did they still have the heart to fight? One ran faster than the other, and soon lost sight of them. Below the mountain peak, this grain merchant Zhong Hung from Chongzhou covered his heart and half-heartedly did not slow down. The initial shock of the falling rocks, and then the later divine methods of these 2 women made their hearts beat faster. Mother! Chivalrous lady! Wu Diyun ran over with the grain merchant next to him. Only that grain merchant was flopping on his knees. Chivalrous ladies, thank you for saving my life. There is no way to return the favor of saving your lives. How much food do you need? Just take it. Zhong Heng's eyes glowed. If you really can't, let me give my body in marriage. I can really join the family. What are you doing you? Wu Diyun took a look at the other party's eyes. A very calm and collected, he instantly exploded. That's my mother. Zhong Heng then reacted, but he was very thick-skinned and turned to look at Lin and Yang next to him again. Lin Aniang had a cold face. I already have 3 children. Zhong Heng's heart repented. He should have come to Qingzhou earlier, in case he could have met these 2 chivalrous women earlier. None of you are injured, right? Lin Aniang didn't continue to pay attention to him, instead turning her head to look at the others in the group. The group of Hans all shook their heads. None of them had received the impact of the falling rocks head-on, so how could they be injured? Even if you're hurt, it's just a small scratch from an accidental scrape. Can that be considered a wound? In that case, leave quickly with the grain. Old Mrs. Gongsun is already waiting. There's no need to be too grateful. If it wasn't for the mountain goddess, I wouldn't have even saved you guys. If it wasn't the mountain goddess, Lin and Nyang thought she would have been dead long ago. So how could she still have a chance to save someone here? You also know old lady Gongsun? Zhong Hong froze. Soon he slapped himself violently. These 2 women were obviously related to Wu Diyun and Zhang Chongju in the team. So how could they not recognize old lady Gongsun? Child, are you not hurt? Over there? Zhang Yangzi also ran over from not far away. The 3 were supposed to be together, But Zhang Yangzi did not have the ability to fight off falling rocks, so Lin Anian put her in a very safe place. Now that the crisis at falling rock had passed, she ran out of her own accord. Zhang Yangzi came next to Zhang Changzhou and scrutinized her son carefully before nodding. It's not so bad, just a minor injury. That's what you meant when you greeted that grain merchant, isn't it? Zhang Changzhou. His mother had really guessed very accurately. This wound was indeed left by the robbers encountered earlier. Mother, De is a bit more seriously injured. Help him, he was injured to save me. Zhang Changzhou also felt a little guilty. This time he was saved once again by his good brother. In the future he should try to practice martial arts. Help him a little? Zhang Yangzi turned her head and saw Wu Dian frowning tightly, pulling her mother over. Mother, how did you gain the ability as well? Didn't I tell you not to trust this mountain goddess easily since it's still uncertain what kind of existence this mountain goddess really is? Wunderkind's mind was tense. There were many demons and evils in this world that were just like the neighboring state masters, and although this mountain goddess hadn't collected her payment yet, who knew what would happen in the future? Humph, just like that, what's the point of helping? He doesn't even trust the mountain goddess, so naturally, he doesn't need the abilities that the mountain goddess has bestowed upon us. Zhang Yangzi held her head high and hummed, Lady and Sister Ing, let's go. The three of them turned around and left, leaving only the two of them, Wu Dian and Zhang Changzhou, shivering in the cold wind. You two, what's going on? Zhong Hong also couldn't understand. Aren't these two the sons of those two women? How did they get mixed up to this point? People willingly don't even want their own sons. Too, they didn't understand why either. It's just out of caution for a strange being, and in a world full of demons and evil. Isn't it normal for a self-proclaimed mountain god to be cautious? Yet in just a few days, everything had changed. Simply because they questioned the mountain goddess, their own mother all turned a blind eye to them. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, this time it's the mountain goddess who asked us to come. Originally we were planning to come over after dinner, but the mountain goddess said that your group would be in danger, so we came over earlier. Lin Anian stopped and looked at the two people in the crowd. Since you don't trust the mountain goddess, I guess the mountain goddess won't save you in the future. So be good. Her voice was extremely cold, colder than the gusty winds around her. Lin and Yang was the first official devotee of the mountain goddess, and in her heart the mountain goddess was a very great being that could not be questioned at all. Now that these two guys had repeatedly provoked the mountain goddess's divine might, they were wildly stepping on top of her bottom line. In the past, it was just as well, and it was true that not many people knew about the mountain goddess, and justifiably so, but not now. The entire Lin family village is being sheltered by the mountain goddess, and these two are still thinking of taking advantage of the situation? Aya, you two are silly. Such a powerful mountain goddess saved our lives. How can you still be so gracious? Zhong Hong slapped his thighs in remorse. He should have followed along just now. But big brother Zhong, we also talked about those demons and evils on the way. Aren't you also very clear about it? Zhang Changzhou froze. Although Zhong Hong is a grain merchant, he is bold enough to go anywhere. And he did encounter some demons on the road, and he also heard people talk about it, so how can he also trust it easily? Saying you guys are stupid, you're really elm-brained. You're just stupid from being beaten by those guys from Yen. Can't you really see what's going on right now? There are so many demons and evils in our Liang country, and I heard that the capital side is in chaos, and many rich merchants are trying to escape by all means, even if he really is a demonic evil. So what? It's a blessing for you to have met an existence so benevolent and willing to shelter you and save the grain team from danger. Does your entire Lin family village believe in this one mountain goddess? Zhong Hong spoke with hatred for half a day, then turned to inquire. The two of them nodded in unison. Their Lin family village would go to worship every 3 days. Wouldn't that be enough? The person with the highest seniority in this Lin family village is old lady Gongsun, and she didn't even say anything, and even took the initiative to lead the villagers in worship. Do you think you're smarter and more knowledgeable than old lady Gongsun? Doesn't the old lady know about the demonic evil? She's even seen the demonic evil herself. You guys can comprehend it yourselves. I'm leaving. Zhong Hong hurriedly had the group of Hans at the back drive the grain carts away, leaving the two of them, Wu Dian and Zhang Changzhou, to hang out to dry at the very back. Chapter 68, The Old Lady's Reminder. The grain team didn't rush directly to the Lin family village. They arrived at the foot of the barren mountain to see a familiar figure standing at the forefront. Brother Zhong, you're finally here. Old Mrs. Gongsun was still quite worried during this time, worrying that something might have gone wrong with this grain merchant on the road, and the entire Lin family village would be left without a place to live. Granted, the price of grain has come down on the county side, but there is only so much grain in total, and with so many dangers ahead, it's always right to stock up on more grain. Old lady, isn't it because you're here that I've come all this way to send food? Zhong Hong rubbed his hands together. He had wanted to ask about the mountain goddess, but felt that it wasn't good to inquire about this right after meeting, so he had to keep this to himself. Old lady, where is this shipment of grain headed? He was slightly puzzled to see that there weren't many sturdy men beside the old woman either. Soon he thought of something and shuddered. Could it be that the entire Lin family village was as powerful as those two women? Brother Zhong, let's make a deal first. Pay with one hand and deliver with the other. I'll have the villagers transport it later. As for where to ship it, the old lady naturally wouldn't say so clearly. Zhonghong expressed his understanding as he told all those Hans to get down from the car and vacate the place for the villagers of Linjia village. The old lady also took out a small box containing 500 taels of silver bills. The deal was, you ship 2,500 stones of grain, and I'll give you 500 taels. This price, when they first agreed, was set, and the old lady was also ruthless at that time, thinking that if the villagers could not come up with this money, they would advance it themselves first. As a former county princess, she could still take out this amount of silver, but the reality was far better than she had imagined. And the villagers of Linjia village were so enthusiastic about buying grain that they had long ago come up with the money. Even the county office side booked a portion of it, just in time to divide up all the grain. A family of 10, including children, would only need 70 stones of grain to eat for a year if they saved some, and the grain from this shipment was estimated to feed the Lin family village for a whole year. As for what to do after that, of course, they will continue to plant on the barren hills. They farmers originally make a living by farming, so it is impossible for them to do nothing. Brother Zhong, let's go to the Lin family village. The old mansion side has already prepared a meal and is waiting for you. Old Mrs. Gongsun walked at the front, and the group of grain-carrying Hans at the back looked at each other in dismay. With so much food, don't they need help transporting it to places? Let's go. Let's follow the old lady. Zhonghong was very sensible and did not ask questions. This might involve the ability that the mountain goddess had bestowed on the Lin family village. The old lady had taken them away and left the group behind, just because she didn't want them to see clearly what a group of them were still pestling around. Wasn't it inviting people to get annoyed? When Chung Hyung followed the old woman here on the path, he cautiously turned his head and glanced over toward the back. There were a lot of trees and bushes along the road, most of which obscured the view, but Zhonghong was still able to see that a large portion of the shipment of grain was missing. How long has it been? And most of the grain is gone. And how in the world did it get shipped out? I don't see anyone else coming over, either. That mountain goddess was really mysterious. Otherwise, how could the really smart and cunning old lady Gongsun take the initiative to bring the Lin family village to believe in each other? Old lady, are you sure about those guesses you made earlier? Zhonghong cautiously inquired. Before he came here, he naturally discussed it with old Mrs. Gongsun, but she was very firm and told him to look at those changes on the road when he shipped the grain over. Along the way, Zhonghong did have deep feelings. This year seems to be extraordinarily uneventful. This side of Qingzhou is even colder than in previous years. Along the way there are many people freezing and shivering. There is also a part of the people displaced. Earlier, I asked you to save a batch of grain for yourself. Did you do so? Old Mrs. Gongsun inquired in a low voice. Zhonghong nodded his head repeatedly, and although he didn't quite believe that this world would soon be in chaos, out of the vigilance of a businessman, he still set aside 500 stones of grain for his own family. You can make money again, but you only have one life. That's good. When the time comes, you'll all be more vigilant as well. Don't leak the food out. In case others find out, it'll be a disaster. It's a real disaster that your family is able to come up with food every day when others are underclothed and starving. If you are in a position to do so, you will choose a deep mountain over in Chongzhou and go to live inside a big mountain. Although the conditions inside the mountain were simple, it was better than being on edge and worrying about the bandits and rebel soldiers. Old lady, thank you for the reminder. I will consider it. Zhonghong was thoughtful in his mind. Chapter 69, Only One Look. The group arrived at the Lin family village and were received with great pomp and circumstance. This table didn't have much meat, but it was all prepared by everyone with great care. Nowadays, most of the families in Linjia village spent their family savings on buying food, and it was already very good to have taken the trouble to make these things. Zhonghong looked at these novel dishes and tasted them curiously, especially the kudzu dumplings that were soft and sticky with a flavorful aftertaste. There's also a dessert made from kudzu cooler, just slightly tossed with maltose and crushed hawthorn cake, and it's already delicious. Of course, there were other dishes, all of which were the best dishes made by the other ladies of the Lin family village. What exactly are these dumplings and sweet cakes made of? Chung Hang spoke in a new tone. He traveled to various places every year to sell food and had never really eaten this kind of food. The group of people from the Lin family village immediately looked at Lin and Yang. After all, this was the food that the mountain goddess had gifted to this lady, and the other party was willing to give it to the Lin family village to share. That was because everyone was a believer of the mountain goddess, but not this new grain merchant. Lin and Yang also took a bite of the dumplings made of kudzu flour noodles and pointed to the roots that were piled up inside the courtyard of the old mansion. These dumpling skins and cold cakes are made from those tree roots, so if you want ideas, you'll have to ask the mountain goddess. Zhong Hong was shocked in his heart. All these food items are actually made from tree roots? This kind of tree roots he also knows. In the past in the mountains often can see it. If the roots can also be made into food, if the famine year can save a lot of people. Zhong Heng's heart became more admiring of this mountain goddess. Where is this a demonic evil? How could a demonic evil do such a thing? When the meal was over, Zhong Hong took the initiative to approach old Mrs. Gong Sun and Lin and Yang and cheekily said, "Old Mrs. Gong Sun and Nyangzi, can I take my brothers to pay homage to the mountain goddess?" "Don't worry, the brothers' mouths are all very tight. We used to walk the dartboard. We're the best at keeping secrets." Zhong Hong was really tickled. Having already seen such a powerful mountain goddess, he said he had to go and pay his respects. He definitely couldn't leave early. As soon as old lady Gongsun took a look at him, she knew what this fellow was playing in his mind, but the mountain goddess would have needed more believers. Zhong Hong came from Chongzhou and was a famous figure in Chongzhou, so if this fellow was willing to believe in the mountain goddess, it might bring unimaginable effects. But no one would cherish what came easily. Just look at some of the villagers of the Lin family village. Some of them still don't know what's good for them when they're in the midst of the blessings. So old Mrs. Gongsun frowned slightly and pretended to be in a difficult situation. "Just to show you a little bit, and then you'll have to leave in a hurry." Zhong Hong nodded his head repeatedly, overjoyed. The group of Hans behind them were also quite excited. Their hearts and minds had flown ever since they had seen the abilities of both Lin and Yang and Cui Ying, and now that they were able to see that one mysterious being, they couldn't wait to celebrate by banging on the gongs and drums. Today happened to be the time when the Lin family village worshipped the mountain god every 3 days, and most of the villagers had already waited here in the mansion after eating. Zhong Hong happened to follow up with his men, and along the way he carefully observed the houses of these villagers and found that many of them were already half empty. It seemed that old Mrs. Gongsun had made up her mind and was planning to move the entire village to the barren mountains. To his surprise, there were actually 2 other families in this village that didn't participate in any of the activities and looked at them with eyes that looked at them as if they were retarded. Lin Luo was making wooden doors. This time he replaced all the doors for the family. That workmanship and patterns look very beautiful. One after another there are several families contacted. Although they are all from other villages, Lin Luo is also full of energy. As long as they earn this money back and hand it over to mother, maybe they can even eat meat after a while. Only Wu Chuiying snorted coldly and just looked at his back without helping. "Didn't I ask you to give me a hand? Why are you sitting there? Did I marry you home and raise that you as a grandpa? Doing nothing." Lin Luo's face reddened with anger as soon as he looked at this face of hers. Wu Chuiying laughed coldly once again. "What? I didn't make the meals at home? Is what you eat pig food? Didn't I clean up the house? Is that a pigsty you're stepping on? Lin Jiro, isn't that all you should do? The oldest daughter-in-law used to do it for so many years. What's wrong with letting you do something? Don't you want me to make more money, add more to the family, and have a nice meal?" Lin Luo was a bit annoyed. "Earn more money, add something, have a nice meal? You're afraid you're not dreaming, are you? Where will you get a turn at the good stuff?" Ever since the last time she eavesdropped on old Mrs. Lin and learned that the other party had given most of the family's grain to the big house, with 20 taels of silver attached, Wu Chuiying had already seen the light. All the good things in the family belonged to the eldest house, because it had 2 readers and gave them more face. At this time, Wu Chuiying really regretted that she did not make a fuss when the family was first divided, so that the second house was also divided. Now it's good that their family is working hard here, and some other day the people from the big house will come over again, and all the good things will be theirs, and there won't be a single thing about the second house. Wu Chuiying, are you crazy? Those are my parents. Can they not take care of me? If they hadn't contributed the silver, where would I have had the chance to learn this craft from Carpenter Wu? He wasn't as strong as the other carpenters, and even had a few more years of schooling, but he was finally out of school, and he could make his own furniture, couldn't he? Wu Chuiying once again snorted coldly. She even felt that giving a large sum of silver to allow her husband to study under Carpenter Wu was also a fake. Maybe other deals were used. Do yourself a favor. She walked away with a cold face, leaving Lin Luo alone and furious, who knew that a boy suddenly rushed out from inside his own house, and the boy said angrily, "Mother, you're not allowed to talk about my father. You're not a member of my family, so why should you be angry with my father?" The child's strength is very strong, and his head is also very strong. Suddenly rushing over, even Wu Chuiying, a year-round farm worker, was not able to withstand it, and his head knocked into the door behind him. Lin Luo's production was already rough, and there were some burrs on top of the doorframe that just stuck in. As soon as Wu Chuiying touched the blood behind her, her face instantly turned white and her hands were shaking. Outside, the kid was still bragging to his old man, and Lin Luo was praising his son. "Well done, When did our family fall under your mother's control? Inside the hall, old Master Lin was talking to old Mrs. Lin. Old Mrs. Lin listened to the commotion outside and rolled her eyes. This day in and day out, she doesn't know how to live in peace. The old ancestor is also right. Having to let the Lin family village live inside the barren mountains. I see that many families have moved their things there. The barren mountains are filled with fierce tigers and beasts, and there are many invisible poisonous insects, and the road is very difficult to walk. One day may not even be able to walk down the mountain. What's so good about it? How can it be as convenient as here? Elder Lin, however, had been sitting by the window, very silent, although he also felt that his old ancestor's decision was very absurd. But the rest of Lin's people had already decided to move there, and when they were the only ones left, would the Lin family village still be the Lin family village? Wifey, did the boss really say that before? That after he passes the child scholar exam, he will take us to live inside the county? Elder Lin reconfirmed. Old Mrs. Lin nodded her head repeatedly with a proud face. That's true. Our oldest son was too embarrassed to speak up and let his little granddaughter secretly tell us. They personally promised. How can it be false? We'll be living in the county town by then. It's not the same as these mudbloods in the countryside. If they want to live in the deserted mountains, let them go. We'll eat and drink in the county town. And when our son becomes a scholar, we'll be the scholar's parents. Old Mrs. Lin had a longing look on her face. Hearing that, next to the old man Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. The life inside the county town is definitely better than inside the village. The barren mountain, that kind of bird place. Who love to go? Mother, have you seen Shui Ying? Where did she run off to? There has to be a limit to how angry you can be. And you really won't help me work? Outside, Lin Luo rushed in. He still had tools in his hands. Chapter 70 Advanced Preparation. What's all the yelling about? Where else could she have run off to? At this hour she's probably gone to cook. Old Mrs. Lin coldly lowered her face. However, when she got to the kitchen on her crutches, she found it empty. Unbelieving. Old Mrs. Lin searched every room and still did not see her second daughter-in-law. She went to do the laundry? It can't be. Didn't your daughter-in-law say that it's too cold these days and she didn't want to wash? At that time, Mrs. Lin was also furious, but she could not do anything about this daughter-in-law. If the other party really gave up, then no one would do the housework in this family. Would she still let this old woman, so old, go out to wash clothes in such a cold day? She'd be a laughingstock, wouldn't she? When old Mrs. Lin saw that the 2 pieces of bacon hanging above the kitchen were gone, her face instantly changed. God damn it. I knew the second daughter-in-law didn't have good intentions. She took away the only bacon our family had. These 2 pieces of bacon, she is going to give to her eldest son. Her son and grandson are both studying in the county, so they have to eat something good. The old lady burst into tears, and the voice was so loud that she wanted to shout over the entire village. However, by this time, the vast majority of the villagers in the Lin family village had already followed old lady Gongsun to the barren mountains to pay homage to the mountain goddess. Only one other family that stayed in the Lin family village curiously probed and looked, realizing that it was old Mrs. Lin who had made the commotion, and quickly closed the door again. Lin Luo's face was ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, "Mother, I'll go to the next village and ask them what's going on with the Wu family and how they taught their daughter." Without even putting down the tools in his hands, he ran away angrily. Lin Luo came to the Wu family in Dave village, and the people had not yet seen anyone, so he was cursing angrily outside. The Wu family's old lady opened the door and saw her son-in-law coming, originally wanting to invite the other party in, but when she heard this guy cursing dirty more than one sentence, she instantly chilled down her face. Lin Luo, what do you mean? We gave you our daughter, and it's not even a problem that we didn't bring him to a normal life, but you're actually scolding your mother-in-law here? You told Wu Chuiying to come out. What does she mean? It's not enough that she doesn't work at home and gives my parents a hard time all day long, but she even took the 2 pieces of bacon that my family used for New Year's Eve. Did she take the bacon to her mother's house? You Wu family have the nerve to take the only 2 pieces of meat our family has. Lin Luo's loud voice and Mrs. Lin's old lady's single lineage were heard by all the people in the neighborhood of Dave village. However, after the fiasco of the lady sender, many people did not dare to run out for fear of encountering those horrible monsters again. Lin Luo, what do you mean? I haven't asked you yet. Where did my daughter go? Why did you suddenly come to question us? Old Mrs. Wu's face changed. Obviously she guessed from within those words that something had most likely happened to her daughter. It must be you guys who have hidden the person. Where else can she go besides her mother's house? Lin Luo had a certainty on his face. She grew up in the village, and has never been as far as even the county town, and still managed to feel her way inside the county town all by herself? Mother, let's teach this guy a lesson. The other 2 sons inside the courtyard heard the commotion and all ran out with hose. Lin Luo was so scared that he didn't even realize that the tool in his hand had dropped at some point, and hurriedly ran away. After Lin Luo left, old Mrs. Wu was still uneasy as she turned her head to look at her old partner. Do you think something has happened to our daughter? Grandmother, what's wrong with my mother? A little girl with a head flower ran out and hugged the old lady's legs. Good girl Xin. This is just grandmother's speculation. You go and play with a few other brothers and sisters first, okay? Then grandmother should tell mother earlier to ask her to take Xin back Although this place is fun, Xin's favorite is still mother. The little girl blinked with anticipation. Old Mrs. Wu sighed and nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry, we'll talk to your mother. Baron Hill. Zhonghong followed the villagers of the Lin family village halfway up the mountain and found rows and rows of wooden houses. This should be the place where the villagers of Linjia village will prepare to live in the future. Many of the edges of the wooden houses have already been repaired, and some people's yards are even filled with the kind of roots that are presumably stored for the winter. Zhonghong was very emotional in his heart. Old Mrs. Gongsun was really a smart person. This cold winter had not yet arrived at the approaching. She had already prepared all the things. In the future, if there was a war, the Lin family village could not be said to be living well. At least it would not experience the torture of war. As he walked, Zhonghang suddenly noticed a familiar figure, which was dressed in a white dress and wearing a translucent power hedge, and looked imposing. In just an instant, Zhonghang recognized who this person really was. Isn't this the powerful female demon hunter that the emperor wants to recruit? How come it's in the deserted mountains? He brazenly walked over and heard the demon hunter asking the others for tips on building houses. Wait, this awesome demon hunter is also going to settle in the deserted mountains? Zhonghang was shaken. Chapter 71, Competing for Favors. The further he went up, the more apprehensive Zhonghang's mind became. Even that powerful demon hunter is a devotee of this mountain goddess. Is this god willing to accept their offerings? Although old lady Gongsun only let them take a look, Zhonghang was equally cunning, thinking that he had already seen such a powerful mountain god, and even those powerful abilities. How could he just rush back without doing anything? There are many kinds of glances. If they kneel down to the idol, can Mrs. Gongsun drive them away? She said she could not. Zhonghang thought very well, but when he arrived at the mountain god temple, he found two familiar figures kneeling there, blocking the best spot in front of the idol cleanly. He secretly winked at these two guys, and did not see Wu Diyun and Zhang Chongzhou stand up, the two people as if they had lost their parents hanging their heads. It looks like they have been kneeling for a long time. I'm sorry, these two children are still redeeming themselves, so you guys can just take a look. Seeing the group of people coming over, Zhang Yangzi took the initiative to give up her position. With his previous thoughts completely dashed, Zhonghang quickly took the second approach. He only saw him quickly take out a handful of incense from his bosom, stuff 3 sticks to each of those brothers behind him, and then light them with lightning speed, raising the incense in his hand high up to his forehead. Such an action, the surrounding those people were stunned. Even Gongsun old lady did not expect. This guy actually secretly left a hand. Mountain goddess, we are a grain team from Chongzhou. We came to carry grain for the Lin family village. We never thought we would find such a benevolent, such a divine god here. We are attracted by your glorious deeds. Your idol is so magnificent that no god under the sky is as broad-minded as you. God's light shines in the world, and your loving kindness is warmer than the sun. Mountain goddess, I wonder if you have heard the prayers of a humble grain merchant. We don't pray for anything. We only hope that our gods will exist forever, and that your light will always shine on the earth. Seeing that this grain merchant had turned on the quaffle mode, the corners of old Mrs. Gongsun's mouth twitched. She had ultimately miscalculated. I've never seen this grain merchant speak so eloquently before. If he continues to boast like this, the status of their Lin family village will be in jeopardy. Old Mrs. Gongsun had a sense of crisis in her heart, and she felt that this guy was definitely a formidable enemy who had come to compete for favor. Above the idol, Yu Luo, who had been floating there, looked at the clay idol in deep thought. Her idol, so magnificent? How on earth did this grain merchant see greatness in a blurred face, and a clay figure? However, such a compliment really let her heart comfort. No wonder the ancient emperor are so like the eunuchs around. Every sentence are praise to the heart inside. This cannot like it? Host, you've met the villain again. Along with no idea from inside which corner suddenly popped out. This is also a villain? I think he's quite righteous. There's no problem at all. Yu Luo seemed like an emperor who had been flattered into unconsciousness. As long as the other ministers came over to accuse him, he immediately spoke out in defense. System. Zhonghang really has no problem. He used to walk the dartboard and treated his brothers very well. So then he quit the dartboard and switched to transporting grain. And those brothers were willing to continue to follow him. But this novel isn't written from Chung Hyung's point of view. The female lead is his sister. This novel is a stepmother text in the female genre. Or a modern physics PhD crosses over to a peasant girl who dies in the water and is given next door by her parents to punch up and be a stepmother to her 6 children. Wait, a modern physics doctorate? These eyes of Yu Luo instantly lit up. This is comparable to a giant panda in ancient times. So, such a powerful doctor was sent over to give a sick child a flush and to be a stepmother? Yu Luo was speechless. Since it's a stepmom article, this one must be centered around those kids, and the sickly one depicted. Come on, that's a PhD in physics. Yu Luo's heart was overwhelmed with pain, and he couldn't wait to pick up the person right away. Don't worry, this female doctor I'm talking about who crossed over is none other than this Zhongheng's own sister. He's always out on the road transporting grain, and doesn't come home much to visit, so naturally he doesn't know that his own parents have done this kind of thing. When Zhongheng goes back this time, he will realize that his sister has changed into a different person, and he thinks that she has been replaced by a lone spirit from somewhere, and has gone to great lengths to find all sorts of high-ranking people to try to drive away this lone spirit. However, in the female lead's opinion, he is just purely coming over to pick a fight. Because of Chung Hyung's various obstacles, the relationship between the female lead and her ancient husband instead grows deeper and deeper, and even gives birth to several children for her husband one after another. The ending is a picture of the heroine with her 10 or so children, living happily ever after with her husband, and only at the end does the heroine realize that the older brother, who had an accident outside the house, didn't hate her so much, but instead left her a large sum of silver. It was then that the heroine regretted it, yet it was too late, and she could only lament that the man of yesteryear was gone. Yulo, how can I say this? It's really hard to judge. Glancing at Zhongheng, who was still quaffing, Yu Luo once again inquired, when is that modern female doctor going to cross over? I have to make preparations early and make sure to snatch her ahead of time. The plotline is 2 months later. Chung Hyung's sister didn't want to live a long time ago, and it was her choice to fall into the water and die, so that female doctor would have crossed over anyway. It will take a month to get from Qingzhou to Chongzhou, and if it's 2 months later, then there's still time to observe first. When his faith value increases, he can bestow blessings to boost Zhongheng's strength, so that he can hurry back quickly and bring the doctor's sister here. Yu Luo was finally relieved. Beneath the idol, Zhongheng is still praising and hating his life's work. The next moment, he felt a soft force that lifted him up. Not only that, but even the group of Hans behind them had the same treatment. The group of people looked at each other in disbelief. Only Zhongheng was full of excitement. The mountain goddess has answered us. He hears our praises. No, we still have to do something for the mountain goddess. Zhongheng thought about it and finally thought to pluck some good things over to decorate this mountain temple. This temple of the mountain god is so plain. How can the great mountain goddess live in such a place? Later on, you guys follow me down the mountain. We'll go inside the county town to buy some good stuff and ship it over. We must make the mountain god temple look beautiful. The group of Hanyu nodded in unison. So, by the time the villagers of Linjia village, who had finished repairing their houses and had been digging for kudzu roots for a day, came to the temple of the mountain god, they realized that the mountain god had a new look. Not much has changed on the outside of the temple of the mountain god, but inside there are all sorts of additional decorations. Some of the decorations were so golden that they almost blinded the eyes of these villagers of the Lin family village. You guys put it down gently. It's a plate made of jade. It's just right for holding those offering melons and fruits. Hey, this is a heathered wood table. Just right for the front. Mountain goddess, forgive our rudeness. This is already the best item we could find inside the county. When next time I will come from Chongzhou and bring you a better jade disc. The corners of the eyes of the group of Lin family village villagers behind them jumped, thinking that this guy was still ready to come back. In the future, we will also proclaim your deeds and your benevolence in Chongzhou to bring you more believers. Zhongheng was still promising. Outside the mountain god temple, a group of Linjia village villagers gathered together, looking grave. You all saw it, didn't you? This foreign grain merchant from Chongzhou, just on his first day here, has gained the favor of the mountain goddess. You guys see how many things he has given away? Niangzi Zhang looked at these villagers with a pained expression. If this continues, our Lin family village will be completely outclassed. Are you guys willing to do that? We were the first village to discover the mountain goddess. Unwillingly, yes, Mrs. Zhang, we feel guilty in our hearts. As soon as they arrived, they offered so many good things for the mountain goddess. Yet they, the villagers of the Lin family village, had done nothing, but instead had been enjoying the shelter of the mountain goddess. The mountain goddess was merciful and didn't want them to spend more silver, letting the villagers of the Lin family village stock up on grain first. So they really did nothing? There's a lot of good wood in these mountains. I'll lead a search to make better windows for the mountain temple. Carpenter was said in a deep voice. The previous mountain temple had replaced the windows, but it was very simple at first glance. He had been doing carpentry for so many years. He knew many styles. It was time to show his true craftsmanship. I can burn pottery. An older man mumbled. I've seen a landowner's family make pottery before, and it's all stuck in my head. Good. Very good. The Zhang family's wife was very satisfied. But this earthenware is not as nice as other people's jade plates. A group of villagers from the Lin family village were once again in deep thought. My mother's family made porcelain, specializing in sending tribute to the palace, but offended a great official, and the whole family was exiled here. And I have some knowledge of my family's porcelain making, so I can try it. The other one, Min Chi, who had just married not long ago, whispered. Good. I'll work hard for Nyonya Min. Nyangzi Zhang's eyes lit up. I can proclaim the deeds of the mountain goddess and develop more believers for the mountain goddess. The others didn't have many skillful crafts, but they were influenced by that grain merchant and planned to go and recruit believers for the mountain goddess. Alright, then let's discuss it here first. You guys go get ready. Zhang Nyangzi was finally relieved. Chapter 72, The Demon Evil in Zhejia Village. Su Ruyong finally took the time to bring his people to the barren mountain. And once again, he came here. He found that the mountain god temple had actually changed greatly. The paths outside were waxed neatly, and even the inside of the mountain temple was decorated with all sorts of fine decorations. Are the villagers of the Lin family village so rich? Even those plates used to hold the tribute are made of jade? Little brother, you've come to kneel and worship the mountain goddess too? You're so discerning. Our mountain goddess is the most powerful. Zhonghang came over at some point and praised the mountain god idol for a while. Su Rorong subconsciously nodded. The mountain goddess is indeed powerful. If it wasn't for this mountain god of Wasteland Mountain, just that lady deliverer, it would have already messed up Wasteland County, and it's still a matter of opinion whether the people of Wasteland County can live a normal life or not. Brother, what do you do? Are you a merchant as well? Zhonghang was even happier when he got a response. I am the magistrate of Arakan County, and this one next to me is Constable Locke. I don't know if your brother is. Brother, you're actually the magistrate of this place. I'm a grain merchant from Chongzhou. I had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Disrespectful. Zhonghang subconsciously stared wide-eyed. So the magistrate of this place, too, has come over to worship the mountain goddess? Surely he had made the right decision and should have brought the whole family when he returned. So you're that grain merchant. Su Rorong's eyes also lit up. After waiting 1,000 times, I finally got this grain merchant to come over. He immediately stood up and spoke to this grain merchant, not moving to inquire about other grain merchants, and asked for this grain merchant's address. In the future, we'll rely on you to buy grain in our deserted county. Zhonghang also patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I'll come back once more after I return, and I'll ship another batch of grain over then. How much grain you want? Talk to me in advance. Both were very satisfied and both felt that they had made a great deal. Chunghyung can totally come back for another trip with that reason. Brothers, let's also go and discuss with old Mrs. Gongsun about building a house here. Zhongheng couldn't wait to leave to discuss future matters with old Mrs. Gongsun. As for whether Mrs. Gongsun would agree, this is not a problem at all. He directly used money and grain to smash. I do not believe that the old lady will not be moved. Su Rurong also followed. He also had something to say to old Mrs. Gongsun. Over there, old Mrs. Gongsun sent Zhongheng away with a speechless face, letting her second son divide the land among these people, and then turned her head to see County Magistrate Su walking in. Magistrate Su, there is something else going on today when you come to the barren mountain, isn't there? Mal, serve tea. Old Mrs. Gongsun signaled to her heavy granddaughter next to her, and the other party quickly made a pot of tea over. Su Rurong nodded. Old Mrs. Gongsun, do you still remember what Granny Sure said before she died? Granny Sure told the mountain goddess to beware of that one demonic evil in the next County Sure family village, and I had also sent someone to inquire about it and got some information. Outside the door, Lin Aniong also walked in. She nodded to the magistrate and turned to sit next to the old lady. Magistrate Su, go on, we're all listening. The mountain goddess is omniscient and omnipotent. Wherever he is, he hears. Old Mrs. Gongsun naturally knew clearly that this magistrate was not mainly talking to her, but wanted to tell this news to the mountain goddess behind the barren mountain. Su Rurong then continued to speak. Everything is normal in Shijia village, and it is said that there is nothing strange, except that I have found out that this village has produced 2 top scholars within 12 years. 2 top students? The old lady's eldest granddaughter looked up in shock. Yes, one of their villages has produced 2 top students. One was a top student 12 years ago, and is now already serving in the capital, and I heard that he is in a high position. As for what position exactly, it is not possible to find out at the moment, and it is not good to continue to investigate. Although Su Rurong had memories from the capital side of the city, most of them were fuzzy. She couldn't even remember who the parents of this body were, and she had even lost a very crucial memory. He didn't even know when this body took the imperial examination and when it was appointed as the magistrate of Arakan County. It was estimated that the original owner's head had been knocked out, causing him to not think about it so far, but those documents from the government were not fake, so Su Ruorong didn't think much about it. The second scholar, one from a year ago, can't find out exactly where he is at the moment. Not only that, but the other sons and daughters of their Shurja village are also very good at reading, and it is said that there are several Shokai and 2 lifted men. A village with 2 scholars and so many readers is reasonably possible. After all, genes are inherited. However, the Stone family village has not publicized this to the public, and every time someone inquires about it, these people are very nervous, which is puzzling, so there's definitely something wrong with that. Chapter 73. In the space of the idol, Yu Luo was pondering. No wonder when that Granny Stone said that she had found a demonic trail and told the other villagers about it, no one paid any attention to the granny. Most of the villagers in Shurja village should know very well what kind of existence they believe in, only that the benefits they get are too high and they keep pretending to be deaf and dumb. As in the case of the original Dave village, many villagers from the same village had already discovered the problem, yet some of them still sent people there in order to beg for their sons and grandchildren. Before it was a demonic evil in terms of seeking a son, then this time it's a demonic evil in terms of seeking an official? What exactly did it use to make most of the scholars in Shurja village successfully pass the exam? A lifer is fine, but a scholar is not ordinary. A demon, so powerful? The system shook its head after thinking about it. It's hard to say, there is no way to know directly from my side. I need you to send someone to investigate. In fact, the system didn't need to be said. Yu Luo had already prepared it. She had even made it clear with Lin Anyang. On this side, Lin and Yang received instructions from the mountain goddess, and immediately found the 2 Lin family village matrons. Lin Yi, Lin Ping, the 2 of you take the wooden carvings and go to the county town of Quan County and Shurja village respectively to investigate. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing. The 2 matrons nodded their heads in unison. One of them had the ability to walk through walls and the other could hide in shadows, and in no time at all, they were gone without a sound. Over here, Su Ruorong also brought the people behind her, intending to leave. Recently this period of time the county government office is very busy. The only reason he can take the time to come to the Barren Mountain trip, or Chen County Minister in the top over there. If not go back, Chen County Minister will be crying. Only just stepping out of the room, Su Ruorong saw the figure of the grain merchant standing there, directing his brothers to carry the stones. Magistrate Su, so it's you. I heard that you found a clue to a demonic evil? Don't worry, as long as the mountain goddess is around, no demon or evil can escape. Chung Hang was full of it. Su Ruorong, this guy seems like a pyramid scheme leader. However, with the mountain god of the barren mountain, he did feel quite at ease and didn't have to be on edge every day. This world is really complicated. The slightest carelessness is haunted by those demons and evils, death without a burial place, and from time to time there are also wars occurring, maybe in the twinkling of an eye displaced. Homeless, how come he didn't have a golden finger when he crossed over? Perhaps the biggest golden finger in their deserted county is this mountain goddess? Su Ruorong pondered while leading Luo Yong through this side of the pile of rocks. Next door was none other than Wang Chang, who was discussing how to build a house with her mother. Master, why don't we build a house with a burning Kong? I see that the other villagers are planning to do the same. Wang Chang was very much looking forward to it. She hadn't built a house yet. By the way, master, what about the one outside the barren mountain? Wang Chang was a little hesitant. Wang Wan waved his hand. Don't pay attention to him. When he captures that demonic evil, we'll contact him again. Wang Chang nodded repeatedly. Okay, everything is at master's disposal. Magistrate Su, you're here too. She turned her head and saw Su Ruorong and Luo Yang behind her. Magistrate Su? Wang Wan, who was carrying the stone, raised his eyes and looked over with a puzzled expression. The new magistrate of Arakan County is also called Magistrate Su? Su Ruorong instantly raised her head. What do you mean the new magistrate is also called Magistrate Su? The previous magistrate was clearly surnamed Wang. Master, you've seen the former magistrate. I'm telling you he's bad. Those grain merchants are so arrogant. It's because he let them go. Wang Chung huffed and puffed. Wang Wan, however, looked odd as she queried. Wasn't the former magistrate Su Ruorong? Opposite too. Wang Wan's side was still continuing. A month ago, I once passed through a nearby county and found the power of demonic evil in one of the people outside, so I chopped it up in passing. Who knows how I couldn't sense the exact location of that demonic evil later on. I guess I sensed my arrival and hid. I opened the paperwork this man was carrying and realized that he was the soon-to-be county magistrate of Arakan County, Su Ruorong. Before Wang Wan finished speaking, she realized that several people around her, including her daughter, all looked horrified. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the magistrate and realized that the protagonist of the story also had a blank look on his face. Su Rurong opened her mouth slightly, her pair of dark eyes full of confusion. What's this all about? So is he alive or dead now? Wang Wan guessed something as soon as she took a look at this magistrate's expression, and she took the initiative to walk forward and pinched the man's shoulder to check. Your body is perfectly normal and not controlled by a demon. Su Ruerong's mind was shaken, feeling like her entire worldview had collapsed. So, he's an imposter magistrate? No wonder he had no memories of the imperial examinations or the ordination. I thought it was the traveling that caused a lot of the memories to be incomplete, but it turns out it wasn't at all. But the amnesia thing was true. He was genuinely unable to remember what had happened within the last few years. The group looked at each other, but they were all very smart and didn't say much. Master, what was that guy doing at that time? You're not an impulsive character. It's impossible for you to just do it. After the magistrate left, Wang Qing inquired in a low voice. Wang Wan had the same complicated look on his face. That magistrate. He was sucking the brain marrow of his companion and still had a look of enjoyment on his face. Wang Cheng, how can there be such a horrible guy? If the deserted county really changed such a magistrate, all the people are in danger. Fortunately, her mother found out in advance and directly gave the decapitation. And fortunately, this later instrument fell into the hands of today's Su Rurong. But the question arises, the former magistrate had connections with demons and evils, and he was still able to become an official, and there might be other high-ranking officials behind him. So is the deserted county really safe in the future? Master, let's go around the desolate county. Wang Qing felt that he had to have a good discussion to deal with this demonic evil in advance. The mountain goddess is powerful, but he can't always be allowed to strike. It's about time they got some exercise. Wang Wan nodded gently and followed her daughter. The county office in Wasteland County. Su Rurong didn't even know how to walk back, only feeling that the whole person was in a trance, as if sleepwalking. So, his rather stable establishment is in fact a fake, an imposter? When Su Rurong woke up, he was holding that appointment paper in his arms, and his name was Su Rong before he crossed over. He directly took it for granted that this county magistrate was himself. Now that you know you're a fake imposter magistrate, what's next? To be able to sit in the position of the county magistrate, it is estimated that it is a scholar, and it must know a lot of friends from the same class, and those people just need to inquire a little bit, and he will be exposed. The next is not at all a question of how to build the deserted county. It is a question of whether he can still live or not. County Magistrate Su, you're finally back. County Magistrate Chen over there hurriedly greeted him. Those men have been recruited, and are now waiting for the construction to begin. Where do you intend to build those big, bed-burning bunks? Where do you intend to build them? Chen County Minister was so busy that he couldn't wait to engage in a diversion. Now that the county magistrate had returned with great difficulty, he was finally relieved. However, County Minister Chen miscalculated, because the county magistrate in front of him had a dazed look. His footsteps fluttered, and the whole person seemed to be possessed by a demon or evil spirit, with a look of wandering in the clouds and out of the sky. Chen County Minister's heart thumped. He didn't move and took out the yellow talisman and pasted it on the other party's back. Turning his head, he realized that the other party had torn the yellow talisman, and even chanted there while tearing it. To run, or not to run? Run, wait for death. Run, wait for death. Run, wait for death. The yellow talisman was torn out little by little. Run. Su Rurong instantly ran inside her house, unlocked the wooden door, then simply packed up her clothes, and finally opened the window and laboriously climbed up. Lord Magistrate, what are you doing? Wang Wan, who was standing on the wall, had a confused look on his face. Su Rurong's heart jumped out of his chest in fear as he shook his head repeatedly. No, nothing, just intending to take a look at the scenery. Wang Wan raised an eyebrow. Carrying luggage to see the scenery? Su Rurong quickly retrieved the parcel in her hand. What's that? I just saw that the weather was still good and planned to dry my clothes. Wang Wan on the wall nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Su Rurong slammed the window shut. He waited a little for a few minutes and felt that there was no more movement outside before he reopened the other window. The house he lived in had a total of 2 windows, and this one was right across the backyard, where there were very few people, so he could definitely escape. However, Su Rurong opened the window again, only to be directly confronted with 3 faces. He only saw Wang Cheng, County Minister Chen and Luo Yan looking over with equally confused faces. Magistrate, why are you still pulling on the cloth? Su Rurong fell out of the window with a thud. Chapter 74, Targeted. County Magistrate, be careful. County Magistrate Chen had an anxious look on his face. Don't break this magistrate. Or what about the deserted counties in the future? Where can we find such a parent official who is not greedy for money and is still willing to think about the people? 2 minutes later, Su Ruyang was sitting in a chair with a droopy face, and there was a row of people sitting across from him as well. Magistrate Su, did you just try to escape? Why? Although Wang Wan was inquiring, her tone was as bland as ever, as if she was indifferent to anything. In reality, it was just her personality, or she wouldn't have made the trip herself. Magistrate Su, you've also learned to walk through windows. Wang Qing bent her eyes. Mr. Magistrate, are you going to give up such a good status quo? We've already raised so much silver, and even collected a batch of grain, and the house you want to build will soon be under construction. So if you leave like this, you'll be giving up all your previous achievements. County Minister Chen had a look of deploring. Luo Yong at the end pursed his lips and stared at the magistrate who wanted to escape, as if the other party would immediately pounce on him as soon as he got up again. Su Rurong sighed as he shook his head. You all don't understand. If I stay any longer, soon my little life will be gone. If the magistrate who had died before was only related to demons and evils, they still had the mountain goddess on their side to shelter them. But people's identities were obviously just not ordinary, and in case the capital side investigated, he would soon have to be beheaded. Life is equally important, and this is not his establishment. Su Rurong can never get over this hurdle. It's because Desolation County is on the right track that I'm planning to leave. The position wasn't mine to begin with, and I can't just hog it. As soon as I leave, the court will soon send a new magistrate over again, and then let the new magistrate lead you to a better life. He hung his head low. Magistrate, you're confused. The imperial court side is in a mess. What kind of people can they send over? Moreover, the previous magistrate had a relationship with the demonic evil, which means that the demonic evil hiding in the shadows has long since taken a liking to Desolate County, and this demonic evil also has connections with the capital side. How can you be sure that the magistrate that comes again is not an arrangement of the demonic evil? County Minister Chen spun around while anxiously analyzing there. Even if that new magistrate who came is a normal person, you just have to think about the former magistrate and you should understand. These people are simply all inactive. Otherwise how could the people live so miserable? Luo Yang over there also nodded his head repeatedly. Magistrate sir, it was not easy for our desolate county to wait for you. You must not run away. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted, and those few grain merchants will definitely take back all the silver. The people of Arakan County afterward will just have to freeze to death on the streets. Su Rurong slowly looked up, a little shocked. Am I really that important? County Minister Chen and Luo Yan nodded their heads in unison. Su Rurong was a little moved, but he was still a little hesitant. But this matter, if it is discovered, what are you afraid of? If someone is looking for trouble, just kill them directly. Even if that demonic evil finds its way here, it won't be able to escape. Wang Wan, who was sitting at the front, had an indifferent face. Wang Qing clapped her hands back and forth. She thought her mother was handsome. Su Rurong's little heart trembled. Kill? Straight up? He's never even killed a chicken before. And, Wang Wan looked at the magistrate in front of him, a pair of glazed eyes meaningful. It's common knowledge that you become the magistrate of the desolate county, and it's something that can be found out with a little bit of poking around. That demonic evil in the shadows must have been eyeing you for a long time. If you escape, you'll only die faster. What was the idea of escaping the shelter of the mountain goddess? Su Rurong. I can't believe there's this point that he missed. So, do well as your magistrate. Stay in the deserted county and manage the people. Believing in the mountain goddess is your greatest chance of survival. Afterwards, Wang Wan floated away. Su Rurong in the back watched the demon hunter's departing figure in a trance. Why do you feel that this powerful demon hunter is a bit like that salesman? But the other party did have a point. That real magistrate had died, and he had entered the game in the place of the other party's identity, which must have been discovered by the demonic evil hiding in the dark. If he wanted to win a silver lining, he might only have to rely on the mountain goddess. Thinking like this, Su Ruoron was still quite relaxed. Asking God for help is the kind of thing that college students are best at. Before every exam, Su Rurong had to pay homage. The mountain goddess is also a god, and she can save her life. So what's wrong with worshipping her? Su Rurong's side made up her mind and regrouped, and County Minister Chen and Luo Yang over there were also relieved that the county magistrate was finally no longer thinking of escaping. I've decided well. Next we'll build houses in Deserted County and Deserted Mountain together, and in the future, our whole county, maybe we can move into Deserted Mountain. Su Rurong became spirited again. The two who stayed. Isn't that a bit of an over-energizer? 75. Construction of homes in the Badlands. Barren Hill. After Yu Luo heard the cause of death of the former magistrate of Wasteland County, and then compared it to those things that happened in Shurjia village, he suddenly felt that there were some similarities. System, did you say that the county magistrate who was killed by Wang Wan with a single chop was the one who came out of Shurjia village as a scholar? Or a Jinshur? It was still very easy to have a fellow village official in a high position to arrange for really a small county magistrate position. The nearest county chancellor of Quan County is Arakan County, and that demonic evil is probably trying to expand its scope. It's just that those guys didn't realize that the new magistrate hadn't even taken office yet when he was slashed by a demon hunter and replaced by a traveler. So speculation. Everything is very reasonable. The reason why the demonic evil until now are still moving. Presumably already know how that guy died. Very jealous of this demon hunter. Do not dare to easily venture. The other reason was probably her, the god of the barren mountain. Although Yu Luo hadn't proclaimed herself much, it was true that she had solved the matter of the deliverer Nymphet, and that demonic evil probably had some scruples about it, so she didn't send people over again, and she didn't look for trouble with the imposter county magistrate. The system thought for a moment and replied, "These circumstances, which are beyond the content and plot of the novel, are presumably the changes that arose after fusing the worlds, which I am unable to know, but you are very right. It is indeed very reasonable to speculate like this, that the magistrate who was killed by a single slash is most likely from the Stone family village. That demonic evil has already known of the demon catcher's arrival and guessed what happened to the lady sender, so he'll probably be even more vigilant, and it's really not certain that you'll be able to find him now. After all, it was quite rare to see a demonic evil that had shrunk like a shrunken head turtle in the Stone family village for so many years, barely coming out and only letting its believers move around for itself." Yu Luo slightly regretted. "It's a pity, or else I could have had another bite before the cold winter came, but it was good enough now." And after the secret publicity from these people in the Lin family village, she had gained some new believers. Although the faith of these believers wasn't profound, as long as the number went up, all of them would be able to provide a steady stream of faith values in the future, which was still very possible. Yu Luo opened the system panel to take a look. It turned out that it had now accumulated to 19,900 faith values, and as the last 100 faith values rose up, the system had an extra panel. The panel she had used earlier to view the actions of those believers, which often popped up with various messages, was the main panel. Later the extra panoramic map and the newly opened system mall are also above the main panel. However, the new panel that appears, stacked next to this one, pops up with a single click like a computer screen, with the water ripple like golden light illuminating. This complete panel, finally, was presented. With just a glance, Yu Luo became interested in this new panel. Wasteland Mountain Home Building System. Level 0. Huts, 20 plus. Barren mountainous land, 200 acres, not fully cultivated. Rivers, 2. Note, Great Mountain God. This place is too humble. As followers of the one true God, how can they live in such a place and dishonor you? Let your followers move and build their own homes. There was also an additional system mall on top of this panel. Only that what could be exchanged with faith value in this mall were cotton and sweet potato seeds, a few pieces of black soil, red soil, and flying growth fertilizer. Yu Luo is satisfied. Think the system listened to his words. On the new high yield allows in cold cotton. However, the more she looked down at the mall, the more contemplative she became. So, this panel is actually an otherworldly reality version, my manor farm? It feels kinda funny that this flying growth fertilizer was able to get the first batch of cotton growing quickly enough to bring fluffy cotton jackets to the Lin family village, which is pretty timely. Not only that, but the next few pages even have drawings for the construction of farms, as well as a variety of time controlling and weather controlling equipment, except that all of these props are marked with a gray chain, and need to be upgraded by the homestead before they can be unlocked step by step. So it seemed that the upgrading of the homestead was also very important, and in the future, she could totally make this place a mountain city with 4 seasons. Lin Jia Village. Zhang Nyangzi was talking to her own sister. Her mother's family was several counties away from here, even farther than Shijia Village. Zhang's parents gave birth to 3 daughters. The eldest daughter is Zhang Nyangzi. The second daughter is looking at. The youngest daughter is not too old, but very idea. Zhang Nyangzi just handed over a letter, and the Zhang family's parents quickly had their youngest daughter come over to inquire about the situation. So it was evident that there was still a great deal of trust in their eldest daughter's words. "Sis, don't worry, when the time comes, I won't lose my part for you." Little sister patted her chest to assure her. Zhang Nyangzi was very moved. "Aren't you all afraid that I'm all lying to you?" That little sister shook her head repeatedly. "How could our sister lie to us? You've always been cautious. If you weren't sure, you wouldn't have been able to talk to your family at all." After the two of them spoke for a while of sweet words, Zhang Nyangzi took her sister and walked out. There were many unfamiliar faces outside. These were the new believers that the villagers of the Lin family village had recruited for the mountain goddess. "Are you all ready? Soon we will go up the mountain to worship the mountain goddess." Nyangzi and old Mrs. Gongsun were both busy on the mountain, and it was Nyangzi Zhang who presided over things below the mountain. For this worship, Zhang Nyangzi deliberately wore her best outfit, subconsciously lifting her chest when she walked. The people around them nodded their heads in succession. They couldn't wait for this. "Let's go then." Everyone from the Lin family village, hold on to your pouches and make sure not to stray too far from the newcomers. The beasts of this barren mountain are not to be messed with. Zhang Yangzi walked in the forefront, and the group set off with great vigor, passing by Master and Mrs. Lin's house. Everyone could clearly hear the howling inside. This damn Wu Chuiying, why hasn't she come back yet? I do all the work at home. My bones are falling apart. What are you yelling about? Lao Er has already gone to look for someone. He has put down all the work in his hand and lost a lot of money. Can't you leave me in peace? How come I won't let you live in peace? Is it my problem alone that Wu Chuiying ran away? The two old men were making an earth-shattering racket, and they wanted to yell a few words so that everyone else would listen, but it turned out that the group in front of them didn't turn around at all, and there wasn't anyone who paid any attention to them. The two people were so angry that they were dying. Finally, the old Mrs. Lin was ruthless and directly said, "We can only let the oldest daughter-in-law come back, even though she is the first lady from the capital. But she has already come to our Lin family village. Can she still be the first lady all the time? Before, there was the oldest 2 daughters-in-law and the oldest 3 daughters-in-law. The family didn't need her to take care of things. But now that our family is in such a state, if we don't let her come back to do the farm work, how will the oldest and our oldest grandchildren have the silver to continue their studies in the future?" Next to him, Master Lin sighed in relief. He nodded without much concern. Whoever does the work is the same. The oldest daughter-in-law did change to the family busy. Marry the chicken, follow the dog, follow the dog. Who let her marry into our family? The boss's family in Arakan County is still unaware of the changes in Lin's village. And Lin Lian in the courtyard is pounding soap. How is it wrong? That's how Lin Lu used to do it. And it simply worked. If she could successfully make the soap, she could make a lot of money later even if she sold the recipe. But now the problem was that the memory in her head wasn't quite right. The soap never took shape. It looked like a black coal, not smooth at all. And it didn't have a cleaning function? Lian, is your method working? If it doesn't work, why don't we stop? We don't have enough oil in the house if we use lard every day. The women in the courtyard were horrified. The 20 taels of silver brought from the Lin family had already been spent, and the daughter hadn't succeeded in making soap until now. So how would their family eat in the future? Mother, you can't trap a wolf without a child. If we don't invest first, how can we earn big money in the future? Lin Lian was convinced of the soap's method of earning money. After all, this was how Lin Lu earned money in her last life, and she was envious at the time. The woman mumbled for half a day, but finally nodded her head vigorously. "Daughter, you're right. We should indeed commit ourselves. Otherwise, someday you go back and ask for some more silver back?" Lin Lian nodded. It would have to do. It was just that neither of them had expected that before they could go back to ask for the money. Old Mrs. Lin and Old Master Lin quickly came to their door. Chapter 76, Contribution Points from the Barren Mountains. Barren Hill. Today was another day for the Lin family village to worship the mountain god, and old Mrs. Dongsun had already ordered people to prepare the grains and those fruits and vegetables. A group of villagers from the Lin family village came to the front of the temple in great numbers and knelt there respectfully. Those newly arrived believers knelt at the back, and they also followed the example of the villagers of the Lin family village and worshipped 3 times. Old Mrs. Dongsun spoke a string of words of gratitude in front of her, and finally Lin Anyang and Ning Shangqiao bestowed the new brocade pouch. This time, they didn't prepare pouches for everyone, but followed the list given by the mountain goddess. Lin Anyang could observe that these people clearly had more respect for the mountain goddess. Soon, a few repented Lin Jia village villagers, Wang Wan and Wang Chang, as well as Zhong Heng's group of people, were given the brocade pouch. In particular, the group of Hans led by Zhong Heng could already not help but laugh, watching the green leaves fly into the pouch. Those new devotees were stunned when they saw it. My God, this is the power that a god should have. How come they didn't know about this mountain goddess earlier and come to worship her earlier? Many people were remorseful that they hadn't come over earlier. You don't have to be sorry. As long as you seriously believe in the mountain goddess, you'll all have a chance in the future. Look at those guys in Lingjia village who ran away halfway. Didn't they get the brocade pouch later when they seriously repented? Zhang Yangzi whispered a reminder to these new believers. Of course, her son and Wu Diyun did not receive the brocade bag, to which Zhang Yangzi had no objection. If you do something wrong, you should be punished, and no matter what her son and Wu Diyun's intentions were, as long as they questioned the mountain goddess, there was no way to discuss it, unless they can move the mountain goddess with their behavior and sincere faith. Gentlemen, listen to my words. Old Lady Gongsun in the front slowly spoke. At present, the mountain goddess is quite satisfied with our actions during this period of time and has already handed out those rewards. Those believers in the back cheered in their hearts all of a sudden. A group of new believers were a little curious, wanting to know what the things given down by the gods were. But old Mrs. Lin didn't explain how clear she was from beginning to end. After all, these people were just new believers, not yet sure of their hearts and minds, There was no need to explain so clearly, and it was only when these people's period of investigation had passed that they could be trusted. It wasn't long before Lin and Yang walked up again. She just raised her eyes and swept at the group. All the believers subconsciously closed their mouths. The mountain goddess did send out the rewards, and they are all in my hands. But these rewards are not given to you for nothing, but according to your faith in the mountain goddess and your contributions to the barren mountain, so that you may have access to warm winter cotton clothing and new grain seeds. With that explanation, the group of believers across the street all nodded. Indeed it should be. How can everyone come and give a reward? As for those new believers, they are even more yearning. So there's such a benefit to believing in the mountain goddess? It's a good thing they're here, or how much would they have missed? After all the new believers left, a group of Linjia village believers then surrounded them. Lady An, what is that magical grain seed? Can we plant it now? Are you stupid? It's winter. Where can we grow food? I'm not stupid. This is given down by the mountain goddess. The mountain goddess must have his intentions for rewarding us at this time. All be quiet. Lin Anyang carried a stone in her hand and gave it a slap. The group was instantly honest. I will distribute them according to your contributions to the barren mountain, so when the time comes, I will directly notify you and come to collect them. Lin Anyang calmly said. Lady An, what exactly is this contribution? The villagers of the Lin family village were confused. The mountain goddess has said that we will all live in the barren mountains, and more believers will come in the future as well. We need to remodel this place from now on. Anyone who participates in the transformation and engages in labor can earn contribution points. Lin Anyang brought out several drawings. The drawings are of the basic construction of a number of houses, obviously designed for the barren hills and very much in keeping with the character of the place. The group looked at it halfway through the day with some difficulty. How are we going to build this kind of house? We don't know how. The others also shook their heads. They would only build wooden and earthen houses like those in the Lin family village. Not even masonry houses. Not to mention this kind of house that was more functional and could also burn a Kong. It's okay, we'll take our time to study it. It's not like we're going to build it right away. There are other jobs we can do, all of which will earn us contribution points. Lin Anyang brought out the contribution point record sheet again. The crowd probed over their heads and realized that they could gain contribution points for cultivating the mountains. And one by one, their eyes lit up. After making everything clear, Lin and Yang asked Gongsun old madam's great-granddaughter Lin Mal to come over and help, assigning everyone's tasks. Linjia village began a new round of reclaiming the wasteland, and each one was enthusiastic. Chapter 77, Peach Blossom Garden in the Deserted Mountain? Are these the cotton and grain seeds given by the mountain goddess? Even old Mrs. Gongsun was very curious about these things behind Lin Anyang's back. She wouldn't be foolish enough to think that these seeds were ordinary seeds. How could the seeds given by the mountain goddess be ordinary? Just what is this bag filled with bag after bag of snowflake-like pellets? It looks extraordinarily pretty. The other villagers of the Lin family village were also very curious, and one by one, they gathered around. In our mountains, is there a warmer place? Lin Anyang asked the crowd. Although the mountain goddess said that by transforming these lands, they can be planted in this weather. But Lin and Yang felt that this was the first time that the mountain goddess had bestowed novelty grain seeds, and that it was better to be as good as she could be. If these cotton and sweet potatoes are bountiful, the mountain goddess will surely be happier too. A group of people looked at each other. Now it's winter. The mountains are blowing cold winds. Now there are already many villagers wrapped in thick clothes. Where is the warm place? Auntie An, I know. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. A group of people's eyes were all cast over. They were quite curious about Lin Feng suddenly speaking. The entire Lin family village was very busy during this period of time, and they hadn't seen much of Lin Feng, and thought that this child was still not well. Brother Tiger said that he had encountered it in the mountains. Lin Feng said decisively. In fact, this tiger brother had only told them, the little children, because he was afraid that his leaving home alone would be discovered by his family, and then he would be given a fat beating. But this time it involved the cultivation of food, and Lin Feng felt that this was more important and said so. Go find Lin Hu. Lin and Yang came to the area behind the house, and sure enough, she saw Lin Hu who was playing there with a group of children. As soon as he saw so many adults come to him, Lin Hu man was almost dumbfounded. When he heard that Lin Feng had betrayed him, he was still indignant, but as soon as he heard that cotton clothes and food were involved, he immediately patted his chest and promised, I'll take you to that place. It's beautiful and warmer than here. Lin Hu actually do not quite remember the route, but he is the son of a hunter, grew up in the mountains since childhood. There is a very sharp sense of direction, just so a few turns, but also really led the villagers of the Lin family village to the place that was mistakenly found. Here, it hasn't changed much, has it? A villager from the Lin family village shivered. Hush, the best is yet to come. Such a magical place certainly can't be easily discovered. Lin Hu turned around this side of the stone wall a few times, and finally found a stone and peeled it out with force. so the crowd was shocked to find that there was actually a narrow tunnel behind the rock. Even Lin who was this size, needed to lower his head to get in. If it was them, the adults, I'm afraid they would have to crawl in to get in. Go in and take a look. A divine voice suddenly rang out. Lin Anyang immediately perked up when she heard the voice inside her head. I'll go in and take a look too. So Lin Hu took a few children and drilled in with Lin and Yang. Protected by this vigorous lady, the other villagers of the Lin family village were very relieved and waited outside with peace of mind. Lin Anyang only felt that after crawling for a while, this tunnel became more and more spacious, and in the end, she was even able to just stand up and walk briskly. By the time they saw the light of day outside, the others who had followed them were very shocked, for it turned out to be a valley with a large dogwood growing in it, which was blooming with pink flowers and looked like a piece of pink silk hanging over the edge of the valley. Dogwoods usually bloom in March and April, and it's amazing that they can bloom at this time of year. It's really very good for gardening. Lin Anyang stretched out her hand to feel the temperature here, and it was obvious that her cold hand was gradually warming up. We'll plant cotton here, and the grain seeds given down by the mountain goddess, and we'll all have new cotton clothes and be well fed from now on. The group of children Lin who brought with him jumped up and cheered. Idle space. Yu Luo was likewise observing the situation over here, and when she saw that tunnel gradually become spacious and finally a beautiful valley appeared, she also froze. At first it was very narrow, but then it was open to the people, and then it was open to the people when they had traveled a few dozen steps further. The system over there immediately picked up. The Peach Blossom Garden. Yu Luo, system, you also know about the Peach Blossom journey? The system raised its volume. There are so many travelers in this world, and I've loaded so many novels. How can I search out some fragments? I'm awesome too. Indeed, the origin of this system isn't simple either. I just don't know when it will be revealed. Now that we've found this kind of hidden place, we can let go of this barren mountain farm in the future. Ding! It is detected that your believer Lin who has discovered a valley suitable for planting. Will he join the barren mountain home construction? Yu Luo added this valley over and soon saw that the barren mountain home had an extra 100 points. Those villagers before, who had spent such a long time repairing their houses, only had 50 or 60 points. Not realizing that this valley gave so much, it also shows that the valley is very useful. After thinking about it, she once again transmitted her voice to Lin Anyang. In the valley, Lin Anyang was also very happy to receive the affirmation from the mountain goddess. Lin Hu, you found this valley. The credit is very great. I'll credit you with 100 contribution points. Timely reminder from Lin Feng. You also have contribution points. Recording all these contribution points, Lin and Yang quickly climbed out again down the tunnel and brought in the seeds given down by the mountain goddess. There weren't many of these seeds, and those fly-growth fertilizers came in small bags that were easily brought to the valley. The only trouble was reclaiming the wasteland, which was nothing for Lin and Yang and a few other villagers of the Lin family village. The people worked all afternoon and reclaimed 20 acres of fields, most of which were reclaimed by Lin and Yang, whose strength was so great that she could even pinch stones into powder, let alone these lands, and easily accomplished her goal. Lady An, we should be able to plant those seeds now, right? A few of the Hans who had come over to reclaim the mountain land had longing faces. This was a seed given by the mountain goddess, and they couldn't wait to offer it up straight away. There's still one more step to go. You all stand away from each other. These lands haven't been transformed yet. When the group retreated past, Lin Anyang took out several black pills in her hand and buried them under each of these lands. There were 10 black pills in all, buried exactly inside the 10 acres. Before the crowd could react, the lands changed color and became pure black. Oh my god, all these lands have changed color. The mountain goddess is really powerful. That's not true. This is a real god. A group of people circled around the black soil and marveled at it, and when they saw that Nyangzi was about to plant the seeds, they rolled up their sleeves and started laboring again. And Lin Anyang had already followed the hole dug by these men and planted the cotton seeds, sprinkling them with the white pellets gifted by the mountain goddess. Not only the villagers of the Lin family village, Lin and Yang was actually very curious about this kind of cotton. In today's Daliang, although there are also cotton clothes, most of them are made out of kapok, which is so small in quantity that it is enough for village families to have 1 or 2 pieces to show off. That's why the Lin family was so devastated when Lin and Yang took away those 2 cotton clothes in the first place, because apart from the clothes worn by Boss Lin and the old man, these were the only cotton clothes left in the family. This cotton, for sure, is warmer than cottonwood. Lin Anyang was convinced of this. Lady An, look, it's just amazing. The seedlings in there are already growing. The few Linjia village people on the opposite side of the street were already incoherent with shock. Lin Anyang turned her head just in time to see the 2-leaf seedling poking its head out and slowly stretching its leaves. She subconsciously lowered her head towards the earth-colored burlap bag in her hand, and it was equally hard to hide the shock in her heart. No wonder the mountain goddess told her to make sure she sprinkled them. So it turned out that these snow-white granules which were so useful, could make crops grow quickly. Of course, all of this was due to the mountain goddess. Without the divine power of the mountain goddess, how could everything be possible now? Listen carefully, this matter should not be publicized yet. Only the true believers of the mountain goddess can know about it. Lin Anyang reacted and quickly warned the group of people across the street. This kind of magical stuff, if those big grain merchants and high officials knew about it, they would definitely have to come over and look for trouble. Although the mountain goddess is powerful, she can't solve their problems for them everywhere, can she? They should also grow up quickly and recruit more believers for the mountain goddess in order to keep it all. The opposite side of the several Hans nodded their heads repeatedly. They are all very clear about it. Even those abilities, they did not talk nonsense. They just publicize how benevolent the mountain goddess is, so that a lot of people come over to believe in it. Lin Anyang was quite satisfied with the reaction of these people, and quickly led everyone out of this valley, blocking that tunnel again, and making a camouflage. Lady An, you finished asking me for one thing earlier. What was it? Back halfway up the mountain, Zhong Han looked for him. I'm going back soon and have to bring my family with me. Zhong Hang is determined to move his family over. Chapter 78, The Plea of Old Wife Wu. Brother Zhong, I'll give you a ride, Lin Anyang said decisively. This was what she and old lady Gongsun had discussed. That demonic evil in Shijia village was hiding very deeply and had no intention of showing its head. The mountain goddess did not intend to make a move on that fellow now. And soon, the mountain goddess would be conducting another round of blessings, and there would be some more people who would gain abilities without her having to worry about everything. Since this was the case, she would take advantage of this time to send Zhongheng safely over to the provincial city of Qingzhou, so that the other party could return safely and securely, free from those mountain bandits. Every time she just closed her eyes, she could recall the suffering this little daughter had endured in her dreams, and Lin and Yang was truly having trouble sleeping and eating. If anything happened to Zhongheng, there would be no one left to explore for news of her youngest daughter, and Lin and Yang would never allow that to happen. Lady An, I'll just contact those friends to find someone. If you go over there, what about this barren mountain? Zhongheng could also see that although old lady Gongsun was the oldest and most respected person in the Lin family village, the mountain goddess obviously trusted this Lin and Yang the most, and many things were handed over to the other party. So if Lin and Yang left, wouldn't the mountain goddess have fewer people who were the most capable of doing what they needed to do? Don't worry, I'll only send you to the provincial capital, and then we'll figure out a way to come back on our own when the time comes. Originally, Lin and Yang was planning to go directly to Chongzhou, but that place was too far away, and she might not even be able to come back this winter. So what would she do when the snow closed the mountains and her eldest and second daughters stayed alone inside the wooden house? She hadn't put up the house where she burned the bed yet, and even if her daughter came here, there was no way she could live properly, so she might as well take advantage of this winter to get everything ready. Fortunately, in the dream, nothing happened to my daughter this winter, and the adoptive parents, while not overly caring for her, were not abusive to their adopted daughter. It all happened next spring and summer when the adoptive parents met the so-called guru. Lin Anyang kept this time in her mind and planned to set out immediately before the beginning of spring next year. Nodding his head, Chung Hyung inquired again as to what he was looking for. Lin and Yang took out a worn-out piece of paper, which had a drawing of what the girl looked like, drawn by Ning Xiang Xiao according to her description. The little girl wasn't very old. She looked to be just over 2 years old. Her little head was round and she looked clueless and cute. Lin Anyang described her daughter's adoptive parents again, and her family. Zhongheng froze as he solemnly took the page, gently smoothed it out, and carefully tucked it into his arms. Don't worry, and Nyangzi, I just can't come back. I still have to make arrangements for your daughter. Zhongheng didn't ask the other party why the daughter had an adoptive parent and had to take the youngest daughter back. Which yes, who would want to give their own biological child away if something hadn't happened to them? Lin and Yang looks like she loves her daughter very much, and when something happens to this lady's child, it is 80% because the family is messing with her. Then let's pack up and leave immediately? Zhongheng was a bit anxious, worried that this winter would pass and none of them would be able to return in time. The group of people quickly packed their bags and headed down the mountain. The two little ones, Lin Zhu and Lin Xiao, followed the group and waved towards their mother. Mother, go ahead. We'll take care of ourselves here at old grandpa's. Old Mrs. Gongsun smiled and stroked the children's heads, also nodding at Lin Anyang. The grain team pulled a lot of grain when they came, and when they went back, they were very light, and the vehicles behind them were all empty, so they stacked them all together and stuffed them inside a big wagon, and a group of people crowded on top of the other wagon. Lin and Yang and Zhongheng were in a carriage, and the group of people didn't dare to come over for fear of rushing this lady. Lady An, this carriage is quite small, so I've wronged you. Zhongheng didn't feel anything when he came, yet when he faced Lady An, he was a bit squirmy. There hadn't been many women in this grain team of theirs, And this was the first time Zhonghong had shared a carriage with a woman. I think it's great, not aggravating at all, Lin Anyang said honestly. You don't need to care about me, do what you need to do. The reason why I accompanied you guys here is only to protect you, but also to go to the provincial city to sell things. Lin Anyang was also carrying quite a few ginsengs of higher vintage and some precious medicinal herbs behind her. Among these herbs were those she had found herself, those found by Ning Xianxiao's 2 children, and those of others in the Lin family village. There was always a lot of stuff in bits and pieces, and she took it all with her to the provincial capital for money, and to buy more food, and useful tools. Zhonghong nodded repeatedly. It had to be said that with this very powerful and Nyangzi escorting him, he felt much more at ease on this journey. The caravan came to the bottom of the barren mountain hill, and they had no intention of passing through the Lin family village, but they were stopped by a few villagers from Date village. What are you guys doing here? Lin Anyang opened the car window and recognized a few people. This is Wu Chuiying's mother's family. Lady An, we are really desperate. Chuiying hasn't come back until now, and those 2 old things from the Lin family don't make it clear. Where on earth can we Chuiying go? I heard the villagers of Lingjia village say that you are very powerful, and my wife doesn't ask for your help in finding them. I just hope that if there is any news of Chuiying from your side, you can let me know in time, and I'll go and fetch my child back. I've heard about some of the things she's done, and it's really very douchey, so I've apologized for her. The old woman with white hair, her face full of tears, flopped down on her knees. Chapter 79, Suppressing Bandits on the Way. Lin Anyang just lowered her eyes and didn't immediately agree. And the people next to her didn't dare to speak. Granny Wu stood up trembling with tearful eyes, as if she knew the answer and didn't do anything to force people. However, when she turned her head, a voice came from behind. I'll talk to you if I have any news, but lately I've been quite busy and I'm not in the Lin family village, so you don't have to get your hopes up. Granny Wu's eyes blossomed as she nodded repeatedly. After the carriage left, Lin and Yang looked at the distant Lin family village with a puzzled expression. Her Wu Chuiying had been with her for several years, and although this person was usually lazy and slippery, she did treat her children extremely well. Yet just now, she had seen the other party's daughter behind Granny Wu, which was clearly not normal. Surely it wasn't a demonic evil that had done this, because no demon dared to come to the Lin family village at the foot of the barren mountain. So it was someone else? Lin Anyang pushed the doubts in her heart to the bottom of her mind and began to patrol the surrounding peaks again. These mountains were all connected to the barren mountains, which were not so tall as the barren mountains, but they were not short either. When those mountain bandits were there, they were hiding in one of the mountains, rolling rocks towards the bottom. When they came to the place they remembered, the group of Hans were scared to death, afraid of experiencing that crisis of falling rocks once again. This time, they were obviously very quick, and soon left the narrow road. However, to everyone's imagination, Lin Anyang scrutinized it for a while, seemed to have thought of something, frowned slightly, and jumped right out. You guys go first, I'll go find those bandits. A bunch of humans. It was too late for them to avoid it, but this Lin family village maiden, she wanted to take the initiative to look for it? Don't mind me. You guys hurry up normally, I can catch up. After the blessing from the mountain god, Lin Anyang's strength was amazing, but it wasn't just her strength that she had improved. After that beam of golden light from the mountain god's temple appeared, Lin Anyang felt that her strength became even greater. And later, after the transformation of the divine descent technique, she felt that she could fly out in an instant when she was rushing at breakneck speeds. With the point of her toes, she jumped directly onto the tree and quickly disappeared, leaving a group of Hanyu dumbfounded. Zhong, let's. Now. Zhong Hong waved his hand. Stop for now. Leave some people here to watch. The others will enter the mountain with me. He reckoned that Lin Anyang should want to pick a fight while those mountain bandits didn't react, so that those people would know that Arakan Mountain wasn't something to be messed with. After all, there were mountain bandits in this area, and when the Lin family village passed through here, they would encounter them sooner or later. Zhong Hong thought a lot, even how to follow in Niang and fight with the mountain bandits, all simulated in his mind. Who knew that following the sound and going over to take a look, he found that Lin and Yang had already tied a bunch of mountain bandits together, and clapped her hands when she was done. A bunch of hombres. Big brother Zhong, you've come at the right time. Lin Anyang tied the last bandit leader with a rope. Lady An, where did you get so much rope? Zhong Hong subconsciously inquired. Lin and Yang raised an eyebrow. These ropes belong to the mountain bandits. Ah, they're probably up to something again. Just in time for me to find out. In that case, let's end it all together. Chong Hang, he almost didn't just fall to his knees? Big brother, you're my big brother. Even the government doesn't dare to fight bandits like this, right? How end? A Hanyu gulped. Damn pussy, take your life. Among the group that fell to the ground, I don't know who used a special method to cut the rope, picked up the long knife next to them and lunged over. Watch out. Zhong Hong was in a hurry and also drew the long sword he was carrying. However, There was not even a need for him to make a move, only to see that the unarmed woman kicked at the nearby mountain rock, and the hard mountain rock instantly turned into powder, blocking everyone's view. Immediately after, a figure swiftly swept past, kicking the man straight away, and the long sword fell to the ground in the process. It was also that Lin Anyang deliberately controlled the force, otherwise the terrifying force of a kick that shattered a mountain rock would directly make this guy's head split apart. What a shame that this long blade was broken by my kick again. Lin Anyang looked at that weapon with immense heartache. This will be the weapon of the Lin family village from now on. How come it's broken again? Chung Hang, pretend he didn't say anything. So what's next? He gulped and asked tentatively. Lin Anyang kicked the mountain bandits who were partially pretending to be dead, and rightfully said, I'll have the villagers of the Lin family village send them to the government. These people are doing wrong here, so of course it's up to the county magistrate to teach them a lesson. Is it hard to take it away? A group of Hanyu nodded their heads in succession. They don't bring bandits. What sound? Lin Anyang originally wanted to leave straight away, but she heard a sound coming from inside those caves in the back. She took a step over to the cave and kicked the large boulder that covered the front of the cave. The force of this kick directly shot a group of people inside. These old and weak women and children's lips wriggled for half a day, and they flung themselves down on their knees. Thank you, chivalrous lady. Thank you, chivalrous lady. There were also people who were sharp-eyed enough to see the group of fallen mountain bandits and kowtowed their heads in thanks. After briefly listening for a while, she then realized that these people were all brought up the mountain by bandits, ready to exchange silver with these people's families. There were also some well-dressed kids, supposedly some rich merchant's party that the bandits had robbed. Wu Chuiying, why are you here? As soon as Lin Anyang raised her eyes, she saw Wu Chuiying carrying a rice bowl inside the corner. The other's hair was loose, but her eyes were very determined, and she looked over rather warily at her words. This fellow wasn't captured by us. It was she herself who wanted to follow her here. She said she couldn't go back and wanted to come and be a bandit too. We didn't make things difficult for her. The mountain bandit boss cried out desperately. It's true that the others were kidnapped by them for the silver, but that what's her name Wu Chuiying really wasn't Lin and Yang. This was really unexpected. Originally she thought Wu Chuiying was also kidnapped back. In that case, take it all away. She waved her hand. A group of people carried these mountain bandits to the bottom of the mountain, and people soon came from the barren mountainside. Nyonya and, we're here, not far away. Chuiying also flew over with a few nymphets who possessed abilities, and the Hans of the Lin family village. Leave this place to us. I'll send this group of bandits to the officials. You and brother Zhong will continue to set out without delay. Chuiying had actually gotten the news a long time ago, and before Nyangzi left, she had talked about those mountain bandits. She gathered the young and strong from the Lin family village and immediately set off, arriving just in time now. Lin and Nyang nodded. Originally she also just felt that these mountain bandits were too arrogant and likely to harm the villagers passing by, and stopped by to eliminate a bandit. Now that it's done, of course, it continues on its way. Before leaving, she explained to Chuiying about Wu Chuiying before jumping on the carriage. On top of the carriage, Zhong Heng's eyes had turned into adoration as he looked at the woman. He subconsciously took out his pouch and prayed back and forth in his mind. Your brocade pouch, it's already empty? Lin Anyang on the opposite side instantly realized something. Zhong Heng was so shocked that he thought he had lost something gifted to him by the mountain goddess that he could not wait to lift up the carriage. You've been blessed by the mountain goddess. You wouldn't be unaware of it until now, would you? Lin Anyang looked odd. She had never seen such a tiger. How could the green leaves of the mountain goddess just disappear? Only when the blessing was finished, Zhong Heng subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Feel it carefully, and you'll come to your senses. Lin Anyang didn't explain too much, nor did she ask what abilities the other party had acquired. Zhong Heng was excited for half a day before he settled down to feel it carefully, and his eyes instantly lit up. Lady Anne, I'll go out and look. With that, he jumped out as well. The group of hombres in the next wagon. What is Brother Chun doing? Comparing who has jumped more times? Or is it that another bandit has appeared? The crowd looked away, confused. However, when they turned back again, they were all dumbfounded, because their elder brother Zhong even ran faster than the carriage and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Not only that, but Chung Hyun was able to run back and meet up with them. With ooh sounds, the group of Hanyu just watched in shock as their big brother scurried around like a monkey. Lin Anyang rubbed her temples and pretended that she hadn't seen anything. She definitely didn't admit that this one was also a devotee of the mountain goddess. I don't know how long it took, but Zhong Heng jumped in through the window with a delighted look on his face. Lady Anne, did you see that? I'm getting so fast that a 1,000-mile horse can't even match me. I also just went to the mountains and stole some pine cones that the tree squirrels had hidden. Would you like a handful? Chung Hyung held out his bag. Lin Anyang. Chapter 80, Come to build a barren mountain. The county office in Wasteland County. Su Rurong is learning how to draw talismans from County Minister Chen, who has been having nightmares and sleeping poorly lately, and feels that he still needs to learn some real skills on his own. County Minister Chen had been rolling his eyes and was reluctant. However, after seeing the first talisman drawn by this magistrate, he was completely silent. County Minister Chen, don't underestimate me. I've learned to draw since I was a child. Simple pen control, have practiced for years. How can you not learn how to draw charms? Possibly struck by this talent of Su Rurong's, County Minister Chen had not been able to pull himself together for several days, and today he finally opened his mouth to agree. Su Rurong quickly drew a few, and before she could share them with County Minister Chen, she heard a considerable commotion coming from outside. Lord Magistrate, we've come to deliver the mountain bandits. Chui Ying's resounding voice rang out outside the county office. There hadn't been many people outside the county courthouse, but when they saw a group of people being bundled over, everyone followed curiously, wanting to know what was going on. As soon as they heard that these people who were tied up were all bandits, those rotten vegetable leaves came crashing down on them. Su Rurong also walked out, and when she knew exactly what had happened, she almost didn't strain herself. You guys are saying that Lady N has taken out this group of bandits there all by herself? Is worthy of his heart of chivalry? Just awesome. Bring them in first. I'll have to interrogate and question them. Since they were bandits, they definitely had to follow the process. But Su Ruirong had another plan. They were currently building houses in Arakan County, and there was a shortage of people everywhere, so this mountain bandit had come at a pretty good time. It's time for ancient bandits to get a taste of the joys of burning and moving bricks. There is another one, Wu Chuiying. Choi Young was about to say that the Wu Chuiying who was lost before was also here, but he turned his head and realized that the person was gone again. After this person followed the team to the deserted county, he disappeared again, presumably not wanting to come back from the beginning. It's the daughter of Granny Wu from Date Village? Su Rurong also knew very well, because this old woman had come to the county office not long ago to report to the officials, only he couldn't find out exactly where the man was afterward. All I know is that Wu Chuiying carried 2 pieces of bacon to the medical center, used one of them as a medical bill, and then disappeared. This time, he had already come to the county office but disappeared again, presumably because he really didn't want to come back. Luo Yon, take the man and go after them. Su Rurong barked a sentence with the constable behind him, and quickly went back to interrogating those mountain bandits. He took down all the information about the old and infirm women and children, and notified the families of the villages to come and collect them. As for the remaining 2 young men, Su Ruirong was guilty. One of the men was actually a Shiotsi from another state. The key, this Shiotsi had lost his memory. He could not remember anything, only remembered that he was a Shiotsi. Upon further questioning the man next to him, he was also adamant that he had lost his memory. With 2 more men with amnesia and unknown identities, Su Ruirong felt as if the scene was somewhat familiar. This time there was no need for the system to remind him. Yu Luo had already reacted. These 2 are travelers too? The system's gaze was pleased. Yes, these 2 are the 2 male protagonists of the female frequency text, who have only just crossed over and were kidnapped by bandits. According to the plot, the 2 of them should have been separated, and after that, they each went their own way, with one becoming a powerful official and the other a general. Later on, the 2 gradually warmed up their relationship, only to realize that they actually came from the same place and were once classmates. Simply put, it's a pure love text with glass slivers, an abusive middle, and a happy ending. So, what were the 2 of them before they crossed over? Yuluo was still most concerned about this, and it pained her to think of the previous female doctor. One is a well-known architect who was forced to cross over on his way back to inherit the family fortune and take over the company. One is the youngest professor at the agricultural university who crossed over after his school bus had an accident and was killed. The system hesitated. That's right. Yuluo snapped his hands together. This is the kind of talent we lack in Arakan Mountain. Another architectural design and a professor in agriculture. That's the right specialty. The female doctor was too far away to turn around right away. But are these 2 still here? What's the point of falling in love? Come build a mountain. There's a dreamy peach blossom garden here. Thus, Su Rurong, who was fretting, saw Chuiying once again bring the villagers of the Lin family village over. Lord Magistrate, it just so happens that these 2 little brothers have lost their memories. Why don't they come to live in our barren mountain first? It just so happens that our village would like to hire a Shiotsi to teach the children to recognize words. That's just as well. How about letting them go to your place first, and then I'll talk to you when I hear something? Su Ruirong sighed in relief. After all, one of them was a Shiokai and looked quite good-tempered, so he felt guilty if anything happened. The 2 of them just followed the villagers of the Lin family village back with a few other children who also couldn't find their homes. Chapter 81, Full and Busy. These guys are? Old Mrs. Gonsun saw 2 rather handsome young men and didn't move to take a look. These 2 lads are quite handsome. They are not ordinary people by the look of their aura. Why did they come to the barren mountain too? Choi Young quickly stepped forward and whispered to the old lady. Old lady, we came to the barren mountains to borrow a place to stay for a while. We encountered mountain bandits before and hit our heads and lost our memories, so we had to recuperate here first. Gu Rui was the first to speak. Behind him, Lu Bai nodded his head. Although these villagers wanted to ask him to literate the village children, he also knew that he couldn't stay here for long, and when he regained his memory, he still had to go back to his family in this body. Boss, go and arrange a place for the two of you to stay. It just so happens that we have a vacant house in Desolate Mountain, so let them stay for now. Old Mrs. Gongsun replied without moving. As for the money for teaching the children to read and write, give them the normal price, 2 taels of silver a month, okay? Lu Bai nodded his head repeatedly. It's not like he knew any normal prices. Naturally, this old lady said whatever she wanted. Once the 2 men and a couple of children had been brought over, the old woman smiled with a different kind of smile. Still staying here temporarily for a while? This is a believer that the mountain goddess has her eye on. How can she let the 2 guys leave just like that? Once you come to the barren mountain, you can't run away after that. Gu Rui and Lu Bai were placed inside a wooden house, which had several rooms. Several younger children slept together, and the 2 of them were still able to have 1 room each. Gu Rui was a bit puzzled as he surveyed his surroundings. When I was in Arakan County before, I thought that this Lin family village was quite impressive. Why did it live inside a big mountain? Along the way, he also saw quite a few villages at the bottom of the mountain, and there weren't many roads in the mountains, so how inconvenient was that? However, coming to an unfamiliar place, Gu Rui didn't ask directly, instead calmly observing everything in the village. This Linjia village's young and strong seemed to have something to do, and was again led away by Cui Ying, leaving only a group of old and weak women and children. If a wild animal rushes in, the first to get hurt will be those children. The adults, however, were very strange, and did not care about the children, but just knitted their one after the other, as if they had some urgent task to catch up on. How many of you are new to the village? Every newcomer to the Lin family village needs to pay homage to the mountain goddess. I'll have the children take you there. Ning Xiangqiu, who was dressed in a long light green dress, walked out from inside the house. After this period of recuperation, her body has gradually recovered. Even her waxen face has become whiter with the naked eye, and her whole person is skillful and gentle, as if a walking picture. Gu Rui and Lu Bai were surprised, followed by some confusion. Such things as worshipping the mountain gods were very normal in ancient times. But why did this woman let those children send them there? Isn't it dangerous? While the 2 were speculating, Lin Zhu walked out with Lin Xiu, followed by Lin Feng, who was holding his sister. Seeing the little ones, one younger than the other, and one being swaddled, the 2 men's expressions were completely strained. That Lin villager, letting such a young child take them climbing the mountain? 2 uncles, are you out of strength? Do you want me to carry you? Lin Xiu thoughtfully inquired. 2. The inverted Big Dipper. Seeing that the 2 little girls were about to approach, they hastened to increase their speed. It's okay, we can walk on our own. These kids are pretty enthusiastic, just over enthusiastic to carry an adult in such a small body. The 2 were even more puzzled as they walked up the narrow mountain path and realized that the 2 little girls who were just about to carry the people were walking fast, and even the one holding her sister, Lin Feng, wasn't quite out of breath. Ya wah! The girl in Lin Feng's arms made a sound and her little hand kept pointing at the grass pile next to her. In the next second, those weeds pulled up violently, as if they were spiraling towards the ground. Sister Xiu, you guys go ahead. My sister found something fun again. I'll go check it out. With that, Lin Feng left with his sister in his arms. Wait, Gu Rui originally felt that it was not good for the 2 small children to leave alone like this, but on second thought, people can control plants, so I guess there is no danger, so I had to shut my mouth. Behind him, Lu Bai was already in the wind. What did he just see? Those grasses were like alive, and they would also drill the ground by themselves. 2 guests, let's go. Lin Xiu, like a small adult, led them away. After a few more steps, Lin Xiu was tugged by her sister next to her. Sister, that stone is very flat. It's what mother wants to find. Lin Zhu reminded in a small voice. Lin Xiu turned his head and realized that there was really a very flat stone not far away, which was very suitable to be used as a tabletop, or a platform to put things on. Her eyes lit up and she pulled her sister over without saying a word. Let's help. Lu Bai felt that children would hit their feet if they moved stones, and took the initiative to walk over, intending to help. Who knew that the 2 little girls directly crushed the stone that was pressed on top of it, and easily picked up the huge stone. What did you guys say? Lin Xiu just didn't hear clearly and turned her head to ask. The 2 men behind him shook their heads in unison. And the speed of the... Then let's keep going. The 2 little ones carried the rocks up the hill with ease, their speed unchanged. The 2 men behind him wanted to talk, So what exactly have they traveled to? Why do these people still have powers? For that terrifying strength, and the ability to control plants, it could only be psychic powers. It was a good thing they hadn't ventured out on their own, or else so many people out there would have been capable of casually stewing them. Xiao Xiao, Zhu Zhu, it's inconvenient for the two of you to hold the stone slab. Let me help you bring it back. A woman with wings flew in the air at some point. After the woman landed, she greeted them and quickly winged away again, clutching the tablet. The two were no longer as surprised by this as they had been before. By the time they came to the side of the mountain god's temple, they had gone from casual at the beginning to reverent. It was surprising that there were quite a few people in this world who possessed abilities, so the gods of this world might be real as well, and it was better for them to be more serious. The two of them followed Lin Xiu's movements and worshipped 3 times in earnest, and they even made a point of offering incense. Above the idol, Yu Luo was checking the system panel. On the panel, the names of these 2 men had lit up slightly, each contributing 100 faith values. 100 faith value is not bad. These 2 are still the protagonists. It is estimated that they can continue to harvest a lot of faith value afterward. Old Mrs. Gongsun was really smart. Without even saying anything from her side, the old lady had already understood, and even had those children perform specially. It was estimated that those 2 people's minds were already beating drums, guessing that this was a legendary Big Brother village or had traveled to a metaphysical world. Gu Rui and Lu Bai did have this conjecture, but when they first came here, both of them did not know that each other were travelers, and pressed all of this to the bottom of their hearts. When they went back, they saw another old man suspended in the air, levitating and meditating, surrounded by a group of children playing games. The 2 of them went around the village and learned that all the villagers of the Lin family village believed in the mountain goddess, and their hearts were already clear. This mountain goddess was presumably the most powerful being, only they were new to the world and had not seen it before. Old grandpa, what are you guys planting? Turning between those fields, Lu Bai saw some of the Hans from the Lin family village reclaiming the mountains here, and quite a few others sowing seeds. Fuzzy, we're growing food. Can I take a look? Lu Bai was a professor at the University of Agriculture before he crossed over, and he was genuinely very curious about what kind of food seeds this magical world could have. On the other hand, Gu Rui was also approached by Choi Young. Brother Gu, take a look at this drawing. Our Lin family village intends to build this kind of house. Gu Rui subconsciously picked it up, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. The lines of this kind of drawings were very similar to modern design drawings. Could it be that there were still travelers in this Lin family village? And the plan is so well designed that the house does a very good job of keeping warm, and it wouldn't be much of a hassle to build. Brother Gu, why don't you take a look at the scene? Gu Rui couldn't help but follow. Chapter 82, Clandestine Infiltration. These men were firing bricks in a kiln, and the bricks that came out of it were all broken, and one stood there helplessly. The kiln in Linjia village had only just been constructed, and they were only firing bricks according to the memorized steps, except that no one had purposely learned to do so, and everything that came out of the kiln was not shaped. After Choi Young returned with the men, those men all looked over expectantly. Curry, he really knows how to burn bricks. In the past, his family used to run a brick factory at least, and he used to know how to burn bricks in the clay method. Night, the two exhausted back to their respective rooms. Originally Gu Rui also wanted to ask this companion, is not a traverser. However, today's labor is too much. He washed up and directly fell asleep. Simply cannot think about it. The next morning, when he woke up, the Levi next door had disappeared, presumably running off to study inside the fields again. Not only that, but by the time the noon meal was over, a group of children were escorted over by their elders to get the two of them to recognize their words. A full and busy day has passed once again. Both had forgotten what they were planning to do before. After noon, Wang Wan came back with Wang Chang. She also had a house that needed to be built. It was impossible to keep bothering other people. However, the villagers of Linjia village were very enthusiastic and came over to help each time. Wang Wan was very embarrassed, so she took the initiative to take on a task to teach these children in Linjia village immortal cultivation techniques and sword techniques. Moreover, the physique of these children was very good, especially some of the children who had been blessed by the mountain goddess. Their bodies were basically free of impurities, making them very suitable for cultivation. Although the spiritual chi in this world was scarce, it was not to the point of being absent, so if one practiced intensely, it would not be a problem at all to deal with those ordinary demons and evils. Wang Wan stepped over on his flying sword, and Gu Rui and Lu Bai, who were busy, had been completely dumbfounded. So, this is still really a metaphysical fairy cultivation world? You too, do you want to come over and study as well? Wang Wan frowned slightly when she saw the light in these two's eyes. Gu Rui and Lu Bai looked at each other and nodded in unison. Who doesn't want to cultivate immortality? Are you followers of the mountain goddess? Wang Wan inquired again. If not, Forgive me for not being able to teach you. Wang Wan looked cold. Gu Rui and Lu Bai nodded in unison, one more determined than the other. Alright then, you guys just watch from the side. How much you can learn depends on your enlightenment. Wang Wan was indifferent. Other villagers from the Lin family village would also come over to learn. Just 2 more people. They were all followers of the mountain goddess anyway. So the 2 travelers got even busier, hating to break themselves into 2 people. So where was the other mind? Thinking about leaving? For all this, Yu Luo was very satisfied. There are too many travelers, and they are definitely a burden to this world. So why don't they all come to work in the barren mountains and build a beautiful home? I wonder how things are going in Springs County. Yu Luo opened the panoramic map over there and realized that the 2 ladies had been at the county office in Quan County. Neither of them could read much, and even if they were holding the dossier in their hands, they had no idea what was recorded in it, so they could only crouch nearby and eavesdrop on these people. After bouncing around a few places, they finally found some useful information and left once again cowering inside the shadows. Yu Luo held his forehead, thinking that these adults in Linjia village should also open literacy and numeracy classes, and should not just let children learn. It just so happens that there are 2 travelers here. One of them teaches the kids and one of them teaches the adults. It's okay, right? Gu Rui and Lu Bai didn't know what would happen in the future yet, and were now feverishly practicing their swords along with them. The county office in Wasteland County. Su Ruron looked at the paperwork and suddenly slammed her head. Why didn't he think that the demonic evil that was secretly staring at him was so similar to the one in Shijia village that it might be one? Shijiazhuang village produced 2 scholars. There is another scholars exactly 1 year ago out. Just can come here as a county magistrate. As for the default rule that officials can't come to their hometowns, it doesn't matter at all. Isn't there another high-ranking official in Shijia village? As long as there is a little bit of maneuvering, there is no problem at all. He'd been so scared before, he'd forgotten that. This is even more screwed. The Stone family village isn't that far away from here. That demonic evil can take care of him in an instant if he really wants to do something to him. It was fortunate that he didn't rashly escape before, or else a few more little lives wouldn't have been enough. Su Rurong was comforting herself when Luo Yang walked in with a peasant woman from the Lin family village. Magistrate Su, we went after Wu Chuiying from the Lin family village earlier, and we haven't found anyone until now. Luo Yang was a bit chagrined. He went over there with so many people and couldn't even find it. It seems that Wu Chuiying is determined and intends to leave. It's normal that you guys can't find it. This one came to the county office. Is there something else going on? Su Rurong recognized at a glance that this one was one of the ladies who had carried the wooden coffins in the sending lady's mansion in the first place. Magistrate, we've found out about some cases from previous years. In the past 10 years or so, some gifted children have appeared in Quan County, but they all died young for various reasons. A portion of the readers who went to catch the exams did not return either. The mountain goddess has already alerted the old ancestor that the disappearance of these people is related to demons and evils, so that the county office side should also be careful. With that, the peasant woman hid in the shadows once more and disappeared. When Su Rurong heard this, he attached great importance to it, and quickly brought the Chen County minister over to check the volumes of the deserted county over the years. Without checking, it's a shock. Over the years, there have been quite a few villagers who have come to report the loss of their children to the authorities. Su Rurong frowned. It seemed that demonic evil had secretly infiltrated Desolate County. Chapter 83, A Dream? This Shijia village's demonic evil is really good at hiding. Yu Luo also lamented above the idol. After finding out yesterday that a portion of the children, as well as some of the child students and showmen who had rushed to take the exams, had disappeared, she had Chuiying take the wooden carving of the idol and go around Shijia village. The Chui family is distantly related to a family in the village of Shijiazhuang, so it's a good excuse to take a look around. Who knew that the entire Shi family village had been turned around, and even the ancestral hall had been secretly probed, and no trace of it had been found? This was still with Yu Luo keeping a close eye on him at all times. There are 2 possibilities. This demonic evil possesses special implements to hide itself, and can erase all of its movements. Another possibility is that this demonic evil does not have an original body, it is very special in itself, and it is likely to be hidden in the body of one of the believers. The system also speculated on the side. Special implements? Yu Luo suddenly remembered that the demonic evil that was chasing Wang Qing, didn't he use similar implements? Demons and evils also often devour each other and kill each other. They will siphon off the power of rival demons and evils, or make demonic artifacts out of the bodies of other demons and evils. The number of such demonic artifacts is still quite small. After all, there aren't many demons and evils that have this kind of strength. Yu Luo pondered. No matter which possibility, currently these believers of hers could not be searched for. It seemed like it was time to upgrade the believers' strength and expand a new batch of believers again. In addition to this, the cultural strength of the believers should also be raised up. so that there can no longer be a situation where they go out to do a mission and end up not being able to read the words, and it's about time she gave these believers a clear division of labor. Luo opened the panoramic map and looked towards that one valley. A small house had been temporarily constructed inside the valley, and both Lin Mal and Ning Xiangqiu were there to keep an eye on it, staring at the cotton every now and then in awe. The wooden houses halfway up the barren mountain are gradually finished, but in order to be warmer this winter, the villagers of Linjia village started to burn bricks again and build houses with burning kangs. Gu Rui was directing this group of villagers to burn bricks, and the group was busy with Wu Dian and Zhang Changzhou. In the mountains, a group of men are planting winter wheat and cabbage and radish, each one full of anticipation for the future. In an open space, Wang Wan was leading a group of children to practice swordplay. Each sword carried a harsh wind, causing the group of children to cheer. Inside the wooden hut, a group of older women were struggling to weave the cloth, trying to get all the fabrics needed for the cotton clothes before the cold winter came. A few ants were still talking there. What do you say? The cotton clothes that Auntie Ann talked about, are they really that warm? Go go go. This is the cotton seed given down by the mountain goddess. How can it not be warm? It's definitely much better than cottonwood. We just need to wait for it to grow. Mountain goddess above. I'm definitely not questioning you. I've just never seen this kind of cotton before. I deserve to die. Well, sister-in-law, let's get on with the weaving. At the foot of the barren mountain, Choi Young was leading a few women with abilities, patrolling the neighborhood, wary of those mountain bandits that appeared near the barren mountain. And most of the houses in the land that originally belonged to the Lin family village had been empty, leaving only two families. One family was Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin, and one was a family that had moved from inside the mountains. These people didn't trust the Lin family village and didn't follow along. In the other villages, the Zhang family matron was leading a few Lin family village matrons to chat with new believers in an effort to recruit more believers. Deserted county. Su Rorong had already brought the constables inside the county office to personally come to the construction site to check out the situation, shushing the people who were working and distributing hot water and coarse grain buns. The first time they were so sympathized by the county governor, both the damsel who burned the fire and cooked the food, and the men who were carrying the stuff, were all thrilled. Everything was going in a good direction, but Yulua felt stuck in a stagnation, as if something was still missing. It's a new believer. The villagers of the Lin family village were, indeed, recruiting new believers for her, yet these believers had little sense of belonging to the barren mountain. While faith values are also being offered, they are not high. Yulua was deep in thought as she pondered what to change. The barren mountains definitely need more people to build them, but surely those people can't just abandon everything now. They have to bide their time. There are also things you can do ahead of time before that happens. Yuluo looked at the valley again, his mind already having an idea. The system next to her just watched her and didn't make a sound, as if it wanted to see what the new god in training would do. The valley of the barren hills. Lin Mal and Ning Xiangxia just dozed off, and once again opened their eyes to find that all the cotton was ripe. One after another soft white cotton all burst open, revealing the fluffy cotton wool inside. Mountain goddess is above. Thank you for your kindness to the Lin family village. Lin Mal had skillfully knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude in the direction of the mountain god temple. So it turns out that Lady Ann was right. These cottons really matured very quickly, from the time they were first sown and then again. It only took 3 days. Ning Xiangqiu also felt incredible. Of course, she was only surprised for a moment. After all, this was a gift from the mountain goddess. Anything was possible. Anti-fragrance. Stay here. I'll go find someone to collect the cotton. Inside these 20 acres of land, all the cotton was planted, and all the cotton exploded together, looking like stacked clouds. Lin Mal was beaming with joy, and she felt that her great-grandmother would be even more delighted when she saw it. Thus, the group of Hans who had already finished planting and were there reclaiming the mountainous terrain were called by Lin Mal, uncles and uncles. The cotton given down by the mountain goddess has matured, and we need you all to go and pick the cotton together, at which time it will all be counted as desolate mountain contribution points. The group's eyes lit up, and most of them dropped what they were doing and followed. Next to the mountains, LeBlanc also heard the word cotton, and he quickly ran over. Miss Mal, you mean the cotton is ripe? Lim looked at him and nodded gently. Can I go take a look? Lu Bai had asked before, and the villagers said that there was no cotton in Daliang, only kapok. Other crops, such as sweet potatoes and corn, which are high-yielding, have not been introduced. Once there is a famine year, many of the people have no means and most of them die of starvation. Within a short period of time, he had already explored all of this place. The productivity level of this world should be before the Tang dynasty, and the medical level was somewhat similar to the Han dynasty, and the level of those barefoot doctors around was not very high. Of course, it was also possible that the area of the Lin family village was so small that he couldn't scout out the whole picture and would always make some mistakes. But no matter how wrong it is, cotton isn't supposed to ripen in November. Now the weather is so cold. The body temperature is estimated to have reached below zero. This morning he got up, all saw a thin layer of water inside the bowl has frozen. This time how can you let the cotton grow? As a professor at the University of Agriculture, he was just too curious about this. Lim hesitated for a moment, but not knowing what she had heard, she finally nodded her head decisively in agreement. Lefebvre, then you will follow us. However, there is one thing that must be made clear in advance. The place I will take you to later must not be revealed to anyone else, or you will be punished by the mountain goddess. Lin Mao's eyes went cold for a moment. Lu Bai nodded his head. He felt that he had entered the den of thieves long ago. I am afraid that if he walks out in front of his feet, he can be captured by these villagers of the Lin family village in the back of his feet. Of course, it is not possible to say anything freely to the outside. Lin Mao regained her smile once again as she had the villagers of the Lin family village carry their respective bamboo baskets and set off again. By the time Lu Bai passed through the narrow tunnel and finally saw the field of cotton, he was completely stunned. The temperature outside is already below zero, but within the valley it looks very warm, with large cotton fields spreading in the wind and a pink dogwood in the distance. Occasionally a gust of wind blew over, and large pink flowers fell with the wind, and even the cotton fields over here were dotted with some pink petals, and the atmosphere was somewhat aesthetically pleasing. Peach Blossom Garden? Lu Bai's eyes instantly widened. So this Lin family village is actually another version of the Peach Blossom Garden? Lu Bai's complexion has been in a trance. First thought, no wonder the villagers of Lin Jiachang did not want him to tell some things out. This kind of place where can say ah. Lin Mao listened to his words, but felt good. Peach Blossom is a very good name, but dogwood grows inside this valley. But it's not impossible to plant another batch of peach trees. Of course, the most important thing at the moment was cotton and grain, and the peach trees and all that would have to come later. You guys are here? Ning Shangxiao also walked out of the hut with her child in her arms. The cotton field not far away had already been partially harvested, and Lin Lu was directing a portion of the plants to receive the cotton from one of the acres inside a bamboo basket. In this regard, the villagers of the Lin family village were already not surprised, and after they came to the fields, they hurriedly accelerated their speed, fearing that all the work would be snatched up by the others. On the contrary, Lu Bai was once again in deep thought. All this couldn't be a dream, could it? When he woke up again, would everything be gone, and he would never be able to find any trace of the Lin family village again? Chapter 84, The Lin Family's Intentions. While a group of people were rejoicing over a bumper crop of cotton, one of the families at the foot of the barren mountain was very sad. They were none other than the Zhao family who moved here 2 years ago. The Zhao family used to actually be in business, and because they went bankrupt doing business next door in Yenzhou, they moved their family here, to an unfamiliar village, to escape those creditors. They used to be rich households at least, and they didn't really think much of the other villagers of the Lin family village, so naturally they weren't sure what the identity of that old lady Gongsun who suddenly appeared was. Not believing it from the start, they naturally wouldn't follow along and move there. However, by the time the Lin family village was mostly empty, there were some drums in these people's hearts. There were only 2 families left in this entire village, but no one could count on any thieves. They thought about it left and right, and eventually approached old Mrs. Lin and old Master Lin. Old Mrs. Lin and old Master Lin didn't like this household much, and as they watched a few people looking for the door, they directly slammed the wooden door shut, and rolled their eyes at the sky. Now that you guys regret it, what did you do earlier? Elder Lin said in a deep voice. Didn't your family move to the deserted mountains? What's there to be proud of? When that Zhao family's maiden heard this, she shouted in a loud voice as well. How can you compare with us? Our family's oldest son and eldest grandson are both studying in the county town, and in the future, they are going to be shiokai or even lifted men. So when the time comes, he'll bring us 2 old guys to live inside the county town, and we'll have a nourishing life then. Old Mrs. Lin was proud of herself. The oldest of the Lin family was the 2 oldest children, and they were proud of them. At those words, the opposite Zhao family matron looked odd. You're counting on Boss Lin? Even their fellow village family, who had just moved here 2 years ago, knew very well what kind of virtues the Zhao family boss had. For so many years that guy had been studying in the county, he hadn't been back much, let alone giving the family a hand. Every time, it was the 2 old masters who had Lin Lao and Lin Bao Bao carrying large bags of things and going to the county town to deliver food and money. As long as the food and silver money are in place, that guy doesn't even come back much for New Year's Eve. And the Lin family's oldest has been married for so long, they haven't even seen each other's daughter-in-laws. They haven't shown their faces from start to finish. Can this be the person who treats the 2 oldest properly? What's wrong with our family boss? Our family's boss is filial. I think you're just jealous of us. and you'll be able to go live inside the county town in the future. Elder Lin was also enraged. What kind of expressions are on this family's face? Their boss has a golden tongue. How can it be false? Say what you will. This is his own son. Can the boss not care about him? Okay, then you guys just wait. Zhao family's mother also left with the other children. It didn't take long for the Zhao family to make a move. Their family hired donkey carts and moved the whole family to the county seat before dark. Old master, take a look. The direction they went seems to be the county town. Old Mrs. Lin leaned over the window to look that way. How she looked at it, how her heart droned. Is the Zhao family so rich? How dare they say they're going to the county seat? Let them go if they want to, and when they don't have much silver, let's see how they live. Elder Lin also snorted coldly. For so many years, how much silver had they spent to pay for their eldest son's education? Wasn't the old man aware of that? Having a reader in the family is a bottomless pit of existence, let alone living in the county. You're right, we'll have many good days ahead. There's no need to envy them. Old Mrs. Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, but her sigh of relief didn't last long, because she was the one who did all the big and small jobs in the house, and the old lady was already tired and had a sore back and neck. This bunch of goddamned ones, either they bully our old couple or just run away. What can we do about the family's work in the future? The only ones left in the Lin family now were Old Master Lin, Old Mrs. Lin, and their little grandson. Lin Anyang's strength is so strong, they don't dare to go looking for someone. Wu Chuiying simply ran away straight away. Lin Luo is still searching at the moment, and all the work in the house has been left to them. A lot of people ordered furniture that was not completed on schedule, and all those people came to the door, and the second old man lost a lot of money. The little grandchildren and all day long wailed and shouted hungry. They do not want to let the little grandchildren hungry, so they have to cook every day by themselves. They take care of all the work. No, it absolutely can't go on like this. It's winter now. The work here isn't so busy. What about next spring and fall? The more old Mrs. Lin thought about it, the harder she felt. What else do you think we should do? Is it possible to call the boss back? This can't be done. Our family relies on the boss to honor the ancestors. Elder Lin flatly disagreed. Who says there's only the boss in the county? But there's also the boss's daughter-in-law and granddaughter? The two of them stay in the county town all day long and have nothing to do. So what's wrong with coming back to do a little work? And Xiaolian has been saying all day that she cares for us, saying that even though her mother is in the county town, she's always thinking of us. So since they both care for us, let them do the cooking. Although it is said that the heart of the hand is meat, but for both of them, it is still the eldest son and grandchildren who are the most important. You're right. And what little girl doesn't work or cook? It's only Lao San's daughter-in-law who is so pretentious that she even lets her two children follow Shou Kai to recognize words together. Elder Lin's face was displeased. The other party is at least a scholar. How can he even teach a little girl? Maybe it's a fake. In the valley, LeBlanc sneezed. What's wrong? A nearby villager said with concern. Lu Bai shook his head. He always felt like someone was cursing him. Deserted county. Lin Lian was also discussing with her mother that there was not much silver money left in their house, all of which she used to make soap. She always felt one step short of making real soap. Mother, why don't I go around to the Lin family village and try to get some silver over here? Lin Lian was not willing to give up just like that. Chapter 85, Reality Farm? As soon as Lin Lian's words fell, the sound of knocking on the door came from outside the courtyard, and it was more urgent than one. Both of them subconsciously looked up, often without looking over. The slightly older woman a little flustered. Mother, don't worry, this side is very well hidden. No one will find out. Maybe the neighbors are up to something. Lin Lian patted her mother's hand to keep her steady. Immediately afterward, she gently walked over and opened the wooden door. The two faces that entered her eyes startled her, and Lin Lian subconsciously tried to close the door. However, this action angered Elder Lin and Elder Mrs. Lin, and the two of them instantly glared over angrily. Lilian, what the hell is going on? We're both coming over and you're closing the door? Lin Lian had to open the door and let the old couple in. Grandparents, I didn't mean to do it just now. It's just that both father and Xingye are studying, and both of them are people who like to be clean and are afraid of being disturbed by their neighbors. And I thought it was a neighbor who just came. Lin excused herself. Forget it, I can't talk to you, little girl. You and your mother pack up and follow the two of us back to the Lin family village now. Old Mrs. Lin waved her hand. Lin Lian froze when she heard this. She and her mother were going back to the Lin family village now? Are the two old guys crazy? Why do you have to go back now so suddenly? If mother and I go back, there will be no one to take care of father and my brother. She explained softly. You two must go back. The oldest three daughters-in-law can't fight, and the oldest two daughters-in-law have run away, and now the whole family is working with just us two old ones, and we can't even keep busy. Old Mrs. Lin did not want to work continuously anymore. What? The second younger sibling ran away? Shin Wanqin inside the house was shocked. Old Mrs. Lin then went over all the recent events, wiping her tears as she spoke. Lin Lian's entire body was bad after hearing this. Then shouldn't Lin Anyang be gone this winter? Wu Chuiying never ran from the beginning to the end. And that old lady Gongsun from the Lin family village, shouldn't she have died of illness over in Shangzhou and then been carried over? And now everything has changed. The Lin family village has surprisingly moved their entire village to the barren mountains. Lin Lian was in a panic. All of this was progressing differently from her memories of her last life. If these memories were wrong, then how ridiculous were the things she had done? No wonder that thing called soap couldn't be made successfully. So the memory had gone awry. Shin Wanqin was still anxious on her side, but Lin Lian agreed in one breath. Anyway, if she didn't go back now, the two old men wouldn't let them go, so she might as well take this opportunity to go back and find out what was going on. Mother, let's go back together. But, Shin Wanqin wanted to speak. What if she goes back and someone finds out? Mother, the entire Lin family village has moved to Yellow Mountain. No one will notice you then. Lin Lian whispered. Okay, that's the only way. Shin Wanqin was at 6s and 7s and could only listen to her daughter. So the two of them took some clothes and followed the old couple back. Along the way, Lin Lian had been pondering in her mind that if most of the memories were false, then could her father and brother really pass the examination for the child student in Shiozai? My father goes out all day and drinks with those people. How can he be serious about his reading? Although my younger brother was bored at home every day, he didn't even know what books he actually had. Lin Lian had found out the last time she helped organize. These are things that weren't so obvious before. After all, she has memories from her past life, and those memories can't be wrong. But once those memories were denied, her whole body panicked. No, it won't. Definitely not. She muttered. Barren Hill. The cotton inside the valley had been harvested, and a group of people were pleasantly surprised when the snow-white cotton was brought halfway up the mountain. I did not expect that a mere 20 acres of land could actually be searched out so much cotton. The key to this is only 3 days, worthy of being the mountain goddess. And Lu Bai also knew from these people's discussion about the time when these cotton were planted, and he was once again confused. 3 days to harvest cotton? This isn't even Peachland. This is a farm game, right? Lu Bai was in a trance and turned his head surprisingly to find that the group was actually studying cotton and how it could be made into cotton clothes. I think all this cotton is so warm, but anything tucked inside your clothes will last through the winter. Why don't we just sew it into this dress? I think that's a very good idea. Lu Bai hastened to stop it. Cotton needs to be treated to make cotton clothing. You must not sew directly into it. But Lu Bai has seen all kinds of machines to deal with the process of cotton. He is really not sure how to deal with cotton in ancient times, but LeBlanc had watched students brush up on their videos and vaguely remembered the general look of those wooden tools. Is there a carpenter in our village? Now he calls the Lin family village. It has become our village. Jokes aside, it was just that one peach blossom-like valley that he couldn't bear to leave, let alone discover more and more amazing things. Carpenter Wu is nearby. Lin Mal actually knew that making cotton required a process, which was what Nyangzi had reminded her of. Before she left, Lady An had already explained that the village really wouldn't be able to handle the cotton before they could request the mountain goddess to exchange it with the contribution points they already had. Lin Mal felt that it was right. Naturally he couldn't always trouble the mountain goddess. The other party was a god after all. How could he handle all sorts of trivial things for them? Since this one husband knows, let's try it first, and we can still save a lot of contribution points. So, when it was dark, Carpenter Wu made a wooden tool according to the method provided by Lu Bai. The tool is kind of like a stool, with 2 wooden bars in the center that, between turning them on each other, squeeze out the cotton seeds. However, this method requires constant hand turning, which is very tiring, and cotton de-seeding is only one of the steps, and the next step is to pop the cotton in order to completely make a quilt or make cotton clothes. LeBlanc is stuck again. Even the next Guru also only heard of, have never seen the real cotton popping scene. The two men looked at each other, guessing each other's identity at the same time, but also a little chagrined. Why did not go to study how to play cotton before? In the temple, Yu Luo was very amused, looking at the image and wondering how the two had solved the cotton popping system. Lin Mal has a good idea. As far as such small things as popping cotton and making cotton clothes are concerned, it really shouldn't be necessary to come to me and ask me about everything. Here she is, indeed, able to find diagrams of cotton popping machines and spinning threads. But if everything is given by her, what else does Jean want these believers for? She wanted to make it a self-sufficient paradise, where she could hide from the war and strife outside, where she could keep these people protected, instead of raising these people to be wasted and coming over to pray for everything. Rather, it could be stipulated that if a useful tool can be researched, a certain amount of contribution points can be given, which will stimulate the creativity of more believers. Yu Luo's mind also gradually had a vision. The next morning, while Lu Bai and Gu Rui were still pondering, Carpenter Wu came again. He brought out a new tool, which was a modified treadle that didn't need to be turned by hand all the time, but only needed to be stepped on underneath to keep squeezing the cotton seeds. Not only that, but there are trays of cotton on them. Lu Bai circled around and looked in awe. It is true that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. He just provided an idea of the initial tool, and as a result, Wu Carpenter was able to transform it after only one night. A more labor-saving pedal car. Carpenter Wu, you're too good. Lu Bai stuck out his thumb. Husbandman, that tool you mentioned for popping cotton. It should be like this, right? Carpenter Wu brought out another large bowl. My apprentice made this, and I tried it, and plucking the bowstring does fluff the cotton more. Matters about winter warm cotton clothes. Wu Carpenter and a few apprentices, a night did not sleep, has been studying the kind of popping cotton Lafuzi and Gu brothers said. Only this bow was still too laborious to use, and they felt that there should be something more lightweight. Carpenter Wu, this bow is ready. The two young men who had crossed over had been completely stunned. Is this the wisdom of the ancients? Miss Mal, Lady Xiang, what do you think? Carpenter Wu turned his head to look at the two women next to him again. Lin Mal's heart skipped a beat as he looked down at the pamphlet in his hand. Many people didn't know that in fact, these contribution points weren't given freely by them. This booklet was gifted over together by the mountain goddess to record the contribution points of all the believers in the barren mountain. For everything the villagers did to benefit the barren mountain, this booklet would automatically jump and add new contribution points to it. And now, these two tools that Carpenter Wu had researched together with his apprentice were actually given 800 contribution points directly. It was a lot, even though it was divided between Carpenter Wu and a few apprentices. To put it bluntly, since this booklet was in their hands, Lin Mal and Xiang Yangzi hadn't seen so many contribution points. The two of them read out the number of contribution points, and the few apprentices behind Carpenter Wu burst into cheers. With so many contribution points, they can exchange enough cotton clothes and new grain seeds. The other villagers of the Lin family village were envious, but they didn't give up. Contribution points can be gained by being able to make tools, so maybe they can get them from other sources? Of course, this scene also signaled to all believers that creating something useful could earn higher contribution points. Miss Mal, Lady Fragrance, what if we make good farming tools? Someone quietly inquired. Lin Mal nodded. That definitely had contribution points as well. The man beamed with joy and rushed back to tell the others about it. On the morning of the third day, it was again the day to worship the mountain goddess. Zhang Yangzi had already brought those believers over, and this time, there were clearly twice as many believers as before. More than 300, more than everyone in the Lin family village. Why are there so many believers this time? Old Mrs. Gongsun was very surprised. The Zheng family's wife side. Chapter 86. This matter also started with the Zheng family's mother's family. Ever since the Zheng family maiden sister came to worship the mountain goddess and saw that divine scene, she immediately rushed back, wanting to bring the rest of her family over to the barren mountain to believe in the mountain goddess together. Zhang Yu was convinced of her sister's words, and she felt that chaos would surely ensue, and by then their lives would be in question. In that case, they should move together and live inside the barren mountain. Even if they didn't have a house, they could still build their own house. Her father and those uncles had been building houses for people for decades, and it was not a problem to build a simple shelter in a short time. However, plans can't catch up with changes. Her parents and sister are willing to go, but those uncles are not willing to leave just like that. Xiao Yu, aren't you fooling around? We've been living in this Zhangjia village for so many years. Our ancestors have been rooted here for generations. How can we just leave and go live in the barren mountains? Xiao Yu, I think you've lost your head. One accountability after another. Zhang Yu was also enraged. She was trying to save her family's lives. How could she be dim? Who knows that she left with her parents and second sister in the front foot, and the scourge of bandits struck Zhangjia village in the back foot. Those foreign bandits are very fierce. Simply do not care about these villagers' home. In the end, there is no food. There is no silver money. Directly see people cut. Some of the elderly members of the Zhang family were partially hacked to death to protect their children. Later on, it was Zhang Yu who thought that there was an important thing she hadn't taken at home, and she sneaked back and found all this in the distance. At that time, Zhang Yu people had been stupid. Simply could not imagine that the village that was alive in the morning was already full of wolves and limbs everywhere at noon. Originally, she wanted to take the opportunity to report to the police, but coincidentally, she was discovered by one of the bandits, and the other party directly raised his sword and chopped over. At the critical moment, the brocade pouch hanging above her neck suddenly popped open with a golden light, bouncing the rogue bandit away. The bandit stole the chicken, directly broke his leg, scared the other hastily fled. Zhangjia village, which was saved. The remaining villagers, naturally, all saw this divine scene, and they all knelt down one by one. What follows is a scene of villagers praying to Zhang Yu and wanting to come together to worship the mountain goddess. The villagers of Zhangjia village had been scared silly. They didn't dare to continue staying in the village at all. They all packed up their belongings and followed along to leave. In fact, there weren't many of these remaining Linjia village villagers left. Most of the young and strong had been captured and taken to the battlefield. Some of the old people had been hacked to death. And what was left were the children, as well as some of the young women. As for those uncles, they were also almost dead. Zhang Yu saw the prayers of these people. Where could he be cruel? Anyway, her sister had said that she could recruit as many believers as she could for the mountain goddess, so she brought these people along. As for the others in the group, they were villagers who had encountered banditry in other villages and were willing to follow them on their own initiative, and who were also willing to believe in the mountain goddess, together with a portion of the believers originally recruited by the Zhang clan's mother. This team expanded into this. But don't worry, old lady Gongsun, I've already clearly recounted to them that in order to come inside the barren mountain, one must be a believer of the mountain goddess. Lady Zhang explained. Before she brought these people back, she had naturally asked the mountain goddess, and the mountain goddess had agreed. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded. The barren mountain naturally couldn't only be inhabited by their Lin family village. The mountain goddess definitely needed more believers, and more people would come next. It's just that this sudden banditry is really alarming. Is banditry already this serious now? It seems like this winter, it's just going to be so messy that it won't even wait until next spring. These people's dwellings need to be built by their own hands. Old Mrs. Gongsun reminded. The Zhang family's maiden expressed her understanding, and she naturally clarified this point. Let's go. You guys follow me and go to worship the mountain goddess first. She turned her head to greet the group behind her. Ding! You have harvested 308 new believers, gained faith value 6,000, accumulated faith value 30,000, purchased black earth, grain seed, flying growth fertilizer, and spent 3,000 on the design plan, and are currently left with 27,000 faith value. Yu Luo soon heard the system's reminder. Among these props, the grain seeds didn't consume much. It was the black land that was more expensive. A piece of black land was 100 faith value. She directly bought 20 pieces and spent 2,000 faith value. Those other things sporadically add up to 3,000 faith values. However, the effect is also very obvious. Otherwise, how could cotton ripen in 3 days just by virtue of the fast-growing fertilizer? And the black soil can withstand some of the winter's cold, making it possible to grow those grains in the outside world as well, which is the most important thing. Closing the records of these consumptions, Yu Luo began to observe those newly arrived believers again. She opened the panel to take a look and found that the names of all the believers were lit up, and most of them had contributed about 10-20 faith values. With so many people, there should be a lead or supporting role, right? As she searched so much, she really did find 2 girls who gave 50 faith values. Wait, this girl is actually a twin soul? That is very interesting. At this point, it's time for the system to step in. Sure enough, the system had drifted out over there. You're lucky to have met 2 more protagonists. The 2 of them are the protagonists of a revenge text, where a pair of modern-day sisters cross over into an ancient girl. From the moment they woke up, the entire village had been massacred, and the 2 sisters, in order to repay the girl for providing them with a body, began to think of ways to avenge the Zhang family village. However, the more they investigated the original case, the more they were alarmed, because those bandits at the time had been put into the ranks of the rebel army, and later even followed the rebel army to fight the world, possessing the merit of the slave dragon, and one by one, they were all made officials. This pair of sisters didn't give up and eventually got rid of all the enemies one by one, which of course went through countless hardships and dangers. And now, everything has changed. The villagers of Zhangjia village have not been massacred to the end, and those bandits are not one to be able to embrace the new emperor to the throne. After all, there are so many rebel novels out there. How can they all be successful? When the system saw that Yu Luo didn't say anything, it realized something and hurriedly added. This pair of sisters is very powerful. One of them studies weapons manufacturing and the other is a well-known painter. This painter has another hobby. She has opened a detective company. Needless to say, Tunchan. Love it, love it. Yu Luo had long been heartbroken. That's the kind of talent that should be in the bowl. Chapter 87, Blessing of Places. It was November. A cold wind was howling in the middle of the barren mountains, and part of the grass around them had already withered, forming haystack after haystack. These devotees had originally traveled long distances, dragging their families with them and carrying one burlap pocket after another. The barren mountain was already very high, and there was no fixed path to the top at all, so they could only cross these mounds of grass, and step after step they stepped on the hay with great difficulty. This is the path that every devotee, visiting the mountain goddess, must pass through, and even if someone falls and stumbles on the side of the road, they just silently get up and follow the procession again. They had already abandoned their village and the house where their ancestors had lived for generations, so they couldn't be abandoned by the barren mountains again, could they? Where will they go then? When a portion of the women holding the children ran out of energy, a portion of the young men next to them would pick up the children and take over the upward climb. Old Mrs. Gongsun walked beside her and saw the movements of these people and nodded silently in her mind. It's not a bad bunch, at least they're not sneaky and help out when things go wrong. It just wasn't very lucky that this is the time of the year when they encountered bandits and were attacked in the village. A dry, skinny 12-year-old girl, led by an old woman in the group, fought her way up the hill just as hard. This girl, naturally, was Zhang Jing and Zhang Zue, who had crossed over. They had crossed over when the bandits were massacring the village, when those bandits were hacking away at the people, and the grandmother of this body was protecting them to the death, seeing that the big knife was about to fall. Coincidentally, at this time, Zhang Yu was discovered by those bandits, and a circle of golden light blossomed from her body, scaring the crap out of those surrounding bandits and running away. The large knife was also left behind, and Zhang Jing, who was the first to take control of her body, clutched this knife in her hands and wrapped it in the only cloth left in the house as their defense tool. When they first arrived, both of them were shocked by the golden light. Although he didn't believe in God, he was grateful to the other man for stepping in and saving everyone left in the village. Of course, they were most grateful that the original's grandmother had been saved and was still alive and well today. This grandmother is the only obsession of the original body, because the whole family, only the grandmother cares the most about the original body, will secretly give the original body delicious food, will be in the cold days, to the original body's clothes inside the secretly sewn into the cotton wool. Later, grandmother followed the rest of the villagers came to the barren mountain to believe in the mountain goddess. Zhang Jing fell asleep, let his sister, Zhang Zimin, control the body, followed along. At the moment, both were awake, and they were observing the strange world through the eyes of their original bodies. The gods of this world were, surprisingly, real and possessed divine power. Since there are gods, surely there are things that shouldn't exist, like evil demons, right? Instead of continuing to stay in the village with grandma in fear, it was really better to come inside this barren mountain and still be safe. Sister, when the time comes, you must act carefully, Zhang Jing reminded inside her mind. Zhang Yao nodded. She was naturally clear about this. It was just that the path of worship was so difficult that she could hardly lift her feet. If this mountain goddess is really very powerful, then this difficulty is nothing at all. You have to pay if you want to get it. Zhang Jing analyzed. In the modern times where they are, there are still pilgrimages with 3 kowtows, let alone this bit of mountain road. We'll see what happens then. And if the mountain goddess is really as benevolent as that lady Zhang advertises, we'll strive to become her right-hand man and one of the mountain goddess's most trusted followers. In either world, the only way to see farther and be informed is to stand tall. Sis, I know this, and I'll be sure to watch carefully when the time comes. On the side of the Gongsun old lady is still not clear, and there are people who are eager to try, want to come over to compete for favor. The group of people climbed for most of the day and finally arrived near the mountain god temple. A huge group of people, along with the movements of the old lady Gongsun, kneeled down 3 times to the temple. Immediately afterward, these new believers began to offer incense again, and after all the believers had lit incense for the mountain goddess and returned to the group, old lady Gongsun spoke again. You are very fortunate today. Today is the time for the mountain goddess to bestow her blessings once a month. All those who have gained the approval of the mountain goddess can be blessed by the gods. Those new believers were still very confused. They had lost their homes. Most of them were muddled. The only thing that had lasted until now was worshipping the mountain goddess. And when they heard that the mountain god had bestowed a blessing, they hadn't reacted for a while. There are 2 kinds of blessings bestowed by the mountain goddess. One is this brocade bag, which can protect you from the wild beasts of the barren mountains and save your life in critical moments. Nyonya Zhang was on hand to explain this to the believers who believed. The other kind of blessing can't be said. Even the villagers of our Lin family village, not many of them have obtained this kind of blessing. All you know is that it can make people improve their strength. As the words fell, a group of new believers burst into tears. Whichever blessing is bestowed on them, it is the blessing of the mountain goddess. That golden light of yours, is it also the blessing of the mountain goddess? Some of the villagers from the Zhang family village inquired in a low voice. Zhang Long in the crowd also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear the answer. Yes, this brocade bag was indeed given down by the mountain goddess, and it was also the brocade bag that emitted light at the critical moment that saved my life. Zhang Yu nodded solemnly. In fact, at the beginning, she was almost scared silly. She didn't have any power of resistance at all. If it wasn't for the brocade bag suddenly protecting herself, I'm afraid that she had already been hacked to death by that bandit as well. The believers around them sucked in a breath of cool air, and inwardly their faith in the mountain goddess became even more devout. Many of the villagers of Zhangjia village had begun to regret that they should have listened to Zhang Yu in the first place. If they had believed in the mountain goddess earlier, where would they have been victimized by the bandits? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. An uncle of the Zhang family desperately punched himself in the face. He had opened his mouth to question it in the first place. Yet all his other relatives had died and he was still alive. Uncle Ming, you're a good house builder. So if you're really interested in making amends, build a few houses for the remaining villagers next, so that they won't be left homeless. The Zhang family's maiden whispered a reminder from the side. That Uncle Ming nodded his head repeatedly. He would. On the other side, the eyes of the believers who had come to the barren mountain once before and had seen those brocades similarly bloomed with surprise. Unlike these new believers, they had their own home to return to, and would have felt quite proud of it. But once they heard that the reason these people were homeless was that they had been massacred by the bandits, each one of them was also frightened when they climbed the mountain. Z County, where Zhangjia village was located, was separated by several counties, but several of their counties could be surrounded by these mountain peaks, and all the roads were connected. But whenever those bandits hadn't robbed enough and wanted to come to Arakan County to harvest a wave, these villages of theirs that were on the edge would suffer. If they were able to obtain the blessing of the mountain goddess and enhance their strength, they would have the power to protect themselves and would not have to be so wary. The group knelt reverently. In the front, old Mrs. Gongsun commanded the villagers of the Lin family village and handed out more than 50 brochures. The devotee who received the pouch was so elated that he cupped it with both hands, eager to hug and kiss it. Luckily, the Zhang Yangzi next to him stopped him, otherwise the high and low would have to be a whole job. These new believers in Zhangjia village were envious, but they also knew very well that all believers had the opportunity to obtain the brocade pouch, and as long as their next beliefs had been very pious, and they did things for the mountain goddess, they would also be blessed with the brocade pouch. The group clenched their fists and fought. After the pouches were handed out, it was time for the mountain goddess to bestow her blessings. Old Mrs. Gongsun had already led the rest of the Lin family village to the back and also knelt down to the mountain god temple. Mountain winds blew in the distance, but when these howling mountain winds passed by the mountain god's temple, it was as if they had been suddenly silenced, and the wind speed was cut down a lot more. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the wooden door of the mountain god temple was opened, and the idol inside emitted one golden light after another. These golden lights were wrapped in green leaves and fell into the brow of a portion of the people. As the last green leaf flew in, everyone held their breath, hoping that this chosen one would be themselves. However, this green leaf passed through those believers in front of him and came straight to Zhang Zimin, hesitantly stopping there. Above the idol, Yu Luo noticed the scene and she opened the system panel. This new heroine, her faith value is already over 400 so quickly? How did it increase so quickly? This time to bestow blessings, Yu Luo set a threshold of 100 for those ordinary people. Ordinary believers who could provide 100 faith values were already considered very loyal and could completely bestow abilities. As for those protagonists and supporting characters, she set 300 and 200 respectively. After all, the characters in the novels, who always carried some luck, were able to provide more faith values. Originally, she thought that there would only be about 20 people blessing this time. Who knew that this group of believers were even more devout than she had imagined, and that 30 blessing slots a month would not be enough. The green leaf that finally landed in front of Zhang Zue clearly exceeded this month's quota, so it automatically stopped. Ding! Detecting that this month's blessing quota is exhausted. Is it time to spend 100 faith values and purchase a quota? The system's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 88, Thoughtfulness. Because this heroine is a twin soul, and each of their two souls has faith, the system will count all of her faith values together. The system then explained. Yu Luo thought no wonder, so it was counted together. After thinking about it, she returned to the system panel to check all the records of this heroine, as long as the believer's name was lit up above the system panel. After that, no matter what this believer did, the system would record all the things the other person had done, and even some of their heartbeats could be recorded. Otherwise Yu Luo wouldn't have found out that Lin Anyang and Ning Xiangqia wanted to mold a golden body for her. Yu Luo fixed his eyes and was directly happy. The conversations of a pair of sisters inside her head were all faithfully memorized by the system. Even the pair of sisters wanting to become her right-hand man was clearly recorded, and there was even an emoticon with a red scarf and a clenched fist attached next to it. That kind of ideology, that certainly has to give competence. 100 faiths is nothing. Sprinkles! Yu Luo waved his big hand, and the green blades moved once again. In fact, when that green stopped, Zhang Zue briefly communicated with his sister in his mind, and immediately after that, he didn't even hesitate at all and quickly knelt down. Mountain Goddess, thank you for your kindness. I will definitely go through fire and water for you in the future. Zhang Lin had a feeling in his heart that this blade didn't seem to be coming towards his side at first, and there was even some hesitation when it came to this side. But since the blades had stopped, It meant that the mountain goddess had seen her, and if she didn't seize the opportunity to perform at this time, when else would she have to wait? So she simply knelt down. This speed of Zhang Lei stunned all those surrounding villagers of the Zhang family village, and those villagers still haven't reacted even now. In the next second, only this golden light was seen to shine, slowly falling into the young girl's brow. Those who saw this scene around pounded their chests. Why had they not thought of it and said these words to the mountain goddess? If they had been the first to kneel down, would they have been the first to be blessed? However, the bestowal of blessings had already ended, and it was too late for these people just to regret anymore, and they could only look at all the villagers with envious gazes who had golden light emanating from their eyebrows. In the middle of the day, the first Linjia village villager to be blessed jumped up. The mountain goddess is above me, and I have the ability to do the same. This was a man with a big waist, and his maiden was none other than the woman with wings. Lin Tai all day long is the most envious of their own mother, cannot wait to put their own daughter-in-law as a mountain goddess mother for up, every day to see people are happy. Today, he has the ability to do the same. Tai Zi, what's your ability? A nearby villager from the Lin family village inquired curiously. Just to show you guys, Lin Tai was excited while raising his hand. In the next second, his entire body turned into a stone pier, becoming a stone statue. A group of people around the room. The men were startled, and it took a while for them to work up the courage to take a few steps forward and look quietly, and some even went up to touch it, but they were rejected by the stone hands. I have a maiden. This maiden cannot be allowed. Lin Tai jumped straight up in fear. From a distance, it looked like a stone sculpture had suddenly come to life and was still bouncing around. A group of Linjia village people laughed. Mal, what ability did you obtain? This time when the blessing was bestowed, Lin Mal also obtained abilities. So old lady Gongsun inquired curiously from the side. Rimmer thought for a moment and waved at the sky. Just a flock of birds and butterflies flew over, and she just said a few words softly, and a few birds left her hand and brought in a few fruits. I can understand these animals and ask for their help. Lim hesitated. She had a feeling that the ability wasn't so much that it could even be used for combat, except that she hadn't explored it as of yet. Good. Old Mrs. Gongsun was very happy. Her great-granddaughter's ability was somewhat similar to her own emotion of sensing plant and animal abilities, and it was even more powerful. The Lin family village laughed and those believers around them envied while puffing out their chests. Even though they had less power, they had been blessed by the mountain goddess, and who could tell what would happen in the future? Maybe they could be rewarded by the mountain goddess and gain even more powerful abilities. In the Zhang family village, a group of villagers also gathered around. All of them were very curious about the abilities that Zhang Yu and Zhang Zimin had acquired. Compared to the Lin family village, their Zhang family village only had 2 soul seedlings, and a group of people were rare. Be careful, don't bump it. Zhang Ming looked over nervously. 2. It's not so bad that it breaks on a bump. The abilities they both gained were really quite special though? Zhang Shuttle subconsciously squatted on the ground and pressed her hands against the earth. What's wrong? Sensing something? Grandma Zhang asked nervously. Chapter 89, do believers have to take a test too? In the next second, a wall of earth went up, and everyone was startled. Immediately after that, light erupted in the eyes of the villagers of Zhangjia village. This kind of earth wall can be really powerful. If those bandits rushed over again and saw this kind of miraculous sight, I am afraid that they would have already softened their legs in fear. Where would they dare to raise their swords? Zhang Lama didn't stop there. As she gently shook, the earth wall in front of her collapsed with a loud bang, and all the dirt began to collect again, slowly piling up, as if it wanted to coalesce into a humanoid shape. However, she had only obtained this ability to control earth today, and she was not even skilled enough to pile up all this earth. Even so, Zhang Yao and the Zhang Jing in his mind were already very satisfied. This was simply more powerful than the supernatural powers in the movie novels. At least the powers would feel depleted after use. She felt nothing. As for how many times this ability can be used, I guess I'll have to do some research. In doing so, they picked up a great bargain, and were fortunate to have followed the villagers all the way here and not given up on this worship. Sis, do you think you'll be able to control a drow when the time comes for me to coalesce? Will we be able to walk outside together by then? Zhang was eager to try and couldn't wait to immediately be able to raise his strength and then proceed to try. It's not clear yet. I can't come out at the moment. Zhang Jing was also very eager, wishing to be able to walk freely instead of sharing a body with her sister. The mountain goddess of this world is also too powerful, Zhang Lun muttered in his heart. She turned her head to look over and found that Zhang Yu had also begun to display his abilities, and the other party simply waved her hand, and a stream of water rushed over, startling all the believers around her. Zhang Yu herself was shocked. She didn't expect this current to be so big, as if it was that turbulent river that almost didn't wash away a group of villagers. At the critical moment, golden light flashed once again in the mountain god's temple, and all the water currents disappeared. Exclamation after exclamation came from the other directions of the ranks of believers, a sign that they were shocked at the abilities the others had gained. The powers those people gained weren't in any way inferior to theirs, and they looked extraordinarily powerful in all forms. Alright, the blessing of the mountain goddess has ended. Those who live inside those villages below the mountain should go back early, or it will be dark by the time they get down the mountain. Come over here, villagers of the Zhang clan village, as well as other villagers who are willing to stay in the barren mountains. I'll first assign you places to live, and in the meantime, you'll need to build your own houses up. While speaking, Gongsun old lady also glanced at Zhang Su. This little girl's ability is really good. Directly can put up an earth wall, then build an earth house is not a matter of course, perfect for these homeless villagers at the moment. There is a cave near our Lin family village, which is very clean and was meant to be used as a shelter, so we can let you live there for a while, and then you can move out when you have finished building your own house. As for the house, you can just build it next door to the Lin family village, just so the two villages can take care of each other. Second, take the men and help them pack up so these neighbors can have a hot meal before dark. At the old lady's command, all the villagers of the Lin family village came forward to help. Even Lin Xiu's Lin Zhu and the two of them were eager to try. Good boys, you two go play with Tiger, and let the adults get on with their business. Old Mrs. Gongsun looked lovingly at the group of little ones. Before dark, the Lin family village had stewed meat in a cauldron in front of the village. These were the newly gained abilities of the villagers, who had gone to the next mountain to hunt. The group was so rare with the abilities they had acquired that they all wanted to show off and came back loaded. This meat smells so good. Lin Xiu and Lin Zhu, who were tired of playing, ran over and looked at such a large pot of meat with a look of amazement. Old ancestor, can we eat it too? The two little ones looked over blearily. Lin Feng, who was holding his sister behind him, also gulped. Of course you can eat it. Everyone in our Lin family village can eat it. Old Mrs. Gongsun was all smiles. The mountain goddess gave us our abilities so that each of us could live a good life, be able to protect ourselves, and eating well certainly counts. Thank you, mountain goddess. A group of children from the Lin family village cheered out. In the cave, Zhang, who had just organized her bag, also heard the cheers in the distance, and she inhaled her nose, smelling the aroma of meat coming from that direction of the Lin family village. You're hungry, aren't you? Come and have a bite of the cake. This is what we brought from home. It can still pad your stomach. The old lady shivered and took out the dry cake at the bottom of the bundle. Zhang Shimizu shook his head and pushed the dry biscuits out. You eat first, Grandma, you haven't eaten all day. There are just 2 cakes inside this package. And Zhang Rails remembers clearly that there was 1 cake for each person on the road. At that time she thought that her grandmother's side had already finished eating. Who knew that the old man had hidden the pie? I have the ability now. It won't be hard to go change some food. Grandma, you can eat this first. Zhang Lima knew in her heart how important it was for the others in the cave for her to have the ability of an earth wall. However, the old man was very insistent, and just as the two were at a standstill, a group of children ran outside Shandong. Sister Rain, Sister Ritual, you quickly bring the people together to eat. We'll all have meat to eat. Half an hour later, the group was gathered around the open space in front of the Lin family village, eating meat while tearing up. I didn't think they could eat so well when they didn't even have a home. In the crowd, Zhang Su watched his grandmother eat her meal and finally sighed in relief. She looked up towards the Lin family village, a village where the villagers were also happily eating, with no worries about the future at all. Those bandits, it seemed, had no effect on the villagers of the Lin family village. It's also true that the mountain goddess is so powerful. How could she let a group of bandits in? Taking a step back, even if those bandits rushed in, could they leave safely or not? Because most of the people in the Lin family village possessed abilities, especially that woman called Cui Ying, who was able to control dozens of fire snakes, and could directly devour those bandits. Thinking of this, a trace of warmth surged in Zhang Yao's heart. It's so nice that there's a flurry of activity out there. All the chaos has nothing to do with the barren mountains, and everyone can still have a full meal and a good night's sleep in peace here. Those villagers outside, too, have the barren mountain as a way back, and are not left without a way out. Perhaps this is the true purpose of the mountain goddess, to create a peach blossom for this chaotic world? As Zhang was pondering something in her mind, she then communicated with her sister together in her mind. Inside the idle space, Yu Luo was checking out the abilities that these believers had obtained. 31 new believers gained abilities, and if she could train these people well, she could have many more helpers. The abilities gained by this group of new believers were also good, especially Zhang Zui of the Twin Souls, Zhang Yu, the sister of the Zhang family's mother, and Lin Mao. In addition to these, there are believers who have gained natural abilities such as earth splitting, gale force winds, and lightning flashes. There are also some people who have gained abilities similar to Mrs. Gongsuan's, who can communicate with plants and animals, and are able to understand the needs of those plants and animals. Compared to those natural abilities, Yu Luo felt that it was still these communication abilities that were the best to use, most suitable for building homes, growing food and raising animals. And of course the attack types are great at protecting the Arakan home. By now, the barren mountain had initially formed a certain size, and even without her presence, it could defend itself against foreign enemies. Bestowing blessings is simple. You have a blessing quota every month. Even if the quota is exceeded, the faith value deducted is not much. The hard part is managing these believers. The system alerted on the side. Yu Luo nodded. She had naturally considered this before bestowing her blessings and already had a plan in mind. You're right about the system, but you'll have to let them study before you manage them, and you'll have to make a rule that all those who can't graduate will all have their abilities withdrawn. In the future, the bestowal of blessings will not only examine the faith value, but also the score, so that the cultural strength and ideological awareness of all believers can be raised up. This time, the direct blessing is also no way. The bandits over there have become swarms. This winter does not know how many things happen. An additional group of capable people, but also to let these people have the power of self-protection. The system was dumbfounded. It was the first time it had heard that believers also had to take a test. I don't know how broken those people had to be when they were studying, but the host does have a point in considering it. What's wrong with giving a little more if you want to have the ability consistently and live successfully in this chaotic world? It's good to learn more and know more, and it's good to manage. It's not like the host told them to go west and they all went east, right? It's not possible for the host to send a group of believers to fight against the enemy, only to have them all get lost in the middle of the road, right? It's not possible for the host to send a group of believers to trade, only to have them get lost in the middle of the road, right? System, that group of bandits can't stay. Yu Luo finished determining the next management plan and thought of that group of bandits again. Chapter 90 Wasteland Management System. As early as when he first learned about the situation in Zhangjia village, Yu Luo had already had a killing intent, only that Zhang Yu was the only believer there at the time, and the other party had not yet received the ability to bestow blessings. Even though Yu Luo had already seen the scene over there was nothing he could do. If that group of bandits came to the barren mountains, she had 10,000 ways to let the group die without a burial place, but the Z County side was just too far away to whip around. That group of people did deserve to die. The villages near Zhangjia village have also suffered. It is estimated that a lot of people have died. Do you have any plans? The system asked calmly. What's the plan? Yu Luo sneered. Since they dared to do such things, let the victims take their revenge. You want to invoke a soul? The system froze. Where are you thinking? It's not so bad that those people's souls will come back again. I'm going to create a reward list, and on the list must be those who have committed great crimes, such as those bandits who slaughtered villages, and all the information needs to be vetted before it can be put up. Other believers can provide contribution points as support, and a team of capable believers can be formed to tackle the people on the list, which is also considered indirect revenge. As for why she didn't have her people just go and solve the bandits, more and more of these things would happen in the future, so how could she possibly finish solving them? She's a god, not a babysitter who has to keep everyone safe. She is responsible for her believers first, and deals with those things second. Moreover, one can't let those believers work for nothing, right? Going out on missions could be dangerous, and those contribution points were equivalent to payment. Not only that, even she could post a portion of her quests on it without having to use a megaphone to contact these believers every day. Of course, everything has to be carefully polished and systematized in order to function properly. This sounds like a mysterious killer organization inside a novel. The system muttered. The direction the host had chosen was not what it had even expected, but it was kind of interesting to see what the barren mountain could eventually become. The village of Lingjia in the deserted mountains. The group ate and drank their fill, and even lit a fire and sat there chatting and roasting while they did so. At this moment, Zhang Long had been replaced with Zhang Jing. She surveyed everything in the Lin family village and noticed that many women were weaving cloth. These people weaving method is still quite primitive. Some of them are similar to the Han Dynasty period of coiled loom. Legs have two crossbar and a twisting. When weaving, the cloth need to be tied to the end of the warp yarn on the top of the wooden pole, the other end of the tie in the waist. This method of weaving was very physically demanding, but these women in front of them didn't feel any fatigue. The villagers of the Lin family village were all very physically fit. Could it be because of this barren mountain? Or the mountain goddess? Zhang Jing was pondering in her mind. She saw that there was another earthen kiln near the Lin family village and was about to walk over to take a look, but she was stopped. Shortness, can you use your earth wall ability to create an earth house for us first? A villager from the Zhang clan village came over to inquire. Everyone else was looking forward to it. Making a house is fine, but my earthen walls won't last long, and you'll need to pay me. I don't work for nothing. Zhang Jing glanced at them and made his words very clear. There was some hesitation from the group. They all understood. And it wasn't that they didn't want to give the silver. That group of bandits slaughtered the village for their belongings, and many people's family wealth had already been taken by those bandits. They simply couldn't take out much. Zhang Jing sighed secretly in her heart and thought of this, just that there was only one elderly grandmother in their family, so if they didn't collect the money, what would they eat in the future? While remaining in a group of people's despondency, a figure came from the side of the Lin family village. Hello guys, I'm from the Lin family village, and my paternal grandmother is old lady Gongsun. Lin Mal briefly introduced himself. The mountain goddess has sent me here to manage your village for the time being, so I'll go over with you the rules that are currently set in place in the barren mountains, and what you need to do next. A group of new believers hastily shut their mouths and listened attentively. Then why don't you discuss the payment for making earthen houses again? Any transaction on our side of the desolate mountain uses contribution points. As long as you participate in the homesteading of the barren mountains and do anything meaningful, you can earn contribution points. Contribution points can be used for trading, as well as exchanging for cultivated fields, cotton clothes, and new types of grain seeds bestowed by the mountain goddess. Lim handed over a form. This was a table created by Lin Mal based on husbandman's proposal, which listed many items of contribution points. The villagers of Zhang's village and other new believers gathered around curiously, but most of the villagers could not read or write and had to scratch their heads to find someone else. Don't worry, I'll go on to describe the rules of the barren mountain, so you guys listen first. Lin Mal spoke in an unhurried tone and went over all the precautions. What? We have to study for a test next? Those who gained the ability jumped straight up. They were all women who did work at home, and rough crop men. Where would they learn? Why? What's the problem? Lin Mal looked over faintly. No. A group of people shook their heads in succession. How would they dare? And if you don't pass the test, you have to cancel the ability to do so. And many people are so anxious that they can't wait to go over there and study right away. That's fine then. Those who want to participate in the various contribution point programs tomorrow can already sign up from now. The villagers of the Lin family village next to him moved a small table, and Lin Mal sat on it and began to record one by one. Contribution points were equivalent to the gold and silver of a barren mountain. Those villagers could still think clearly. They naturally wouldn't let it go, and one by one, they all flocked up. Only Zhang Jing at the end of the crowd looked at these people thoughtfully. Are there any other travelers in the deserted mountains? That's a familiar set. Chapter 91 Cooperation with Arakan. What? You're saying that the bandits over in Z County have already slaughtered 3 villages? Su Rurong slammed the table. What's a bandit? It's those bandits who have no fixed territory and make a living by robbing and stealing. In the past, there weren't so many bandits over here. That is, they really came and didn't dare to slaughter the village so arrogantly. So something else must have happened. Go check it out. Not long after, those constables came back to report. In fact, those things weren't hard to find out. Su Rurong paid great attention to the security of Desolate County, and had already sent people to keep an eye on the outskirts of the county as early as some time ago. 1 or 2 stragglers had already come from outside the county, and it was the small number of these stragglers that did not attract attention. However, once Su Rurong analyzed the words based on what these stragglers had said, she immediately felt that something big was wrong. It seemed that old Mrs. Gongsuan's statement was true, and this chaos had even come earlier. Some people have already risen up on the northern side, and even recruited a team of 10,000 people in a short period of time. These bandits were probably thinking that it would soon be chaotic and came over to take advantage of the chaos. Mr. Magistrate, what are we going to do with these stragglers? Don't look at them now as just 1 or 2. Very well settled. When there is complete chaos, these stragglers are hundreds or even thousands. County Executive Chen still knows quite a bit about all this. Since ancient times, in times of war and famine, the most troublesome people are the displaced persons, and it would cost a lot of food to give these people kanji. The food in the deserted county was already low, and it was still the county magistrate who tried to get it over, so it wouldn't last long at all. Then, if those people are left alone, these bandits will gather and disrupt the normal life of the people in the deserted county, and even mix with those bandits and become new bandits. What? You're saying there will be hundreds, even thousands of stragglers next? Su Rurong didn't have as much of a headache as he thought he would. Instead his eyes lit up. County Executive Chen, is the magistrate crazy? How can you be so happy about something like this? Think about it. What do you guys need most right now? Su Rurong snapped her hands together. Grain. County Minister Chen subconsciously said. Wrong. What we need most now is people. With more people, we can quickly build those cold-proof houses, and we can also take this time to thicken the walls of our county town. What could be more secure than building a high wall and having a larger population? But the food. Even Luo Yong next to him was a bit hesitant. There's no problem with the grain. I've already discussed it with Big Brother Zhong, and he'll come over with the grain. And when I just got the silver, I've already sent someone to the provincial city to buy grain. As long as our food lasts through this winter, we'll get through this crisis. Even County Executive Chen was in deep thought. Was this really okay? Even if they did succeed in establishing those houses and walls, but whenever the rebels attacked, there was nothing they could do in Wasteland County. County Minister Chen sighed. He felt that war was really more of a headache than demons and evils. There's no need to be afraid. Aren't there still barren mountains? Su Rurong had an inexplicable confidence when she thought of the mountain goddess and those believers who possessed abilities. Speak of the devil. Chuiying happened to come over with a few of the Lin family village's ladies. She explained the villagers of the Zhang family village that the Zhang family maiden had brought with her, and turned to inquire. Mr. Magistrate, the magistrate of Z County has been completely inactive and letting things slide. What are you going to do? When Su Rurong heard this, he immediately became energized, knowing that the critical moment had come. This Cui Nyangzi's words must have been asked for the mountain goddess, who was also examining his attitude. Su Rurong then said all of her intentions, including for the treatment of all the stragglers that would follow. Cui Ying nodded, then immediately added, has Magistrate Su ever thought about cooperating with Arakan? Deserted Mountain is located in Deserted County and is originally one with Deserted County. If there is a crisis on this side of Deserted County, Deserted Mountain will surely be in trouble as well. There may be rebels coming next. If you are willing to cooperate, Arakan will send a certain number of capable believers to guard the safety of the county office and the county town. But you must also proclaim the mountain goddess. Bring more believers to the mountain goddess, and let us bring people to the barren mountains every so often to pay our respects. Also, all ability believers who have been blessed by the mountain goddess are under the administration of the desolate mountain. This method, old Mrs. Gongsun and Lin Aniong had come up with it before, except that at that time, Wasteland County hadn't yet suffered a crisis and didn't need anyone to guard it at all. Now that the bandits are in turmoil, the villagers in the nearby villages are likely to experience a crisis, and rebels may come over in the future. A small county can definitely not be defended. This side of the deserted county also needs to set up the mountain god school. From the age of 3 up to 80 years old, all can come to the school to study. The gender of the students is not differentiated between men and women, nor can they be treated differently based on their status. Can it be done? What's so hard about it? That's the way it should be in the schoolhouse. Very well. The Arakan mountainside will also provide some material support for the Mountain God Academy, and will also give a certain number of bestowal slots. But accordingly, the husbandman in the academy must be one of us from Arakan Mountain. In addition to these, this side of the deserted county must also establish a mountain god temple. Chuiying said a few more regulations, presenting each one clearly. Deal. Su Rurong quickly clapped her hands without any hesitation at all. In this case, what could be more reliable than the mountain goddess as a backer? Not only could he deal with demons and evils, but also with bandits and chaotic rebels, and one more second of hesitation on his part would be disrespectful to the lives of these people. Don't look at all these ordinances. These down-to-earth things are more useful than those empty promises. The Chun County minister in the back was dumbfounded, and could only watch as the group quickly drew up the ordinance and even pressed their handprints. No, you don't even hesitate? Isn't this the equivalent of involving the mountain goddess in the management of the deserted county? However, County Minister Chen quickly thought of that one emperor in the capital who was plotting with demons and the Yin kingdom next door who directly recruited demons as their state masters, and could only hold his forehead helplessly. The emperor has delegated his power to demons and evils. What's a little county like them? And the mountain goddess is recognized by that powerful demon hunter. So maybe that's a mutation in the underworld? Chuiying soon left on her own, leaving Lu Xian and a few other matrons here to keep Arakaki County safe for the time being. Nowadays, Lu Xian was already able to hear the movements outside of the deserted county, but whenever there was something, she could bring the other two matrons to deal with it in time, and even if she didn't have the means to cope with it, she could quickly run to the deserted mountainside to seek support. Mistress Lu, you guys will stay at the county office for the time being. Su Rurong thought about it and still arranged for the people to stay in the backyard of the county office. At present, the matter of the bandits has not spread. Those people do not know that a few ladies are the people sent by Arakan Mountain to help Arakan County. Living in the outside courtyard, and keep coming and going to the county office may cause speculation. It is better to live in the backyard openly and honestly. Good. When the time comes, we will go to the situation around deserted county to see what's going on, and the magistrate will just call my name directly if there's anything. No matter where I am in deserted county, I will be able to hear it. Lu Xian looked very calm on the surface, but she was actually still a bit of a wimp inside. She was not a bold one in the first place. She was scared to death last time she encountered those little monsters, and the first time she interacted with the magistrate. She was likewise a little scared, but when she thought of the barren mountains and the mountain goddess, she immediately puffed out her chest again. She was now representing the mountain goddess and the image of the barren mountain. so how could she show her cowardice at a critical time? So Lu Xian followed her sister-in-law's example and tried her best not to show any other expressions, and from beginning to end, she was pale and looked really quite imposing. Mistress Lu, it's been hard on you. Su Rurong also understood for a second. The ability possessed by this Lin family village's maiden was estimated to be a smooth ear, so it was no wonder that Arakan Mountain would send this maiden over. This ability was indeed very convenient. Those bandits outside were afraid that if they were really eyeing the village in Arakan County, they were still planning it, and they had already heard it clearly on their side. Su Rurong thought again of the scene where that Lady Cui controlled dozens of fire snakes in a single breath, letting them come and go, and her mind pondered again. He had previously thought that the abilities bestowed by this mountain goddess were all similar to psychic abilities, but now it seemed there was still a big difference. Other than that, Lin and Yang and Choi Yung's abilities alone are over the top. How could a normal strength alien directly kick a mountain rock into powder? Those fire snakes, too, all possessed spirituality and could actively attack the enemy, which was simply not something an alien ability could do. No matter how you count it, this partnership is not a loss. Chapter 92, Stealing the Joy. The incident of the bandits slaughtering the village was so horrifying that it didn't take long for it to spread throughout Arakan County. The streets were talking about it, and even the three big grain merchants were much more honest and took the initiative to lower the price of grain once. It can't be helped. The ones who are most afraid of these bandits are actually these big families. Because they were so conspicuous, the group of bandits could know their address with a little inquiry, and several large grain merchants finally felt afraid. These big families who hired a lot of household servants were afraid, not to mention the ordinary people of the deserted county. Many people were scared. Even the people entering and leaving the county were much less. When Luo Yang went back, he was called over for dinner by his cousin again, and he thought about it and agreed. Yongzi, what happened to those bandits? Did our county magistrate have anything to say? Li Qian was in a hurry. Her old home was in Shuishi village on the edge of Arakan County, surely one of the first villages to be targeted by the bandits. There's no need to worry too much. The magistrate has already sent people to check out the surrounding villages, but if there's anything that blows in the wind, we'll be able to know about it in advance. Luo Yang comforted. Then he told the story of the cooperation between the county office and Mount Desert. This is not a secret. Before long the county magistrate will publicize it throughout the county, and to say it in advance is also to let the cousin's family make preparations earlier. During this period of time, the Li family also had some understanding of Desolate Mountain through Luo Yang, knowing that the mountain goddess on the other side of Desolate Mountain was very powerful. I hope I can cure those damnable bandits. Li Qian clasped her hands together and prayed in her heart. When Luo Yang left, other families in the alley came over to ask questions. Although most of the people living in this alley are scholars, but only the Li family has a relationship with the government. Everyone is very afraid of that group of bandits, and want to come over to spy on the news to see what the county magistrate has moved. What? The county office is working with the mountain goddess of the barren mountains. Isn't this nonsense? A Xiao Kai frowned tightly. Yes, we've heard that there's only the Lin family village living inside the barren mountains, and everyone is an ordinary crop farmer. What can they do? Isn't this making fun of the people of our entire county? The ant next to him followed and agreed. The entire village of the Lin family village moved into the barren mountains, except for two of the families. The entire village has been empty. The other villages have heard about it. The two people who had just spoken were better informed, and they still knew better. That's because it's incredible to know. I used to think that the county magistrate was a good official, but now it seems that he is also confused. That Xiao Kai hated it. Words can't be said like that. Li Qian felt uncomfortable in her heart. That cousin of hers was still of good character. Surely he would not cheat his own family. Since Luo Yang had said that the Arakan mountainside had helped deal with a very tricky matter and solved the guy who was secretly haunting the village, the villagers of the Lin family village definitely had strength. At this time, it's already a great favor that people are willing to take the initiative to come forward and help. So are they still picking and choosing? Why can't this be said? It may already be chaotic out there, and at such a critical time, shouldn't manpower be organized to patrol the deserted county to safeguard the lives of the people? This showman has read a lot of books and he thinks he is still very experienced. The magistrate is also a first-time official, and doesn't understand the twists and turns, so I guess he's been tricked. He remembered that the three grain merchants sent a lot of silver to the county government. This easily obtains silver. Just do not know to cherish. Only a short time to squander out. Xiao Kai Chai. The current county government office only has a total of about 10 constables. Patrolling the county can't even patrol the county town, let alone the surrounding villages. If you don't look for other people, could it be possible for Xiao Kai Gong to let you go out and patrol yourself? Li Qian raised an eyebrow. The opposite showman held his red face. How do you talk? Where is it your business for a scholar to talk? Where's the sense in letting a Xiao Kai go out on patrol? Wouldn't that be fine? You don't even want to go out. Who are you looking for to patrol? Li Chan laughed. People caused to protect the deserted counties, so you guys just steal the joy. Don't talk behind their backs all day. With that she turned and left. Behind her, her husband looked around and could only continue to follow her. Qian, you're also giving too little face to Chai Xiaocai. He is a Xiaocai after all, the man whispered. Li Qian glanced at him and didn't continue to talk about Chai Xiaocai's matter. Instead inquiring, Luo Yang said that the Mountain Gods Academy is going to start next in Desolate County. I plan to send both my son and daughter there. That's not quite right. At least I'm a child student, fully capable of teaching 2 children. The man was a bit hesitant. Li Bin, don't you really understand? I want more than just 2 children who can read and write. I want them to join Desolate Mountain. Li Qian's eyes were filled with ambition. The magistrate is working with Arakan. There are so many powerful people in that place. Our son and daughter can become powerful too. Will this work? Li Bin really couldn't think of anything. Arakan wasn't much more powerful. Aren't we all human? Alright, there's no need for you to ask about things at home. You study and go. Li Qian waved her hand. She went to find her son and daughter. Big River Village. The villagers of this village likewise heard about the bandits and were on edge for a while. Instead, the atmosphere was heavy in a home at the head of the village. Father and mother, why aren't you guys eating yet? As soon as Ma Chi entered the door, he noticed the atmosphere. Did Qing Ping give birth? Nothing happened, right? He asked again, only to have his parents across the table remain silent. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Granny Ma snorted coldly. What else can happen? Your wife has a wild heart, and it's just as well that she gave birth to a daughter. We just said a few words, and then we followed the example of Wu Chuiying next door and left with the child. Maisie's head was spinning. No, Qingping has just given birth and you guys are letting her go? In this weather, it's so windy outside. What if she faints on the road? He was in a hurry. What can we do if she insists on leaving? You don't have to worry too much. Where can someone like her whose home is far away go? Freeze outside for a while, then you'll know it's wrong. Granny Ma narrowed her eyes. You guys are just crazy. Maisie didn't even put down the bag in her hand and ran straight towards the outside. Son, you haven't taken out the coins you got from working at the county magistrate's place. Granny Ma wanted to go after him, but she was swept by the cold wind that hit her face and hurried into the house. Why has it gotten so cold outside? She mumbled as she closed the door. Each one of you is a demon. Let's see where you can run to. Chapter 93 Admitting Fengqingping. Nearby the Dave village was the Lin family village, and the only people Motzi could ask were the Lin family's old lady and Grandpa Lin. However, after he opened his mouth to inquire, he saw old Mrs. Lin's contemptuous look. See, another one who learns from Wu Chuiying, one by one. I think it is to steal. Before old Mrs. Lin could finish, their window was slammed. Dead old woman. Let me hear you say one more word about my sister and you'll try it. The window was smashed right in half, and a shovel-wielding man outside glared angrily over. Old Mrs. Lin shivered and hurriedly left this side and ran to another room. Big brother Wu. Ma Chi hurriedly chased after him. My lady left too. Do you know which direction she ran off in? When that brother Wu heard that, he immediately looked over with a critical gaze, his expression full of reproach. It's with people like Lin Er Luo and you that my sister is missing. What have you been doing early? Running out to find it at this hour. I tell you, it's late. Brother Wu huffed and walked away. Brother Wu. Ma Chi hurriedly chased after him, begging for half a day before learning the direction of his lady. Your lady is probably off to the deserted mountains, and I'll tell you what, if you're not going to treat her right, let her go. The barren mountain has the mountain goddess, and there is old lady Gonsun, also other believers. The days are definitely better than your family. Brother Wu sighed. He wished that his own sister would have run off to the deserted mountains, and that he wouldn't have not heard a word from her until now. Now that it's so chaotic out there and those bandits are slaughtering villages, how can Chuiying live alone? Over here, the corners of Motzi's frozen mouth shivered for half a day before he finally carried his own bag and made up his mind. I'll follow my daughter-in-law. Father and mother don't treat me well anyway. They only have Big Brother in the county town in their hearts. Not only that, but the older brother in the county doesn't even want to support his parents. But the older two still treat each other like treasures. Maisie saw it very clearly. She just hadn't been willing to admit it. Now he is considered to know how confused he is. For the sake of this unwarranted affection, let Qingping follow him to suffer all the time. Just gave birth not long ago, and ran out of the door with the child in his arms. He didn't even dare to imagine how Changping, with such a weak body in such cold weather, would be able to climb up the barren mountain. If he falls on the road, won't his daughter lose her life? At the thought of this, Motzi was so anxious that he hurriedly ran towards the barren mountain with his own bag on his back. In fact, Fengqingping really wasn't too cold right now. She hadn't been running out of the house long before Chuiying, who was on patrol, saw her. When Chuiying asked why, he picked up the child without saying a word and released 2 fire snakes. One of its fire snakes surrounded Feng Qingping, and the other surrounded the child in his arms. Go, I'll take you to the Barren Mountain. As long as you're willing to believe in the mountain goddess, the Barren Mountain will be your new home from now on. This mountain goddess, is she the goddess that lady entrusts? Feng Qingping inquired apprehensively. When she was in the middle of her pregnancy, it was Lady An who saved her life from entering the mansion of the Lady of Delivery. She knew all about the later destruction of the Lady of the Sending Sun by the Lady of the Mountain Goddess, and the transformation of the male babies in the village of Day into one little monster after another, revolting those relatives around her. So Feng Qingping had always been very grateful to An Yangzi. If the other party hadn't found a reason to put off that granny, sure, not only would she have lost her life, even her child would have to become a monster. You know An Yangzi? By the way, you are from Day Village, which is very close to Linjia Village, Cui Ying muttered. That's right, the god that Lady entrusts is none other than the mountain goddess, and as long as you're willing to trust as well, you'll be able to live near Lady and in the future. Alright, I'll go. Feng Qingping nodded repeatedly, those eyes filled with light. Qingping, wait a moment, are you still not out of the moon? I see that you are very weak, so wait a little longer and I'll find someone to take you up. Cui Ying was keenly aware of the woman's pale face. Feng Qingping subconsciously nodded her head. It wasn't long before an old man drifted over in front of the barren mountain, and when the old man arrived, he just gently raised his hand. Feng Qingping then felt like her entire body was floating. There seemed to be a wall of air around her. Not even a trace of wind could penetrate. Master Lin, let's go back. Cui Ying's words fell, and she floated up as well. Along the way, they didn't feel any mountain wind, and in less than an incense stick of time, they drifted to the territory of the Lin family village. Feng Qingping, who was wrapped in a wall of air, was dumbstruck and unable to speak in surprise. These people, they're all so powerful, aren't they? Then the legendary mountain goddess must be even more powerful. These guys are so good, so what can she do? Instead, Feng Qingping was a little apprehensive, feeling that she most likely wouldn't be able to help in any way. The feeling made her very anxious. The Lin family village was willing to take her in, and Lady Cui had even offered to provide shelter. So how could she eat here for nothing? How come you came to the barren mountains and are unhappy instead? Cui Ying acutely sensed her situation. Feng Qingping was a little embarrassed to say what was in her mind. How can it be impossible to help? It's a time when Arakan is in short supply, so whatever you do can contribute to Arakan. This, Cui Ying could still be sure of. Look at those sisters-in-law who are weaving. Don't look at them as if they've been weaving here all along, but they actually have contribution points to take every day. Contribution points? Yes, our desolate mountain currently does not circulate gold and silver, only contribution points. Everyone can take on quests. Even those children can go to the neighborhood to collect firewood in exchange for contribution points. As long as you have contribution points, you can exchange them for a place to live, as well as for food and fields. Of course, those residences are still under construction and will be ready for redemption when they are finished. Cui Ying patiently told all of this. Then is it okay if I make clothes? My grandma has a good mind and makes exceptionally beautiful clothes. I used to learn from her for a few years. Feng Qingping hurriedly pointed to the clothes inside the small quilt. This is a dress I sewed before my daughter was born. Will you take a look at it? Mrs. Cui, originally, Feng Qingping didn't have such good fabrics, but Granny Ma thought that this child was the eldest grandchild and completely ripped it off. So she had the opportunity to make a little dress for her daughter. She had a falling out with her in-laws not long ago because her mother-in-law wanted to take away the only small clothes she had and to give her daughter away. The incident of the baby girl's tower in Linha village next door is still fresh in our minds, and when the officials came to tear down the tower, everyone saw those tiny corpses inside. She was really afraid that her mother-in-law would find a way to get her daughter killed. After all, this weather is so cold, randomly left outside. Within one night, the child will definitely be able to freeze to death. Feng Qingping ran out with a breath of air holding the child, and soon regretted it, because the child is still small now and cannot be frozen at all. Luckily, she met such a kind Cui Yangzi, and the Arakan mountain and mountain goddess who were willing to take her in. Cui Ying took a look and was surprised in his heart. All these little clothes were very cute, simply more refined than the clothes sold inside those ready-made clothes stores in the county. Mistress Feng, just relax. According to this dressmaking craft of yours, you'll definitely have a lot of contribution points to take in the future, and at this level, there is no one else who can match it. Uniquely, at this time, in the future, if the villagers in Arakan need new clothes, won't they all have to come here to buy them? With Cui Yangzi's affirmation, Feng Qingping finally revealed a smile. Okay, from now on, I'll be making clothes in Desolate Mountain. Everyone can come to me if they need anything. Okay, then you can stay here in peace from now on and take care of the child first. The Wu family had more wooden huts, and she let her two children sleep together, just enough to free up a room for Feng Qingping. When Qingping earned contribution points from making clothes, She could hire someone to build a house or just exchange it for a house. Do-yoon, you will sleep with your brother from now on, Choi-young instructed lightly. Woo Do-yoon nodded his head repeatedly. He naturally did not dare to disobey his mother again. The last time I questioned the mountain goddess, but now I don't even get a good look from my mother, and I have to go to the mountain temple every so often to kneel. But it was also the precipitation of this period of time that allowed both he and Heavy Nine to see the difference in this mountain goddess and feel endless remorse in their hearts. How could any demon or evil be so kind to them? Not only willing to shelter them, but also send them cotton seeds and grain seeds to keep them warm? Mother, don't worry. Chongjo and I will definitely do serious work in the future and work hard to build the barren mountain. Choi-ying gave him a slightly surprised look. It's good that you have this heart, but don't be complacent. In the future there will be more and more people coming to the barren mountain, and more ability believers. This bit of work you guys are doing is really nothing. Wunderkind. It's true that it's a real mother. Picking out the pain points to hit, he hung his head again, looking remorseful. Choi-ying was quite satisfied with his son's expression, and after settling Feng Qingping down, he quickly turned around and left. With the more powerful abilities she'd gained, she had more responsibilities, and had to patrol around the deserted county next. Lady Chui, going out again? The oncoming Lin Mal greeted her. Is Lady Chui going out on patrol? Or you can take these birds with you. Lim held up a pile of small, furry clumps. Chapter 94 Attempts at Ability. These are. Choi-young was a little confused as he held a group of furry donuts. Lady Chui, I've found a new use for this ability. Just release 2 birds over to every village you visit, and just stop by and give them a feed if you have time. As long as these birds are located, I can see the movements over there and can detect them in advance. If that group of bandits comes over, I'll have these birds alert you. This was the latest thing that Lin Mal had worked out, and she realized that not only was she able to communicate with those birds, but she was even able to overlay her ability to see farther into the birds. However, she only found out about it today, and only had time to cover a dozen or so birds, and thinking that those bandits could come over at any time, she rushed over to look for Cui Nyangzi. This ability is amazing. It's somewhat similar to my fire snakes. It would be nice if these fire snakes of mine could also be controlled from a distance. Lady Choi lamented. But it was just a sentiment. She was already satisfied that she was able to obtain such a powerful ability and didn't need to envy others. Lady Chui, I think you can take your time and try it out. The abilities that the mountain goddess has bestowed upon us are far more powerful than we can imagine, and there are no clear boundaries to these abilities. She only thought, at first, that she could only communicate with birds with this ability, but then she realized that she could also see farther with the eyes of a bird. You're right, I can also try to experiment more. This is an ability bestowed by the mountain goddess. Of course it's the most powerful. Nymphetess Chui was thoughtful, and while she pondered, she left holding the small furry ball. Lin Mel watched Chui Nyangzi go far away and also took the pamphlet in her hand, intending to go to Zhangjia village to take a look. Lu Fu Zi, what happened to your hair? As soon as she turned her head, she was surprised to see Lu Bai coming out from inside the wooden house with his messy hair. So this is how Master Shio Kai manages his image? Sorry, forgot to brush my hair. Lu Bai scratched his hair. He had just woken up not long ago, and had spent all night yesterday over in the valley observing the changes in the growth of the cotton, wishing he could become cotton and grow there. However, Lu Bai is ultimately an ordinary person, still need to rest, hurried back to take a nap, after waking up did not even have time to eat, and immediately had to run to the valley again, forgetting about his short hair into long hair. If only I could split up, there's not enough time in the day. Lu Bai was agonized in his heart. Those black fields are just amazing, like a real version of the farm game. Husbandman, as long as you become more and more devout in your faith in the mountain goddess, there is also a chance to gain abilities. Lin Mal crossed his hands and clenched his fists, his tone devout. Immediately after that, she beckoned and just spoke a few words to the birds next to her, and a group of birds all hooted and hollered and circled around the young girl. Lu Bai's eyes went straight with envy. Was this the benefit of believing in the mountain goddess? It felt even more impressive than a fairy tale, and just now he heard this maiden say that she could see farther through the birds. If he could get a similar ability, wouldn't he be able to observe more crops in the future without having to run around by himself? Lu Bai still has to teach those children and compile the textbook of the barren mountain. He is now so busy that he can't wait to manifest countless doppelgangers. It wasn't that he didn't trust this mountain goddess, it was just that it would take time to get a modern man to believe in God with unparalleled devotion. After all, he had received a godless education since childhood. Waiting doesn't seem like it's impossible to be devout. Lu Bai also thought of the other traveler he found yesterday in the barren mountain. That girl called Zhang behaved very much like a modern person. It was very likely that she had traveled here, together with Gu Rui next door. They already had 3 travelers here. 3 travelers are gathered together, all without a golden finger. while that mountain goddess can bestow blessings on believers. In other words, isn't this akin to the gold finger of a traveling god? Lu Bai brought the mountain goddess into the crossing of the great god and instantly felt like he could still go and worship. Ding! Your believer Lu Bai has come to a great realization and found the biggest golden thigh. Faith value plus 100. A voice of reminder from the system panel suddenly sounded. Yu Luo was slightly surprised. What exactly was it that made this traveler so trusting towards himself? Curious, she clicked on the panel and quickly saw what was on LeBlanc's mind at the moment. Yu Luo. There was so much truth in saying that she was a great god of crossing over. After all, there would be more crossing over in the future. In the barren mountains, not long after, just as Yu Luo wanted to check the situation of those newly arrived believers, he heard the sound of the system panel reminder again. Ding! Your believer Gu Rue has been convinced by the next door neighbor. Faith value increased by 100. Yu Luo was happy. Wasn't the next door neighbor Lu Bai? Looks like these two guys are good. Soon they will be able to bestow blessings. Then they can do more things again. Those who can do more can do more. Maybe it was even possible to actually draw out the split ability. As LeBlanc had hoped, the novel's heroine, Lin Lian, is traveling to the barren mountains. Is she released? The system that had been silent all day jumped out. Chapter 95 Accumulating Abilities. Lin Lian wasn't a believer. Yu Luo had no way to check the situation over there, and was trying to see if there were any other believers in the neighborhood when the screen over there popped right up. Yu Luo fixed her eyes on it, and it turned out that all of these images were aerial perspectives, and she was looking down on the land through the eyes of those birds. This is the ability of your devotee, Lin Mu. Her ability was bestowed by you and was originally dependent on you, so you can naturally see everything she can see. Not only that, but you can obscure her vision and shield her from some of her abilities. The system explains on the side. Yu Luo dawned on him. Is this the equivalent of subset and parent set? Containing and contained? System. It's the control of the gods. This ability is quite convenient. If more believers obtain this ability and they walk around the world, won't I be able to see those images outside in advance? Yu Luo was thoughtful. It would be a long time before her followers expanded around the world, but not with this kind of ability believer. Just one Lin Mal could monitor the scenes of the entire desolate county. A single Lu Xian could monitor the sounds of the entire desolate county. Just a few more were needed so she could see further. It's picture and sound again. So can those two abilities be combined? Lin Mal and Lu Xian definitely couldn't do it, but Yu Luo could still try. She clicked on two people's names to combine the abilities dotted behind them, and sure enough the screen changed again, and the panoramic map was filled with many more people's voices. It was kind of fun, even though she could hear it herself, but this way of playing the game relieved the boredom. Yu Luo studied the abilities of these believers while checking the movements on Lin Lian's side, and realized that this heroine of the novel was just checking out the movements of the Lin family village and didn't care much about it. However, she still gave Lin Lian a ban sign, and with this ban, no matter how much she tried, this fictional heroine could not take half a step into the barren mountain, and could only turn around at the bottom. You have blessed another 30 people. You can draw 3 times the divine ability. Do you draw it now? The system had been waiting for this for a long time, but as a result, after bestowing the blessing in the first place, Yu Luo never brought it up from the beginning to the end. System, do you think if I accumulate 10 times, I can draw out a golden ability? Yu Luo naturally wanted to draw the ability. That blackmail from the Sher family village had never appeared. She still wanted to pull that guy out. It was only that there was another high-powered official behind this demonic evil, who might be inextricably linked to the demonic evil over in the capital. Pulling one to start the whole body. She had to think of a stable method to control the demonic evil in Shurjia village first, or else it would lead to even more powerful blackmail, which would be very unfavorable for Arakan County. Yu Luo, as a trainee deity, did have a novice protection mode, and was not afraid of that demonic evil, but that was not the case for the people of the deserted county. Those around her, were her prepared believers? In case something happened, wouldn't there be fewer believers in the future? System, the golden ability you speak of, is it an even more powerful divine ability? There is no such probability by definition, and how long do you have to accumulate so much? So system, can you make an application on your end? Yu Luo was quite curious. Let the hundreds of novels she had read the routine. The general system of the system will have the main system. The same straight accompanied their own this system of becoming a god. And what existence has a relationship? The system was in deep thought. It's possible to apply, but you'll have to find out, and I'm not sure on my end. So it's possible to apply? Yu Luo's eyes brightened. But I don't think you need to get your hopes up either, because the timing of this is not well controlled. The system reminded again. It's fine, then I'll wait a little longer. Anyway, that demonic evil in Shurjia village has already hibernated, and I've accumulated a certain amount of faith values on my side. So the main task now is to build the barren mountain, and with 10 ability draws, it wasn't all that easy to accumulate, as she still needed to bestow 70 more, and it would take another 2 months to get them all together. The foot of a barren mountain. Lin Lian had already followed one of the people from the Lin family village here. Originally, she was trying to find out the current address of the Lin family village, wanting to know why that old lady Gongsun suddenly left with all the villagers. Who knew that after coming to the foot of the barren mountain, she had lost her way, and even that one familiar figure had lost her, not even having the time to talk to the other party. Impossible. I'm so familiar with this area, how could I possibly get lost? Lin Lian felt very strange. In her last life, Lin Lu often dug up precious medicinal herbs in the mountains, and after she was reborn, she often came here to wander around, and she was very clear about every route, just for the sake of bringing people over to dig up medicinal herbs in the future. So how did she suddenly lose her sense of direction? This barren mountain is really evil, and the things that the Lin family village does are also very evil, and all of a sudden left in a good cause. Lin Lian felt very anxious because everything was different from the memories of the previous generation, and if it went according to this development, would she still be able to get everything she had planned? No, we have to get the villagers of the Lin family village back, or else everything will be a mess. Lin Lian was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw 2 more familiar figures. She hurriedly walked up. 2 ants. Are you guys just coming down from the barren mountain? My grandfather is looking for old Mrs. Gongsun for something. Can you take me up on your way? I have something to say to her, old man. The people she inquired about were none other than the 2 nymphets who possessed the ability to hide and the ability to walk through walls. The 2 ladies had just returned from the Z County side and were planning to come back to report on the situation when they raised their eyes and saw Lin Lian. Because of Niangxian, the 2 of them were not too fond of Master Lin and Mrs. Lin, but Lin Lian was only 8 or 9 years old, just a small child who hadn't grown up. It wasn't good for the other party to show up alone in case something happened, so the 2 stopped. Looking for the old ancestor for something? Then come with us. Lin Yi spoke. First things first, those things your family did were unorthodox, and as for whether or not I'll be able to meet my old ancestor, I'm not too sure. She glanced over. Lin Lian was very angry in her heart, but she still piled up a smile on her face. Auntie, just take me to see the old ancestor. Grandpa said this matter is very important. Lin Yi nodded her head and lifted her foot towards the barren mountain. Then follow me. The 2 ladies walked some distance ahead, but as they walked they realized something was wrong. There didn't seem to be footsteps behind them. They turned their heads and realized that Lin Lian was actually still spinning in place. Lin Lian had been walking all this time, but instead of going forward, he kept circling in place. The key to the other party never noticed this situation, but instead looked ahead somewhat puzzled, complaining with their mouths that the 2 ants were not keeping their word, walking so fast, and not waiting for a moment for her. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would definitely be creeped out. But the 2 matrons suddenly thought of something and instantly slapped their heads. It's over. This must be someone the mountain goddess doesn't treat well. Just now I was planning to bring her up. Lin Yi regretted it. In that case, let's leave quickly. The other maiden quickly ducked into the shadows and disappeared. It wasn't long before Yu Luo saw the 2 matrons of the Lin family village appear at the mountain god temple, recounting the situation over in Z County while kneeling to atone for their sins. Yu Luo cried and laughed, and waited for the 2 ladies to be almost done kneeling before propping them up. The 2 ladies were always relieved. When they went back, they told the others in the Lin family village about it, and within a short time all the villagers knew about it. Some villagers even patted their chests and promised, I'll definitely stay away from their family in the future. If old Mrs. Gongsun was thoughtful in her mind, she remembered Lin Lian's mother who never came back. During the time she'd been back, she'd already poked around every single thing in the village and knew that this adopted son's oldest son had married a down-on-her-luck young lady from the capital. Thinking back to Nyang Yan's life, the old lady understood something. She beckoned and called the 2 Nyang Nyangs, including Lin Yi, over. When you guys are out patrolling, go to the Lin family village more often to see if Lin Lian's mother has returned. If you don't find it, go check the mansion over at the county town. You guys go see what Lin Lian's mother really looks like. Lim, you also control a few more birds of prey and go around there to see what's going on with that mother of Lin Lian's. Old Mrs. Gongsun felt that it was very likely that the mountain goddess had discovered something, and that was why she was so unkind to Lin Lian. Okay, great-grandmother. Lim nodded. Chapter 96, Hilarity. The foot of a barren mountain. Lin Lian finally couldn't stand the hellish weather and returned to the Lin family village with her head scrunched up. Nowadays, their family was the only one left in the Lin family village, and Master Lin was sitting at the head of the village, fuming, looking at the barren mountains in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking about. Damn girl, didn't I tell you to go with your mother to do the laundry? Why don't you come back until now? When old Mrs. Lin looked at her, she was furious in her heart. I used to think that this granddaughter was a good one, looking out for herself in every way, but now she seems to be a sneaky one too. Having been in the house for several days now and not doing any work at all, Lin Lian's face was hard to see. No matter in her previous life or this life, her grandparents had never said much to her, so Lin Lian always felt that her grandparents were good to her as well, and she came back at this time. Who knew that these two old guys were not the least bit distressed, and after arriving not only made her clean the pigsty, work and cook in the house, but even go outside to do the laundry in this cold weather. What are you looking at me like that for? Aren't you a member of the Lin family? If you and your mother don't wash the clothes, who will? Old Mrs. Lin's eyes widened. Since Lao San's daughter-in-law gave up her job, their family basically hadn't washed their clothes much. Old Mrs. Lin herself could still tolerate it. After all, she was already at this age, but her youngest grandchildren's clothes had all been wrapped up. Did she let her grandchildren still wear dirty clothes before the new year? Okay, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll go to my mother's place later. Lin Lian whispered. It was impossible to wash anyway. She would be the wife of the world's son in the future. How could she possibly go out in this weather to wash her clothes? However, in this situation, Lin Lian didn't even know what to do. An infinite remorse arose in her heart. If I had known that I wouldn't have pounded the formula for the soap on the county side during this period of time, I would have come to this side of the Lin family village more often to take a look, and I would have definitely been able to discover the anomaly. Lin Lian lowered her head in thought as she made her way to the big room's room. It had been empty for a long time, and some of the things that had been brought from the county were gone. She was shocked, and did not dare to make much noise, and hurriedly ran to the river to look again. The river has frozen a layer of thin ice, where there are still silhouettes. Without guessing, Lin Lian knew that her mother must have gone to Hongyao village. For so many years her mother had been chanting and wanting to bring something to her siblings, her brothers and sisters. Not only that, every year her mother would secretly send money to the family. This matter, although done covertly, was still discovered by Lin Lian. Lin Lian was anxious in her heart. Her mother's identity was originally borrowed. If old Mrs. Lin and Master Lin found out at this time, there would definitely be another uproar. She would certainly be even more out of place in this family. Thinking about this, her heart burst with a headache. Feeling that the last time Lin and Yang fainted and woke up again, everything had changed and everything had become a mess. No, it absolutely can't go on like this, Lin Lian muttered. Without realizing it, she walked to the next village, Day, where she heard some old people talking about the bandits. The people of Date village were naturally frightened and scared, but Lin Lian's heart stirred when she heard it. If the barren mountains were no longer so safe, would the villagers of the Lin family village continue to live there? If old Mrs. Gongsun returned with the villagers of the Lin family village, everything could definitely get back on track. Lin Lian was not the least bit aware that there was a furry bird above her head, looking this way, watching her every move. Granny Lin, have you found your family's Chuaying? Next door to the big river village of my grandmother waited for several days, did not wait for their daughter-in-law and son to return. The two finally no panic. They didn't know where to look in such cold weather, so they had to come next door to the Lin family village and knock on the wooden door of the Lin family. I say your family is sick, right? A few days ago your son came over to look for his daughter-in-law, and now you're coming over to look for your son. Old Mrs. Lin crossed her arms and said in a loud voice, people like you, who are so backward, deserve to lose your sons after losing your daughters-in-law. Who do you blame for not paying enough attention to your son and not looking for him after so many days? The old lady gloated, yet Granny Ma's next sentence made her laugh no more. How do you talk? You bereaved, thousand-dagger man? You don't feel very proud, do you? Your daughter-in-law was the first to run away. I heard she was brought back once, all the way to the county magistrate, and she still ended up running away. If you are good to your daughter-in-law, can she not come back when she arrives at the door? Wouldn't they know to pick up the silver when it fell? So you don't have to laugh so loud. Your son hasn't come back until now. You don't realize that until now, do you? Granny Ma huffed and left, leaving only old Mrs. Lin frozen in place. A few dozen seconds later, old Mrs. Lin jumped up in place. Yeah, this Deathstroke is right. Why isn't the second one back yet? Yulo, who is watching through the eyes of a bird. This old Mrs. Lin and Master Lin's heart is really big. In the end, it is not very important. If the eldest son of this family lost, I'm afraid that these two old guys would have been anxious to shed tears. Yu Luo stopped focusing on this side and turned his sights back to the barren mountain. She was a bit curious. Feng Qingping did come to the barren mountain, but that husband of Feng Qingping was not there. She had also witnessed the other party climbing up the barren mountain before, so it couldn't be that they hadn't found a place by now, could it? That would be too unlucky. Chapter 97, Faith Value Progress. Barren Hill. A group of men rammed the brick blanks inside the earthen kiln and then closed all the doors. And the next thing you know, the bricks were officially fired. Everyone was busy and Zhang Zui and Zhang Yu were also helping out. The two of them, one of whom can control water and one of whom can control soil, are just in time to build a new earthen kiln together. Both possessed the ability to build an earthen kiln so quickly that it took only half a day to finish, and they could sit around and listen to gossip after their busy day. Before nightfall, Zhang Yu ran to the Wu family to say hello to his sister and quickly went back. Just a few days ago, the Zhang family had spent contribution points to hire Zhang Zui to build a few earthen houses near the Lin family village, and now the entire family had moved in without having to squeeze inside the cave with the others. Father, Mother, I'm back from my sister's place, and today I earned 20 contribution points in only half a day. Zhang Yu was all smiles. In the future, I might even be able to go out and do quests, and then I'll earn even more contribution points, and will soon be able to pay off my sister's debt. Zhang family first arrived. Naturally there is not much contribution points. Zhang family mother there are quite a lot, so they gave part of it to father and mother, so that the family can improve their lives, and exchange more grain seeds and cotton to hoard. But Zhang's parents are not willing to take their daughters for nothing, but also made a special loan note. Now the family is involved in the construction of the barren mountain, with father Zhang helping to build the house, his daughter-in-law weaving at home, and even his second daughter has a job, making cotton clothes with the village ants. Zhang Yu, needless to say, possessed the ability to be the most powerful one in the family, earning 20 to 30 contribution points in a single day. The family worked together and earned several hundred contribution points in just a few days, which will soon be paid off. Good, good, good. Our days are getting better and better. The Zhang family's old man held his stomach and rejoiced. At the beginning of the daughter let them come to live in the deserted mountains, the family is still very apprehensive. Good reason to go to strange places. Anyone is not comfortable. Yet after all they'd been through, they were instead very glad that they'd followed their daughter out in time. Or how else could the family have been so neat and tidy? Thinking of what happened to the rest of the Zhang family village, the Zhang family's old man silently sighed. He had been secretly wiping away his tears for several days. After all, Zhangjia village was inhabited by a large family, and most of those hacked to death by the bandits were either distant or close relatives. So how could it not hurt? If only I had fought hard for them to come along with me. The Zhang family's old man regretted it. Father, don't say such words either. In that situation back then, it's useless for you to try any harder. Zhang Yu saw it very clearly. Their family was willing to leave because they believed in their own sister, but the rest of the village was different, and anyone would think you were sick if you told the village to leave their homes and go live in an unfamiliar place. The only ones to blame are the bandits, who were so arrogant that they slaughtered several villages one after another. By the way, Dad, I just heard those ants in Lingjia village talking about it, saying that the number of that group of bandits in Z County has increased again, and that a part of the people have defected to that group of bandits, and that this group of people spends all day in the vicinity of the governor's county robbing homes, and that the current county magistrate of Z County has been unable to control it at all, and I heard that he's packing up his bag and running away. Zhang Yu was very emotional. Fortunately, they came to the barren mountain early in the morning. If they continue to Zhangjia village, I'm afraid that when they hear the news, they can be angry, not to mention the whole day to be afraid. The county magistrate adults actually ran straight away. I said this dog magistrate is unreliable. When our village to those rich households to build houses, I just take so few coins to deal with us. To send the beggar? Let's go to the police. The county adults also do not care. I have long seen through this guy. Zhang family's old man cursed. Of course, if it wasn't for this unreliable magistrate, he wouldn't have heard the news in the first place and immediately left Zhangjia village with his daughter. The Zhang family's old man was furious, but he turned his head to see his daughter showing a smile. Xiao Yu, how can you still laugh? How many villages must these bandits plague? The Zhang family's old man sighed once again. What else could he do but sigh? Little sister, do you have any news from your side? Hurry up and tell us about it. Stop selling out. The Zhang family's second sister saw what was going on and winked at her sister. That's what I heard from big sister. In the next few days a bounty stone monument will be erected in front of our two villages, and as long as one puts in contribution points, one can post a quest. Those bandits are so detestable. When the time comes, let's earn some more contribution points to throw in, so that more powerful people can solve them. It can still be like this? The old man of the Zhang family looked shocked. Dealing with bandits isn't easy. Aren't the contribution points we've saved a bit low? Father, there are so many people in the Zhang family village and the Lin family village. Most of them have a grudge against that group. Are we afraid that we won't be able to gather enough contribution points? Anyway, Zhang Yu had already decided that apart from her daily spending, she was going to invest all of her contribution points into it, and she absolutely could not let that group of bandits be arrogant anymore. You're right. The two of us should do our part to solve that group of bandits and avenge the loved ones of our village. Zhang family's old man also perked up, itching to run out in the middle of the night to take on another job. Of course, all of this is the guidance of the mountain goddess, And we should also thank the mountain goddess for her kindness. Next to her, Mother Zhang added, yes, thank the mountain goddess for her kindness. Zhang Yu looked at the distant lights through the window and only felt incomparably warm. If it wasn't for the mountain goddess, at this moment they might be even more miserable than those stragglers, obviously having a home but not daring to go back to it for fear of being hacked to death by that group of bandits. Ding! Today's faith value plus 5,600. The system panel popped up again with today's faith income. It seems that this method of rewarding the stone monument is good. Today's faith value is obviously much more than yesterday's. Yu Luo opened it up and realized that his faith value was already close to 40,000, and it was estimated that he would be able to become a primary god this winter. At that time, even against that demonic evil in the capital, he would be able to hold his own. That's a pretty good progress. Chapter 98, Questionable Identity. The growth rate of faith value these past few days has indeed been fast, but that's because you've come with a new batch of believers, and after some more time, that rate will drop. The system reminded from the side. The faith value of all ordinary people was generally only 200 or 300, and after it exceeded 100, the growth rate of faith value would slow down. This was something that Yu Luo naturally knew very well, which was why she had asked Cui Ying to work with County Magistrate Su. And when the Mountain God Academy over there was constructed, there would be a constant flow of believers to this side, and there would be no need to make Zhang Yangzi work hard to publicize it every day. The construction of the barren mountain is still a bit slow, and there is simply no way to accommodate more believers at the moment. Yu Luo felt that it was still the believers on this side of the barren mountain that had more pure faith and could provide a lot of faith value every day. But there are only a limited number of people on this side of the barren mountain, so you can't have everyone burning bricks and building houses, can you? Wait a minute, aren't those homeless stragglers in Z County all human beings? A lot of people are afraid to go home, and most of them have run away to other counties, and some of them on this side of Desolation County. And can't all these people work? Of course, surely you can't let people work for nothing. Surely you have to manage 3 meals a day. Yu Luo, like Magistrate Su, had his eyes on the group of stragglers. At this moment, the magistrate of Z County also simply can't even imagine that what he is very distressed about on his side will soon have God ready to solve it for him. Yu Luo thought about it and gave this task to the Zheng family's maiden, and on the way, asked the other party to find someone to carry Feng Qingping's husband to the Lin family's village. It was only just now that she noticed that this guy had actually been inside the narrow cave, guarded for 2 whole days by that brown bear outside, and had almost not fainted from hunger. The Zheng family's maiden was given a new assignment and quickly set off in high spirits. When she was leaving, she left the rescue to Lin Hu. You guys remember, if that Ma Chi doesn't want to stay in the barren mountains and wants to take your Aunt Feng away, just leave him alone. The Zheng family matron also knew about those things, and she couldn't stand to look at Granny Ma either. Last time, if it wasn't for the mountain goddess intervention, Feng Qingping might have been buried in those coffins long ago. So what's there to return to this home? Over here, after Lin Hu received the mission, he patted his chest and assured that it would work. Brother Tiger, who are we going to save? There were children from the Lin family village who were very curious. Just wait, we're going to do something big, Lin Hu said, turning around and turning into a small white-furred tiger. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Brother Tiger, this ability of yours is awesome. Lin Shu stroked her tail curiously. Lin Hu immediately jumped 3 feet high. Don't touch your hands, I can feel it. The little white tiger grunted and turned around. Of course I'm awesome. Big sister, can I play along with Brother Tiger? The little guy looked over with a pair of big eyes. Lin Xiao looked at the pouch on her and nodded. Nothing can go wrong within the confines of Mount Desert anyway. Lin Zhu cheerfully jumped up and sat on the body of the little white tiger. The other children of the Lin family village were very sorry, but they would not steal from a 3-year-old child. Strange, where the hell did the people go? The little white tiger hopped around and went over to each cave to take a look. After turning around several times and not finding anyone, the group of kids looked at each other. Wait, Brother Tiger, look at that, isn't it? One of the kids pointed to a mountain crevice. The gap wasn't big enough for a grown man to fit through, but there was an extra pair of shoes over there. The soles of these shoes were so full of mud that they looked like raised clods of dirt, so it was no wonder they hadn't noticed them before. Go, let's hurry over. Lin Hu was startled and hurriedly brought Lin Zhu behind him over to help. Lin Zhu broke the rocks around him in 3 tries and yanked the man out. Thanks, Maisie said breathlessly. God knows how he'd spent the last 2 days. He didn't even dare to move with the sound of that brown bear outside ringing from time to time. Then when he tried to run, he realized he couldn't drill his way out and could only stare wide-eyed at the rocks across the street. Someone had just come by and he had heard the commotion. Only he had been starving for 2 whole days and had no strength at all. Thank you. He raised his eyes sincerely. You're welcome. Lin Hu grinned at Tiger's mouth. Bang. Motzi had been starving for 2 days without fainting, but was stunned by the sight of a tiger with a human mouth. What if he passes out? one of the other kids inquired. Aunt Zhang said that as long as she doesn't intend to stay in the barren mountains, she doesn't care about him and will stuff him back. Lin Hu said with a slate. So a group of children crouched and waited, several pairs of eyes dripping at the fainting Han Yu. In the middle of the day, Mozi woke up again, this time with experience, and looked around tentatively, relieved to find that these were all familiar faces. So, are you going to take Aunt Foam away? Lin Hu had transformed back into his original form and just stared at him. Maisie nodded at first, then shook her head immediately afterward. Soon he looked as if he realized something and his expression suddenly became agitated. Xing Ping is with you? Xing Ping, your family's Han Yu has come looking for you. The Wu family's mother-in-law arrived, wanting to speak. Why is he here? Feng Qingping panicked. The husband came looking for her. What about the in-laws? If those people take her away, will her daughter stay? These few days were the most comfortable days that Feng Qingping had ever lived. Although she needed to bring her child to nurse her child every day, she was just happy in her heart. Come and see. Granny Wujia opened the door, and outside the door was Mozi, covered in yellow mud. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. I don't intend to live with you anymore. Feng Qingping said ruthlessly. Today, no one can take her away. Daughter-in-law, I finally found you. Ma Chi cried with snot and tears. I'm not leaving, I'll be wherever you are. I've severed my relationship with them, and in the future, we'll both raise our daughters and make them fat and white. He was incoherent. I'm going to continue to stay in the desolate mountains, and you're going to live in the desolate mountains as well? Feng Qingping said suspiciously. Of course, Tiger has already made it clear to me. He said that you are only willing to live in the barren mountains, so let's be together. Ma Chi's heart was excited. Finally he had found his daughter-in-law. If you come here, you don't have a place to live. You have to live inside a cave. Can you do it? Feng Qingping was still distrustful. Okay, whatever you want me to do. As you wish. Feng Qingping turned around and closed the door with a bang. Not far away, old Mrs. Gongsun also revealed a smile when she saw the scene. It seemed that the barren mountains were getting more and more crowded, and she was very happy that Empress Phone was able to find a place to go and make the barren mountains her home. Mal, how are things on your end? She turned her head to her great-granddaughter next to her. Ancestral grandmother. The remaining villagers of the Zhang family village have been initially resettled. Those who have contribution points have asked Zhang Zimin to build earthen houses, and those who don't have contribution points are still living inside the caves, but they're all also very hard-working, earning contribution points every day. Lim had a small book on her side, specifically for messing around with records, and she simply flipped through it and pulled it all up. But I think that there is still a lot left to perfect in the current desert mountain, and those who earn contribution points and want to buy other things can't do so. It's still too monotonous when you can only redeem seeds and cotton clothing. Even if you could buy a house and rent it, that would be after the new houses are built, and right now all the houses are still under construction. You're right, these need to be there, but we have to take our time. Let's go over to the valley first. Old Mrs. Gongsun walked slowly. By the way, I asked you to look into Lin Lian's mother. Did you find out anything? Hearing this, Lin Mal put his booklet away with a solemn expression. Great-grandmother, this man went to Red Yao village. You guessed right. There's something wrong with her. Chapter 99, Harvesting Sweet Potatoes. In the valley, Ning Shangqiu listened to Lin Mal's description with a dazed expression. It turned out that this was the reason why she hadn't been treated well by the Ning family's parents in the past few years since she lost her memory. Over the years, not only was she scolded at home, but after marrying over, most of the silver money from those showpieces that she secretly let her family sell was withheld by her brother and sister. No wonder he sold so many handkerchiefs and earned only 10 taels of silver in so many years. If it wasn't for old Mrs. Gongsun recognizing her craftsmanship and Lin Mo asking for information, I'm afraid she would still have been kept in the dark. Fragrant lady, what are you going to do? Old Mrs. Gongsun leaned on her crutches, her pale sight cast over. Old ancestor, I definitely want my identity back. This name isn't even mine. I naturally won't live under the name of the Ning family anymore. Those people had tricked her to this point, so naturally she couldn't possibly hold her tongue. However, old ancestor, I think that since the Ning family was able to take over my identity, those things I had before I lost my memory must have fallen into their hands. If I want to know where my real home is, and if I want to know my former identity, I'm afraid I'll have to poke around a bit more, and I can't afford to startle the snakes. Ning Shangqiu was indeed very angry at first that all the suffering she had endured over the years was someone else's life, but then it calmed down. It had happened and there was no way to undo a lot of it, so it was better to find a way to get back what she had. What if she spooked the snakes and the Ning family's side made a bad move, destroying her wooden identity plate and other things? Only knowing that her previous name was Shin Wanqing was no use at all. There were so many Shin Wangsons under the sky, so many Shin families, who knew which one was her home? Lady Xiang, you really should be more cautious. But with Mal and Lady Cui around, everything will be fine. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded her head. And there's also Lady E, who can pull items into the shadows. So when we find out what all you've lost, we'll have Lady E retrieve all your things. Ning Shangqiao revealed a grateful smile. She felt that this period of time was like a dream. It was just too good. Thank you, Mountain Goddess. She closed her eyes and prayed devoutly. Next to her, old Lady Gongsun also revealed a smile as she walked to the fields inside the valley to take a look. Today there are 20 acres of black land inside the valley, 10 acres off which are planted with cotton and the other 10 acres have been replaced with sweet potatoes. She touched one of the sweet potato leaves with her hand and looked surprised. This sweet potato grows really fast. It actually matured in less than 3 days, earlier than the maturity of cotton. Old Mrs. Gongsun naturally couldn't see the sweet potatoes under the ground, but she was able to sense the emotions of the plants, and with just a light touch, she could detect whether these crops were ripe or not. Ripening so quickly? Lin Nemo next to her was also very surprised. Then I'll go find someone to come over and harvest the sweet potatoes first. We haven't eaten much of the grain we bought before, and now that we have more of these sweet potatoes, I guess we don't have to worry about it this winter. Great-grandmother, how much harvest do you think this 10 acres of sweet potatoes will yield? Lu Fuzi said that sweet potatoes are a high-yield crop that can produce a lot of grain. Next to her, old Lady Gongsun had never seen this kind of food either, and she shook her head. It should be similar to taro, right? It didn't take long for the men who were working in other people's villages to run over again, and they were all smiling and happy. But they're kind of croppers. Their favorite thing is to collect grain. 2 or 3 days to collect grain. Anyone who is happy. Don't tell anyone about the speed at which these crops are ripening inside the valley. If anyone else asks, just say that all of these were given down by the mountain goddess. After these people came, Lin Mo skillfully instructed from the side. A group of Hanyu nodded their heads in succession. Some of them might not be smart, but they were definitely not stupid. How could they possibly shout about such things? Sister Mal, how many of these sweet potatoes do you think can be used and can they be exchanged for contribution points? They couldn't wait long ago. Wait until you guys dig it up and see. If there's a lot of it, then let's let you all trade some of it back. Lin Mal wasn't sure. She thought about the fact that this sweet potato was actually a high-yielding crop, and must produce more than normal grain. The normal harvest for them croppers who grew grain normally was 1 or 2 stones, and the better fields could yield 3 stones. 1 stone is 120 pounds. This kind of sweet potato is estimated to be able to harvest a 5 stone, or a little more. More than 1,000 pounds is already a lot of people in this life cannot imagine harvest. Old Mrs. Gongsun over there also guessed 1 or 2,000 pounds, and she felt that the grain seed given down by the mountain goddess must be different. Who knew that the yield of this acre of sweet potatoes stunned everyone? Looking at the piles of sweet potatoes that had just been dug out and piled up into one small mountain after another, the crowd's mouths never closed. Boy, what a lot of food this must be. Just these 10 acres of land. It's enough to feed us for months. A few months? It's the next year's food that you can do without worrying. And you don't think about how fast sweet potatoes ripen inside this valley. A group of people can't wait to get inside the sweet potato pile and roll around. These are life-saving food. So many, how can we weigh them? Even Lin Mal, who was somewhat psychologically prepared, was a bit dumbfounded. So many sweet potatoes, at least tens of thousands of pounds? Sweet potatoes are ripe, are they? I'm coming. Lu Bai hurriedly ran out from inside the tunnel, his head still covered in dust. He ran over as soon as he got out of class, didn't even take a break, and couldn't wait to fly over. This is his paradise. Lu Fuzi, how many pounds do you think these sweet potatoes are roughly? Lin Mo was also a bit excited. These chapters will be changed. Chapter 100 Food Exchange. Lu Bai hit his eyes and was also shocked. This 10 acres of sweet potatoes piled up 10 small mountains. At least there must be 100,000 pounds. Even if the modern acreage of sweet potatoes can harvest 10,000 pounds, that is already a bumper harvest. Let alone this kind of barren ancient times? He gave an approximate estimate. At least 100,000 pounds. The exact number still needs to be calculated. It didn't matter at all that Arakan didn't have this level of weighing tools. It was perfectly possible to calculate weight by volume, which was not a problem for him at all. Lu Bai brought a roll of soft ruler made of cloth and measured it against the mountainous pile of sweet potatoes, and after a simple calculation in his mind, he came up with an answer. It's about 110,000 pounds, rounded up to 917 stones. As the words fell, the surrounding villagers of the Lin family village all drew in a breath of cold air. This was close to 1,000 stones of grain. The grain harvest of their Lin family village for a whole year would only be this much. 20 stones of grain would be enough to feed a family in their Lin family village for a whole year. Close to 1,000 pounds of grain, perfectly capable of feeding everyone on the barren mountain for half a year. Not long ago, the grain that Linjia village bought from Zhonghong was only 500 pounds. Lim rattled his abacus. and his heart rejoiced even as he briefly did the math. The next barren mountain food certainly do not have to worry about, and there will be a steady stream of food production. The future of the barren mountain is the granary but we can't all rely on this side of the valley. There's a limit to how many of these divine objects the mountain goddess has bestowed. Lim looked at the diminishing amount of fast-growing fertilizer and gradually calmed down. These grains are already more than we could have imagined. Since the mountain goddess bestowed so much grain, she has her own intentions. After the people of the barren mountain have exchanged their contribution points, we'll collect the rest of the grains. Old Mrs. Gongsun barked at the crowd. A group of villagers from the Lin family village all nodded as they put all the sweet potatoes into burlap pockets and tied all the pockets with ropes. Within a short time, Master Lin floated down from above the valley, and he waved his hand at a portion of the burlap pockets, and those sweet potatoes floated out after the old man. Lu Bai looked at the old man's distant figure. There was so much envy in his heart. This kind of ability is really good. This boss man didn't even have to drill a hole with them to get out of this valley. Lu Bai's awe for the mountain goddess in his heart was once again elevated. How could he have thought that this mountain goddess was also a traveler before? What kind of traveler could bless so many people and create such a realistic farm game? Moreover, he knew in his heart that this mountain goddess of Desolate Mountain probably had more magical things that she hadn't taken out. Luckily he chose the deserted mountains when he woke up, or he would have missed out on this amazing farm. It wasn't long before Moncler Outlet Store Lin turned back again, and this time he left with old Mrs. Gongsun, as well as a portion of the sweet potatoes. The rest of the Lin family village drilled their way out from inside the tunnel, and when the last person had left, they blocked the entrance to the tunnel with rocks again. Let's all walk faster. We have to go inform our families and exchange our contribution points for some more sweet potatoes. The group picked up speed. Piles of sweet potatoes were brought back to the earthen house at the front of the Lin family village, and before the Hans who ran out began to yell, those villagers around them had already gathered around. Is it possible to exchange things today? I've been waiting for a long time to exchange a cotton coat for my youngest child. Miss Mal, what are these things? Why do they look so heavy? Isn't it sweet potato? I've heard for a long time that the sweet potatoes given down by Empress Shan Shan are very tasty, and I've finally waited. Don't be in a hurry. You guys queue up first, you'll be able to redeem it soon. Lin Mal took a stone tablet from inside the house and wrote 2 lines of brush strokes on it. 1 bag of sweet potatoes for 1 contribution point. Each family can exchange up to 20 bags. 20 contribution points for a child's cotton shirt and 30 for an adult's, with a maximum of 2 for each person. What is written? Why can't we understand it? Someone looked over curiously. I know it says cotton clothes and sweet potatoes. I've learned that before from Lu Fuzi. A child jumped up and pointed at the slate. Father, I've told you to learn with me, but you just don't want to, so now you can't read it. There were also children who gloated. You child, your father how old I am, how can I study at this time? Just be able to plow the land and work. That old dad said in annoyance. Miss Mal, our family is exchanging 20 bags of sweet potatoes and 2 children's cotton clothes. This old man came the earliest, right at the front of the line, and he handed over the wooden bar in his hand. These wooden strips were recorded with contribution points on them, and Lin Mal only needed to stick the wooden strips on top of his booklet to display the number of contribution years inside. Your family currently has 366 contribution points left, and after deducting 60 contribution points, there are 306 contribution points left. Lim scratched out the original number and wrote 306 more. Behind her, the aunt handed over 2 more cotton coats that fit, and were cradled in the boy's arms. Hey, my sister and I have new cotton clothes. The boy was overjoyed. Father, quickly carry the sweet potatoes back. I want to eat baked sweet potatoes. Lu Fuzi said baked sweet potatoes are the best. Soft, sticky and sweet. You glutton, isn't it just baked sweet potatoes? Wait until you go back and let your mother bake you a big basket. The old man next to him laughed and scolded. He was about to go over and move his things when Lin spoke up from behind him. Uncle Ping, the second schoolhouse in the village will be constructed in a few days, so you should bring your aunt over to study with you then. But the mountain goddess has said that not only children must study, but all of us adults must study as well, or we won't be blessed. Uncle Ping stumbled and almost fell straight down. Mal, thanks for the reminder. We'll definitely all be there when the time comes. He wiped his face, and although he was a little squirmy, that tone was still very firm. They were able to live such a rich life on top of the barren mountain, all because of the gift of the mountain goddess. And since the mountain goddess had already said so, even if he was an elm brain, he had to learn from the dead. Dad, I'll test you then. His son was overjoyed. Okay, then I'm counting on you in advance. After the 2 of them left, the rest of the Lin family village, as well as those who were in the caves, also ran out to exchange things. A couple of older men were there lamenting. I didn't realize that this big bag of sweet potatoes only costs 1 contribution point, so how can I eat it for a week, right? This price is really cheap. Yes, we can earn 10 contribution points by casually doing a job at home, and it only takes 3 days to change a cotton coat back. It feels like these days in the barren mountains, those are the days that only immortals can live. Yes, I bought a round for my family and also still have more than 200 contribution points left. How can I spend the rest of these contribution points? Look at your smug look. After the cold-proof house on this side of the barren mountain is built, the rest of these contribution points will have to be used to buy a house. So you have to save them. Auntie, we're still earning contribution points every day, and it's only going to increase in the future. A group of old men listened with a dazed look. Yes, living in the barren mountains nowadays is not like living at the foot of the mountains, where you worry about food and all sorts of things every day, and you don't really need to be overly frugal. On the other side, the group of people from Zhangjia village were also moved. They had all been prepared to go hungry, so they were apprehensive about doing labor there every day to earn contribution points. Who knew that it would be possible to exchange so much food for so much food? That even cotton clothes could be 2 for each person. That's a fluffy, sun-kissed, soft cotton shirt. Miss Mal, will there be quilts here in the future? Someone gazed expectantly. Quilts are naturally available as well. The ants are already stepping up their production. The day after tomorrow when you come over, each family will be able to exchange 2 quilts. Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. A group of people were so excited that they were in tears and almost wanted to fall to their knees. Doing what? Have you all forgotten then? These are the gifts of the mountain goddess. If you are really grateful, go to the mountain goddess and burn incense. Lim chortled. The group of people nodded their heads in succession. They naturally knew it very well. It was just that the moment they got so much food, they really didn't hold back. We'll go together later to offer incense to the mountain goddess. That's for sure, the others responded. Chapter 101, Swapping Messages. After Lu Bai came out from the valley, he also came to exchange food. He has not yet gone over to line up. A bunch of people carry sweet potatoes over. You a bag and I a bag. It will be piled up around the full of sweet potatoes. No. How can I take your things? Lu Bai was still thinking the same way as before. He didn't even accept gifts from students when he was a tutor, let alone these ancient parents. I don't really teach anything. The children of Mount Desolation are very smart. He stepped back in a row. Master Lu, we're not doing this for the sake of the children either. We're going to study at the academy in the future too. So Master Lu should take care of us. Yes, I think my brain just isn't open. But the mountain goddess said that everyone in the barren mountains has to learn. So we can't lag behind. Can we? The mountain goddess sure likes smart believers. I just can't stop learning. I have to learn to death. A group of people were muttering there, and Lu Bai finally understood them. It turns out that Arakan will soon have to open another adult academy, and everyone in Arakan will have to come over to learn. And if they don't learn up to standard, they won't even be able to get blessings from the mountain goddess in the future. Hearing this, Lu Bai's first feeling was that this mountain goddess was definitely a cultured deity. It was also the first time he had heard that there were gods who assessed the cultural performance of their followers. But this is also quite good. In the future, all the people in the barren mountain will be able to read and write, and all of them will be able to count, and it can also reduce a lot of communication trouble. I'm afraid, this is also the intention of the mountain goddess, isn't it? When he went back, he was followed by a bunch of people around him, and these people carried the sweet potatoes directly inside the yard where he lived. Carrying such heavy sweet potatoes, the group even managed to progress as fast as they could, and had to volunteer to do other work when they arrived. Lu Bai was carrying 2 large pockets of cotton by himself, and in no time at all he was tired. Lu Fu Zi, let's help you. We crop men have plenty of strength. One of the Hans picked up the cotton pockets with one hand, and ran to the courtyard again as if he was fit as a fiddle. LeBlanc, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength, he just couldn't compare to this group of blessed villagers. Back in the courtyard, Gu Rui also walked out. He had just come back from the earthen kiln and felt dirty, so he stopped by to take a shower, and when he looked up, he saw his roommate's expression of desire to speak. Let's talk. He looked at the sweet potatoes and cotton inside the yard and spoke. During this period of time, he had also realized that this Shokai who lived inside the same courtyard as himself was also a traveler, but during this period of time, both of them were so busy that they didn't even have the time to communicate with each other, and they didn't know about the time period that each other had traveled over. Now that the two were bumping into each other, and the other didn't look all that busy, he certainly wasn't going to let go of such a great opportunity. I also think we need to talk about it. LeBlanc nodded. All this cotton and sweet potatoes you brought back were given down by the mountain goddess? Gu Rui turned to inquire. I know what you're suspecting. Do you think it's possible that the mountain goddess is also a traveler? Lu Bai had also suspected this in the beginning, so he naturally understood Gu Rui's psychology very well. It's impossible. Take the ability to bestow blessings alone. No traveler can do that. And you know about the farms over in the valley. Do you think any traveler could do what it takes to make cotton ripe in 3 days and sweet potatoes harvested in 2 days? Gu Rui listened and thought. He had naturally thought of this, except that the things he encountered these days were really thought-provoking. Even if it's a traveler, that's pretty good. The mountain goddess ability is so powerful. Isn't it just a thick golden thigh? Let's defect to the old folks. What's so shameful about it? Lu Bai said with a big grin. Curry. Seems to make sense. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard, and Lu Bai walked over and opened the door to find that Zhang Zui had also come over. Let's have a chat. The one controlling the body at this moment was Zhang Jing. Her personality was different from her sister's. Her whole person was more aloof, and the two people in the courtyard quickly noticed the change in her. A few moments later, the three of them each found a stone pier and sat around inside the courtyard, each reporting their homes. Zhang Zui, the you who is speaking now is a different person, right? I can clearly feel that the way you speak and act has changed. Gu Rui was observing very carefully, and since the moment Lu Bai opened the door, were already suspicious. After all, both of them worked over at the earthen kiln, and he was still able to speak with Zhang Yao occasionally, although he knew exactly what kind of character Zhang Yao had. You two are very observant, being the first to discover the difference between my sister and I. Of course, Zhang Jing didn't continue to disguise as all. She told the matter of her and her sister's one body and two souls. Waiting to hear her description, realization dawned across the room. So you and your sister traveled over together. Your kind of traveling method is interesting. What did you feel when you switched bodies? Lu Bai instantly rose in the spirit of research. This isn't the time to talk about that. I came here to make sure you guys are travelers or not. The second thing I want to do is to exchange information with you. You two came here before our sisters. How much do you know about this world? Zhang Jing naturally did not come over to recognize his hometown, with 2 tears in his eyes. If one wanted to live better in this world, one naturally had to grasp more information about this world, and those revealed by the Lin family village were very limited. That's why she thought she'd come here to ask about it and maybe swap messages. Chapter 102, Where's the Smash? So, it's an ancient world with demons and evil, a relatively high number of travelers, and a high likelihood of war and famine? Zhang Jing finally summarized the discussion of several people. Yes, there are demons and evils in this world. As for what those demons and evils look like and exactly what strengths they have is unclear, as these are all things that the villagers chat about when they are gossiping, and they would call those demons and evils pseudogods. Gu Rui analyzed. And there are already 2 demonic evils that I know of. One is the deliverer who has already been resolved by the Arakanese mountain gods, and the other is the demonic evil that once appeared in the Lin family village and the Stone family village. This fellow hid very well, and up to now no trace of it has been found. There are more travelers in this world. How did you get it? He looked up again at the young girl across from him. Zhang Jing's slender fingers tapped on the top of the stone table as she explained. Yesterday, Zhang Yu and I followed Lady Cui down the mountain to go around Wasteland County. Both of them had good abilities, so they naturally followed the patrols, and incidentally, they also followed Shui Nyangzi to learn how to control their abilities against the enemy. Over at the county office of Arakan County, I saw Magistrate Su. Magistrate Su's behavior was not broken, just like a normal ancient person, but the things he did were not something that a normal ancient official could do. You guys know about the Food for Work program, right? He is sending people to shelter the displaced people over in Z County, so that these displaced people can help build houses and manage 3 meals a day. Of course, the most crucial point, I saw a part of the people give him something. He even confiscated a piece of vegetable leaf, and said that he can't take a single needle or thread from the people. Ancient officials would also give food for work, just called it by a different name, but not taking a stitch from the people is not something the ancients could say. What do you think of the outside when you can find so many travelers in a small deserted county? She asked rhetorically. Opposite too. Is this going to be a big mess? With all these travelers? During the time when they had just crossed over, they thought they might be the protagonist, but now it seemed that they were not even necessarily ranked as cannon fodder. I do think that it's likely that there are still immortal cultivators in this world. Lu Bai hesitated. One day I was so tired that I fell asleep inside the valley, and between half asleep and half awake I saw a woman in white flying over with a sword, and then quickly flying away again. The slopes on both sides of the valley were so steep that it was normally impossible for anyone to fly over. He thought he was dreaming at first, then the more he thought about it the clearer the image became. Wasn't that one the woman who taught them swordsmanship? It was only that the two of them had only been learning for 2 days when that mysterious woman wearing a veil had something to do and left. You're talking about Master Wang Wanwan? Gu Rui instantly understood. The 3 men looked at each other in disbelief. So what kind of world was this? Since you guys are doubtful, why don't you come over and ask me yourselves? A clear and cold voice sounded in the ears of the 3 people. All 3 of them were startled as they looked up and over to the top to find that a veiled woman in white had somehow made her way up to the wall, surprisingly unnoticed by any of them. Sorry, Didn't mean to listen to your conversation. It's just that at my cultivation level, my hearing is very sensitive, and I just came back and heard it. After all, the things these people were talking about were related to crossing over, and Wang Wan had crossed over for so many years and met a portion of those who had crossed over, and she was so concerned about these things that she accidentally listened to more than she should have. If there's anything you guys want to ask, feel free to ask, but I can clearly tell you that I've only traveled over here as well, and that this isn't a world of immortal cultivation, with extraordinarily barren auras. The abilities of the few of you are very good. You've actually mapped out the general information of this world in a short period of time. The blackmail that you all guessed is also true, and those demons and evils are even more terrifying than you imagined. Many of them are so powerful that even I can't deal with them. Wang Wan knew that these few people were very curious, and on the face that the other party was a follower of the mountain goddess. He told all about some of the things he had encountered over the years. I've seen you travelers from modern times. Many travelers feel like they are the protagonists after they arrive. They feel that demons and evils are nothing more than artificially played. They think that the legends of demons and evils are feudal superstitions, and some even take the initiative to get together, and the result is a very miserable end. A few of you are quite prudent, and more fortunate than the other travelers for having met the one true God of this world. The one true God? The three men spoke in unison. That's right, I crossed over 30 years ago, and all the ones I've encountered over the years are all demons and evils. Only this mountain goddess is a true deity, and even though this deity hasn't grown up completely, what he has bestowed is enough for you to benefit from for the rest of your lives. The three were in a trance, so it wasn't like they didn't have a golden finger. They just had the most powerful golden leg as soon as they crossed over. Sister Wang, you said that the aura of this world is very barren, which means that there is still aura here, and since you are able to utilize spiritual energy, then we can also cultivate? Zhang Jing also felt very fortunate, but after the emotion, she was still more concerned about the matter of cultivation. Wouldn't it be more secure if they were able to cultivate while being sheltered by the mountain goddess? Wang Wan glanced at them and first shook his head, then nodded. The several of you should have good talent, and logically speaking, there is no way to successfully cultivate in a world so barren of aura. However, you should all be able to notice that the villagers who have been blessed by the mountain goddess have become significantly better physically, and many of them don't even feel tired after coming and going in the barren mountains. That's because their physical qualities have been transformed by divine power, equivalent to cleansing their bodies. If you are able to obtain the blessings of the mountain goddess, you might actually be able to step into the path of cultivation, and at that time, if you want to follow me in cultivation, just come and find me. Since Wang Wan intended to stay here to teach that group of children, he had no intention of hiding his cultivation. With such a group of more talented disciples, she couldn't be happier. 3. There was so much information received in this one day that they were already shocked beyond belief, but the only thing that could be confirmed was that several of them were very lucky to have hugged the very thick thigh of the mountain goddess. Thus, Yu Luo, who was observing the panoramic map over here, realized that the system panel kept popping up 100-200 faith values as if it was broken. Within a short period of time, those faith values had popped up to 2,000 or 3,000. She opened it up and realized that all of these faith values were actually provided by those three travelers, and she didn't know what had happened that could make these guys so shocked. Seeing Wang Wan next to her was also there. She understood. As expected, it had to be these protagonists and supporting characters as well, letting her reap so much faith value without doing anything. With a few more travelers, it probably wouldn't take long for her to become a junior god. Chapter 103, Encounter in the Provincial City. Yu Luo cast her gaze towards Lin and Yang's side. She had seen the other party a few times on their way to the provincial capital. The journey was indeed uneven, encountering several waves of stragglers as well as mountain bandits. Every time, there was no need for the group of Han Yu to make a move. Lin and Yang only used her fists to settle those guys, and all of those people's weapons were collected and stuffed inside the wagon, so much so that they could barely fit inside. Zhong Hang and a group of Hans got out of the province safe and sound, and they were all a bit flattered, but he also knew that Lin Aniang could only send them here, and that the rest of the way was up to them. Here are some weapons for you. Lin Aniang gave some of the weapons inside the carriage to the group of Hans, and took out all the silver that had been seized from the bandits, a total of more than 50 taels of silver, as payment for asking you to help find my youngest daughter. Lin Aniang whispered, No, 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 we are both followers of the mountain goddess. How can I still charge you money? This is just by the way. Zhong Heng jumped out in a hurry. You guys just keep it, even if it's for my daughter. I'm afraid that something will happen to her early. If something happens, these silver can be useful. Lin and Yang pulled out all the silver she had on her, and she still didn't even think it was quite enough. There are all sorts of demons and evils in this world, and who knows if the ones in her dream will happen earlier. With the extra silver, Zhong Heng's side could find someone more quickly and give her more peace of mind. Alright, Then I'll take over. Don't worry, we'll split our troops into two. We'll definitely find your daughter. Zheng Heng had already made up his mind that he would not go back until he found Nyangzi's daughter. If he hadn't found such an important thing, how could he still have the face to meet the mountain goddess? Of course, there was also his sister. He just didn't know why the mountain goddess must want him to bring her there. Zheng Heng set off on his journey while pondering in his mind. On this side, and Nyangzi was also a little apprehensive when she came to the provincial city for the first time, but she soon became much more relaxed, because the clothes these people wore didn't differ much from those in the county. At best, they saw more dignitaries on the road. Besides, she has the blessing of the mountain goddess. So what's there to be afraid of? Lin and Yang first went to some Chinese medicine stores to ask about the approximate prices of these herbs inside her backpack before heading to the location provided by old Mrs. Gong's son. She followed her big brother to learn the characters in her early years, and she could still recognize some of them, and at a glance this store was not simple. The name of the Chinese medicine store in front of him was Miao Tang, which looked full of ancient flavor, worthy of being a century-old pharmacy, and the couplets next to it were also ancient and atmospheric. Lin Anyang was about to go in with her basket on her back when she heard a scholar next to her shake his fan and read the couplet out directly. Where does Angelica find good medicine? But Dokoroko has a secret recipe here. The scribe took another look at the crossword, medicine double. Wonderful, wonderful, worthy of being the most famous myriad hall in the provincial city. It's a pity that it's recently declined. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. This little brother, isn't this the most famous Chinese medicine store in the provincial city? How come it's still gone? Lin Anyang felt strange. When old Mrs. Gong's son recommended it, she had clearly said that this pharmacy was the most powerful pharmacy in the entire provincial city, and the old Chinese doctor inside had not even been able to invite the emperor over. This matter was really famous in the provincial city, and Lin and Yang had heard some of it on the way. This lady doesn't know. I heard that this pharmacy's medicine has killed people, and the pharmacy on the next street is cheap, and these medicines are all very magical, but whenever someone comes over to seek medical treatment, they can be cured on the spot. So who would spend a lot of money and come here to buy medicinal herbs? The scribe shook his head and left. Lin and Yang, who stayed in place, however, found it very strange. How could any medicinal herbs be effective immediately? Were those people really buying herbs? But being new to the area, she didn't know what was going on here, so she had to keep walking into this pharmacy. Looking outside before, I didn't feel that it was indeed very cold inside. Only a few people, who were sporadic, took a look around inside and left. Inside, the young girl sighed one after another, just short of glowering at her own shadow. Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Tong, Lin Anyang said softly. Are you here to see a doctor, or buy herbs? The young girl's pair of eyes suddenly became bright. Lin Anyang shook her head. It's okay for you to come and visit. I'll call grandma out in a minute. The young girl bounced inside. It wasn't long before the old woman with gray hair came out. She didn't look young, but she had a lot of spunk and walked with a tiger-like spirit. You're here to sell herbs? Dr. Tong frowned slightly. Did the lady in front of her not hear the recent rumors and still dare to come here to sell herbs? Dr. Tong, I was recommended here by old Mrs. Gong's son. She said that the price you gave on your side was very suitable, and that you have a friendship with each other, so you won't screw me over. Lin Anyang said with a slate. Boss Tong, this guy is still real and honest about what he has to say. Since it was recommended by that old sister of mine, come on over. You also tell me, by the way, what is going on over at Gongsun big sister's side? Why did she suddenly rush back? Not even a single message has been sent back. Hearing the familiar names of people, Dr. Tong's heart was still very pleased. The old man in front of her and the old lady Gongsun had a good friendship. The old lady's side personally explained. Lin Anyang obediently said the old lady's that speculation, but also told some of those things encountered on the road. Dr. Tong's eyes trembled in shock. She was naturally very trusting of old Mrs. Gong's son. It was just that this matter was so sudden that she didn't react for a while. Child, take out all those medicinal herbs inside your back basket, and I'll settle the silver for you, so you can also hurry back in time. On the spur of the moment, she opened the locked cabinet and took out the silver ingots inside. Dr. Tong, old Mrs. Gongsun wanted me to come over and ask if you are willing to head to the Barren Mountains to live? The Barren Mountains over there are all mountains. The usual rebels won't come into the mountains to pick a fight, and with the blessing of the mountain goddess over there, we don't have to worry at all. Saying that, Lin Anyang took out the stone she carried inside her sleeve and casually crushed it. You can also rest assured that with me escorting you all the way, you will definitely arrive at the Barren Mountains safely. Chapter 104, The Intelligent Man Doesn't Speak in Darkness. Unexpectedly, Dr. Tong was silent for a long time and finally shook his head. I'm old, so I won't follow you there. This is my family's ancestral herbal medicine store, and the wonderful hands are also our family's ancestral precepts. if I leave at this time, what will happen to the people who come to see the doctor? Nowadays, all outside say that the Chinese medicine sold by their family pharmacy is expensive. But Dr. Tong knows very well that their Myriad Hall has always been working with conscience. Every time they will give discounts to some poor families. And every month they will also take a few days out for free charity clinics. It was only the fact that the Chinese medicine sold on the next street was so cheap and cured on the spot that made it seem like their herbs were expensive. In fact, the herbs are all the same. How many Chinese medicines are effective on the spot? Dr. Tong always felt that there was something odd in the middle. What if something happened to the people taking these medicines and they came to see her and couldn't find her? Grandmother, the young girl next to her was in a hurry instead. Look around out here. Is there anyone else coming to see you? Everyone is looking at us as a joke. Besides, we can't see patients anywhere. We can open a Myriad Hall in deserted county. How can this be considered a break in the legacy? The family's ancestral training must indeed be passed on. But there must also be a life to get involved in these things. Didn't you say the Chinese medicine store? It's very likely that it's related to demons and evils. E1. Shut up, the oldest man chided. Only then did Tong Yuan shut her mouth. But that expression was also not very willing. Lady An, I've come to see what herbs you've brought with you. Dr. Tong gave his granddaughter a helpless look. Lin and Nyang's backpack had been taken from behind her back, and she directly handed the entire backpack to the boss man. Dr. Tong looked at the top few hundred-year-old ginsengs, and then looked at the way this lady looked so casually. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is 100 years of ginseng. Why is this attitude like treating a cabbage? However, when she took out all the medicinal herbs inside the basket, she knew that she had wrongly blamed people. All the medicinal herbs inside the basket were precious, and half of them were centuries-old ginseng. But it was not like treating Chinese cabbage. The roots of these ginsengs are very well preserved. They can be sold for a minimum of 500 taels each. Do you want to sell them all? Dr. Tong solemnly inquired. Naturally, selling them all for more silver money is the most important thing. Actually, Lin Anian wanted to say that exchanging for more grain was the most important thing, but since this Dr. Tong was not willing to go back with her, there was no need to say anything more to avoid unnecessary trouble. These herbs are estimated to sell for 8,000 taels. I can buy them all and put together 10,000 taels for you. How about that? Dr. Tong mused. Lin Anian raised her eyes in surprise. Before leaving, the old lady Gongsun side estimates can sell in 6 or 7,000 taels of silver would be good. Who knows that even can make up 10,000 taels? The 10,000 taels of silver was as if she had picked it up for nothing, giving her a feeling of unreality. Dr. Tong, do you have any more requests from your side? Lin and Yang didn't feel that this extra 2,000 taels was from someone's kind heart, sending it over for nothing. The Myriad Hall is very famous in the entire province. It is said that even the emperor's side wanted to invite the old lady over, but the old lady refused. So why would people send her silver for nothing? And Nyangzi, you and old sister Gongsun are both very smart people. Let's not speak in the dark. Although I'm not leaving, I'd like to ask you to take my little granddaughter back with you. Her talent is very good, and at a young age she has received part of my inheritance. I will give her all the books passed down from my ancestors to take with her, and together we will go to the barren mountains. Although Dr. Tong herself was not going to leave and wanted to stick around, she did not want her daughter's only child to suffer here. Grandma, I don't agree. If you stay here, then I have to remain here as well. What's the use of going to the barren mountains by myself when you're not even willing to leave? Tong Yuan resisted. Anyway, if you don't leave with me, I'm sticking around. Dr. Tong. She sighed again and pulled out 2 boxes from inside the cabinet. One of the large boxes was handed over by her to Nyangzi. Inside here is 10,000 taels of silver. Take these with you and go back quickly. Another small box was put into her little granddaughter's hands. This is the family belongings for you. Keep it well. I'll move those books from the backyard over. Grandmother, I will never go alone unless you join me. The young girl's eyes reddened. Silly child, take a closer look at what's prepared inside the box. Dr. Tong lovingly said. As Tong Yuan listened her attention was quickly drawn to the small box in front of her, and she looked down at it. The old man gently tapped her shoulder from behind and skillfully pressed at an acupuncture point, and the young girl in front of her fainted. Alright, and Nyangzi, my granddaughter is willing to go with you. I will prepare enough dry food for you, and a carriage. I just hope you can take care of this little granddaughter of mine when you have time. Lin and Nyang, worthy of being the character that Gongsun Old Lady and Gongsun Old Lady called each other sisters. This strike was just crisp and clean, without any procrastination. It wasn't long before a very plainly dressed boy drove a dusty carriage out the door of the backyard. Although the exterior of this carriage looked unremarkable, the interior was still very well decorated, and the oldest husband even put 2 soft and gentle quilts on it in consideration of his unconscious granddaughter. In the end, This old man just stood there in the backyard of Myriad Hall, watching Lin and Yang get into the carriage and watching the boy drive the carriage slowly away. Lady in which direction is Desolate County? I'm still very good at catching a cart, so if I leave now, I guess it won't take me a week to get there. The horseman who drove the cart was still quite confident in his skills. Don't worry, I don't plan to leave now. I still have to do some more shopping. Lin Anyang soothed. That boy nodded, and just watched Lin and Yang come and go with her backpack on her back. As he waited and waited, he felt something was wrong. It was already dark, and this lady wasn't leaving yet? It didn't take long for Tong Yuan inside the carriage to wake up. She rubbed her eyes and walked out, wide-eyed with the horseman outside. Where are we now? How could grandmother do this? Did she think that if the carriage went far away, I wouldn't be able to find my way back? The young girl was slightly angry. Grandma was worried about her safety. Why wouldn't she be worried about her grandmother's safety? Marv, can he say that the wagon hasn't left yet? I don't know what in the world Lady N was doing, buying something for the whole day. Tong Yuan casually opened the window door of the carriage and also saw the familiar scenery. Uncle Wu, wait, I'll go back and take a look. She stomped her foot and turned around, about to jump off. Miss Tong, don't be in a hurry. Lin Anyang, who was carrying a backpack, rushed back in the dim light of day. All the two could see was her backpack bulging and they didn't know exactly what she had bought. You follow me first, and I'll let you have what you want, Lin Anyang calmly said. No, you must have joined forces with my grandma to deceive me, Tong Yuan subconsciously retorted. Are you following? Lin Anyang casually brought a stone and grinded it into powder with no expression. The two men on top of the wagon. How can this be communicated? Tong Yuan went back resentfully, sitting inside the carriage and sulking. Before long, there was a red string of candy canes sticking out of the car window and a silly little sugar man. Tong Yuan looked at Lin Anyang's still expressionless face and took it with some awkwardness, nibbling a small bite into the sugar gourd. Thank you. She stuck her furry little head out in thanks and quickly shrunk back down. The carriage finally set off. Only this time the route was still very familiar, and Tong Yuan secretly exposed a crack in the window and looked over quietly. Entering the eye are two mighty and domineering stone lions and the vermilion red gate. Only at the top of the wooden door were written a few big words in ancient and muddy style, Marquis Qingyan Mansion. Chapter 105, The Two Heroines. Lady N, you've finally come over. Our housemaster has always been very grateful for your saving grace, and has long been waiting for you at the Marquis residence, that little boy said joyfully. Lin Anyang originally didn't want to deal with these dignitaries, but since the mountain goddess had already given a hint, she naturally had to come over and take a look. The boy led her towards the front, and Tong Yuan followed. The group walked through the corridor and down the greenstone path, which brought them to the backyard. A few maids over there hurried over and were visibly relieved to see them. Lady N, please come with us. Lin and Yang was brought to the house filled with the scent of medicine and saw a glimpse of a reclining back on the bed. A few days ago, when she followed the team to the provincial city, she happened to encounter mountain bandits and unintentionally saved a woman. At that time, she felt that the clothes the woman was wearing were not simple, and she did not expect that she would be the main mother of the Marquis. System, are you saying that both Tong Yuan and this Marquis Master Mother are protagonists? What types of novels are they from respectively? Yu Luo gave the prompt precisely because a new protagonist had been detected on the system's side, and two were directly detected. The system's side wavered back and forth, unable to make a concrete determination, which was why she had asked Lin Anyang to accept that Master Mother's invitation to go to the Marquis of Qingyan's residence. Tong Yuan comes from an ancient medical princess novel. Her situation is very special. Born with an incomplete soul, before the age of 3, she is like a little cutie. Can't speak, does whatever others say, can't communicate normally at all. In fact, the other half of her soul was in modern times and was a graduate student studying medicine, and then the other half of her soul traveled back before Tong Yuan gradually regained her sanity and became normal. As this heroine grows up and her memories from the modern era slowly return, she combines the Western medicine she learned in the modern era with the Chinese medicine left behind by her grandma to become a very famous miracle doctor within this book. Yulo, so it's the divine doctor. Then Arakan Mountain has picked up a great bargain for nothing. If that Dr. Tong is also abducted back, then won't Arakan have two divine doctors? The system continued. However, since Lulu's death, Tong Yuan was assassinated by her own father and was knocked out and sent to the draft team so that she could replace her own sister in the palace. What follows is the normal cross-country palace fighting session, which is interspersed with the heroine's sisters coming over to mess things up, and finally getting punched in the face one by one. Yu Luo listened and thought, the novel is indeed beautifully depicted, with some hilarious moments in between, and in the end, the heroine does get the emperor's favor, and even sits as the empress. As for this fictional world, naturally, the sea is calm and the rivers are clear, the four seas are peaceful, and the people of the world are living very well, but that's just a fictional portrayal. And after the fictional world merges with this hodgepodge of ancient worlds, then there are so many things that could potentially happen. If the normal process was followed, Tong Yuan would be sent to the palace to become the consort of the Liang Emperor. But what this emperor has done, she also knows very well. Not only cooperate with the demonic evil, the whole palace is in a mess. After the heroine went over, can she really follow the normal plot to develop? After the novel fused this world, the plot would have changed, and there was a powerful demonic evil in that palace. So who knows what would happen? So the heroine might as well come to the barren mountains to build her home in peace. Yulo felt that he was still very good. What about the other heroine? Is it the main mother revenge type? She remembered that there was a period of time when the main mother's revenge novels were quite hot. You guessed it perfectly. It's this type of novel where this main mother is reborn back. Before she was reborn, Liang Shu used her dowry to support a large family in the marquee house, and she also raised an adopted son from the soccer team for her husband. For more than 10 years, she has been honoring her in-laws, teaching a group of adopted sons, going to great lengths to hire martial arts masters and famous great scholars for these adopted sons, so that one by one, these adopted sons will grow up to be successful. However, more than 10 years later, her husband, who had been away fighting in the war, returned with the woman he loved and forced Liang Shu to give up her position as the main mother. The in-laws blamed her, and even the group of adopted children found the adoptive mother very hateful and felt that they were able to get where they are today all because of their own efforts. Currently, Liang Shu has just returned from rebirth not long ago, and at this point in time, she returned from the temple together with her in-laws, and happened to encounter mountain bandits on the way back. The in-laws didn't care about her, and directly got on a carriage and fled for her life. According to the plot, Liang Shu had to hemorrhage this time, but she had a very good life, and just happened to meet Lin and Yang. The next thing was for Liang Shu to slow down and invite Lin and Yang, who had now arrived at the Marquis of Qing En's residence. Yulo pressed his head. The plot was so exciting that I could vomit blood just listening to it, not to mention Liang Shu, who was experiencing everything personally. Abducted, all abducted. Those guys don't know how to cherish it and let her, the mountain goddess, protect it. Inside the house, Liang Shu slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she closed her eyes, she remembered the things she had experienced in her last life, and her head felt as if it was aching like pins and needles. More painful than the flesh is the heart that has already been full of holes. Liang Shu, how could not imagine, was held in the heart of the group of children, raised to the age of, but she was so disliked, and even wanted to harm her. Luckily, she got the chance and returned reborn. Although she was not reborn before entering the marquee, it was enough to change everything. Fortunately, after she was abandoned by her in-laws, she was saved by a very strong woman, or she would have suffered. When she thought of those two in-laws who took her carriage and only cared about their own escape, Liang Shu was furious. Since this is the case, then don't blame her for being ruthless, and in the future of the Marquis of Qing'an, don't want to spend a single coin of hers. Not only that, but the group had to spit out all that stuff from before. While Liang Shu was pondering, a few attentive little maids brought the lady who had been searching for her to the house. Lady An, finally you're here. Her eyes lit up as she struggled to hold herself up, not caring that she was still coughing. Chapter 106, What's this operation? A lot was added to the last chapter, so reread it if the plot doesn't match up. Lady An, I will give you 300 taels of silver per month. Are you willing to stay here? Liang Shu's eyes glowed. This lady is too powerful. She can crack mountains and rocks with a single punch, and dealing with those bandits is like crushing ants. Seeing that the lady opposite did not speak, Liang Shu was a bit apprehensive. 300 taels of silver is indeed a bit low. Should we mention it again? A capable person like Lady An, who casually offered more than that, 300 taels must be less. It is the marquis spending monthly also big several thousand it, rather than their dowry for nothing cheap. This group of white-eyed wolves, as well as to find themselves able to fight the helpers. Liang Shu secretly clenched her fist and decided to add another 200. Silver is precious, but life is worth more. In her new life, she must live well, and to hell with the husband who had fought outside for more than 10 years and brought the white moonlight as soon as he came home. She's going to voluntarily repudiate the guy. 500 taels, Liang Shu added. Before Lin Anyang could say anything, Tong Yuan next to her was already stunned. Boy, what a scene! The head mother of the Marquis of Qing'an's residence, the county lord sealed by the emperor himself, is actually here to plead with Nyangxian to stay and give back 500 taels every month. However, when she thought of that horrible strength of Lin Anyang, Tong Yuan didn't feel anything. Who asked her to be so powerful? 500 taels a month. 2 years will be more than 10,000 taels. If this is done for 10 years or so, the wealth in the future can't be counted. Just ask, who can turn down this kind of hire? It's all silver for nothing. It seemed that Lin Anyang would not be able to leave this time, and she guessed that she would not have to follow this lady back. Tong Yuan was already thinking in her mind about how she would run back and complain to her grandma. but who knew that when she looked up she would see Lin Anyang waving her hand. "I'm sorry ma'am. I can't accept your offer of employment because everything I have was given to me by the mountain goddess, and I still have to go back to the barren mountains. The gods I believe in are there as well as my 2 daughters. If you wish, ma'am, you can come with me to the barren mountains and live there. The deserted mountain is far from strife, and with the blessing of the mountain goddess, no one dares to come to the deserted mountain to look for trouble." After Lin Anyang's introduction, those around her were more shocked than one another. What shocked them was not the existence of the barren mountain or any mountain goddess, but the fact that an ordinary woman was unwilling to accept a 500 taels a month hire, and even had the audacity to plan on abducting the lady of their marquis back. As for Tong Yiwen at the back, she was so shocked that her little head wouldn't even turn. "What kind of operation is this? This marquis's wife is a princess. You want to abduct her back and let her live in the mountains? This. Tong Yiwen thought that she was already knowledgeable by always dreaming of another world at night and secretly learning quite a lot of medical knowledge from other worlds. Who knew that a mountain was even higher than a mountain? And that this in Nyangzi was really daring to think. Just when the crowd thought that the main mother of the Marquis of Qing'an would be infuriated, they saw the other party cupping her chin and falling into deep thought. "Lady An, are there people as powerful as you in the barren mountains?" Liang Shu had given more than 10 years of her life in her previous life to raise a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Even after being reborn back, this heart was very tired, and she really didn't want to deal with all these trivial things and see one hypocritical face after another. It would indeed be a good plan to go to a quiet place and live a life free from the world. Liang Shu was just blinded and controlled by the plot of the book. It's not like she wasn't smart. She just came back from inside the temple and encountered so many bandits. She felt something was wrong. A number of people were also sent out in the morning to inquire outside, and it was found that there was an additional portion of stragglers outside the provincial capital. The straggler didn't look eye-catching and disappeared not long after arriving in the provincial city. But Liang Shu found the key point. In her last life, ever since she married into the marquis, and then was killed by her husband and those adopted sons in conjunction, there hadn't been any stragglers. Liang has always been very powerful, and the emperor of Liang was a good emperor who loved his people as his own. However, when she came back from rebirth, she realized that a lot had changed, not to mention other things, just the things that the current emperor of Liang did. A dog would have to curse a few times when he heard about it. Heavy taxation, wars with millions of men at every turn, mass conscription of peasants, construction of all kinds of luxurious palaces. If anyone objected, they were directly pulled down and beheaded, and those officials in the capital dared not speak out. Was this still her old world? The more Liang Shu thought back, the clearer her head became. In any case, she won't ask about the Hofu's matters in the future. According to the virtue of the emperor of Liang nowadays, this world still doesn't know how to be chaotic, go to live inside the big mountains, and still enjoy being at ease. A lot of things are thought about internally, and reality passes for only a brief moment. Yes ma'am, there are many people as powerful as me, or even more powerful than me, in the desolate mountains today, Lin Anyang said sincerely. Lin Anyang truly felt that there were many people whose abilities were even more impressive than hers. "Lady An, I will think about it." Liang Shu nodded. She naturally wouldn't make the decision easily, and would definitely have to send someone over to the barren mountain to poke around and find out the truth. Lin and Yang knew that the mountain goddess had her eye on this marquis lady, and she also very much hoped that the other party would follow her away. She also knew very well that this lady's status was not ordinary, and it was impossible to make a decision right away. Outside, the sky had become dark, and Lin Anyang had wanted to leave with her people, but Liang Shu had already sent someone to prepare the courtyard, so she stayed at the marquis residence for the night. Tong Yiwen woke up the next day, still in a trance. "Come on, let's go out and buy something." Lin Anyang packed up early in the morning and prepared to go out. This time, when he came to the provincial city, the mountain goddess had specially given down a special prop. There was a very large space inside the props, and Lin and Yang was perfectly capable of putting all the things she bought inside the space. The 10,000 taels of silver that she got from selling Chinese medicine yesterday, she planned to exchange them for various supplies, stuff them into the space, and then bring them back to the barren mountains. Ah, and go out shopping? Tong Yiwen couldn't read it. How is it that this lady has the leisure to go out shopping after such a big event yesterday? Don't you want to go see your grandma? I'll take you there when I finish shopping. Lin Anyang handily led the carriage out. Something as special as space mustn't be known to others, and this carriage, though not large, could be used as a cover. You're willing to take me back? Tong Yiwen's spirit shook. Then let's hurry. She couldn't wait to climb into the carriage. Anyway, I can't see it. Tong Yiwen doesn't ask too many questions, as long as she goes to even her grandma. The carriage slowly left the marquis residence, and only when the Tong family's groom over there had eaten and drunk enough and came out to feed the horses did he realize that something was wrong. Why is this carriage gone? By the time he asked who actually pulled the wagon away, The Tong family's horseman was in the wind. So, it's not going to take him away, is it? On the way, the carriage passed through the alleys and came to the lively streets of the provincial city. Tong Yuan stuck out her little head and said with some twists, "What do you want to buy? I've been living in the provincial city since I was a child. I'm very familiar with the place, so I might be able to help you, no matter what." This in Nyangzi is also kind. Tong Yuan did not sleep much the whole night. In bed, tossing and turning and thinking, feeling that yesterday should not be treated so kindly in Nyangzi. So today, she finally got up the courage to poke her little head out. Lin and Yang turned her head to look at this little girl, only 11 or 12 years old, with baby fat on her face, and a pair of watery eyes that were a bit similar to her own eldest daughter. How can such a tender little girl ask for help? "No, you sleep inside the carriage." She had been leading the wagon, her voice a little muted by the noise of the people. Tong Yuan received a meeting blow and retracted her little head, sulking again. At this time, the window of the carriage was opened, and a piece of soft and sweet date cake that still smelled strongly of dates was shoved in. Gulp! Tong Yuan gulped and quietly took it. Where there was still any sulking, a pair of watery eyes full of smiles. Outside, Lin Anyang saw this scene and also revealed a smile. It's so easy to guess what's going on in this kid's mind, and all it takes is a little treat to coax it along. Chapter 107, A New False God. "This lady, our family's date cake smells good, doesn't it?" The older woman in front of the stall said nervously. "Our family's date cake was originally the most popular seller, but someone stole the secret recipe, and now people are selling date cakes next door for half the price, pulling all our customers away." The boss's wife was very depressed. "But don't worry, even though the next door has a secret recipe, it can't make our kind of flavor. Our family is the most authentic." She gritted her teeth when she spoke. Lin and Yang nodded her head. "The date cake on the side is really not good. There is no fragrance of dates at all. The date cake on this side is fluffy and sweet, and when it comes out of the pot, it makes people want to swallow their saliva. This date cake is not the same as hers, but both are just as good." Lin Anyang finished a piece and still couldn't get enough of it, after which she decisively said, "Boss lady, I'll buy the rest. How much do these date cakes and the rest of the green bean cakes and chestnut cakes add up to? Her daughter and the children of the barren mountain must not have eaten this kind. Why don't she buy some more and bring them back? Anyway, the space given down by the mountain goddess is very good, and these some pastries don't take up much space." Boss lady across the street. She moved nimbly to bag up all the pastries with a smile on her face. "Buy more. Let's make it cheaper. Just give me 3 taels of silver." Lin Anyang nodded and gave 3 taels of broken silver. Immediately afterward, she inquired, "Does the boss's wife have any plans to leave the provincial city? We don't have this kind of pastry over there in the county. You'll be popular if you go and open a store there." The mountain goddess also said that any talent encountered can be abducted back. Oh no, brought back. Lin and Yang felt that everything this boss lady sold was so delicious, so 3 big packages of pastries, and only 3 taels of silver, affordable and cheap, must be the talent that the mountain goddess wants. The boss's wife's heart fluttered. Her reputation over here had been ruined by that guy. Nowadays, even if her food was even better, not many people would come and buy it, so she might as well go out there and maybe make some money. This lady, this kind of thing needs to be discussed. She sighed. "Where is your county seat?" "Our county town is over the barren mountains, all the way west from the provincial capital." Lin Anyang said sincerely. "You're talking about Wasteland County? I lived in Wasteland County for a while when I was a kid, and the scenery there is nice." The boss's wife was genuinely impressed. If it had been any other county, she might have had to hesitate for a long time, but Wasteland County was different. There was still her family's small mansion over there in the county. If this lady hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about the mansion over there. The two exchanged a few words, and Lin and Yang, satisfied, led the carriage to the next stall. Tong Yuan inside the carriage. "This maiden really doesn't spare anyone. Yesterday she wanted to abduct the main mother of the Marquis of Qingyan's residence, and today she wants to abduct the boss's wife of the provincial stallback. It's still a magical place over in Wasteland County." The day passed once again, and Tong Yuan just watched as the maiden holding the carriage bustled about, stuffing the inside of the carriage full of things. She always felt that this lady had bought more than that, but couldn't understand where all those other things had gone. It was a good thing that she wasn't a talkative person, and since they hadn't been making it clear, she wasn't going to take the initiative. When night fell, she finally saw the carriage slowly approaching Myriad Hall. She finally had a chance to go and talk to her grandma, and this time she must succeed in staying. Tong Yuan clenched her fists in a combative manner. However, at this moment, the Myriad Hall was surrounded by people, and at the entrance of the Myriad Hall, there were people yelling there. Tong Yuan's heart tightened and she jumped down in a hurry, asking those around her, "What exactly happened? Why are you all gathered here?" "Little girl, the herbs sold by this Myriad Hall have eaten another person to death. and the family has come over to look for a statement. It was so dark that the boss didn't get much of a good look at the little girl's face, and thought it was someone else who was curious enough to come around. Impossible. How could Myriad Hall's herbs kill people? Those are all Chinese herbs, not poisons, Tong Yuan subconsciously retorted. I also think it's like this, Dr. Tong has been treating and saving people in the provincial city for so many years. Who doesn't know that she has a good heart? It's just that these people are coming aggressively. I'm afraid they're not to be messed with. That old man had grown up in the provincial city since he was a child, and he naturally knew Dr. Tong's medical skills. It's just that lately, the trend has been very bad, and everyone has started to trust that what's his name medicine god, and they all like to go to that store to buy herbs. Everyone who took the herbs was like being possessed, and when they came back, they would praise the pharmacy and would actively believe in the god of medicine. This provincial city is also not very peaceful. The old man wrapped the cotton coat on his body. He could not bear this cold and windy ghost weather, and left in a hurry. Tong Yuan was furious and was about to rush over, but she was pulled by Lin Anyang's collar behind her. Don't be impulsive. I'll see what's going on. Lin Anyang saw if anything the black aura from the group of people around her. This black aura was the same as those devotees of the sender, but the black aura above these people's foreheads was significantly stronger. Ding! A new pseudo-god has been detected. Is the power extracted? Yu Luo, who had been paying attention to this side, nodded and drew those black chi that had escaped over. The flavor this time, it's kinda sweet, kinda similar to sugar cane. Yu Luo narrowed his eyes. She felt that it was perfectly fine for Lin Anyang to stay for a few more days and put an end to that what's-his-name medicine god, so as not to pretend to be a god here and wreak havoc on people. Chapter 108, Make a Deal. You said that your brother had problems eating my family's herbs, so what herbs did you buy? Dr. Tong remained very calm in the face of a group of people surrounding him. Anyway, it's just eating dead people. How come you guys still have the face to open the door here? The man in charge said in annoyance. You can't even say it. Open your mouth to slander. What a big mouth. Dr. Tong snorted coldly. Eat that what? Broken bowel herb. Yes, yes, yes. You gave my brother the wiener's wheat for him to eat, and he ate it and lay down. Hurry up and pay for it. If you don't pay 10,000 taels of silver, I'll smash your Myriad Hall today. The Hanyu yelled. Dr. Tong heard instead laughed. Broken intestine grass is a poison, although it has the effect of breaking up the accumulation and pulling out the poison, dispelling the blood stasis and relieving the pain. But in order to avoid taking the wrong medicine, we do not sell the broken intestine grass in our store, even if you rummage through the entire Myriad Hall and can't find a single leaf. So you have the nerve to come to pick a fight. Who knows if you got rid of the broken heart grass overnight? A group of people were raging. Brothers, she's fooling us, causing our brothers to lose their lives, and still won't admit it. Smashing her store. A group of people rushed straight over. Dr. Tong was pinching a thread in her hand, and she was about to pull this thread off when she saw the familiar figure rushing over, kicking the dozen or so Hans over in 3 strokes, whacking their noses and faces. The old man was shocked. Lady An, why are you still in the province? Lin Anyang clapped her hands and looked at all the onlookers. Who else wants to come over and pick a fight? Come over all together. The crowd took a step back in unison. They weren't stupid. This lady was very fierce at first glance. Wasn't this going up to look for a beating? Also, you said that your brother ate the broken intestine grass and didn't have a life, right? Lin Anyang ignored the retreating men and turned her head to look at the beaten and swollen Han again. The Hanyu was also stubborn. His eyes still nodded even though they were bruised and swollen from the beating. Since that's the case, let me give it a try. Lin Anyang casually raised a thick stone slab from the side and smashed it over at the man lying on the ground. Asterisk 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 run. Third brother. The Hanyu almost stared his eyes off. What kind of game is this? If such a big rock hits you, you'll be smashed apart even if you don't die, right? The man lying on the ground jerked his eyes open and almost pissed himself, rolling to the side in a hurry. Alright, your brother has been cured by our Myriad Hall. Hurry up and get lost. Lin Anyang said expressionlessly. The surrounding crowd. That's a pretty simple and brutal method, but it does have a knack for dealing with these rogue punks. The group of men suffocated, but they were all afraid that this very strong woman, carrying a large stone to smash over, one by one all gray crawled away. Wait, the voice behind him rang out like a demon. You've been here for so long, how can you pay for the damages? Otherwise I'm going to report it to the police. Lin Anyang visibly frowned when she saw the wooden door of the Myriad Hall being smashed with marks. Bunch of rowdy punks. Is there any justice in this? Beating up a bunch of their brothers like this and even asking them to pay for it. However, facing this kind of ferocious nymphette, they could not get any good at all, and then handed over all the silver money they had on them. As they left, the group of Hanyu moved faster, fearful of being called out again. Those ordinary people who originally wanted to watch the fun also dispersed, not daring to continue to linger here. The only ones left in place were Dr. Tong, who had a complicated look on his face, and Tong Yiwen, who was shocked. Auntie Anne, you're too good. In the Barren Mountains, this ability of mine is not surprising, Lin Anyang said indifferently. Come on, let's go inside and talk some more. Dr. Tong nodded. She did have a lot to ask. Lady Anne, your powers were given to you by the mountain goddess? She had lived to be over 80 years old, not as old as Mrs. Gong's son, but compared to the others around her, she was considered to be of advanced age. Dr. Tong has seen a lot of things in his life. Naturally, he knows more about demons and evils, and from the very beginning he suspected that there were demons meddling in the store on the next street, or else he wouldn't have been in a hurry to send his little granddaughter away. That demonic evil had obviously set its sights on Myriad Hall, presumably using Myriad Hall as a stumbling block, and had been trying to get rid of the medicine store that had been passed down for 100 years by his family. Dr. Tong has always been very cautious, but many of the people who come over to pick a fight are simply unreasonable. She has long been physically and mentally exhausted, and intends to give up her life. Who knew that in Yangzi had turned back and even demonstrated extraordinary abilities, and she saw hope again. Yes, there are many others like me in the Barren Mountains. Lin Anyang nodded. There was nothing unspeakable. Anyway, no matter what, she had to bring this Dr. Tong back. You guys, is there a price to pay? Dr. Tong had heard something about yen. Why should I pay the price? Lin Anyang's face was clearly very puzzled. The mountain goddess is so merciful that she doesn't even let us spread out and waste money to build the mountain god temple, so how could she possibly ask us to pay a price? So what changes have you made? Dr. Tong looked surprised. She hadn't heard of this kind of demonic evil. I feel that my body has become better. Before I worked at home for 10 years or so, I was very tired every day. Now I have no problem climbing the Barren Mountains a few more times, Lin Anyang said sincerely. She also described briefly the matter of her serious illness and the slow recovery of her body after eating the divine gift. Dr. Tong was shocked. I'm afraid this isn't a real god, right? How could any demon or evil do such a thing? Dr. Tong, let's not talk in the dark. The Barren Mountain needs a doctor. I have to bring you back. Lin Anyang had a sincere face. Dr. Tong, I can't believe this guy turned back around and was staring at her. But, Dr. Tong, I know what you're dreading. You're afraid that the demonic evil will do something to harm the people of the provincial city, aren't you? Lin Anyang had some understanding of the demonic evil over there after the mountain goddess reminder. Dr. Tong subconsciously nodded. She did really want to. In this case, let's make a deal. How about I ask the mountain goddess on my side to take care of that demonic evil for you, and you go back with me? Lin Anyang inquired again. Her demeanor was very sincere throughout, and she looked extraordinarily honest. Of course the words that came out made the grandchildren's eyelids flutter wildly. Dr. Tong Yiwen. It seems that there is no longer any use for her, and this aunt will be able to abduct grandma on the strength of her strength. It's a good thing she's memorized a lot of lines by default. Chapter 109. Lin and Yang left the wooden carving of the mountain god for Dr. Tong, and took Tong Yiwen with her to blend into the pharmacy on the next street over to get some medicine, intending to find out what trace of that demonic evil there was. The Arakan side of the mountain is also on track, with many houses built and more smiles on everyone's faces. The only one who couldn't sleep was the magistrate of Z County. You say that all those stragglers who ran out of our county were taken away by the magistrate of deserted county? What does he want with so many stragglers? It won't be a rebellion, right? The magistrate of Z County had been an official in this place for so many years, and had never been one to condescend. With a face that was fat and round from eating, and even had a beer belly, he thought about it left and right. How could he feel that it was not right? That the stragglers must be hundreds or thousands, right? How can an ordinary county harbor so many stragglers? Where will the food come from? Where will the silver come from? Moreover, who didn't know that Wasteland County was a very poor county? The previous magistrate didn't even get much oil at all, and even complained at him when he was leaving. According to that guy's character, he must have already raided the deserted county pretty much. How did the new magistrate dare to take in so many stragglers? There is no other reason to explain it other than preparing for a revolt. At the thought of this, the magistrate of Z County could not sit still. Those bandits were enough of a headache for him, and then a magistrate who was ready to rebel. Did he want to live? Told you I should have run away nimbly in the first place, but you three ended up carrying me back. He was furious. When he first escaped he didn't look at the road and directly hit a rock on the side of the road, and in a coma he was carried back by these three godchildren, missing the best time. What a filial son! Now that the county office of Z County has been surrounded, and many people come to protest every day, he can't find a chance to run even if he wants to. I'll give you guys a chance to go over to Wasteland County and check it out. I want to know what's going on over there so I can make preparations in time. Z County's Neo County magistrate roared angrily. The three men across the room rolled out numbly, looking at each other in disbelief. Big brother, do we really have to go to Desolate County? What if that magistrate is really ready to revolt and behead us? Big brother, it hasn't gone that way yet. Can it come back? The two men looked at their big brother in unison. Nyo-san, don't worry. Doesn't that magistrate like to take in stragglers? We can totally pretend to be stragglers and go over there. When the time comes, we won't stay much longer. As long as we find out what's going on, we'll leave immediately and deliver the news to our righteous father. The two men across the room could only nod. The three brothers quickly changed into linen clothes, each carrying a small parcel, and quietly slipped out from behind the county courthouse. Z County is separated from Arakan County by a county, so it is reasonable to say that this journey would take most of the day. But the two had only just stepped out of the gates of Z County not long before they saw a figure sitting outside, holding a large flag. Nyoda was able to become the righteous son of the magistrate of Z County. Of course he recognized a few words. He fixed his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched. You are welcome in Desert County. The magistrate of this deserted county really doesn't have any sense of boundaries. Directly letting people recruit people at the city gates of Z County. Those who know are very clear that these are stragglers. Those who don't know think that all of these people are treasures and worth coming over to fight for. Nyo-san in the back was also a bit speechless when he heard his big brother's description. However, it also saves a lot of trouble. We can go over there now. Nyoda mused. It's still a pretty sweet method for those stragglers who want to travel to the deserted counties. The three men quickly came to the man holding the flag and gave their names. The man looked at the three men's physiques with great satisfaction, and took the sealing clay he carried with him and stuck a poke into the backs of the three men's hands. Why don't you all wait here for a while, and when I've recruited enough 10 men, I'll take you back in the donkey cart. Today's Z County is very chaotic. Many people want to leave this county. This person is still very good at recruiting. And soon a few of them were on a donkey cart headed for the deserted county. The speed of this donkey cart was not even slower than a horse carriage, and the group of people soon arrived outside the county town of Wasteland County. The man with the donkey cart handed the men over to another stranger and quickly left. Today wasn't bad. 200 people have been recruited. Lord Magistrate and the Mountain Goddess must both be very satisfied. Steward Wang looked at the roster in his hands and revealed a smile. If you guys are willing to leave your homes and come here, you must want to make a good living and live a good life, right? He quickly closed the manual and slammed it onto the table next to him. The group of people across the street nodded. Those bandits near Z County had scared many people out of their wits, and there were more gangsters inside the county, robbing homes every now and then. The magistrates can't even be counted on and have been completely inactive. How could they possibly want to leave their hometowns if they couldn't really get by? Very well, then you've come to the right place. As long as the stragglers who come to our desolate county, there's no one who wants to go back. Steward Wang was all smiles. The three Oxford brothers. Is it true that you don't want to go back, or that you can't go back? It always feels like this. Steward Wang, smiling a bit treacherous. Now that you're here, you're from our deserted county, so I'll introduce you to what's working now. We have two of the most popular jobs in Arakan County at the moment. One is building houses in Arakan West, and the other is firing kills over in Lin's village. Whichever job you have, you get 10 cents a day, 3 meals a day included, and benefits every month. As for what benefits, you'll know exactly when they're handed out. The three brothers of the Nyo family thought about it and finally chose Desolate West. What was that Linjia village? They had never even heard of it, but Wasteland West was just to the west of the county seat of Wasteland County, very close to the county seat, and was able to inquire about the situation with ease. They had come over for a mission, not really for a job, so of course they had to pick a close job. Of these 10 people, 2 also chose the Lin family village, and they were each taken back. When the three brothers of the Nyo family arrived at the deserted West, it was already completely dark. Outside, someone brought 3 portions of rice, not only fragrant rice, but also smooth and tender chicken. The 3 Nyo family brothers gulped. Is all the treatment this good when you do work on this side of Desolate County? Nyo-san took a bite of chicken and almost swallowed his tongue. Next to him, Nyoda was very calm. This must be what Arakan County is using to tempt us. Maybe we'll soon be pulled out to fight those rebels. This is a head-breaking meal. The other 2 brothers shivered. They must run back in time to explain the situation to their righteous father. The next day, the 3 brothers were called up early in the morning and put to work. It's really building a house. Isn't it practicing rebellion? Watching the people coming and going carrying stones, Nyo muttered. Since it's not a revolt, their next meal, for sure, won't be too good. Big brother and second brother, are you guys hungry? I brought dry food over. Let's barely deal with a bite. Nyo-san pulled out a hard black nest egg. Both of his brothers were so moved that one of them took a nest egg and nibbled on it. This is a real brother. However, as soon as they turned their heads, the 3 brothers saw the familiar figure of Steward Wang walking over, carrying 3 large buckets beside him. As soon as that lid was lifted, the smell of rice porridge desperately pushed its way into their noses, and the three of them looked at the cackling nest in their hands. This chapter adds over 1,000 words. Chapter 110. The last chapter added over 1,000 words, so you can reread it if the plot is off. What's all the food here? Cowboy 2 stuck his head out for a couple of moments and was instantly disinterested again. That rice porridge does smell good, but what are those 2 buckets of black stuff next to it? The magistrate of this deserted county really doesn't want to cover it up, and is planning to directly poison them to death, isn't he? The three of them froze and swallowed, resisting their craving for white porridge, and finished the nest in their hands. It turned out that the surrounding Hans who were doing the work were very excited to see today's breakfast, but one by one, they all lined up in front of the barrels, and there were even Hans who didn't hold back and screamed twice after they got their breakfast. The 3 Nyoja brothers frowned once again, thinking to themselves, is the blackened stuff so tasty? As a result, the first Han who got his hands on the baked sweet potatoes broke them open, and these 3 brothers regretted it, and in their hearts they regretted it. What is this stuff? Why does it smell so sweet? I've never smelled this kind of fragrance before. Nyo-san went over and sniffed it, itching to nibble at someone's baked sweet potato. What are you 3 doing there? Hurry over and line up. Although our baked sweet potatoes are limited, they are all very large, so we will definitely fill you up. Steward Wang said helplessly. What's this guy-san doing there chewing on a hardened nest egg in the morning? Don't they have good food? The 3 brothers of the Nyo family hurriedly ran over to the queue, occasionally looking at the queue in front of them, completely forgetting all about the matter of suspecting people of poisoning just now. With food that smelled so good, even if it was really poisoned, they had to swallow it. It didn't take long before it was finally their turn in line, and the man had been craving it for a long time, reaching out to grab the baked sweet potato over there. Steward Wang knocked over with a bamboo stick, and the 3 were honest. What's the hurry? It's not like you're missing a bite of food, just like that hungry ghost. Before we eat, I'll introduce you. The rice porridge and salted vegetables over here are provided by the county magistrate. As for the very fragrant roasted sweet potatoes over here, they come from the barren mountains and are delicacies bestowed down by the mountain goddess. Before you receive your sweet potatoes, you need to put your hands together and express your gratitude to the mountain goddess before I can give them to you. Knowing that these guys were new, Steward Wang put his hands together and did the demonstration himself. Thank you, Lady Mountain Goddess, for giving us such delicious sweet potatoes. You are so merciful, Lady Mountain Goddess, that your light will surely shine on the earth forever. The 3 brothers of the Nyo family had already been hooked by the aroma of the baked sweet potatoes and their cravings had come out. Not to mention that there was no more mountain goddess, even if they kneeled down and kowtowed to the ground. They didn't even bring any hesitation. The 3 of them have mixed up to this point, and they were able to recognize the magistrate of Z County as their righteous father because they were shameless enough. The 3 repeated it vocally, and the steward Wang on the opposite side of the room was very satisfied. Okay, you guys take away and eat. 3 baked sweet potatoes per person. Not enough to come back to me for more. Said I'll let you have enough, so I won't let you go hungry. The 3 Nyo family brothers smiled and narrowed their eyes, and hurriedly took their breakfast back, eating white porridge and salted vegetables while eating baked sweet potatoes. The taste could not be more beautiful, so much so that when Steward Wang distributed tasks to them in the morning, the 3 of them completed them meticulously, thinking that since they wanted to break into it and extract information from it, they definitely needed to win the steward's trust. There's nothing wrong with more work, is there? By the time noon rolled around, Steward Wang's familiar figure reappeared, and this time he carried a full 5 large buckets of rice, 2 large buckets of white rice. The other 3 buckets contain all vegetables, a stir-fried cabbage, a celery fried meat. That meat was also very thickly sliced, and the 3 brothers of the Nyo family ate it with their mouths full of flavor. The most amazing thing was the last one, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Before they ate it, they skillfully put their hands together and praised the mountain goddess before Steward Wang added the dish to them. A chopstick of shredded potatoes had only just entered his mouth when the brothers stared violently, because this unfamiliar dish was actually more delicious than the others, and it tasted so sour and appetizing that the 3 brothers could not wait to swallow their tongues into it. Not to mention at the evening mealtime, Steward Wang sent thick mixed grain cakes wrapped with shredded potatoes and all kinds of tasty sauces. That was even more snatched up without any leftovers. A week later, the 3 brothers rubbed their stomachs and had no desire to leave at all. No, our righteous father is the magistrate of Z County. If he is held accountable, we definitely won't have a good time. Nyoda felt especially sorry for his righteous father. They said they'd come over to spy, but they've been eating here and working for others for a week. They got a little bit of news, and they even gained a lot of fat. Big brother and second brother, you guys are usually the best to me. Today it's also my turn to honor you. I'll go and explain the situation to my righteous father's side, and in the meantime, tell him about the news we've been poking around these days. Nyo-san left righteously. With his guarantee, Nyo Den Nyo Air and the two of them were completely liberalized in their work, and on the weekend, they even received a reward from Steward Wang, with an extra egg for each of them. The two people didn't realize in the slightest that after Nyo-san left, he accidentally arrived at Linjia village, was attracted by the sight of the kiln burning on this side of Linjia village, and saw that the food these people ate was better than that on the Arakanishi side, and was completely unable to walk away from the scene. When he was building a house over there, sweet potatoes were in limited supply, and the sweet potatoes over here were really open for eating, and there were even baked potatoes and roasted corn. Oh goddess of heaven, oh goddess of the mountains, how come all these people eat so well? If he leaves, will there still be such good food? Thinking of the scene where their righteous father either beat or scolded them and instructed them to do the work, but not a penny of it, Nyo-san couldn't walk. Instead of going back to be beaten and scolded, and being scared every day, worrying that some stragglers outside would rush in and beat up their righteous father, it would be better to just stay here and not leave. Anyway, the food is so good here, and it's rumored that if you can work enough for 2 months, you're even given cotton clothes. He hadn't worn much of that thick cotton clothing in all his life, and he envied the other workers every day when he saw them doing their work in cotton. Will he have a chance to get cotton clothes after he leaves? The righteous father never gave them money for clothes. As Nyo-san contemplated, those two legs could no longer help but walk in the direction of the Lin family village. It just so happened that Choi Young was patrolling down there and saw a familiar stamp on his right hand and led the man over. Did you come from the county side to try to switch jobs? Nyo-san subconsciously nodded. Immediately afterward, he was placed by Choi Young as the steward of the Lin family village side, and was first given a full meal, followed by being led by other veterans, and began to work feverishly. The magistrate of Z County waited and waited over there, waiting day after day. These three godchildren did not come back to resume orders, and has been so angry that he cursed several times. As for Su Rurong in the deserted county side, she is still not aware that the three spies who want to come over to spy on the news have already been tempted by their various benefits and completely do not want to leave. Otherwise he'd have to come over high or low to see what's going on. Yu Luo had been paying attention to this matter. She had already seen the scene inside through the eyes of a bird outside the window from the time the three of them were talking to the magistrate of Z County. Later on, from time to time, the line of sight will be thrown over to take a look. Found that these three people's work is getting better and better, every day in addition to work. Just think of eating. Think it is quite interesting. Also did not pull out these guys. In the future, there will be more and more such scouts, and it is also the ability of Wasteland County to keep these people, and it is all labor. Ah, don't want it for nothing. Chapter 111. At the foot of the barren mountain, the Lin family village. Ever since the winter rain a few days ago, the weather has been getting colder and colder, and even if everyone is wearing thick clothing, that cold wind blowing over can make your bones shiver and the corners of your mouth tremble. Old Mrs. Lin exposed a crack and looked at the scene of those people firing the kiln outside, freezing and shrinking her neck while skimming her lips in disbelief. The county magistrate is really good at finding people. He even got those stragglers over to burn the kiln, and I don't know what all the bricks burned out are used for. Old man, what do you think the old ancestors were thinking? The village house was given to these stragglers to live in, and they can still live in the mountains for generations? Not even planning to come back in the future? Mind less about what the old ancestor decided. You'd better think about how to get your son back. Elder Lin did feel that the old ancestor was doing something very ridiculous, actually taking the house that his ancestors had built for generations and giving it to the stragglers to live in. But he also knew that he couldn't even say anything at all to the old ancestor, and it was useless to care anymore, so he might as well get his son back. As soon as she talked about her second son, old Mrs. Lin rolled her eyes. This second one isn't a caretaker either. There's no news after so many days. The weather outside is so cold. I don't even have a cotton coat. How can I go look for someone? Master Lin did have a thick cotton coat, but how could he go out by himself? So, until now they have not been able to find their son and can only complain to each other there. Just as old Mrs. Lin gritted her teeth and decided to go outside to take a look, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. They opened the door and saw the familiar figure standing in front of the door. Lin Luo's hair was frozen with ice. His upper and lower lips were trembling, and he rushed in with his hands tucked in. Boss, daughter-in-law, quickly boil a bucket of hot water to warm up my son, Elder Lin exclaimed. Not long after, Lin Lian's mother came over with a bucket of water. That expression was a bit reluctant, but without doing work at home, Master Lin and Mrs. Lin would not give her food, so she could only serve here. This is, sister-in-law? Lin Luo was shocked. He had always heard that his sister-in-law was a noblewoman from the capital, as beautiful as heaven, and secretly he didn't know how many times he had envied his big brother. Now that he took a closer look at his sister-in-law's appearance, Lin Luo was speechless. It was not much different from his daughter-in-law Wu Chuiying, thanks to which he envied his elder brother for so long. Eldest, Why have you been out there looking for so many days? What's wrong with that little? Does she still want to live? Old Mrs. Lin blackened her face, letting her son search for so long. When the second daughter-in-law comes back, she will teach him a good lesson. Mother, don't mind so much. Thinking about this, Lin Luo was a bit stifled. Why don't you just leave it alone? She's my daughter-in-law and I'm. Mother, shut up. Don't ever mention this person again. Lin Luo's face was ugly. Across the street, old Mrs. Lin finally realized something was wrong. She looked at her second son's face and muttered, "If you don't say it, then don't say it. Anyway, she won't be able to enter this house in the future." Seeing her son's face getting harder and harder, she finally didn't say anything. Lin Luo was steamed by the heat and finally slowed down. He remembered those earthen kills at the entrance and turned to ask about the Lin family village. "Your old ancestor took the whole village to live in the barren mountains. I think she's just lived too long and has a problem. The houses in the Lin family village, too, have been given up to these stragglers, and every day these people are out there firing kills, causing our family to be frightened all day long. Can old Mrs. Lin not be afraid? These are displaced people. What if those people are not living as well as they should be and rob them of their belongings? Where will she argue? The weather is so cold. Does old ancestor really not intend to come back?" Lin Luo calmly inquired. "It looks like he doesn't intend to come back, taking so much grain with him." Old Mrs. Lin couldn't help but be staggered when she remembered the portion of grain she had secretly seen, but she didn't care. What's the point of eating well? It's so cold up there in the barren mountains. Where is it more comfortable than her own home? How much grain did they take away? Lin Luo's heart fluttered. That has to be a few hundred, a few thousand stones, right? It's estimated that for the next year, they won't have to worry. The old lady exaggerated. How can it be so much? When we first saw it, it was at most 100 stones of grain. Just blow it. Elder Lin glared over angrily. Why am I exaggerating? This is just what we see. What about what we don't see? During this time, people in our village have been hoarding grain. Who knows how much they've hoarded? Moreover, you know the old ancestor's status. She is estimated to have quite a lot of silver in her hand. Can she not afford to buy food? The old lady jumped to her feet. Mother, what exactly is the identity of the old ancestor? Lin Luo was curious. He was unimpressed that the village people honored the old ancestor so much, but he had just lived a long time. The old ancestor didn't often stay in the Lin family village. Instead, she ran around the world. He had seen her once since he was a child, and the old man didn't say anything about giving them silver, so why should she be honored? Old Mrs. Lin pulled her son over and muttered half-heartedly. The old man didn't say anything. Originally this kind of thing couldn't be told to the younger generation, but the old ancestor had already left with the other villagers and only he stayed here, so why couldn't he say it? Mother, you're saying that old ancestor was once a county princess? Lin Luo's eyes almost stared off. Then the old ancestors must have a lot of family money, right? Old Mrs. Lin nodded, and her tone was also a bit sour. Your father is her adopted son, and I haven't seen the old ancestor give much, so I guess there are a lot of good things hidden in the dark. Lin Luo was thoughtful. He felt that he had found his chance. By the way, where's Lin Lian? Didn't I say she came back with my sister-in-law? Don't mention that girl. She hasn't spent much time at home since she came back. She runs out all day without a trace. She can't be counted on at all. Speaking of this, old Mrs. Lin became angry. Alright, Lin Luo soaked inside the hot water, quickly put on his clothes again, and ran out. Son, what are you doing again? Old Mrs. Lin was shocked. Stay in your homes and don't ask what you can't ask. Lin Luo ran far away as he squinted his eyes to find one of the peaks inside as he resigned himself to climbing up. Chapter 112, Occupy the Deserted Mountain? Lin Luo arrived in front of the cave, and before he even entered the cave, he saw the familiar figure hugging the man with a bearded face and whispering. His face hardened and he turned his head in some embarrassment. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you kneel down? The bandit next to him kicked violently at his knee, and Lin Luo flopped to the ground. Wu Chuiying, who had her back to him, glanced this way, pulling back her long hair with mocking eyes. Even so, Lin Luo was not in a position to say anything more as he kowtowed in the direction of the cave. Boss Guang, I found a very good place to land. There's a huge amount of grain hoarded over at Arakan Mountain, and the old ancestor of Arakan Mountain was also a former county princess. She must have saved up a lot of family assets. Moreover, the site of the barren mountain is still the place where our Lin family village used to take refuge and built a lot of wooden huts. So as long as we take over the barren mountain, not only do we have a place to land, but we'll even be able to get a lot of food. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. Let you pry for information. You pry for information. Why do you speak in a conspiratorial manner? Are you sincerely wishing our elder Guang to be happy with his wife? The sidekick kicked again. Lin Jiro, all he could do was kowtow again, and had to smile a blessed smile at his former wife. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. I hope that boss will live a happy life in the future and have many grandchildren. In this way, the scar-faced boss Guangping, who was wearing a turban across the street, reluctantly nodded. Having you as a grandchild is also a blessing for that old ancestor of the Lin family village. Look how filial. Just by going back for so half a day, he revealed the place where the Lin family village took refuge to us, and also revealed your old ancestor's family background. Those surrounding bandits laughed. Lin Luo, however, didn't feel anything, even if he revealed the resources of the barren mountain. So what? It wasn't all their Lin family village's family property, so he could dispose of it however he wanted. He was tortured here, and the only way he could live better was to find a way to get out. Thinking that the old ancestor would be able to sympathize with this junior of his after knowing the reason. Husband, I don't think this matter is right. The Wu Chuiying in her arms, however, retorted out loud. After Wu Chuiying married into the Lin family, she didn't work much, and most of the time it was Lin Anyang and the oldest member of the Lin family who did the work. She managed to sneak in a little laziness every day, hit her teeth, and raised herself pretty well, to be in shape, with a complexion a little whiter than normal for a peasant woman, and an okay look. That's why after being captured by this group of bandits, she was able to take the opportunity to get good with the boss of these bandits. These days, is Wu Chuiying live the most comfortable time? Do not have to wait for in-laws every day, but there are any trivial things. There are those little brothers scramble to help. Even if she was accused of being heartless by her previous husband, Wu Chuiying still had a way to clean up Lin Luo. As long as she cried a little, there were plenty of little brothers to teach this guy a lesson for her. Although her days were heartless, she still didn't feel quite right when she heard Lin Luo reveal the refuge of the Lin family village. Even if her in-laws didn't behave and abetted her son to this state, and her husband never felt sorry for her, the villagers of the Lin family village were still nice. In the past, she was the one who was possessed, always thinking of going against Lin Anyang, but then when she thought about it carefully, why make things difficult for a woman who suffered as much as she did? As for the Gongsun old lady, Wu Chuiying married over to see this old ancestor. When the family cannot open the pot, she to the people's pork store greedy. The old lady did not say a word when she saw it, but the next day she had a large piece of fat and thin meat brought to her. This old ancestor is still good. If we lure this group of ferocious bandits over there, how many people would still be able to live in the Lin family village? Wu Chuiying didn't think that she could stop this group of people from burning and looting the village. These bandits could see blood every day and occasionally curry favor with her, but only because they were favored by the boss. How could all of them change to vegetarianism just because of her words? Oh, tell me how it's inappropriate? The turbaned Hiro was quite interested. That barren mountain is the highest mountain in our barren county. If not for the sake of refuge, no villagers go there at all on weekdays because there are many ferocious beasts there. Wu Chuiying counted with her fingers. But whenever the old ancestor side of the Lin family village hears anything, he will be able to avoid us by taking the people to just find a place to hide in the mountains. If we want to occupy that place, not only do we have to be careful of those wild beasts, but we even have to spend a lot of time searching for them. And in this cold weather, we are freezing inside the cave with the fire burning, so why should we barge into the deserted mountains at this time of the year, and suffer from this? Wu Chuiying had never felt that her head could be so bright. She made list after list, and she was almost convinced by herself. Those minions around him were obviously very hesitant as well. Yes, this ghost weather is really a day by day. Not long ago they are still wearing thin clothes outside the burning and looting, now hiding in this kind of four sides of the windless cave inside, being frozen up and down the teeth fight. Why go to suffer that crime? Wouldn't it be better to wait until next spring to fatten up those surrounding villagers and slaughter another wave? The leader of the bandits was deep in thought, clearly spoken for. This weather was really bad, not to mention those juniors below, even he didn't want to move. Instead of going outside to toss and turn, it was better to nestle inside this warm cave. The area is still nice and much warmer than a normal house. Boss Guang, you may not be aware that it snows heavily every winter in our desolate county. When the snow closes the mountain, what if we stay inside the cave and get trapped here? Winter lasts so long, it has to last 3 or 4 months before it gets warm outside. How can our food possibly last that long? Lin Luo's eyes twitched and immediately discouraged. If this group of bandits didn't want to go to the barren mountains, wouldn't he have no chance of getting credit? As soon as they heard that the mountains would be snowed in during the winter, many people's eyes changed. Most of them were stragglers from other places, and had gotten mixed up with the boss and become bandits just to live a good life. If they still had to go hungry this winter, they might as well go down the mountain and rob another wave of food. So what if it's a barren mountain? They've been living in the mountains lately. They're extra familiar with this side of the mountains and forests, so they'll just look for more. Boss Guang, you don't know. Old Ancestor contacted a grain merchant in Chongzhou, and it's estimated that a few thousand stones of grain have been shipped in. I could have sworn that even the government isn't that rich. Lin Luo patted his chest and assured him. That bandit's complexion changed completely. If it was a normal horde of rations from the villagers inside a village, he still felt nothing, but these thousands of stones of grain did make his heart flutter. As long as they had this grain, the 400 or 500 of them could eat for half a year. Moreover, food abundance is also a kind of backbone, and in the future, if he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel, he will also be able to collect more stragglers. You go down. I'll think about it. Guangping waved his hand, but anyone with eyes could see that their boss was spoken for. The group was excited that they would soon be able to show off their skills again. In the meantime, many more stragglers had joined in, and many of them hadn't even seen blood yet, so it was time to show the group their force. Husband, you have to think about it. There is the existence of the mountain goddess over there in the barren mountains, and many of them are very powerful. Wu Chuiying was in a hurry. You go too. Don't think I don't know that you are also from the Lin family village. Guangping was making calculations in his mind, and when he heard her voice, he waved his hand impatiently. Wu Chuiying was pulled out, and she went to another cave and glared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo revealed an arrogant expression. Boss Guang, there's a little girl looking up, saying she wants to talk to you about things. There was a faint voice that came from inside a nearby cave. Wu Chuiying was a bit puzzled as she listened. What little girl could find her way here in such cold weather? Just let you be complacent for this period of time. When I've made a great achievement this time and Boss Guang has a new person by his side, I'll definitely beat you to death. Lin Luo said fiercely. Wu Chuiying gave him a blank look. Not caring about this guy's wild barking, she sneaked to the edge of the cave and vaguely saw a familiar back. That little girl. Why does she look so much like Lin? But could Lin Lian come to the middle of nowhere in this freezing weather? Had she been mistaken? And this was just one of those children that the stragglers had brought here? Inside the cave, although Guangping was very moved by Lin Luo's words, he felt very uneasy after driving everyone away. He had encountered this situation a few times before, and each time, with this premonition, he had eluded the officials. This time come to the government side also heard what the noise. Ready to come over to round up his? It shouldn't be. The reason why he ran to Deserted County is naturally because the official strength of this side of Deserted County is too weak. That new magistrate doesn't think of organizing manpower to train soldiers. Instead, he recruits stragglers to build houses there. Today's Wasteland County is a piece of scattered sand. If he wants to bring people down, he can casually take control of this county, and in the future, he can completely use Wasteland County as a base for his own fortune, and as a retreat for himself. However, after coming to Arakan County, he always felt his heart beating wildly, and this time when he heard Lin Luo's suggestion, he was always disturbed. Perhaps, one should listen carefully to the advice of Ing Tuiying. Guanping was already a bit shaken, but at this time, those brothers outside brought a little girl. Chapter 113, The Mountain God School. While Guangping and the group of people were plotting, they didn't realize in the slightest that inside their cave, a few small sparrows had already burrowed in. These few small sparrows didn't say anything, just staring at them silently, waiting for these people to discuss all the options for occupying the barren mountains, before they unhurriedly lifted their wings and left. In fact, from the time these people came to the range of the deserted county, they were already being watched. Not only did Lin Mal see them through those birds flying in the air, even Lu Xian heard them moving. However, these people didn't start off by robbing homes or brutalizing the people of the deserted county. Instead, they nestled inside the caves, so Yu Luo didn't take the initiative to let people come and pick a fight. She was going to find an opportunity to just take the group down in one fell swoop. Who knows that this side has not yet been put on the agenda. The bandits over there actually hit the barren mountain in advance. Of course, this is not without the contribution of Lin Luo and Lin Lian. The two guys still really dare to make things happen, but it can really make people coup. Yu Luo directly ordered people to spread the news to the county office of Arakan County, so that Su Rurong's side could also make preparations in advance. The county seat of Arakan County. Su Rurong looked at the rows of houses in front of her, and was still a little emotional. Who would have thought that a month or two ago, this place was all empty? Nowadays, these houses are all built with masonry and stone, and you can also burn fire dragons inside, so that when the cold winter officially arrives, you can arrange for people to live in them. Of course, he did not stop building. After all, these workers also need a place to live. Su Ruyong intends to staff residents, also all built up, for the future recruitment of new stragglers to prepare. Magistrate Su, Lady Chui has come over again. A childish voice came over. The county court summoned another batch of people. Su Ruyong had planned to recruit a few capable grannies, who knew that she had met a pair of parentless twins inside the stragglers. The twins weren't old enough to do all that heavy lifting, so he recruited them inside the county courthouse to do some menial tasks. The twins are so worshipful of the legendary mountain goddess that whenever Choi Young comes over, they eyeball it and run over to report. Su Rurong invited Nyang Zichui over and listened to the other party's words. Her spirit was shaken. They want to take the desolate mountain? He looked odd. It is said that this group of bandits hit which county is not good, but came to their barren county, and also hit the idea of barren mountains. Even he, the magistrate, was in awe of the barren mountainside, fearing that he might not be able to handle both sides well enough to be detested by the mountain goddess. These bandits are really daring. It's true that there's a lot of food in the barren mountains, but there's also a bunch of awesome abilities, and an even more awesome mountain goddess. Why was it so hard to think that you had to get a head start and try the hell difficulty? Alright, I'll advise them of my condolences when the time comes. Su Rurong nodded. Choi Young, this magistrate is different from any ordinary official, and he's quite good at making jokes. When the time comes, we'll have to trouble the magistrate to bring some of them back for rehabilitation. As for why some of them, that's of course because it's not intended to leave all of them alive. That group of people slaughtered several villages and harmed so many lives. How could they let these people go back with all their whiskers intact? By the way, Mr. Magistrate, we have grown a new grain in Arakan Mountain, which is called corn, and is very delicious whether roasted or steamed. Choi Young thought for a moment and added. Su Rurong's eyes lit up again. I didn't expect the corn to come out as well. The speed of the barren mountain can be really fast. How much of the barren mountain can we share? 100 stone of corn can be distributed over, and as before, all this corn is the support of the barren mountains to the county and the mountain goddess school, and all need to express their gratitude to the mountain goddess before they eat the corn. Choi Young admonished. No problem, the mountain god academy has already been constructed. I'll invite that group of child students in Shokai over some other day and have them teach the children inside the academy. Su Rurong was overjoyed. This was the benefit of hugging a golden thigh. The barren mountainside even prepared food, and so many powerful fighters to protect the whole county. It seems that he will be able to directly lie to win. Our Arakan Mountain is already compiling new textbooks. When the time comes, you can't be taught by ordinary methods. You have to use our textbooks. Choi Ying reminded again. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Su Rurong could already be certain that there were also traveler old-timers on the barren mountainside. How else could there be such a thing as a compiled textbook? The old folks making up the textbooks would certainly be more in line with modern education, and there wouldn't be any of those pedantic essays, which he felt were very solid. Chapter 114 Midnight Operations. You this dead girl, still know to come back so cold weather every day to run outside. How not to freeze to death you? Seeing that the sky was already dark and no one had made dinner yet, old Mrs. Lin almost didn't pass out from anger. In the past, when she had Lao San's family as cows and horses, the old lady felt that this eldest granddaughter was so sweet, always thinking of them no matter what. However, when the oldest three passed away and the third daughter-in-law separated with her daughter, and there was no one to do most of the work in the house, Mrs. Lin felt that this eldest granddaughter was not useful. Where is my mother? Lin Lian was a bit puzzled as she didn't see her mother when she returned. Of course, her heart was also a little apprehensive, fearing that those people would see her mother's previous identity. Now the proof of identity in her mother's hand was the only thing she could rely on. In the future, their family could completely rely on this identity to get the 2,000 taels of silver sent over from the capital and leave this hellish place. On the opposite side of the table, old Mrs. Lin rolled her eyes. Who knows where she ran off to? She hasn't even cooked until now. I don't think she wants to live this life anymore. Speaking of which, Mrs. Lin also had some doubts in her mind. The oldest daughter-in-law would disappear for a while every few days. Where could she have gone? Couldn't she be secretly looking for a husband? This eldest daughter-in-law is from the capital, so what's there to shop for when she's so unfamiliar here? And it's so cold out there. Who wants to stay out there except for the hooligans who are firing the kiln? Old Mrs. Lin's face became even more ugly, and she almost didn't jump up and break into tears. When Lin Lian saw her grandmother's appearance, she understood a little in her heart that mother had probably gone to Hongyao village again. She bit her lip, a bit hateful. All the Ning family members in Hongyao village only sucked blood, only asked for money from this side. When did they ever give help? But mother was obsessed and always ran over to visit every now and then. Ruthlessness flashed in Lin Lian's eyes. If it's really not possible, after the barren mountainside is occupied, he'll find a way to let that group of bandits ransack Red Yao village again. Only by making that group of people disappear completely could she keep her mother's identity, and after that, she could get those silvers in peace. Lienya, don't cook yet. Do you want everyone in the house to starve? Old Mrs. Lin was still yelling there. Father, what are you doing here? Lin Lian turned her head and shouted in a feigned manner. Old Mrs. Lin over there instantly revealed an expression of surprise and hurriedly ran out. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Lian, who had just been nearby, was gone again. Only then did old Mrs. Lin understand what had happened, and she was so angry that her teeth were chattering. and that exorbitant scolding could be heard clearly even by the stragglers who were burning kills nearby. This old Mrs. Lin is having another seizure? Someone wiped the sweat from the top of his forehead. Who knows? I heard that the boss of this family is still a scholar. Don't you all take care of your own old lady and let her howl here all day? Someone's face looked puzzled. Lin Lian, who just ran here? Little girl, why are you here again? It's dangerous to burn all day here. Nyo-san, who was burning bricks, saw Lin Lian's figure and hurriedly discouraged her. It's warm here. I'll roast the fire. Lin Lian's pair of eyes were very innocent. Then stay away and never get too close, Nyo-san said cheerfully. Working here for a period of time, he ate and drank all day long, living a small life that is called a contented, has long forgotten that what Z County magistrate, and cannot wait to stay in the Lin family village every day in the future. Material life upgraded. He treats the people around him without the previous hostility. All day happy. Lin Lian nodded, but in reality, she was secretly observing the situation around her. The sky was completely dark, and only the people on this side of the earthen kiln were still working feverishly, and there were people shouting slogans, which made it look particularly lively. Lin Lian, however, felt puzzled. The Arakan prefect in his previous life had never done anything to shelter stragglers and let these stragglers burn kills. It doesn't matter, as long as Jean drives all the people from the Lin family village back, and Lin and Yang and Ning Xiang Xiao come back with their children, everything will be back on track. She bit down on her lip with a death grip, a smear of blood swooning out of the corner of her lips. Even so, Lin Lian didn't care and instead stared dead ahead in the direction of the barren mountain. Not long after, there was a commotion coming from nearby, and Lin Lian's heart jumped, so she hurriedly took out the wooden whistle in her arms and blew out the melody in the darkness. Guangping had already arrived near Linjia village with a group of stragglers, and their plan from the beginning had not intended to alarm the stragglers burning kills over here. After all, this group of people were all very strong men, and if they found out the anomaly and ran to the barren mountain to help, the difficulty for them to occupy the barren mountain would become higher. Therefore, Lin Lian was in charge of stalling the people here, while Guangping led Lin Erluo and a group of bandits to quickly climb up the barren mountain. Lin Erluo was originally from the Lin family village, and he was very familiar with that part of Arakan Mountain where he had taken refuge. Don't worry, Boss Guang, the old ancestors must be living there because that's the only place in the barren mountain that's habitable. It's impossible for them to build out a large number of houses elsewhere in such a short period of time. Let's go over there while it's dark, just to catch them off guard. Speaking of this, Lin Erluo's eyebrows flew up. In the Lin family village, he always lived under the light of his elder brother, and even when he studied under Carpenter Wu, he was always looked down upon by the other masters and brothers. Today he would let these people see who was the best. He, Lin Erluo, must return all those shames from the past. I didn't expect you kid to be quite a bit brainy and know how to scheme. Guangping was a bit surprised. This guy Lin Erluo was a ruthless man, and when he was ruthless, he didn't even care about his own family and old ancestors. Guangping's eyes flickered, and inwardly he had already made up his mind that he couldn't keep this guy around. Today Lin Erluo can lead them to slaughter people of the same clan. Tomorrow will Lin Erluo bring the imperial army over and arrest everyone? Guangping wanted to be more than just a bandit leader. He was planning to gather more people to fight against the imperial court. This kind of person should never be kept. Lin Erluo on this side was not yet aware that the blade of the god of death had already been placed on his neck long ago, and was still there excitedly seeking his way. This is it. When we go up to the mountains to take refuge, we often take this path, through this path, and then through a mountain forest. We can arrive at the place where the Lin family village has taken refuge. Go! Guangping waved the sword in his hand. This time it was the middle of the night when they came over to raid, and they didn't light torches, they just muffled their way forward. However, as they were about to cross the path and reach the mountains, there was one sound after another of shouting and fighting coming from behind them. That's them. Don't let this group of bandits find the real Lin family village. The leader, Nyo-san, carried an axe and led a large group of cotton-clad men, roaring angrily at the front. Bandit leader Guangping was startled. He subconsciously thought, the imperial court's team came over? Otherwise, how come this group of people is so imposing and looks stronger than the court's team? Chapter 115, The Collapsed Bandit Leader. Rewind to 2 hours ago. Lin Lian was a person from the Lin family village, who originally lived here and often came around this side, so everyone was still very familiar with each other. So when Nyo-san saw Lin Lian sitting near the earthen kiln, he didn't pay much attention and continued to work with everyone. However, he inadvertently turned his head and realized that the little girl was holding a familiar wooden whistle in her hand. The whistle was thin and long, and ordinary people wouldn't even think much of it when they saw this kind of wooden whistle, but Nyo-san had seen those bandits with his own eyes, using this kind of whistle to pass messages. After all, it was Z County where the bandits started their rebellion, and they were at least the county magistrate's godchildren. so how could they not go to investigate the situation? Even if they couldn't help those bandits, they had found out some information and knew that these bandits came from the border of Qingzhou, because there was a rebel army over there. Many people couldn't survive in the area, so they had to flee with their families to other places. The bandits that came to Z County were brought by a pair of brothers, and those people probably wanted to follow the example of that rebel army on the border of Qingzhou, and pulled together quite a number of stragglers, and by the time they came to Z County, they had already formed a group of 300 people, and all of them were carrying weapons. Then these stragglers continued to take in new stragglers, and it is estimated that there are now 500 or 600 of them. Regarding all this, the three brothers of the Niu family were very clear about it, and it was precisely because they knew that these bandits were powerful that the magistrate of Z County intended to run away straight away. The magistrate of Z County can run away, but won't it be the end of the Nyoja village near Z County? So the three brothers of the Niu family pretended to be unable to understand, and carried their adoptive father back hard, before the present mission of traveling to the deserted county to spy. Of course, nowadays Nyo-san has long forgotten all about the Z County magistrate. For him to have milk to eat his mother, the Lin family village, where all the stragglers are fed, is his new home. So the moment he saw the wooden whistle, Nyo-san was instantly alert. He kept observing this little girl and noticed that this fellow called Lin Lian kept looking around as if she wanted to confirm something. Finally, when Lin Lian blew the wooden whistle and heard the exact same sound, he was enraged. Why are those bandits so annoying? It's so hard to find a job, and they want to smash it for him? No, he'll never allow it. So Nyo-san told the steward of the earthen kiln about it, and sure enough, he heard the voices of the people in astonishment and anger. What? Those bandits are planning to ransack the barren mountain? So will we still have enough to eat? Baked sweet potatoes, fried shredded potatoes and boiled corn? Are you stupid? This is all given down by the mountain goddess. The seeds are planted by those villagers in the barren mountains. If they are looted, everyone dies or is crippled. We will not be able to eat this kind of food in the future. Not only will we not be able to eat, we won't be able to find such good work and get paid for it in the future. That's not good. Still plan to work here for another half year. Give my daughter-in-law and children all change of cotton clothes. The cotton clothes issued by the barren mountain, warmer than the clothes worn by those dignitaries. This is not to kill us? I heard that houses are being built over there in the barren mountains, and when we become believers of the mountain goddess, we'll be able to use our points to buy houses there. I've heard that the points there are especially good to earn. A family working there will earn the points for the house in less than a month. What? There's such a good thing? Those bandits really deserve to die. Brothers, what are you still standing here for? Those bandits are not giving us a chance to live. Are you still going to burn incense for them? Drive all these guys out of the barren mountains. A group of people quickly rushed up carrying all kinds of tools and froze before those bandits found the address of the Lin family village, stopping the group. The more the group rushed over, the angrier they thought about it, and it really bluffed the leader. Guangping, with just a couple hundred of you, how dare you go against more than 500 of us? Lin Luo was also frightened, but when he saw clearly who this group of people really were, his expression became contemptuous again. This time, in order to completely occupy the barren mountains and scavenge the grain hoarded by the Lin family village, they only left behind a small portion of the bandits, and most of them came over. What's wrong with 100 or 200 people? 100 or 200 people can also stop you. Nyo-san shouted angrily. The hatred of smashing rice bowls is not shared. If you want to slaughter the Lin family village, step over our corpses. He flung his axe out, smashing a large crater in the ground. Bandit leader Guangping, if memory serves, most of these people are homeless, bullying stragglers, right? How on earth did Wasteland County train people like this? Each and every one of them is like a humongous death squad. That many people would certainly give him wings if they could join his team. Guangping thought about it, and instead of immediately letting his men rush over, he was there to make conditions. If you're willing to follow me, you'll be fed and clothed every day, and half of the silver we loot from every place we visit will be given to you, and you may not be too clear about it. I'm going to fight the world in the future. If you follow me in the future, you may be able to mix up a success from the dragon, completely change the lintel of the family, and glorify your ancestors. Guangping felt that these conditions he had given could not be more tempting. Who could resist the honor of being a slave to the dragon? And who could resist the temptation of honoring their ancestors? You say you'll keep us fed and warm. Do you have any baked sweet potatoes there? Do you have fried potatoes and boiled corn? Nyo-san asked rhetorically. Guangping stared with rounded eyes. What the hell are these things? How come I've never heard of them before? Yes, can you give us cotton coats for the whole family? Another person asked. Guangping's face was a bit taut. It was the first time he had been questioned like this. There aren't any potatoes or sweet potatoes, but we'll definitely keep you fed and warm. The cotton clothes are worn by officials and nobles. When we take our brothers to fight up there, what kind of clothes do you want? The brocade clothes? All kinds of antiques, poems and paintings. You can pick whatever you want. Guangping felt that he had given enough. Whose rebels looted their belongings and let these minions pick them at will. He's the only one who can give that kind of promise right now. And for someone like that to even think about coming to his team, they'd have to show their loyalty. Laughing my ass off. What's the use of those brocade clothes and antique poems and paintings? Can they keep us warm? Not even giving us cotton clothes. Trying to trick us over. I tell you, no way. With a wave of his hand, Nyo-san led a group of people to rush over. Brothers, for the sake of our potatoes and corn and sweet potatoes and our family's cotton clothes, charge. Guangping's face was devastated. Why are these people so unreasonable? Where did he give less? Seeing this, Yu Luo was already laughing. This Nyo-san was really a character. Lin Lian had only blown a whistle and it was discovered by this guy, even following the trail of the bandits to find this place. Originally, she had planned for the many ability believers to hide inside the woods and be taken by surprise. Nyo-san intervened in such a way, but also attracted the attention of this group of bandits by mistake. Chapter 116, Beating the Bandits. A group of people fought, and even though the group of people brought by Nyo-san was aggressive, they quickly lost the upper hand. Most of those bandits had seen blood and participated in the massacre of the villagers, and all of them were very fierce, and they saw that they were about to cut one of the workers of the earth kiln. The brick-wielding man slammed his eyes shut, and just when he thought he would soon be splattered in blood, the bandit across the street stifled a grunt, only to see a fire snake drilling out from inside the deep forest at an unknown time. Its scales burning with flames came to life. Its long body strangled the opposite bandit in a deadly manner, and within just a few seconds, the other party was out of breath and collapsed softly on the ground. The situation over here stunned everyone. How could there be long snakes burning with flames inside the mountains over here? Seeing that long snake abandoning the bandit who had fallen softly to the ground and rushing towards the brothers next to him, even the leader Guangping held his breath. Hurry up and get this snake killed. Guangping's heart was pounding. Facing this strange creature, the only thought in his mind was that he must get rid of this fire snake. Only when the fire snake disappeared could he continue to control the 500 or so bandits behind him. A group of bandits fearfully rushed over with the cutlasses in their hands and slashed at the fiery snake. With the sound of bam bam bam, the fire snake faded out, leaving a charred black mess on the ground. The leading Guangping was finally relieved. The fact that this fire snake could be dealt with was the best news for them. If it's really that kind of godly weirdness that can't be hacked to death no matter how, then it's a real trouble. Just as all the bandits broke out into smiles and resumed charging at the earthen kiln workers, a sudden glow lit up around them. 30 to 40 fire snakes rushed from inside the forest and violently pounced on the crowing group of bandits. Guangping's eyes instantly widened, a face filled with incredulity. How can that be? Didn't they already eliminate one? How come there are so many more? The combat power of a single fire snake was already very outrageous, and with so many suddenly coming, everyone would be doomed. Quickly extinguish all these fire snakes, he said in alarm. The group of people also wanted to cut down these fire snakes. However, the fire snakes that came this time were not afraid of any knives at all. Even if they were cut in half, they could immediately merge together to form a new fire snake. In addition to hear a group of bandits to completely understand, the original before cut to death that fire snake is only the enemy's blindfold, specially to catch them. This kind of deep mountain forest, and it was the middle of the night, when a group of fire snakes suddenly appeared, as if ghostly flames were scurrying about. A group of bandits had completely collapsed, desperately fleeing in all directions. Guangping also regretted, had I known that I would have inquired more about this side of the news. Listen to this side of the barren mountain inside the enshrinement of the mountain goddess. Before he did not believe, now can be counted on to really see the power of the gods. This must be their punishment by the mountain goddess. Go! Guangping desperately waved his hand, making the group of brothers behind him all leave. However, having already entered the barren mountain, and having come with malice, how could one really leave so easily? After those fire snakes rushed over, the group of ability believers hiding in the forest couldn't wait to rush over as well. Someone could turn into a statue and mix it up directly at the bandits, and a group of bandits were smashed and wailing. Someone had gotten the ability to shoot 100 times, and countless arrows flew over, each one accurately piercing into the bandit's chest. Letting a group of brothers block over there, Guangping managed to rush out, but the ground suddenly sank in, wiping out all the bandits in one fell swoop. In less than 10 minutes, more than 500 bandits had all lost their fighting strength. The leader of the bandits, Guangping, had confused eyes and did not dare to imagine what had happened until now. What are you waiting for? Tie up this group, dead or not. Bring them all down. Chuaying jumped down from the tree, and a group of fire snakes couldn't wait to climb back up and merge into a ball of flame in her hand. Even if you die, you can't be buried in a deserted mountain. This is the land of the mountain goddess. It's too bad luck. As the words fell, the group of earthen kiln workers were still dumbfounded. They blinked their eyes and didn't react for half a day. Finally, It was Nyo-san's loud voice that broke the silence. Okay, we'll kidnap these bandits back here and make sure that none of them are left behind. Boy Lu, this group of people from Arakan Mountain is really powerful, worthy of being a follower of the mountain goddess. These abilities are simply not humanly possible. It turns out that the mountain goddess is not some great benefactor, but a real god. How can they be so virtuous as to be favored by the gods? No wonder those potatoes and sweet potatoes and corn are so delicious. So it's the grain given down by the gods. Nyo-san was strong. He directly tied that bandit leader tightly and finally threw him towards his back. As they descended the hill, each of the men carried one or two on his back, and the group, like a portion of the conscious bandits, were all in a trance. Suddenly, a Han man remembered that a few days ago a Zhang family maiden had come over to publicize the event, asking a few of the hardest working people if they would like to become followers of the mountain goddess. There were a total of 3 spots on the Lin family village side, and one of them had Chai Ming. However, after becoming a believer, every 3 days you need to go to the temple in the barren mountains to worship. At that time, Chai Ming thought that instead of wasting this time, it would be better to burn more bricks here and still earn some more coins to save some family belongings for himself. In retrospect, Chai Ming simply regretted it. I'll be damned. How could I have turned down such a great opportunity? Chai Ming hated to poke himself in the eyes. How could he really have no eyesight? Big brother, let me tell you something. The tightly bound Lin Luo whispered. I'm actually from the Lin family village. The only family left in the Lin family village. You know that, right? I'm their second son. Chai Ming stopped these remorseful moments and subconsciously turned his head. Lin Luo's face was scratched by some kind of raptor, and his whole face was bleeding, looking particularly horrible. Chai Ming was startled and hurriedly pulled out the sack from his own arms and covered this guy's face. Lin Jiro, I'm also from the Lin family village, and my father is still the son of that old ancestor from Desolate Mountain. If you take me back, the old ancestor will definitely not say anything. He hated it. There are only 2 sons in our family, and I'm my father's second son. So how sad would his old man have to be if he went just like that? How sad would the old ancestor be? Lin Luo said bitterly. If you release me now and do nothing has happened, I'll put in a good word for you with my ancestors later, and I might be able to let you live in the barren mountains right now. Can you stop nagging here? A big man who dares to do something he doesn't dare to do. How dare you mix with these bandits and even try to rob the barren mountains of food? How come you haven't thought about your own fate? Chai Ming rolled his eyes, although he did regret not immediately agreeing to that Zhang Yangzi at the beginning and becoming a devotee of the mountain goddess. But he is not stupid. This guy in conjunction with those bandits, together with the idea of hitting their own family, this is the most serious crime. Those bandits don't have anything to do with the Lin family village, so they robbed them. You, Lin Luo, who is from the Lin family village, and who is related to that old ancestor of the barren mountain, and who led the bandits to your own house, are simply stupid and poisonous. What's wrong with this head? It's full of, isn't it? Chai Ming spat in his mind for a long time and froze, infuriating Lin Luo behind him. It was only after descending the mountain that the group realized that the officials had been waiting down there for a long time. Seeing them carrying the bandits over, the group of constables didn't ask for anything. They neatly threw the bandits into the donkey cart and drove away. See here, the crowd only suddenly realized. The original deserted mountain and deserted county side of the county magistrate has already discovered this group of bandits, only has not been vocal, waiting for this group of people to throw themselves into the net. Even if they hadn't just gone over in time to help, the group of bandits would have ended up the same way. Thinking of this, Nyo-san's face reddened. After he led a group of people over there, he didn't really help much. Most of the bandits were handled by the people of Arakan Mountain, and they at most helped roar and add a bit of pizzazz. Not only that, but a couple of brothers were saved by others. That's not helping. Just when Nyo-san thought that he would be held accountable and penalized for his wages by Nyonya Chue, the several Nyonyas across the table were all smiles. The mountain goddess said that you guys did a great job, especially Nyo-san. Your sense of detection was very strong, and you were able to make the right judgment within a short period of time. Not only did you get Lin Lian under control, but you also brought people up the mountain to rescue her. Zhang Lai came forward, his eyes approving. Although the group didn't help in any substantial way, it did allow Arakama to see the quality and heart of these people. Most of the group of people they recruited over were stragglers from the Z County side, and were still very fearful of those bandits. Even so, the group was willing to come over and help, and they were not tempted by the bandit leader, which showed their character. These people are exactly the kind of believers that Arakan needs at the moment. Would any of you, like to become a devotee of the mountain goddess? Zhang Yao asked tentatively. She had thought that bringing back a small half was already good enough, but she didn't realize that the group of people across the street raised their hands in unison, one faster than the other. Very good. Not bad. Zhang Lama was very happy. That would add another 100 or 200 devotees to the mountain goddess. The group of stragglers on the other side were also excited. Could they become Desolation Mountain people too? Chapter 117, is this the way to play? Lady Chui, Miss Zhang, what about Lin Lian and Lin Luo? Are they brought back together as well? Luo Yong saw that there were two familiar figures bundled up in the group. He often came around this side of the Lin family village and corresponded with the people of Arakan, so he naturally knew that both Lin Luo and Lin Lian were from the Lin family village. The vast majority of the people in the Lin family village were followers of the mountain goddess, and they were naturally out of the county office's control. The followers of the mountain goddess are all under the control of the barren mountain. You guys go ahead and take them away. Follow the normal process. Nyonya Chui glanced at the two men with some disdain. Lim saw the cause and effect and was very clear that both of these men were involved in this operation, bringing bandits to the barren mountains to rob them. It was a loss that these two could do it. Luo Yan nodded. Since they were following the normal process, it meant that these two people were not followers of the mountain goddess, and the Arakan mountainside would not ask questions. In that case, it's very manageable. If there were no other accidents, these two people would probably have to squat inside the prison until they died. Right, there's one more thing. Your county office side has to find out clearly and notify everyone in the deserted county about this matter. Lady Chui approached and whispered a few words to Luo Yong. Luo Yong's eyes widened. So this Red Yao village Ning family was so bold that they actually took advantage of someone's memory loss and stole the identity of a noblewoman from the capital. Don't worry, our county governor will definitely handle this matter personally. It was about a believer that the mountain goddess trusted very much, and Magistrate Su would surely deal with it personally. Sure enough, when Luo Yong brought the group back and talked about the cause and effect, Su Rurong slammed her hands together. What audacity to steal someone's life! How can there be such a vicious person? My lord, what about those half-dead bandits? Luo Yong inquired again. In fact, apart from some half-dead bandits, there were still some bandits who were not injured, but some of them had long since lost the will to resist and only hoped that the county office side would hurry up with the executions. Those who are half-dead, just give them a hang. We'll still need to rely on them to move bricks in the future. It's free labor. Su Rurong disliked it while sending people to give those people simple medical treatment. It was simple healing. In fact, it was just dealing with the injuries. As for whether or not that group of people could live or not, it depended on God's fate. As for the group that hadn't been injured much, he could guess without being asked that these were probably bandits that hadn't seen much blood, but had merely been attracted by the benefits of the bandit leader and defected. These people, send them all to work. Don't pay them, just don't starve. You guys keep a tighter watch, don't let them get away. Su Rurong waved her hand. Since you have done something wrong, you should be punished. The stuff is all sent inside the jail, with free meals, rather than dragged into labor. As for Lin Luo, then of course he has to be locked up. This kind of stupid and poisonous guy can't be let go. Luo Yong nodded and quickly led the group over. Instead, the next county minister Chen brought over a letter. My lord, there's a letter from the capital. I guess it's the same lord behind the demonic evil in Shijia village. County Minister Chen had been alarmed after receiving this letter, and then he was relieved when he carefully examined the contents inside. That high official, didn't he realize that the previous magistrature was gone? Su Rurong looked at the letter in her hand with an odd expression. I guess I didn't find out. After all, our place is remote, but it's hard to spread the word about anything that happens. County Minister Chen mused. Otherwise those bandits, they wouldn't be as bold as they are. This side of the country is very well situated, with no imperial troops stationed here, and the only narrow mountain road that must be traversed in order to come to the deserted county. Some time ago there were mountain bandits throwing stones on the roadside, and the general caravans were too scared to come over at all, so the news naturally traveled slowly. Even though Nyangzi had recently settled some of the mountain bandits, this side was still very cold. It seems that this demonic evil isn't very powerful either. It can't even sense that its believers have died. Su Ruorong read the letter through carefully and wanted to laugh a little. That high-ranking official even instructed him to take advantage of the opportunity to take in more people and secretly train his troops. Isn't this like trying to rebel? You want to take the path of the countryside surrounding the city, and the other side in the capital as an insider? It's a shame this magistrate status was taken from him, but Su Ruorong felt that he had accomplished his mission by mistake. Isn't that what deserted counties are taking in today? My lord, why don't we just burn this letter? Anyway, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, so even if that high-ranking official finds out the end, there's nothing he can do for a while. County Minister Chen suggested. What's to burn? Such a good backstage. What a pity to burn it. Su Rurong's eyes flickered. Since he wants us to take in more people and practice here in secret, there has to be a price to pay, right? We're penniless on our side. What can we use to train our troops? Tell him to send food and silver. Aren't you very good at imitating handwriting? Just imitate the handwriting of that magistrate sure and send him another letter back. Next to the Chin County minister dumbfounded. With such a game? Chapter 118, Prison in the Deserted County. Desolation County Jail. The remaining 300 or so bandits who were still alive were brought here, filling up the entire cell in a single moment. It was the first time that the jail in Wasteland County had accommodated so many people, and the number of jailers inside the dungeon was simply not enough. So in the end, some constables were asked to come and help out before everyone could be arranged. Most of these people have been stunned out of their wits and are generally quite manageable. Only Lin Erluo kept looking at the iron door of the jail, desperately yelling out his injustice. County Magistrate, the grass people are wrongly accused. I just wanted to go to the barren mountains to look for my old ancestor. I didn't even know that these bandits were there as well. I'm a member of the Lin clan village. How could I bring bandits to look for my own clan? It's all because this group of bandits slandered me. They're just trying to alienate our Lin family. This group of people have wronged me. My old father and mother are still waiting for me to go back for dinner. Lin Erluo's voice was almost broken, but he only got a blank stare from the bandit leader. Guanping until now are still angry at hard work to organize everything, looking to pull out a rebel team. The results were barricaded by the deserted county of this small county, but also locked up inside the prison. If it wasn't for those divine means, how could a small town in District 1 stop him? Luckily, his brother was still holding out with a small wave of men over at the compound, or else he would have been wiped out. Hopefully his out-of-tune brother would realize the situation on his brother's side and bring someone over in time to rescue him. When he was out of this side of the woods, he would be sure to stay far away from that weird barren mountain and never come back in his life. How come other people's insurgents are so smooth? By the time his time came, it hadn't even started yet, and it was a disaster. It is also his brain stupid. Obviously before leaving his eyes have been jumping. His heart has long had a premonition. Still did not resist the temptation of a few thousand stones of grain. Eye to eye with people ran over, and the result is to give away the head. Forget it, let's just listen to God. With that legendary mountain goddess around, he'd probably have a hard time running out. Guanping turned his head to look at Lin Erluo, who was still yelling, with a look of disgust. Simply stupid. Obviously there was a more powerful backer on the side of the Lin family village, but he didn't seize the opportunity. Instead, he teamed up with other people to deal with the barren mountain. If this guy had explained the greatness of the mountain goddess, how could he have brought people here so easily? Maybe he had a chance to cooperate with the mountain god of the barren mountain, but it turned out that these two idiots, Lin Erluo and Lin Lian, had spoiled everything. Across the bars, Lin Lian was similarly imprisoned, but she was noticeably much quieter, and ever since she was captured here, her mind had been pondering. It shouldn't be like this. The villagers of the Lin family village clearly lived well in their last life. Where were there any bandits? Not to mention that weird mountain goddess. Lin Lian felt as if from one moment to the next, the course of her last life had changed, altering everything she had ever known beyond recognition. People are all here? Su Rorong hadn't slept all night and was likewise staring at the movements outside of Desolate County, when the mountain goddess made her move. Naturally, she couldn't just capture this group of people, but also sent some people to end the temporary lair of those bandits. Su Rorong had also sent some manpower to support him, and now that those people hadn't returned, he couldn't sleep in any way. Taking advantage of this time, Su Rorong came to this side of the prison, just in time to hear these words yelled by Lin Erluo, and he couldn't help but smile. Magistrate, you haven't found out the truth of the matter. You haven't even confronted us in a public court yet. How can you directly punish us? When Lin Erluo saw someone approaching, he couldn't wait to rush over. Su Ruerong swept a glance and looked at the defiant man with a smile on his face. What? Are you not satisfied with the disposition of this magistrate? How is it that you have the face to do such a thing, but not the face to admit it? Compared to those bandits, what Su Ruerong hated most was instead guys like Lin Erluo. God rivals are not scary. The most scary thing is this kind of pig teammate. If the abilities bestowed by the mountain goddess weren't powerful enough, the barren mountain would have to suffer casualties more or less. How could the common folk be compared to these bloodthirsty bandits at the tip of their swords? Lord Magistrate, my paternal grandmother is a county lord. Can you bear to let her old man lose his grandson at such an old age? Lin Erluo's eyes lit up. Su Ru had a cold face. Endure. Lin Erluo collapsed on the ground. Completely do not know how to exculpate. How can this magistrate be soft and hard? His grandma is still a sheriff. Don't you give her face? Even if she was a princess in the previous dynasty, she was still a princess. Come on, don't even bother. Do you think the other magistrate doesn't know what kind of virtue you really have? Guanping rolled his eyes once again. Lin Jiro, Lord Magistrate. Lin Lian, who was next to him, finally spoke up. Can I apply for my mother to come and visit? Lord Magistrate doesn't know. My mother is from the capital, the fourth miss of the Shen family, and she stayed in the deserted county for the sake of love to marry my father. She didn't excuse herself either, much less say anything about being wronged. Looking at the looks of these people, it was obvious that they knew everything about everything, so they might as well take this opportunity to move her backstage. The name of the county princess of the former dynasty is not as good as the officials of this dynasty after all. Her mother is from the capital, a noblewoman of the capital. A small magistrate is just a small magistrate. How can she dare to call her bluff with the noblewomen of the capital? Mother's identity is Lin Lian's biggest backbone. So many years pinching the identity of Shen Wanxin wouldn't sign. They have long been inquiring about the capital Shen family's general location. As long as to send a letter to the past to explain the situation, the Shen family will certainly be out of the way. As for the pro-mother looks different from the previous Shen Wanxin. Lin Lian's eyes flashed sinisterly. There was no way out of this situation. Only by making her mother sick and dying, she could completely get rid of deserted county and head to the Shen family with her brother. She thought very well inwardly, yet the county magistrate across from her naturally had a cold face. Stop playing mind games. Don't you know how your mother got her identity? I am working on this matter. Have already sent someone to find your mother. Don't worry, I'll definitely find out everything clearly, and won't let your mother continue to occupy someone else's identity. Su Rurong said in a cold voice. If it wasn't for Cui Nyangzi's reminder, he wouldn't have known that there was even such a thing in the deserted county, taking the place of someone else's identity and saying it in a grandiose manner. I'm afraid that he had long ago taken this identity as his own. Lin Lian's face changed. This face was completely taut. One pair of legs simply couldn't continue to support themselves and collapsed to the ground. No way. How did you guys find out? When her maternal ancestor, the Ning family, rescued Shen Wanxin, they didn't make any noise about it. Aside from the Ning family, the vast majority of people didn't know about this. How did the county magistrate know? Could it be that mother had sneaked off to Hongyao village during this time and was discovered? Impossible. Those people, even if they were suspicious, could not have made the cause and effect so clear. There must be another reason. Isn't it Lin Lu? She was reborn as well? After she came back reborn, she plans to reclaim her mother's identity? Lin Lian guessed this with a flash of light in her mind. I knew it must be her. She must not like me living a good life after she came back from rebirth. That's why she messed up so many things. That mountain goddess might be her trick. Otherwise, how come everything is different from before I was reborn? Lin Lian was unable to enter the barren mountain, and the images of those bandits being beaten by the ability believers were naturally not seen. As far as she could remember, the only one who had this ability was Lin Lu. Even though Lin Lu was only a little kid over a year old right now, it was enough to scare her. It was after she was born that everything changed. The more Lin Lian thought about it, the more right she felt, and by the end she was almost shouting there at the top of her lungs. Almost mad. What rebirth? What everything is different? You crazy girl. Is it because you reported the news that our side's plot was discovered? Lin Luo roared with the same fury. You dumbass. You can't beat it yourself just. What's so hard about dealing with a bunch of ordinary villagers? Lin Lian turned around and cursed back. As for Su Rurong, she took out the sweet potato that the warden had just roasted from inside the fire and savored it while eating melon there. The jailer next to him looked very greedy, so he waved his hand and had more sweet potatoes brought in, all of which were put inside the charcoal fire and roasted. Su Rurong ate for a while and also finally analyzed what this Lin Lian was really talking about. It turned out that this guy was actually reborn back. No wonder he was so old at a young age. Those eyes were more shrewd than some adults in their 30s and 40s. He is not as skilled as he is and can't beat the mountain goddess, so he blames it all on another little one who is still breastfeeding. Su Rurong shook her head in her heart. Really want to blame this guy for being a flop. Just this kind of heart and character. It's useless to be reborn 100 times again. However, there were really a lot of rebirths and travelers in this world, and he had encountered another one. Su Ruerong was in deep thought. Chapter 119, Do you know the sin? Lin Luo and Lin Lian did not return home for a night. The two oldest members of the Lin family finally felt that something was wrong. They ran out to ask, and learned that both of them were arrested by the county magistrate, and only then did they run towards the county town in tears. Impossible. How could Xiao Lian have robbed with those bandits? She must have been victimized by someone else. The woman chasing after her was shocked. How did you get victimized by someone else? I think it's that hoof that encouraged my family's oldest too. Or else how did the two of them get caught over together? Old Mrs. Lin compensated. My little Lotus is so young. How could she possibly encourage others? The woman retorted. Enough. You two stop arguing. The most important thing now is to think about what to do. Let's hurry to the boss's side to discuss this. Maybe we can still get Heir Luo back. Elder Lin smashed the walking stick in his hand. It didn't take long for the family to arrive at the county seat in an ox cart and find the house boss Lin had rented. Boss, do something. Your second brother has been captured by the people from the county court, saying that he is working with those bandits to brutalize the people. You're a scholar, and you're often in contact with the county magistrate. Quickly talk to him. There's no way our heir Luo would do such a thing. Old Mrs. Lin panicked. The group of people came at a time that coincided with everyone coming out to hang out after breakfast, and they heard the commotion on the Lin family's side and curiously walked over. When Boss Lin heard his mother's loud voice, he simply hated it. Could he just yell this kind of thing? If the other pupils and students heard it, would he still want to study with his son in the future? Mother, hold your horses and talk to me about what happened, he said patiently. Old Mrs. Lin and Old Master Lin hurriedly told those that they had inquired about this morning, and the two of them still looked furious after they finished. Boss, do something. Our heir Luo must have been defamed by others. Boss Lin pinched his temples, somewhat speechless. Could such a thing be slandered? Those bandits are so ruthless that the people of the nearby counties are all trembling in fear. And Lin Erluo even has the guts to hang out with that group of people. Can he not know what kind of temperament his own second brother has? When he was a child, he was the most cunning, and what he did outside was all shifted to the third brother, letting the young third brother take the blame. Even when he grew up, Lin Erluo never changed. He stole other people's chickens, poisoned other people's pigs. What kind of things hadn't he done? Can this guy be defamed? It's a joke. Father and mother, you should stop excusing second brother. The county magistrate even arrested the person over there. He must have already grasped the evidence. The most important thing for us to do now is to set aside our relationship with him, instead of taking the initiative to get over there. Old Mrs. Lin on the opposite side of the table froze. Then wouldn't heir Luo be finished for the rest of her life? You guys think carefully. Has the new county magistrate of our deserted county done a lot of things? He is a clean official. He can't tolerate sand in his eyes. If he knows that I have a relationship with Lin heir Luo, will he still treat me well in the future? If the county magistrate doesn't treat me well, it means that the readers in our deserted county won't give me a good face. So how can my son and I go to the exams to get a merit? How can we honor our Lin family? In the future, when I pass the examination for a scholar, I will be a county magistrate at a high or low level. And if I can win the scholarship, I might even be able to stay in the capital as an official. So what can't I do in the future? Moreover, your eldest daughter-in-law is still connected to the capital. Can she not take care of me? When the time comes, with a word from me, I'll be able to get this county magistrate to release second brother. Such words from Boss Lin made old Mrs. Lin and Master Lin hesitate. That sounds, well, reasonable? No, I must go and see my daughter. Afterward, when must it be? The woman in the back screamed out. In the past those days, but where there is something, are she looking for her daughter to discuss together? Now that her daughter was put inside the prison, she was apprehensive, for fear of being found by others to take advantage of the identity of others. If she couldn't get Lin Lian back, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. I'm going to send a letter over to the capital and ask the Shin family to help. She couldn't care less anymore. Nonsense. You haven't practiced writing for so long. What are you going to write a letter with? Boss Lin blared over angrily. This kind of relationship, we have to use it on the edge of the sword. Let them interfere now. Can they still work for me as an official in the future? The woman's heart trembled. How did her husband know that she was secretly practicing and imitating Shen Wanxin's handwriting? Could it be that the fact that she had taken someone else's identity had been discovered a long time ago? If her daughter was here now, surely she would be able to calm her down in time and analyze out the causes and consequences for her. Instead of cringing here, she felt more and more that she should get her daughter back first. Just follow the boss's lead. His future is most important. Elder Lin sealed the deal. Even if the second one came back, he wouldn't be able to do anything, but instead, he would drag the boss down. So it would be better to let that guy stay in the prison. The old man, Lin old lady, is still apprehensive in her heart. Really not saved? What do you take on? Do we have silver? Elder Lin said in a cold voice. Old Mrs. Lin drooped her eyebrows and didn't speak. Father and mother, since you've decided to let them remain inside, you should keep quiet and hurry back, so that no one finds out anything. Boss Lin began to drive people away. Master Lin was a bit uncomfortable after hearing that. Did this boss want to drive them towards the village so badly? But soon he put it behind him again. They were going to live over here eventually in the future. These were just minor issues. Wifey, let's go. Elder Lin spoke. Old Mrs. Lin followed behind, lost in thought. Then they opened the door and were about to leave when they saw a group of constables standing outside. The officials are on the case. Luo Yong walked in with the token. Ning Xiangqiu, you and the Ning family joined together to plot and occupy Shen Wanxin's identity for 9 years. Do you know of the crime? Chapter 120, Recruitment of Husbandman. Cousin, you're saying that Shen Wanxin from the house next door, her identity is a replacement for someone else's? Li Qian, who was serving Luo Yong dishes, stared wide-eyed. She used to just not like the next family's maiden, thinking the other was hiding her head and looking like a thief all day. On the contrary, as long as she mentioned the Shin maiden next door, The other sisters-in-law in the alley felt that she was looking down on people. God pity. She Li Qian when she looked down on people? This is the real feeling. But no one believes her. Now all stupid, right? So, what was her previous identity? Li Qian inquired curiously. Before that, Lady Xin was Ning Shangqiu of Hongyao village, who took over the identity of that downtrodden woman from the capital, and afterward allowed that amnesiac woman to use her own name to marry Lin Zhenju of Lingjia village. Luo Yang explained. Lin Zhenju, isn't that the famous gambler in several nearby villages? Even Li Qian had heard of it, so it was clear that Lin Zhenju's reputation was rotten. How can you be so hateful, using someone's identity and pushing them into the fire? It's just bad. Li Qian was furious. She looked across the table at the pair of children who were eating and educated. In the future, we can't be this kind of person. There should be a basic bottom line for being a human being, and we have to know how to be grateful. It doesn't matter if you don't have the means to help others. As long as you don't harm anyone, you're already better than a lot of people. The two small children nodded their heads to show they remembered. After educating the two children, Li Qian still felt exasperated, and kicked her husband next to her. In the future, you should not interact with Lin Daqiang next door. A comforter can't sleep with two kinds of people. This guy is also selfish and hypocritical. The husband next to him laughed bitterly. How could he know this? Yongzi, all this you're telling us this. Did you mention just now that the Mountain God Academy has already been constructed? Li Qian turned to inquire. The construction of the academy has been completed, so surely you'll be admitting students soon. So don't forget your cousin nephews and nieces when the time comes. They've long wanted to go to the Mountain God Academy and believe in the Mountain Goddess. The two little ones on the opposite side of the room nodded their heads in a hurry. They had been listening to their mother muttering all this time, and they were also very eager to go over to the Mountain God's Academy. It is true that the construction has been completed, but the most important thing at the moment is not to recruit students, but to recruit the husband who will teach. Luo Yang hesitated. Although Arakan's side would send people over, they were going to have to contribute from their side as well. Not long ago, Magistrate Su had already secretly visited several shiokai, but once those people heard that not only could both men and women come to study at this academy, but they even had to proclaim the queen, they all refused. Otherwise, the Mountain God Academy had been constructed out for several days, and it wouldn't have failed to enroll students until now. Once those people heard that both men and women were allowed to mix together in class, each one of them looked as if they had seen some kind of flood beast and hurriedly kicked them out, and there were even some old men who were cursing at them. Luo Yang also felt that there was something shocking about this academy, but the rules of the academy were set by the Mountain Goddess. The Mountain Goddess is a real god. How can a god be wrong? The ones who are wrong must be them, the mortals. While Luo Yang was in deep thought, he suddenly saw Li Qian across the room with a tender face. Yangjia, do you think your cousin will be okay? Although he's only a child student, he's still very solid in his studies, and has been immersed for 3 whole years, not much worse than those shiokai. And since we've just started teaching at the Mountain God Academy, what we teach must be the basics. I think a child student is just right. Luo Yang looked at his cousin's sister-in-law's expression and couldn't hold back the shivering. Goosebumps falling all over the place. Cousin-in-law, don't talk like that. My cousin is surely allowed to do so. The county magistrate is not only recruiting shiokai, but also child students, so as long as you are willing, you can come with me to enroll. Cousin, what's the idea? Let's get this out of the way first. If you don't genuinely want to go over there and teach, the prefectural magistrate definitely won't accept it. Luo Yang wouldn't go through the back door. Li Bin over there was still in a daze when he felt his thighs being violently pinched by his wife. Go go go. I will go. I do it willingly. He waved his hand in a hurry. Sure enough, the force beside him became much softer after he made the sound. Li Chen looked at him with some guilt and gave another secret rub. Li Bin felt the force. The heart is beautiful. His wife for the first time so gentle. Hey. The corner of Luo Yang's mouth twitched, pretending not to see the interaction between these two. But when he saw his cousin, he had an idea in his mind. Most of the people living inside this alleyway were scholarly men with meritorious titles, and although they were not famous, they all had real talent. The treatment over at the Mountain God School was good, and it was blessed by the Mountain Goddess, so what reason was there not to go there? After dinner, he asked his cousin to take him to knock on doors one by one, asking each one, "You're saying that if we go to teach at the Mountain God Academy, we'll have to teach those female students who are attached to it?" Zhang Xiaocai's gaze was a bit puzzled after he opened the door. What does this Mountain God Academy accept female students for? It's not like they can go and get a meritocracy. It's a cruel statement, but it's really the reality of the moment. Zhang Xiaocai, you're a well-informed one, and you know quite a bit about the situation in the world. Nowadays, the people of Liang have a lot of grievances. There's already an insurrectionary army over in Qingzhou, and not long ago a good-sized band of bandits gathered around our desolate county. So what do you think will happen to the other states? This world will soon be in chaos. So what's the use of getting a great meritocracy? These words were certainly not something that Luo Yong could say, but rather something that Su Rurong had written over at the county courthouse for him to recite verbatim. As expected, after Luo Yong finished memorizing these sentences, Zhang Xiaocai across the table moved. You're right. It's true that the various states have been very chaotic lately, and the capital side isn't exactly calm either. So what if I pass the exam? Zhang Xiaocai sighed. He was well informed and naturally knew very well that that bandit was not solved by a follower of the mountain goddess. Those bandits had already organized a group of 500 to 600 people, and all of them were ferocious bandits who had slaughtered several villages one after another on the Jishan side. So without absolute strength, how could they be easily solved? Since this was the case, it would be better to join the Mountain God Academy. Perhaps he would be able to receive the blessing of the mountain goddess, so that he would be able to pass through this chaotic world peacefully. The first showman Luo Yong invited said yes, and he was overjoyed. Immediately after, Luo Yong came to other people's houses. Among them there were Xiao Kai and Tong Shang, and all of them fell into contemplation when they heard his invitation. Xiao Kai Zhang and Tong Shangli have already joined in. You guys have to hurry if you want to enroll. There are not many spots left. Luo Yong stole a glance at the small note and snapped at the group. As expected, when they heard that there were very few places left, a few of the hesitant Xiaocai and Tongsheng all nodded their heads. Since Zhang Xiaokai had already joined, it meant that this Mountain God Academy was still good. At least that remuneration was very appealing to them. Recently there are quite a few people in the light working on the county magistrate's side. Not only do they manage 3 meals a day, but they even get 10 coins, and every 2 months they get cotton clothes. Such a good job has made some of the shy child students heartbroken, and now that they have joined the Mountain God Academy, not only can they bring their children over for meals and apply for cotton clothes for the whole family, but they also have 1 or 2 pieces of silver per month. It's really hard for people to say no to that. One had to wait until Luo Yong had visited all the portals inside the alley, and realized that most of the readers had agreed. He was overjoyed. With the task completed in just 1 hour, the Mountain God School would soon be open. Passing by the courtyard that the Lin family had rented, Luo Yong didn't even let anyone knock on the door, instead skimming right over it. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Daqiang in the courtyard was waiting for him. Chapter 121 Dragged away. The people from the Mountain God Academy were recruiting fathers and sons on this side of Tonghua Alley, and with such a big commotion, most people had noticed. Lin Daqiang naturally heard the commotion over here as well, but he was very disdainful of that Mountain God School. It seemed to him that only the foolish and ignorant would believe in God, would pray for divine help, for mercy that did not exist. Lin Daqiang had already thought about how to reject the other party and reduce this mountain goddess to nothing to get back his own favor. The things that he had caused in the morning had already disgraced him. If he hadn't pretended to pass out, I was afraid that he would have to cause countless people to laugh at him. How could he possibly swallow this? However, when he peeked open the wooden door and heard those outside talking about the payoff, his mind wandered. Do you actually get 1 or 2 silver dollars a month for working at the Mountain God School? Not only that, they even take care of 3 meals a day there, and the whole family is issued cotton clothes. Lin Daqiang is the heart of Master Lin and Mrs. Lin. Naturally there will not be a lack of cotton clothes, but decent cotton clothes are only so much. If the clothes are issued every month over there, it is indeed a very good place to go. But if he went to teach at that academy, he had to teach even the female students, which made Lin Daqiang very dissatisfied. Forget it, just don't ask them about it when the time comes. It's just teaching how it's taught. Lin Daqiang muttered. Without this job it would have been difficult for him to continue his studies to get a meritocracy. After all, the second was taken to jail, the third was long gone, and his daughter-in-law, whom he saw as his hope, was poked and prodded and put in jail. He and his son have to study. What else can they do? Just as he wrinkled his brow, movement finally came from outside, and the official constable opened the door directly. Luo Yong walked in with a group of people, and there were quite a few people watching outside. I know what you guys want to say. First things first, when the time comes, you guys try not to arrange female students for me. What's the use of those girls studying? Lin Daqiang complained. Since you've come over here in good faith to invite me, I'll reluctantly oblige you first. Yong Lok. This guy hit his head when he fainted in the morning, didn't he? So how could he invite this selfish and hypocritical guy to teach at the Mountain God Academy? Lin Daqiang, stop being a smart ass. Do you think you can avoid jail by pretending to faint? He snorted. I didn't bring you directly inside the prison in the morning because your technique of faking a faint was just too much of a likeness, and I was kind enough to send you for treatment, only to have you sneak back again. Since you've woken up now, come back with us. You're welcome in the Wasteland County Jail. Lin Daqiang's face was red with anger. Why should I be put in jail? This is all done by my daughter-in-law and her mother's family. What does it have to do with me? And I'm a scholar. Aren't you afraid of offending the world's readers by locking me up like this? Luo Yong raised his eyebrows. Is that so? But in the morning, your daughter-in-law and your daughter had already explained it clearly, saying that you had discovered this matter long ago, only that you had been harboring it. How dare you find out that the other party has taken the identity of a woman from the capital but never reported it to the officials? You're guilty of harboring. Men, take them away. Not long after, Lin Daqian was dragged out like a dead dog. Bloodthirsty. How can the magistrate of your county office be so dim? Lin Daqian's entire head had turned red and looked like it had been cooked. He felt incredibly humiliated. And being watched by so many people in Tonghua Alley, it was as if his entire being was like being stripped naked. Bah! What's such a dim-witted? Our magistrate is such a clear-headed parent official. It's your turn to comment here? Lin Daqian, you can't afford to live. Don't think that we are not aware of all those things you have done. At least you are a scholar. Every day behind the back you insult the other Shiokai of our Tonghua Alley. The whole alley of Shiokai have been scolded by you. What? Mrs. Wang, there's actually such a thing. My husband was scolded by him too? No wonder I've been feeling uncomfortable ever since Lin Daqian moved over. I always feel that he looks at people with a slanted eye. How can a guy with this kind of character have the nerve to call himself a scholar? Laughing to death. But also a scholar. How can you call yourself a scholar when you have not been able to pass the examination for more than 20 years? You're just memorizing backwards. You should have finished memorizing in 20 years, shouldn't you? The fighting strength of the ladies of Tonghua Alley is still very strong, all the way to scold Lin Daqian to the county office, attracting a lot of people who came over to watch, so that Lin Daqian completely made a name for himself in the entire deserted county. In less than an hour, everyone in the entire deserted county knew what kind of person Lin Daqian was, and how he had harbored his own daughter-in-law in place of a noblewoman from the capital, and wanted to use this false identity for his own benefit. After telling the gossip to the curious people, the ladies of Tonghua Alley lifted their heads in relief and left the scene with their heads held high. Lord Magistrate, the task of recruiting husbandmen has been completed. There are many child students in Shotsai in Tonghua Alley who are willing to come over to teach. Luo Yong joyfully led the people back and told Su Rurong about today's good news. So fast? Su Rurong had only temporarily written a few notes to teach Luo Yong how to recruit a husband, but she hadn't expected it to be done so quickly. Good. Very good. It seems that these people in Tonghua Alley are very advanced in their consciousness. When the Mountain God School is completely opened, they must be given preferential treatment, and they must also be given silk banners. The next county minister Chen quickly wrote down the offer and the banner, although it was not clear what exactly this banner was, but the county magistrate even said it. There must be his reasoning. By the way, Mr. Magistrate, what about this Lin Daqian? Luo Yong turned his head and inquired. Lock him up with Lin Luo, so that the two brothers can have a good reunion. Su Ruirong waved her hand. Okay. Luo Yong quickly dragged the person away. Chapter 122, Fathers Need to Be Tested Too? Kirika Alley. Li Qian changed the twin children into new clothes. The little face wiped clean, and one person gave a cloth bag. Li family is not living in straitened circumstances, although Li Bin is only a child student, but often for others to count, write books for others, and also received 1 or 2 students. The days are not bad. Nyangzi Li was also an all-rounder. Not only could she weave, she could also sew all sorts of things. And these 2 cute little cloth bags were the ones she finished overnight and prepared for her 2 children. When you go to the Mountain God Academy, you must study carefully and not disrespect the Mountain Goddess. Do you all remember the story of the bandits that Mother told the night before last? The Mountain Goddess Mother ordered many bandits to be solved. He is the life-saving god of our deserted county. You all must thank the Mountain Goddess Mother properly every day. The 2 little ones nodded their heads in unison. They were all clear. La. Mother, what about me? Li Bin waited beside him for half a day, but didn't wait for his own cloth bag. You're going to the Mountain God's Academy to be a husband, so why are you using this cute cloth bag? But don't worry, I will definitely pray for you at home. Although Li Qian did not prepare a cloth bag for her husband, she did make a tailor-made outfit for him. Li Tongsheng felt beautiful in his heart after he put it on. He led the 2 children out the door, and it wasn't long before he set off with the other showmen and children. Tongsheng Li, why did you bring your son and daughter? What's there to learn about this girl? Why don't you stay at home and help out with the work? You can also ease your mother's burden. A familiar-looking child student subconsciously opened his mouth. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong, because the constables leading the way around him all looked over. The other Shiokai and Tongsheng hurriedly moved away from him, fearing that they would be remembered by those official constables. My daughter is smart. In the future you guys will just watch. It might be better than all of your sons. Li Bin was unconvinced when he heard this. What's wrong with his daughter? His daughter is incredibly smart and has been recognizing words very quickly since she was a child. And she can even forget them. Many times when he copied the wrong words for others, it was his daughter who pointed them out, asking whose 5 or 6-year-old child could be so smart. Seeing that the people around him were turning away from him, the boy student felt a bit embarrassed about his face and couldn't help but snort. My son is already learning the 3-character classic. I'm afraid this little guy can't even recognize all the words, right? By bringing her here, you are pulling down the progress of our academy. He held his head rather condescendingly. Li Bin was enraged. He turned his head to his daughter and said in a warm voice, Xiongshi, memorize both the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic backwards for them. A childish voice rang out from the curb as Li Xiongshi memorized the 2 books word for word. It didn't take long for her to start backtracking again. By the time she finished memorizing the last sentence backwards, the group had also finally arrived at the front of the Mountain God School. The Mountain God Academy was built in an ancient style, using the finest green bricks and red tiles, which looked exceptionally grand and made people want to explore. While the group of husbandmen who were invited over and the surrounding constables, none of their minds were on the construction of the Mountain God Academy. Instead they looked at the little girl not far away in shock. No! This little girl the size of 5 or 6 years old had really memorized the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic and recited them backwards? It was indeed not difficult to memorize these 2 books, but memorizing them backwards was not something that ordinary people could do anymore. It's just that all the Shokai and Tongxing here don't have the means to do this, right? For the boy son's face was very ugly all the way, and he even glared at his own son. No talent, you can't even carry it backwards. Chubby boy, he's just starting to learn. How can he compare to others? Isn't that hard for him? Alright, welcome all of you to the Mountain God Academy. Now follow me in. Zhang Mizui, who had been standing outside the academy, opened his mouth. Excuse me? The boy student frowned as he looked over. Zhang Leisure revealed an inscrutable smile. I am the principal of Mountain God Academy. Your top boss. Just call me Principal Zhang from now on. You, a woman, are our top man? The boy student was shocked. You don't even have a meritocracy. So what gives you the right to sit above all of us? How can it be that this principal's position should be held by a lifer or a showman lord? Zhang Lima was a bit amused. Who told you that the position between us is determined by merit? The Mountain God Academy cultivates practical talents and trains the most devout followers of the Mountain Goddess. So of course whoever has the best grades and whoever has the most trust in the Mountain Goddess will be able to sit in this position. The boy student's face darkened a bit. Simply nonsense. What's the use of this academy you run if you don't want to get a meritocracy? The paths are different. In that case, please leave. Zhang Long clapped his hands, and a team of constables rushed up and carried the man away. Anyone else who has any doubts can speak to me now. If there are no doubts, we can go in and take the test now. I'm going to test you all. A group of showman and child students. Turns out they didn't just come over and teach. They had to take a test. How is it that everyone here has a merit? Either a child student or a shiokai. Are you still afraid that the questions I'm going to ask will be difficult for you? Zhang Lima asked rhetorically. Then of course I'm not afraid. Zhang Xiaocai narrowed his eyes. Alright, you guys just come in. Zhang Lang glanced at him. 2 hours later, a group of people went in vertically and were carried out horizontally. What kind of questions are these? A few of the child students almost foamed at the mouth. What does it mean to say that Xiao Ming and Xiao Jun are traveling in opposite directions, and that they are traveling at different speeds? Xiao Ming at 8 kilometers per hour and Xiao Jun at 6 kilometers per hour, and that Xiao Ming has a dog with him, which is traveling at 15 kilometers per hour. And is running back and forth between the two until the two finally meet. Finally, ask how many kilometers did each of the two walk? How many kilometers did the dog run? And how many laps did he run? What kind of topic is this? Why are they counting how many laps the dog has run? It can run as many laps as it wants. There are many other topics like this, such as the chicken and the rabbit in the same cage, such as putting water inside a pond. This side is scooping up the water, and that side is pouring out the water. So ask when the pond will be empty. Who the hell came up with these inexplicable topics to torture them? TSK, you can't do anything with this term of husbandman. Only Zhang Xiaokai barely passed. Zhang Lai looked at the crowd with a disappointed expression. But that's okay, I'll start training you guys, and I'll make sure you're all-rounders when the time comes. A group of fuzzy people cringed. You know all of these? Zhang Xiaocai was curious. He felt a bit overwhelmed when he did them all. It was the first time he had encountered them after all, but the calculations felt quite fun. If that's the case, and he only scored 68 points. Does this woman know all of them? Immediately afterward, Zhang Shitaku looked over with a retarded expression. Such a simple juvenile topic. Our 5 and 6-year-olds up in the barren mountains know it. I can do more than that. Naturally, and you'll have to learn it later. Zhang Xiaocai. He was supposed to be the smartest of all the Xiaocai, and was very confident that he would pass next year's court examination and become a lifer. However, this sky-high confidence was defeated by a woman. and Zhang Xiaocai's heart ignited with fighting spirit. Aren't they just arithmetic problems? These arithmetic problems were all too original to make him uncertain for a moment. He has studied arithmetic since he was a child and will surely be able to wash away his past shame. On this side, the teachers of the Mountain God Academy are following Zhang Zimin, and on the other side, Lin Anyang is also coming back. Not long ago, she blended into that pharmacy and found that the pharmacy had hired a number of martial artists to guard the outside of a room. Lin Anyang felt the black aura coming from inside that room if anything, and without saying a word, she directly made her move, kicking the weapons of these martial artists away one by one, and then knocking all of this group of people unconscious. Don't look at this group of people. Some of them are holding wolf tooth sticks, some of them are carrying sledgehammers, some of them are holding curved swords. In fact, there is not a single one that can fight. In the face of absolute strength and power, this group of people is like a small chicken cub, and can only be slaughtered. When Lin Anyang came into the room, she saw that the group of people had made an offering to a god statue. The idol was the statue of the god of medicine, and it was his own body. The god of medicine had not yet begun to make waves, but Yu Luo pinched the throat of fate, chewed and swallowed. After solving the most troublesome evil god, Dr. Tong finally relented and went back with Lin Anyang. Not only that, because the main mother who came back from rebirth also finally made a decision to cut off all the silver money of the Marquis house, and wrote a letter of repudiation to the husband who hadn't returned from the war, brought her own dowry, and set up 3 carriages to follow her. It was so hard to be reborn. This main mother decided to live for herself and didn't want to be bothered with all the bad things. A group of people gathered in this well-put-together party soon set off. Only on the way, Lin and Yang saw a group of prisoner carriages coming from the capital side. It is said that the escort is those guilty officials, to go to the northwest side of the exile. Host, the person escorted inside this vehicle is the most famous great scholar of the Liang dynasty. The system suddenly jumped out. Chapter 123, Famous Scholars. Then how did he get exiled here? Yu Luo's eyes lit up. She loved these talents. Since they are famous, they must be very good at teaching their students, right? It would be even better if it was the kind of Great Confucian that was full of peaches and plums and very good at teaching students. However, if this Great Confucian had really committed a wrongdoing and touched the moral bottom line, she could still bear to give it up. This Great Confucian didn't commit any wrongdoings. It's just that the student he taught accidentally crashed into the true body of a demon and was swallowed by that demon. This great scholar insisted on running for his students, and was already on the verge of touching the truth of the matter, and that demonic evil, in order to avoid trouble, simply found a reason for the emperor to send him away. This is also a character from a novel? Yu Luo remembered, but most of the contents that the system knew were characters from novels. Yes, this Great Confucian is from a book of science and literature, and is the master of a female disguised as a male heroine. And now that heroine has already brought people to chase after her, and you directly abducted this Great Confucian to a deserted mountain, without fear of that heroine escaping. After so many experiences, the system has become completely familiar with the host's style, and directly gave the abduction program. Yu Luo, not bad for her own system, that's how familiar she is with her style. I have to say that the method given by the system is very good. Abducting this great scholar back. Are you still afraid that that heroine won't come after you? Since it's the heroine of the science fiction text, the teacher must be very powerful and the teaching must be very good. Instead of continuing to stay there to be scourged by the demons and evils, it would be better to abduct all of them to the barren mountains. System, your advice this time is very good. When rewarded. System, who did you learn that from? Suburbs of the provincial capital. The 2 solicitors escorted a group of prisoners. The man at the head had gray hair, and even though he was wearing tattered prison uniform clothes and his hands were clasped by the wooden shackles, he did not lose his elegant temperament, and even after being kicked, he was still able to get up quickly and move forward with an expressionless face. Master, there were a few disciples in the back who couldn't look at the beatings of those solvers for their master. Their eyes glazed over. And don't you try and talk too much. Morong Patrol had already seen through it. The emperor and that shadowy being who was making waves were all in cahoots. Neither of them cared about the lives of the people and the readers. In that case, there is no need to guard this court. Just looking at his wife and children behind him, as well as these disciples, his heart ached. The fact that these disciples were exiled with themselves meant that their future was ruined and there was no way they could ever turn around again. Master, stop blaming yourself. We all followed us here voluntarily. That dog emperor thinks we're all going to give in and show this guy our determination. Yes, master. That guy in the dark harmed our little master, letting our little master die tragically at a young age. The emperor doesn't redress our grievances, and even harbors that guy in the dark. There's nothing to stay in the capital. Voice after voice rang out. Morong Patrol completely closed his eyes. What else could be done by now? Even if he left these disciples in the capital, He was afraid that these disciples would continue to be killed by that shadowy existence. It would be better to follow himself into exile and still save his life. Good. Then let's be together. Morong Patrol choked. The group of disciples nodded their heads in succession. Third senior brother, what are you doing? A sudden cry of alarm rang out from behind. Only a short, somewhat thieving man suddenly flashed his dagger. How with you guys? You guys just go ahead and die for me. Lu Monkey yelled. Lu Monkey has always been weak and sickly. And the reason why he didn't bring his wooden yoke with him was that Morong Patrol had his only remaining silver money taken out and requested those two relievers to treat him with great difficulty. In this turn of events he picked up a dagger and stabbed his brother. A group of people screamed out in shock. They wanted to escape. However, the wooden shackles deadlocked both of their wrists. They could only dodge in a sorry state. The two solvers who were next to him were eating leisurely as if they hadn't seen anything. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab Morong Patrol's neck, a figure descended from the sky. Chapter 124, The Dragon and the Tiger. Lord Interpreter, if I finish him off, I can take the credit for my crime, right? Lu Monkey held a dagger and turned his head towards the two escorting officials, his face full of expectations. The two officials did not speak, but instead laughed and laughed there, eating and throwing the miscellaneous cakes arranged for these people to the ground. Lu Monkey, however, seemed to be inspired and immediately sped up the movements of his hands. In a flash of lightning, a small stone bounced off his wrist, and Lu Monkey only felt a sharp pain in his right hand, subconsciously loosening the dagger in his hand. The next second he was directly kicked out, ruthlessly smashing on top of the rocks behind him, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. The sudden transformation of the scene caused everyone to look dumbfounded. Even Morong Patrol looked over in disbelief, sizing up the woman in front of him. The woman in front of her had her hair in a bun, with only a plain blue hair scarf on her head, and she was wearing only linen clothes. But of course, the other party's aura was extraordinarily amazing, gently glancing towards the crowd, and all of them felt a tightness in their backs. Are you guys okay? Lin Anion turned to inquire. At this moment, she was a little afraid. Fortunately she had come in time, otherwise she would have missed the task given by the mountain goddess. Without looking she could guess that these must be the believers favored by the mountain goddess again. The man at the head had gray hair, and a hand and face were cracked by freezing, but he was still refined through and through, and had an indescribable temperament, which was different from the ordinary people at a glance. It was fortunate that none of these people were injured, or else she wouldn't know how to face the mountain goddess when she returned. Chivalrous lady, you hit the wrong person. Louis Monkey, who was lying on top of a rock, hissed and roared. The reason why our group was exiled was because of that moralistic master. It was because he did something bad and the emperor knew about it, and only then did he drag us all down with him. If it wasn't for him, those of us would still be inside the capital right now studying well and preparing for next year's imperial examinations. Lu Monkey was not willing, and that old thing is still jealous of my talent. Having studied with him for so many years, he has been pressuring me, not letting me go to the exams, saying something about letting me settle down for a while. With this strength of mind, what is there to settle down for? Lu Monkey became more and more agitated as he spoke. However, those senior brothers beside him could not look at him anymore. Chivalrous lady, don't listen to his nonsense. All of us are voluntarily follow the master here. The master was framed by traitors, so he fell here. That the emperor is not, either. Second senior brother, be careful what you say. Chivalrous lady, the person you just kicked away is our third senior brother. He was originally involved in this case and also contradicted the dignitaries before being exiled together. Only those of us who came along voluntarily. Even so, this journey master also take care of him quite a lot. Master's wife for master knitted out warm gloves, warm underwear. All were master used for him to use. Master himself freezing cracked face, who knows but raised a white-eyed wolf. For this reason, the master's wife was angry with the master for a long time. The fifth master sighed as he explained all of this. Chivalrous lady, you must be clear. Over there, Lu Monkey was still roaring in unwilling fury. In response, these exiled people around them were very apprehensive. If the chivalrous lady really believed in LV Ho, then things would not be easy. Under the crowd's apprehensive gazes, Lin Aniong turned back around, and she casually cupped a small stone and catapulted it towards the Lu Monkey. In the next second, Lu Monkey's head tilted and the whole world went silent. Crowd, that's quite a strike by the chivalrous lady. Alright, he's already quieted down, so you guys can come with me. Lin Aniong spoke. Go together? That fifth senior brother was stuttering a bit. But, there are two other officials here. As soon as he turned his head, he realized that the official who had been eating there before had long since disappeared, running faster than a monkey at that speed. Fifth master. So, next they're free? His little heart thumped so hard he almost jumped right out of his skin. Chivalrous lady, so many of us here have been exiled here. If we follow you back, Will it bring you trouble? Morong Patrol patted his young apprentice's shoulder and took the initiative to walk forward. Moreover, the other party's arrival was too sudden, and even after saving them, Morong Patrol had to take precautions. He worried that the shadowy being had arranged something else. Who knew that Lin Anyang revealed a smile? Don't be afraid, an ability like mine is mediocre in the Barren Mountains. There are many people there who are even more powerful than me. With that, she pulled out a stone from inside her sleeve and crushed it in front of everyone. The crowd. How much strength is this? Kneading the stone is more delicate than flour. I dare to make a promise with you. Even if the emperor comes in person with a large army, there is no way to take you away. Lin Anyang patted her chest and assured. The moment these words came out, even Morong Patrol on the opposite side of the table fell into deep thought. He only pondered for a few seconds before finally nodding his head decisively. Alright, since the chivalrous lady needs us, we'll go there together. Mother, apprentices, how about we live together in the Barren Mountain afterward? He turned his head and inquired. The group behind them nodded their heads in succession. Since their master had already promised, they naturally did not disagree. Just where exactly is this Barren Mountain? Were there actually so many powerful and strange people? Being in the capital, they naturally heard that there are some strange people in this world, but most of them are inside the palace, recruited by the emperor. They have not seen much. This is the first time to see the real strange people. Watching his disciples nodding one by one very quickly, Morong Patrol sighed again in his heart. In fact, his heart was still a little apprehensive, worrying that there was some kind of conspiracy, but there were so many strange people in the Barren Mountain, just one or two more would be able to wipe out their group. Instead of struggling hard here, why don't they just follow them over there? Maybe it's a good thing? Alright, you guys just get ready. I'll go to the back and inform the others. See if I can get you another carriage. For readers with very good character, Lin and Yang still had quite a bit of respect for them. She stood on her tiptoes and jumped to the top of the branch in 3 bounds and was gone in the blink of an eye. Yu Luo likewise watched this side. She keenly noticed that the body of the leader, Morong Patrol, picked out if anything, Black Chi, if not always staring at each other, simply could not be found. Is this the mark of that demonic evil in the capital? But it looks different from before, rather like a curse. It is indeed the curse of that demonic evil. Without your intervention, in but half a year's time, this renowned great scholar would have been completely consumed by the black gas and become a puppet manipulated by the demonic evil. Imagine what would happen if a great scholar, who was very famous throughout Liang, was manipulated by a demon? Yu Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. Famous great scholars like these have always been worshipped by the world's readers, and that demon from the capital is trying to use this opportunity to control the readers of the entire Liang kingdom. That's not right either. If the demonic evil is set up here, surely they don't want this great scholar to leave and stay in the capital for better control. How could they exile him? Yu Luo pondered for a while, and then some clarity dawned on him. It seems that emperor in the capital and the demonic evil are not of one mind either. This method appears to be exile, but in actuality, it adds resistance to the demonic evil and makes him lose control of Morong Patrol. After all, the demonic power of demons also all have a range. Qingzhou is so far away from the capital that demons simply cannot extend such a long hand to operate. This dragon and tiger drama is very good. Couldn't have been better. Yu Luo hoped that emperor would exile another batch of talents over. How much talent can a barren mountain hold? Chapter 125, Deadly Vein and Antidote. It wasn't long before 4 carriages traveled by. Morong Patrol's heart tightened when he saw so many people traveling in this direction, but when he realized that the person standing on top of the first carriage was the chivalrous lady, he was relieved. As long as it's not the officials that are sent over to track it down again. The carriage drove steadily in front of them. Lin Anyang jumped down from the top of the carriage, and the door curtains of the other carriages opened. Master Morong? As soon as Liang Shu raised her eyes, she saw a familiar face. She was also a county master anyhow, and had once been brought by her parents when she was young, and had paid a visit to this great scholar. Of course, what made Liang Shu the most profound was not the appearance he saw when he was young, it was the memory of his last life. In her last life, she had worked her whole life for the Marquis, exhausting herself for those adopted sons of her husband, who were all uneducated and knew nothing but stealing chickens and dogs and fighting crickets all day long, giving her a headache. Liang Shu then tried to find a master for these children, but unfortunately many of the lifers she found were rejected. In the end, it was only after she saved this great scholar that the other party loosened up and accepted her husband's bunch of adopted sons as disciples. To be honest, returning from rebirth, Liang Shu felt that she was really sorry for this great scholar. The husband never asked about these looks, so much so that one of them was stubborn, and had bad habits, and was very short-tempered, and could fight with those masters at the drop of a hat. I don't know how much effort this great scholar has put in to teach those adopted sons so well, and at least they have all passed the Shokai. You are? Morong Patrol was a bit puzzled, but he always felt very familiar when he looked at the woman's face. Master Morong, I am Liang Shu, the concubine daughter of King Xian. You're the lord of Ning'an County. Two voices sounded at the same time. Liang Shu had a joyful look on her face, not expecting this great scholar to remember her. Morong Patrol also looked elated. He was elated not to meet the prefect, but to see someone familiar. Since the other party was also in this group, they must be quite familiar with that barren mountain, right? It wasn't like the Ning'an County lord had been exiled, and it was rumored that she had even joined the Marquis of Qing'an and become the Marquis main mother. Someone of that stature is out and must be very sure about the rest of the trip. While Liang Shu beside her was thinking, this Nyangzi of Desolate Mountain spared the risk of offending the imperial court to rescue this great scholar. The character of the other people of Desolate Mountain must be very good as well. She came to the right place this time. The two of them were each in their own way, but they were very amicable. And by the time Lin and Yang wanted to come over and explain, a group of people had already chatted. Is anyone in your group injured? Lin Anyang glanced at the crowd. It just so happens that Dr. Tong is also here and can take a look for you. It was fine if she didn't say it, but when she made such a sound, the opposite side of Morong Patrol was once again shocked. Dr. Tong, the miracle doctor who refused the emperor's invitation? He had been in the capital and knew quite a bit about those things that had happened in the past, and it was said that it was this divine Dr. Tong who had refused the other party's invitation when the new emperor had just ascended to the throne. At that time, the people still thought that this person was really bold, but the emperor's side unexpectedly did not give any indication, and the matter was uncovered, and many people were very shocked. Naturally, Morong Patrol had heard about it, but he just didn't expect to actually be able to see divine Dr. Tong here. He subconsciously inquired, chivalrous lady, is divine Dr. Tong also returning to Desolate Mountain with you? Lin Anyang nodded. That's natural. You all have to follow back. Mullen Patrol. He also gradually recalled that even if he refused there was no use. The other party's attitude has been expressed very clearly. All have to follow back. Chivalrous lady, my master has frostbite on his body, and every night his arms are in great pain, and I don't know what the reason is. Morong Patrol's maiden, hearing that they couldn't get to the point for such a long time, got a little anxious and took the initiative to step out. Dr. Tong, I'll trouble you to take a look. Lin Anyang nodded to the old man next to her. Dr. Tong walked up and took Morong Patrol's pulse. Frowning, you've been freezing for a while and haven't eaten much. If you continue like this, you won't be able to hold out for much longer. Duan. As soon as the words fell, all those people around them became anxious. Dr. Tong, you have to save our master. Our master was wrongly accused, framed by others before he was exiled here. And our master collapsed after traveling back and forth from the capital to Qingzhou for so long. Divine Dr. Tong, feel free to tell me what herbs you need. We'll find them even if we have to fight for our lives. Dr. Tong, is there any way to save my master? A group of disciples could not wait to kneel down to Dr. Tong. It's not difficult. I have all the herbs needed to treat the illness on my side. There's just one pulse that I can't really see clearly. Dr. Tong thought for a moment and then took the pulse of Morong Patrol's left and right, and the pulse that came out made her, an experienced doctor, instantly widen her eyes. The pulse in your left hand, it's a dead pulse. It's not the same as your right hand. Crowd. The surroundings immediately resounded with one cry after another. These people cried their hearts out and almost didn't send Morongson straight away. Stop, 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 stop. You guys stop crying. Crying makes my brain hurt. Morong Patrol held his temples. Why are the pulses of the left and right hands different? Morong Patrol pondered. He looked at his left hand and suddenly thought of those painful days in the night. Doing the math, the time when his left hand started to hurt was the time when he was close to the truth. Did that being hidden in the shadows secretly do something? Master, can we not cry when you are going? Boss whimpered half-heartedly. Mullen Patrol, he's not dying so easily. I have a way to save you. Lin Anyang, who had been very quiet, suddenly spoke. She naturally received a message from the mountain goddess and knew exactly why. Chivalrous lady, whatever method you have, just tell us, no matter if it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire. We'll definitely be able to do it. Chivalrous lady, even if it means asking for my heart's blood, I'm willing. Lin Anyang, sparing her such a light-hearted nature in dealing with things, she was about to be amused by the guys. What do you need the blood of these guys for? It's not like she's a bloodthirsty maniac. All of them believe in the mountain goddess, and when they return to the barren mountain, the mountain goddess will naturally remove the marks left by that demon for your master. The crowd hesitated. Just by believing in the mountain goddess, master will recover? Why does that sound so implausible? You can let you guys try it out first. Lin Anyang took out the mountain god wooden sculpture and first respectfully bowed to it before standing it up in her hand. Dr. Tong, would you take another pulse and take a look? Chapter 126, Another Believer. The pulse has changed. Dr. Tong was shocked. She could clearly feel that the dead pulse she had just felt disappeared, and the person in front of her returned to a normal pulse. Not far away, the resourceful little five was the first to react, and he directly flung himself onto his knees at the wooden sculpture. The mountain goddess is above. Please accept the obeisance of your devotees. Yes, Lady Mountain Goddess. From now on we are all your most devout followers. Mountain Goddess, from now on I will offer you incense every day, and I hope you will bless my master with good health and keep him away from illness. On this side, Morong Patrol turned his head and realized that his disciples were kneeling on the ground. Even his wife and children beside him also knelt down. This time, Morong Patrol didn't stop it. Since the new emperor ascended to the throne, those things that happened in the capital city were just too weird, and Morong Patrol had long suspected that the being in the dark was most likely a legendary demonic evil. After realizing this, he had lived all these years very carefully, trying to find ways to hold down those disciples of his, not allowing them to take the examination at this time. Even so, his young disciple still died a tragic death somehow, and then the more he tracked down the cause of his young disciple's death, the more pain he felt in his left hand. He had realized something, so after he was exiled, he simply made a plan to follow the wishes of his disciples and let them all come with him. After leaving the capital, the pain in the left hand did gradually decrease, but did not disappear completely. Morong Patrol is very worried, afraid that one day the demon will take the initiative to find up, and put his family and disciples in harm's way. He even allowed himself to be frozen, just wanting to learn about his own life earlier, and not to drag down his family and disciples. This was the best method that Morong Patrol could think of, but it was not clear whether he could get rid of that existence or not. He was more afraid that if he didn't have a life, the people around him would still be dragged down by himself. After meeting this chivalrous woman and hearing that the other party was a follower of the mountain goddess, Morong Patrol had begun to contemplate. That legendary mountain goddess who was able to suppress the means of demons and evils must have unimaginable strength, and since the other party was willing to help themselves against that demonic evil in the capital, what was there to be picky about? Thank you, mountain goddess, for saving me. From now on, I, Morong Patrol, will be your devout follower. Morong Patrol bent down with the same respect. Seeing this, next to them, Dr. Tong and Liangshu also led the people towards the front and respectfully paid their respects. The chivalrous woman in front of them didn't make a sound, and they didn't dare to stop their movements at the moment. And just when Morong Patrol's old waist was starting to get sore, the mountain god wooden sculpture suddenly floated up, with golden light flickering around it. One after another, a golden light disappeared into their brow, and all those who were kneeling and worshipping realized that their bodies suddenly became very relaxed, just like a patient who had been sick for a long time, who suddenly swept away all the disease in his body, and was infused with new vitality. But it was only for a moment, and soon the warm and fuzzy feeling disappeared, and the crowd returned to their previous state of mind, feeling nothing but frustration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for harvesting 18 new believers and 380 faith values. The system's voice rang in his ears at the right time, and Yu Luo was not surprised by the several hundred faith values. After all, these people were still only on their way, and had only heard in Nyangzi speak about the mountain goddess, and didn't know much about the real mountain god, so it was very normal that they didn't give much faith value. Most importantly, it was that these people had become their own believers, so it would be good to arrange anything in the future. After thinking about it, Yu Luo had to thank the emperor and that demonic evil in the capital again. If it wasn't for the operation of these two guys, how could he let himself harvest so many talents? The golden light slowly dispersed, and the mountain god statue gradually returned to normal. The crowd, however, felt like they had experienced a big dream, and were still a bit enamored after waking up. Congratulations, for making the right choice. If you hadn't become followers of the mountain goddess, I wouldn't have cared. By the time your master's bodies are completely taken over by the false god's evil aura, what will happen is just out of their control. Lin Anian brought a smile to her face. However, those disciples and Morong Patrol's family members on the opposite side all shivered. If master was controlled by the shadowy existences, then they definitely wouldn't give up. What would happen then? Really dare not imagine. Seeing this, Morong Patrol's maiden once again knelt down to the statue of the mountain god, her eyes filled with tears. This time, her voice was more reverent. Thank you for the mercy of the mountain goddess. Thank you. The mountain goddess has received your faith. At present we can't delay here. Quickly pack up and return to the barren mountain together. Lin Anian looked at her surroundings and was very wary inside. Well, we'll be leaving soon. Morong Daeju's group was very large. One carriage was simply not enough, and in the end it was Liangshu and Dr. Tong who each shared a carriage with them. Liangshu brought a few small maids with her, and looked at Lin and Nyang in front of her with a curious expression. These dowries of mine, can they all be put away? Her dowry was so large that a carriage could not even pull it. But Liangshu also did not want to cheapen the group of Marquis Chingan's family, so she sold part of her dowry, and in the end there was only one carriage left, which was stuffed full of all her treasures. There is no way to sell these immediately. After all, there is no way to find a buyer for many of these precious things right away. As long as you trust me, I can use the props given to me by the mountain goddess to put away all these things you brought, Lin Anyang said in a warm voice. Since these people had already become followers of the mountain goddess, there was no need to conceal this space prop in their hands. By freeing up the 2 carriages with goods, more people could be seated on them, and it would not be necessary for Morong Patrol and his party to chase the carriages with their legs at the back. Lady An, I definitely trust you, so feel free to take these things away, Liang Shu said decisively. Having seen that divine scene, her heart had long been different from before. If before her mind was always tinged with confusion and apprehension, now she had found the right direction and was a little more determined. The mountain goddess was so powerful. As a follower of the mountain goddess, was she still afraid of a mere marquis? Being able to rely on her own strength, she was able to put the marquis house in her last life in order and make those adopted sons of her husband successful one by one. Being valued by the empress herself and respected by the people around her, Liang Shu relied on more than just those dowries. She was already very eagle-eyed. Next to her, Dr. Tong did not disagree. She had actually been curious for a long time. This lady and had bought so many things one after another. Those food and use, 3 or 4 carriages simply cannot be loaded. However, when leaving, the other party only brought a small pile of things, and compared to those medicinal herbs brought by Dr. Tong, that is simply a small witch. Now that he learned that the other party could put these things away, Dr. Tong was considered to be clear in his mind. In just an instant, Lin Anyang received all the things inside the 2 carriages inside the space, dumbfounding the group of people around her. As for Dr. Tong's granddaughter, Tong Yiwen, she was staring wide-eyed, covering her mouth with both hands, unable to come back to her senses for half a day. How is this very similar to the spatial abilities depicted inside those novels from memory? After the age of 3, memories of another world gradually grew in her mind. Tong Yiwen remembers that she was a Western doctor in the other world and often performed surgeries on the operating table. She in the other world would occasionally flip through novels in her spare time, and after the heroines inside the novels crossed over, many of them would have space, and then live a very nourishing life by virtue of the space. Could it be that this lady is also from that world? But what about the mountain goddess? Tong Yiwen was a bit misplaced. She felt like her head was running low. Giddy up. From all of these people getting on the carriage, Lin and Yang sat in the front, waving the horse whip and driving the foremost carriage at a fast speed, leading the crowd away. Ding! Harvest Light Engine's faith value of 80. While Morong Patrol's maiden was kneeling, Yu Luo's side received a reminder of the faith value. She was a little surprised when she looked at the matron with the loose hair, because Morong Sun's maiden was just a very ordinary supporting character, not a traveler or a reborn. Together with the previous 20 faith values, the other party had given 100 faith values, which was already a very high faith value for ordinary people. System, this person can handle it. It will definitely be another very powerful person in the future. No worse than her husband. Host, your vision is definitely the best. The system next to him nodded repeatedly. Chapter 127, Meeting the Old Country. The carriage traveled fast, and the trees around it hurried by. Inside the carriage, Liang Shu and Dr. Tong nodded at each other. Dr. Tong, I've long heard of your reputation as a divine doctor, and now I've finally met you. Liang Shu smiled with her eyebrows. Dr. Tong also cheerfully, implicitly said, is some false name? By the capital those who hold up. That's also very impressive. A divine doctor who can be recognized by the emperor and even begged for is only you under the heavens. Liang Shu spoke in an admiring tone. In her last life, she actually hadn't heard of this Dr. Tong's reputation, but in this life, when she returned from her rebirth and fused her memories from this life, she realized that there was one more very powerful miracle doctor in the provincial city of Qingzhou. It seemed that the world she had returned from rebirth was indeed different, with many more existences that she couldn't quite understand. And, Liang Shu turned her head to look at a small maid behind herself. This maid was also different from her last life memories. The previous Marquis Qing'an residence simply did not have this little girl, so when she left, she simply brought this little maid with her. Haiyun blinked her big innocent eyes, holding the delicate pastries in her hands and eating them with pleasure. It's true that she wasn't originally from this world. She was a modern-day traveler to the magical world, and was somehow clothed again. After coming to this world, she had been living with fear and trepidation, afraid that the natives of this world would realize that she was different. This is because of so. She lived a very straitened circumstances, everyday hungry meal, hungry heart panic, and then heard that the Marquis of Qing'an this side of the treatment is good, then hastily sat on their own small bag over to apply for the job. It was good that this master mother's temper was also very good, following the other party's lead, not to mention eating and drinking. it was also a constant stream of delicacies. For example, the white jade cake in the hand is sweet and soft, with just the right amount of sweetness everywhere and an indescribable jasmine flavor, which simply makes people want to eat, and can't wait to swallow their tongues. It just so happened that this main mother had a very small appetite, and every time she just ate a little bit, she shared all the remaining pastries with them. Ha-yun was just like a fish out of water here, and she couldn't wait to work for this main mother in her next life. So when she heard that the other party was planning to go to the barren mountains to cultivate, she immediately followed her with her baggage, bound to protect her rice bowl. Over here, Liangshu sighed and looked at this little girl. Yen, if you follow me to head to the barren mountains, your treatment in the future won't be so good. There won't be such delicious white jade cakes there. Maybe even I'll have to work. Regret leaving after me? She didn't trust the people of Qinggan and the house, so when she left, she only brought with her an old sister that her mother had left behind, and the little girl in front of her. Xia Yan ate with both sides of her cheeks bulging, sniffing and shaking her head. Master Mother, I like you as a person. I won't be bought by any food. With that, she stuffed another piece of cinnamon cake into her mouth. It couldn't be helped. She was starved and couldn't always resist eating more. Liangshu, honestly, this look really made it hard for her to trust but it's nice to have such a cute little girl to tease around. Moreover, the other party was particularly capable, able to clean 5 or 6 courtyards in a short period of time, which was also the reason why Liangshu was particularly optimistic about this little girl, and gave the other party more pastries every time. Who wouldn't like such a capable, sweet-talking, and very cute little girl? At best, it's a bit of a blessing to be able to eat. Over here, Ha-yun couldn't help but touch her stomach after she had eaten her fill. You say everyone else who crosses over is killing it big time. How come I'm a foodie? She said, rubbing both sides of her fleshy cheeks and sighed quietly. What? Crossing over? Tong Yiwen, who was next to her, happened to hear this, and once again her eyes widened. The radar in Ha-yun's mind also suddenly came online and she subconsciously turned her head. Odd change, even change. Symbols. Look at the quadrant. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. Pagoda to subdue the river demon? 30 years on the river. 30 years in the east of the river. Don't you think it's a good idea? Do not deceive the poor in middle age, or the poor in old age. And the dead are the greatest? Oh my God. Loved ones. Jesus. Homie. The two hugged excitedly, itching for a kiss in place. As for the few people beside them, they looked confused, somewhat not quite understanding how these two guys suddenly recognized each other. Divine Dr. Tong? Liangshu looked puzzled. Dr. Tong was also confused. I don't know either. My God. I've finally met someone in the same frequency. God knows how hard it's been for me to survive out there all these years. If I hadn't followed the Lord's mother around, I would have starved for 9 meals in 3 days. I wasn't so bad, but my own father didn't treat me well either. They even tried to drown me when I was a kid. Sisters, old timer, we're so bitter. Liangshu, Dr. Tong. Although the two were a bit epileptic after their encounter, she was relieved that this mental state was obviously much better. As for Liangshu, she also found the two little ones quite interesting, and listened for a long time beside her, sometimes even applauding their very appropriately. Temple of the Mountain God. Yu Luo was puzzled in his heart. System, this traveler, you didn't detect it? Chapter 128, No Martial Virtue. The system that was sleeping was shaken up by Yu Luo. It took a closer look and made a conclusion. Ha-yen is not the main or supporting character of any novel, just simply traveled over, so I didn't detect it from my side. It would be best to take her to the deserted mountains and watch under your nose. She came from the wizarding world in a body and is still able to use magic. There's no telling what will happen if this traveler is allowed to linger out there. Yu Luo faced surprised. Actually, there is this kind of traveler? Must not see this little guy several times. The system failed to detect. The original is smuggled over. If it weren't for the two little ones, old folks recognizing old folks, with 2 tears in their eyes, it wouldn't have been clear to anyone that this was also a crossover. So, the system is still very limited, and seems to only have knowledge of characters from various novels. Yu Luo pondered, feeling that the truth was a little closer to the speculation in his mind. The system seemed to be an existence that maintained order in a similar way to the heavenly Tao kind of way, but it didn't seem to be fully functional and needed to rely on her to manage it. This world merged with various novel worlds, travelers who were reborn, protagonists and supporting characters of various novels, as well as those demons and evils mixed together, which would have been a burden for this world. However, if these travelers reborn can be accommodated and the demons and evils that steal the power of faith can be eliminated, the world can be initially stabilized. No wonder the faith values of those reborn crossovers and the various protagonist supporting characters that were offered over were just higher than ordinary people. Doing so wouldn't restore it to its original state, but it would allow it to function on its own. After all, the world itself had the ability to repair itself. As expected, the next second she heard the system's voice. Host, Lin Lian has been ambushed. You may consider bringing her to the Barren Mountains. I can send her there, and you will receive 500 faith values when Lin Lian returns. Delivered where? Naturally, she was sent to her original world. System, Lin Lian's original world. Hasn't it already fused with our current world? And shouldn't she be punished for doing such a thing? If we put her back, it's not fair to the other villagers of the Lin family village. If it wasn't for me, these villagers would have been massacred by those bandits. Don't worry. These fictional worlds and this side of the world are not completely fused. There are still some broken fragments left in all of them. This kind of world fragmentation disaster is more, and it can't be maintained for a long time. The system explained. Aside from Lin Lian, you can exile the other travelers who did wrong here back together, each with a different faith value. Yu Luo had already been able to roughly determine this world's attitude towards travelers after listening to the system's words. Come as you are, as long as you can contribute to the world, as long as you don't go around making trouble. You can be taken in, but as long as you mess up in this world and brutalize the original inhabitants of this side of the world, then you will be exiled back and disappear along with your original world. The twilight was deepening, and the carriage was galloping along the narrow forest path. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and the leader, Lin and Yang, looked at her surroundings with a frown on her face. The dim light filtered through the canopy of the trees, the dappled light from the setting sun making it hard to see, but she was clear enough to hear the sound of 3 more breaths around her. Those people's movements were light, but to Lin Anyang, it was like an echo in her ears. She jumped straight onto the wagon with a flip and looked to her right. Come out. No need to hide. As the words fell, 3 black figures jumped down from the body. The leading black-clothed man had a thin figure. His face was still quite white, but how his eyebrows carried some obscenity. I didn't expect you, an ordinary woman, to be able to discover my trail, but it does make me a bit interested. The man in black raised his eyebrows. But you'll have to come in behind that beautiful lady from Morong Patrol. Lin Anyang turned her head, and that Chen Yangzi had somehow poked her head out from inside the carriage with a terrified face. Host, that man in black is the male lead of one of the novels. The system spoke in time. Yu Lo, what? What did you say? That creepy guy is the male lead? Fong Ping came from a martial arts world, and his martial arts in that world were only at a moderate level, but he inadvertently found a dragon shadow lightness decree under a cliff and practiced very powerful lightness. Before Fong Ping could raise his eyebrows in that world, he crossed over. After coming to this world, Fong Ping intentionally performed his skillful lightweight kung fu on the street, and was discovered by the emperor's people, who thought he was a strange man and recruited him. Yu Luo carefully stared at the system and heard that the deeds of this male lead here were nothing much, just the normal picking up a divine skill at the bottom of a cliff and then traveling through a different world. It was just that the system's tone was unprecedentedly cold, and it sounded like it was itching to directly wipe out that male lead. The system continued. This is just the beginning of the novel. Later on, the male lead, with his flowery words, and his own awesome light skills, coaxed countless women into his backyard, and in the end, he was even rewarded by the emperor, becoming the only king with a different surname. Yu Luo understood. This was a harem book. The system's voice grew colder and colder, but this is only the plot depicted in the novel, and after the fusion of the world of the novel and this side of the world, there would have been a deviation. After Fong Ping came to this world, he tried to coax those noble women from high families and almost didn't get his legs broken. Later on, his character became completely paranoid, and every time he came out to do a mission, he had to brutalize some innocent civilian women, and he transferred his resentment from being beaten up to those women, torturing and killing quite a few of them. Originally, he didn't have the guts to treat Lady Chen like that, but Morong Patrol was exiled and is still awaiting punishment. When Fong Ping found the opportunity, he took the emperor's mission and sought it out. He should be killed. Exiled. Exile him together. Yu Luo was also enraged. Turning her head, she instructed in Nyangzi to punch harder, or failing that, she herself would use divine surrender to go for a violent beating. Feeling the anger of a god for the first time, Lin Anyang instantly chilled her face. No need for more nonsense. The 3 of you go together. Ever since her body had been transformed by the divine surrender technique, Lin Anyang had yet to have a sound fight, and this time she would let these few people know what the consequences of angering the mountain goddess were. Laughing to death. Just you? Fong Ping laughed out loud. In the next second, Lin Anyang took out a bunch of iron needles from inside her space and violently flung them at the 3 men. These iron needles were all rubbed out by her from various discarded weapons. With this amount of force she had, not to mention iron needles, even wooden needles were very deadly. As expected, the 3 people on the opposite side fled in a sorry state, and one of the oddballs simply couldn't even dodge the speed, and directly collapsed to the ground. Demonis, you don't speak of martial virtues. I haven't even said start yet. Fong Ping shivered. You know, he was only good at running away. Such a powerful light skill technique was simply unbeatable when used to escape. What? I have to discuss with you guys in advance before making a move. Do you think this is playing house? Lin Anyang sank down and ejected violently. Fong Ping, who was originally a fox, subconsciously turned around and ran. Erdnase, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you help me? Do you want to fail the mission? Fong Ping roared. The crowd inside the carriage poked their heads to look, only to find that there was another stout man in the back with broad shoulders and a thick back, wearing only leather armor. The opponent was holding a wolf toothstick, and that face looked a bit naive. The next second, however, he rushed over like a fierce bear, his feet stomping across the ground, leaving deep crater after deep crater. You're miserable. Not the same. Fontaine slipped away quickly, laughing to death. What's the point of not running now? He was able to accomplish so many missions and be treated differently by the Emperor by virtue of such a fast running speed. He dared to pat himself on the back that there was no faster man in the world than himself. In the next second, a figure darted in and kicked him off the top of the branch, firmly squeezing his neck. Who's miserable? Lin Anyang looked pale. Fong Ping's eyes widened in horror. The panic in his heart at this moment was more than that of the Qin Nyangzi just now. Chivalrous lady, spare my life. I'm only working for the Emperor. The Emperor had to take the lives of a few of them. I can't help it, and if you kill us, you'll have all sorts of strange people coming after you later, so why bother? Why don't you let me go back? And I'll lie to that old Emperor and say that Morong Patrol and those guys have all been taken care of. Fong Ping was snotty. Oh, Lin Anyang still looked cold. Chivalrous lady, thank you, you are such a good person. Fong Ping was overjoyed. I didn't expect the guy in front of me to be so gullible. It's true that women have long hair and short knowledge. Bang! Lin Anyang directly kicked kick after kick, shattering all the bones in his body. You're free now. Fong Ping, who was in such severe pain that he could no longer get up, almost didn't faint. Freedom? Freedom my ass. His bones are broken. His whole body is weak. He has no strength. He can't even lift his fingers. Where can he run? It was only at this moment that Fong Ping regretted it. He shouldn't have coveted the body and beauty of Qin Nyangzi and hastily accepted this mission. I ended up meeting this bogeyman. Erudite, where have you been? He cried out in pain. Are you talking about him? With a single finger, Lin Anyang picked up the leather-armored, foaming at the mouth man and threw him to the ground, smashing a pit several meters deep. How dare you compare your strength with her? What were you thinking? Chapter 129, Returning with Men. Lady An is sorry. These three people were sent by the Emperor to hunt us down. It's all because we got everyone involved. Morong Patrol lowered his head and said guiltily, no need to be sorry. They're all here. Lin Anyang, the men, flung themselves over one after the other. When she reached Fong Ping, she deliberately softened her movements. After all, this was someone the mountain goddess wanted, so it wouldn't be good if he died now. The opposite side of the Morong Patrol master and disciple. Special treatment for Fontaine. No, he didn't even want to be treated so special. Okay, might as well just die now. Just look at this guy and know that there's got to be more misery to come. Alright, you guys don't chirp here either. Hurry up and get on the carriage. We have to hurry up and get going. Take this guy to the barren mountains before he dies. Lin Anyang quickly got on the carriage. Fong Ping, he knew nothing good was coming next. And sure enough there was even more misery waiting for him. Serves you right. As she passed him, the money lady stomped hard on his hands. Qian Yangzi's action is still considered stealthy. After that the Morong Patrol who walked onto the carriage is bright. Directly at him to step underneath. Asterisk 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 1. When the other disciples still wanted to come over to teach them a lesson, they were stopped by Morong Patrol. It's done up to here, and there must be something else for Lady An to do when she brings him on the wagon, so don't let him breathe so soon. Those disciples around him were quite sorry. Auntie An is so powerful. The experts sent by the Emperor were all beaten by her and cried out in pain. Tong Yuan's voice lamented. Luckily, she hadn't struggled much when Auntie An took her away in the beginning, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. She was extraordinarily grateful inside. If Xia Yan who was behind her was puzzled, she felt that when this An Nyangzi made a move, there was a fluctuation if nothing else. A fluctuation that was not like magic, yet it was also very powerful. Hey, when will I be able to build up some more magic power to cast an attack type of magic? After crossing over, the magic power in her body had shrunk considerably. After all, the magic elements in this world were just too weak, and she couldn't recover without 10 days and half a month after using it. Only by sweeping the floor with magic could it last a little while longer. Otherwise, as a magician, she wouldn't be so miserable in this world. It would be nice to know exactly how this nymphette got her powers, and if she also had access to this source of power, would she regain her abilities? Xia Yan endured the pain and ate the last piece of osmanthus cake. Her heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. After a few more days, the carriage finally came to the vicinity of Desolate County. and the crowd could see the rolling peaks as they looked up. If one gazed closely at these peaks, one could see that those surrounding peaks seemed to be arching over the one in the very center. This is a good feng shui place. Morong Patrol also knew quite a bit about feng shui, and just by glancing at it, he knew that it was a good place. It is indeed a good place. Liang Shu didn't know how to read feng shui, but she could clearly feel that since she came to the vicinity of the barren mountain, all the anxiety in her heart had disappeared, and her whole body had become relaxed. It was as if the thread that had been holding her back had crumbled, leaving her free since then. Inside these mountains, there should be quite a few medicinal herbs, right? Dr. Tong was equally elated. No wonder Nyangzi was able to bring in so many precious medicinal herbs. It turned out that the nearby area was full of rolling tall mountains. Oh my god, so much magic power. Haiyun was the most shocked. She sensed that most of the magic was converging towards the peak in the center. What a joy it would be to wander inside. Magic, I'm coming. Haiyun was the first to jump off the carriage, itching to fly straight up. Lin Aniang glanced at her with a gentle smile. This is also a talent that the goddess of the mountain is very interested in. If the goddess of the mountain is interested in people, she is very fond of them. You want to get up the hill fast? Yes. Haiyun nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then wait, I'll have someone take you up later. Lin Aniang called out to the barren mountain. Nyang Lu, have Grandpa Lin pick us up. That's it? The crowd was dumbfounded. Chapter 130, Competition for Work. The group floated in mid-air, slowly drifting up along with the old man with white hair. The whole process only took an incense stick of time, and all of them discovered the two villages halfway up the mountain. At the first sight of these two villages, the crowd floating in the air all held their breath. The green brick houses are built on the hillside and are arranged in a staggered manner halfway up the mountain. The fog has not yet cleared, and you can still see wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of the houses. These cooking smoke and mountain clouds intertwined. Cannot tell whether it is smoke or clouds. Wonderful as if the picture. Even Lin and Yang was a bit skeptical of her own eyes. Was this still the place that was used for shelter before? Why did it look even more exquisite than those houses in the county? It had only been a short time away, yet she felt as if she had been gone for years. However, once she thought about who exactly was enshrined on this barren mountain, she thought it made perfect sense again. The mountain goddess was so powerful. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the mountain goddess if these villages of theirs were dilapidated? Lin Aniang accepted it well, with a look of unperturbed surprise, a look that made a few of the others feel like they were making a bit of a fuss too. I heard Nyangzi say that this mountain was dedicated to the mountain goddess, and there were many other very powerful abilities. This very powerful strange people, even if the emperor meets, also have to promise gold and silver treasure to recruit. Live in a beautiful place how? E1. Do you feel that this place is a bit like an immortal cultivation clan? It would be more like it if these mountains were arranged in palaces, but these villages are also very beautiful. I wonder how those people designed them. Tong Yuan likewise liked this kind of place very much. The provincial city was indeed very prosperous, with all sorts of things, but ever since Lu refused the emperor, the officials over in Qingzhou had intentionally or unintentionally stumbled, and the myriad hall had gradually declined. Instead of hooking up there all day long, it would be better to let Grandma spend her days in this mountainous and beautiful place. The two looked at each other and both felt that they had made a fortune by following them here. Not long after, the group landed on the ground. Old Mrs. Gongsun had long been waiting here with a group of people, and the women at the head of the village who were using shuttles to weave cloth didn't stop their hands, but they also looked over from time to time, eagerly waiting. In any case, the smiles on everyone's faces were not fake. And this kind of smile from the heart could infect the whole environment. If these villagers on top of the barren mountain did not have a very good time, how could they possibly show this kind of smile? Morong Patrol and Liang Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, you're finally back. Lin Xiu and Lin Zhu were the first to pop over. But during this time, old Mrs. Gongsun had treated the two little ones very well, and they had made a lot of new friends, but none of that was as satisfying as seeing their own mother. Aunt Anne didn't bring us anything to eat? Auntie Anne, are there any particularly fun toys over in the province? The children of the Lin family village also popped out. Seeing the group of children, Lin and Yang revealed a gentle smile. Don't worry, it's all there. With a wave of her right hand, a pile of toys and several packages of pastries arranged themselves on the slate tabletop. You guys take these and play with them. I have to settle the new villagers in our barren mountain first. A group of small furry children each chose toys and pastries and bounced away. Old ancestor, Lady Chui, Lady Lu, these are the ones the mountain goddess asked me to bring, and they will all be our relatives from now on. Lin Aniang turned sideways and introduced the new group of people to the barren mountain villagers in front of her. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded slightly and took the initiative to walk up to talk. Lin and Yang held her two daughters in her arms and gave both her eldest and second daughters a kiss. each with a bunch of sugar gourds stuffed in their hands, as well as a variety of pastries. You can eat a little more today, but when tomorrow you won't be able to eat so much sugar or your teeth will break, she admonished. Mother, okay. The two little ones subconsciously nodded their heads, only feeling that they had never eaten such a delicious candy cane before. Perhaps because these pastries were too delicious, the slightly younger Lin Zhu didn't hold back the excitement in her heart, and accidentally slapped on the thick lapis lazuli tabletop, and all the crowd could hear was a clicking sound, and the lapis lazuli slabs that were broken into 8 petals fell to the ground, looking particularly pitiful. Morong Patrol, who happened to glance at this place, the corner of his mouth twitched, thinking that it is worthy of being in Nyangzi's daughter. The power of this palm can't even be met by the lapis lazuli plate. However, the other villagers were used to it, and they quickly got Lin Tong over here, and in 3 or 2 strokes, they successfully repaired the stone slab in front of them, and put it back on top of the table again. Lin Copper was the man who was able to turn into a stone statue, and in the meantime he had discovered a new use for this ability of his, to restore broken slabs of stone. This made him so happy that he purposely prepared sugar water and contribution points at home, and purposely invited both of Nyangzi's daughters over, and those 2 little ones slapped the lapis lazuli slabs in the mountains, and then repaired them themselves with their abilities. The 2 little ones had also had a lot of fun during this time, and had even earned quite a few contribution points with their abilities. Mother, look, it's all earned by us. Lin Xiu took out the wooden plaque hanging from her waist and held it out to her mother, her dark eyes shining brightly. Good. Our Xiu Xiu and Xu Zhu are both very good. Lin and Yang praised for a while before patting her 2 daughters' little heads and letting them go play with their other partners. Over here, old Mrs. Gongsun was talking to the new line of people. She met with Dr. Tong and had the same 2 tears in her eyes. Old sister, I can finally see you. Sister, old Mrs. Gongsun was also sad and wiping her tears there when she heard what had happened in Myriad Hall in the recent past. It's fortunate that you all followed Lady An over together, or else when the time comes for chaos, I'm afraid it would only be more dangerous. Dr. Tong also sighed. Until now she still had some disappointment, feeling that her sudden departure was like abandoning those people. What a shrewd character old Mrs. Gongsun was. As she watched Dr. Tong in front of her sighing, she instantly guessed the other party's worries and persuaded her. Tong's sister, don't worry too much on your side. There will definitely be another opportunity to go over there again in the future. The most important thing for you right now is to get well. I haven't seen you for half a year. Your face is all haggard. Dr. Tong sighed. Who could have known that so many things happened in just a few months? Let's not go on and on. You guys came all the way from the provincial city there. You must be very tired after traveling all the way. I'll ask Mal to assign you a house, so you can choose one when the time comes. Xia Yan and Tong Yiwen, who were following behind, glanced at each other and thought to themselves, this barren mountain is still giving out houses? Of course, the house can't be given out for free. After all, it was all built brick by everyone. It's not easy for anyone. The line behind them nodded. It was already good that Desolate Mountain was willing to take them in. They naturally wouldn't take advantage of others. Old Mrs. Gongsun, how much silver is needed to purchase all these houses? Just say it, Liang Shu said with bravado. It was a very coincidental time for her to return from her rebirth. It happened to be the time when she had married into the marquis not long ago, and had just all used her dowry to feed her large family, and a lot of her silver money hadn't had time to be spent. She had nothing else now but silver. Yes, old sister, I've saved a lot of silver on my side too. How to sell those houses? About how much silver? Just say a real price. Along the way, Dr. Tong didn't spare a few moments to survey the houses in the barren mountains, which were all beautifully constructed, with a spacious yard outside each house, which was surrounded by beautiful camellias. This is the kind of house that she really likes so much that she feels willing to spend any amount of her heart. However, next to the Morong Patrol, there are some shyness. He was exiled before all copied the family. Now today there is really not much silver. As for those disciples, one by one, they do not have too high a family history, and before coming to be searched by the officials, the body is not allowed to bring too much silver money, and there are so many of them that 1 or 2 houses are definitely not enough to live in. Old Mrs. Gongsun, we were actually exiled here, and we probably don't have much silver money on us, or else first, the words credit, Morong Patrol ultimately did not have the face to say them. What silver money? Old Mrs. Gongsun was all smiles. Arakan does not circulate silver at the moment. You only need to spend contribution points to buy a house. Contribution points? Xia Yan and Tong Yiwen said in unison. Most of these houses only cost 1,000 contribution points, which you will only need to spend a month or 2 to earn. Lin Mal, who was following beside old Mrs. Gongsun, spoke out to explain. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan and Tong Yiwen instantly came into the spirit. Is there such a thing? Who can resist the temptation to buy their own house after only 2 months of work? Xia Yan patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I'm the most diligent worker. One person can sweep the entire village's ground. In the future, all the cleaning work of the barren mountains will be given to me, guaranteeing that these 2 villages will be clean every day, and even the inside of the piggy bank smells good." Anyway, she wasn't going to leave. The entire world is this barren mountain has the most abundant magic power to support her magic. Of course she had to rely on it. Isn't it just work? She was a cow and horse work saint body. One person could do the work of dozens of people. As long as there was plenty of magic, she alone was able to command dozens of magical brooms to work. Next to her, Tong Yuan was also not willing to lag behind. And me, if anyone in the village has any headache or fever, just come to me and Grandma. We're obliged. If you want to learn the art of healing, feel free to come and learn as well. I know everything. Chapter 131 Innate Work Saint Body. Mullen Patrol. How did you guys position yourselves to grab it so fast? Ahem. On my side, I can also establish a schoolhouse here. Enroll the village children and apprentices to teach these children to read and write. Morong Patrol said cheekily. He knew that the number of these disciples he had was a bit high, and that the 2 small villages over here probably wouldn't be able to use so many husbands, but there was no way around it. They wouldn't be able to do anything else but read. On second thought, his face grew even more ashamed. For the others, Lim agreed very readily, yet paused when she heard about the establishment of the academy. Mr. Morong, we already have a schoolhouse in this village, and the children have been studying for a long time. Lim commiserated. Morong Patrol's group of people were dumbfounded as if it was a bolt from the blue. At least their master was a great scholar whom the late emperor respected very much, but he was reduced to such a state? But think carefully, they feel quite normal. The people of these 2 villages live in peace and contentment. There is no need to take the examination. Naturally do not need more powerful master to teach. Basically can recognize the word on the line. There is a need to spend more of that waste of money? It's okay. I can weave straw mats and bamboo baskets, so I can weave more baskets to take out and sell. After saying that, Qian Nyangzi also got stuck, because the barren mountain doesn't use silver. It only uses contribution points. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. Now they finally realized the truth of the saying that the most useless readers, they're really useless when it comes to just surviving and having most of their needs basically met. Lin Mal didn't know that this group of people had already gone back and forth 800 times in their minds, and she immediately blossomed into a smile as she received the reminder from the mountain goddess in her mind. But don't worry, besides the children needing teachers, we adults need teachers too. So when tomorrow we'll vacate a large yard next to the elementary school academy, and then we'll be in your hands, Lim added. Although the villagers of Arakan also studied in the academy before, it was all at night, when those children went over after school. Now that so many husbandmen have come, it is natural to build a separate academy, so that it is also more formal, and those who study are still too loose, so that half of them fail the exam. The group of people across the street were all relieved, as long as they had a job and could earn contribution points to buy a house and maintain a normal life. The group of people followed Lin Mal around between the 2 villages, and in the end, Dr. Tong chose the courtyard on the Lin family village side. Xia Yan looked over blearily, and naturally, Liang Shu would not ignore her thoughts, so she chose the courtyard next to her in passing. As for Morong Patrol, there were more of them, and the remaining houses in the Lin family village were no longer enough, and after that, they went to the Zhang family village side to choose, and also ordered 3 courtyards. As the sky gradually darkened, the well-fed and well-drunk Xia Yan quickly slipped out and met up with Tong Yuan, their eyes glittering in the night. Just in time to see the passing Lin Mal, they hurriedly pulled on each other's arms. Sister Mal, do you think we'll be able to get contribution points if we participate in the work tonight? Both little ones jumped at the chance to get into it now. If they worked for a while longer, they could earn more contribution points, and they could get their own house earlier. Just thinking about this, the 2 felt energized, and all those tiredness from the carriage ride disappeared without a trace. It's so late, don't you guys rest first? From the provincial city to the barren mountains, it's at least an 8 or 9 day trip. Lin Mal was incredulous. Are these 2 little guys so full of energy? They've only just gotten here. They haven't even settled in yet, and they're going to work right away. Worthy of being the one the mountain goddess looks up to. It's just not the same. It's possible. We really can. Ha-Yun patted her chest vigorously. And will I burden people by working in a way that may be somewhat less understandable to regular people? Ha-Yun remembered her magic broom. When I first cleaned inside the marquee, I closed the yard and swept the floor. Now there are so many people inside these 2 villages. What if I scare people? Any method will do, as long as it gets the job done. Lim came to be interested. Then I'll light up, so don't be surprised. Ha-Yun puffed out her cheeks. There was no way to hide this ability anyway, so we might as well let these people know about it now. so that he wouldn't have to try to cover it up later. This place was so full of magic that she was perfectly capable of defending herself. As the words fell, Hyun flung the broom she had been carrying into the air. Chapter 132. Not even enough. Outside the Lin family village, a babbling brook flowed by, and the sky hung with the last dark red haze, as if it were a strip of brocade silk. A broomstick was just lying in midair, and as if it had received some command, it began to swing its body rapidly, lurching down and sweeping furiously at the ground. In just the blink of an eye, the greenstone floor in front of the Lin family village became dry and clean, as if it had been washed away by rain. Xia Yan also thought that the villagers of the two villages would show a surprised expression, no more than a couple of exclamations of surprise. Who knew that these people's faces did not have the slightest change, as if they were already accustomed to this kind of thing. She looked around and didn't see any weirdness, surprise or disgust in the eyes of these villagers. Instead, each one of them had a gentle face. Mal, is this the new little girl from our village? Her ability can be really useful. If she goes to work over at the earthen kiln, she'll have to earn quite a few contribution points a day. This little broom grows so cute. Even cleaned the front of our yard together. The little girl quickly come to eat a baked sweet potato. This cold day or eat hot grain heart comfortable. A few ants carried a pot of baked sweet potatoes over and gave one to Xia Yan and Tong Yiwen. Auntie, I see that you have some spots on top of your skin. This doesn't look like normal freckles. Did they grow later? Tong Yiwen held the hot sweet potatoes while talking to those ants. Little girl, you really have eyesight. The spots on my face grew 2 years ago. I didn't pay much attention to them at that time. Who knows that the more they grow, the more they grow. The ant sighed. I have a way to cure it. Tong Yiwen patted her chest in assurance. Really? If it can really be cured, how about I offer 200 contribution points? If it's not enough, I have more here. As long as I can make these nasty spots disappear, everything is fine. That ant's eyes lit up. She had already seen many barefoot doctors. All of them said that this kind of markings could not be removed. She did not expect this little girl to be so powerful. Auntie, it's enough. It's definitely enough. Tong Yiwen's face was ecstatic. In that case, she would soon earn enough contribution points. The two little girls looked at each other and both saw the smile in the other's eyes. Xia Yan curved her eyes, thinking that the barren mountain was still a very ideal place. These people actually weren't surprised. In the future, if she did things with magic, she wouldn't have to hide it. On the other hand, Lin Anyang returned Liang Shu's dowry, as well as the medicinal herbs and books that Dr. Tong had brought with him, before coming to old Mrs. Gongsuwen's courtyard. Old ancestor, I bought a lot of food and tools. These are kept inside the space props given by the mountain goddess. Should I take them out now? Lin Anyang whispered. She was a little uncomfortable holding so much in her hands. After all, it was everyone's, not hers alone. First, give them the things the villagers asked you to bring, and put all the rest inside the space. After all, a lot of people have come to Arakan Mountain lately, so avoid any complications. Old Mrs. Gongsun frankly said, not everyone's character was good. After the people on the barren mountain became more numerous, there would always be some stirrers, only that many of them dared not show it at the moment when they arrived at a new place and were in the way of the majesty of the mountain goddess. For the sake of Arakan's future stability, they still needed to keep a hand in it. Is there any space left inside then? Old Mrs. Gongsun was curious. There's still a lot of space, only a small half has been used so far. The silver in Lin and Nyang's hand had all been spent, and she hadn't even used half of it yet, so it was obvious how much space there was inside. Good, then let's put it here with you first, Lady An. There's no safer place than here with you, old Mrs. Gongsun exclaimed. Soon after, she told Lin Anyang all the recent events, and Lin Anyang also recounted the things she encountered on the road, especially mentioning the stragglers and bandits. Old ancestor, there weren't this many stragglers when we set out, but when we came back, the stragglers we encountered on the road grew in number. It's rumored that there's a rebel army fighting the imperial court in western Qingzhou, displacing many of the people. Mentioning this, Lin Anyang sighed. The weather had become very chilly when she went there, and the wind that blew around the carriage when she returned was already icy and biting, and the cold wind seemed to freeze one's arms into cold ice. At this time of war, it's them, the people, who suffer. Old Mrs. Gongsun shook her head when she heard it, and also recounted the information she had heard from the mouth of that group of bandits. The leader of that band of rebels is surnamed Guang, named Guangha, and is from the same village as Guangping, who led the attack on our barren mountain during the last night. Guangping gathered so many stragglers here because he wanted to pull up a team, and after gaining fame, he would then defect to the other side. But unfortunately, he was caught by us, and sent to the jail over at the county office. So I guess the rebels over at the border of Qingzhou won't let up when they know about it. This is what Su Rurong inquired about later, and when she got this news, she immediately sent someone to hand it over. Not afraid, the district is just a rebel. Lin Anyang calmly said. She even killed the capable men under the emperor. Is she afraid of the rebels? Old Mrs. Gongsun always had a worried look on her face, and she really wasn't afraid right now, because it was unlikely that the leader of the rebels would bring his men to fight just because a person from the same village had been captured. I just think that rebel will expand his strength someday, and the Barren Mountains are part of Qingzhou, so they can't always be avoided. So, I think that in addition to our daily labor and studies, we need to learn the martial arts and make adequate weapons. Old Mrs. Gongsun's eyes glittered. They could certainly not stop there in developing more devotees for the mountain goddess. How many people can there be in a barren county in the district? And how many in a prosperous city in the district? If you want to offer more devotees to the mountain goddess, you'll have to take the whole of Qingzhou. Of course, these are just the future Mrs. Gongsun's thoughts about the future. The old lady was someone who had experienced a chaotic world, and the change of the Liang dynasty had experienced a chaotic world. At that time, when the country was broken and the family was dying, old Mrs. Gongsun took the Lin family clansmen to hide everywhere, knowing clearly that if you don't take the initiative in this kind of world, you'll be passively beaten. Lin Anyang is not aware of the old lady Gongsun has thought so much. She feels that weapons are really necessary, otherwise would not have collected so many robbers in the hands of the big knife, axe, hammer and other iron weapons on the road. These are all collected by her into the space. Thinking of this, Lin Anyang took out all the iron weapons she had collected and arranged them in the courtyard. Not enough, not enough. Old Mrs. Gongsun frowned. There are so many of us in the desolate mountain. We must all at least have the power to defend ourselves. We can't keep relying on the mountain goddess to bestow abilities. How many of them were like the terrifying strength of Lin and Yang, and the ability to kill fire snakes like Cui Yang? How could they, as followers of the mountain goddess, live under the blessing of the gods all the time and even have to pray to the mountain goddess for new powers? They should take the initiative to bring more devotees to the mountain goddess. Lin Anyang looked at the agitated face of old Mrs. Gongsun and pondered. Lady An, 3 days later, food and weapons will be sent over from the capital. At that time, you will bring people to help Magistrate Su. Old Mrs. Gongsun suddenly opened her eyes. The capital sighed. Lin Anyang looked puzzled. Offering to send food and weapons? Chapter 133, not bad for a hometown. The morning fog outside the window gradually lifted, and a sliver of orange light hung in the sky, gilding the entire barren mountain with warmth. Morning men return from the fields with their farming tools on their backs, and roadside children play by the side of the green stone-paved paths. A few newcomers to the deserted mountains set up stalls by the side of the road, exchanging contribution points with the household goods they had brought with them and the pedestrians passing by, and a few ants scrunched a pair of hands inside their cotton coats and chatted there. After Liang Shu woke up, she saw such a picture full of life, and couldn't help but bend her eyes. Prefecture Master, you're still too impulsive. You should have asked the king to carefully check this barren mountain before coming over. The old woman who was packing up her bedside. This was the sister brought from the royal house side, who had followed Liang Shu since she was young and had always been loyal, which was why she was able to follow her here. Liang Shu glanced at her and helplessly shook her head. Father's side also has a lot of unavoidable things to do. How can we keep bothering him? Returning from rebirth, she figured out a lot of things. In her father's eyes, she was just a dispensable concubine daughter, and the crown princess had her own children and didn't treat her very well. The reason why she had such a large dowry was because she had been praised by the Empress Dowager when she was young, and had been appointed by the emperor as the lord of Ning'an County, so it simply couldn't be justified for her father and mother's consort not to offer more dowry. She was not the royal consort's own daughter, just the child born of her father and an ordinary little maid. The royal consort can add so much dowry is already good. Instead of going to trouble the royal family again, why not leave quietly by herself and live a quiet and comfortable life? Luckily, she picked the right one this time. Liang Shu raised her head and realized that the leading child, who was playing around, suddenly turned into a small white tiger with beautiful fur and roared at the group of children behind her. Those people on the side of the road didn't have any fear. Instead, one by one, they were there clapping and cheering. Lin Hu, one more performance. Brother Tiger, you're the best. Roar for us again. Ow. Above the green stone path, a burst of laughter. Liang Shu's side didn't have much of a reaction, but behind her, Sister Chi was terrified instead, and had sat on the ground at some point. Sister Chi looked around and realized that no one had noticed her before she quietly stood up. It was a disgrace. The kids weren't even scared, but she went weak in the knees. Prefect Master, dinner is ready. Outside the door, Xia Yan held 2 oil paper bags and bounced in. Yan, you don't need to do these things anymore in the future. In the future you are free. Liang Shu glanced at her and said in a warm voice, if it wasn't for this little girl's impromptu performance yesterday, she wouldn't have known that Xiaoyan was actually a wunderkind as well. It was not good for her to let people continue to do this kind of ordinary sweeping and sprinkling work. so she returned the other party's employment deed. No, how would that work? When Ha-yun heard that, she immediately quit. Prefect, you are my other golden thigh. Don't kick me out. Ha-yun almost wiped her tears on the spot. She had traveled here for 3 years now. She didn't have enough to eat or wear every day. She couldn't even use her magic when she occasionally wanted to, and she was very unlucky no matter what she did. But since being hired by this dominatrix, things have been different. She felt like she'd gotten a lot luckier. Every time she used her magic broom it went really well, and she'd worked out a type of magic she'd never figured out before. Except that the magic in the province was so barren that she hadn't been able to try it herself. This time, the county lord even brought her to the barren mountains and found a place with such an abundance of magic. So Xia Yan was adamant that the Ning'an county lord won her. Can't leave even if I say anything. Liangshu cried and laughed when she heard this, so she didn't stick to the previous topic, but she silently raised Xia Yan's monthly silver money by 10 times. Even if Arakan doesn't need silver, it can definitely be used later when he goes out, and it's considered compensation for this little girl. Sell baked sweet potatoes. Baked potatoes, shouted a voice from outside the house. I'll go buy baked sweet potatoes. Xia Yan immediately scurried over. Traveling through the magic world for 10 years and this world for 3 years, she craved for this. Baked sweet potatoes are the best. Let her look back on 13 years, and God knows how the hell Chase spent all those years. There were already a few people lined up outside the baked sweet potato stand. These were young men who often worked in the neighborhood and didn't have time to cook for themselves. Satisfaction. Is it a sister or an elder sister that came out of your body this time? The aunt who was baking sweet potatoes wrapped a sweet-baked sweet potato in a clean leaf and handed it to the cloaked Zhang Yao. I'm the elder sister. My sister did too much work yesterday and rested today. Zhang Jing returned with a low voice. One look at you so quiet. I know it is, sister. This sweet potato aunt does not charge you contribution points. Yesterday, loyal to help my family, dug a cellar, confiscated our contribution points and ran away. If you give back the contribution points, we will have to feel guilty. Aunt Wang repeatedly discouraged Zhang Jing from taking the sweet potatoes. Xia Yan and Tong Yiwen, who were at the back of the row, glanced at each other and both saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. There were actually split personalities in ancient times, and everyone's so used to it that they're not scared at all. The villagers of Arakan are quite enlightened. Perhaps seeing the curiosity in the eyes of the two little ones, the aunt next to her explained. Zai Zai is very powerful. She and her sister have 2 souls in one. Both can control their bodies, and they're very powerful too. You'll see when the time comes. The aunt's eyes were full of pride. Ha-yun, Tong Yiwen, that's not enlightened anymore. That's open-minded. So the ancients were more well accepted than they all were? Who's the ancient one, anyway? The two of them walked dizzily to the curb after getting their sweet potatoes. Ha-yun cried and laughed. It seems like we're still making a fuss. Tong Yiwen, I have to say, the barren mountain is pretty amazing. Now even if grandma wants to leave, she can't pull me away. The two little ones subconsciously squinted their eyes while eating the soft and sweet potatoes. A hot bite of baked sweet potatoes on this freezing cold day is just too good to pass up. The most satisfying thing is that this kind of baked sweet potato is even more delicious than the sweet potatoes that I remembered in my last life. I wonder what varieties of sweet potatoes are grown on this side of the barren mountain. When they earn enough contribution points, they will also buy land to grow sweet potatoes. Wait, I seem to remember that there are no sweet potatoes in this world. Tong Yuan's head suddenly became incredibly bright. Not only sweet potatoes, even potatoes and corn are not available. These are all delicacies that can only be eaten in dreams. Why are they all available on this side of the barren mountain? In the middle of the day, the two little girls looked at each other, face to face, not far away. Someone was there discussing the cotton harvest and the steps to be taken in flicking the cotton, making the two little girls even more alarmed. This world, it seems like there is only K-pop? Xia Yan remembered that the county master had once said that even the dignitaries in the capital used cotton clothes made of K-pop. So there are still travelers on this side of the barren mountain and they are able to bring these high-yielding grain seeds? Asterisk. The two exclaimed in unison. Neither of them noticed that Zhang Jing, who was walking at the back, stopped and looked ahead thoughtfully. You too, when did you cross over? A cold voice rang out from the back. With a fluttering sound, Xia Yan and Tong Yuan tripped over their left foot and right foot in unison and fell to the ground. Zhang Jing in the back. In the middle of the day, a group of people once again converged inside Lu Bai's courtyard. The traversers of the deserted mountains have come together once again. Is there anyone else? LeBlanc hesitated. He always felt that a few more rebirths or crossings could pop up in any corner of the barren mountain. The two new little girls shook their heads in unison. After the group exchanged information, they all revealed incredible looks. Xia Yan was surprised. So it wasn't you who brought the sweet potatoes and corn and cotton. It was the mountain goddess? We still have a fairy-lit peach orchard here, comparable to the godly farms of the farm games? Zhang Jing, so, you traveled to the magic world for 10 years first, and then traveled to this world afterward? You are still able to use magic now? That's still a very powerful crossover hangover. The group looked at each other again. Xia Yan thought for a moment and then explained. I did stay in that magic world for 10 years, and I was also very lucky to recognize a great magical master as my master. But I had only been studying with her for a year when my master reached the age to pass away. The time after that, I was also blindly researching on my own inside that white tower, working out some weird and strange magic, and before I could formally understand the world of magic and see what that world was really like, I crossed over again. Speaking of which, she was extremely remorseful. Why had she not thought to visit that wizarding world more often after 10 years so long? Now, well, after 10 years of being a straight-up nerd in the wizarding world, even she couldn't bring herself to spit. This is a different kind of cultivation system. Wang Wan had floated inside this courtyard at some point with her daughter on a flying sword. Magic? Sounds very powerful. Wang Qing cupped her fleshy face with some excitement. This is the traveler who crossed over from the world of immortal cultivation. Zhang Jing got up and introduced. Immortal cultivation world. Cultivator. Xia Yan and Tan Yuan exclaimed in unison. That's too much. That's cultivation. Master, request a bow from my disciple. Xia Yan and Tong Yuan looked at each other and knelt down in unison towards Wang Wan. A few of the others cried and laughed, because that's what they did when they first heard it. I'm sure it's true that you're from the same hometown, right? Chapter 134, Secrets of Lightness. Wang Wan raised a hand and used his spiritual power to help the two little ones up. All Dharmas follow the same path. They are all about strengthening yourself and the pursuit of the great Tao. You've already learned magic. It would be counterproductive to cultivate immortality from scratch. So why not study your magic carefully? She whispered. And you've noticed that the energy in this world is very thin, haven't you? Haiyan nodded her head while spitting out. The magic power outside can't even support me to cast normal magic. But the barren mountains are different. This is heaven. After Wang Wan heard this, he also nodded. Yes, the aura over here is also stronger than other places because the barren mountains are guarded by the mountain goddess. All these energies, chasing after divine power. The desolate mountain in the future will become a place that all cultivation systems aspire to. The crowd was pondering. So they get to meet travelers from other worlds later? This is very interesting. A small deserted mountain has put together so many old folks. In the future, this place should simply be called a concentration camp for travelers. The world is literally being worn through a sieve. As for what problems were happening in this world, the group of people didn't think deeply about it. With the mountain goddess, all demons and monsters were not a problem. I'd like to think that one of the strange people who came over to chase us some time ago is also a traveler. Tong Yuan broke her fingers and analyzed. He didn't cross over from modern times. He's most likely a native of a martial arts world. The reason for this speculation was because Tong Yuan heard the man inside the carriage cursing there when she passed by that carriage once. That guy refers to you as the people of your world. And even when he curses there he feels superior and thinks everyone else is trash. At the time, she just snorted and didn't ask questions. But now that she thought about it more and more, she felt that her suspicions were right. Martial arts world? I remember that he is particularly good at lightness. If we can get his secret manual over, won't we have one more life-saving skill? Xia Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Nowadays, Fong Ping was being locked up inside an abandoned courtyard. And what those travelers could think of, Yu Luo naturally thought of. So she sent Lin and Yang and Shui Ying over with her to scare the guy from time to time. And later, worried that the guy would die, she even purposely got Zhang Yang to hang him. After Lin Anyang's threat of crushed stone and Shui Yangzi's fire snake scare, Fong Ping fainted and fainted again and again, and almost didn't die outright. But each time, someone hangs on to his breath in time for him to die, so that he can't die even if he wants to. Fong Ping couldn't stand the torture and eventually confessed. This is the secret manual of lightness handed over by that strange man? Old Mrs. Gongsun held the thin sheets of paper in her hands, feeling incredulous. Just a few sheets of paper recorded in the area could make that man so fast, sometimes hovering in the air. This secret is just too much. Yes, the mountain goddess said this secret book is true, and told us to build another academy for martial arts practice and magic. Lim explained. The martial arts academy was naturally taught by Wang Wan, and another handwritten copy of the secret manual had already been sent over. As for the magic academy, Lin Mao felt that it must have something to do with that little girl surnamed Xia. The last time the other party used magic to control the broom to sweep the floor, she found it very interesting. Since it was the mountain goddess who said that, immediately let the people do it and build it up as fast as possible. Old Mrs. Gongsuan's face was agitated. Sure enough, the mountain goddess heard her heart and agreed with her. Only, what does the school of magic study again? It doesn't matter, as long as the mountain goddess brings it up. It must be very powerful to build it first. Mal, you go now and question the ability believers and ask who would like to follow Lady N on her journey. The people from the capital were about to arrive, and old Mrs. Gongsun was worried that something would go wrong, so she planned to find more people to go there. After all, that official from the capital had connections with demons and evils. What if the other party had already known about the magistrate being replaced in advance and was planning to set up a scheme to deal with Deserted County and Deserted Mountain? Since he intends to take Qingzhou in the chaos, everything must be done carefully. Don't worry, ancestral grandmother, I will arrange for good people. It wasn't long before a new quest was added to the top of the stone tablet. Task 1. Assist in Nyangzi to receive a batch of grain. 300 contribution points per person. 200 contribution points for excellent completion of the task. Danger level 4 stars. Please choose carefully. 500 contribution points? Seeing this, Xia Yan couldn't walk. That's half the money for the house. Isn't that receiving food? She's got to take it for a spin. Chapter 135, Going to the Stone Family Village. The carriage passed through the forest full of fallen leaves, making a creaking sound, and a few gray sparrows were disturbed by this group of people and flew to the distance in a panic. Brother Sure, the location we're traveling seems to be wrong. Desolate County is not in this direction. The old man who was driving the carriage was frozen red by the cold wind, and when he saw that the route was not right, he hurriedly led the carriage to a stop. What's wrong? A steady voice came from inside the carriage. His Excellency commanded us at first, saying that we must deliver all these things to the hands of the magistrate of Desolate County. And aren't we traveling a long distance through thousands of dangers just to complete the mission? A stout man beside him asked rhetorically. I always feel very strange. You guys just drive in the direction of Shijia village. I'll bear all the consequences. Shi Quan reached out his hand to lift a corner of the carriage's curtain, his tone firm. The people did not dare to question it, so they turned the direction and traveled over towards Quan County. Brother Shi, what's so strange about this matter that it's worth disobeying our orders? The burly man still couldn't figure it out. It is said that the magistrate of that deserted county is also from Shijiazhuang, and is also the Lord's own son, so what could be wrong with that? Have you noticed that the closer you get to this side of Desolate County, the fewer stragglers there are around? Shi Quan mused. The magistrate of that deserted county was at least his cousin, so he naturally wouldn't suspect the other party, but there were some very strange things going on, and the food and weapons involved their secret plotting, so he had to be a bit cautious. The man next to him scratched his hair and looked confused. Ah, have the stragglers over here become fewer? He'd been the most energized on this journey just about every day at mealtimes, and hadn't really paid attention to his surroundings. Is it possible that the magistrate lord of the deserted county has the ability to take in all these stragglers? He said apprehensively. Shi Quan, cousin's character, can he be a practical person? A bunch of useless guys. At least he came along. No matter what, it's safest to transport this batch of supplies to Shijia village first, he said coldly. Soon the group arrived at Shijia village, and Shi Quan took the lead and jumped down. Third uncle, what has happened recently? Tell me. About it. He found the region of the Stone Family Village in the first place. Xiao Quan, why have you come back? Not staying in the capital to help your second uncle? Shi Rijing's heart thumped when he saw his serious face. Second uncle was worried about something happening over here and asked me to come over to check it out. When you tell me everything that's happened in this period of time, I'll analyze it. Shi Quan felt very strange from the very beginning. How did this cousin, who had always been gutless and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, suddenly change his nature and take the initiative to ask for weapons and food? This cousin was the son of the second uncle, who didn't suspect much, but only felt very relieved. Instead, he felt it wasn't that simple. What is the name of the magistrate of the deserted county nowadays? He suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. What else could it be called? It's the identity you guys put on him. Su Rurong, Shi Rijing said decisively. Appointments of officials like these generally require avoidance of suspicion, and all officials are not allowed to return to their hometowns to serve. It is for their planning. Must take the deserted county this important transportation route, then forged an identity, only to get the deserted county magistrate this position. Shi Quan tapped the wooden table with one of his hands, pondering in his mind for a split second, and then said, how is our god of Wensu lately? Have you made any normal offerings? There is some hesitation there. Quan Zi, it's not that we don't want to make offerings, and we even brought it quite a few intelligent boys a few days ago, but it's been hiding in the basement of the shrine, and it's dead set against eating. Is it that legendary mountain goddess of Arakan County? Shi Quan frowned. That god of Wensu was so timid. He must have heard the news of the deserted county and wimped out like this. So have there been any demon hunters out there lately? Satoshi scratched his head. There does seem to be news of a demon hunter over in Arakaki Prefecture, but I'm not sure if it's true. After all, it's a county away, and he's busy dealing with all sorts of things every day. So how could he care about the rumors in the deserted county? No wonder, Shi Quan pondered. It seems that god of Wensu has been scared out of his wits. No wonder he has been hiding in the basement, unwilling to come out. He is really a coward. Uncle Sam, have someone bring another batch of children here, and I'll personally watch him eat. That's right, contact the magistrate of Desolate County and ask him to come to the ancestral hall in Shurja village and catch up with me. Whatever that cousin is up to, we'll know it when we meet him. Deserted County. Su Ruorong, who was practicing her talismanic seal, suddenly heard a commotion outside, and it wasn't long before Luo Yang walked in. Lord Magistrate, those food and weapons have been shipped over. Su Ruorong's eyes instantly glowed. That's a real grievous mistake. Fortunately I didn't fall out with that guy. However, the ones who came transported all the food and weapons to Shurja village, allowing you, the county magistrate, to personally lead the men to pick them up. They must have already had their suspicions, and this is a test for us. Luo Yang replied, that man would have wanted to see you in person just now, but I refused on the grounds that the magistrate was ill. Hey, I told you that this matter is very sinister. That person can sit in such a high position. Surely he won't be fooled easily. County Minister Chen was in a frenzy of anxiety. What's there to be afraid of? Su Ruorong was very calm. As long as this batch of food and weapons have been shipped over, we can't let them run away by any means. Even if it's a robbery, we have to snatch them back. Isn't it just leading people to the Stone family village in person? We'll go and meet them today. Magistrate, you and the previous magistrate, you don't look the same either. Unless there are talisman seals for transforming a change of appearance. But there is also a prerequisite for the use of such talisman seals. One must know the other party's appearance and body shape. County Magistrate Chen anxiously said. The key thing was that none of them knew what the previous magistrate looked like. Even the current magistrate has never seen it. Don't worry, Desolate Mountain's men are coming up. They definitely have a solution. Su Ruorong said calmly. Not long ago, he learned from the other old folks that the very powerful demon hunter from Arakan Mountain had actually crossed over as well, and had come from a world of immortal cultivation before crossing over. In addition to the mountain goddess, they still have immortal cultivators backing them up in Arakan County. So what are they afraid of? Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group of familiar figures came to the backyard. County Magistrate Su, Lin and Yang, cloaked in a black cloak, led a group of people over. County Minister Chen glanced at the group behind him and realized that most of these people were women, and there were also a few round-faced little girls who only reached their thighs, which made him even more worried. Instead, it was Su Ruorong who breathed a sigh of relief. Finally waiting for you guys. It's a good thing that there are devotees of the mountain goddess. If he were to face the demonic evil alone, he definitely wouldn't dare. Change of plans. You will need to change your appearance for me and follow me to the stone village. We have two things to do when we go to Shurja village. The first is to finish off that demonic evil, and the other is to bring back those grains and weapons. Changing your appearance is simple. My master had already anticipated it before coming. Wang Cheng, who was also wearing a black cloak, handed over a jade pendant. After you bring it with you, you will be able to turn into that scholar of Shurja village. But remember that the time is limited and can only last for 1 hour. 1 hour is already enough. Su Ruorong hung the jade pendant on her waist. Seeing this, Wang Qing took out another piece of aura-filled jade pendant and gently tapped a few times against it with a hand gesture, and the appearance and clothing of the people around them changed, turning into the appearance of a deserted county constable. Su Ruorong looked around the group in amazement and waved her hand decisively. Let's go! To the stone village. Chapter 136. Is this a demon? Don't come any closer. I told you I'm not going out. A small gray mass scurried around in the dim light. You all don't know how terrifying that mountain goddess of the desolate mountain is. He destroyed the lady of the sending sun in an instant. How can someone like me, who is not good at attacking, deal with him? I even smelled a demon catcher nearby a while ago. It's so scary. That guy must have found me. I'm not going out. I don't want to eat children. Are you sure? Sher Quan walked in holding a compass. If you don't listen, you'll be crafted into a demonic artifact, so that you'll be trapped in it forever and tortured every moment. Don't come over. I'll be discovered if I eat and will be instantly exterminated. The little gray blob escaped even faster, as if it had wind and fire wheels installed on its 2 legs. Quan Zi, I've brought all the people. A pale voice came from outside the door. With the click of a steel door, a dozen children were pushed in hard. Master, where are you? I don't want to become smarter. Will you let me go? Husband, the apprentice is scared. Come and save us. Master, I'm not going to learn anymore. Just let us go home. Sure Fu Zi, I don't want to become a scholar anymore. Can I ask my parents to take me back? A group of children had just been wheeled in and had realized something was wrong and were crying out. Shut up! Sher Quan roared at the group. It is your honor to meet the true god of Wenxiu. Why are you crying? Quickly eat them! Sher Quan turned his head to look at the black demonic evil again. No, I can't. The demon hunter will find out. Don't you force me. I'll bite. The little group scurried around. It's all your fault. It's all because you're too slow. or else my son would have already gotten his exams and been taken to the capital by me. Sher Kwan's eyes glowed red. The second reason he was here was, naturally, for his oldest son. The god of Winsu was too weak, and had only allowed Shurjia village to produce 2 scholars in so many years. One is the second uncle and the other is the second uncle's youngest son, Sher Guan. Only by sucking in more humans could these demons and evils become more powerful, and it turned out that this guy was just too timid for the job. Sher Quan decisively pulled out a string of ancient bells and shook them in the direction the grey mass had fled. The little group that had just been alive and kicking instantly lost its strength and could only lie on the ground and gasp for breath. Don't be afraid. Demonic weapons that isolate demonic power have been set up here. No demon hunter can detect your scent. Hurry up and eat these guys. He roared. Father, mother, help me. A group of children cried out in fear. Quanzi, Xiao Guang has brought people back. Let's go and welcome them. This is the first time he has returned to our village since he became the county magistrate. The thick iron gate was opened, and Rizhen walked over with a happy face. Sher Quan then returned to normal. He gave a warning glance at the grey group and straightened up some clothes on his body before he walked out and had the door locked tightly. Little light, it's really you. You haven't come over for such a long time since you became the magistrate of Arakan County. I thought you had forgotten about us. Sher Guang, you've made a name for yourself. You're sitting as the magistrate of Sher County, and you've brought so many people with you. Don't forget us when you get promoted in the future. After Su Ruirong entered the Stone family village, she heard a group of people greeting her. Little light, do you remember who I am? Sher Quan adjusted his emotions and walked over with the same smile on his face. Of course I remember. You're the eldest cousin. Su Ruirong winked at him. What about this one? Sher Quan pointed to the rikishi next to him. Then of course it's my third uncle. My third uncle has been serving as a regent for so many years, but it's very hard work, Su Ruirong rightfully said. Next, Sher Quan asked a few more random people, and Su Ruirong answered them all correctly, without revealing the slightest crack. Cousin, why did you interrogate me for so long when you've only just returned? And I feel that it's all a false reputation that I've gotten the top spot on the exam? Then you've gone too far. How long has it been since I left? How could I forget my third uncle, fourth aunt and seventh aunt? Since you haven't forgotten, why haven't you come to visit the Sher family village for such a long time? Sher Quan's face relaxed slightly. Cousin, you don't even know how hard it is to do this county magistrate. Which guys are making things difficult for me at every turn, leaving me with an empty shell. If it wasn't for the sake of my father's cause, I would have given up and quit. Su Ruirong spat. Since I'm already in the position of the magistrate, I have to show some skills to make those people trust me, right? That's why I've been too busy during this period of time, so I didn't have time to come back to visit. That's right, you've just taken over the position of county magistrate. You're indeed very busy. Sher Quan's voice eased up quite a bit. In that case, let's have a good drink between the two of us brothers. Su Ruirong didn't move and glanced in the direction of the ancestral hall, turning his head and resuming his smile. Alright, let's go have a drink. Sher Quan thought about how those kids couldn't escape, so he answered. On the other hand, Haiyun had already cast wall-piercing magic and led a group of people to drill into the ground floor of the shrine. It turns out that there is a house underneath the ancestral hall of the Stone family village. No wonder why we couldn't find it before. Someone lamented. This is. As soon as Haiyun looked up, she realized that there were quite a few children cowering inside the corners of this room, and the group was all shivering. They definitely want to feed these children to the demons. It's just too much of an abomination. Choi Yun slammed the wall. When he first investigated the Sending Sun Nymphet, Choi Ying had already seen the tragic scenes of those pregnant women, and now that he saw these children, he couldn't wait to burn the demonic evils that were secretly working in the dark to ashes. Wait, don't be hasty, Lady Chui, Xia Yan hurriedly voiced out. Would you take a look at this little thing to see if it's that demonic evil? She pointed to the small gray mass inside the corner that was also shivering. You guys don't eat me. Aha! The gray mass shrank a few more points, itching to burrow right inside the crack. The group of people who had sneaked over looked at each other in disbelief. Is this the sinister and cunning one from Shurjia village who has been hiding for decades without letting anyone discover the other demonic evil? Chapter 137 Delivering Demons and Evils? Cousin, let's catch up over here. Sher Quan smilingly pulled the man in dark blue official uniform to a spacious room. Back then, when you and second uncle were at odds, we also hid here for dinner. Remember when that was? Sher Quan casually poured a cup of spirits and handed it over. Su Ruirong, this guy's suspicion is really very heavy. Until now is still suspecting, not tired at all. Some of the ones he was able to answer before were because he had prepared in advance and had already investigated everyone in the Stone family village. But now that he had switched to this kind of detail, how could he possibly answer them? But it doesn't matter. Now that the delay is almost complete, it's time to close the net. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Sher Quan on the opposite side was instantly alert. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Rurong directly held her head and rolled inside the corner next to her, shouting out to the window, "And Nyangzi, save me!" This series of movements was so silky smooth that even Shi Quan did not react for a moment. In the next second, the entire house collapsed, and Lin Anian flew out while carrying Su Rurong's clothes and pinching Shi Quan's neck. "Damn it, you're a strange person. When did you come over?" Shi Quan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared over angrily. "How come it's so unbeatable?" Lin Anian looked puzzled. As a matter of fact, people from the capital should be pretty hard to beat. These words made Shi Quan's neck redden as he gritted his teeth. "Don't think that just because you're a wunderkind that you can humiliate others as you please. Our family's lord has also raised a lot of them in the mansion, and once you do something to me, the lord will immediately send someone over to avenge me. All of you will be dead by then." Too wordy. Lin Anian made a direct move and removed his jaw. Shi Quan had no way to open his mouth, and could only glare angrily at the Shijia village villagers next to him. "You're not Shi Guang. Who the hell are you and what are you doing here?" The regime over there also finally thought of this, and hurriedly picked up the axe next to the door and surrounded the few people with the other villagers. "Don't be afraid, Quan Zi, we'll come to your rescue right away." A group of people rushed over with a wail. The last time they dealt with the Lady Sender, when Su Rurong arrived, the demonic evil had already been pretty much taken care of. Now it was still the first time Su Rurong had fought side by side with the people of Desolate Mountain, and now that he saw so many people surrounding him, he was a bit flustered and hurriedly said, "And Nyangzi, let's run. Lord Magistrate, don't worry, I will definitely guard you to the death." Luo Yan's other few constables held their swords and protected the magistrate in the very center. "What's the rush?" Zhang Mizui and Zhang Yu, dressed as constables, jumped down from overhead, only to see one earthen wall after another propped up, with all the villagers of Shijia village surrounding them. Immediately afterward, a stream of water rushed towards the villagers of the Stone family village, and all of them were like fish surrounded inside a fishbowl, only able to flop around in the water. "There's no need to run. It's already a clean sweep." Zhang Long clapped his hands and said easily, "It feels like this mission is even easier than the last time we took on those bandits." Zhang Yu was also very emotional. Indeed, this fellow didn't even put up much of a fight. Probably too weak. That's why he was sent here. Lin Anian also nodded her head. Shi Quan, he's too weak? Holding several demonic weapons in his hands, he had the power to defend himself even if he fought against several strange people at the same time. Who knew that this group of people was so outrageous? Who would be able to instantly hold up a dozen or so thick earth walls in an unusual oddity? Moreover, it was the height of the earth walls that was higher than the city walls, only allowing people to look up from below. Who in their right mind could move a waterfall directly from an ordinary wunderkind? That raging and turbulent current was simply not even humanly possible to stop. The most powerful was this lady who was choking her own neck. Shi Quan was pinched and choked the pulse of fate without even noticing the other party from the beginning to the end. "I also don't know what's going on over at Xiayan," Lin Aniong muttered. She was a little worried about the situation over there. After all, the basement was most likely harboring that treacherous demonic evil, but the thought of the mountain goddess made her relax a lot. Basement. Ha-Yun was tired and sweaty as she was using firework magic to entertain a group of children. It didn't help that the kids were really scared and couldn't even get close to people. It was the only way she could pacify them, and she didn't expect it to work well. The boys were giggling and not as emotionally tense as they had been before. The gray blob, attracted by this beautiful colorful fireworks, probed and looked over, and after being spotted, quietly covered his eyes with his own little shorthand, looking at the demonic evil group that was cowering inside the corner and then glancing at the group of children. Ha-Yun sighed. "Little Ash, it's useless for you to hide any longer. The mountain goddess's followers have surrounded the entire Shi family village. There's nowhere for you to escape." The little gray blob screamed and instantly spread into a pie. Xia Yan was about to scare some more, when she suddenly heard a voice inside her head and immediately said with a straight face, "Tell me everything about these years. If you really didn't take the initiative to harm anyone, the mountain goddess will consider letting you live." I say. The little gray mass hurriedly raised its hand with an aggrieved face. "I was born from a book, a demonic evil condensed from the grievances of many readers, and the contents of the book. In the temple, the system was also telling you Luo about the source of that demonic evil. Most of the demons and evils in this world are condensed from grievances, and this demon in Shijia village came from some failed readers, and the grievances of these people melded with a travel book to form this demon. It's reasonable to say that most of the demonic evils in this world are accompanied by strong emotions of destruction and revenge after their formation. But this demonic evil in Shijia village is different. The travel book it fused with, the main character is a coward, causing it to be very timid as well, not daring to run out of books at all. I see. No wonder it's so timid, making me too impatient to eat this little bite of snack." Yu Luo cupped his chin, pondering. Below the Shijia village shrine, Ash covered one side of his eyes and narrated there apprehensively. Originally, I was living well inside my own home when the man called Shirgao suddenly brought me home. I saw that he had failed the exam for so many years, and that he was reprimanded all day long at home, and was disliked by his wife, and I saw that those children were also in a state of sorrow, so I did not forbear to give a hand. Then he got what he wanted and became the Scholar of the Year, and I thought that was the end of it, but who knew that he would find someone especially powerful to pull me out of the book and make me help more people achieve merit. How can I have that power? I'm just a tiny demonic evil. Helping him become the scholar has already made me very weak. You all know what happened after that. They got a lot of human children to make me stronger by devouring humans. The little group was on the verge of tears when he said that. Ooh, humans are horrible. I've said I don't want to eat them and I don't want to eat them, and they just eat me. I was originally this big. The little gray blob gestured a big circle with his short little hand. It's all eaten by them. They have part of my powers when they eat it. I really didn't eat you guys, woo woo woo. Lin and Nyang, who just arrived. I didn't realize that this demonic evil had such a personality. No wonder those people can release black chi. So they possess part of the demonic evil's ability. Zhang Long pondered in his heart. It's a good thing we flooded them all, or we'd probably get a sneak attack. That's not right either. Hayan's others picked up the group of children. Their voices firm. These children told me that they were all sent here by the master, to feed you, and if you don't eat them, what's the matter with these children? The gray blob became even more aggrieved. That's because I was pretty much eaten up. Only a part of my body was left, and there was no way to provide them with abilities. So those people wanted me to devour humans to enhance my abilities. I really didn't want to. You humans are so scary. You eat your own kind after getting my powers. Crowd. Dare I say that this operation was not to rescue humans, but to rescue demons and evils. In that case, then you should leave with us. Even Lin Anyang sighed. Everyone thought that there would be a big battle after coming to Shirjia village this time. After all, that shadowy demonic evil was just too capable of hiding, more cunning than even humans. Who knew that everything was actually their human side of the pot? It turned out that the wrong people, little demon evil. No, 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 you guys are too scary. I'm not going with you. The little gray donut shivered. It's just this little bit of carcass left, and if it's gone, it's really gone. Chapter 138, It's snowing. If you don't leave, you will definitely be found by that Shirgao again and imprisoned again. Sure you don't want to join us? Haiyan reached out her hand and flicked the small gray mass. Well, then you guys have to promise not to eat me. The little group stammered. Then of course we won't eat you. Take a closer look. The few of us can be very powerful. We don't even need to rely on you to raise our strength. Haiyan waved her magic staff and ball after ball of fire flew out. Oh wah wah wah, don't hit me. I'll go with you. The little group scurried around. Isn't this fine? Haiyan directly picked up the little group. First things first, you mustn't run, or else our mountain goddess will swallow you in one gulp without even a crumb left. Haiyan threatened. The little gray ball hurriedly nodded its head. Its guts were almost broken. How would it dare to run away? That mountain goddess's followers were so powerful. How could it possibly deal with such a powerful demonic evil? The crowd quickly jumped out of the basement. And over there, Su Rorong had long ago found a place to hide the food and weapons, and pulled out all these wagons. It's still really generous. Transporting grain with a carriage. Su Rorong's tone was very emotional. And then there are very few carriages in our county office. These carriages came at the right time. Magistrate, if we end the entire village of Shirjia village, we will definitely anger that high official in the capital. What will we do then? Luo Yang was a little worried. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid that he wouldn't be in time to avenge the death of his entire family. What should we do? We'll just use the water to cover up the earth, right? Anyway, we have long planned to deal with this demonic evil in Shirjia village. Sooner or later, we will have to confront them. This time, we got food and weapons. We earn already big. Su Rurong was indifferent. Today's battle had given him a very large amount of confidence. With so many powerful believers over in the barren mountains, was he still afraid of an ordinary army? The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. So what if that guy has noticed something? He's just an official, not an emperor. He can't quickly gather an army to deal with us. He can only find a way to secretly cause trouble. Since she was planning to do this, Su Ruoron must have already considered all the consequences. In the future, the world is getting more and more chaotic. The courtside is already difficult to protect themselves. The most headache is definitely the various local rebel army. Where to deal with them? That's quite a point. I didn't expect a small magistrate in ancient times to have this kind of guts. Xia Yan poked her head out from inside the carriage. Not an ancient magistrate. I'm your hometown. Su Rurong subconsciously looked at the crooked magic staff in the young girl's hand, envious in her heart. How is it that when people cross over, they are either magical girls or immortal cultivators? All of them have very powerful golden fingers. and it's his turn to have a hell of an opening? No, someday he would have to ask the mountain goddess for a golden finger as well. With so many travelers, he couldn't be the only weakling. Su Rurong's heart was full of fighting spirit, and she planned to send the agreed-upon food and weapons to the barren mountain later on, devoutly making a wish to the mountain goddess. What? Another hometown? Xia Yan subconsciously covered her mouth. Good lord, these travelers are really everywhere. No wonder the barren mountain was called a concentration camp of travelers. It's snowing. Zhang Zui, who had also poked his head out, extended his hand and caught a crystal-clear snowflake. Outside, the cold wind was howling, and the piercing cold wind hit the carriage's windows hard. It's snowing? Lin Anian jumped out directly from inside the carriage. She stood at the front of the carriage and looked away at the white world around her. It's a heavy snowfall. We have to hurry back, or else the road will be hard to travel when the snow closes the mountains. Lady An, is the snow usually heavy on this side of Arakan County? The others inquired curiously. Snow over here usually falls for 10 days and half a month. This side of Desolate County is surrounded by mountains. Once it snows, the roads all around are not good to walk on, and it's very likely that all the roads will be blocked. Lin Aniang explained. This is a good place that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Su Rurong subconsciously thought of fighting a war, and in the future, those people would have to put in a lot of effort if they attacked. I hope that for the rest of the year, everyone will be able to live out this year peacefully. Lin Aniang looked in the direction of the barren mountain, her eyes full of hope. The group came to the outskirts of the barren mountain, and a carriage ran over to them. It can't be the magistrate of Quan County coming after us, right? Shurjia village is at least within the boundaries of Quan County, and we've already considered ourselves to have crossed the border this time. Zhang Yu picked open the curtains of the carriage and looked across the street. This carriage is the style of the capital. It should be the carriage of which dignitary? But this snowy day, how did it come to our barren mountain? Is there something going on? Su Rurong had memories of the capital site and recognized it from afar. It shouldn't be coming for us. As soon as his words fell, the carriage on the opposite side of the road stopped, and a gallant little teenager jumped down from inside. Excuse me, have you seen a middle-aged man with gray hair? He's got his wife and 2 kids and a bunch of apprentices with him. Haiyan, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, stopped and blinked with one eye. Isn't that a coincidence? Those guys just happened to be having fondue at Mount Desert. In the temple, Yu Luo saw this and realized something. System, is this the female lead you said? The one who disguised herself as a man in the science fiction text? Sure enough, I found it. Chapter 139, the female leader of the science fiction text. Public. Gonzi, do we really have to go with this group of people? Why does it feel wrong? The boy beside him shivered. Since they know about Master's news, I naturally have to go over and take a look, or else I'll miss out on a very important clue. Liang Yu clutched the longsword in his hand and waved his hand. My lord, there are only 2 of us now. Why don't we wait a little longer? The boy quietly pinched her clothes. We can't wait any longer. The snow outside is already getting heavier and heavier. We don't know when it will stop, and my master is still injured. What if it gets serious? Liang Yu had checked before. Master had hired a doctor before he was exiled. That doctor had a disheveled face when he went out. Master's body must have a big problem. AI. They didn't bring anything with them when they left. Even if they managed to escape, they probably won't have enough to eat or wear. We have to hurry up and get Master, Mother and brothers over here. We can't let them suffer like this anymore. The thought of her former highly respected master, freezing in the freezing cold and shivering in the snow, enduring the recurrence of his old illness while begging by the side of the road, made her heart ache. Gongzi, you're right. Whatever we say, we have to get Morong Patrol back. That boy also clenched his fists. This gentleman, we will be going up to the mountain soon. You may see some strange things then. Don't be alarmed. Just hold on inside the carriage for an incense sticking time, and you will be able to see your master. Zhang Yu ran over and exhorted. Liang Yu subconsciously nodded, but soon felt that it wasn't quite right. Since it was going up the mountain, why did he need to take a carriage? Those goat paths in the mountains, could a carriage go? Without waiting for the 2 of them to react, they felt the carriage underneath them suddenly float into the air, and then slowly flew over towards the position halfway up the mountain. Liang Yu subconsciously opened the curtains and was dumbfounded to see the mountain road and various bear trees below. Are they still riding in a carriage? How come it's faster than a cable car? Is she really not traveling back? My lord, we, in heaven? The boy muttered. Liang Yu, wait a moment and allow me to run through it. She pressed her index finger against her brow, thinking back to the previous scene. Just now when the carriage floated up, it seemed that a little girl ran over and told them not to be surprised, so the others were very clear about the matter of the carriage flying. Could it be that some strange people are assisting them in secret? But what kind of strange person can hold up 10 or so carriages in one breath and fly up the mountain for an incense burner? She didn't think for long, however, when voices came from outside again. Both of you, we have arrived at the village. You can get off now. Zhang Yu ran over and knocked on the carriage again. Thank you. Liang Yu and the boy next to her exchanged a glance before they walked down with their bags on their backs. Outside, the snow was flying heavily. The whole sky and earth were covered with white color, and the cold wind was whistling through the mountains, blowing people's cheeks cold. But the village in front of them is extraordinarily smoky. The smoke from the cooking rises up, and there is even a fire burning in the cave in the distance, where a group of people are roasting. Lady An, you're finally back. Lady An, is it dangerous to deal with the demonic evil this time? If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you guys. That one in my family only knows how to bury his head in the sand to earn contribution points, and didn't know to tell me this news in time. Xiao Yu, no injuries, right? Quickly let sister give you a look. If there are any problems you can still be treated in time. Yun, the prefectural master left you a meat bun. Seeing the carriage procession on this side, the group of people gathered inside the cave roasting a fire rushed out. It seems that this mission was very successful. Did you solve that false god in Shijia village? Old Mrs. Gongsun was helped over and smiled when she saw so many carriages. Old ancestor, it's already been resolved, but the specific details are a bit complicated. We'll discuss it later. Inside the carriage is half of the supplies we brought back. Lin Anyang whispered. This time against Shijia village. The believers on the side of Desolate Mountain had put in a lot of effort. Without them, there was no way to get this batch of supplies back at all. So Suru Rong gave half of the supplies, which was even more than what had been agreed upon before. Don't mind these things. You guys come warm yourselves and have a hot meal. Lin Mo brought the villagers over with bowl after bowl of hot soup. These are the two we met on the road. They are here to find Master Morong. Lin Anian reminded from the side. You guys also drink a bowl to warm up your bodies. Lin Mal had 2 more bowls brought over. Thank you, but I want to find Master first. I'm very worried after not seeing him for so long. Liang Yu was worried. There are only 2 villages in this barren mountain, and there aren't many places to sell food or furniture. So Master must have been starving when he came here, and must have suffered a lot, right? Liang Yu sighed while being led to 3 stone houses. This is my master's residence? She chose the smallest courtyard and knocked against the wooden door. My lord, Master Morong must be working very hard to bring so many people to live in such a small place. Fortunately you are smart enough to bring quite a bit of silver over, which can solve the pressing problem, the young boy said with delight. Liang Yu nodded and waited with a heavy face for the senior brothers inside to open the door. Who knows that the boy knocked for half a day? The courtyard did not move. Unbelieving. The 2 of them went to the slightly larger yard next door and knocked again, and still no one answered. So that group of villagers ganged up and lied to us, and Master Morong didn't even come here? The boy said apprehensively. With this kind of magical power, there's no need for them to deceive us at all. Liang Yu was very calm. She thought about it and knocked on the biggest courtyard on the far right. Coming, boss in second. You guys go open the door. Morong Patrol was holding a piece of boiled beef. He glanced at his wife next to him and quietly put it inside the other's bowl. What can be going on in this cold day? Eldest brother sat next to the fire pit wrapped in a blanket, not really wanting to move. It must be that little guy Lin who again. He brings people here every day to play pranks. We've been tricked so many times. The second elder brother was guarding the roasted sweet potatoes and roasted corn. Feeling all warm and fuzzy, the tip of his nose was all filled with the sweet aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes and corn, and he didn't want to leave even more. It was the 5th brother who finally slapped his belly and trotted out, opening the wooden door. Seeing the 2 familiar faces, 5th brother's eyes widened. Don't be afraid, 5th senior brother. I'll save you. Liang Yu happened to see the crowd that was eating meat while cozying up to the fire. Them? In this state, do we still need to be saved? How come it looked like she, the one who wasn't exiled, was worse off than this group of exiled senior brothers? Ah, so it's little senior sister. 4th senior brother took a sip of his small wine and revealed a drunken, huffing smile. Wait, junior brother? Eldest senior brother instantly jumped up. What? Still remember me? Liang Yu seemed to smile. Where? How could I not remember little senior brother? 2nd senior brother fawned and handed over the sweet potatoes. Baked sweet potatoes? Where did that come from? Liang Yu received 2 balls of blackened roasted sweet potatoes while talking to his senior brothers. It's a long story. In the temple, Yu Luo was also observing all of this, and she saw that in the cave of the Lin family village. Lin and Yang was describing the events of the day with old Mrs. Gongsun, and the others. Even the old lady was very surprised to see that pseudo-god so timid that he didn't dare to show his face from start to finish. In Liang Shu's courtyard, Xia Yan was teaching the main mother and her best friend Tong Yuan magic formations. They were eating and drinking warm sweet potato porridge while discussing the differences between those magic formations. In Morong Patrol's courtyard, the new female main character of the Keshua was listening to what had happened to her master during this period of time. and was finally persuaded by her master and brothers to plan to stay in the barren mountain for the time being. In the county town of Arakan County, Su Rurong went back with the supplies, locked all those grains and weapons inside the warehouse, and had a good rubdown with the brothers from the county office. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier and seemed to want to color the whole world white. On the street, a mother with an oil paper umbrella walks past with her children on either side of her toward the end of the alley. Tai Dan, Ah Hua, the cotton clothes you are wearing are made from cotton which is grown from seeds gifted by the mountain goddess. It's because the mountain goddess purposely made the Arakan Mountain Cotton Clothes Shop lower its prices so that we can buy warm clothes at such a cheap price. From now on we must thank the mountain goddess every day. Got it, Auntie? We know duh. The two little lumps replied in unison. His father, it's finally you. Let's go home. The woman handed the man an oil paper umbrella, and the family walked back again. This snow, it shouldn't stop anytime soon, right? Ever since acquiring more and more faith values, Yu Luo's sense of heaven and earth had become deeper and deeper. The snow that was falling nowadays, she could clearly feel that it was supposed to last for a long time. System, do you think there will be any more unrest with the cold weather? Not necessarily. The system sat on her shoulder, again looking out into the distance. In a normal world, many people would hunker down in such cold weather. But this world is different. Yes, the snow can close the mountains and freeze the roads, but it can't stop the demons and evils, the travelers carrying golden fingers, and the strange people from all sides. Yu Luo looked in the direction of Chongzhou and Qingzhou province. She felt that something seemed to have happened in those two directions. Chapter 140, Chongzhou, Chongju, Changdi, I'm counting on you in this matter. You go to Liangqing first to look for In Yangzi's youngest daughter. I already have a general clue about her on my side. You take a group of brothers to go there first, and when I pick up my family, I'll meet up with you. Don't worry, Brother Zhong, we will definitely rush over there at the first opportunity. Zhong Heng bid farewell to a group of brothers, before carrying a bunch of gifts and walking over towards a green brick house. Father and mother, I'm back, so it's Lao Er who's back. Come in and have a seat. The old woman who opened the door was full of smiles. Yo, second brother still knows to come back. So many years without going home to take a look. Do you still have our parents in your eyes? Zhong family's youngest brother said in a conspiratorial manner. You child, it's not easy for your big brother to come back once. How hard it is. Let's all speak properly. The old woman chided. Zhong Xiaodi bristled. After so many years away from home, not sending silver to the family, and not helping much with the family's work, you still want me to talk properly? Big brother and sister-in-law, everything in this family is run by you, so that we can buy a house in the county town and settle down in the county town. We have only just lived in it not long ago, and the second brother has heard the news and rushed here. Do you say that high is not rare? He stood straight up and exclaimed. How is it possible that no silver was sent to you? Zhong Hong froze. Could it be that all the silver that he had entrusted people to send back over the years had been misappropriated by the other party? And it couldn't be. It was his best brother. Little brother. Let's not talk about this. How come I haven't seen Yin Yin? When I was on the road I heard that Yin Yin was sick. Quickly take me to see. I bought medicine for my sister. Zhong Hong was in a hurry. He had gotten a hint from the mountain goddess before he came and knew that something was likely to happen to his sister. So he returned home at the first opportunity. Yin Yin she has already been married off by us. How can this married off daughter come back for dinner? The old woman's eyes twinkled. What? Yin Yin is married? Why didn't you write to me? Who did Yin Yin marry? What is her character? What is her family like? And does she have any unseemly hobbies in the dark? Have you inquired clearly? Zhong Heng had spent some time in the barren mountains, so he naturally knew about Xiang Yangzi's previous near death by Lin Zhenju. He was so worried when he heard about it that he swore inwardly that he would find a good husband for his sister, or simply leave her at home without marrying. Who knew that before he could return home on his side, his sister had already been married off by her parents. Lao Er, where do you have so many things to do? You don't look at the status of our family. Our family is almost unable to uncover the pot. It's good enough for Yin Yin to be able to marry out. The old man next to him chided. Can't uncover the pot? Zhong Heng felt some irony when he saw several nephews nibbling on a large chicken leg each, and saw his brother wearing new clothes that fit him. Ever since he was a child, he knew that his parents didn't treat him or his sister well, so Zhong Heng preferred to run away and fight outside, and preferred to have his good brother send the silver back to him, rather than return to this home. Now that he was back home, he wasn't surprised to see that his parents, big brother and little brother all had this attitude. He wouldn't care about these people's attitudes, and wouldn't stay later anyway. But my sister is different. In this world, if my sister marries the wrong person, she'll ruin her life. Which family did Yin Yan marry into? I'll go and see for myself. If her palanquin is still on its way, maybe we'll still have a place to salvage. Even if he hadn't guaranteed with the mountain goddess, Zhong Heng had planned to bring his sister there, so how could he possibly stand by and watch her jump into the fire pit? No! The old couple instantly pulled their faces down. In a family like ours, where can we get a sedan chair to marry? We carried her over wrapped in a quilt 3 days ago, wrapped in a blanket and carried there? Then surely you guys forced it. Forget it, if you guys won't say. Then I'll ask and find out myself. Zhong Hung anxiously threw the things in his hand and rushed out in the snow. Second brother. Big brother Zhong shouted. Big brother, you don't need to care about him. He just came back to eat for nothing. Zhong Shouty once again skimmed his lips. Zhong Heng knocked on the doors of several surrounding neighbors before learning that his sister had been married off to the Li family in the eastern part of the city. The son of the Li family broke both legs and has been in a coma for some time. So the Li father and mother wanted to find someone to celebrate the occasion. And only then did they choose the daughter of the Zhong family. My sister originally did not want to go, resisted for 3 days at home. These 3 days have not eaten, not drink water, and as a result, still failed to resist her parents. The Zhong family's parents have just hired someone, wrapped Zhong Yan inside the quilt and carried over. Hearing this, Chung Hyun violently pounded on the wall in front of him. Brother Zhong, don't get excited. Your sister may not have arrived yet even though she was carried over. After all, the east side of the city is very far away. The neighbor looked at him with red eyes and hastily took a step back. Thank you for telling me that. Zhong Hong was finally relieved, immediately followed by endless anger. Originally he thought that his parents were just not treating his sister well. Who knew that they could do such a thing? Forcing his sister to get married. Even the delivery of the marriage was only wrapped in a quilt and carried over by the trustees. No matter what, he had to take his sister away from this place. He took out 2 taels of silver from inside his money bag and gave it to this neighbor, and hurried away. Don't tell my parents about what I'm looking for you today. Zhong brother, this is very far from the Li family in the east of the city. You can't catch up. The neighbor took a bite of the silver in his hand and looked up to find that the person in front of him had disappeared. No, is this Zhong clan Erlang so fast? How come it felt like a gust of wind blew by and the person was gone? Did he have a dream in the middle of the night? Chapter 141, The Disappearing Silver. Gossamer flakes of snow poured down from the leaden gray sky, coloring the entire street a plain white. Not many pedestrians can be seen on the roads anymore, and with such cold weather, most people are hunkered down in their homes, with few out and about. Even so, Zhong Hang's speed did not diminish. Instead, he ran faster and faster, almost leaving only stumps. What the hell kind of weather is this? Wearing several layers of clothes can't withstand this cold wind. An old woman was shivering from the cold as she shrunk her arms. Sister-in-law, let's not just stand here. The lady from the Zhong family hasn't been retrieved yet. We have to hurry and send her over. Another middle-aged woman anxiously said. I also know. We have to find the person back quickly. In this cold weather, she just found a random place to drill and there is no trace of her. Where are we going to look for her? That old woman was freezing and fighting with her upper and lower teeth while stomping her feet in anger. You say that this Zhong family's parents are really something. Marrying a big girl like a flower to a man who was crippled and hasn't woken up until now. Can people not rebel? The middle-aged woman was also very helpless. Marriage is originally a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. What's the use of resisting? And it's snowing so heavily tonight. If she just escapes, where can she escape to? The old woman was used to this kind of thing. Auntie, I seem to have seen her. Let's go after her. The middle-aged woman exclaimed, and hurriedly led the others to chase after her again. Behind a stone house, Zhang Yan, who was wrapped in a quilt, shrank back without moving. Miss Xiong, you should also stop running and hurry over with us. The Li family side is waiting. The old man and the middle-aged woman chased after them. As long as you don't resist, when the time comes, we won't tell anyone about today and embarrass you at your in-law's house. Zhang Yan took a step back. She looked at the streets in the distance where heavy snow had fallen, looked at the snow flying in the sky above her head, and finally sighed. Why is it suddenly snowing? Does God not want her to escape either? The clothes on her body were too thin to last too long, and she didn't know much about this world, so if she continued to run away, she was afraid that it would be a problem to even save her life. Okay, Zhang Yan was about to say that she was going to go with these people, intending to make a plan later, but she didn't expect to turn around and be pulled by the corner of her coat. Sister, finally found you. Zhong Heng's running speed was not ordinary fast, the west of the city to the east of the city. How can an ordinary person have to spend half an hour? He only used less than half an incense burner time. You are? The old woman looked puzzled. I am Yan Yan's second brother. All of you go back. This marriage is null and void. We, Yan Yan, will not marry. Zhong Hong calmly said. You say you won't marry? Where are your parents? Who knows if you are her illicit lover? That old woman snorted coldly. Speak properly. Don't talk with your mouth full. I am the Zhong family's heir Lang. You can ask yourselves. Yan Yan, let's find a place to settle down first. I will explain clearly to the Li family. and I will also dissuade father and mother. Zhong Heng's heart ached when he saw something strange in his sister's eyes. It was his fault that he had traveled all over the world over the years and hadn't been home much to visit. Even his sister barely recognized him. Second brother? Zhong Yan had some impression in her mind. In the memories left to her by the original owner, there was indeed this figure. Just how in the world did the second brother come? Before clearly did not even see the figure of this person. Just a blink of an eye, like a ghost in front of him. Zhong Han knew his parents' temperament. If he brought the person back now, he would surely be scolded by his parents. So he might as well settle his sister first, and he himself would go back to properly explain to his parents. As you wish. Anyway, when the Li family is held accountable, we won't take the blame. The old woman and the middle-aged woman turned around and left. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, took his sister and opened 2 guest rooms at the inn. Sister, you'll stay here for the next few days, and second brother will go and explain things to father and mother, and come back after withdrawing from the Li family. Wait, Zhong Yan pulled his sleeve. Second brother, you haven't been home all these years, nor have you sent any letters. Father and mother have been scolding you for dying outside. What on earth have you been doing? As far as she remembered, this second brother had always been very good to the original owner, and although she hadn't heard from him in the past few years, Zhong Yan chose to believe him, but she also had to find out what had happened in the years that Ergo had disappeared. Who says there are no letters? I send letters back every year and bring 500 taels of silver to my family. Hearing his sister also say that she hadn't heard anything from her, Chung Hyung finally realized that something was wrong. Zhong Hong had ventured south and north for so many years, and personally created the Fei Hu dartboard. Later, he offended the son of a high official, and the dartboard was forced to disband before he became a grain merchant by doing grain trading. Even though the road was very rough, he had saved a lot of money and even sent a lot of silver to his family every year because of the guilt in his heart. When he just went home, he heard his little brother say this thing, only he was in a hurry to find his sister, afraid of what happened to her, so he did not pursue the matter in depth. Who knows that those silver of his did not even send to the hands of his family? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Zhong Hong slapped himself violently on the head. Elder brother, perhaps it is not your problem, nor is it the problem of the person who sent the letter. Zhong Yan took the hot water brought over by the shopkeeper and placed her cold hands in it. Our parents are just ordinary farmers. Our elder brother is just an ordinary blacksmith. And our younger brother, not to mention, is not even very good at farming. But the strange thing is that the family has been doing very well all these years. The elder brother and sister-in-law have new clothes every day. The family meat and food are constantly available. And now they have changed their house in the county. I later learned that all of this money was taken out by Big Brother. And my parents said that Big Brother had saved a government official before being gifted so much silver. But I didn't realize that Big Brother was close to any of the officials. Second brother, when you have people deliver silver, who do you give it to? Zhong Yan raised her eyes to inquire. Zhong Hong froze. Of course it's given to Big Brother. Only Big Brother in the family can read. Soon, his face was red with anger. He then said how he had saved so much silver and sent it back every so often with an eye to how it was all gone. It turned out that the problem was that after the elder brother received the silver and the envelope, he didn't mention anything about his younger brother, but instead took all that silver as his own. Sister, you mustn't go out. I'll be right back. Zhong Hong didn't go to question first. After he ran back, he first jumped to the roof of his elder brother's house and secretly uncovered a piece of brickwork to check the situation inside. When he heard the conversation between his elder brother and sister-in-law and realized that all the silver he had sent over the years had indeed been taken over by his elder brother and most of it had been lost, he directly whacked over in anger. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and the roof of the Zhong family's big room collapsed into a hole. Erdi, why are you here? The big brother of the Zhuang family had his pants halfway off when he suddenly saw a person falling from the sky, and directly fell to his knees in fear. Big brother, let's have a good chat. Zhong Hong seemed to smile. It wasn't like he was a little cutie. The only reason why he didn't take those words of his little brother seriously before was that he didn't think he could stay at home for very long, so there was no need to make a scene, no need to make his parents gamble, but secretly obscuring so much hard-earned money without mentioning him in the slightest, and most of the silver was taken by the elder brother to the casino. This kind of thing is very abominable. A few minutes later, everyone in the Zhong family was summoned to the hall. The Zhong family's parents' eyes flashed with a hint of disgust when they saw Zhong Heng's figure sitting there. What's with all this fuss at night? Not even letting anyone sleep in peace? Didn't you say you were looking for your sister? Why don't you go look for her? You're too old to get married, but you're still in charge of your sister. Second brother, even if the family doesn't have your house, there's no need for you to tear it down, right? Zhong Shouty hurriedly ran over with his clothes on, freezing and sneezing, causing the Zhong family's parents next to him to be heartbroken. Oh, so this family doesn't even have a house for me? Zhong Hong tapped his fingers. Big brother, what are you thinking? After all these years of taking the silver I paid out, you won't even fix a house for me? Lao heir, what are you talking about? What, take your silver? When did you send back silver? Old Father Zhong chided. You guys ask your big brother, so that he can come and say what really happened. Zhong Hong was simply a bit amused. He kind of completely saw through it. Before he was planning to bring the whole family to the barren mountain. Now it seems that it is not even necessary. Second brother, stop being capricious. Lifting my house in the middle of the night, what else do you want to do again? Isn't it because you think we didn't leave you a house and married off your sister? Big brother Zhong colored and said, not telling the truth now? Zhong Hong casually threw out a chair. At this moment, he hated to have a Nyangzi's kind of vigor and just crush the stone and let all these guys take a look at it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You haven't been home for so long and this is how you treat us when you come back, isn't it? The Zhong family's mother roared. Big brother, since you won't explain, then I'll take out this IOU for everyone to see. Zhong Hong had just heard that his big brother owed a debt at the casino. He had already made plans in advance, and the moment he jumped down, he grabbed the IOU next to his big brother's pillow. Now that this IOU was suddenly thrown out, it almost didn't make brother Zhong stare his eyes off. IOU? The Zhong family's old man opened it and found that it was actually a 500 taels IOU. Boss, when did you owe so much money? The Zhong family's mother also sat on her but on the floor. What? What did big brother do to get so much money that he can casually owe 500 taels and not worry about it at all? And still sleep so well at home? What official could send you so much silver to withstand such profligacy? Zhong Hong said indifferently. You, what do you know? Brother Zhong panicked. I really don't understand. I just want to come over and ask where the 500 taels of silver that I have people send home every year have gone? For so many years, there must be at least 3,000 taels. Where has all this silver gone? The house in this county. It is estimated that it does not even cost 100 taels. Where is the rest of the silver? Big brother, you wouldn't have told father, mother and little brother about all this silver from start to finish, would you? Chapter 142, Female Doctor Traveler. Cold winds are blowing. Zhong Hong took one last look at the home and walked back out, carrying all his gifts. After learning the truth, his parents and little brother instead first questioned him about having so much silver, why he didn't send more back, and why he couldn't pay back that note from the boss. He was thoroughly tired and didn't intend to return here in the future. My sister's marriage is over, and if you pursue this matter again, you will return all my silver. The wind and snow howled outside, but Zhong Heng felt that his voice was colder than the ice and snow. The Zhong family was really intimidated and did not mention the marriage again. Zhong Hong returned the gate, and made another trip to the Li family, compensated them for double the bride price, and only then did he return the marriage completely. On the way back, he didn't run. Instead he took one step towards the inn, white snowflakes falling all over his shoulders. Second brother, you're back? Zhong Yan saw her second brother's figure from afar and jogged to meet her. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Did your parents scold you? Let's not take this matter to heart. Not all parents in this world love their children. Did you ask about the silver? I think it's very likely that big brother just obscured the silver you sent and took all the credit for it. Second brother, come have a sip of hot water. Zhong Yan personally went to make the tea and handed the warm cup of tea to her second brother's hands. It brought a smile to Zhong Heng's face when he saw his sister who cared so much about him. Yeah, he still had his sister who cared about him, and that was enough. Second brother, you said that you formed a dartboard when you went out to make a name for yourself. What were the dartboards like? Can you tell me a little bit about them and what things you encountered? Zhong Yan propped up both sides of her face, very curious about this ancient world. At first when she crossed over, she didn't feel much for this world, but then gradually familiarizing herself with the original owner's memories and meeting this second brother who was very kind to the original owner, her heart stirred up emotions and she felt that she was slowly integrating into this world. Zhong Yan touched her chest. She could feel a wave of euphoria in her chest, something that had only appeared after her second brother had returned. Sister, let me tell you the highlights. Not long ago I shipped a batch of grain and went to the barren county of Qingzhou. Zhong Heng also gradually recovered to talk to his sister about what he encountered in the barren mountains. Sister, I'll tell you, that one mountain goddess of the barren mountains is the true god. No god in this world is as great, as merciful, or as dazzling as the mountain goddess. I came back here because I want to bring you back to the barren mountain, so that you don't have to be afraid of whatever dangers you encounter in the future, because the mountain goddess will bless us. Guess why second brother was able to find you in time? That's because I've also been blessed by the mountain goddess. I'm a very fast runner now. I can run from the east side of the city to the west side of the city in the blink of an eye. I'm not bragging. Oh wait for the weather to get better. Second brother will perform for you. The more Zhong Hong spoke, the more excited he became, and all those depressed emotions from before were swept away. Zhong Yan sat on top of the wooden chair, willing to keep showing a smile for fear of poking at her second brother's sadness. Laughing, however, she felt her face go numb. and Ergo's side hadn't stopped praising the mountain goddess. Stop, stop, second brother. Stop for a moment. I know that you worship the mountain goddess very much. We can cut down on the compliments and talk about the other things that happened on the other side of the barren mountain. Zhong Yan hastily patted his brother. Only then did Zhong Heng change his mind with intent. Where was I talking about before? The glory of the mountain goddess. Brother, not here. It's in Yangtze fighting the bandits. Zhong Yan reminded. So this is the place. Thanks to the blessing of the mountain goddess. And Yangtze can have so much strength. Only to see her a flying spinning kick. Zhong Heng hands and feet there to compare. Zhong Yan also gained a preliminary understanding of this world as she listened. And the gods of this world seem to be real. Gods can bless believers and empower them. But there are also many demons and evils disguised as gods, which can harm humans. The followers of Arakan can deal with these demons and evils. And so can those strange people and demon hunters. Not only that, this country called Liang didn't seem to be so peaceful. Air had encountered quite a few stragglers along the way, so it wasn't expected to be chaos before long. No wonder second brother had come over in such a hurry, wanting to pick her up. Zhong Yan was puzzled. In a chaotic world like this ancient one, and with unknown demons and evils hiding in the shadows, a deserted mountain kind of place is indeed the safest. There's no time to lose. Second brother, let's go find that little girl tomorrow. The first step in the journey to the barren mountains was to retrieve Lady Anne's youngest daughter. Chapter 143, the Lin family's youngest daughter. It snowed heavily all day, and the whole world was covered in silver, and the old plum tree in the yard had its branches bent by the snow. Cough. Inside the thin quilt was wrapped a girl the size of 3 years old, who at the moment was coughing non-stop, both sides of her thin face coughing red. The little maid next to her hurriedly put down the needle and thread in her hands and quickly walked to the bed, touched the little one's burnt red face, felt the scalding heat and subconsciously took a few steps back, shedding 2 lines of clear tears. What can we do? Miss is burning badly. We have to call a doctor. But both of us are locked inside the house. Little Peach anxiously circled around inside the room, itching to just break through the door. Not long ago, she was flying a kite outside with Miss Huai-chan, who knew that the kite suddenly fell and slammed on the ground, scaring and crying the master and madam's own child, and they were locked inside the room. Now they hadn't eaten for a day, and Peach was older and could go hungry for a day or two, but the young lady is only 3 years old, and after not eating for so long, and coinciding with the change in weather, she caught a cold, and has been coughing until now, and now she has also started a high fever. In the end, she clenched her teeth and directly pounded on the wooden door. Master, madam, you guys quickly come over and take a look. Miss has been burned to delirium. It might be life-threatening. The Huai family's courtyard was not big in the first place, and with her yelling so loudly, she was soon heard by the woman and the master over there. Master, Xiao-chan is probably suffering from wind chill. You quickly go to ask the doctor to take a look, in case something really goes wrong. Mrs. Huai said softly. What kind of doctor to hire in this snowy weather? Master Huai put down his tea, his brow furrowed. It's just a cold. Just boil a bowl of ginger soup and drink it. But, Mrs. Huai was very hesitant. Even if Xiao-chan is not her own daughter, she has been raised by us for 3 years. We haven't had any children for more than 10 years, and we only gave birth to a pair of twins after we bought Xiao-chan here. And the neighbors say that it's Xiao-chan's destiny to have a sibling that brings us this kind of blessing. So isn't it not too good to treat this child in this way? You're a woman. What do you know? Master Huai snorted coldly. Don't you need silver to hire a doctor? We've been treating her well for 3 years. That's good enough. What more do we need? The two parted on bad terms, and Mrs. Wyatt sighed again. Since giving birth to the twins, her health has also taken a sharp turn for the worse, and now she can only persuade the master. In fact, she can't even get out of bed herself, and she doesn't know if she can last through this winter. Master, the master who told Missy's fortune before is here again. He's waiting for you outside. An old woman walked in outside the door. What? The Grandmaster actually came here in person. Quick. Invite him in. We have to treat him well. We mustn't neglect him. When Master Huai thought of that master, he thought of what the master had said about his children, and his heart was thrilled. It wasn't long before a man in a cotton robe was invited in, sitting on a tie-shirt chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and carefully sizing up the pair of twins in front of him. Master Lu, you said earlier that my son's destiny is precious. Is this true? Master Huai spun around below. Ever since he heard the words of this Master Lu 3 days ago, he had been teetotal, asking people around to look for the whereabouts of this master, and now he finally expected this master to come over again. Just seeing this master's serious expression, his heart was a little apprehensive instead. Had the master misjudged? Naturally, when it is true, only the person whose destiny is precious is not this pair of twins. Where did that girl go? Why is the other person missing? Master Lu's eyes flashed. How could it be Cindy? She's nothing more than my adopted daughter who was casually bought from a farm family. Master Huai shook his head in disbelief. To say that the person with a noble destiny, how can it be said that it has to be his own son or daughter? How can an outsider have such a destiny? Since you refuse to let me see that little girl, then I'll take my leave. Master Lu directly put down the tea in his hand. Wait, my daughter is in the other courtyard. Master Huai hurriedly ran out. You guys bring Cindy here, quickly. Being locked in the house of Xiao Tao, originally thought that the master and madam finally loosened willing to look for a doctor for the young lady. Will be happy to hold the little one ran over. Nothing to come after, but to see such a scene. Master, this is. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Quickly show the young lady to Master Lu. Master Huai said reluctantly. Sure enough, the heavenly court is full, with a bit of vermilion sand between the eyebrows, and purple energy intertwined with golden light in the center of the eyebrows. It's an extremely noble destiny. Master Lu's face took on a delighted expression. Purple chi and golden light. Elder Huai's eyes kept flickering after hearing this. Could it be that this is the destiny of the true dragon? Or the empress? It's ridiculous that such a valuable destiny has appeared in the body of a little girl. Master Lu, Cindy is my daughter. She's just a little girl. It's not very useful to have such a destiny. I wonder if there's any way to exchange her destiny with my son's destiny? He licked his lips with a look of longing. In fact, what Elder Huai wanted to ask most was whether this destiny could be exchanged with himself, but he also knew very well that he was already too old, and he was afraid that he could not withstand this kind of luck. This kind of hurtful thing really makes it difficult for the old man. Fate is inherent. How can we exchange it at will? I'm afraid your eldest daughter can't bear such a price. Do you know how difficult it is to swap destinies? Not only do you need me to guard the spell for 77 or 49 days beside you, but you also need your eldest daughter to endure day after day of torment in the formation. Every moment is like 10,000 arrows piercing through your heart. Master Ryu sighed repeatedly. Master, bear it. My eldest daughter can even bear it. I'm his father. I've raised her for 3 years. Don't I know what kind of character she is? As long as I bring it up with that, Cindy will definitely say yes. Master Huai flung himself to his knees. Immediately after that, he didn't know what came to his mind, and hurriedly ran inside his house and pulled out a gold ingot from under his bed. Master, please accept the small token of appreciation, and be sure to help us. Well said, well said. Master Lu didn't move and took the golden dollar treasure in his own sleeve. Then wait, I'll come over 3 days later and cast a spell on your daughter and son, swapping their destinies with the two of them. Remember, this kind of thing hurts the heavens and violates human morals. You must not tell others about the fate swap, or else your Huai family will surely suffer extinction. Master, don't worry, I won't reveal any word of what I said here today, and I'll be waiting for your grand entrance 3 days later, Master Huai cheerfully said. After sending this guru over, he looked back to his twin sons and daughters with an imperative smile. Master, this kind of thing, should we go and inform madam? That old woman said apprehensively. Nonsense, didn't you hear what the master said? Not a single word can be revealed, not even the madam. The man's eyes widened in anger. You'd better keep your mouth dead shut as well, or I won't guarantee that you'll still be alive in the future. The old woman subconsciously took a few steps back towards the rear, gasping sharply. Where's Xiao Tao? Elder Huai suddenly thought of it and turned around violently, but found no figure. Outside the Huai family mansion, Xiao Tao wrapped the little girl in her arms with a quilt and stepped on the snow on top of the green stone slabs, walking towards the distance step by step. She didn't dare to take too big a step, afraid of accidentally slipping in the snow and hurting the young lady in her arms, but they also didn't dare to stay here, fearing that they would be discovered by the lord in the mansion and snatch the little girl in their arms and swap their destiny with someone else, suffering the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing through their hearts. Little Peach, come back quickly. You and Miss are penniless. Even after running away, where can you go? Come back quickly. You just misheard me. Little Peach, why don't you get your ass back here? Your body contract is with me. Do you want to be a runaway slave? Do you know what that all ends up being? Voice after voice came from the back, and little Peachy shrank her shoulders as she looked at the red-faced little one in her arms, tears rolling down her face. What to do? What should I do? What can she do now to save Xiaochan? Her Missy was only 3 years old, still a child of ignorance. How could she bear this kind of suffering? Just as her figure was about to be spotted by the old woman, a hand reached out from the side and quickly pulled her over. Whoa woo, Peach subconsciously struggled. Shoo, don't talk. Do you want the Huai family to find out? Zhang Yan covered her mouth. Don't worry. I know who you are and who you're carrying in your arms, and my brother and I can take you with us to escape this place. Chapter 144, Swapping Fates. In the inn, Peach looked vigilantly at the two people in front of her. Don't worry, we're not bad people. If we really wanted to take you guys away, why would we bring this in? People come and go inside the inn. It's not a place to hide at all. Zhang Yan patted her shoulder. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Yin, and next to me is my brother Zhang Ham. The two of us have come to look for Lady Anne's youngest daughter, the little girl in your arms. Lady Anne is far away in Qingzhou. She has 3 daughters, but the third daughter was secretly sold by her mother-in-law after her birth. She has been secretly searching for them, and only recently did we find out that Lady Anne's youngest daughter is Miss Xiaochan of the Huai Mansion. Zhong Heng had long sought the whereabouts of An Yangzi's youngest daughter. Before he had been letting his brother watch outside of Huai Fu. Now he heard that there was a situation over here and immediately rushed over with his younger sister. Luckily he made it in time. How can I trust you guys? Peach was still unwilling to let go. There was a knock on the door from outside. Dr. Wang? Xiaotao exclaimed in shock. Huai Fu naturally also invited a doctor. During this time Mrs. Huai's body turned sharply down. Often we'll invite Dr. Wang over to check the body. Xiaotao is to know each other. Dr. Wang. Xiaochan has a high fever. Please take a look at the situation. Zhong Yan hurriedly pulled this Dr. Wang over. As a modern person, she naturally knew how alarming it was for a child to have a fever. And if she didn't pay attention, the person would be gone. In this ancient time, there was no cold medicine or fever-reducing medicine. So the only thing to do was to ask the doctor for a prescription. Take it easy, all of you. Dr. Wang took the medicine box out and carefully took the little girl's pulse. Miss Xiaotao, the one you are familiar with, Dr. Wang, is right here. If we really had any bad intentions, why would we need to bring in someone you are familiar with? Sit down first. Let's finish treating Xiaochan and talk about what you encountered today. Zhang Yan looked at the anxious appearance of the little maid and knew that the other party did not carry the child out on purpose. Perhaps there was some emergency on the side of the Huai Fu that made this little girl have to resort to this. Who would want to run outside in such thin clothes in this snowy weather if they didn't have to? After Dr. Wang fed Huai Chan a pill and left the prescription to leave. Only then did Xiaotao hesitantly tell what she had encountered today. Snap! The porcelain bowl in Zhong Yan's hand fell to the ground, and both hands were shaking. Really? That Wyatt family's old man is just too hateful. What right does he have to treat such a lovely girl like us? Interchanging destinies requires suffering the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart. Why doesn't he go and suffer it himself? I've never seen such a brazen person. Second brother, we must teach him a hard lesson before we leave. Zhong Yan was furious. Wait, Yan, don't be impulsive. I always feel that this kind of thing is not something a normal person can do. Maybe it involves a demon. Zhong Heng, however, clenched his fists in a thoughtful manner. Wait until I ask the mountain goddess to see what to do about this. Zhong Heng carefully placed the wooden statue on top of the table, set 3 more incense sticks in front of it, and bowed down respectfully to the statue of the mountain goddess. His mind called out to the mountain goddess over and over again. In fact, even if Zhong Heng didn't light incense and kneel down, Yu Luo still noticed this side. She had actually been keeping an eye on the movements on Zhong Heng's side, not only for the traveler woman doctor, but likewise for An Yangzi's youngest daughter. And Yangzi is her most accomplished devotee, and the other's youngest daughter is even more powerful, the biggest villain in the novel, nearly taking out both the hero and the heroine together with her own strength. A talent of this caliber, of course, has to be taken care of. System, what type of demonic evil do you think this kind of interchanging fate is? And can we finish it off? Yu Luo similarly clenched his fists. The system thought for a moment and analyzed. This kind of demonic evil that exchanges destiny frames usually exchanges chi luck. But you can understand if you think about it, how can a demonic evil be that kind? On the surface it helps people to swap, but in reality most of the chi fortune has fallen into its belly. This kind of demonic evil that feeds on human chi is very difficult to deal with. If Zhong Heng is the only one, I'm afraid there's no way to pose a threat to that demonic evil. It really wasn't that the system looked down on Cheng Hyung, but that guy could only run away. Chapter 145, Heavy Snow and Murder. Right here, a noisy voice suddenly came from outside the wooden door of the inn. And the few people who were decocting medicine inside the house were startled. No good. This is the voice of Dr. Wang and Master. They must have already found us. Xiaotao was in a hurry. We mustn't let Missy be taken back by them. Bang! The wooden door was violently kicked open, and the store assistant ran in while screaming and heartbroken. You want to find someone? I'll just guide you the way. Why break the wooden door of our inn? Those few guests are right here. Can they still run away? The shopkeeper pointed towards the room. And immediately afterward he stared as if he had seen a ghost, because the room was already empty, not to mention the child who had a wind chill and was running a fever. Even the pot of medicine he had just brought over to decoct had disappeared. It's not right. I've just heard voices inside, and now there's a medicine chest inside this house. How come it's suddenly gone? The shopkeeper muttered. Damn it, my daughter must have been taken away by that thief again. Master Huai was furious. Master Huai, should we report it to the officials? With the help of the officials in searching, we can definitely get your daughter back. Dr. 1. Who was next to him, sighed. No, absolutely not to be reported to the police. I'll send someone to look for it myself, so you can go back first. Dr. 1. Master Huai hurriedly ran away. This makes the side of the Wang doctor as well as those guests around her very strange. This Huai family's daughter lost but do not report to the police. Is it think that the family scandal cannot be publicized, but face is not more important than their own daughter's life? Within a warm mansion, Zhong Hong released Xiao Tao and Huai Chan. He had just left with the two people in the house, and all their belongings, the moment the group had barged in. It couldn't be helped, his speed was just too fast, and in just a blink of an eye, he brought a few people inside this mansion. Second brother, you're here. Zhong Yan carried the charcoal basin to a ventilated area. I rented this mansion from a couple who had already left Qing City. No one will find out. It's fortunate that we made second-hand plans. Otherwise if we ran out like this, Xiao Chan would definitely have to suffer from the cold again. Zhong Hong gently placed the little girl on the bed, and when he saw her eyes open, he hastily dragged Xiao Tao over again. You pacify Cindy first, while my sister and I carefully think of a countermeasure. Second brother, what do you think? That person called Master Lu is definitely not ordinary. We definitely can't deal with it. Zhong Yan subconsciously recalled that there were descriptions of demonic evils when she first heard Xiao Tao's description. She felt that Master Lu was most likely not connected to the demonic evil. Perhaps that demonic evil in the shadows had long since taken a liking to Xiao Chan's destiny, and now that he had personally come to the Huai family, he was afraid that he hadn't come prepared. Don't be afraid. We have the blessing of the mountain goddess wooden sculpture. Nothing will happen. Zhong Hong patted his sister's shoulder and comforted her. Zhang Yan sighed inwardly. Let's hope so. She had a strong premonition. She always felt that the guy hiding in the shadows was not one to be messed with. The next day, Zhong Yan pushed open the door of the courtyard, saw the world full of white. The snow still did not stop, and there is a tendency to intensify. There were children playing outside, some riding on their fathers' necks, small wooden swords in their hands, poking and prodding in 7 different directions. With her oil paper umbrella, she took a step outside and went to a nearby stall to buy some food. Outside the cold wind is bitterly cold. The former lively street has become particularly cold. Those merchants who do business all subconsciously shrink their necks and put their hands next to the fireplace to roast the fire. This snow is just too big and I don't know when it will stop. If it continues like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to do any business. Yes, I remember that in previous years, Xinjiang has never had such heavy snow. Do you think it's because this year there were a few murders in our county that the snow this year is extraordinarily heavy? I think it's also possible that maybe this is God's way of calling out injustice for those who have been victimized. Walking on the snowy ground, Zhong Yan listened to all these words and pondered in her heart. It seems like a lot of things have happened in this Qing city. Could it be related to that demonic evil? Zhong Yan pondered in her mind as she arrived next to a Baozi store. The bakery was relatively crowded, and she was able to pry more information from it. But these ordinary people also know very little. She here pieced together, but also only know a few families in Xinjiang was killed clean. It is said that even the family's chickens, ducks and geese were wiped out the neck, and do not know whether it is a vendetta, or in order to destroy the corpse. Customer, your 2 cages of buns, the store assistant yelled, pulling Zhong Yan's thoughts back. Help me wrap it up. I'll bring it back to eat. Zhong Yan took the 2 oil paper bags, but turned her head to see a thinly dressed boy squatting on the steps with an extraordinarily numb look. She thought about it and walked over to the boy. The boy's hair was completely covered in snowflakes, and after another night of heavy snowfall, his hair was frozen at the moment. Have a hot bun. Zhong Yan squatted down and stuffed 2 buns for the little one. Guest, you are really kind-hearted. This little guy is indeed quite pitiful. I heard that his whole family was murdered, and he escaped only by a fluke. Why do you think there are such abominable thieves in this Qing city? They've killed several families in a row, and nowadays everyone in Xinjiang is in danger. Even those officials don't dare to go out to do their work. If the family is not really lack of money, even this Baozi store I do not want to open. You were not to see that scene. Everywhere is bloody. That is a horrible The owner of the bakery rambled on. No, those thieves were out again yesterday. I heard that they robbed Master Huai's daughter on Castle Street, and Master Huai and Mrs. Huai are going crazy looking for her. Hearing this, the corner of Zhong Yan's mouth twitched. The thieves who robbed the child. Could it be them? This is really thieves crying out to catch thieves. If that Master Huai hadn't been malicious, how could Xiao Tao have tried desperately to bring the people out? If the ones who robbed the child were really those murderous thieves, they would have killed all the people in the Huai house long ago. So how could they have left the Huai family behind? She shook her head and turned away. The snow was falling heavily, but Zhong Yan's mind was very clear. She always felt that this was not like a vendetta, but like destroying a corpse. If it was a vendetta, how is it possible that some of these families that were killed were rich and some had no family? When something like this happens in Qingcheng, even the government side doesn't dare to come out and take action. Either the murderer is a big official from the capital side or it's related to demons and evil. Zhang Yan guessed that it was the latter, because even the officials would have restrictions, and it was impossible for them to massacre people at will here. It seems that there is indeed a powerful demonic evil coiled on this side of Qing City. Zhang Yan thought of the proud look of the mountain goddess introduced by her second brother a few days ago, and her mind once again fell into contemplation. If that demonic evil killed over, could a mere small wooden sculpture really deal with that kind of existence? Zhang Yan frowned, her mind recalling that admonition from her second brother again. This winter has been exceptionally cold. On my way here, there were more and more stragglers, so I guess there's another war somewhere. Her mind stuttered. It seems that this snow will not stop so easily, and the winter in Qingcheng will not be so peaceful. With such a heavy snowfall, they would definitely not be able to travel to the barren mountains at this time of the year, and would have to wait here until the cold winter ended. So how are they going to defend themselves in the meantime? She hurried back and her heart jumped when she realized that the gate to the small courtyard had been opened. Yen, you're back? I've just shipped back some of those hidden grains. Zhong Hong clapped his hands. As a grain merchant, he naturally kept food for himself, and at that time he had prepared quite a lot in consideration of his other family members. Now those family members didn't want him to go back, so there was no need for the grain to be cheap for the Zhong family, so he moved all of it over. Zhang Yan was relieved as she placed the breakfast she bought on the table and went over to help. Ergo, so we're all staying here for the rest of the day? Yes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's spend the winter here and wait for the next spring before we go to the barren mountains. Zhong Hong did want to go over there quickly. However, this snow did not know when it would stop, and it was freezing cold outside, so it was not suitable for rushing at all, so he could only stay here for a while first. Zhang Yan thought for a moment and said all those news she heard from outside, as well as her own guesses. It's finished. This matter is definitely related to demons. What if those demons come after us then? Zhong Hong was in a frenzy of anxiety. Although he had great trust in the mountain goddess, he had never seen the mountain goddess deal with other demons and evils, and the mountain goddess was located in the barren mountains, so far away from here. Could she really help them? Just as the two were thinking, the wooden door to the hall was opened and Huai-chan quietly poked her head out. Brother, sister. Chapter 146, Rule Repair. Little Chan, you finally woke up. Zhong Yan walked over and squatted in front of the little one. Do you know what happened yesterday? Did Peach talk to you about it? Huai-chan nodded her head. At the moment her body had just recovered. Her little face was extraordinarily pale, yet she still solemnly bowed to the woman in front of her. Sister, I heard all of it yesterday. Thank you and brother for saving me in Tao Tao. The little guy said it with a flourish, calmer than Peach next to him. Zhong Hong listened to it and revealed a smile, thinking that it really deserves to be a Nyangzi's daughter, but only 3 years old is so intelligent. It's a pity that Master Huai does not do anything. Little Chan, don't be afraid. Your mother entrusted me to come here to look for you. I will definitely protect you. Zhong Hong rubbed the little one's head. This is a wooden sculpture of the mountain god carved for you by your mother and 2 sisters, and the mountain goddess will bless you in the future. Zhong Hong handed the other wooden carving in his hand to the little girl in front of him. Mother? 2 sisters? For a moment, Xiaochan's complexion became very complicated. Nonetheless, she picked up the wooden carving. Thank you, brother. I know. Zhong Heng rubbed the little one's head and ran out to carry the grain again. It was Zhong Yan who looked at the little girl with some trepidation. This little guy, he doesn't look like a 3-year-old. Is he traveling through too? Sister, can you tell me a little bit about Ama and the 2 sisters? Huai-chan sat down on her knees and inquired softly. I don't know much. All this was told to you by my second brother. Your mother's name is Lin and Yang. She is a very powerful person. Zhong Yan thought about it and still introduced the little girl. Of course, your auntie wasn't this powerful at first. Before that your mother was always bullied by her family. She and her husband had to do a lot of work every day, and the 2 children didn't have enough to eat or wear. They could only eat the leftover chicken bones from others. You were also born at that time. The time when the Lin family's mother-in-law took advantage of the time when your mother was asleep to steal you and sell you again. It wasn't until a few months ago, when your father died and your mother became very ill, that your 2 sisters went to the barren mountains to beg the mountain gods. Zhong Yan told the ones he knew, focusing on the story of Nyangzi's battle against the bandits. In fact, when we left in the first place, everyone didn't know why Lady An suddenly made a move against those mountain bandits, and then it was my second brother who asked. Lady An said that she was afraid that my brother would be intercepted by those mountain bandits again on his way back from bringing you back, and that she was afraid that you would be injured, which is why she took care of all the mountain bandits in the neighborhood. Your mother loves you very much. It's just that Qingzhou is very far away from here, and she still has to settle your 2 sisters and deal with more demons and evils, so she doesn't have the means to come and fetch you in person. but when we get the message back, she'll be sure to come over and greet you in person. Zhang Yan caressed the little one's face and sighed when she realized that the little one didn't even have a few pairs of flesh on his face. Thank you, sister. Sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Huai-chan thought about it and held the sister's fingers with her hot hand. Zhang Yan. She wasn't so far gone that she'd let a 3-year-old beanpole protect her. But this little guy is pretty cute. Little adult. System. There seems to be something wrong with Huai-chan. Her soul is abnormally strong. Yu Luo felt that something was wrong when he cast his gaze over. And then after careful observation, he realized that this little one's soul was stronger than any normal protagonist. The system was called out by her. And after gazing carefully, she was also shocked. By the way, she's just a normal villain. How did she turn out like this? Hold on, host. I'll have to double check. Could it be that Huai-chan, like Haiyun, crossed over by accident? Only that she traveled into the body of a novel villain? Although Yu Luo guessed so, he still felt that something wasn't right. It would be impossible for a stranger who had crossed over to be so concerned about his own mother and 2 sisters. Rebirth? Rebirth? Her system spoke in unison. System, didn't you say before that Lin and Yang's youngest daughter was a very powerful villain who almost killed the male and female main characters together? If in this world, it doesn't seem that easy for her to take out the female and male masters after swapping their destinies. After all, there are still demons and evils involved. So the reason why Kaizen became like this is that the world rules mended themselves? So this little guy, will he have any special powers? Chapter 147, The Mystery of Qingcheng. This day is also too cold. How is it that after a snowfall, the climate changes so quickly? The magistrate of Qingcheng pushed open the window and stretched out his hand. Just for a short 10 seconds or so, the palm of his hand that was warmed by the fireplace was as stiff as if it was stuck in ice. Damn dog official, take your life. Only to see a maiden carrying a vegetable basket outside, violently throwing over a rotten egg. Being hit in the forehead with the precision of an egg, he hastily closed the window and wiped the whole thing with a clean handkerchief. What's the smell here? Magistrate Wu, the person I asked you to find. Have you found him yet? 2 people walked in outside the door, and the one who spoke was the man in the back. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was none other than Master Lu, who had appeared in the Huai family before. He had gray-black hair and wore a lime green Taoist robe, the cuffs of which were embroidered with faint cloud patterns, and a dark brown silk sash tied around his waist dangled down to a small copper bell, which emitted a crisp tinkling sound as he stepped. His face was thin, and his eyebrows were a bit immortal, but his eyes were as deep as a pool, and the gaze he cast over was quite stern. The man in the back was dressed in a dark purple brocade robe. The smooth, silky satin was faintly glowing with ghostly light. As he spoke, he carelessly took the cup of tea handed over by the magistrate, his slightly demonic face revealing a smile, the corners of his lips slightly upturned. Elder brother, it seems that only vision is useless, even if you fancy someone with great fortune. So what? Isn't it that you haven't found it until now? Magistrate Wu, your side speed is really not very good. A young maid in her teens and a 3-year-old girl in the district can be let off the hook. The slightly blonde body of the magistrate of Qing County trembled. His round face was a bit difficult. 2 adults. I've already sent all the people from the county office there, but it's snowing so heavily outside that it's very hard to find someone. Can we delay it for a few more days? There's no harm in it. Around a child can't run far, so I'll wait for another day or 2. Master Lu sat in his chair, not really anxious. Back when they first met, he had marked the boy's body so that wherever the other had fled to, he would be able to retrieve it. Coming to this county office was nothing more than informing this magistrate that he had his eye on another little guy and asking this magistrate to help cover it up. You guys keep chatting, I'm leaving. He held out his hand, refused the tea that magistrate handed over, and directly turned around to leave. The magistrate of Qingqing panicked and anxious. Don't worry about it. My senior brother has this foul temper and has always been very proud of himself. If you don't intervene on your side, he will find the person as well. Another man with a feminine face placed his tea down. I came to see you today on a very important matter. Within 3 days, you go and catch all the children above the list. Even if they are not on the list, you can send them over together. The more the better. By then you don't need to bring them to the county office. Just send them to my residence. You should know how to go about explaining that to those people. How to conceal the whereabouts of those people, right? My lord, how many hundreds of those children are there? Should we bring them all here? Will it cause chaos if so many people disappear at once? Magistrate Wu shivered and said, although he wasn't a good official, he hadn't done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. Yet ever since these 2 strange men from the capital had arrived, there hadn't been a single day of peace in Xincheng. Wu magistrate don't know how many pots he took for these 2 guys. Now this county office. Every day people come over to throw rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs. Just one day, he doesn't know how many times he has been hit. So as soon as he heard that hundreds of children were to be sent there, his heart thumped. This damn guy, If this continues, will they still have normal children in Xinjiang in the future? His forehead. Can he still have it? Let you go. Where there is so much nonsense. No matter what happened, there is the one in the capital to take the blame. What are you afraid of? You this top hat. In the end want not want? Kong Yi instantly crushed the tea in his hand. His face grimly said, yes, then I'll go make arrangements. Magistrate Wu said helplessly. When everyone had left, Kong Yi paced to the window and looked in the direction his senior brother had left. Elder brother. Ah, elder brother. Even if those few people you found have noble destinies and extraordinary chi, they are still destined to lose to me. It was true that he did not have the eyesight like his senior brother, who could easily see the destiny of those children. And every time he was very lucky to find someone with great fortune. But it didn't matter. Luck wasn't enough to make up for the numbers. He would find some more children and draw more luck. And he would definitely be able to complete the task at the first time. What? Xinjiang has built a new schoolhouse? Zhang Yan had just opened the door when she saw her neighbor's aunt walking over. Little lady, I am looking at you to take care of my family business. Only to tell you this matter. I heard that this school has invited a scholar from the capital to come over to teach. If your family has a child, hurry up and send it over. After this village there will be no more this store. The aunt was very eloquent. You should not think that the school charges high fees, but they are the capital of the lifer master. This status of the master is willing to teach our children to study. That is 8 lifetimes to repair the good fortune. Zhang Yan heard her aunt speak for half a day, but she always felt very odd. That school early not open, late not open, but in this snowy time, the people of the capital lifts invited over. Thank you, auntie, we will consider it. Zhang Yan closed the door and turned her head to find Xiaotao with her head turned sideways, quietly looking over, and her second brother was sleeping soundly. Instead, next to her, Xiaochan thoughtfully carried over a souffle and placed it in her second brother's arms. Second brother, don't sleep. Did you buy all the roughage, cabbage and taro that I asked you to stock up on earlier? Zhang Yan helplessly rubbed his brow. We don't know what's going to happen this winter, so it's better to stock up on food. Zhang Hong was already sleeping unconsciously and didn't even hear it. Zhang Yan, never mind. It was better for her to ask around and buy more stuff. When she went outside for a while and inquired about the lifer who had been invited by the magistrate of Qingcheng County, she felt even more out of place. If the magistrate of this city acted, there wouldn't be so many tragic cases of extermination. What is this magistrate trying to do? Or rather, what is that being in the shadows trying to do? Zhong Yan held her umbrella while pondering the events of these days in her mind. The master who exchanged destinies, several bloodshed cases, the government turning a blind eye, the infamous magistrate, the sudden opening of the school, the lifer invited by the magistrate, the neighbors who are determined to send their children to the school, and the kid who, in the midst of the extermination, escaped. Zhong Yan suddenly turned her head and looked at the boy next to the bakery. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, what a laugh. He's eating everything. Even a dog eats a bone that smells so good. Ask him if he eats. Boss, you're right. Let's give Fortune the he pulled down. Hey, stop gnawing on the bone there. I got hot here. You want a couple bites? Holy, you're really eating that. Crazy? What are you guys doing? Zhong Yan rushed over and the group of children instantly ran away. She brought her handkerchief out and wiped the boy's face clean of the filthy filth. A wave of unwarranted anger coursing through her. Come on, I'll take you back. She pulled twice and the boy didn't budge, still staring at the lump in the ground. Be good. I'll buy you a meat bun to eat. Let's go first. Zhong Yan took out her coins and bought 3 large cages of buns before taking the boy away. What is your name, child? Don't be in a hurry. Wait until we get to my house. Then you can eat. It's freezing on the road and the buns will be cold when you take them out. Where do you usually sleep? Doesn't anyone else take you in? Zhong Yan spoke for half a day but the boy didn't answer a single word, just numbly being pulled by her, gradually walking towards the direction of the mansion. She looked into the boy's eyes and finally saw something odd in the other woman. This kid, witnessing the death of his entire family, is so overstimulated that he's gone nuts? So what exactly were those people exterminated for? And what does this kid know? Sister, why did you bring a child back? Zhang Hong had finally gotten enough sleep. However, he had just answered over when he saw a boy wolfing down his food, wiping out 3 or 4 buns in the blink of an eye. Second brother. It's like this. Zhong Yan said those speculations in her mind, since she had no choice but to stay in Chongzhou, and Xinjiang was the closest place to the provincial capital. She naturally had to get to the bottom of what was happening on this side of Xinjiang, or else she wouldn't even know how to die when the time came. Zhong Hong had also taken a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, and after hearing his sister's speculation, he immediately felt that the bun in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. Is his luck really so bad? All the way from the Qingzhou side, encountered waves and waves of bandits, not to mention, back home those family members also do not treat themselves, beating around the bush to drive him out. And then in the Qingcheng encountered the demonic evil and the collusion of the government? Thinking about it, he flung himself on his knees. Mountain goddess is above. Please grant me courage and strength. Let me destroy all these demons. Zhang Yan, you can't decide what to do, so you kneel down and worship God, right? Don't kill my mother. Don't kill my mother. I'll change. I'll change. While the two were looking at each other, the boy who was eating a bun suddenly jumped up and screamed out. Zhang Yan and Zhong Heng instantly turned their heads and, Chapter 148, waiting for the right time. Large drops of tears flowed down from the boy's eyes, and when Zhang Yan went to ask again, the boy didn't want to talk anymore. Instead he sat there frozen and sometimes couldn't help drooling. Second brother, I think it's possible that the luck in this child's body has been taken by a demonic evil. Zhong Yan finally figured out part of it. Since demons and evils colluding with the government must require more luck, where exactly does that luck come from? It's probably all taken from these children, and after taking their luck, these children are expected to have problems with their sanity, just like the boy. Then why? Again, do you want to exterminate someone's whole family? Is it necessary to kill someone's whole family just to take the child's luck? Zhong Yan couldn't figure it out, so she simply pulled out her second brother and asked him to look into the families involved in those bloodshed cases. Then, after thinking about it, she also came to the mountain god wooden sculpture to pay her respects, and the anxiety in her heart was indeed alleviated quite a bit. Let's hope we all manage to survive and head for the barren mountains together come spring. Inside the house, Peach looked at Missy nervously, and made a point of hiding behind the wooden screen. Missy, you mustn't think about it. Only a few swooshing sounds could be heard as one after another sharpened chopstick flew out, plunging straight into the wall. Immediately after that, a dagger with a glittering cold light also flew out, cutting all the chopsticks into section after section. Don't be afraid, Momo-san. Xiao-chan will protect you. The 3-year-old struggled to clench his fists, his little face serious. Momo-san, get out of the way some. I'm going to start practicing against the other wall. She reeled out a few more chopsticks and aimed them at the other wall. Peach, dressed in a pink jacket and skirt, fled in a hurry, steadily closing the wooden door behind her and subconsciously wiping the sweat from her forehead. How did Missy become so powerful after she woke up? She couldn't figure out how to do it, so she simply sat right outside, keeping watch over the little one, so Momo didn't notice. And when she left, Wichan stopped. The little guy dropped the chopsticks in his hands and just gently clenched his fists as everything in the room floated in the air. It didn't take long for all of these things to fall, making a small noise. Still not enough. She held out her hand and a wooden stick flew over, being crushed bit by bit. This kind of power was fine against ordinary people, but against that kind of strange people, it still wasn't very good. The little guy suddenly became frustrated again and collapsed to the floor in a deflated heap. It didn't matter. She would work harder next and surely she would be able to protect those around her. And surely she would be able to protect her mother and her 2 sisters in the future as well. Thank you, Mountain Goddess, for saving my mother and sister before I came back. I will definitely repay you, Mountain Goddess above. If I can get through this calamity and succeed in meeting my auntie, I will definitely mold the biggest golden body for you. The little one muttered half a dozen times in front of the wooden statue before he stood up and continued practicing his abilities. Ding! Your believer Huai-chan has made an offering of 300 faith values for you and has promised in her heart that she will repay your kindness and mold a golden body for you in the future. The mechanical voice of the system panel suddenly jumped out. This little guy is quite honest. Only knowing it not long ago, he actually made an offering of 300 faith values. It seems that he is indeed reborn. Yu Luo had been staring at this place and was pondering after hearing this. In his previous life, this little guy had probably already inquired about what happened to his mother and 2 sisters, which was why he was so grateful to himself after being reborn, and having made an offering of 300 faith values right off the bat, and also promising to mold a golden body for himself. This little guy really has a bright future ahead of him. It was true that they were worthy of being Lin Anyang's daughters. Even their promises were the same. They all liked to mold gold bodies. System, this little guy's own awakened ability is to control the air, and when this ability is used well, it's practically unbeatable. Yu Luo, it is indeed a very good ability to use, but she has only just been awakened, so I'm afraid she has no way to deal with the strange people from the capital. However, 300 faith values had already reached a threshold, and she was already able to cast the divine surrender technique. Now it's just a matter of waiting for a moment. Chapter 149, The Cause of the Extermination. Well, Zhong Yan held the oil paper umbrella and looked anxiously at the man outside the door. No, it's still the same as before. As long as I take Xiao-chan out, no matter what I dress her up as, there will be people secretly following me. Zhong Heng scratched his head and panted. Ever since awakening his ability, no one had ever been able to catch up with his speed, yet the guy who was hiding in the dark was able to find him with precision every time, leaving Zhong Heng depressed. As soon as we leave the yard we're being watched. so there's still no way for us to leave. Zhong Heng had originally planned to take these people to leave Qing City first, find a quiet place to settle down, and wait for the thick frozen snow outside to melt before heading to the barren mountains. However, after trying many times, there was no way for them to get rid of the guy who was secretly following them outside, so they could only continue to cower inside the courtyard. Zhang Yan looked towards the wooden sculpture of the mountain god enshrined inside the room and had a guess in her heart. It was probably because there was the scent of the mountain goddess's incense in the courtyard. That's why that being in the shadows didn't notice this side of the courtyard. Brother and sister, you guys take little Peach away. I can take care of myself. Xiao Chan, who was dressed as a boy, clenched her small fists, her tone firm. No, we came here for you. How can we leave? Zhong Hong was the first to veto it. This was not only a mandate from Nyangzi, but likewise a task given by the mountain goddess. If he couldn't accomplish such a simple task, what face would he have to meet the mountain goddess? Let me think. There must be a way. Zhang Yan looked at the mountain god wooden sculpture and really had an idea in her mind. Now that they had two wooden carvings of the mountain god in their hands, what if all of them hid inside the closed wagon and lit incense inside that wagon for the mountain goddess? No, this approach was still very risky. The gates of Qingcheng were blocked nowadays, and even if they got on a carriage, they would still encounter official inspections. Zhang Yan subconsciously tapped her fingers. Brother, I asked you and your brothers to look into those extermination and bloodshed cases before. How are you guys doing? Zhang Heng, sister, just as you guessed, those families that were exterminated, most of their children were intelligent. There was a son of a Yuan Shoukai who was able to compose poems at the age of 3, and compose and write at the age of 6, and was a notorious prodigy in the area. Zhang Yan, sure enough, these children must have had their luck taken away or their destinies swapped. That one who is secretly keeping an eye on Xiao Chan is probably Master Lu. He definitely has connections with the capital side. It seems that the mastermind who colluded with the demonic evil is an important figure from the capital side. Is there some special evil technique that he used to find Xiao Chan so easily? The more Zhang Yan thought about it, the more alarmed she became. If the capital side were all colluding with demons and evils, and it hadn't been discovered until now, was this country still normal? No wonder old Mrs. Gonsun over at the Barren Mountain speculated that Liang would soon be in chaos. Qingcheng was only a small city, and there had already been many extermination cases. Were other places outside the Barren Mountains really safe? Even if they managed to escape, how do they know they won't be involved in another conspiracy? She didn't think that the bigwigs over in the capital were only laying out in Qingcheng. Zhang Yan lowered her eyes and kept projecting in her mind. If she was behind it, what would she do? Trade the qi for her own children? Collaborate with other officials and use it to get tons of gold and silver? Contribute to the current emperor? Or, was the emperor involved in this matter in the first place? Otherwise, how could these people be so unscrupulous? Zhang Yan took a deep breath. Brother, from now on, neither you nor Xiao Chan should go out. If there's anything, I'll take care of it with a few other brothers. The other few brothers she was talking about were, naturally, those brothers of the second brother. Zhang Hong nodded. For now, this was the only way to go. However, you don't have to worry too much, sister. This matter is related to Xiao Chan and involves a demonic evil. The mountain goddess will definitely take action. That's their biggest card. Needless to say, these words gave Zhong Yan a great deal of comfort. This time when she went out, she continued to stock up on grain as before, and bought a lot of charcoal, and had a few of her second brother's brothers haul some of it back. She skillfully walked over to the bakery and realized that it had closed its door as well. You're here to buy a bun, aren't you? The boss sent his son to the new school, and they have other things going on, so I guess they'll be delayed for a few days. An old man scrunched his neck and warned. Thanks. Zhong Yan's face did not show, but she secretly clenched her fists. She always felt that there was something odd about that schoolhouse, and she had secretly warned the surrounding neighbors and the owner of the bakery before, but those people still passed by. Kids, by the way, most of those luck-sucking gurus that find our kids not good. She hurried back and was about to discuss the matter with her second brother when she heard footsteps coming from behind her. It was the crunching sound of feet on snow, as if stepping on thick grains of salt. That made your heart flinch, yet every time she looked back, she couldn't see anyone. No, she couldn't go back to the yard. Zhong Yan gripped the wooden sculpture of the mountain god inside her wide sleeves and walked over in the opposite direction. Strange, how on earth did that Master Ryu find out about herself? She had never shown her face to Master Lu before. Could it be that the county court side had found out about her? A new face, and had long been suspicious? And so on. Zhong Yan thought of something and her mind exploded. Xiao Chan hadn't shown any talent and hadn't been out of Huaifu much, so how did that Master Lu find out? Could it be that the other party could see the luck in people? Zhong Yan had suspected before that Xiao Chan was most likely reborn because the little guy was really calm and didn't look like a child at all. Xiao Chan's rebirth was a miraculous encounter, so naturally her luck would not be low. and it was quite understandable that she was being targeted. Did she, a traveler, have low chi? So, being targeted this time was purely because that Master Lu had taken another look at her chi. Don't run, you won't be able to escape. A subdued and indifferent voice rang out from the back. I didn't expect that I would actually find another person with such good fortune in Qing City. It's really heaven's help. The man wearing a lime green Taoist robe walked over step by step, revealing a thin, slightly immortal face. Sure enough, Zhang Yan took a step back. She had guessed correctly. This Master Lu had taken a liking to the chi on her body. Luckily, the man hadn't found out where Chan was hiding, and she was the only one caught, so the others could still find a way to get out. Come with me. Will you take the initiative, or will I bundle you away? Seeing this little girl stop, Master Lu revealed a rather satisfied smile. Wait, can I know what you are and what you're going to do? Zhong Yan finally backed into a corner. Naturally, I'm the one who will help you. I can help you, so that you can obtain monstrous chi. How about it? Grandmaster Lu pressed step by step. Yuck! Zhong Yan casually grabbed the stone in the corner of the wall and quickly climbed on top. The icy snow made her hands freeze and fill with blood, but she didn't dare stop at all. When she finally climbed up the wall and jumped over to the other side, a long strand of gray-black hair suddenly stretched out and swept her right back. Zhong Yan. She'd worked so hard, and she'd gone back to her old ways in one fell swoop. This so-called master in front of him was really very evil. His hair was actually able to grow infinitely long. How was he going to escape? It's not good to be so insensitive. Master Ryu was still standing in the same place, yet the hair tie he used to tie his hair fell to the ground, his long gray-black hair flying in the air. Where are your blood relatives? Little girl? Where the hell are they? You tell me the location and I can make your death a little more painful. Zhong Yan's pupils shrunk as she listened. Did these people need blood relatives to cooperate in extracting luck? And what if blood relatives won't cooperate? Zhong Yan figured out in an instant that those extermination cases, by those families were exterminated because they refused to let their own children be extracted from their luck. Looking at you like this, you must not want to tell me. It doesn't matter, as long as you're there. I'll soon be able to search for the direction they're in, and I'll soon be able to get the people here. It doesn't matter even if those people don't want to, as long as all your family members are killed, your chi will naturally be extracted. Grandmaster Lu's green shirt fluttered lightly with the wind, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, and he smiled very gently, as if he was a gentle and elegant scholar. However, the long gray-black hair that kept flying around, how it looked was so evil that it made people shudder. Zhong Yan's right hand, however, clutched the mountain god wooden sculpture tightly, staring intently across the room. Sister, I'm coming to save you. Not far away, a familiar voice suddenly came. One sharpened chopstick after another flew over and shot at Master Lu's head. Zhong Yan's heart thumped. Why did Xiao Chan run out? Master Lu did not take this attack in his eyes as his hair parted into another strand, firmly tying those wooden chopsticks. In the next second, countless chopsticks flew over, interspersed with a sharp dagger. The speed of the dagger was so fast, and incidentally able to go around corners on its own, that Master Ryu didn't react for a moment and was slashed. Damn it, you guys even hurt me? Looking for death, he growled angrily. Taking advantage of his anger, Zheng Hong slashed at the gray-black hair with his long knife in hand. Only a bang was heard as the long sword was cut with a gash, while the opponent's long hair was intact. Finished? How is this going to fight? Master Lu's hair was really weird. It was even tougher than a weapon, and when Zheng Hong didn't pay attention, he was rolled over. I was about to search for your blood relatives, but I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to find them. It's quite sweet. You're here too, little one? That's just right. A great harvest today. Master Lu revealed a pleasant smile. Chapter 150 God's Descent. A group of children are playing in the newly built schoolhouse in Xincheng. Master Lu frowned just as he walked in. Disappearing so many people at once will surely cause confusion. When the time comes, you'll go to the capital to explain yourself. Senior brother, if we look ahead like you do, when will we truly complete our mission? Only after we quickly collect the side's chi can we go back in time to resume our orders and go to the next city. Kong Yi subconsciously licked the corner of his lips. Master Lu flung his sleeve and snorted coldly, turning around and entering the side door. He made 7 turns to a room and discreetly locked the door. Inside this room was, naturally, Zhong Yan and the others who were tied up. Master, I'm here. Master Huijia ran over, panting, with his beer belly. You came quite quickly. Master Lu raised his eyes and looked over. Even though you've only had this little girl for 3 years, it's barely enough. It'll just take a little longer. Master, as long as you can exchange this dead girl's destiny for my son, I'll do anything you want me to do. Elder Huai patted his chest in assurance. It's still really cold-blooded and ruthless, but it's quite useful. Master Lu casually waved his hand, and a bronze-colored toad appeared out of thin air, floating in mid-air. This toad takes up a large portion of the room and the crowd is forced to huddle in the corner. Since you and your child love each other as father and son, then offer yourself up and let the great immortal eat you. Master Lu waved his sleeve. When Master Huai heard this, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Master, didn't you say before that you only needed that dead girl to endure the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing her heart? How come you still need my life? Master Ryu, of course you need you as a foster father. What? No? Master Huai desperately backed away. Master, everything is a misunderstanding. It's fine if this fate is not changed. It's fine if it's not changed. You can do things at the expense of others, but not at your own turn? That's not up to you. The long gray-black hair tied him directly into a dumpling and threw him into the mouth of the bronze toad. With scream after scream, the toad half the size of the room gulped and looked again at the others inside the room. Take it easy, little girl. It's your turn now. Master Lu's pupils shrunk slightly as he tied up all of the few remaining people. Be good and hand over your chi, and you might even be lucky enough to stay alive. Damn it, who? Master Lu turned around violently, realizing that a boy had flashed over behind him at some point, and the boy was holding a dagger and stabbing him violently in the back. The next second, the boy was catapulted out of the room and slammed hard against the wall, spitting blood there in a big gulp. He didn't have time to focus on the boy as it felt like the dagger in his back was actually moving on its own, churning up flesh and blood and bringing on piercing pain. This was naturally where Huai-chan was secretly controlling the dagger, and she took advantage of the boy sticking it in to manipulate the air around her to turn it in a hard circle. Even so, that Master Lu didn't cry out in pain much. Instead, he jerked out his dagger and laughed. Look what I see. The little guy who ran away half a month ago even came over. And both of you are strange people with awakened abilities. No wonder the chi is so thick on you. The heavens have treated me well, letting me meet 3 people of great fortune in a single day. In that case, all of you go in and let the great immortal refine you. Don't be in a hurry. One by one, there's a time for you to be useful. On the other side of the schoolhouse, the same cries for help came from a group of children. On the outskirts of the mansion, a group of magistrates and constables had long been surrounding the place. Lord Magistrate, are we just going to watch those two act recklessly and harm the children of our entire Qing city? Master Song saw this situation and sighed back and forth there. Magistrate Wu shivered his lips. He didn't want to, but those two are strange people, and carried demonic evil with them, each with that ghostly toad to help them. Their entire county court all rushed up, but there is no way to deal with it. Mr. Magistrate, this heart of mine is suddenly thumping. Can you let us go in and take a look at the child? I feel like he's calling me. In the heavy snow, a woman in a jacket and skirt ran over. Even though she slipped and fell to the ground several times, she still desperately climbed up. It wasn't long before more and more people came running over, all clamoring to get in and find their children. Master, what's going on? How do these people know? Don't tell me. They all have thumping hearts. Wu Magistrate looked at the increasing number of people. People are going silly. I don't know. Mr. Magistrate, seeing that they are really connected to the child's heart, sensing the crisis over here, the master stroked his beard, equally puzzled. None of these people realized that several men in fur cloaks flashed in the shadows, hiding behind those people and looking equally anxiously in the direction of the academy. We've already listened to Boss and Miss Yen to get all these people here. Do you think they'll be able to successfully get away? It's sure to work. Our boss brought the mountain godwood sculpture with him. It'll be fine. As soon as the two men spoke, the direction of the school hall blossomed with one golden light after another, which seemed to ripple as if it was spreading slowly towards the periphery of the school hall. Crunching sounds resounded inside the schoolhouse, and just as the crowd was gripped by their hearts, the roofs of those few rooms at the back of the schoolhouse were suddenly lifted by a strong force, and the child, who was covered in a golden light, was just suspended in mid-air. The endless wind and snow stopped, and the dark clouds that had been bleak for many days finally dispersed, and brilliant sunlight poured over the earth and shone down on the tattered schoolhouse. Above the academy, that girl suspended in the air slowly opened a pair of flowing golden eyes. With just one glance, the crowd's breath seemed to stop. Chapter 151, To be executed. Above the firmament, a sea of clouds churned, the gods hung in the air, and golden light poured down like a waterfall, piercing through the heavy clouds and spilling onto the earth, gilding the snow-covered Qing city with a golden veil. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, like the scent of flowers, and like the incense that had been lit, far and deep, with the spirituality of years of precipitation, with the prayers of thousands of believers, slowly diffused. There was silence around them, and they could even clearly hear their frantically beating hearts, along with their rapid breathing. Magistrate, this must be a god. Master Song flung himself to his knees, and the people around him also knelt. They looked up and realized that the child suspended in the air had not disappeared, but instead was barefoot and moving forward, step by step. Every time this deity took a step forward, A radiant, translucent golden lotus flower would bloom beneath the other party's feet. Not only that, behind the other party, one could vaguely see lofty mountains, sky-high turquoise ancient trees, and occasionally there were exotic beasts shuttling in and out of them, with the shadows of dragons and phoenixes faintly appearing. God above, save my child, I hear his cries for help. Don't be afraid, child, with the blessing of the gods, you will be fine. The wind and snow stopped, and the entire space seemed to freeze, and these people outside naturally heard the cries for help from inside the courtyard. They were so distraught that they bowed down again and again toward this god and prayed for his mercy. Auntie Hu, this deity is the mountain goddess from Qingzhou. When you pray to the gods, make sure you don't forget to bring the name of the mountain goddess, otherwise he might not hear you. A few of the Han men beside him turned around and explained there over and over again. Mountain goddess, please save the children. The foremost magistrate Wu finally couldn't take it anymore and also knelt down to the god in the air. Strand after strand of faith floated into the air and converged on that god. The golden eyes slightly closed, only to see him gently raise his hand. And the strange men and women over there who realized that something was wrong and were already desperately trying to escape seemed to have magnets tied to them, and they were just sucked back. To draw on the luck of others for one's own self-interest, and to murder thousands of lives, shall be executed. The majestic voice of the gods resounded throughout the sky. The golden rays of light penetrated through the chest without a sound, and the two wonders died just like that, their corpses slowly falling down. Those who harm my followers, make trouble in the mortal world, and disrupt order shall be executed. The gods raised their hands again, and the two stiff toads were cupped by invisible hands around their necks and carried into the air. Large hands of unseen air slapped at the two toads, and both of the bronze toads' heads spun around, both eyes giddy. In the next second, their bellies bulged high and they opened their mouths uncontrollably, as if they had eaten badly, spitting out everyone they had swallowed. Most of these were children who had been tricked into coming here to study, as well as Zhong Yan and others who had been captured. They had heard everything inside the demon's stomach, and when they suddenly got to see the light, each of them subconsciously looked at the gods in the air. Zhong Yan, who was held up by the golden lotus flower, stared in shock at the 3-year-old little Dojin suspended in the air. Isn't this Cindy? However, when she touched those compassionate yet majestic golden eyes, she suddenly shivered. No, this was definitely not Oken. This was a real god descending through this child's body. It's, god drop magic. No wonder second brother was so trusting of this mountain goddess. So it turned out that the gods of this world would really shelter their followers, just for the sake of them people. The gods had actually descended in person to settle those demons and evils. The materialism that she had firmly believed in for more than 20 years in her previous life completely collapsed, and even when she was slowly disappeared by the golden lotus flower and her feet touched the ground, Zhong Yan was not able to react. Father, mother, child, my child, I should never have sent you there. Thank you, mountain goddess, for your blessing and for saving the children. One trembling voice after another rang out as the children sent down ran inside the arms of their parents. Even those children whose parents did not come in time were held in the arms of several of Zhongheng's brothers, as well as the magistrates of the county office. All was not lost, however, only to see the gods above reach out once more and knead the bodies of the two toads into two bronze-colored lumps, allowing them to float in the air. Immediately after that, the deity's right hand gently pinched, and the two bronze-colored clusters exploded, and one after another 7-colored light appeared. And this scene was like countless fireworks blooming. Originally, these ordinary people were unable to see the luck, but with the divine power, all the luck transformed into 7-colored rays of light and flew into the eyebrows of these children. The rest of those 7-colored rays flew off in a farther direction, drilling into the windows of one house after another. The crowd looked at the sky full of colorful fireworks. One by one also realized what? Tears of joy. They no longer had to worry about their children turning into little cuties, nor do they have to worry about being targeted by these demons, because the mountain goddess took care of these two demons and sent back the luck that the demons devoured. Mountain goddess, we can't repay your great kindness. Mother goddess of the mountains, please let us make offerings to you and add a ray of incense to you. The mountain goddess. The crowd let out one cry after another, yet when all the 7-colored light faded, they found that the gods hanging in the air had disappeared. The crowd bent on making offerings to the gods collapsed to the ground, their hearts overwhelmed with loss. The mountain goddess has left? And where do they go to make offerings to this god? At that moment, the sound of banging gongs and drums suddenly came from behind them. Cough cough cough. Everyone must be very confused as to why a god suddenly appeared, right? Now it's my turn to reveal it for you. And the reason is, behind a crowd of Qingqing's people, Zhong Hong appeared with a bang, even shaking his hair in a bid to reveal his most handsome side. Come on, you say it, don't gasp. You scion, quickly introduced the mountain goddess. One by one, the people of Qingqing pounced on them. Hey, 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 you guys, don't pull my sleeves, don't pick my collar, don't pick my pants. Wait, that's my gong, my drum. If you guys take them away, who's going to play the music? I'll say it now, and tell you everything I know that there is to know about the mountain goddess. Chunghyung carried his pants, mortified. What's wrong with these guys? Don't they know that a man's pants are most important? He resigned himself to sitting down and told all he had seen and heard about his trip to the barren mountains of Qingzhou. Of course, he was also hiding something. The barren mountain also had many secrets. If he told them all and caused unnecessary trouble, he would definitely have to be punched to death by an Yangzi. That's a long story. He sighed as he smoothed out his bangs. Then make it short. An old woman in the crowd raised her voice. The crowd turned their heads to look over and realized that this old man already had white hair, but that body bone was very hard, hanging a red tasseled lance on his waist, which could be glimpsed how valiant and amazing he was when he was young. So it's old General Fan. I didn't expect you to come over as well. County Magistrate Wu's eyelids kept fluttering after seeing this old man. This Fan old general can be said to be the only woman general of the Liang dynasty, only because of old age, early years and in the battlefield fighting fell dark disease, had to resign and retire. According to reason, this old man should be recuperating over in the provincial city. How did he come to Qingqing so quickly? If I don't come over as soon as possible, I'm afraid my little granddaughter and grandson won't even have their lives. Magistrate Wu, is this how you work as an official? In cahoots with those two in the capital, how many lives have been jeopardized? If my daughter-in-law hadn't sent me a message, I wouldn't have known that you have become lawless in this Qing city. Can you stand up to His Majesty's trust in the holy books you've read over the past 30 years? The old general was out of breath. In this snowy, wintry weather, after she heard about what was going on over here in Xincheng, she rode wildly all the way over here, not even sitting in a carriage, so that she could make it back in time. The opposite side of the county magistrate Wu felt guilty. Those two strange people in Xincheng rebellion, slaughtering the people of Qingqing to make it extinguished, and now tricked so many children to go over there, and really cannot get out of the relationship with him. How could the two thieves have abducted so many children so easily without the help of the county office side? General Fan, this matter is indeed my fault. I have no face to face the people of Qingqing, no face to face the sages of the past. As soon as this day is over, I will immediately resign my official position from His Majesty and spend my entire life atoning for my sins. I'm sorry. Magistrate Wu collapsed to the ground in a panic, tears streaming all over the ground. Humph, now you know you regret it. It's this one life of yours that can replace the lives of so many people? Elder General Fan snorted coldly, but her heart was actually very clear. In the face of this kind of unorthodox demonic evils and strange men and women, the ordinary government really did not have any chance of winning, not to mention the fact that those two guys also came from the capital, with the blessing of even more powerful guys behind them. Evil people will be rewarded by heaven, so take care of yourself. With a flutter of her sleeve, she again looked in the direction where Zhong Heng and Zhong Yan were with an eager gaze. Good children, will you speak carefully about the mountain goddess? Chapter 152, The New Mountain Temple. So, Elder General Fan's heart was filled with emotion after hearing this. As an old general of the imperial court, she naturally knew the matter of demons well, and had also fought with the believers of demons, and was very clear about the weirdness of those demons. Unexpectedly, there was a real god in this world that had been blessing them, only that it was far away in Qingzhou and everyone was not aware of it. Old general, this, Master Song shivered half a day. I'll give you the chance to make up for your sins by going to build a temple and erect an idol for the mountain goddess. From now on, all of you will serve inside the temple until your sins are washed away. Elder General Fan had a serious look on his face. When Master Song heard this, he rolled and went to find someone, leaving only the people around him. You all disperse as well. Settle the children first, and when the construction of the temple is completed later on, it will be the same to worship at the temple. Zhong Heng waved his hand towards the crowd, smiling with his gums showing. It really didn't occur to me that I would mistakenly recruit so many believers for the mountain goddess. Qingcheng, too, is going to have a temple of the mountain goddess. Zhong Yan next to her coughed. Of course, in addition to the mountain goddess, sheltering my sister's credit. If not for your scheming, we can't be so successful, right? Zhong Heng hurriedly doggedly ran over and pounded his sister's shoulders. Do you see what's wrong? Alright, don't be too foolish, hurry up and find Xiaochan. Zhong Yan waved her hand helplessly. They were about to turn around and search for it when they suddenly realized that the familiar figure had floated up again. The mountain goddess has descended again? The group fell to their knees in unison, and it was a swift one. Brother and sister, don't get excited. This is me practicing my abilities. Huai Chan's little face was agitated. This divine descent had likewise brought her great benefits, and she clearly felt more in control of this ability. So it's you. Scared me. Zhong Heng patted his chest. He thought that he had gotten his way here and all of it had been seen by the mountain goddess. The old general fan next to him couldn't understand it instead. Why does this little guy look exactly like a god? Old general, this is our sister. She is also a devotee of the mountain goddess. Her mother is far away in the barren mountains. Zhong Yan explained the divine descent technique briefly. It turns out that the true body of the god has not descended. This is just an ability of the mountain goddess. Old General Fan was shocked in his heart. Mother, how did you get here so quickly? A man in brocade clothing ran over from the distance. When old General Fan saw him, he snorted coldly again. Mother, I was also confused for a moment. I only thought that I was familiar with that lifer, and I thought that people would not victimize their acquaintances, so I sent the 2 children there. Who knows? The man regretted. When will you grow a pair? The old man hated it. After all the things that have happened in this Qing city, you've forgotten all about me as your mother, haven't you? If it wasn't for Frost, I would still be in the dark to this day. If she advises you, listen more and grow a brain. Man, yes, mother's lesson. The old general rolled his eyes in exasperation. The group dispersed, and Zhong Hong left with his sister, 2 children, and a group of brothers. You too, still too impulsive. Zhong Yan gently pinched the bridge of the 2 little ones' noses. By the way, Xiao Qian, why did you suddenly flash out? Could it be that you were playing dumb before? She was led by her right hand by the very boy she had brought outside earlier, the one whose entire family had been destroyed. Previously, this child had been silent, and she thought that the other party had been extracted from her luck and had a problem with her head, but who knew that she would directly kill over at the critical moment? The boy nodded. He didn't explain too much and still hung his head down. Thinking of this child's family, Zhang Yan sighed. Alas, this confusing world. Xiao Qian, this winter is really too cold. Most of the roads are blocked by ice and snow. There's no way to travel long distances. We'll all stay here, but when the next spring comes, we'll head to the barren mountains, and we might not even come back later. Will you be willing to go with us then? The barren mountain is where the mountain goddess is located, and it was there that my second brother learned of the mountain goddess and was blessed by the mountain god. When the time comes, we'll live in the mountains, much safer than here. The boy kept nodding his head when he heard it. Okay, then we'll wait a bit, and when this winter passes, we'll surely be able to usher in a future full of vitality. Zhong Yan kept rubbing her hands together, huffing and puffing while looking at the gradually dimming sky. A clear, full moon slowly emerged, and the watery moonlight flowed down, illuminating the unknown path. Ding 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 ding. On Yu Luo's side, the sound of system panel alerts also kept ringing out. Chapter 153, Steadfastness. This wave harvested more faith values than I thought. Yu Luo had thought that at most, he would harvest 10,000 faith values. After all, none of these people in Xinjiang had heard of his name before. Who knew that she had directly credited 40,000 faith values, and together with the faith she had accumulated before, she had already gained more than 90,000 faith values. All of this, and still with her redeeming the godfall effects, various black earths, and fly growth fertilizers, has been accumulated. The 2 fellows Zhong Yan and Zhong Hang are still quite resourceful. Yu Luo was very satisfied. At the time she transmitted her voice to Zhong Hang, telling the other party not to worry and that she would perform the divine surrender technique at the critical moment. These people had already arranged today's scene. How can this Zhong Hang guy be so coincidental as to even have the gong and drum ready? The system was also very pleased. This is also considered a blessing in disguise. Fortunately you have been paying attention to this side of Qing City, unfolding the divine descent technique and saving the believers in time. Otherwise you wouldn't have harvested so much faith. Of course, one more mountain god temple on this side of Xinjiang was the most important gain. This mountain temple gathered the faith of many people, and even if their side never interfered, it would become an official temple, and the prayers of the people could be transmitted through the incense of the temple. It seems like there's a need to change the strategy. Yu Luo had previously thought of slowly developing from the barren mountains. However, now that she had gained so much faith value, she would soon be able to be promoted to primary god. The conditions for a primary god were 1,000 believers and 100,000 faith values, and when Qingqing's temple was successfully constructed and a group of people came to offer sacrifices, it was estimated that the conditions would be reached soon. When the time came, she could double the believers' ability to shelter the believers and people within 1,000 meters of the mountain god wooden sculpture. Of course, her divine power would also double, which naturally went without saying. Therefore, this side of Xinjiang could be used as a second base, and then spread out towards the surrounding area with Xinjiang as the center, so that these believers could proclaim the deeds of the mountain goddess. Yu Luo was not greedy for more, and did not intend to let the believers go to other states to publicize themselves. After all, she had not yet become an intermediate level deity, and did not have much chance of winning against some very powerful demons and evils. It would be better to stabilize in these two places and slowly seek development. The system nodded its head. These are your followers, you call the shots. It's true that you can't be so hasty as to eat a fat man in one breath. This world has turned into such a ragged state that even the heavenly Tao can't do anything about it. And it's already good that you've managed to make it this far. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow in her mind, thinking that this system really has a relationship with the heavenly Tao. No wonder she is so sure every time that she is the only true god of this world. Dare I say that the system's backstage is very big. This winter is just the right time for Zhang Yan and Zheng Heng to stay here and manage the temples in Qingcheng, as well as those new devotees. As for Huai Chan, the little guy, Yu Luo wasn't worried. The opponent had endured her divine surrender technique as if he had taken a great tonic, and the aura of divine power was still present in his body. This winter, the little one's strength will grow rapidly, just as it did for Lin Aniang. The reason why Lin Aniang was invincible in battle, the reason why she dealt with those strange men and women with such ease as well, was not only by virtue of the great strength she had gained in the beginning, but also the benefits she had gained in the divine surrender technique. As for that little guy with a full family who flashed and sneaked in at a critical moment, it made Yu Luo ponder. You said before that this little guy is a villain too? System, yes. Duanmu Qian is a female frequency 1 May tragic strong villain. His whole family was destroyed when he was young. He secretly hibernated for many years in the enemy's house, and laid a whole 10 years or more of the bureau, which is intended to let all the enemies go to hell. However, Duanmu Qian met the fated heroine, and was not only sensitized by her with love, but in the end, he willingly gave up his own plans, blessed the heroine and her enemy's son for a long time, and watched the enemy's family be happy and joyful, leaving behind only a lone back. Yu Lo, how can you let go of this kind of revenge for the extermination of a family? Of course, Yu Luo wouldn't judge a person based on the plot of the book. Her first believer, Lin and Yang, and several of her daughters, who are also the book's defining villains, end up dying a good death in the book. But what about the facts? The truth is that Lin and Yang was controlled by the plot and allowed the Lin family to oppress her for so many years, and then after becoming her own believer, she became more and more powerful, accomplishing many tasks on her own, no worse than anyone else. Yu Luo did provide Lin and Yang with the ability to do so, as well as casting the divine surrender technique on the other party's wipe, allowing Lin and Yang to receive many benefits. As a matter of fact, if Lin and Yang herself does not stand up, if Lin and Yang still hesitates to do things, still looks ahead, still does not dare to resist, still cowering, even if she possesses even more powerful abilities, it is still useless. A person is truly strong from the inside out, and that's what counts. Although I killed those two strange men and women, the dark hand behind the scenes did not appear, and those two demons and evils are nothing more than pseudo-gods incarnate, so whether or not he can truly avenge his family members will have to rely on him to wake up on his own. Yu Luo shook his legs, casually exchanged a virtual river inside the system mall, and used his divine power to condense into a fishing rod to cast it over to the river, quietly catching fish. The snow that had stopped for the night fell again, fluttering as if it were willow flakes in the sky, and the wind that whistled around it was even colder, as if it could freeze the whole world. However, no matter how cold the weather is, it can't resist the enthusiastic hearts of the people of Qingcheng. As soon as the next day dawned, the matter of God's prosperity spread throughout the entire city of Qing, and the vast majority of the people were discussing the figure that had appeared yesterday. Those of you who didn't go outside yesterday, it's simply a pity that God appeared with his feet on the gods, and even the legendary dragons and phoenixes could only prostrate themselves under him and listen to the god's command. None of you can even imagine that recently established new academy isn't even for teaching students. It's just to trick our children into going there and let those demons devour the Chiluk and all the children. The form of that demonic evil was also very terrifying. His body was as strong as a mountain. Just by gently opening his mouth, countless children were sucked in. If I hadn't been far away in the first place, I would have definitely been swallowed by him as well. Fortunately, we have our mountain goddess. The mountain goddess just stretched out a finger without even looking at the demonic evil. The two behemoths exploded, and the mountain goddess returned the chi of all of us in Qing City. In the middle of the street, several people who had witnessed the divine surrender technique yesterday were there dancing and speaking spitefully, one with an exaggerated expression than the other. Yet even so, the people around them listened with rapt attention, and even when a few of the speakers had stopped, they kept yelling for more. Is it that exaggerated? The dragon and phoenix that appeared yesterday were just vague shadows, right? Zhang Yan walked among them, somewhat crying and laughing. And those two demonic evils, their size isn't that big, nor are they as strong as mountains. Sister, you don't know about this, do you? These people are just too much of a worshipper for the mountain goddess. Is that an exaggeration? I don't think it's exaggerated at all. Zhongheng bought a few bunches of sugar gourds and gave one to his sister, as well as the few children behind him. That dragon and phoenix weren't entities, but they did appear. What does that mean? It means that the legendary dragons and phoenixes are not as high as our mountain goddess, and can only serve as background. And the mountain goddess is so great. Not to mention moving her finger. Just a blink of an eye and those two demons would have to die. If it wasn't for us, those guys would have been left with no crumbs left in the beginning. Zhong Hong raised his head in pride. Zhang Yan. Well, one shouldn't discuss such matters with a mountain god blowing you. Brother Zhong. Miss Zhong. Stay back. Master Song from the county office chased after him with a group of brothers. Chapter 154, The Temple Dispute. Master Song, what are you in such a hurry for? Didn't General Fan ask you to build the mountain god temple with the rest of the county office? Zhong Hong turned his head to look over, a little surprised. This Master Song was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and his black hair had gone a few strands white, so it was obvious how tormented this one knight was. You must build the mountain god temple properly. We'll all have to be there to supervise the work when the time comes, but any jerry-built work is a great disrespect to the mountain goddess. Zhong Hong reminded. Brother Zhong, we naturally know this, and with General Fan and so many people in Qingcheng watching, who would dare to be lazy? Master Song smiled bitterly. The reason why I brought my men after them is just that I suddenly had an idea that the mountain goddess saved our entire Qing city, and the mountain god temple definitely can't be built too simply. But I'm afraid it will take a long time to build it too beautifully in this weather nowadays, and I'm not sure it will be ready for the coming winter. Master Song also wiped the sweat from his head, also feeling very tricky. He had only just taken over this task yesterday, and the mountain god temple had just been put on the agenda, with only countless people already urging outside, wanting to go and worship in the temple. If those people knew that they still had to wait for a year, then the county office in Qingcheng probably didn't need to be wanted. And it would definitely have to be smashed full of rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs. That's what I thought. That schoolhouse that was vacated yesterday, the former magistrate's mansion converted, beautifully constructed, with wigwams and running water, pavilions and corridors, everything. Although the roofs were lifted off a few houses in the back, it's not a big problem, as long as they are given a new patch and remodeled. The most exquisite mountain god temple can surely be constructed. This was the most suitable method that Master Song had settled on after tossing and turning all night. However, this involved the mountain goddess after all, and building a mountain god temple with the previous houses might anger the people, so he had to take the initiative to approach and ask the Zhong family siblings for their opinion. After all, these few people were the true believers of the mountain goddess, and the reason why the mountain goddess suddenly appeared yesterday was to save the lives of these few people. Don't worry, Brother Zhong, if you don't think it's suitable, we'll veto this proposal and build a brand new mountain goddess temple for the mountain goddess. Master Song wiped his sweat again. It's fine. Just build it with the previous academy. No need to make such a big fuss. Zhang Hong did not hesitate in the slightest. Those people around them also stopped and curiously glanced towards the side. They had already recognized that these were the few who had introduced the mountain goddess yesterday. A few people were furious. Who are you to decide for the mountain goddess? That schoolhouse is so dilapidated and was left behind by thieves, almost harming those children. How can you place the idol of the mountain goddess in a place like that? The other people nodded their heads. Yes, the mountain goddess saved our entire city. If he hadn't stepped in, maybe the thieves would have sucked up the entire city's chi. How can we let the mountain goddess live inside this kind of temple? The crowd was so indignant that they wanted to jump up and start cursing. Beside him, Master Song quietly took out his handkerchief, his hands shivering a little. He knew this would happen. No matter how he chose, he would have to be scolded. The crowd was getting more and more agitated, and it looked like they were about to make a move. Wen Huaichan, who was holding a sugar gourd in her hand, flicked it, and the people around her were instantly pushed out by a force that surrounded them in a closed circle. Zhong Yan patted the little one's head comfortingly and stood up of her own accord. Gentlemen, I know that you all care about the mountain goddess temple and are looking out for the mountain goddess. Zhong Yan's voice was very calm and carried a convincing power, causing many people to slowly close their mouths. The mountain goddess saved us and returned our chi, so we are naturally very grateful and want to give back to the mountain goddess the best mountain god temple. But have you ever thought that with the weather being so cold these days, and this world becoming more and more chaotic, it will take us a long time to build the mountain god temple normally, and we will need more people to help. I know that you may be very happy and willing to come over voluntarily to build the mountain temple, but in this weather, which is extraordinarily cold even in cotton clothes, you must have suffered a great deal, and you may even have frozen to death. None of this is what the mountain goddess wants to see, but the mother saved our lives because she wanted us to live better, not make us suffer again. During the time they were speaking, those people could no longer help but shrink their necks and tuck their hands inside their sleeves. Yes, this year's winter is really too cold. How can an ordinary family have much cotton clothing? Even if they have put on layer after layer of clothes, they can't resist the biting wind and cold. If it wasn't for the sudden miracle yesterday, there wouldn't even be this many people on the streets today, and most of them would be cowering inside their homes, trying to find ways to stay warm. We can't condescend to the mountain goddess either, can we? Someone muttered. Yes, none of us want to aggravate the mountain goddess, and the believers on the other side of the barren mountain think the same way. When they first gained the blessing of the mountain goddess, and sacrificed over and over again for the mountain god, at that time, however, the mountain goddess refused. Our mountain goddess said that now that the world was becoming more and more chaotic, and there was a once-in-a-century winter, he wanted all the believers to hoard as much food as possible, to protect themselves as much as possible, instead of spending what little they had on their family's possessions. Inside the temple, can you imagine? Inside that mountain god temple in the barren mountain today, what is still enshrined is a clay statue of the mountain god. As the mountain goddess grants us mercy and compassion for the suffering of the world, we should also cooperate with the mountain goddess and put our time and money to good use, shouldn't we? When the coming spring comes, if we still have the energy, we can build an even finer temple for the mountain goddess, and the mountain goddess can mold a golden body. How about that? Ooh-hoo, so the mountain goddess is having such a hard time? Then they must try hard to stay alive and wait for the coming spring to build a better temple for the mountain goddess. A group of people snapped and dropped their tears. In the temple, Yu Luo inexplicably sneezed. Chapter 155, The Second Deserted County. It wasn't difficult to rebuild a mansion. Plus Yu Luo had some control when he cast the divine surrender technique in the first place. It only took 2 days for the county court and the people of Qingqing to complete the construction of the new mountain god temple. Only, the mountain god statue but need to be carefully carved. General Fan directly intervened. From the provincial capital over the most famous stone carving masters, overnight rushed to send the statue over. In less than a week, the people were already lining up in front of the new mountain goddess temple to offer incense to the mountain goddess. Several wealthy families in Qingchun with their families wanted to throw gold into it, but they were stopped by Zhangyan. Master Zhang family, the mountain god temple doesn't accept gold or silver. If you really want to pray to the mountain goddess and get the attention of the gods, you can send some thread incense over, or give more kanji to the poor people in times of famine, and send dry food for emergencies. The mountain goddess is everywhere, and nothing escapes the eyes of the gods, so if you can really do all this, you might be able to get what you want. The temple of the mountain god does not accept any belongings. This has been stipulated for a long time, and it is the same on the barren mountainside. Early on, after the establishment of the mountain god temple on the Qing city side was completed, Zhang Yan was given a booklet that was exactly the same as the one Lin Mal was holding, and the first few pages of the booklet recorded many of the rules of the mountain god temple. After she finished reading it, she couldn't help but feel in her heart that this world's mountain goddess was indeed a compassionate deity who cared for the people. Not only did the sacrifices require only grains, but even the gold and silver sent by the believers were not accepted, and all were rejected. Now that's a real god. Zhang Yan was guilt-ridden, feeling that she was too damnable for having doubts about this god in the first place. Now that she had heard her second brother's compliments about the mountain god, there was no longer any embarrassment in her mind, because she felt that all these words were very much in line with the mountain goddess. The mountain goddess is very great. Is there any problem? Of course not. Zhang Yan went through the motions in her mind, and the outside world was only a few seconds. After hearing this, those lords and ladies instantly understood, and hurriedly knelt down to the mountain god once again to show their determination. I don't know how long it took, but Zhong Heng, who had gone out to spy on the situation, finally came back, and carrying a body full of snow and wind, he came to the backyard of the mountain god's temple, and joined his sister and a few people from old General Fan. I've run through several nearby cities. The snow is getting heavier and heavier outside, and many of the official roads have been blocked by ice and snow, so it's impossible to get through on a horse-drawn carriage, and even riding a horse is tough. The reason why Zhonghong was able to go back and forth to several cities so quickly was naturally his speed ability, and with this ability added on, there was no need to worry about how difficult the roads were. It was just that this ability could only work on himself, otherwise he would have left with a group of people long ago. Where would he have waited until now? Old General Fan frowned upon hearing this. When I rode over a few days ago, the road wasn't so difficult to travel. Within just a few days, the snow even closed the road. I heard that several nearby states all had heavy snow. Even the capital side wasn't able to avoid it. Could it be that this heavy snow covered the entire Liang country? Elder General Fan actually had another guess. Perhaps the snow, which covered the entire central continent, did not even spare those nearby countries. If this heavy snow keeps on going and lasts for the entire winter, I'm afraid that our entire Liang kingdom will suffer from snowstorms. Snow days aren't terrible, but what if the snow keeps falling for 2 or 3 months at a time? Fan He remembers that when she was 9 years old, it snowed in Chongzhou. In December, there was heavy rain and snow, and many of the people froze to death. This rain and snow was intermittent and did not end until February. Historians once recorded, Cheongjo flat ground is 5 feet thick, and in March there was heavy snow. The river and stream fish all froze to death, and the people were cold and hungry for years, and people ate each other. Yet the heavy snowfalls of that time were far less powerful than today's, and the range was limited to the Cheongjo area. Now this heavy snow spread throughout Liang, or the entire central plains. What happens if it doesn't stop for months? Elder General Fan couldn't even begin to imagine what the people would suffer. Old General, even though the roads around us are already frozen, I still saw some stragglers on my way back, and many of them are already frozen blue, so I'm afraid they won't last a few days. Zhang Hong sighed. If he was alone with his sister, he certainly didn't have the time to care about the others. After all, it was still a matter of whether he would live or not. But now that Qingcheng has also established the mountain goddess temple, this old General Fan seems to be a reasonable person. So maybe he can make Qingcheng learn from Arakan County and bring more believers to the mountain goddess. These stragglers are all from the west. There's a rebel army over there that's rebelling in Liangzhou. Many of them are homeless and don't dare to continue to stay in their hometowns, so they have no choice but to come to our Cheongzhou. Elder General Fan sighed. This matter is naturally clear to her, and she has also seen those stragglers with her own eyes, and even gave away part of her dry food on the way. She was indeed very anxious, but there was nothing she could do no matter how anxious she was. The emperor nowadays had a say in the capital, and he disliked those old men who had followed the late emperor in his early years the most. Fanny followed the late emperor to fight the world. Is the earliest by the emperor loathed the group? At that time, when she noticed this, she was very clever to hand over her military power, the discharge of the armor to return to the field, so that today's peace of mind, if she really traveled to the capital regardless and demanded to lead the army back into battle, the first to be purged would not be those rebels, but her old general, Elder General Fan. The mountain goddess has already predicted that this winter will be extraordinarily cold, a once-in-a-century occurrence, and that this disaster will definitely be unavoidable. Zhong Yan picked up the already cold teacup in her hand and stood up decisively. It is still very difficult for us ordinary people to deal with natural disasters, and it is likely that countless people will freeze to death this winter. Not to mention the chaos in Liangzhou next door. Liangzhou is neighboring Cheongzhou. Who can guarantee that those rebels won't come to Cheongzhou to plague the people? What we need to do is to take the initiative so that we can protect more people in this chaotic world. Zhong Yan didn't make it too clear, but the clever old general heard it instantly. This girl was wanting her to meddle in the political affairs of Qingcheng, or even the entire Cheongzhou, in advance. But then, what's the difference between her and the rebels who revolted? Fanny had once followed the late emperor to fight for the world, and was the person who least wished for the destruction of Liang, and she had extraordinary feelings for this country. Old General Fan, do you still remember the barren mountain? Zhong Yan took one look at her and understood the concerns in the general's mind. Pondering in her mind, she continued, naturally, I remember that this is the place where the mountain goddess first temple is located. If I have time, I will definitely go and see it in person to pay my respects to the mountain goddess. Old General Fan lamented. If it wasn't for the appearance of that deity, Qingcheng would have fallen into chaos and hundreds of children would have been brutally killed. She was very grateful to the mountain goddess. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to this side of the mountain god's temple and talked so much with the Zhong family siblings. Does the old general want to know how far Arakan Mountain, today, has developed, and how the people of Arakan County are doing? Zhong Yan knocked on the wooden table and inquired again. Regarding this point, the old general was indeed very interested, since the desolate county was the closest county to the mountain goddess temple. It must be able to receive the protection of the mountain goddess, right? Old General Fan felt that the probability was that the demons over there were gone, and the people must have been very worshipful of the mountain goddess, and it was estimated that even the children knew the name of the mountain god, right? Zhong Yan smiled and narrated those images of herself seeing the other party in her dreams. It was true that she had never been to Mount Desolation or seen what Desolation County really looked like, but the mountain goddess gave her a dream. In the dream, she clearly saw the development of Arakan County and how well those believers in Arakan Mountain were living. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious, and after waking up from her dream, her will to travel to the barren mountain became even stronger, and she couldn't wait to set off right away. However, as a devotee of the mountain goddess, she had a more important task and had to recruit more devotees for the god over here. Today's mountain god temple although crowded with people, but this is just the appearance. When this period of time, the people over to worship will go back again. People will also be the mountain god descending this thing slowly forgotten. The best way to do this is to create a second Mount Desert and a second desert county. The first manager of the raiders was General Fan. You say that today's barren mountains produce a type of cotton that is not only very productive, but also makes cotton clothing that is so warm and thick that it can withstand the cold? Not only that, but high-yielding potatoes, sweet potatoes and corn to feed the hungry? Elder General Fan was pleasantly surprised. Just by hearing this, she could already not contain her inner excitement. What's more, the deserted countryside had done a lot more, taking in more and more stragglers, providing those stragglers with shelter, and saving countless lives. If, for example, I can keep the majority of the people of Cheongjo alive, whatever I am asked to do, I will do it. When he heard the end, Elder General Fan covered his eyes with his dry hands and burst into tears. Zhong Yan and Zhong Han looked at each other with smiles. Chapter 156, Provincial Displaced Persons. Qingzhou borders Liangzhou, right on the same line as Cheongzhou, and there are just as many stragglers from Liangzhou here, even because the official road on the Qingzhou side was better traveled and there was a southwestern army stationed there. A bit more stragglers came. The most affluent place in Qingzhou belonged to the provincial city, especially in this snowy weather. Most of the stragglers wanted to find a place to settle down to protect themselves from the cold, so there were countless stragglers who came to the provincial city. Those who have money and power, have long been in the provincial city to take care of everything, also bought a good house. In the house burning charcoal, into the warm blanket. More stragglers, however, were stopped outside the walls of the provincial capital, also known as Kwang-Nok City. This easily defended and difficult to attack wall had once set a record of thousands of people dying to defend the wall for 3 months, stopping the iron cavalry of the western barbarians outside and guarding the people of this land. However, today, this wall of more than 10 meters stops the displaced people of Liangzhou and the homeless people of Liang. Lord Governor, this weather is just too cold. There are already quite a few people freezing to death inside the city. If we continue to stop those stragglers outside, I'm afraid that within the next day, many more will freeze to death. Chen Tongji, who was responsible for assisting in the handling of political affairs, walked around with his hands behind his back and an anxious look on his face. What's the hurry? It's just a bunch of stragglers. If we just let them in and rush the dignitaries in the provincial capital, what am I supposed to explain to the top? Lian Kai squinted one small, unimpressed eye. For so many years, he relied on this resourcefulness, otherwise an ordinary, no background of the scholar. How can climb to this position? My lord, but there are just too many stragglers outside. If so many people die outside our Qingzhou provincial city, how can we account for it? Tongji Chen still didn't give up. This is naturally not for you to worry about. You only need to watch that group of people. Don't let them in on the line, but it's just a group of stragglers. In case those rebels mix in, it's not a matter of a few hundred, a few thousand lives. Lian Kai was naturally smart, and it was because of being very smart that he was able to see the pitfalls. In case the rebels mixed inside, the entire provincial city would be lost, and that would be the most fatal thing of all. Of course, he also had a better way to deal with this matter. He could first build simple houses outside the provincial capital, let people go out to give gruel, hang on to the lives of that group of stragglers, and then slowly look for the spies among them. But all of these things were too complicated and required a lot of energy. So why did he have to work so hard and do all these tedious things? By stopping everyone outside, be it bandits or spies, all dead, wouldn't there be nothing more to do? By the way, has the Marquis of Qing'an's main mother been found? She's His Majesty's personally appointed Lord of Ning'an County, so if something does go wrong, it's bound to be very troublesome. When Lian Kai thought about it, he thought about the county lord that was lost in the Marquis of Qing'an. You said that such a bright and shining one of the main mothers, how did she lose it? Thinking of the anxious appearance of those people in the Marquis residence, he couldn't help but sigh. Send out another batch of people to look for them, and say whatever it takes to get them back. Otherwise how sad will Marquis Qing'an be when he returns? Lin Kai felt that it must have been that traitor who had deceived that prefectural lord for this to happen. Also, add a few more beds of thick quilts and send good silver silk charcoal to those strange people from the capital. Don't neglect them. Lian Unreal turned half a day, and put everything in order. Just do not say how to dispose of those stragglers. Chen Tongji took a step out and clenched his fists. He didn't pay attention to the task that Governor Lian sent him. Instead he rode the carriage to the edge of the city wall and stood in the cold wind to look at the group of stragglers outside. The snow got heavier and heavier, and now more than 1,000 people have gathered here outside, and that number is still growing. Everyone looked with greenish-gray faces to this high wall, hoping that the officials inside would have the kindness to let themselves in. The howling cold wind blew, and one mother who held her child had stiffened, wrapping her own child inside her clothes while she herself slowly collapsed. Suddenly, a baby's loud and clear cry rang out from the crowd, mingling with the many voices of the stragglers' prayers, wrapping the crowd on the walls. Chen Tongji, however, could only clutch the city wall tightly as he banged his head against it and sighed sadly. Lord Chen, we should leave. The junior soldier at the back came over and reminded. Chen Tongji turned around and nodded numbly. Go. The figure in official clothes was getting farther and farther away, and naturally he didn't hear the sound of hawking coming from below the city walls. Families, come and take a look at the thick cotton clothes from the barren mountains. You won't feel cold when you put them on. Crunchy warm, Take a look. Take a look. Don't miss it if you walk by. Chapter 157. A sudden voice rang out, attracting the attention of everyone present. In this starving and half-frozen situation, many people even thought that the voice was a hallucination and frozen place. Strange, how come no one is moving? Is no one interested in cotton clothes? You can't beat cotton clothes in this snowy weather. What about the baked sweet potatoes? Fragrant baked sweet potatoes. Someone should see them, right? Nyo-san stopped the flatbed truck in his hands and came to another flatbed truck, picking out one of the baked sweet potatoes inside the mobile earthen kiln and breaking it open in front of the crowd. The overbearing sweet smell of honey potatoes instantly reached the tips of everyone's noses, as if it were the seductive siren that hooked all the souls of this group of people. In the next second, a group of hungry, cold, frozen, green-faced stragglers came barreling over, their urgent eyes so green and glowing that they almost didn't gnaw at the wheels of the flatbed truck. Stop, stop, stop. Since I dared to come here to buy something, I definitely won't let you return empty-handed. Nyo-san was taken aback. As long as it was a strong man like him, he wouldn't be able to withstand the weight of hundreds of people. And it was so hard for him to mix up the barren mountain and get the blessing from the mountain goddess. Don't be in a hurry, all of you. Come one by one, line up one by one, surely you won't be missing, he almost shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the group of stragglers in front of them had already gone crazy with hunger, with only the cotton clothes and sweet potatoes in front of them in their eyes, and they simply couldn't hear any words, but just rushed forward one after another. Ugh, Nyo-san sighed, thinking why bother. Sure enough, the stragglers, who had just been in a chaotic mess, were quickly slapped out by firesnake after firesnake, and when they flew in mid-air, they slowly fell back down, gently collapsing inside the snow pile. Many people were dazed by the fall, and they were about to proceed to rush over when a woman in a black power suit, as well as an old man with gray hair, appeared in front of several flatbed trucks. The stalls of the barren mountains are not yet fit for you to come over and rob. Chui Ying's face was ice cold and his expression was faint as he looked at the group. The group of stragglers barely fainted as they watched the fire snake slowly climb up their thighs and slowly press up against their chests. What kind of monster is this? Why is it still alive with flames burning all over its body? The crowd didn't dare to move at all, fearing that they would be strangled to death by the fire snake in the next second. All right, go ahead and make the rules clear with these people. Choi Young clasped his arms and backed away again to lean against the top of the wagon. Nyo-san pinched his sweat, cleared his throat once again, and introduced himself. Hello big brother, big sister, old sister. I'm from the Nyo family village. Get to the point, Choi Young reminded in a cold voice. She glanced at the group of stragglers and seemed to have noticed something, taking the initiative to walk over and help the woman who had fainted on the ground and was holding her child in a death grip up. The surrounding area was instantly empty. She didn't care about it. Instead, she unclasped the water bottle at her waist and gave the woman a sip of warm water, and casually summoned a fire snake over and placed it in front of the woman to warm the other party. He himself took the child and held it in his arms, gently coaxing it. Ahem, in that case, I'll make it short. I know that everyone is in a great hurry, desperately wanting cotton clothes to keep warm and food to feed their hunger. Nyo-san hurriedly explained. Then let's be clear, we at Arakan Mountain can indeed give each of you a cotton shirt and a baked sweet potato, but it's all conditional. If you are willing to follow us to Wasteland County and work for Wasteland County for 3 months, you can have these issued to you free of charge. If you don't want to, we won't force you, and we can still let you buy it through your belongings. How about that? How about 80 coppers for a cotton coat and 8 coppers for a baked sweet potato? Or if you don't have those, you can exchange them for other items on your person? 80 coins? So cheap? A straggler couldn't help but marvel out. The other stragglers also nodded. When they left their homes, they naturally brought their family's money with them. Spending 80 coins to purchase a cotton coat was still affordable, but normally, an ordinary cotton coat would cost at least 5 taels of silver. Why are these people selling them so cheap? Is it possible that they're just being nice on the surface, but they're actually planning to trick them into wiping their necks in the middle of nowhere? 80 coins isn't cheap. Those of us who have eaten our last meal, we can't even take out a single coin. There were also stragglers who sighed. Not all of them were able to preserve the property they had on them. Many of them were forced to flee without any money. If not, how did we end up in this situation? I don't think it's okay if we can't get it. Didn't that old man say so? If we go to work in Wasteland County, we can get a free ride. Someone rolled their eyes and moved. In the crowd, 2 men dressed in gray glanced at each other and whispered, Big brother, what exactly is the origin of that Hanyu and the lady next to him? I see that they seem to be able to control fire. Jianlo looked enviously at those fire snakes. Lele, that lady should be the legendary strange person. That old pipsqueak in the palace has raised quite a few of these traitors. I think it's very likely that the 2 of us have been discovered, and that's why those traitors in the palace have chased after us. The man with the more rugged face frowned as he crossed his long sword in front of himself and subconsciously glanced that way. Then what should we do? Are we not going to be able to mix into the provincial city today? Jiang Lu was shocked in his heart. If we can't enter the city gates, we definitely won't be able to complete our mission, and will definitely be laughed at by the rest of Liangzhou. The Jiang brothers were precisely the spies sent over by the Liangzhou rebels, and the two of them were about to pretend to be stragglers and blend in, only to wait for the critical moment of the army's arrival to take control of the generals guarding the city and open the gates to let the Liangzhou rebels in. For this reason, they deliberately guided countless stragglers and brought these people outside the gates of the provincial city, just to make the officials inside soften their hearts and open the gates to let them in. Who knows that this Guanggu city governor is very slippery? They froze outside to stand for 2 whole days, hungry and dizzy. The people inside are not willing to open the city gate. Jiang Dashan slammed his thigh and said decisively, "We've already been discovered by these traitors, so there's definitely no way for us to continue to enter the city gates, so we might as well keep a good eye on these people. See what they want to do." The two men quickly walked up to where they heard a group of stragglers gathered around the outside of a flatbed truck, where they were asking questions. "Where exactly is this barren mountain you speak of? Will it only take 3 months of work? You guys have to make sure you let us go once the 3 months are up. Is there any food in that barren mountain? We can't work hungry every day, can we? In fact, if these people can really deliver a cotton shirt, it's not impossible to work for 3 months. Just be afraid that they are all cheating." A group of people were talking about it. Nyo-san pulled out his ears and snapped at the flatbed truck. "Quiet, everyone. Since you've been invited to work, surely 3 meals a day are included, and the daily sweet potatoes will fill you up, and 10 coppers a day for each of you to spend as you please. As for what kind of work, it's not that tiring. It's just building houses and burning bricks over at the earthen kiln. I'm not going to lie, that's where I used to work, and after a month or so in the deserted counties, I got a free cotton shirt. This is the one I'm wearing." Nyo-san turned from side to side, showing the group the thick cotton coat he was wearing. The cotton coat he was wearing was specially made by Arakan. The color was military green. It looked very similar to modern military coats, and it was so warm to wear. If it is not outside selling cotton clothes and sweet potatoes, Nyo-san is not even willing to wear it out yet. This kind of clothes, even when seen by other workers in Arakan County, were very coveted, and it was only because he was very devout to the mountain goddess that he was lucky enough to get the cotton clothes sent by Arakan. This period of time can put the cattle 3 bad, has completely forgotten that his godfather is still in the Z County side of the bitter waiting for news it. The crowd subconsciously held their breath when they saw the thick cotton clothes on him. So what barren mountain in Barren County is so rich that such thick cotton clothes are given away for free? If you're willing to go to work, you can put on your cotton coats now. The last thing we need in Arakan County is cotton coats, and we guarantee that if you work for a month, you'll be able to buy cotton coats for your whole family. In addition to this cotton clothes and sweet potatoes, we also have potatoes, corn in the deserted county. You do not know, the taste of this fried potatoes can be better than meat, boiled corn, not to mention, soft and sweet. Nyo-san wasn't very eloquent, but what he said was very simple. Plus he genuinely loved those grains and couldn't wait to praise every food item to the heavens. Now that the group of stragglers were already hungry, where could they stand this temptation? "Nyo-jong, if we go to the deserted county, can we also buy the potato corn you mentioned?" Someone subconsciously inquired. "That's for sure. Not only can we buy it, we can eat it every day. 3 meals a day over there. The most you can get is sweet potatoes and corn. And there's a raffle benefit every half a month. Cotton clothes all random." "Brother Ox, I believe you. When are we leaving?" "Brother Cow, today is to be cheated. We also admit it. Can you bring the cotton clothes over first? I think I've been frozen senseless." A group of people gathered around, and Nyo-san couldn't stop smiling. Seeing that so many people were willing to follow Brother Cow, the group of people who had shelled out money for cotton clothes and sweet potatoes panicked. Why should they have to pay for it when people are giving it away for free? Not only for 3 meals a day, but also for money? It was a day that was not going to last at all. Anyway, a group of people were already homeless, so they simply bit the bullet and ran to another team as well. In the end, only 2 brothers, Jiang Dashan and Jiang Lo, were left, and the 2 of them were still hesitating. Chapter 158, How come they're all gone? "Brothers, the 2 of you should stop hesitating. Come and eat a baked sweet potato each to warm your bodies first." The others were distributing cotton clothes at the flatbed trucks, and Nyo-san's eyes lit up when he caught sight of the 2 men at the very back. Just by looking at the long knife, he felt that it was not simple, and guessed that these 2 were likely to be highly skilled in martial arts. It's good to have martial arts skills. It's perfect for patrolling the outskirts of the barren mountains and protecting the people of the barren county. As for the possibility of these 2 being dangerous, it didn't even need to be considered. Okay, just one in Yangtze could beat the 2 of them over the head and pinch them to pieces. Not to mention all the other powerful characters of the barren mountain. Need to be afraid? Nyo-san's side was very enthusiastic. yet Jiang Dashan on the opposite side kept frowning, feeling that things were not quite right. They were going to mix into the provincial city. How could they be fooled by this guy and go to that barren county that they had never even heard of? General Mighty Wu fought to the death in Liangzhou, and those dogs and thieves of the imperial court, and was also seriously injured, so he could only temporarily hibernate. Now it's up to the two of them to blend into the Qingzhou side of the province, so that the mighty general's team can rush over and take over the new territory. You guys don't be polite. This sweet potato has to be eaten while it's hot for it to have more flavor. Nyo-san saw that the two of them were a bit hesitant. A pair of big black eyes flashed a few times, directly breaking open the baked sweet potato in his hand and stuffing it into the mouth of that little brother in the back. Zhang Lo was already attracted by the sweet flavor of sweet potatoes and was very interested in this kind of sweet potatoes. Now that the baked sweet potatoes were disliked to the tip of his nose, he subconsciously opened his mouth and took a bite into the sweet potatoes inside. In the next second, with wide eyes, he stiffly snatched the baked sweet potato from Nyo-san's hand and desperately stuffed it into his mouth. Jiang Dashan was furious and watched that Nyo-san walk away before he kicked his brother with hatred. Look at you. You have no talent. Just one sweet potato makes you not even want to lose face? At least we are the people that General Wei Wu has his eye on. How can we be bought off by him just like that? Have you forgotten what we really do? Jiang Le didn't even have time to explain to his brother, directly following Nyo-san's example and stuffing the other half of the roasted sweet potato into his big brother's mouth. Jiang Dashan was forced to shut his mouth, and he was still about to curse a few times to relieve his anger, when suddenly his eyes widened as well. What the hell is that smell? Why is there such a sweet-smelling grain? For ordinary people like them, sugar was a precious thing, and if the family could come up with sugar water to serve guests, it would be a big family envied by everyone in the village. However, the baked sweet potato purchased by this mere 8 copper plates was actually sweeter than sugar water. This soft and sticky flavor made him want to swallow the charred black outer skin. Jiang Dashan thought so and did so, even subconsciously licking his fingertips. When he came back to his senses and realized that his brother was staring at him in bewilderment, Jiang Dashan's face instantly burst into red. What's that? I'm just curious about this sweet potato, how it's made. I don't care for such girly sweets. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Lo nodded frantically. He gets it all. So, big brother, are we going to follow? Jiang Dashan shook his head instantly upon hearing this. That barren county doesn't know what kind of place it is. We've never even heard of it. If we follow it over there, who's going to complete the mission? General Wei Wei trusted him so much, how could he abandon him? No. It didn't take long for the people from Arakan Mountain to finish handing out their cotton clothes, and all of the more than 1,000 stragglers put on warm clothes and waited in line. Choi Young controlled the fire snake and grabbed back a few of the ones that had escaped from the battlefield and dragged them back. Come on, let's get going. Nyo-san nodded as he pushed a bunch of old and weak women and children on a flatbed cart, took out his oil paper umbrella to cover these people, and ran quickly toward the distant carriage. As for the men, they took one step at a time, following the flatbed truck. Big brother, how come that brother Bull's body is so good, pushing so many people and still running as if he were walking on a flat surface, running so fast that we can't even keep up? Jiang Le held the newly purchased baked sweet potato in his hand and envied it. Hush, let's quietly follow them over and see what they're up to, so we can report back to the general later. Jiang Dashan shushed. Jiang Le nodded solemnly. Yes, we just want to poke around, and we'll definitely be resuming our duties later. The two quietly followed the group away, leaving stray footsteps in the snow. When Tongji Chen over there arranged for the strange people in the provincial city and came over to visit with a basket of steamed buns, he found that the outside of the city gate was already empty, and not even a shadow could be seen. Chen Tongji, where are the people? Where are all the stragglers? Why is it all gone? Chapter 159, Teleportation. Big brother, where are we? How come those people aren't moving? Jiang Lo hid behind his big brother and quietly looked at the group of people in front of him. A group of old and weak women and children were placed on top of the wagon, and the group from the barren mountain jumped down instead and followed the crowd. Jiang Dashan also failed to understand. It was reasonable to say that these carriages belonged to the people of Arakan Mountain, so why didn't these people enjoy themselves inside, instead of braving the snow to walk outside? As for giving up the warmth of the wagon to a bunch of stragglers you've never met before, what about the old, the weak, the women and the children? Jiang Dashan shook his head, thinking that these people were simply womanizing, and when they froze to death outside, they would know that the world was dangerous. Even with that on his lips, he followed those people with his brother, not dropping a step. It was because of following very closely that they realized that the group of barren mountain people walking outside the wagon, one after another, had put on thick cotton coats and warm sheepskin boots, and ran faster than the wagon next to them, and it was called a fitness of foot. Sometimes when the wagon couldn't go on and the wheels fell into the pit, the group would even come behind the wagon of their own accord and easily push the wagon forward without a red face. Jiang Dashan and Jianlu were shocked for as long as they watched. Are these people all strange people? How come one is more physically fit than the other? This kind of strength is not common even in the military, right? Not long after, the group of people walked to a forest. The leader, Chui Ying, stopped and let people go to the bottom of the snow pile to pick up quite a lot of firewood, and then control a few fire snakes to jump into it, and soon lit up the fire. Everyone has worked very hard all the way. Surely you can't walk anymore. So come and roast the fire and let's rest for the night before we set off. Choi Yun looked behind him at the ragtag group of stragglers. The group behind them had to be at least 700 or 800 people, and with that many people gathered together, it made the group look extraordinarily large. A portion of them played it smart and slipped away quietly when the group in front of them wasn't paying attention, but it wasn't long before they were tied back up by the fire snake. Just like that again and again. The more times those men ran, the tighter the fire snake strangled them. Fearing that these fiery serpents would swallow them up, a portion of the stragglers who were planning to secretly escape finally stopped and rested their minds. They sat on their asses next to the fire, completely immobilized, cold and hungry, standing at the city gates for so many days. They had long ago lost most of their strength and hated to just lie there for the rest of their lives. Many people subconsciously touched their stomachs, and gurgling sound after gurgling sound rang out. Someone's stomach chirped particularly loudly. Even the stragglers at a few nearby fires could hear it, and those people subconsciously looked over. The bearded Hulk reddened and hated to shrink inside the fire. Everyone's hungry from traveling so long. Come and eat. Nyo-san opened one of the flatbed trucks and stripped out all the sweet potatoes inside the earthen kiln. The sweet potatoes they had put in earlier were indeed all divided up. However, they had brought a lot of grain with them and stuffed quite a bit more into them when they left, and now they were just about ready to bake. One for each of you. Sweet potatoes and potatoes optional. And don't you think this is a very small amount, but they are very big, enough to fill you half full. We didn't bring much food, so bear with us for a while. We'll be able to arrive at Desolate County the day after tomorrow, and we'll definitely let you have enough to eat at that time. Upon hearing this, some people familiar with the terrain were very puzzled. I remember that the provincial capital is very far away from the deserted county. In normal seasons it would take 8 or 9 days to travel, not to mention this kind of snow-covered path. How can it be so fast? The man who spoke was the man whose stomach rumbled and whose voice was like thunder, and had a thick and disorganized beard, like a weed that had been weeded by the north wind, and whose chin whiskers were still covered with ice, wearing a thick cotton coat outside, wrapped in half a sheepskin inside, pants sewn and mended, revealing the frozen red skin, feet stomped on a pair of broken boots, both sides of the big toes are exposed. This person was none other than Lu Cohen. He really hadn't heard of Deserted County before, but after this group of people arrived, they asked around inside the group, and combined with those they had heard, they speculated that Deserted Mountain was most likely the group of mountains at the edge of Qingzhou. Since it was on the edge of Qingzhou, this was a very long way to go, and if it wasn't for the barren mountains, the group had given thick cotton clothes, and had just handed out hot-baked potatoes, Lu Cohen would have wanted to slip away. This cold winter weather, all around the wind howling, walking on the road and sticking in the ice ballast above walking is not much difference. If you need to walk in this kind of weather for 10 days and half a month, why don't you end him with a knife? Hearing this, Nyo-san scratched his hair and looked at Cui Nyangzi and Liang Shu behind him. Don't worry, in 2 days at the most, I'll be able to bring you all back. Liang Shu took the initiative to walk forward, her tone firm. The others stopped talking, because even if they wanted to escape they couldn't. That Cui Nyangzi was simply divine. No matter where this group of people fled to, they could see a fiery snake following behind them. In broad daylight they almost scared people to death, not to mention this kind of pitch-black night. After eating and drinking, many people directly lay down next to the fire. All of them had the same idea. Anyway, there were so many people over here. Even if that Nyo-san and Cui Nyangzi had any bad intentions, could they kill all of them? After being hungry and cold for so long, the group was finally able to sleep, almost closing their eyes and falling into a sound sleep. The only sounds that could be heard in the cold air were the flames snapping and burning and the sound of some of the men snoring. When the last of the stragglers went to sleep, Nyonya Cui instead approached with Nyo-san, and the two of them nodded to Liang Shu across the room. In the crowd, Jiang Dashan, who was pretending to be asleep, quietly opened one eye and endeavored to look at the beautiful young woman. This woman, who had never spoken much, didn't look like an ordinary peasant woman, but instead had a kind of pampered nobility. Only a prosperous and affluent place like the capital could raise this kind of noblewoman. That's why Jiang Dashan was very skeptical from the very beginning that these people were most likely sent by the capital. But why did the people sent by the capital not help them convince the provincial officials to open the gates of the city, but instead took them away to a more distant place? Jiang Dashan couldn't think clearly, but it didn't matter. Soon he would be able to know what this group of people really wanted to do, and know the conspiracy of that strange man. Jiang Dashan secretly poked and prodded his brother next to him. His fingers are almost frozen into ice sticks. This cheap brother is still not dynamic, but the snoring is getting louder and louder. Sleeping more than a pig is still heavy. It is estimated that directly flinging over a slap cannot wake up. Daesun Jung, forget about it. Who asked for this to be his own brother? Sleep if you want to. With him sneaking in here to observe, you won't be pitted against that group of people. However, in the next second, Jung Daesun couldn't control his eyes from widening, because the beautiful woman standing in the center gently clapped her hands. The space around her began to rotate. Jung Daesun was again awake to feel all this, only to feel a heavenly rotation, dizziness, and directly vomited all the baked potatoes that he had eaten today. Shu, how are you doing? Are you still dizzy? From the moment her ability was unleashed, Choi Young clutched the woman's shoulders tightly, waiting for a pair of feet to hit the ground before she looked up at the woman's face. After Liang Shu came to the barren mountain, she was attracted by those deeds of the mountain goddess and liked the living environment on this side of the barren mountain very much, contributing quite a lot of faith value, which happened to be stuck just above the threshold of bestowing blessings. So in the new January, Liang Shu and those new travelers, as well as other believers, were blessed by the mountain god and awakened various abilities. What Liang Shu had awakened was precisely the very practical teleportation ability, only that this ability currently had certain limitations. The distance of teleportation wasn't that far, and it could only teleport twice a day. Not only that, but as the initiator of the teleportation, the vertigo she suffered was even more intense, and she had to rest for half a day each time she teleported to get over it. Still, this ability was very powerful, and it only took 3 teleports to teleport the stragglers on this side of the province back. This mission, or Liang Shu took the initiative to mention it, coming to the barren mountain for just half a month. She felt the warmth, liked this place, and wanted to do something for the mountain goddess. So when I heard that there were many stragglers surrounding the outside of the provincial capital, I volunteered for this mission. Don't worry, I'll just take a break. This ability has a big aftertaste, but it's not intolerable after becoming familiar with it. Liang Shu's face was pale as she sat on a rock that had been roasted dry by the fire snake, worried that she would get cold. Chueying asked Nyo-san to get a pile of firewood over and start the fire again. As for the group of stragglers, even their sleeping positions remained the same as before, in a circle. As Choi Young relit the firewood, he suddenly heard a gagging sound and quickly turned his head. He saw a man in a black cotton suit bracing his hands against the trunk of a tree, spitting out a pile of yellow goo, and dry heaving for a long time before he raised his head breathlessly. You are awake? A ghostly voice came over. In Jung Daesun's eyes, this strange man's eyes emitted an orange-red glow in the darkness, looking incomparably evil. Heart straining as if it could beat out of his chest, he finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted as his head slumped. This time it was a real coma. Chapter 160, Mission. What mission? I can't believe someone actually saw it. What can we do about it? Nyo-san clapped his hands together, feeling especially guilty. He'd been checking for so long that he hadn't realized that there was another person who was pretending to be asleep. Should we threaten something so he doesn't talk about it? Kao-san sounded chagrined. On the contrary, Chueying shook his head and said softly, as long as they come to Arakan Prefecture and know about bestowing blessings to gain abilities, they won't be able to leave. And even if they see it, it won't be much of a problem. From now on, they are all devotees of the mountain goddess. Hearing these words, Nyo-san all shivered. Fortunately he had turned against the mountain goddess in time and defected to her, or else he would surely end up in a miserable situation. All the things in this world cannot be separated from the mountain goddess. How much water was in his head before he felt that the legendary mountain god was fooling people? Mistress Chue, you sit. Nyo-san attentively wiped off the snow on top of one of the stones, and also laid a layer of soft cushion on top. If it weren't for the fact that men and women were not related, he would have wanted to get on his knees in the back and give the big man a back rub. Don't toss and turn. You also go over to rest. I often make my nightly rounds. Even if I stay up late one after another, I won't be too tired. I'll be the one to watch over today. Lady Chue waved her hand. Nyo-san did not dare to disobey at all, and directly patted his feet and quietly went over to sleep. 2 days later, a group of people arrived at Deserted County in a dusty manner, and Su Rorong had long been waiting there with her people. You are the new workers? Accommodations have been arranged for you, free of charge, as long as you are willing to work in Deserted County. But the deal is, just leave and these houses aren't yours anymore. If you can do a year's work in Desolation County, these houses can still be sold to you cheaply. Su Rorong beckoned again, and County Minister Chen stepped forward and described the treatment on the side of Desolate County. Compared to Nyo-san's introduction, the regulations that County Minister Chen said were more detailed and had more benefits. The group that was brought over was giddy and couldn't believe they were just taken in and given 3 free meals a day. At night, a group of stragglers ate and drank their fill, put on clean overalls, went to their assigned rooms, and burrowed inside their blankets, feeling as if they were dreaming. His father, can we really stay here forever? The woman on the bed was still in a trance. Since the magistrate of the deserted county has said that there must be no problem, let's stay at ease. There will be many good days ahead. The Hanyu licked his lips as he thought about the meal he had had this evening, reminiscing about it. How come I've never heard of Desolation County before? A county with so much food shouldn't be obscure. It didn't matter. He wasn't even going to leave in the future. If that group of rebels came charging at him, he'd fight that group for his house, for his job, and for the food. This day is really like a dream. A few days ago we were stopped outside the city gates and almost froze to death. And today we have a house, a job, and food. The woman murmured. Yes, she also got a job here in the county. Not at all worse than her own handsome's food. I hope that the rebels who killed that day will be subdued by the court in a hurry, and we will all be able to live a good life in the future. By the mountain goddess, may you bless us. Before the woman went to bed, she prayed devoutly in her heart. The one next door, however, was very silent. Zhang Li ate with a rounded belly and lay happily on the bed, turning his head to see his big brother's deep face. Brother, what's wrong? You didn't even eat much today. It's not right to have such delicious food. Zhang Li had found out before that his big brother really liked roasted sweet potatoes and baked potatoes. How come today when he served shredded potatoes and sweet potato porridge, it all went into his stomach? You don't understand. Allow me to take stock of the situation. Zhang Dashan's face was torn. Why did that woman in the barren mountain find herself awake but never reacted? Was he planning to let him eat a broken head first, and then come back to clean up the two brothers properly? No, he absolutely couldn't sleep over today. In case that strange man killed over in the middle of the night, both of their brothers' little lives would be lost. Brother, I'm going to sleep, so take stock of yourself. Zhang Li turned around and fell asleep, letting out a contented snore. Daisen Zhang, this brother can't be counted on at all. It's okay, he carries it himself. Zhang Dashan had an idea, and also lay down, actually quietly squinting his eyes and surveying the movements inside the room throughout the night. When Steward Wang greeted the crowd outside the next day, Zhang Dashan was still not asleep. Staying up all night wore him out. What's going on? How come that lady hasn't moved? It shouldn't be. Zhang Dashan walked out with reddened eyes, puzzled. Instead, it was his heartless younger brother who smelled the familiar scent, scurried out, yelled out that the mountain goddess was on the scene, and got 2 fragrant baked sweet potatoes. Daisen Zhang, it's true. Stupid people get stupid. Has this guy already forgotten that they have a mission to come to Qingzhou? Brother, aren't you going to eat? This baked sweet potato is even more flavorful than what we had before. Zhang Lu beckoned fiercely. Coming, you keep it for me. When Zhang Dashan heard this, he also immediately ran over, forgetting all about that whatever mission. Chapter 161, Confident Dr. Qi. The snow covered the sky and almost the entire deserted county. The whole world seemed to be buried in snow, and the howling cold wind almost made it impossible to open one's eyes. All this, however, did not stop the enthusiasm of the stragglers, and early in the morning they were assigned work by Steward Wang, shouting slogans while energetically building up bricks. Yet there were also those with frostbite who were sent to a nearby medical center, and they listened to the shouts from next door with envious expressions. Dr. Qi had only just had someone call for hot water, so he knew what this group of people were thinking, and smiled and persuaded. I know you are very envious, because the treatment in our deserted county is very good, and we like to give welfare to the workers and the workers' families, and we eat and drink and wear all kinds of things. Don't be in a hurry. Our desolate county's greatest shortage is workers. As long as you are physically recovered, you can immediately request to Steward Wang to participate in the work. Moreover, I have also heard that the house being built by this group of people is a cotton factory, and when the factory is established, more workers will be recruited again. So maybe there are not enough of all of you, so feel free to recuperate here, and there will always be a time when it will be necessary to use you. After some persuasion by Dr. Qi, those who were sent over to the stragglers finally put down their hearts, and settled down to be treated here. Dr. Qi, what if we don't have so much silver? I feel like we've used a lot of herbs these past few days living inside the medical center. There were older old women who were not too comfortable rubbing their hands together. The other strong young men were here to recuperate without worry. That was because they could always earn their way back. But she was too old and couldn't do any heavy work, and she couldn't bear the thought of wasting people's herbs here for nothing. But she can't help it. If she doesn't stay here to heal her wounds, there's no way to heal them. Maybe she won't even make it through the next month. Auntie Fong, you mustn't think so much. All these medicinal herbs were sent over from the barren mountainside. I just helped you guys with your diagnosis and treatment, and I also received the barren mountain's local specialties. Dr. Qi coughed in embarrassment. The Anyangzi of Arakan Mountain sent half a room of potatoes and sweet potatoes, all kinds of healing herbs to this side of the medical center, and said that she would continue to send them here afterward. What's wrong with him eating other people's food and using other people's money to help cure some sick people? He's still in a hurry if these people won't let him treat them. Auntie Fong, you'll definitely have to stay and work here in the future. Don't worry, all the workers in our desolate county have medical benefits. We'll treat you once a month for free and get you medicine. What? You're saying that you're old and afraid that you won't live to see that time? Auntie Fong, don't say that. Don't you know that many of the workers in our desolate county still work when their hair is all gray? That's why you look so old, because you've been working all day. In fact, you'll live a long time afterward if you nurse your body. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to other workplaces in a few days to see if there are any even older ones. Dr. She persuaded her bitterly for half a day, which slowly restored the confidence of the damsel in front of her, seeing the light slowly blossom in the elder lady's eyes, even patting her chest to indicate that she would definitely cooperate with the treatment. Dr. Chi finally sighed in relief and called his most well-behaved little apprentice over to watch over her from the side. God's pity, this lady looks to be stubborn. Just that posture. I'm afraid that one can't help but run out of the house. How can this be? This medical hall has long been barren mountain to the incorporation of the Chi doctor also has the cheek to recognize the barren mountain of the Tong God doctor as a master. I'm counting on running this medical center well every month and then visiting that old man in the deserted mountains to learn some medical skills. Since he had been incorporated, he had a treatment quota for this medical center every month. But the stragglers were almost extinct some time ago, and the workers had taken some medicine, and each one of them was doubly healthy. Linchun Medical Center has been for most of the month. Have not been much to pick up people. Now it is hard to catch so many people. Chi doctor, we're willing to let people run away. As long as you enter this medical center, you won't be able to get out until your body is healed. Dr. She sipped his tea while looking out the window at the heavy snow. In past winters, if it had snowed this much, everyone would have already started fretting and worrying about this winter. After all, if the snow closes the mountains, it will surely block the road outside. So where is enough food for everyone? In recent years, the court's harsh taxes are more and more. The last deserted county magistrate is still here to gold-plated. Simply do not care about things, resulting in many officials take advantage of the opportunity to withhold food, resulting in less and less food left in the hands of the people. Every winter are trembling with fear and trepidation. This winter, however, was the most comfortable one for the people of Arakan Mountain, and the people who did not dare to come out in the winter before dared to show their heads in the cold wind. For on most of them, warm cotton coats, thick cotton hats, and well-fitting cotton shoes were worn. Today's barren mountains are most populated with a variety of cotton products, the most popular being warm, thick quilts in addition to cotton clothing. All of this was brought about by the mountain goddess, who brought cotton seeds to the world, more food to fight famine, and hope to countless people. Dr. She thought in his mind that when this winter was over and the seeds of cotton and sweet potatoes and potatoes were circulated, more people would surely be saved. As for the cold winter, why the barren mountain could constantly send cotton clothes and all kinds of food. Is there any need to think about that? That was the mountain where the gods were. Anything is possible as long as it has to do with the mountain goddess. He smiled cheerfully and turned his head to hear his other apprentice shouting, Master, Master, come quickly. This patient thinks he's not sick and wants to run. What? It's so hard to get a spot together. And you want to run away? Chi Daifu immediately darted over, and sure enough, he saw the biggest prick of them all. Little brother Lu, how come it's you again? Wasn't it already said that both of your feet have been frozen unconscious? And if you don't get treatment in time, it's likely to be dangerous? Dr. Chi hated it and said, This one of them, how can they not be so worrying? Both feet are unconscious, can still jump around there, is not at all put their own body in the heart. If such a strong man were to be cured at his place, would he still want his reputation? LV Kuan face red. He was born an orphan. Every day by the neighbors scolded the bogeyman. From a young age to mix to the big, all rely on a body of brute force and not to be messed with the character. He only a few relatives are not good to get along with. Has long been for their disgusted through. Of course for this court even more disgusted, because Lu Kuan's parents was killed by the officials, only to cause him to be born without parents. So when he heard that a rebel army had appeared in Liangzhou and was recruiting soldiers, he immediately made his move with his own little pack on his back. But the thing that kills me is that Lu Kuan is a wayfarer, and he clearly asked for directions, but he somehow got out of Liangzhou, and he was fooled again, and only then did he get mixed up with this group of stragglers. Lu Kuan has already thought about it. No matter what, he can't continue to stay here. He still has to join the Liangzhou rebels to fight against the imperial court. But the strange thing was that he had only slept twice before arriving in this strange county, and now he was tucked away inside a medical center, receiving treatment. If these people had asked him to sign and draw a pledge to sell himself into slavery before giving such good treatment, Lu Kuan would be able to understand. But the group of people in the barren mountain said nothing from the beginning to the end. And not only did they take care of his food at every meal for the past few days, they let him eat very well at every meal. And now they were going to give him a free cure for his illness. From a young rampant to a big, Lu Kuan has never felt this kind of kindness. How he felt awkward. So in his mind a combination of things. Think cannot continue to stay to go. Must leave. So there was the present scene, where several of Dr. Chi's disciples were pulling, but they couldn't yank back the big man. When Dr. Chi arrived, he saw this brute-like fellow inside in his heart. Okay, don't you want to go? Don't you think you're not sick? Then you leave. After pestering for days, Dr. Chi also felt tired and waved his hand helplessly. The disciples looked at each other and stopped as well, obediently taking a few steps back. On the contrary, Lu Kuan himself dumbfounded. This doctor will not stay a little more. He does not necessarily have to leave. 1 step, 2 steps. He dragged his feet, which were frozen and almost unconscious, and slowly paced outside, constantly looking back in the direction of the medical center. Master, we're still 1 spot short this month. Are we just going to let him go? The eldest apprentice was puzzled. Yes, master. If we don't meet the standard this month, can we still have baked sweet potatoes and free cotton coats in the future? The second disciple nervously scratched his hair. Instead, it was Dr. Chi who was holding his own teacup with an inscrutable look on his face. Have you forgotten? I just said that Lady N will be here soon. With Lady N around, can he get away? It wasn't that he was bragging. That big guy was just as tall and strong as he looked, but in actuality, he couldn't even beat a Nyangzi with a single finger. That's how confident Dr. Chi is. Chapter 162 Lady N's Assurance. Sure enough, Dr. Chi hadn't even finished this tea when Lu Kuan was carried back. Dr. Chi, one of your patients inside this medical center ran out, and I see that his feet are almost frozen, so you have to keep a good eye on them. Lin Aniang carried this guy to the top of the wooden chair in the medical center like he was carrying a chicken cub. Frozen like this? If you don't get medical attention in time, you'll have to amputate your limbs. Tong Yiwen, who was following behind, squinted and bounced in, exaggerating. What? Amputation? Lu Kuan was shocked. He gets through every winter like this. Why is it so bad this time? Yes, my master is the Tong Divine Doctor, so there's no need for me to lie to you. Tong Yiwen nodded. If you don't get proper medical attention, you can only save your life by chopping off your legs. Lu Kuan barely fainted. Is frostbite that bad? I didn't think so before. Doctor, I'll cooperate with the healing. Let's go now. This time, Lu Kuan was completely honest. Anyway, he couldn't fight, and he still had to face the risk of amputation, so he might as well stay here. If he even loses his legs, how can he fight in the future? Dr. Chi was satisfied as could be, and it was true that every time someone from Desert Mountain came over, something good happened. But Dr. Chi, do you know who that woman just now really is? Can I fight her after I get better? Lu Kuan had already resigned himself to his fate, but before he did, he still wanted to struggle a bit. The woman just now looked very powerful, barely making a move before she subdued him. Lu Kuan looked extraordinarily envious, and he, who had never been defeated since he was a child, was already calculating in his mind how to fight again. Don't mess with Lady N. She's the most trusted devotee of the mountain goddess, and none of our magistrates dare to mess with her. Dr. Chi quickly shook his head. You'd better get well and do whatever you want when you're well. What Dr. Chi said later. Lu Kuan did not listen to it at all. He has been secretly thinking in his mind that in Nyangzi's force was simply heaven-defying. Even if he got well, he might not be able to beat it, or else take the opportunity to recognize the other party as his master. That's a good way to do it. When he gets better, he'll go and worship Nyangzi in the other room, naturally unaware that someone was planning to die trying to worship her as a teacher, was at the moment introducing Dr. Chi to her. Dr. Chi, this is Tong Yiwen. You should be very familiar with her. She is Dr. Tong's granddaughter. Next, she'll be working at the healing center as well, and will be teaching some new treatments, so maybe you'll all have to learn from her. Speaking here, Lin Aniang paused. She thought the oldest man might not be able to accept it. After all, Tong Yiwen is too young. In fact, once Dr. Chi heard that this was the granddaughter of Divine Dr. Tong, those eyes immediately lit up. That's for sure. Of course I have to follow and learn. It's the kind of opportunity that Chi Daifu was begging for. He and that group of old pedants is not the same. A medical skills are all from childhood to learn by stealth. Is because there is no systematic learning, only stumbled so many years, over 50 years before opening such a medical center. Now that Dr. Tong over in the provincial capital is willing to take him as an apprentice, and even let his granddaughter come over to guide him, he can't wait. It's just that our side of the medical center is still a bit small, and sometimes when there are a lot of patients, it's especially crowded. Dr. Chi wasn't embarrassed at all. He just felt that this medical center had limited space. That's good to know. We'll build a hospital next to the cotton factory, and then we'll have to invite Dr. She and your disciples over. Lin Anyang explained. Hospital? Dr. She looked puzzled. A hospital. That's where you treat people. It's bigger than a medical clinic, and it has an emergency department, an inpatient department, various departments. Tong Yuan took the initiative to walk up and explain. Several of Dr. She's other disciples were very interested in hearing this and discussed it together. Seeing that these people were getting along quite well, Lin and Yang nodded, opened her oil paper umbrella, and silently left the place. The cold wind was howling outside, yet she was wearing a snug cotton coat inside and a thick cloak wrapped around the outside, making her extra warm instead. "On Yang, over here." In the distance, Liang Shu beckoned to her. Liang Shu had the same cloak on her body, and the necklace ring around her neck pressed a pair of white fox armpit collars. The tips of the silver needle-like downy hairs were stained with beads of unmelted snow, gently and softly trembling in the wind. Seeing Lady Anne stride over, she took the gilt skeletonized hand burner from the old sister and gently placed it in Lady Anne's hands. Noticing that Lady Anne's ears were red from the cold, she drew the other side of her prepared white fox armpit collar over to the other side and encircled it. Thanks. Lin Anyang was a little less comfortable. She wasn't good at rejecting other people's kindness, so she clutched her collar tightly and nodded. It's nothing. I also have to thank you for bringing me to such a good place, or else I'd definitely still be stuck inside the mire of the marquee, living and dying. Liang Shu hailed, her eyebrows smiling. During that time when she had just been reborn, she did intend to ruthlessly retaliate back, and if she hadn't come to the barren mountain, she would have already done it. But then on second thought, it's just a bunch of crappy people. There's no need to get her stuck in them for the rest of her life. So Liang Shu simply and neatly collected all of her dowry, dug a big hole for the group of people from the marquee house, and waved her sleeve to leave. Didn't you think that she was dispensable? Didn't you think that she had harmed the entire marquee family and was still occupying the position of the first wife? Since this was the case, Liang Shu but to see how miserable that group of people were without themselves. The marquee house has long been in the red, and it was only in her last life that she was foolish enough to fill it with her own dowry, which wasn't enough, and also sold various stores and farms, just to make things better for that group of people. Nowadays, when Liang Shu thought back carefully, she found it unbelievable. She was crazy at first, wasn't she? And Yang, you don't have to worry. After a while, my teleportation ability will still be able to improve. At that time, I'll take you to Chongzhou and pick up your daughter. As soon as Liang Shu thought about those things in her last life, she felt bad luck and simply put those behind her. The woman in the blue cloak, with her willowy eyebrows arched, spoke warmly to Lady Anne and gave her assurances. Lin Anyang's eyes burned. It was natural for her to return the kindness of others, so she patted her chest and made a promise as well. If you want to deal with those people from the marquee residence, all you need to do is talk to me, and I'll immediately go over and break all of their legs. Chapter 163, Primary Gods. Congratulations on gaining 20,000 faith values. Currently 150,000 faith values in 898 believers. Title, Mountain Goddess. Level, Primary God, upgraded. Abilities, Blessing of the Mountain God. Hand of the Gods, Blessing of the Mountain God. Blessing of the Mountain God. Absolute Mastery, newly unlocked. Wish of all beings, primary divine ability. Area, Arakiyama County, Gyeongsang County. Temples, 3. Homesteads in the Barren Mountains, red soil *30, black soil *50. Redeemed seeds, cotton, sweet potatoes, corn, sugar cane, soybeans. Redeemed drawings, dugout yards, Kong houses, 201 houses built. Yuluo opened the system panel and found that after upgrading the primary gods, these data were becoming more and more comprehensive, which was convenient for her to summarize her statistics. Now that more and more believers believed in the mountain god, the rate at which the faith value rose was very satisfying to her. Primary gods have become full-fledged gods and have a certain amount of self-preservation, and can double their abilities for believers. In other words, the ability of Lin Anyang today was equivalent to the 2 Lin Anyangs before. Of course, with all of her devotees' abilities enhanced, it was expected that those people would be able to react quickly. Not only that, but her mountain temple could be upgraded without having to use the previous clay statues. Yuluo clicked one key to upgrade, and soon the direction of the mountain god temple bloomed with bursts and bursts of golden light, and the group of believers who were kneeling and worshipping inside were all teleported out, shouting outside that the mountain goddess had manifested her spirit. This was Yuluo's intention of not letting those people go through all the trouble of building a mountain god temple. After she became a primary god, she could naturally upgrade with a single click. There was no need to let those people build a temple there in the cold winter weather while being frozen to the ground. Outside the temple, old lady Gongsun, who was leading a group of Arakan mountain believers, where they routinely offered sacrifices, knelt down again with the crowd. After winter came, Yuluo changed the frequency of worship to once every half a month, and the temple upgrade happened to coincide with this group of worship, and a group of believers were shocked. Old ancestor, the entire temple is wrapped in golden light. Lin Mao looked in the direction of the temple with a longing face, his heart overwhelmed with awe. Old Mrs. Gongsun naturally also saw the golden light blooming around the temple, or else she wouldn't have brought the believers around her to kneel down in the first place. After waiting to kneel on the ground, she gazed carefully at the mountain goddess temple in front of her, with a trance-like yet familiar feeling, as if not long ago, this was how she had led the people around her to worship the mountain goddess here, and the same golden light she had seen blossoming from the temple. It was only that the golden light seen last time flickered and passed away, and many people didn't even notice it, yet the golden light in front of them was incomparably dazzling, as if it was a round of sun hanging on the edge of a barren mountain. The same scene occurred at the mountain god temples in Arakan County as well as in Qing County, and the people all reacted in the same way, kneeling down to the temples. In addition, Yuluo also heard the sound of countless people wishing. A woman praying for her elderly parents to be safe and sound. The child prayed for his father to go out and return safely, and then bring a string of sugar gourds to himself. The patient prayed to drive away the body's demons. The upcoming examination of the scholar prayed for the next year. The gold list, years of pregnancy. Couples pray for a child. Farmers prayed for the next year of wind and rain, a plentiful harvest of food. More and more voices are coming through, and the ability, wish of all beings, is shining above the system panel. It turned out that the ability of the wish of all beings was used in such a way that she was able to hear the wishes in the hearts of countless believers. Although Yuluo was able to know before, it was all from the system panel above, and he had to view them one by one. But nowadays, she could hear the prayers from all directions with just a thought, and could even catch the wishes of those devotees and give feedback. Only there are some wishes that she can't catch, because these people wish for fair winds and rain and for the snow to stop. System, these wishes involve the power of heaven and earth, and there is no way for your ability to change the current state of this world. This world is a fusion of many fictional worlds, and it's already turbulent, not something that can be changed that well. When you become a high-level deity, you can control the changes in heaven and earth with a single thought, and only then will you be able to see exactly what the world looks like, and you can also help the heavenly Tao repair this world together. Yuluo nodded her head. She had thought of that as well, and it seemed that she would have to continue upgrading before she could do so. Not long, the golden light of the temple dispersed little by little. The three temples are all new, especially the barren mountainside of the mountain temple even doubled the size of the temple, from a small house into a large courtyard, which has a green stone path, full of flowers. The clay statue turned into an exquisite stone statue with distinctive and three-dimensional features. Long eyebrows lowered, eyelids half closed, a little red mole in the center of the eyebrow, and a sad and compassionate heart. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time walked in to take a look, and all of them rounded their eyes in shock. This temple, it actually changed on its own? It must be that the mountain goddess has remodeled her mountain temple and the gods have reappeared. The crowd flung themselves down to the futon on the temple floor, each one looking pious. Only old Mrs. Gongsun glanced at the flowers that filled the yard, her pale eyes falling into a frenzy. Worthy of being the mountain goddess, she had caused 100 flowers to blossom in this cold winter, making this side of the mountain god temple as warm as spring. It was a pity that while the mountain goddess had such great power, they, the believers, had not been able to build more mountain goddess temples for the mountain goddess, so that the reputation of the mountain goddess could be spread throughout the entire central continent. Well, she'll be damned. Old Mrs. Gongsun's heart was shaken and she only felt incomparably guilty. Old ancestor? Lin Mao noticed that his ancestral grandmother's expression wasn't quite right and quietly shouted out. Old Mrs. Gongsun waved her hand, and although she didn't say anything on the surface, she had already made a decision inside. The reputation of the mountain goddess must be carried farther. The Valley of the Barren Hills. 80 acres of land have now been cleared on this side of the valley. 50 acres of black land and 30 acres of red land. Red soil comes with its own fertilizers and grows very fast no matter what crops are planted, and the food grown is sweeter than black soil, so these red lands are usually used for new crops, and today the top 30 acres are filled with sugarcane and soybeans. These two were not novel crops, they were already grown in this part of Liang, but the seeds given down by the mountain goddess were of even better quality and the crops grown were very pleasing. Lu Bai twisted the soybeans in his hands and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even in modern times, there are no seeds this good. If you use the newly harvested soybeans to extract oil, it's sure to be a special grade oil. It is a pity that the ancient method of oil extraction is so backward that it not only requires a lot of manpower, but also has a low oil yield, and the oil extracted is cloudy and needs to be precipitated before it can be used. This kind of soybean making tofu, bean curd, as well as all kinds of soybean products must be very tasty as well. Zhang Long took a look at it, and also began to miss the tofu brain he had eaten before, as well as the handmade spicy slices. There is also sugarcane. The quality of these sugarcane is also very good. It tastes crisp and sweet, very juicy. Not only can it be eaten as a fruit, it is also capable of making sugar. With so many people in our barren mountains, we consume quite a lot of sugar, so why don't we find another batch of people to make sugar? Zhang Rage misses the brown sugar made from pure sugarcane. When she has her monthly menstrual cycle, she drinks a cup of brown sugar and ginger tea or makes a bowl of brown sugar and egg tea, which makes her feel warm all over. But how, exactly, do you make oil and sugar? She scratched her hair and asked her sister in her head. The other wasn't sure. Being modern people, they buy what they need, and who would specialize in how sugar has to be made when they can buy it for a few dollars? But salt, they were slightly impressed. Like sea salt, lake salt, well salt. These are all ways to make salt. But what about white sugar? The people looked at Gu Rue at the back, because this guy had instructed them in building the earthen kiln and making bricks before, so they should know something about oil extraction and sugar making, right? Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Gu Rue subconsciously wanted to hold up his glasses. However, the empty feeling in his hand made him recall that he had already traveled across the world and his eyesight had returned to normal. So naturally, he didn't need to wear glasses. He shook his head, then nodded. Actually, I don't know how to extract oil or sugar, but no tool can be separated from mathematical principles. The steam engine, for example, don't look like it was only made in the industrial age, but as long as we know how it works, we can absolutely make a primitive version of the steam engine using things like bronze, leather, animal fats, and pistons. All the other tools are also the same principle. Generally, ancient oil extraction is to use manpower or levers for hammering, but if you want to reduce the manpower and improve the quality of the oil extraction is not impossible. We can completely use Archimedes' principle to make out the screw press. This kind of machine is more efficient than the levers, and it can not only be used to extract oil, but also used for brewing wine. Of course, movable type can also be evenly pressurized using a screw press, a machine that can also be used for printing. The next step is to make sugar. Nowadays Liang has stone honey, but stone honey has more impurities. If you want to separate the impurities, you can do centrifugal separation. Gu Rue didn't say too much, but simply stated a few principles, and the people around him were puzzled. Everyone got it, except for Haiyun, who was in magic, who listened in confusion. She used to be just a liberal arts student too. Where did she know so many math principles? But so as not to stand out in particular, she coughed. These principles are very practical indeed. If you guys need magical help, just talk to me. There's quite an abundance of magic on this side of the barren mountain. Some things can be used instead of magic, too. Haiyun blinked her eyes. She just couldn't understand it before she brought up magic. However, they found a few people across the street shaking. Gu Rue, yeah, technologies that can't be done in this era can be completely replaced with magic, or various abilities. Haiyun was even more confused when she heard it. Magic combined with science? How can this be combined? Chapter 164, Sugar Machines. While Haiyun couldn't figure it out, the others had already dragged the crowd of barren mountains and started to study it. It is true that people do not know the steps of oil extraction and sugar production, but combined with the existing steps in Liang, as well as the knowledge they learned before, they have an idea in mind, and they pulled Wu Carpenter, as well as that believer in Arakan Mountain who can control the metal, and kept trying it out. The first step in making sugar is definitely to press the sugar cane, and the method that already exists in Liang today is to use wooden sticks and stone mills, but this method is too labor-intensive and requires sufficient strength, and not all of us are as vigorous as in Yangtze. If we want to save labor, it's nothing more than using the principle of leverage, but we can absolutely take it a step further and make the screw press I mentioned before, where the oil extraction wooden tools, there are wedges, spirals, the power of 1,000 pounds. This quote is from Tiangong Keifu. It doesn't matter if you are not clear. The principle is the same. It is a very important tool. Not only can be used for oil extraction, but also can be used for sugar production. The core is to use the Archimedes spiral principle, the rotational force into vertical pressure. Gu Rue was holding a wooden stick and explaining on the stage, while Zhang Jing and Lu Bai beside him were pondering, constantly making notes there with homemade charcoal pencils and writing out their new ideas. However, Haiyun was just like everyone else inside the room, but she listened with a blank face. The look on everyone's face is the same. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell am I doing? What did I just hear? How did it go by in a whoosh? I can't remember it at all. Over there, Gu Rue was still continuing. I know the general process of the screw press, but the specific details need to be discussed carefully, and the finished product needs to be carefully polished. Screw presses can also be used to make wine and paper. This machine is extraordinarily important for the barren mountains and everyone should do their part. So when this brainstorming session is over, I'll present your ideas and I'll see if anyone offers a better way. In addition to the screw press, of course, we had to work on other machines, such as the double-acting piston bellows used to fuel the fire, which sends high pressure into the hearth, increasing the firepower, boiling the sugar for less time, and being able to reduce the risk of scorching. A group of people at the bottom, / is identical to _ is identical to, equals, especially those who came from the Mountain God School in Arakan County and specifically came over to learn mathematical knowledge. That was even more of a double take. They had just figured out how to calculate encounters and various math problems, and they thought they had reached the top of the heap. But what the hell were they listening to today? Why can't they understand any of it? After working hard for over a month and going back to liberation, they even felt a little more lost listening to it today because they had absolutely no idea how to turn in their papers. Soon a lesson passed, a group of husband and wife red-faced to write a few words, which turned in the test paper, as if the whole person was emptied. Guru had collected a bunch of papers and was dragging a group of people to study how to make a screw press when he looked up and saw Su Rurong's figure. Magistrate Su, you're here too. Do you want to discuss it together? Next to him, Lu Bai's eyes lit up. He had long known that this Magistrate Su was also a traveler, only that he hadn't had much formal communication yet. Su Ruirong glanced at the group of husbandmen and found that the group had weak feet and pale faces, so she was a bit teary-eyed. A group of husbandmen looked at him with tears in their eyes, as if they wanted the magistrate to get them out. However, the group was disappointed because Su Rurong happened to have nothing to do today, so she agreed in one breath. Alright, I'll go and take a look as well. After traveling for so long, he hadn't had much of a good talk with his old countrymen, and he missed it more than anything else. And since these machines were all very important and related to the future oil and sugar mills of Wasteland County, he naturally had to study them together. Come on, we're together. He grinned. It just so happens that those principles, which I haven't forgotten much about, might provide some ideas. A group of folks. Is the magistrate so powerful too? So they're the only ones in this group who dish? As if she could see what was going on in the group's minds, Haiyan took a step back while getting high on melon seeds, with an expression that seemed to say, you guys mustn't bring me along. I can be very powerful. One magic spell flung at you, and you'll all be massacred. The group of husbandmen were incredulous. They looked at each other with immense pain. What are you walking for? It's better to keep studying. Cotton mills, textile mills, sugar mills, oil mills. In the temple, Yuluo also listed them one by one. It seems that this latest group of stragglers pulled over is still not enough. Chapter 165, Heaven Saves Those Who Save Themselves. The system was stunned for a moment when it saw her list so many factories. Are you planning an industrial revolution? Why are you suddenly building so many factories? Yuluo shook his head. What kind of industrial revolution? I've just experienced so much and suddenly realized a truth. System serious face, what sense? You can have a chat with me. In any case, the mental state of the host must be stabilized. Yuluo, heaven saves those who save themselves. Heaven helps those who help themselves. And heaven abandons those who abandon themselves. You see this world destined for chaos, even if you try to save them. Once they themselves have no hope of survival, it's all for naught. It's true that I can save my believers, but I can only save their lives in times of crisis. But if this group of people want to live peacefully and have a better life, they still have to rely on themselves. When this winter passes and more people join the rebels, the situation in Liang will only become more and more chaotic, and there will be more and more stragglers in the future. We can take in thousands, even tens of thousands on our side, but can we take in hundreds of thousands? Millions? System, you don't need to admit so many people. Just spread your reputation and make them believe in you. Won't that be enough? What a salvation in faith itself in the days of darkness. Why else would there be so many false gods in this world? Yuluo shook his head again. Faith in itself is indeed a kind of salvation, but I want to do more than just this kind of nebulous salvation. I want to open up these factories so that more and more displaced people can have hope of life, so that they can be fed and clothed, which you can also understand as food for work. In this way, these people who receive tangible benefits will truly believe in me. System, but there are still many false gods in this world. They will take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos. Those rebels aren't to be messed with. And can the factory really be safe when it's open out there? Yuluo cupped his chin. So, I need more powerful believers to help guard those factories. My hope is that the factory will provide them with a chance to save their lives and a place of temporary refuge when the chaos comes. Of course, this was only Yuluo's vision, and nowadays she didn't have so many available ability believers. Moreover, the machines needed for the factory were not developed. Yuluo originally thought that she would have to wait for a few more months, but who knew that after Liang Shu sensed the ability to improve, she used her teleportation ability at the first opportunity to bring Lin Aniang to Qing City. When they spent 2 days traveling in the dust to the mountain god temple in Qingcheng, Zhong Hong and the others were stunned. Lady An, why are you here now? He said in shock. The road outside of Qingcheng had been blocked by ice and snow, and there was no way to come over, either by carriage or by riding alone. So how did Lady An, who was far away in the deserted county of Qingzhou, come over? Lin and Nyang's eyes had been moist since she saw her youngest daughter, and she subconsciously ran over and held her daughter in her arms. Wichan's little head froze, and she froze in place for half a second before she quietly hugged her mother back. My ability is special. I can directly teleport over. Don't tell the public about this kind of thing. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Liangshu couldn't help but arched her eyebrows when she saw how happy Nyangzi was. We're going back tomorrow. Do you want to leave together? Zhong Hong was very moved, but still shook his head. The mountain god temple on this side of Qing City needs to be guarded, and if we all leave, there will be no one to officiate. Seeing that none of them had shown up, the people of Qingcheng would surely panic, feeling abandoned by the mountain goddess, and that he had to stay here. Liangshu could understand. She was too excited when she came here and forgot to call a few people over to help, but it was fine. The teleportation ability had been upgraded. It would be the same to bring people over next time. By the way, Miss Xiong, the group of husbandmen from Wasteland Mountain asked me to bring over a few designs, and they told you to take a look at them to understand. Zhong Yan was stunned. There was even something about her? Those people in the barren mountains knew about her? She opened it up and her eyes instantly glazed over. It turned out to be the initial design of the screw press, and although there were some misdrawings, she could tell at a glance. The other few designs were also not drawn by someone from this era. So the group of Fujoshi from the barren mountain were also travelers? Is the world crazy, or is she crazy? Crossers have to be counted in swarms now? No matter what, Zhong Yan was still very happy to meet a fellow countryman in this world. With a wave of her hand, she revised the design overnight, changing all the drawings those people sent over. And in the end, she also included a design of a simple lathe. This lathe has a foot pedal and uses a crank to rotate the spindle, somewhat similar to the medieval European bow lathe, but with even more superior performance. You only need to step on the footplate to rotate the tool to work on wood, bone, or soft metals, which can free up your hands, and is perfect for fine work. This was something Zhong Yan had adapted from the existing tools in this world, thinking that it should be usable on the barren mountainside. Liang Shu looked at it for half a day, and that didn't make a lick of sense. However, she also knew that this kind of design should be very important and placed it inside the wooden box as if it was a treasure. This lathe is the most delicate lathe I have designed so far according to the level of this world, but even so, I have to find some experienced craftsmen to try it out, otherwise the parts produced may not be too round. Zhong Yan went over all the points that needed attention. However, how could a Liang Shu who was born in ancient times since she was a child understand? In the end she simply tugged on Zhong Yan's sleeve and decisively said, "Why don't you follow us? I think they need you very much. Sister, you go ahead and take a look at the barren mountain. I'll just stay here." Zhong Hong grinned. Zhong Yan looked back at this brother. She always felt that her second brother saw something. "You guys don't worry about going over there. I'll just stay here, and I'll still be able to accompany Xiao Chan for a while longer." Lin Anian spoke decisively. Anyway, with Lin Xiao and Lin Zhu, these two little girls have already gotten acquainted with Gongsun old lady, and sometimes even took the initiative to go over and stay overnight in order to play with their little friends. Moreover, the Arakan school managed meals, and the two little ones wouldn't starve, and she wanted to stay in Qingcheng and see where her little daughter lived, to make up for all these years of indebtedness. Although the youngest daughter was secretly sold by old Mrs. Lin, it was indeed a dereliction of duty on her part as a mother, failing to protect her own daughter. "Xiao Chan, let's go outside and have some fun. How about it?" Lin and Yang smoothed her daughter's hair, her expression extraordinarily soft. Wichan nodded her head and subconsciously held her mother's hand tightly. The mother and daughter walked further and further away, so Zhong Yan took the initiative to follow Liang Shu away. With Zhong Yan on board, the tools needed for sugar and oil production were quickly designed, and after repeated improvements by Carpenter Wu and that believer in competence, the final product was stunning. The oil fried with those soybeans, although not as clear and bright as modern soybean oil, does not need too much precipitation. Just put it for a while, and it becomes clear in color, and if used for cooking, it tastes very fresh. In addition to oil extraction from soybeans, peanuts, canola, and some other foods can be extracted as well, and we can also improve the current machines and work on another batch of machines. Surely, in addition to the oil and sugar mills, the cotton and textile mills must also use machines? I looked at the currently existing spinning wheel. I think it can be improved again. You all know the character of Huang Daobao in the Yuan dynasty, right? She revolutionized the hand crank spinning wheel for the 3-spindle-foot spinning wheel, both hands at the same time to operate 3 spindles. Spinning efficiency doubled. However, if we're going to research, we're definitely going to research the best of the best, and I suggest that we all work together on a machine similar to the Jenny spinner, which spins 8 yarns at the same time and is much faster. However, all of these are inseparable from manpower. If there is a water source on this side of the barren mountain, we can completely build the textile factory near the river and create out of the Song dynasty's water-powered big spinning wheel, which is able to drive dozens of spindles at the same time. This time, it was Zhang Yan who was now on top of the podium, and she was excitedly explaining how various machines were made, the principles of making them, and the machines needed in various factories. Next to Lu Bai, Gu Rui and Zhang Jing were taking notes in unison, while a group of dizzy husband and wife below were staring with clear eyes and cloudy eyes. What is going on? Oh, they thought a few days ago, Gu Fuzi, Lu Fuzi, and Zhang Fuzi, 3 people have been very powerful. Who knows that a mountain is even higher than a mountain? There are actually more powerful. They already couldn't understand it the other day, and today they were listening to heavenly books, but there was one thing that they could still tell, and that was that there were a lot of big shots in Desolation Mountain. How in the world did this group of people come to this knowledge? Can be really magical? The original machine production also involves so much knowledge. Morong patrol after class just heard this side of the commotion, quietly in the back to listen for a long time, suddenly greatly shocked. How come the group didn't call him? He could have studied too. Morong patrol's heart was stirred. How much knowledge he had missed out on. He thought about it left and right, but he still didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity, and took the initiative to find Zhang Jing and ask her to help him enroll. Zhang Jing, here to learn all the math man. Morong Deju is a language teacher. What are you studying here? However, looking at Morong Fuzi's eyes expectantly, she still agreed. Let's hope the husband can sleep peacefully at night after listening to the lesson. Chapter 166. Morong Patrol didn't manage to get any sleep, and even his group of disciples had a hard time sleeping through the night, thinking that he was a great scholar, but he couldn't even understand the simple principles of those machine designs. How could this be possible? No, he had to get up and think harder about what was going on with that centrifugal separation, and what was the high-pressure air involved inside the double-acting piston airbox. Why is it that by using a conical clay pot and covering it with yellow clay, that sugar gets decolorized and becomes white sugar? And what is a thermometer? Why do copper beads measure temperature? The more Morong Patrol thought about it, the more confused he became, and in the end his head almost became mush. He couldn't think clearly, so he went to find those disciples of his own to discuss it together. The disciples didn't see the master so entangled, and it's not good for them to sleep by themselves, so a group of people just stared dryly at the place, and had a tormented night. The next day Morong Patrol still can't figure it out, but he thinks it's very likely that he learned too little. Is simply waved his hand. All of his disciples are rushed over to learn. A group of disciples screamed in agony, and also shared the same confused eyes as those surrounding Fujoshi, as if they had entered outer space. Putting this bit of talent in you, you're all stupid for reading the holy books every day. Those articles you read are all dead. Only the knowledge we are learning now is alive. Listen to the words of the master and study here seriously. Morong Patrol has been keenly aware of how practical in the end, the principles taught by these few husband and wife in front of them. Just a simple addition of a few principles, to produce a lot of labor saving, to help the people to work the machine. That is how precious if it is not in the barren mountain, it is the hand of 10,000 gold. Are not necessarily able to find this kind of talent, are not necessarily able to get people to teach it. It was only the barren mountains, and as long as they were all devotees of the mountain goddess, they would not be turned away. Jade, you need to listen carefully too. He quietly poked the young apprentice next to him. Liang Yu was the one who had caught up not long ago, but after coming to the barren mountain, she had kept a low profile and hadn't shown her face much. Who knew that coming to see Master today would yield such a great surprise? All of these husbandmen in the barren mountains were actually travelers, and these people were actually studying how to build factories in ancient times. Liang Yu's little heart was thumping, even forgetting what his own master had said, and staring ahead with a burning gaze the entire time. She was naturally able to understand these principles because Liang Yu had only just finished her college entrance exams before crossing over. Who knows, a broken foot came to this strange world. Good thing the mother consort is very resourceful. Since childhood let her female disguised as a man, Liang Yu was able to obtain everything today. Otherwise how could a princess go out as she pleased? And how could she worship her teacher for the science exams? It is a pity that the mother consort died 2 years ago, and now even the master is exiled. Liang Yu's heart is not in the right place, so she found an excuse to chase after him. It was fortunate that she had followed her to the barren mountains, or else she wouldn't have seen so many of her fellow villagers. On the stage, Zhong Yan was still there explaining. The design has been modified to the final version. Let's do the experiment next. We'll start with a simple centrifugal molasses separator production. The making of this machine is very simple. It only requires a bamboo woven rotating cage and a wooden shaft, The principle is to separate the nectar from the crystals by centrifugal force in rotation. We can either crank it by hand or it can be driven by water power. And since we are making a factory, we surely have to study how to make good use of the water power. Who's going to try? The group of Fujoshi on the stage instantly shrunk their heads. They can't understand it at all. Master Zhong. I'll do it. Liang Yu's eyes shone brightly. I'm coming to join you. What palace? What father? What royal status? What struggle for power? Which is not as fragrant as building factories with fellow villagers. This is building factories in ancient times. If they can research those tools similar to those in modern times, maybe they can start an industrial revolution. Liang Yu instantly left the so-called father and a group of brothers behind, her eyes shining brightly as she ran over. She did whatever Zhang Yan said. She also responds instantly to whatever principles these people bring up, and sometimes comes up with alternative scenarios. In this way, these people had roughly understood that this was probably another traveler. It didn't matter. The Arakan just had a lot of travelers, and they couldn't be happier to have one more fellow traveler, one more person to contribute. Only Morong Patrol and the group of disciples at the very back looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't help but question themselves in their minds. How did this brain grow? How come they still couldn't understand when their young apprentice/junior apprentice understood? Even Morong Patrol, a great scholar, was in the wind. Chapter 167 Warming Jade Pendant. The first batch of machines researched in Arakan was quickly constructed, and to test the effectiveness of these machines for oil and sugar production, this group of husbandmen personally took their students to make them, and squeezed out a batch of brightly colored oil. There are no impurities in the brown sugar produced, and bag after bag of brown sugar cubes looked very pleasing. Even the white sugar, which was made decently, was just a little yellowish. The oil and brown sugar can already be put into production, but the decolorization of the white sugar is not in place. We still have to continue to research the machine and improve the process, in order to produce pure white sugar. Zhong Yan was not too satisfied with the results of the white sugar. Before she was reborn, she worked in a physics institute, striving for excellence in everything, and she simply couldn't accept such minor flaws. Yet for the populace of Arakan, what these machines produce has been beyond their reach. Where have these ordinary people seen this texture of soybean oil and white sugar? And it's amazing that there's no sand inside the brown sugar. It tastes very sweet, and all without sand. I'm afraid this quality is only available to those royalty. Of course, this group of people were not in the least bit aware that even the emperor could not enjoy oil and sugar of this quality, not to mention the royalty in the palace. The craftsmanship of this world is nowhere near that, and if it weren't for a group of travelers working on the machine, I'm afraid it would take another 100 years. Dr. Zhong, this level can already be put into production. If we go too far and produce white sugar that is as white as snow, we'll get into trouble instead. Zhang Jing shook her head. My younger sister, Zhang Zui, likes to read some historical crossover novels, and along with that, Zhang Jing also knows quite a bit about these novels. It's amazing enough that all this white sugar they've researched and come up with. There's no need to spend any more on machine research. The ancient process simply couldn't achieve the results they wanted, and it continued to take time, and I don't know how long it would take to research it. Zhong Yan was very regretful and could only wave her hand helplessly. Alright then, let's finalize this batch of machines, and I'll take some time to work out the drawings for those large water conservancy machines. Today all they have developed are machines that rely on human labor, and large water-powered textile machines like that will continue to take time. But this time of year it was winter and there was no use for large water-powered machines, just enough to give them plenty of time to think. I'll lead my apprentice to make the wooden machines. I'll definitely use the fastest speed to make the machines needed for the factory, and I'll rely on Lin Tong for the rest. Carpenter Wu patted his chest and assured, Lin Tong's ability could melt metal, and with her in the right place, we'll be able to work with the simple lathes to create the machinery everyone wanted. The barren mountain soon came alive again, and even in this cold weather, everyone remained enthusiastic. Outside the weather is cold. Lin Mel simply let Zhang Mazui in the valley inside and outside to build a few houses. The study of drawings of a group of husband into the inside, for fear of this group of flexible head to freeze. Seeing Zhang Lai raise the wall of earth and get busy there, Lin Mo huffed into her hands. Old ancestor, do you think we should move the schoolhouse here as well? The weather outside is getting colder and colder, and the children in that house almost froze their hands when they were doing their homework. Old Mrs. Gongsun looked at the crops inside the valley and eventually shook her head. The secrets inside the valley are not suitable to be known by those children. A group of children are simple-minded, and outsiders only need to casually ask about them. Even if Arakan is primed for development, we have to be careful. Old Mrs. Gongsun had a serious face. She absolutely had to guard the mountain goddess's barren mountain. She couldn't make a mess of the place. Perhaps you could ask that Haiyun child. She might have a new way to keep warm. Old Mrs. Gongsun saw very clearly that there was currently a group of people in the barren mountain that seemed to come from other worlds. Moreover, The goddess of the mountain is very fond of these people, and has brought many travelers one after another. Originally, the old lady Gongsun still had some taste, and then saw that this group of people have made such a great contribution to the barren mountains, and now they have developed all kinds of machines needed by the factories. Then there is no more heart at all. Although that group of people spoke strangely on weekdays, they were indeed very good, and wasn't it very normal for good people to be loved by the mountain goddess? Old Mrs. Gongsun gradually walks away, and Lin Mal decisively goes in search of Xia Yan. Nowadays, Haiyan also had her own academy, and she was teaching about 10 children who loved magic to draw magic formations. Sister Mal, there you are. A group of children were indulging in magic formations. Xia Yan brought Lin Mal to the next room. This room was imposed by her mute formation, that is, fighting inside. The outside could not hear any movement. Miss Xia, do you have a way to get warm? It's like a charcoal fire that heats up the room, Lin Mal explained. After living with that group of travelers for a few months, the words that came out of her mouth were so much more similar to modern people. Heating, that's fine. It just so happens that I've worked out the magic formation for heating in the past 2 days. But this formation requires magic stones to replenish it, and I didn't find any magic stones here. So this problem is currently unsolvable. When the other old folks were studying the various machines, Haiyan helped out on the side, and could indeed carve magic formations on them to improve the efficiency of those machines. However, as soon as she left, those magic formations wouldn't last long and would soon dissipate. The two men looked at each other. Rimmer can't understand what a magic stone is, and Haiyan feels lost that she can't give everyone a hand. There was no way to support the magic array for too long when the deserted mountain was so abundant with magic, let alone those places outside where the magic was thin. Miss Xia, why don't you ask the mountain goddess? The mountain goddess is omniscient and may be able to enlighten you. Lim's tone was a little proud. In her mind, the mountain goddess was omnipotent. Haiyan fell into deep thought, and she felt that this was one way to do it. And so Yuluo, who was checking the ground and checking the range of his activities, heard the heartfelt voice of that magical girl. After the believers and faith values were raised, Yuluo's range of activities went beyond the mountain god's temple. She could go around the nearby 2,000 meters, and occasionally encounter villagers from the Lin family village and the Zhang family village. This range of motion is much greater than when you just crossed over. System, is there anything similar to a magic stone inside the mall? After Yuluo heard the heartbeat, he also started to look up in the system mall. The system yawned and floated out like a wandering spirit. Where in this world are magic stones? The reason why Haiyan was able to use magic in the barren mountains was because she relied on your divine power. The powers in this world are all connected. That Wang Wan is right. All laws have the same origin, and the divine power of the gods is above all powers. You've spent so much time in the barren mountain. Your divine power has long since spread to every corner of this mountain. So in Wang Wan and Xia Yan's opinion, this place is very rich in aura and magic power. Yuluo listened thoughtfully as she thought about the abilities that Ming had bestowed on the other believers. Those people were able to use them at any time, and they would upgrade with their own power. What if she blesses Haiyan? But then again, Haiyan was different from ordinary people, being good at magic herself. So what was she blessing the other party with that would solve the problem? Yuluo rummaged through the mall for half a day and finally saw a fist-sized crystal stone. Special crystal pen, all words and lines written down can store part of the writer's energy. Requires 500 contribution points. Do you want to buy? Today's 500 contribution points were just a sprinkle for Yuluo. And the fact that Xia Yan could provide a magical artifact for warmth was also very beneficial to the barren mountain. She bought this special white crystal pen and just waved her hand and sent it to Haiyan. Kneeling inside the temple, Haiyan opened her eyes to see the sparkling white crystal and was simply ecstatic. She gave the mountain goddess 3 more reverent obeisances before gleefully taking the crystal pen and kneeling on top of the futon to study the heating magical device. If the magic formation was carved on top of a bamboo piece, or iron block, it could also store energy. However, the effect was not that ideal. But if you replace it with a jade pendant, an onyx, the magical array will last a long time. The barren mountains were different from the mountains, and she still had to go to the mountains to study them. But before she left, she at least remembered Lin Mal and threw over the first piece of warming jade pendant she had crafted, and immediately afterward, she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Lin Mal was startled to see a jade pendant of such good color being thrown over. Luckily, she caught it in time and clutched the jade pendant in her hand. Only just into her hand, she felt a heat radiating from the jade pendant, and soon her entire body became warm. The feeling was warmer than a charcoal fire burning inside the room. It worked so fast? I'm sure it's worthy of the mountain goddess. Lin Mal was so excited that she couldn't wait to take the jade pendant over to old Mrs. Gongsun to check it out. Old ancestor, I've just been out there for so long and I don't even feel the cold, because this jade pendant emits a constant stream of warmth. Old Mrs. Gongsun held it in her hands and was equally amazed. Did Miss Xia say anything else? She couldn't wait to ask. Lin Mal shook her head. She just wanted to ask questions too, but the other party disappeared in a blink of an eye, running faster than a rabbit. Chapter 168. At night, old Mrs. Gongsun urgently summoned all the people over. Whether it was the husband who studied the drawings, the carpenter Wu who made the machine, Lin Tong, or those under the mountain, all of them rushed back. Since everyone is already here, I won't sell the story. Dr. Zhong, how's the research going on your side? When will the machines needed for the oil extraction factory and the sugar factory be made? Old Mrs. Gongsun had a serious face. Old madam, I'm afraid the first batch of machines will still take half a month. Zhong Yan did some math and replied. In fact, with a normal machine, it would definitely take several months, but both Carpenter Wu and Lin Tong had the ability to go much faster than normal, and half a month would be enough. Very well. Old Mrs. Gongsun nodded. I asked you to come here today, in addition to finding out about the progress of the factory machines, on another very important matter. Mal found the Liangzhou rebel spies at the last stragglers he recruited over and heard those two spies talking. They said that the Liangzhou rebels suffered a defeat in Liangzhou, and the leader, King Weiwu, was so upset that he set his sights on Qingzhou. As it seems, they should want to take advantage of this winter to take the provincial capital of Qingzhou, and then slowly take over the entire Qingzhou. Those two spies encouraged many stragglers and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to blend in. However, the governor of the provincial capital was slow to open the door, and then they were accidentally recruited by us. Who are those two? Liang Shu inquired in surprise. According to the previous group of people's movement, simply cannot see that there are spies. All one more than one can eat after the hooting and hollering. Jiang Dashan and his brother Jiang Lu, these two are Liangzhou rebels, sent on a mission. For some reason they came to us and have been inactive. Old Mrs. Gongsun's serious face. Liang Shu, it's not like the food is so good that you don't want to go back, is it? So, we have to make preparations in advance. We can't just let the Liangzhou rebels discover us. The old lady was jittery in her heart. She was very aware of how powerful General Wei Wu's group was. Being able to fight against the Liangzhou army for such a long time, even if they lost the battle, so what? Develop for a while longer. Those guys can still make a comeback. However, except for the old lady, the group of travelers on the other side is not so anxious. They looked at each other. They all showed something expression. Old Mrs. Gongsun, then are we still recruiting new stragglers next? Liang Yu quietly inquired. Old Mrs. Gongsun thought for a moment, but still nodded. Naturally, we must recruit stragglers. The mountain goddess asked us to build a factory. Surely we still need more people to work. Recruiting new stragglers will not only save the lives of those stragglers, but also bring benefits to us. In any case, the task issued by the mountain goddess must be completed. It's just that old Mrs. Gongsun is worried that if she goes to other places to recruit stragglers, she'll run into spies from the Liangzhou side again. I think we should kill them both to put an end to this. Don't you think? Old Mrs. Gongsun's face was fierce. Today's Arakan County is not yet completely developed. If the Liangzhou army attacks, Arakan County will definitely have to lose. Then everything the mountain goddess had operated here was all gone as well, and she would never allow that to happen. Old madam, I have an idea. Liang Yu, who was dressed as a man, silently raised her hand. I don't think it's necessary to kill them. There's a better way to solve this. A better way? Old Mrs. Gongsun looked over quizzically. What better way than to kill both of them? Liang Yu thought for a moment and spelled out her scenario. When it was said, it was met with the approval of a crowd of travelers. Old Mrs. Gongsun was shocked for half a day, but finally agreed. By the way, Miss Xia has researched out the warmth jade pendant, so all of you take a look at it. The old lady handed over the warm jade pendant. The crowd couldn't stay away once they got their hands on it and looked at the little girl with glowing eyes. Haiyun scratched her hair. I've tried. The only way to store the magic inside for a longer period of time is to use jade and onyx. Even with this level of jade pendant, it is estimated that it can only be used for half a month outside. Half a month is a long time too. Liang Shu felt the heat in her palm and was shocked. Xia Yan, it's a pity that I didn't find any crystals. If there were a large number of crystals, I might be able to replace these jade pendants and benefit more people. No, the jade pendant and onyx would be great. I've come up with a business opportunity to build up startup capital for the development of our factory. Do you guys want to hear about it? Liang Shu's eyes were dark and bright. Chapter 169. A one-year-old accountant? Old Mrs. Gongsun, we're building a factory in the Barren Mountains, and we know that these machines must need a lot of iron ore, right? Liang Shu raised her eyes inquiringly. And it would take a lot of money to pay those workers. And at the moment Arakan can be self-sufficient. But expanding so many factories must be very stressful. The old lady Gongsun on the opposite side nodded. The pressure was indeed very great. But no matter what, she was bound to complete the task of the mountain goddess. Therefore, Mrs. Gongsun has already thought of taking out all those gold and silver treasures in her bottom of the box, and used them to maintain the operation of the factory in the early stage. Liang Shu was very smart and knew what the other party was thinking just by looking at her, and added, "Old Mrs. Gongsun, I know your status, and you must have saved a sum of money for yourself as well, but this money is far from enough, as we definitely can't build the factory only in Desolate County. In the future, we will definitely still have to promote the reputation of the mountain goddess to the whole world, and there will be more and more followers of the mountain goddess, and this small place of Arakan County will definitely not be able to accommodate them. Other places must surely have to build these factories one after another to provide a better life for those believers. In that case, we would need a lot of gold and silver, which is essential." As Liang Shu's words fell, the other few people in the room all hung their heads in shame. They really didn't have much silver. Only Liang Yu bit her lip, somewhat torn. She did have silver, just not a lot of it, because her mother consort had a low status and was not favored from the beginning, like a transparent person in the palace. Even though she occupied the identity of the seventh prince, she was not liked by her father and did not receive any reward. The silver, which she had still earned by secretly opening a store, was definitely not enough either. And don't keep your heads down like that, since I brought it up, there must be a solution. Liang Shu cried and laughed. Although we don't have any money, there are quite a few rich people in Liang. The richest ones are in the capital. We can totally sell our stuff to those people. Let's think about the cotton clothes from our barren mountains, the soybean oil that is squeezed, the white and brown sugar that is made. Which one is ordinary anymore? We can sell the first batch of white sugar made by the factory at a high price to those dignitaries in the capital. This quality of white sugar, just don't publicize it. There must be countless officials scrambling to buy it. Nowadays, in Liang, the most commonly used honey is stone honey that contains impurities. Where have we seen white sugar of this quality? One tael of white sugar sells for one tael of gold. So maybe there are all the big and small lovelies in the capital, foolishly coming over to buy it. The eyes of those people around all lit up. Indeed can go this way. The size of the capital of those lovely. The money of the capital. Do not earn for nothing. Liang Shu tapped her fingers and smiled with her eyebrows. These are still just ordinary goods. The most important thing I'm going to say is the warming jade pendant made by Xia Yan. They are too expensive to be bought by the common people, but it's very easy to sell them at a high price to those officials in the capital, and to that group of people from the clan. A jade pendant can keep you warm for half a month. How could they miss such a novelty? Not only will you not miss it, but you will be scrambling to buy it and use it to show who you are. After Liang Shu finished speaking, the eyes of everyone around her lit up. One pass. These people can't wait to even pull the baked sweet potatoes to the capital side of the sale. Earn some more money to open factories. Worthy of being the Ning'an County Lord. Old Mrs. Gongsuan's eyes admired, thinking that it was worthy of being a county lord who dared to take the initiative to repudiate her husband. And her head was also very smart. Old Mrs. Gongsun didn't know that in her previous life, besides running the marquee house, the most Liang Shu had ever done was go into business. Those dowries of hers are only how much? How can they support the marquee spending for decades? So, later on, Liang Shu simply cooperated with some merchants and made strange and weird things to sell in the capital. Not only that, she even hired a lot of merchant caravans to sell delicate contraptions from this side of the capital to other countries and made a lot of money. Even the marquee side took advantage of the situation, and the food and clothing were upgraded a lot. It's just a pity that that group of people are blind and don't know who their biggest moneymaker is, and they still resent her for taking the position of the main mother and not giving the marquis a chance to live. The past is not to be mentioned. Nowadays, when it came to business, Liang Shu had found her comfort zone, and she was good at dealing with the group of smiling tigers in the capital. This is indeed a very good way. However, the world today is not the same as before, and there seems to be a demonic evil over in the capital. Old Mrs. Gongsun thought about it, and finally skillfully knelt on top of the futon to ask the mountain goddess about this matter. Receiving an affirmative answer, the old man lifted a pair of pale eyes happily. The mountain goddess said that this matter is feasible and that we can sell our things to the capital. In that case, let's make these as fast as we can. Everyone, as proposed in this, but you must remember that it's very chaotic over there in the capital, and everyone must carry wooden statues. As old lady Gongsuan's words fell, many people acted. Xia Yan didn't have many jade pendants on hand, so old Mrs. Gongsun and Liang Shu took out some jade pendants from their collection and gave them to the little girl. Yun, this. She was a bit hesitant. After all, these jade pendants were the private property of Liang Shu and the old man. Old Mrs. Gongsun looked at her like this and smiled gently. Don't worry, these jade pendants are equivalent to our investment. When we sell them out, then we'll just share the dividends. Today the old lady is very familiar with the words dividend and investment. Miss Xia, you're also a big contributor. When the dividends are distributed, Your red packet will definitely be the biggest. Only then did Ha-yun put the jade pendant away. She thought to herself that it was right. With so many travelers in this barren mountain, surely the finances must have been divided up long ago. There was no need to worry. Only Ha-yun was very curious as to who the accountant who never showed up was, and how come she had never seen him before. Lin Jia village, wrapped up in a large ball and padded with a diaper. Lin Lu, charcoal pencil in hand, was looking intently at the ledger in her hands. In front of her, there were still quite a few ledgers matted into a small mountain. Achoo! Lin Lu sneezed, and beside her, Lin Feng was so nervous that he hurriedly hugged another cotton coat over. Stop, stop, stop! Lin Lu was so frightened that she was afraid of being put through another thick layer of cotton. One more layer of clothing wrapped around her and she wouldn't be able to crawl at all. It's really a natural cow and horse life, only just able to talk, not even walking steadily, and then start to read the account book. Lin Lu sighed in her mind. How did the memory come back sooner or later? Waiting for the group to need to find an accountant? The good thing was that the place was very nice, and she liked the atmosphere of the deserted mountain so much that working a part-time job wasn't a big deal. The most crucial thing was that the mountain goddess had saved the lives of her mother and brother, and also settled that very difficult Lin Lian, born lying down to win. What could she possibly have to complain about? Come on and do it. Saying that, Lin Lu clutched the charcoal pencil again and swished and calculated there. Behind him, Lin Feng looked at his sister, who was writing like a god, with a pair of dark and bright eyes that worshipped. I'm sure it still has to be a sister who can't even talk enough to be counted, and it helps so many big people. Calculating the factory's books. No, his sister was already working so hard at such a young age. What reason did he have to keep having fun here? Since the mountain goddess had given him the ability to be wise, he should not waste it. Learn to learn, as long as you can't learn to die. He absolutely could not disgrace his sister. So Lin Feng held his books there again and buried his head in his books. And for a while the atmosphere of learning was extraordinarily thick in the entire Lin family village. Even the very fun-loving Lin Hu, also embarrassed to turn into a white tiger to have fun with his buddies, or secretly support a small table at home, for fear of being overtaken by others to catch up with the progress. Chapter 170, Double Agent? Jiang Lu has been eating very well lately. He found that those cooking ants is more and more willing to put oil. Just as simple fried shredded potatoes. Fried oil, simply more delicious than a plate full of meat. Boy, what kind of amazing place is this deserted county? Even their meals for ordinary workers were spared so much oil, and those who didn't know thought that all that oil was given away for no money. Jiang Lu dared to swear in his heart that even the mighty generals of Liangzhou couldn't eat so well. There was no way they could eat so much oil all the time. He was so happy he couldn't wait to stay here for the rest of his life and build this factory forever. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu turned his head to look at his equally sullen elder brother, somewhat puzzled. Brother, why are you still dwelling there? We are now eating and drinking well. We have someone to take care of our meals, and these people also give us free houses to live in, and they will even give us cotton clothes next month. So what is there to be sad about? Zhang Dashan shook his head with an inscrutable expression. Little brother, you don't even understand. You only seek to eat and wear warmth every day, but you don't know clearly that there are not many days left in these days. And after the construction of the cotton factory is finished, where else can we go? When the time comes, we, the stragglers, will still have no plus, and we will have no land. So it will be very hard to live in the future. Jiang Lu scratched his head. Big brother, I don't think it's necessary to think so far ahead. Let's get through this winter first. Anyway, he didn't want to fulfill that what mission anymore. What kind of mission is this? Let them sneak into the provincial city, open the gates at the critical moment, and let the army in. Even if he and his big brother were able to blend in, could the city gates be opened casually? The moment the gates were opened, he and his big brother might have already been shot into a sieve. What kind of mission is this? It's actually asking the two of them to die. Instead of going on that doomed mission, it would be better to remain here and still eat well and drink beautifully every day. Zhang Dashan sighed once again, not being able to talk to his brother, this second little cutie, at all, talking about things because this guy is just a stick in the mud. He was thinking in his mind that since he couldn't get into the provincial city of Qingzhou, why don't we have General Wei Wu come here? This barren county is a very good place to live, not only with lots of cotton clothing, but even lots of food to fill your stomach. Just crossing such a thought, Zhang Dashan felt that his heart could not work. He looked at the surrounding workers who were working hard, and then looked at the group of ants who were cooking not far away, and finally looked at the medical center next door. If the rebel army rushed into the deserted county, this group of people might have to lose their lives, because General Mighty Wu acted very brutally, just like to abuse and kill the enemy troops who resisted, and never cared about his own soldiers, and every time he attacked the city, he let that group of people raid the people. When the rebels come, the people of the whole deserted county will be in danger, and the cotton mills here, the ants here who are good at cooking, The doctors here who are skilled in medicine and who have good hearts will not lose their lives? No, he absolutely can't do that. General Mighty's rebels should never come over. But without contacting the general, he and his brother would be as homeless as the real stragglers. And could Desolation County take them in for a while and still keep them here? Jiang Dashan sulked until he saw his brother bring in a serving of oily braised pork, which made him jump over. What? I can't believe there's red meat for lunch today. Why didn't you tell me? In any case, eating is the biggest. Jiang Dashan quickly picked up his own rice bowl and ran to get in line. Chang Lu, he held the meat in both hands with an innocent look on his face. Just now he clearly reminded his big brother to go and shoot the red meat. It was just that it was called many times and there was no response from the big brother's side. When the two of them finished eating, Jiang Dashan once again fell into a tangled state and sighed repeatedly. Jiang Lu, on the other hand, cheerfully went to work, doing extraordinarily hard work. Dason Jiang. He looked in his brother's direction and couldn't help but underestimate in his mind that people like his brother, who didn't think much and did nothing but eat and sleep every day, would sooner or later be tricked into counting money for others. However, in the next second, Steward Wang reappeared, and he gathered all the people over. I forgot to tell you one thing. This cotton factory of ours, there's still a month to finish. By then we won't need workers here. Jiang Dashan in the back thought sure enough, his guess was right. After the construction of the factory over here, they would not be needed. However, Steward Wang continued, you don't have to be sad, because after the construction of the cotton factory is finished, there are still oil press factories, sugar factories, textile factories, pig farms, and chicken farms. All kinds of factories are at your disposal. I only came here to tell you about this in advance, so that you can get to know these factories in advance, and maybe choose a favorite job later. A group of workers down there cheered. Jiang Li's happy-go-lucky look was like the landlord's stupid son. Only Jiang Dashan was at a loss. There are so many more factories to come? So many more jobs to come that you can't even count them all? So, he's been worrying for most of the month for nothing? And then look at his brother's joyful appearance. Jiang Dashan took a deep breath, and had to admit that there is an old saying that is right. Stupid people really have stupid blessings. After the day job was over, Jiang Lu couldn't wait to find his brother. Did you hear that, big brother? We have a lot of jobs to choose from in the future. Jiang Dashan looked dazed. Yes, there is still a lot of work. Jiang Lu, so big brother, let's live here from now on, okay? We'll buy 2 houses here, one for each of us, and then we'll get married and have children, and our wives and children will be hotbeds. Jiang Dashan was equally heartened to hear this. If, in the future, the factory will take care of food and issue clothes every day, this will be a God's day. Big brother, I just secretly asked Steward Wang, do you know what I asked? Jiang Lu giggled. In the future, if we settle here and become people of Arakan County, and there are still jobs, our children will also be able to study at the Mountain God School for free. The Mountain God School also takes meals, and those kids eat better than we do. Jiang Dashan's eyes instantly widened. There was such a good thing? If every county in Liang could do this, what kind of rebels would there be? Everyone is dying to get on with their lives, so where would they rebel? Jiang Lu, so brother, we've hit the jackpot. Jiang Dashan nodded his head. Brother, you're right, it was me who was narrow-minded before. We have to guard Desolate County in the future, and we definitely can't let General Weiwu find out. If he dares to bring his troops and send them over, we'll be undercover agents and assassinate him. Jiang Lu also nodded frantically. Yeah, that's what he thought. The brothers looked at each other, both seeing the determination in the other's eyes, until, from the beams of the room, came a soft cough. Excuse me, I think you guys can go undercover now. Liang Yu jumped down from the top of the roof beam with a few people. Chapter 171, The Mighty General. The 2 Jiang brothers were so shocked that they trembled and nearly drew their large swords from under the bed. Under the dim oil lamp, it was Jiang Lo who was sharp-eyed and recognized that this was the maiden from the barren mountains, which led him to hastily press down on his elder brother's sinewy arm. 10 minutes later, Liang Yu sat on the only chair in the room, her slender fingers tapping the desktop. The table was covered with food, and the brothers ate with their mouths so full they could hardly swallow their tongues. Although the rice brought by Steward Wang was delicious, in the end, it was fried in a big pot, not as meticulous as the meals brought by this Arakanese mountain lady. With richer flavors, the brothers burped as they ate, and an ant next to them presented them with 2 more red watermelons. It's fruit grown in barren mountain valleys, and because of the relatively small quantities, none of it circulates at all. Even a group of travelers were very greedy. However, in order to do the mission, Liang Yu decisively took out this watermelon. After all, shedding the child can't lasso the wolf. With the cold wind howling outside and a warm charcoal fire burning inside, the 2 brothers ate sweet watermelon. Finished eating? Let's talk next. Liang Yu put her teacup down and looked over absently. The two brothers of the Jiang family hurriedly ran over and patted their chests to assure them, "Whatever Miss Yu wants us to do, just say it." Anyway, it was all for the sake of the barren mountains, for the sake of the peace and stability of the barren county. They were obliged to do so. "Don't worry guys, this mission isn't difficult. It definitely won't put your lives in danger," Liang Yu narrated, "and after it's accomplished, there will definitely be benefits for you guys. You all know that new factories will still be built in Desolation County, right? These factories will be hiring more than just workers. They will be hiring new stewards. The wages of the stewards, a full 10 times more than the wages of normal workers, and there are all kinds of benefits every month, like this kind of watermelon. The current production of Arakan Mountain is also very small, and it will only be supplied to the stewards of the various factories. When Arakan has new benefits in the future, surely this group of stewards who work so hard to manage the factory will also be the first to be considered." The two Jiang family brothers' eyes were glowing. So they could be like Steward Wang? They subconsciously held their breath when they thought of Steward Wang's daily meals, and the image of Steward Wang being so generous every day, buying all sorts of jewelry for his family's mothers-in-law and daughters. How beautiful would the future be if they could become stewards as well? "Miss Jade, what exactly is the mission? The two of us can leave tonight." The two brothers were so excited that they couldn't wait to do that undercover mission right now. "The mission is very simple. It only requires you." Liang Yu lowered his voice. The two Jiang brothers were shocked. So it could still be like this? Liang Zhou, the court fought the rebels, and although they won the battle, they did not gain any favor, and the whole Liangzhou was in chaos. In order to drive the rebels out for good, the officials in Liangzhou have forced conscription and have already taken many sons and daughters. What is going to make the people scream is that the rebel side also needs to be conscripted, and this group of people is even more unreasonable than the court's team, and wherever they go, they burn and loot without guilt, and do no evil, just to force the people out of their homes. Old women in their 60s, down to innocent children, were all drawn in by the rebels to swell their ranks, and when the time came to fight the imperial court, these people would be the first death squad, afraid of being forcibly pulled away by the rebels. Nowadays Liangzhou households close their doors tightly, and many people can't even go back to their homes, so they can only wander around in this freezing cold and snow, becoming a new batch of stragglers. In the cold winter weather, a pot of water can freeze in the blink of an eye when it is thrown outside, not to mention these unclothed people. Who would want to uproot and leave the place where their ancestors have lived for generations if they are not forced to do so? That's why so many stragglers left Liangzhou, wanting to escape this dragon's den. However, at this time there was a group of teams that went in the opposite direction, traveling north against the current. Liang Yu looked at the frozen corpse on the side of the road, his knuckles pinched white. Zhang Dashan and Zhang Lo, who were next to him, were inwardly anxious, fearing that this girl would spread the hatred of the rebels on herself. "Come on. Sister Shu will take these people away afterward. Let's get to more important things." Soon after, Liang Yu nodded towards Liang Shu, and they disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Lian Cheng, the mighty General Kandasho, was embracing Mei Ji and indulging in a drunken revelry. The wine dripped down his beard, blotting dark-colored traces on his brocade cotton robe. "Warlord, it's still your plan that's good. Our army has expanded by quite a few more people. We'll definitely be able to win the war next year. And let those people from the imperial court have a good look at me. I'm able to beat them up even as an ordinary person." Before General Wei Wu's uprising, he was not a general of Liang. He was just a nobody retired from the battlefield who was looked down upon by his fellow villagers because of his injured arm, and ridiculed by the officials who came to collect grain. This Liangzhou governor and the general judge are in collusion, often raiding the people's fat and wealth, and naturally will not let go of the people's grain tax. The exorbitant taxes in Liangzhou were extraordinarily severe, and many people had paid their taxes and barely had much food left. In order to survive, Chop Dagger rose up, cut the official who came to collect grain, and fellow townspeople rushed into the government office in partnership, robbed the grain. Then more and more people responded, and many joined in to fight the court. Dagger was embraced by the crowd and simply appointed himself general of mighty warriors, and has since been pitted against the imperial court to get to the current situation. The person who was called the military division by the mighty general was none other than a middle-aged man with an elegant face, only to see the man frowning slightly, not satisfied with the current situation. "General Kan, you were only told to recruit some middle-aged men. Why did you tie up all those old and weak women and children? These people can't go to the battlefield. It's useless to tie them up. Why don't we send all these people back to?" Dagger laughed back. "Warlord, you are wrong. How can these people be useless? The imperial courtside is tracking us down. In case they are discovered by the imperial army, won't these people come in handy? It's the right time for us to save our strength. Instead of wasting the lives of thousands of generals, why don't we just throw these people over to the court, and they'll still kill all of them?" Dao laughed loudly, yet a heart sank in the opposite warlord. What does this court not dare to do? Now that General Wei Wu has ruthlessly provoked the authority of the government, that group of people hate to get rid of them. How could they care about the lives of those old, weak, women and children? The mighty general in front of him knew this, but still allowed his men to act recklessly, burning, killing, looting and plundering everything in every place. This is not an army. This is a large robber's nest. This General Kan, who has long forgotten his original intention, does so. In what way is it different from those previous courts? The warlord was beyond regret, yet now he was unable to retreat. General, Zhang Dashan has returned with his men. A soldier knelt outside and shouted. At the sound of the voice, Armsmaster clenched his fists. The idea of occupying the provincial city of Qingzhou was his idea. Yet in this current situation, he would rather Kandahar stay shrunk in this place. Let them come in, quickly prepare good wine and meat in advance. These two are my life-saving brothers. Kandahar was immediately excited. In addition to the military master in front of him, the natural ones that Kandahar was trusted with were the Zhang brothers. When he was seriously injured on the battlefield and fainted on the roadside on his way back, no one was willing to save him. It was the Chang brothers who lent a helping hand, and he was able to return home by chance. General, my brother and I have failed you. After Zhang Dashan arrived, he quickly knelt in front of the mighty general, told him about his previous plans, and those things about the provincial governor of Qingzhou being dead set against opening the city gates. General, the governor of Qingzhou is too vigilant and won't let any stragglers in. We can't even accomplish our mission. Behind him, Zhang Le swished and nodded his head as he quietly looked at the mighty general's neck. No harm done. Just come back. I'll have the master at arms think of something else. Despite any further displeasure, Kandahar didn't blame. This was the Zhang brothers who had saved his life. If he was so harsh on his savior, how could he recruit more talent in the future? Kandahar was also careful. He had someone bring chairs to add seats for the two brothers, and turned his head to look at the military division. Warlord, do you have a better plan on your side? The warlord's face was serious, but in reality, he was quietly relieved in his mind. The mission was not accomplished, and that's fine. General, I'm afraid Qingzhou has been alerted, and this matter must be discussed in the long run. Yeah, think long term. Zhang Dashan also nodded. Stop thinking about Qingzhou, or they'll both be transformed into assassins in no time. Chapter 172, There's a Ghost. Brother Dashan, you guys are finally back. I thought you had met an untimely end on the road. When the brothers returned to their place, Jiang Chang, who was from the same hometown as them, rushed over and was relieved to find that both cousins were unharmed. How can I get hurt? I'm fine with eating it. Jiang Lo patted his chest. Zhang Dashan hurriedly pulled his brother over, and sure enough, he saw that this cousin had a puzzled look on his face. Since he was going to abduct the person anyway, Zhang Dashan simply talked to his cousin about it. Speaking of which, the reason Jiang Chang came here was because he was brought by the two of them before joining General Wei Wu's team, and the three of them were originally together. So Brother Dashan, we have a new place to live again? Jiang Chang was overjoyed. This Wei Wu general is also bored stingy. On the surface is very good to us. Every time we go over to give wine and meat. In fact, we usually do not have enough to eat and wear warm. I have long since do not want to stay here. Jiang Chang said in a depressed voice. At first that General Wu was naturally willing to make a show of it, but of course within a few days the food on their side began to fall. Now that the mighty army has lost the battle and recruited more newcomers, the mighty general does not even want to act, and the soup that Jiang Chang has been drinking in the past few days is all ice water soup. Brother Dashan, if you guys are leaving, be sure to take me with you. Jiang Chang had 2 tears in his eyes. Don't worry cousin, not only are we leaving together, but we're also taking the others with us. Zhang Dashan smiled inscrutable. Bring others? Jiang Chang looked puzzled. It didn't take him long to realize that, because the 2 cousins were actually secretly convincing the other soldiers to take the forcibly abducted soldiers with them. Boy, if the mighty general found out about this, he'd have to cut them up. However, Jiang Chang was a good boy who couldn't bear the thought of his 2 cousins being cut down, so he desperately tried to help cover it up. Most of the people in this mighty warrior army today were forcibly taken here, and they were afraid that this mighty warrior general would deal with their own families, so they had to stay here all the time. Now that someone was actually willing to take them away, and found them a place where they were fed and housed, and given either cotton clothes or shoes every month, the group didn't hesitate much at all, and immediately agreed. It's just that Brother Dashan, if we leave, our families. The family members they were talking about were the very same old and infirm women and children who had been kidnapped together by the mighty warriors, a group of people who burned the fires and cooked for the army on weekdays, as the younger children had to work through the winter. That's for sure. If we leave, we'll definitely take your families with us. Otherwise you'd be relieved to leave your old lady, your own wives and children in such a dangerous place? When Zhang Dashan said this, the crowd fell silent. It was indeed very dangerous. and they had already seen, for I don't know how many times, those old and weak women and children inside the barracks being bullied by the old man beside the mighty general. But there was nothing they could do about it. Those who follow the mighty general, all of them have war achievements, and they want to do whatever they want with impunity, and when they see a pretty maiden they want to take her captive. They were angry, they were afraid, and what could they do? So now we have a very good chance to escape with our families. Jiang Dashan had a righteous face. You don't have to worry, since I've come up with a plan. I definitely won't joke with your family's lives. I have a complete plan on my side. Jiang Dashan didn't even have to do much persuading, and the group of soldiers were quickly persuaded. 3 days later at night, the hundreds of soldiers who had been persuaded to meet their families were met by a group of weeping men. With so many people added together, there were 1 to 2,000 people, yet strangely enough, the sight of the mighty warriors didn't even notice. Ah Niang, Sister Shu, it's been hard work taking them away. Liang Yu waved towards a few familiar figures. It didn't take long for the group to disappear, but Jiang Dashan and Jian Le stayed behind. The next day, news of the disappearance of all the old and infirm, women and children, spread, and General Mighty was furious. Bunch of losers, can't even keep an eye on those old people? What do I need you for? General, calm down. I guess yesterday's cold wind was too loud. We didn't even hear the movement outside. The military division heard this, but was inwardly delighted. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Kandagger was furious. Big brother, I don't think it's necessary to look for them. Just grab another batch of people over here. It's snowing so heavily outside. Who knows where they ran off to? Anyway, it's a bunch of new melons. If they run, they run. The several generals next to him muttered. Why don't we go pull another batch of stragglers over? There are so many stragglers in Liangzhou anyway. We're short of everything right now, just not people. Kandagger also felt some sense when he heard it. There was no need to chase after that group of people. Wouldn't it be the same to find anyone? Alright, then you guys hurry up and go outside and pull in a group of stragglers. A group of generals exhausted themselves to pull in another 1,000 or so stragglers, only to have the group still evaporate 3 days later. This time it was a real evaporation. Kandagger ordered this group of people to go to training, but the result was that they didn't go for a long time before they disappeared, and they could only see these people halfway, and then they lost their footing. For a time, everyone in the entire mighty warrior army was in danger. There are ghosts. Chapter 173, Selling Jade Pendant in Beijing. Leaving aside the disorganized hearts of the Liangzhou mighty army, the workers on this side of Wasteland County are thoroughly sufficient. If one more batch comes, there will be no house to allocate, so we can't sleep on the street, can we? Mrs. Gongsun thought about it and contacted the two siblings, Zhang Yan, and set the next batch of stragglers in Qing County. It is just the right opportunity to build a factory in Qing County to raise the standard of living of the believers in Qing County, and also to make people more aware of the mountain goddess. In addition to the construction of the two local factories, Liang Shu also had a very important task. She was about to lead people and go over to the capital to sell warm jade. This winter is so cold. The snow hasn't stopped until now. Even if you burn charcoal fire inside the house, it's not very pleasant. Now selling this kind of jade pendant is the most suitable. So Liang Shu changed back into her own county master's gown, a scarlet jai dress, with 5 jai spreading their wings on the dress, and the cloud pattern outlined in gold threads flowing in the daylight. Waist-tie jade leather belt, shy crown pearl curtain half-cover hibiscus face, step by step, train like wave, and is boundless wealth. She hung the warm jade solemnly on herself and winked at the few people behind her. Ancient people's gowns are really gorgeous. Ha Yun had been stunned. Come on, let's go to the capital. Finally, one day, she, Liang Shu, went back. The Liang Shu who returned to the capital this time was only the lord of Ning'an County, and was not related to the marquis house at all. I'll go back too. In case something happens, I'll send you guys out. Liang Yu similarly clenched her fists. In fact, coming to a place like Arakan where the atmosphere was so good, not only with the company of her master, but also with a group of old folks, she didn't quite want to go back to that capital city again. But the waters of the capital are very deep these days, and she's worried that her friends won't make it back. Don't worry, with me here, there will be no problem. Ha Yun patted her chest in assurance. With this kind of crystal pen that could store magic power, she had privately engraved quite a few magic formations on her jade pendant, and it was no problem at all to get rid of her golden shell at critical moments. Let Qing Qing accompany you guys as well. She's been in the desolate county all this time and her heart is playing wild. Wang Wan glanced at them and said gently, her daughter, Wang Cheng, had the ability to summon her parents, so in case something did happen, her side would be able to arrive in time. If you really encounter a demon or evil that you can't deal with, promptly ask the mountain goddess for help. I won't follow you over there this time. Those new stragglers need to be disciplined with their fists. We can't let this group of people run amok and bring danger to the barren mountain, Lin Anyang reminded. That's natural. And Nyang, wait for my safe return. Liangshu arched her eyebrows. It wasn't long before they set out with a shipment of sugar, sweet potatoes, and corn. On the other hand, Zhang Jing also took Zhou Yan and a group of stragglers to Qing County. Zhang Jing and Zhang Su were originally one body and two souls, but after Zhang Su's ability to control the earth was improved, she pinched a body for her sister that she could temporarily live in. With her soul being separated and having a body, she was judged by the system as a separate individual. So when the mountain god bestowed blessings this time, Zhang Jing was also blessed. She gained the ability to copy, which allows her to copy someone else's ability and use it for half a month. Now that it was snowing non-stop, most of the roads were blocked, and it was not good for carts and horses to pass through. Only the teleportation ability worked the best. Zhang Jing then replicated Liangshu's ability and was responsible for picking up those stragglers and building new factories for Qing County. Both sets of people set off on their own, and the barren mountain once again regained its calm. Kapatul. The crowd from the barren mountain was disguised as a merchant team and was led in by Liangshu. She was His Majesty's personally appointed prefectural lord, and even without her status as the main mother of the Marquis of Qing'an, she was still honored. The guards guarding the gate didn't even check much before letting the person in. They didn't dare offend the royal family. Ning'an County Lord was at least the daughter of King Xian. Even if she was only a concubine daughter, it was not something they could criticize. After entering the capital, Liangshu went to her father at the first opportunity. She grew up without a mother, and King Xian was more concerned about his several daughters, so the relationship between father and daughter had always been quite good. Only in her last life, she had gotten into a bullseye, thinking that she was a daughter that her father valued very highly, and that even if she married, she should still live a very good life, and shouldn't bring shame to the royal family. So married to the Marquis encountered those things. She all did not mention in father. Plus Qingzhou is a long way from the capital. Both sides of the communication to spend a long time. Xian Wang is not even a little no. Now that Liangshu suddenly put on the clothes of a county lord, put down her dudden head which was pulled up high and looked particularly majestic, and wore the flying fairy bun which was common among noblewomen in the capital, it stunned King Xian. King Xian had just returned from the court, still wearing his basalt-colored four-clawed python robe, with a golden threaded dragon coil from his shoulders to the hem of his coat, and a blood jade forbidden step dangling down from his waist, swaying slightly with his steps. The attendant next to him had just removed his green-gray satin sable cloak for him when he saw that the king could not wait to run out. Shu, why are you back in a gown? Is that Marquis Qing'an guy bullying you? You tell father that I'll find some time some other day to personally go to Qingzhou to teach this bastard of his a lesson. Liangshu, father was still as alive as ever, and did not take into account her sudden return, but instead had to back her up at the first opportunity. In the end, he had fallen for it in his last life. Liangshu pressed down on her father's hands and simply told everything that she encountered in the Marquis after being reborn. This includes the encounter with bandits on the way to the temple for incense, where the old Marquis escapes with his concubine in private and instead throws her down to draw fire, as well as the fact that the Marquis was pampering his outside wife and hadn't set foot in the Marquis house since the wedding night. This was something Liangshu had discovered in her previous life before she died, and she had always thought that the Marquis had been away fighting for so many years, and that was why he couldn't come back. In fact, Marquis Qing'an had been staying out with White Moonlight, and the old Marquis and those adopted sons had secretly sent over quite a lot of gold and silver treasures. Yes, from her dowry, the gold, silver, and jade jewelry scavenged from within all that money she had earned. Money that not only supported that white-eyed Marquis and gave him concubines. When she left, she dug a big hole for the Marquis, naturally, to give clues, so that the Marquis people with people to catch their own adultery. In reality, the location was the courtyard that the Marquis had bought for White Moonlight outside, and in this life she had to lock those two together no matter what she said. All past events were in the past, and now Liangshu was as plain as water. However, King Xian was heartbroken to hear this, and snapped his eyes downward and cried his eyes out. Shu, don't go back. Stay in the royal residence from now on. No one will dare to bully you. King Xian huffed as he spoke. Father, don't worry. Since my daughter has come here, she has already put it down. Liangshu revealed a smile. And I've come here for something important. So I wonder if father could lend a hand? Shu can do whatever she wants to do. Father supports you. Liangshu smiled as she asked the old sister next to her to take out an exquisite mahogany box, and when she opened it, it revealed a jade pendant that emitted a warm luster. Father, this is my daughter's filial honor. You only need to bring it with you. King Xian couldn't wait until he unlocked the blood jade and hung the jade pendant his daughter gave him around his own waist, and only just got his hands on it when he was shocked. This kind of jade pendant, it's even warmer than warm jade. It feels like the whole body is warmed up. Wait, I'm going to go outside for a minute. King Xian ran out without saying a word, scaring those attendants around him and hurriedly chased after him. Your Highness, it's freezing outside, take care of your health. The attendant brought the satin cloak over in a panic, and it was pushed back by King Xian. In front of him, King Xian had a proud face, as if he was a cockerel that had won a fight. With the warm jade given by my daughter, I can no longer feel the cold, so what's the point of wearing a cloak? Hurry up and pack up. I'm going to visit a few friends. With just one look, King Xian understood what his daughter was going to do next. Seeing that his daughter had regained her fighting spirit and was planning to do business in the capital, he as a father must support it. Moreover, this kind of warm jade was already very magical. Just wearing it around his waist, it was as if a layer of warmth was formed around him, and even the cold wind blowing over from outside was not very cold. It's a good one, and it's sure to fetch a good price. A few of his close friends, who had also watched Shushu grow up, how could they not shed some blood? King Xian left in a flurry of wind, and when he was leaving, he even made a special effort to have the courtyard cleaned up, so as not to freeze his daughter. Unsurprisingly, in just half a day's time, the matter of King Xian and his closest friend fighting over a piece of warm jade spread throughout the capital. Everyone was very curious as to how special this warm jade could be to make it so rare for both of the two big shots. When it was learned that this kind of jade pendant was collected from a foreign merchant by Sheriff Ningen, a group of people couldn't wait to find it. At night, Liang Shu lit a candle and conversed with a few close friends. The first step of the plan has been hit, and we're just waiting for the group's reaction tomorrow. The high officials of the capital are all in a rush for this kind of warm jade, so there's no worry that those rich merchants won't be moved. It's just the emperor there. Liang Shu frowned slightly. Before coming to the capital, old lady Gongsun had analyzed with them that the emperor was likely to cooperate with the demonic evil, and the other black hand behind the scenes in the capital was that demonic evil that had been hiding in the shadows. Thinking of the imperial uncle she remembered from this life, Liang Shu did feel very odd. Chapter 174, The Plan Succeeds. Seeing Liang Shu worried, Xia Yan decisively said, Sister Liang, the magic formation on top of this kind of jade pendant is struck inside with magic power. And no demon or evil can see it in this world except for the mountain goddess, because the power system just isn't the same. Ask what demon or evil can understand magic and magic formations. Only the great goddess of the mountains knows everything. Seeing the two contemplating, Liang Yu on this side also proposed, instead of letting Father Emperor passively find out, why don't I also give him a jade pendant, and personally try out the effects of this warm jade, so he won't be too curious. Father? Xia Yan and Wang Qing next to her looked at each other. Liang Yu scratched his hair and said in embarrassment, I forgot to mention that I'm still a royal prince. Liang Shu was not too surprised. She had already guessed part of it from the jade pendant hanging on Liang Yu's body. No, imperial uncle is suspicious in nature. If we take out this kind of jade pendant at the same time, he'll think that the Xian Wang house and the prince are working together with the intention of usurping the throne. Tomorrow you do this. The next day, after King Xian went to the morning court, he saw his closest friend, with his nose not his nose and his eyes not his eyes, grunting as he passed by. When all of them came to the Golden Palace, the emperor really heard about this matter as well, and even smiled and asked about it. King Xian was naturally selling this kind of jade pendant in the courtroom, making the group of ministers around him greedy. In such a cold winter, and inside this spacious Golden Palace, the ministers who came here to participate in the morning court have long been frozen to death. However, King Xian's side of the face was always flushed, and those who didn't know would have thought that he had been holding a heater in his arms. A group of ministers were so jealous that if their eyes could be turned into knives, King Xian would have already been stabbed into a hedgehog. Oh, is this warm jade actually so warm that it can withstand the cold? The emperor came to be interested. Just then, a voice came from outside. Your Majesty, the foreign merchant Hailan seeks an audience. He wants to offer the most precious warm jade from his homeland to your Majesty. As soon as the warm jade was presented, the emperor quickly had it released. It wasn't long before Wang Chang, who was covered in blue paint and had colored stones hanging from his body, dressed as an exotic man, led the way up. Long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty. Level off. I heard that you were going to present me with a warm jade to ward off the cold. Is this warm jade the same as the warm jade that King Xian carries? The emperor was quite curious. Wang Qing shook her head decisively and said in her feigned broken Liang language, Your Honorable Majesty of Great Liang, the jade pendant that our island of the sea offers to you is the most precious. It can make the entire hall as warm as spring. Emperor, warm as spring? There is such a marvelous treasure. How did it come to be? The emperor's query already carried a test. Wang Chang had been trained long ago and did not show any timidity at all, only to hear her introduce in a strange accent. Your Majesty, this jade pendant is a natural jade from our island, born and bred in heaven. Tens of thousands of years of absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in order to produce an extremely rare amount of warm jade. We all call this warm jade there is spring jade, because when you wear it, it's just as warm as the spring. Saying that, Wang Qing even made exaggerated movements and danced a strange dance with her hands. Your Honorable Majesty, this piece of spring jade presented to you is the most essential part, the only one of its kind in heaven and earth. Oh, the emperor became even more interested. Besides, who can resist the one and only treasure in heaven and earth? You open it. Thus, Wang Qing opened the mahogany box in front of all the ministers, and wave after wave of heat was revealed from inside. It didn't take long for the cold hall to become much warmer than before, and even the emperor sitting on top of the dragon chair noticed the warmth. What a spring jade! Yet it does have the feeling of warmth like spring. I wonder what kind of reward your sea island wants. There were many small countries around the central plains, and some people lived on top of narrow islands, the kind of countries that were even smaller. A country that didn't have as many people as a county in Dalian, because those countries were too small. Emperor Liang didn't care much about them. Anyway, there was no way to move a big country like Liang in the central plains is all. Honorable Emperor Liang, we islanders worship the prosperity of great Liang. I especially want to stay here and sell some jade pendants and treasures in the capital. That's our only claim. Wang Chang hugged the box and knelt down. While kneeling down, she felt a wisp of demonic aura emanating from the dragon chair there, and it took a desperate effort to control herself not to look at it more. So your demands are so simple? I grant it. Emperor Liang was very quick to give away an extremely well-located store in the capital, and also presented a lot of gold, silver and jewels to show the majesty of the heavenly kingdom. After leaving the palace, Wang Qing secretly exchanged glances with Liang Shu inside the carriage. It's a done deal. Even the emperor was so complimentary about Xunyu that their store would be a hit in the entire capital in the future. Chapter 175, A Treasonous Idea. The first batch of warm jade produced by Xia Yan went off the market, a total of 20 jade pendants, each of which was bought at a high price. Together with those gold and silver treasures sent by the emperor, it would be no problem to build another 10 or so factories. We won't be able to sell these jade pendants next. We'll have to wait a week, or half a month before we can sell them again. And we still won't be able to sell too many by then. Liang Yu knocked on the wooden table and proposed. Xia Yan nodded her head repeatedly. As the same traveler who came from the modern era, she naturally knew what was meant by starvation marketing, what was meant by limited edition, and what was meant by raising the sense of anticipation for the product. Once there are more of these jade pendants, those people will feel that they have been duped and their brand image will be affected. Maybe they need to make out another batch of onyx bracelets. Although you can't buy a jade pendant, you can buy an onyx bracelet for your family. Ha Yan, since we've already arranged the merchandise, I'll send you back to the production next, just so that Zhang Jing can recopy my ability and prolong the use of the teleportation ability. Soon after, Liang Shu found an excuse to take the people back, but the others they brought with them remained in the capital. The jade pendant is sold out, but they still have sweet potatoes and corn. In this freezing cold weather, selling a baked sweet potato, roasted potatoes and boiled corn is most popular in the capital. Sweet baked sweet potatoes, come take a look and see. Not sweet, no money. Not delicious, no money. Soft boiled corn, fragrant and bursting with juice. Don't miss it if you walk by. You must have never eaten this kind of food before. Everyone come and take a look. A corn will fill your stomach. Quacking flavor. The group started pushing the grill around the capital. As expected, no one could resist the fragrance of baked sweet potatoes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wang Chang, who had disguised himself, simply pulled out a sweet potato from inside the oven, uncovered the soft and sweet skin, and took a bite with a whoosh, and subconsciously squinted her eyes. But it was so delicious, she wanted to eat this as a meal if she didn't have leftover sweet potatoes that she still needed to take out and sell. People who could live in the capital and still wear thick clothes to come out and wander around on a snowy day, although all of them were not short of money. These people smelled the smell of baked sweet potatoes and saw the little girl eating with a satisfied face. All of them curiously gathered around. A woman in a brocade robe came over and asked curiously, "What is this baked sweet potato? Why does it smell so sweet? Could it be that honey has been put inside?" Wang Cheng looked up with a proud face. Of course not. This kind of baked sweet potato is also called honey potato. The sweet smell you smell now is all the honey potato's own, purely natural flavor. Eating is not only healthy, but also satiating. Ma'am, Missy hasn't had an appetite for several days. Why don't we buy this fresh food back and let Missy try it? Eldest Miss likes this kind of novelty the most. She's happy in her heart, so she might be able to nurse her body back soon. The steward next to her reminded. You're right, Shuei really hasn't eaten much in the past few days, and I don't know what's going on, but she suddenly became ill, and her mouth keeps talking nonsense, and it's all because I, as a mother, cared too little about her on weekdays. The woman sighed, waved her hand for someone to buy 10 baked sweet potatoes, and rejoined the carriage, traveling over towards the Chen mansion. After this carriage left, Wang Qing dynasty glanced over there and thought to herself that the young lady liked novelty stuffs. She wouldn't be another traveler, would she? But the people around her soon gathered around, all yelling to buy sweet potatoes, so she had to write down that direction and started to fill the sweet potatoes with oil paper bags for the people around her. This side of the woman returned home immediately came to her daughter's room, saw her daughter's thin face and the cold sweat on her forehead. Her heart was broken. The other day, her daughter hummed a line about when the moon will come out and asked for a drink, and somehow she got sick. The doctor said it was a heart disease, but what kind of heart disease could her daughter have? The woman felt that it was very likely that her husband was forcing her daughter to get married, and she could not help but blame her husband in her heart. Her daughter was only 15 years old, and she wanted to stay for a few more years. Why are you so eager to marry off your daughter? Her family's pearl is so beautiful and talented that she will have handsome sons to choose from. You're awake? The woman wiped the cold sweat from the woman's forehead. Come and have a drink of water and try the baked sweet potato I bought you. I tasted it and it's very good. Baked sweet potatoes? The woman on the bed instantly strained her ears. Isn't there no sweet potatoes in Daliang? After the original owner drowned, she crossed over for 5 years and almost inquired about those nearby countries, but she couldn't find sweet potatoes or corn. Where did mother get the baked sweet potatoes? She thought she'd misheard, but then her nose twitched and she smelled the sweet scent and sat up instantly. The woman was overjoyed, and it was true that the novelty of eating worked very well. Only Chen Shuwei took a sip of honey water, then couldn't wait to bring the sweet potato over, tearing off the outer skin and nibbling on it. It was this familiar smell. It was like she was home. The young girl snapped and dropped her tears, crying like a pear. Mother, where did you buy it? Show me over there. At dusk, Wang Qing was about to close her stall when she suddenly saw the familiar carriage again. The Chen Mansion's carriage came to a slow stop outside the palace walls, the wheels crushing through the snow and making a slight creaking sound. The carriage stopped. A green bamboo oil paper umbrella was opened. The umbrella surface slightly tilted. Wearing a silver fox fur woman slowly dismounted, the cloak slightly raised in the wind, revealing the inner apricot red woven gold horseface dress. Immediately after, a beautiful face out, a little forehead moles, lining the skin of the snow, eyebrow not painted in dye, a pair of almond eyes black and white, looking at the self with a belly full of books. Eldest miss, beware of your feet, the little maid next to her hurriedly reminded. Wow, what a beauty! Liang Yu, who had also arrived here, also stared wide-eyed, as if she saw the Shangguan Wanner of history walking towards her. Shopkeeper, I wonder if you've ever heard of Palace Jade Liquor. Chen Shuei coughed lightly and slowly raised her eyes. I know, 181 cups. Liang Yu, who had resumed her daughter's costume and given herself a disguise in order to hide her hand, hurriedly raised her hand. In the next second, Liang Yu felt a fragrant breeze coming over her, and that gentle and bookish woman even directly stretched out her hands and hugged her tightly. Liang Yu. She finally understood that her father's mood of sitting in 3 palaces and 6 houses was too good to be true. So it turns out that I still met a fellow countryman in this world. 2 lines of tears fell as Chen Shuei lightly brushed Liang Yu's cheeks, suddenly blooming into a smile. To this Liang Yu only wanted to say, Sister, you don't laugh. I can't stand my heart if I laugh again. It wasn't long before a group of people gathered. Chen Shuei's heart was overwhelmed with longing when she heard that there was still a barren mountain in this world, where so many like-minded fellow villagers were located, and a god who protected the travelers and the people. It was a pity that the Chen family was so strict, and now that she had stayed here for a while, her father was afraid that he would have to be accountable, not to mention leaving the capital. Sister Shuei, these are all small problems. It just so happens that we're staying in the capital to sell things during this period of time, so you can just come and visit us often in the future. If you want to leave, we can definitely come up with a better way to get you out. Liang Yu patted his chest and assured him, no matter what, her current status was still that of a royal prince with certain rights. Coupled with the power of the Xian Wang house, it was still possible to send this fellow countryman away. There's no rush, since you'll all be coming over one after another. Even if I stay in this cold capital, I don't have any worries anymore. Chen Shuei said gently, I'm going to be your backer. If anything happens in the future, just come to me. Liang Yu and Wang Qing were a few people moved to tears. It would be nice to have Sister Shuei as an official. Liang Yu's mind suddenly had an additional thought. It was a pity that since the founding of the country, there had never been a female official who had participated in the imperial government. What if we let that old emperor fall? Liang Yu suddenly had treacherous thoughts, her little heart thumping. That thought, though, was eventually suppressed by her. We'll discuss such things later. The most important thing is to earn money first. Money isn't everything, but you can't do without it. Chapter 176, More than 30 Travelers. Chen Shuei left with the mountain god wood sculpture in warm jade, taking one step and turning back 3 times. Miss, we really have to go. The little maid next to her sounded helpless. Only then did the 2 leave in the carriage, and as it traveled, The young girl once again opened the wooden window and looked in the direction from which she had come. She waited until the figure faded away before closing the window and quietly clenching her fists. Chen Shui, is back. Over the next few days, they didn't encounter any more travelers. Liang Yu was a bit incredulous. The sweet potatoes and corn they were selling were foods that were not available in this world. Any traveler who hears about baked sweet potatoes will think something is wrong and seek it out, right? Why is Chen Shui the only one? According to the law of traveling, the capital city must have the most travelers. So many novels take place in the capital city and the imperial palace. And there's surprisingly none here? Absolutely not. The Temple of the Deserted Mountain. Yu Luo similarly let the system detect the number of travelers in the capital city. Without checking it, once he checked it, he was shocked. There were actually 32 travelers in this capital city. Then the question came up. Liang Yu and Wang Qing had been selling baked sweet potatoes in the capital for 3 days. So why didn't any other travelers come over to ask about it? Even if they were wary of other travelers, it was not possible that apart from Chen Shui, all the other travelers were unwilling to come over to take a look, right? System, introduce Chen Shui. Which novel is she from? System, Chen Shui is from an ancient male novel called The Little Prince at Large. She is one of the harem of the king at large, and the king is also from the modern era. In the heart of the king at large is a very unique existence, but was also scorned by the king at large, and all her life she was trapped in the king's mansion, with no way to get out of the harem, and finally died of depression. Very well, Yu Luo's fists clenched instantly. So is the young prince in the capital now? I'll have Liang Yu go put on a sack. System, host you don't rush a small capital city fusions so many crossover novels. There will certainly be a large number of princes and generals, and a variety of emperors. How can they all come out? That's not messed up? So in reality, this little prince at large doesn't exist, but the fused-in novel fragment had Chen's father force a marriage on Chen Shui in order to push the plot forward, again to a prince. It's just that king is a bit old. A bit older than King Xian. The system's voice was getting quieter and quieter. Very well. Is the old prince? An old cow eats young grass and wants to marry someone else's 15-year-old girl. Let Lin Anian go over there someday and break that old king's legs. In fact, by breaking his legs, that old prince could still take a concubine. And this method was still very flawed. Yu Luo quickly regained his mood again, pinching the gray mass next to him thoughtfully. There are more than 30 travelers in the capital, and those people have not appeared until now, and they have not even handed over news to Liang Yu's side. Could it be that the demonic evil hidden in the palace had discovered the existence of the travelers? Thinking more carefully about what happened over at Qingcheng, Yu Luo already understood everything. The chi luck on the travelers was definitely not low, and since someone on the capital side was able to see chi luck through the demons, they might have already tied up those travelers. As for why Chen Shui wasn't discovered, Yu Luo felt that it was very likely that the other party hadn't been discovered because after crossing over, she didn't leave her door open and never went out to show her face. So where were the other 30 or so travelers tied up? In a place like the capital, to make more than 30 people of not so low status quietly disappear must have very great power. That black hand behind the scenes, could it be a demonic evil hiding inside the capital? Demons and evils must still rely on people to enforce their power. And that person, then, is the emperor? In that case, it would make sense that there must be a portion of travelers who dressed as concubines in the emperor's harem cold palace abandoned consort, without the emperor's permission. Who would dare to kidnap this group? But it wasn't necessarily true. It was all just her guess. Maybe there was a traveler in the harem, well and alive. System, how do you think I would win or lose against that demon in the capital? She subconsciously kneaded the gray mass in her hand and heard the creature make a gibbering sound. The system replied, it can't help you, but there's no way for you to dry out that demonic evil either. Yu Luo understood. The system was saying that there was no way for her to finish the other party off in a clean manner. So what if Su Su tried to do it and then gave a fatal blow? So, it was still her side that was superior. No wonder after the system bound her, it kept saying that all of the demons and evils in this world were pseudogods, and most of the pseudogods didn't even have the strength of a primary deity. As for the 30-odd travelers, she wasn't too worried at the moment. The fact that the system was able to track them down meant that all of them were not in danger of losing their lives. The black hand behind the scenes hadn't taken the lives of these travelers for such a long time, perhaps wanting to personally siphon off the chi from these travelers, or perhaps there were other benefits to be gained. Anyway, she can have the layout laid out. Chapter 177, What are you doing? Chen Mansion. Master Chen waited with an anxious expression, seeing that it was getting later and later outside. He clapped his hands violently in anger and kept pacing inside the room. It's all your fault. You must be the one who spoiled her. Otherwise in this snowy weather and with her daughter dragging her sick body, how come she didn't come back until now? The woman next to her who was accused rolled her eyes. You still have the face to talk about me. Look at what kind of marriage you're soliciting for your daughter. King Sui is so old. His daughter-in-law is about to get pregnant and give birth to a grandson. Yet you want to marry my daughter off. Is this out of your mind? Master Chen glared. What do you know? Being older has its advantages. Knowing how to love people. And what is Sui Wang's status? And what is your old master's status? I'm just a small fourth-ranked official. How can I still go against the king of the court? The woman, however, grunted coldly. It's true that you didn't antagonize people, but what are you doing sending your daughter's portrait over voluntarily? You're the only one under the sky who's smart enough to know how to flatter people? Don't you know how many people have died in the backyard of that Sui king's residence? Don't you know that King Sui is a meat and vegetable lover and eats both men and women? If you really insist on giving your daughter to that Hu king as a concubine, there's no need for us to continue to force ourselves together. Just give me a letter of peace and I'll take my daughter away myself. You. Unbelievable. Master Chen was so angry that he whisked his sleeves away and turned his head to see his daughter walk in from outside the courtyard. He raised his hand and was about to slap him when he suddenly saw the jade pendant his daughter was wearing. This is the spring jade that King Sui is in love with? Sui, how did you get this kind of jade pendant? I remember that the spring jade is already sold out. Master Chen was shocked. Doing as an official of the court, he naturally saw the scene of the emperor's reception of ambassadors and knew how magical that kind of spring jade really was. Just a small jade pendant could warm up the entire hall, and the jade pendant sold by the envoys of that state later on was not as stunning as the emperor's one, but it was enough to make people feel warm. Just a few days ago, this kind of jade pendant was speculated to sky-high price, and how did the daughter get it? Master Chen subconsciously came closer, wanting to bring the jade pendant to check it out, but was stopped by his daughter's icy cold eyes. Father, you've gone too far. Also, it's just an ordinary jade pendant. Chen Shui directly turned around and left, and the maid behind her hurriedly held an umbrella for her. Master Chen shivered in the back for half a day before finally looking at his wife in shock. She, what's wrong? How did this daughter, who has always been meek and uncontroversial, suddenly change? The woman didn't have Master Chen's kind of mind. She knew at a glance that her daughter was still aggrieved in her heart, and hurriedly picked up her skirt and chased after her. Only Master Chen was left alone in the wind. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. He stomped his foot in exasperation and turned to retreat inside his house. And after Chen Shui returned to her room, she kept fumbling with the jade pendant in her hand, feeling the warmth that it transmitted to her, revealing a smile. It was so nice that she had so much company in this world. These companions, in turn, were willing to help each other out, and were even willing to help her with her predicament at this point. How can you not be happy to meet such like-minded companions? So after waiting for her mother to catch up with her, she thought about it and briefly talked to her mother about her plan. Good boy. From now on you can do whatever you want. Mother supports you. The woman burst into tears. The next day, Chen Shui once again came to the familiar store and was warmly welcomed by several companions. Shui, after I voiced out this speculation yesterday, the mountain goddess also gave me a reply. Liang Yu spread out a piece of pale yellow paper and took out another charcoal pencil to write and draw on it. The mountain goddess said that there were more than 32 people from the other world on this side of the capital, only that all of them disappeared except for you. I don't think these are accidents, so I'm talking with Haru to see what's going on. Liang Yu felt that this matter must have something to do with demons and evils, or else how could those guys accurately distinguish travelers? Chen Shui's face went white as she took the piece of letter paper and read it carefully. Do you all suspect that the travelers in this capital have been captured by the emperor, or by demons? Liang Yu nodded. As you know, most of us travelers who cross over don't have a low status, and to make more than 30 people with a low status disappear, they must be people of great power. We're going to start with the capital side first, and see how many people have accidentally disappeared in the harem. After all, in Liang, only that emperor sitting on the dragon chair has the most power. Chen Shui shook her head repeatedly. Since this matter involves demons and evils, it must be very dangerous, and since the palace is heavily guarded, how can I let you risk your lives? Chen Shui racked her brain, pondering in her mind if there was any way that she could enter the palace. Can we only rely on King Sui? Liang Yu patted her shoulder, crying and laughing. What's to think about? We have our own way of getting in, and we're still going in fair and square. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this side of the palace. What I'm worried about is King Sui. A few people looked at each other and saw the gravity in each other's eyes. Chen Shui thought about it, and said all those news that she and her mother had inquired about. King Sui is greedy for money and lust, and he is also violent in nature. It is said that many people died in his backyard, and the character of the Prince of Sui's family's son is similar, killing many innocent women. Wait, King Sui? The two of them looked at each other and instantly realized that this Sui Wang must also be very suspicious and had to be investigated. I will go to the Sui Wang mansion to take a look, Chen Shui said decisively. Don't be afraid, everyone will go together. Wang Cheng patted her hand. No one can hurt you with us around, or I'll call my parents, Wang Qing cheerfully said. Chen Shui, calling parents? Wang Qing told the story of how she was blessed by the mountain goddess and later encountered a demon, then summoned her parents to come over and surround the demon. Chen Shui, so there's such a power. That's pretty funny. The capital side had begun to move, and a lot had happened on the barren mountainside as well. The construction of the cotton factory was successful, and all the stragglers previously brought back from outside the province went to work in the factory. Lian Shu from Lianzhou brought those stragglers. Also began the construction of new factories, but many people are from the Weiwu army cheat over. There is always a part of the people are not quiet. At night time, when most people are resting, some unsophisticated people come out and move around. Wanya was exactly one of them. He was not a new recruit of the mighty warriors. Instead he was a veteran soldier who had been following General Mighty Warriors. It was only one night when he was out to take a leak that he happened to see a group of recruits surprisingly being taken away, so he rushed after them. When the men later asked him for his name and family, he casually brushed it off and came to this strange place immediately afterward. Wolf Tooth, how in the world did that woman manage to take so many of them from Liangzhou, inside a small county in Qingzhou, in 2 days? Wanya had originally planned to blend in and find the real mastermind, then return to the military camp of the Mighty Warrior Army and complain to General Mighty Warrior. However, one didn't pay attention and strayed 100,000 miles, not to mention going to find General Mighty. Even leaving this small county was very difficult. Wanya lit the oil lamp and shined his panda eyes at the water basin, almost not fainting. Why is that shrew called Stewardess Lin so cruel? Isn't there anyone above the county to take care of it? Where is the magistrate of the deserted county? Why does he let such a woman run the county? Never mind, now that it had come to this, he definitely couldn't count on that county magistrate. He had to find a way to get out of here on his own. Wolftooth quietly rolled out the window and looked around, realizing that no one was there, and immediately picked up his own little bag and rushed outside. Suddenly halfway through his run, he suddenly remembers something and rejoins, jumping into the window to cradle his private stash of several baked sweet potatoes in his arms. After days of work here, he deserves all this deliciousness, so why should he stay here and cheapen it for others? Ugh! Wolftooth straddled the small bundle again and jumped out the window, yet not 10 seconds later he was back again. He seemed to remember that his roommate had stashed a tea egg this morning and a small piece of watermelon in the evening. This thing called watermelon was so delicious that he had never eaten it before, and when he got his hands on it, he swallowed it in one bite, and regretted then that he had not been able to savor it carefully. Now that he's all set to go, he'll have to try it. Wolftooth turned back again, rummaging through his roommate's locker several times with no luck. Where the hell is it? Where could such a small piece of watermelon be hidden? Did the roommate eat it halfway through? That can't be right. He'd clearly heard this guy muttering darkly about giving it to someone's little girl. Look again. In the next second, Wanya saw a familiar figure standing in front of the window. Lin Aniang, what are you doing? Chapter 178 Life is at stake. Wolftooth. Jeopardy! 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 My life! Sure enough, the dreaded steward Lin saw his hand in his roommate's suitcase and immediately picked him up, slammed him into the snow, and taught him a good lesson. Wanya's dark circles under his eyes were heavier, and his face was extraordinarily wonderful. He suspected that without 10 days and half a month, it wouldn't go away. Why have you even packed your bag? Do you not want to work here anymore? Lin Aniang saw the bag beside him again. Have you and Steward Wang resigned? Did you explain with the finance side? Who will do your work if you leave suddenly? Wolf Teeth, Omega. Why is there so much more going on? He's just trying to get away and air it out. No, 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 I'm not leaving. It's just that I suddenly wanted to fold my clothes at night, so I tied these up. Wolftooth wimped out. In that case, you quickly go back to sleep and don't disturb the others. Lin Aniang had a cold face. And don't do this kind of stealing in the future, or I'll break your hand once if I see it. Wanya sent the steward Lin away with tears in his eyes. Today is really a stolen chicken. T-Eggs did not touch, but instead he himself is about to be broken legs. I'm pissed off. What is this roommate doing hiding things so deep for good reason? Is he still afraid of people stealing? Wolftooth dropped himself onto the bed in exasperation. Feeling the quilts on the bed, he didn't hold back from rolling again. This place is treated quite well, to give such thick quilts. He hadn't even seen it at the Mighty General. Why don't you take this quilt with you the next time you leave? But the bed covers were so thick and the target so obvious. What would it take to get this thing away without attracting attention? Thinking back carefully on what he had seen and heard in the past 3 days, he suddenly had an idea. In this deserted county, those stewards seemed to be very respected and unrestricted in whatever they did. Just like Steward Lin, who had just lectured him, and Steward Wang, who came over to deliver food every day and delivered a lot of supplies every day. What if he could work hard and become a steward as well? Wouldn't he be able to take this thick quilt of his own with him? The next day, Wolf Tooth started asking around about how to become a steward. When Nyo-san, who had just become the leader, heard this, he patted his chest. Good boy, really good ambition. A worker who doesn't want to become a steward is not a good worker. To think that I also went from being a small laborer to being a leader today. The next step is stewardship. As long as you do a good job and win the factory model standard bearer every half month, you'll surely be able to rise high in a row and sit in the position of steward. Come on, the cow leader, think highly of you. These words, however, were very puzzling to Wanya. He was trying to become a steward. A steward is higher than a leader. He wanted to ride on this cow leader's head. Why was the other party still so happy? Is there some kind of conspiracy here? Kid, are you very surprised? Don't worry, our Wasteland County is not a place to be mean to talented people. As long as you have a craft, you can shine in Wasteland County and become a very powerful person. And you can be admired by the people of Wasteland County. If you're still willing to believe in the mountain goddess, that's even more impressive. Maybe in the future you'll be even more powerful than those stewards, with countless stewards in your hands. Have you met Steward Lin in the past few days? I won't brag to you. The vast majority of the stewards in our desolate county have to listen to Steward Lin. We should strive to be in this position. How can a soldier who doesn't want to be a general be a good soldier? Wanya was shocked. So that's what everyone in Wasteland County thought? Let him when he first rose up together with General Wei Wu. The reason why General Wei Wu was able to rise up, but he was on the side of the advice, so that the other side cut down the officials who transported food, and then rushed to the government house, snatched out the food inside, and gave it to those people in case of emergencies. Of course this suggestion of his, the mighty general adopted only half of it, and it seems that a large portion of that grain was in his hands, and another small portion was given to the brothers to divide. Later, Wanya proposed it many more times, but General Wei Wu found him annoying and felt that he was trying to pinch himself. Sure enough, the next day, the mighty general was surrounded by an additional military advisor, and he was left out by the others, just awkwardly staying inside the mighty army camp. So this time, when Wanya realized how strange those people were, he didn't run away the first time, but instead followed them personally. Who knew that they would be brought to a place like this? A thing not to be spoken of. On this day, Wanya thought about many things, and finally he squeezed his fist and made up his mind. No matter what, become a steward first. Unbeknownst to him, Nyo-san met with Lin and Yang after he left. How about that guy called Wanya? Is he still peaceful? Lin Anion looked indifferent. He's from the mighty warrior army. He's General Mighty Warrior's beloved. Watch him well. Nyo-san nodded repeatedly. Only after Lin Anion left did he look at the other party's back, his forehead filled with cold sweat. The fact that he was the adopted son of the magistrate of Z County before wouldn't have been discovered already, would it? By the way, how come he hasn't heard from his adoptive father for so long? Is he dead? Chapter 179, Z County Iron Ore Mine. Zip County. The cow magistrate had been inside the basement for an unknown amount of time. Some time ago, he realized that something was wrong, and in time, he picked up his own little bundle with the gold and silver he had acquired over the years, intending to escape quietly through the window. Who knows? It was still discovered by the group of fiery-eyed people outside, and was chased and beaten by those stragglers. Jokes aside, most of the credit for Z County being in such a mess goes to this magistrate's inaction. If the magistrate of Z County had organized manpower to resist on the first day of those bandits' massacre, how could so many people have died in the surrounding villages? Therefore, when enemies met, the magistrate of Z County was chased and beaten up for an unknown period of time, but finally fled back to the Nyo family village and hid in the basement that the Nyo family village used for shelter. Every day he ate dry food when he was hungry and drank vats of water when he was thirsty. He stayed in there for an unknown period of time, and after he had eaten all the food, he was completely paralyzed on the floor, ready to wait for death. After 3 whole days of starving like that, with the rats next to him coming out of their holes to mock him, the locked door to the basement was opened. County Magistrate Nyo was instantly moved to tears and looked over in the direction of the gate. Only Nyo-san came here with a group of men, and he was followed by about 10 men, each of whom had an iron hoe and an iron rake in his hand. Everyone, pay attention. This basement hasn't been used for a long time. It stinks inside, and there might even be poisonous gas. When the poisonous gas has dissipated, we'll go back in and dig for iron ore. That's right, the people from Arakan discovered iron ore in Z County, and after a few good calculators of poking around, they found that the most suitable place to open a mine was Nyoja village. In the early years of the Nyoja village, most of the people had built basements in their homes in order to avoid disasters, so Nyo-san planned to lead the people to start digging from that biggest basement in the village. Who knew that after an unspeakable stench wafted out, Nyo-san raised his eyes to see his familiar-looking righteous father. It couldn't be helped. A body type like his righteous father's was not common in a place like Z County, so how could he have grown so much fat if he hadn't eaten with his mouth full of oil all year round? Seeing Nyo-san's figure, the magistrate of Z County was similarly teary-eyed, as if seeing his closest relatives. Junior, righteous father finally sees you again. Carry me out. This magistrate shivered. Lift, out, go go go. The next second, he fainted. The group of workers behind Nyo-san looked at each other in dismay. Did their leader actually have a righteous father? This righteous father is really fat-looking. The group turned their attention to their leader. Nyo-san looked at them, but with a serious face. Why do you all have this look on your face? Just to be clear in advance, I don't have any righteous father. My only 2 brothers are working over in the county. Where are any other relatives? This guy has been hiding inside the basement for so many days and is not willing to go out. At a glance, he is a chaotic son who wants to plot a rebellion. In the future, when you meet this kind of chaotic climber, don't be soft, got it? The robust man lectured the workers behind him with a straight face. A group of workers nodded their heads in unison. Yes. What the leader said is all very true. This guy eats so well, and his eyebrows are very ferocious. It looks like he often bullies the people. Maybe he is still related to those bandits from before. Seeing a group of people so knowledgeable, Nyo-san nodded his head. The children are teachable. Take the men away and the rest of you keep digging with me. Yes, leader. As the windy digging winds up on the Zip County side, the factory program begins in Kyung County as well. Elder General Fan looked shocked as he saw this design after design. Is all this land for building oil pressing, sugar factories? Yes, old general. Zhongyan nodded. A factory of this kind has been made over in Arakan County, and close to 1,000 cotton garments can be made every day. 1,000 pieces? The aged general stared wide-eyed at a tiny county making so many cotton coats a day? It's a lie, isn't it? But the woman in front of her was a devotee of the mountain goddess, and not long ago, she had solved a very difficult problem for Qing County, helping them to shelter a large number of stragglers. Thinking of the mountain goddess who had instantly resolved the 2 demons and evils that day, the old general felt that it was impossible for this devotee of the gods to deceive himself. So, as long as we can build these factories you mentioned and make the appropriate machines, we can solve the problem of the growing number of displaced people? The old general had lived for such a long time that she naturally knew some ways to deal with disasters, but she had never seen this kind of factory before. Old general, these factories were all built at the suggestion of the mountain goddess, who was compassionate and could not bear to see all beings suffer. So she came up with this method of letting the people who had suffered from the calamity and those stragglers come to work in the factories, with the factories providing them with food and lodging, and nodding them with 10 of wages per day. The old general looked shocked. Not only did these factories take in stragglers, they even fed them and paid them for their work? Worthy of a god to come up with such a method. Miss Xiong, you guys go ahead and start working. No matter what happens, I'll have my old body to take care of it. Old General Fan slammed the table. Since then, factories have been built in Qing County, and these factories are watched over by 2 brothers, Zhang Yan and Zhang Hong, and guarded here by Lin and Yang with a few capable believers from Arakan. They kept welcoming new stragglers from Zhongjing, bringing these people inside the courtyard vacated by old General Fan for training. Qing County, buzzing like never before. Even the local people could not wait to participate in the recruitment when they heard that the factory to be constructed was recruiting workers who would not only take care of their meals but also give them silver money every day. Inside the Qingxian temple, Lin Feng's reckoning snapped. He was naturally taught this skill of counting by his sister. Lin Lu couldn't keep herself busy, and realizing that her brother was so smart, she simply taught her all her bookkeeping skills to share the burden for herself. In the first 2 days, Lin Feng did share a lot of work for his sister. Even though he wasn't as fast and accurate as his sister's calculations, he was able to sit still and was willing to spend the time to make a lot of calculations for the barren mountain. However, within a few days, Lin Lu couldn't smile anymore because the Qing County side was too busy and urgently transferred Lin Feng there. That's what brought us to this scene. Lin Lu, who stayed in the barren mountain, clenched her soft teeth in anger and finally enacted a task for her brother. Brother, more and more factories are being built over in Arakan County and Qing County, and the business involved will become more and more complicated in the future. Only a few of us definitely won't be able to do it. So go over there and teach another batch of disciples to share our worries. Lin Fengfeng is a good brother who listens very much to his sister's words, and when she tells him to go east, he definitely doesn't go west, and when she tells him to do something, he definitely wants to accomplish it. So this side had only just finished settling a score, and he immediately made a request to the Zhong family brothers. You're saying that you're going to take advantage of the break and teach a bunch more disciples? Zhong Yan looked at Lin Feng's tiny body and cried a little. How old are you and how do you think so much? Don't worry, this side is definitely going to build the Mountain God School as well. But this place in Qing County is rather special. Before the county magistrate of Qing County established a school, It turned out that all of them were harmful demons and evils, which scared all those parents to death. And so far, they don't dare to send their children out to study. I'll have to wait a while for that group to slow down if I want to form a schoolhouse. Sister Zhong, the matter of study should not be wasted even for a day. How can it be delayed? Lin Feng's tiny head was greatly energized. I suggest that Sister Zhong recruit a group of children who are willing to learn to count and to learn to count to come to this side of the temple, and I will teach them to count. In the future, they will come out to be the bookkeeper of our factory, and they will definitely be more useful than outsiders. Zhong Yan listened incredulously. Ancient children, are they already so advanced in their thinking? He also has a sister from the same place as you. Zhong Hong warned from the sidelines. Zhong Yan's pupils shrank. When did second brother know? Zhong Hong rubbed her head and explained, there is no need to be afraid, although I have known this for a long time. I understand that everything is not because of you. My sister jumped into the river with the determination to die. She didn't like the world and wanted to go back to where she came from. Now she dreams to me that she has returned to her own world and a happier life. Zhong Yan, the original world? That Zhong Yan. She's not from modern times, is she? Zhong Hong, anyway, it's just a very magical world. That world is honored by women. My sister's family lineage in that world is very good, and it's said that after giving me a dream, she's going to go and pick out a few good-looking husbands. Zhong Yan. Well, now she really believed that this dream of trust was real. How else could an ancient man dream of such a female-dominated world? Chapter 180, The Great Fortunate One. The cold wind was howling, the fine snow was flying, and the sky and the earth were pale. A thick layer of snow has accumulated on the streets of Qing County, and it creaks when you step on it. On this cold day, a small classroom is in session in Qing County. Zhong Yan took the lead and brought in a group of children who were willing to learn to count. Surprisingly, most of these people were girls. They were wrapped in rough cotton clothes. Their faces were red from the cold, but their eyes were bright with anticipation. Miss Xiong, although our Nyo is not very old, she is very studious and loves arithmetic very much, and wants to learn from you. If she is greedy, you guys can beat her all you want. A woman rubbed her hands together, her tone pleading. Miss Xiong, are you telling the truth? If the final examination is successful, all of our children will be able to come to the factory and work as bookkeeper stewards? Another father nervously pursued the question. Miss Xiong, since these factories are related to the mountain goddess, no matter what, we have to let our family's youngest child come to learn. Our family's youngest child worships the mountain goddess the most. It was the mountain god that saved her in the first place. An old crone took her granddaughter's hand, her eyes full of devotion. Hundreds of children were sent over, either timidly hiding behind their parents or boldly tilting their heads up to look at Zhong Yan with longing in their eyes. Sister, I want to be as good as you. A thinly clad, fatherless girl raised her head, her little face frozen white, but her eyes extraordinarily determined. Zhong Yan touched the group of children's heads, the corners of her lips rose slightly, and she said in a warm voice, good, when the time comes for you to learn, you will come to the factory to manage the accounts. She paused and raised her voice again so that everyone could hear. Don't worry, our mountain goddess has many factories, there will be plenty of work in the future. By now, Zhong Yan and Lin Feng were both busy. Later on, there were more and more children, and the school was built bigger and bigger. The green brick schoolhouse was built next to the temple, with red lanterns hanging under the eaves and the sound of reading coming from time to time from inside the house. With so many people, not to mention Lin Feng, even Zhong Yan couldn't teach them, and they applied to Arakan Mountain and transferred a group of husbandmen over to solve the current dilemma. Zhong Yan gave the Mountain God School a division of labor, divided into literacy classes, arithmetic classes, literature classes, carpentry classes, agricultural classes, medical classes, various classes, teaching all the most practical knowledge, so that this group of children can find corresponding jobs after learning. This kind of school was practically unheard of by the people of Qing County, but it was the Mountain God School. Even if they didn't understand it, there was no delay in sending their children here. What smells better than a job when the kid comes out anyway? By now, the Yamagami school in Gyeongsang County was getting on track. The snow fell harder and harder, almost burying the whole heaven and earth, but the people in the two counties of Qing and Arakan were happy in their hearts. The magistrate of Wasteland County responded in time, having people build cold-proof courtyards, and had already picked up those who were old and sick. There were not many victims in both counties. Other counties, however, have seen countless people frozen to death by this snow. Despite the fact that Chuiying and Zhangjing move very quickly, every day scrambling to pull the cotton clothes produced in the factory, go to the various counties to sell at low prices, but still can often see people outside freezing to death. They were huddled in the corner, covered in a thin layer of snow, already stiff. Chuiying wrapped the cotton robe around her body tightly, and the white breath she exhaled quickly dissipated in the cold wind. They looked sad, but there was nothing they could do. Who can do anything about Skyway? Even the mountain goddess could not reverse the might of heaven and earth, let alone the ordinary people of Liang. The imperial palace. Inside the hall of Nurturing Heart, the charcoal fire was burning brightly and warmly. Emperor Liang leaned on the dragon chair, playing with a piece of glistening spring jade in his hand, his fingertips rubbing the delicate lines on the jade. He was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, the hem of which was embroidered with a complicated cloud dragon pattern, setting off the whole person with no anger and self-contained authority. Your Majesty, King Sui has come to see you. The chief eunuch stood at the side with a low brow, his voice soft and thin. Let him come in. Emperor Liang opened his eyes deep. King Sui walked quickly into the hall, his body still carrying the cold air from outside. He wore an ink blue brocade robe with a jade sash hanging down from his waist, and respectfully knelt down to salute. My younger brother sees your Majesty. Get up. Emperor Liang faintly said. How are things going? King Sui hung his head and said, Your Majesty, my brother has already followed your instructions and secretly arrested all those people to extract their qi. He paused. It's just what? Emperor Liang impatiently knocked on the table. It's just that there's still a great qi lucky one that's still in the palace. Cold sweat oozed from King Sui's forehead, not daring to raise his head. Snap! Emperor Liang rested the jade pendant heavily on the sandalwood table, his expression obscure. There was also a great qi master in the palace, which meant that this person was most likely a concubine in the harem, or an imperial princess in the palace. Otherwise King Sui wouldn't have been so difficult. Whoever it is, find them, Emperor Liang coldly said. He was never short of concubines or children. It didn't matter at all if one or two died. Yes, Your Majesty. King Sui hurriedly bowed, then got up and exited the great hall. Walking out of the hall of Nurturing Heart, the cold wind greeted his face, and King Sui couldn't help but shiver. He looked back into the hall, only to feel that his knees were still cool, as if they were entwined with demonic aura. Brother, even though you are powerful, you still have to be with the evils. Since ancient times, what good could come of an emperor who plotted with demons and evil? Chapter 181 Rebirth of the Crown Prince. After King Sui left, it snowed even more heavily outside. Goosefeather-like flakes of snow poured down in a dense stream, covering the vermilion palace walls with a layer of plain white. The palace maids in the corridor wrapped their lotus root-colored cotton jackets tightly, and the eunuchs kept stomping their feet as they saw King Sui's faraway figure and silently hailed. I hope that the snow will stop earlier. This heavy snowfall has already frozen so many people to death. A little eunuch clasped his hands together and looked expectantly at the snow-colored sky. For some reason, he always felt that the palace of Nurturing Heart was colder than other places. The brick floor was piercingly cold, as if the whole person was walking on the ice. No, didn't His Majesty receive a new spring jade? How come this Yangshin hall is still so cold? He didn't dare to say or ask, so he rubbed his cotton-gloved hands and continued to wait outside. Inside the Yangshin hall, Emperor Liang was sitting on a sandalwood chair in a bright yellow dragon robe, and the 12th chapter pattern was hidden in the candlelight. In the next second, however, he suddenly bruised, his gilt gauntlet slashing across the case table and sweeping down everything in front of him. The green jade brush holder, the ink stone, the sprinkled gold rice paper, and the sonata piled up into a small mountain clattered to the ground, and the ink haloed a stain on the woven gold carpet. Even so, Emperor Liang's hand wearing the jade wrench was still held firmly on the dragon head armrest, and he looked coldly at the strand after strand of black qi in front of him. Not long after, these black gases all gathered together and converged into the appearance of a human body with a snake's tail. The dark green snake's tail was wrapped around the pillar of the five-clawed golden dragon, its scales reflecting an eerie luster. Long black hair hung down like a waterfall, with a snake-shaped hairpin carved from blood jade adorning her hair, and a pair of scarlet fox eyes looked over mockingly, flickering demonically in the candlelight. I didn't expect that the king of a country in Liang would still be so composed. The demonic evil stretched out its scarlet snake letters, the silver bells between its wrists jingling with its movements. You've been on the throne for how many years now, and you haven't even learned a single trace of the late emperor's composure. You're just putting on an act there. The demonic evil with a human body and a snake tail stretched out its scarlet snake letters and looked at the scales on top of his arm with a demonic compulsion between his eyebrows. What? After killing so many sons and daughters and secretly tying up so many concubines from other worlds, you can't spare them now? That's not like you. After all, you were born with a cold heart and discovered me when you were still a child, but you've been hiding it from me so that I could help you ascend to the throne. What an insatiable human. Even though I am a demonic evil, I kept my promise and let you sit in this position as you wished. You're good, but you've never kept your promise to let me out of this palace, and you're so sinister and evil that you're sucking the luck of Liang's great Shiluckers in a vain attempt to deal with me. What do you think it's called, a great luck person? Even I, a demonic evil, understand that those people carry the luck of heaven and earth and are the favored children of the heavenly Tao, and if you presume to bear the qi of those people in a mortal body, you will surely be revolted by this massive qi. the dark green snake tail once again climbed up a dragon plant, and the demonic evil with a human body and snake tail suddenly turned its head and violently extended its claws to pounce. Emperor Liang had long been wary of this demonic evil, and similarly stretched out his hand, a huge colorful palm slapping out of thin air, knocking the snake woman to the ground. The snake woman's body slammed into the top of the dragon pillar, and the entire Yangshin hall trembled, drawing the attention of those palace maids and eunuchs outside. Quickly save the emperor! The slender voice had just shouted out, and before the group could enter, they were drank back by Emperor Liang. All get out! No one can come in without my permission. A group of eunuchs and palace maids and guards retreated numbly. This kind of scene they have long been accustomed to, a run faster than one. Even if it backfires, that's something for later. I can still deal with you now. Get out! The dark green snake's tail huffed and puffed as it jerked off one of the coiled dragon gold pillars of the Great Hall, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Emperor Liang took a step forward and suddenly sat paralyzed on the brocade cushion, the jade bead strings of the 9-tasseled coronet swaying messily. Seeing this woeful scene in the nurturing heart hall, Emperor Liang's expression was incomparably bewildered. Father, do you think I'm wrong? No, I am not wrong. If I didn't kill you ahead of time, how could I sit in this position? How could I sit in the world? You definitely won't leave this position to me. Besides, if I don't extract the luck of those people, if I don't kill those consorts and children, how can I get the power to fight against that demon? Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. Demons and evils are all enemies of Liang. I killed you and extracted those people's luck, all for the sake of Liang's kingdom. I don't know how long it took, but Emperor Liang climbed up from the ground, and he shivered again as he held those Zhangji in his arms. I am the Emperor of Liang. The world is mine. What's wrong with extracting those people's chi? Stay back, you guys. A cold laugh came from the Great Hall. You look at me as a joke too. Emperor Liang fiercely slammed the Zhangpu in his arms at the golden dragon above the dragon pillar. Eastern Palace. The night was deep and flying snow tapped against the windows. The gilt palace lamps in the bedchamber lengthened the figures of the eunuchs, all of whom were dressed in dark blue official uniforms, and one of them was sweating with anxiety. Your Highness, there is no illness on the Crown Prince. He is healthy. It's just that he is unconscious for some reason until now. It's possible that he is living in a nightmare. The old eunuch knelt on the ground. The wings of his ebony hat trembling uncontrollably. Shu Fei was dressed in a reddish-purple knit gold palace dress, and the 9 phoenixes in her hair shook violently with beads in her step. She violently threw away the celadone porcelain tea light in her hand, splashing the broken porcelain on the peacock blue drapery. Since she is in perfect health, why has my yener been in a coma for 3 days? She turned her head to look at the eunuch behind her again. Didn't I tell you to invite the emperor? How come there's no movement until now? Your Highness, the people over at the Palace of Nourishing Heart said that His Majesty is on top of his anger and told no one to enter the palace or he will be killed without pardon. The eunuch next to him was sweating with anxiety. Concubine Shu Fei snorted coldly. His Majesty must be doing it again for that little goblin hiding in the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Every time something happens to my emperor's son, that little goblin will find a chance to act as a demon and stop His Majesty in his tracks. Sooner or later I will let her know what it means to beg for life and not to die. My son is His Majesty's personally appointed crown prince. The position of empress can only be this palace's. What can she compare to this palace? A little goblin with no children? What do you say? She raised her eyes to the pile of palace maids and eunuchs in front of her, gently stroking the dotted emerald hairpins at her temples, her dandelion nails glowing with the color of blood in the candlelight. Your Highness, you are extremely right. A group of people hurriedly bowed their heads. Suffragette, boring. Cough cough cough. The sound of coughing suddenly came from the bed. Shu Fei hurriedly jumped over and stroked her own son's cheeks, her eyes fuzzy with tears. What's going on, kid? What did you see before you passed out? Have you been unwell since you woke up? Those quacks say you are in perfect health, but why does mother see that you look so pale? Water, water. What are you guys waiting for? Don't bring a bowl of warm water over here. After a moment of military chaos, Shu Fei sat down next to the bed and looked at her son's face as he drank water with considerable relief. It seems those people were right. There really isn't much wrong with you. However, the crown prince on the bed shook his head, and he pulled tightly on the corner of his mother's coat, wanting to speak. You have been serving for so long, all of you go down. I want to have a good intimate talk with the emperor's son. Shu Fei did not move and said. The group then retreated. Mother, you must believe me. The crown prince weakly propped himself up, his white center coat drenched in cold sweat. He said word by word, I was reborn and returned. In my last life, my father killed me with his own hands. Clunk. The porcelain bowl in Shu Fei's hand fell on the brocade quilt, and the soup in the bowl splashed on the satin, haloing a dark color. Chapter 182, The Suiwang Mansion. The heavy snowfall covered the green brick and tile complex of the Chen mansion with a layer of silver. Chen Shuiyi hurriedly ran out of the warm pavilion. her lotus root-colored embroidered plum cloak fluttering behind her, a silver gilt plum blossom hairpin in her hair trembling lightly with her movements. She stepped on her small deerskin boots, leaving a trail of footprints on the snowy cobblestone path. At the same time, the woman anxiously said, "Xiao you have to go. Those people must have already found you. I just heard my father say that King Sui has already brought people into the palace. Those men must have gotten you, because you come from the same place as I do." After this period of time, Chen Shui had already vaguely guessed Liang Yu's identity, so after eavesdropping on his own father's talk, he immediately ran out, wanting to tell the other side the news. Who knew that he would see a familiar figure inside his own yard? Liang Yu was wearing a moon-white brocade long jacket, covered with silver fox hair piping snow-green than armor, hand-holding a painted snow plum oil paper umbrella. Umbrella surface accumulated a thin layer of snow. Liang Yu didn't panic as the woman imagined, but instead held an oil paper umbrella to help her block the falling snow in this sky. "Don't worry, there's not much of a problem. There's no way those people can find me," Liang Yu soothed. Her slender fingers caressed a brocade pouch hanging at her waist, which was embroidered with peculiar patterns in gold threads that glowed faintly in the snowy light. "Since I was born, I was sent by my mother consort to be raised inside my mother's manor, and the vast majority of people in the palace have never seen me. Then I went incognito again, and I also studied under Master Morong outside the capital, and didn't come to the capital much. It wasn't until Master Morong's family was deposed, which is when I chased them out from inside the manor, and was very fortunate to come to the barren mountains, and receive the blessing of the mountain goddess, and with the blessing of the mountain goddess, it's impossible for these people to see my chi." It wasn't arrogance, but her trust in the mountain goddess. Before coming to the capital to do the mission, all of them had been blessed by the mountain goddess and carried this kind of brocade pouch with them, so that no demons or evils would be able to see the chi on them. If that Sui King had found another great chi lucky person, then there was only one possibility that another traveler had crossed over at this critical moment. The person is in the palace, and has made King Sui Wang so vocal. That traveler's status must not be low. There's no danger for a while. Let's take the opportunity to go to King Sui Wang's residence to find out the situation. Liang Yu pulled on her sleeve and winked. Chen Shui's mood then calmed down, and she nodded gently, her goose-colored skirt sweeping out an arc on the snow. "Good. Let's take advantage of this time to go around the Sui Wang mansion. Sui Wang has already taken someone to the palace, and definitely won't be able to come back for a while." The two of them clicked together. Then Liang Yu pulled her wrist and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Chen Shui was surprised that her body had disappeared inside the Chen residence's mansion. However, they didn't leave the area at all. Only the bodies of the two became transparent. "This is stealth? Liang Yu, you're really good to have this kind of ability." "Ahem. When you personally visit the barren mountains after a while, you'll know that this stealth ability of mine is nothing more than a mediocre ability, and that there are a lot of powerful nymphets there." Chen Shui once again rounded her pair of almond eyes and carefully stepped against the snow. "That's not right. Even though we've been stealthy, there's no way to hide traces in the snow. There's always the ground to walk on. Then you don't have to worry. Every one of our martial arts practitioners in Desolate Mountain is practicing a secret book of lightness that allows them to step on snow without a trace," Liang Yu explained. Speaking of that secret book of lightness, it was still contributed by a strange man sent by the emperor. With a gentle leap, she took the woman beside her and jumped over the greenish-gray wall, darting in the direction of the Sui Wang mansion. The Sui Wang mansion was not far from the Chen mansion, and it did not take long for the two of them to arrive outside the mansion. From afar, the royal mansion vermilion door on the gold nails flashing, a pair of stone lions in front of the door cloaked in snow fur. More majestic, the ridge beasts on the flying eaves were hidden in the snow, and the glazed tiles reflected the cold light. The two of them have already gone in to investigate, so the two of us have to be careful as well. Liang Yu lowered his voice. With that, she was on her toes, and she let a light leap up the fence. Looking down from a high place, the entire royal mansion was in full view. The window panes in the front yard were covered with ice flowers, and the wigwam in the atrium was covered with snow into a jeweled building, which looked exceptionally exquisite. King Sui is the half-brother of the current emperor, and is also the emperor's most favored courtier. The royal residence naturally built extraordinarily grand. Below, a team of guards were patrolling the snow. They were dressed in navy blue power suits and wore swords on their waists, their boots creaking on the snow. After the group left, the two stealthy women once again followed their footsteps and swept towards the backyard of the royal residence. Since they had come to the royal residence to investigate, they had naturally made all preparations. Liang Yu held a lens in his hand, the mirror glowing with a strange luster in the snowy light, reflecting the flow of qi in all parts of the royal palace. This lens was a prop given down by the mountain goddess. There were two pieces in total, and Wang Qing was holding the other piece in her hand. Through the clear lenses, she could clearly see all the luck inside this compound. If those travelers were tied up inside the yard, the color of that yard must have been different as well. Suddenly, the lens erupted with a 7-colored light, right in front of a remote courtyard in the northwest corner of the royal palace. They quickly locked onto that side and swept over on the roof. This compound was surrounded by high walls with snow half a foot thick. An ancient acacia in the courtyard has branches like ghost claws reaching out to the white sky. Looking a little spooky, Liang Yu took out his lenses and checked again. Seeing that the entire compound was emitting a dazzling colored halo, he was almost not blinded. Well, there's no point in guessing what's coming next. Those guys are definitely here. Chapter 183, The Crown Prince's Plans. Is this true? Shu Fei's slender fingers clutched her son's arm tightly, her fingertips almost embedding themselves in the brocade sleeve. The candle flames on the gilt candlesticks in the bedchamber swayed violently, casting shadows on the extraordinarily pale face. Mother consort, 1,000 times over. The prince struggled to brace himself. 3 months later, when the chaotic army attacked the city, father fled with the demon concubine, and mother and my son had been following behind. But on the way to escape, father disliked us for delaying the caravan's speed, and stabbed you and several other concubines to death with a single sword. The wind and snow howled outside the window, slapping against the carved window pane. The prince's words were interrupted by a sudden gust of cold wind, and the gilt bells hanging at the 4 corners of the bed and couch made a fine sound. Shu Fei sat paralyzed on the woven gold carpet, the skirt of the dark reddish-purple palace dress scattered like flower petals, trembling fingers unconsciously rubbing the jade bracelet on her wrist. The cold touch but could not quell the shocking waves in her heart. My son, who was trying to protect your life, was also crushed to death by Father Emperor with a strange big poem. Father Emperor is a madman. He has turned into a demonic evil. The second, third and fourth were all killed by him. He doesn't even take his children seriously. The prince shivered and said many words, his face pale. Shu Fei's expression also grew more and more ham-fisted. The crown prince's words perfectly overlapped with the dream she had a few days ago. That night she dreamt that she was kneeling in the mud. The hem of the emperor's bright yellow dragon robe swept across her eyes, followed by a sharp pain in her chest. The dream was so real that when she woke up she could even recall the fishy sweetness of the blood rushing up her throat as the blade penetrated her chest. Shu Fei had always thought that it was all the fault of that demon consort, and without the other party's provocation, how could she have ended up in such a situation in Wangzhong? She had gone over to the nurturing heart hall every now and then in the past few days to poke around, just wanting to find out the specifics of that demon princess. However, listening to Huanger today, Shu Fei realized that this was not a dream at all, and that this was something that was likely to happen in the future. The culprit wasn't the so-called demon princess either. It was that high and mighty emperor. The other party hadn't taken them seriously from the start. Mother consort, we can't go on like this muddling through. We must think ahead. Mother consort, I'm your only son. You must support me. Shu Fei was half shaken by her son and finally clenched her teeth. Son, don't worry. No matter what you do, mother will support you. When the crown prince received his mother consort's approval, he immediately got down from the bed, closed the door of the room, and said decisively, Mother consort, father killed me on the carriage, seemingly out of necessity, but in reality, I'm afraid that he had a murderous intent towards my son long ago. Outside the palace, the palace maids on night duty wrapped their cotton coats tightly and paced back and forth in the corridor to keep warm. They vaguely heard the sound of broken porcelain coming from the inner room, but no one dared to go forward to check. After all, Lady Shu Fei is most tired of her subordinates meddling in her business. Inside the room, the prince seemed to whisper as if he were a demon. Since father will have to deal with me sooner or later, we can't just sit back and wait. Mother consort, you accompany my son. Reverse. This word was like a thunderbolt. Concubine Shu Fei staggered back, and the tassels of the 9 phoenixes' beaded steps swayed violently, making messy golden lines in the candlelight. Her back rested against the cold rosewood screen, and the embroidered picture of 100 birds facing the phoenix on the screen pinched painfully. But remembering the unhesitating sword in the dream, he finally closed his eyes. Her voice trembled, and her dandelion nails pinched deep into her palms. Imperial son, His Majesty is immoral. Tomorrow day, I'll ask grandfather to join you and clear the side of the king. Mother consort, my son knew that only mother consort loves me the most. The crown prince was in tears. However, we cannot act recklessly. Mother consort doesn't know that demoness by father's side is a very powerful demonic evil. She is able to give father transcendent abilities, making him more powerful than all those strange men and women. If he hadn't been chased by that even more powerful demonic evil from Yin, father would never have escaped this palace. Although maternal grandfather is a great general of Zhenguo and holds the power of the Northwest Army, the entire Northwest Army are ordinary soldiers. How can they do confrontation with those strange men and women secretly cultivated by Father Emperor? And the demoness who protects him? Mother consort, we have to find more powerful demons and evils to be on the same side as it. Shu Fei was horrified. She violently covered her mouth and said incredulously, what you are talking about? Is that the awesome state master of Yen? Who in this world does not know that the emperor of Yen has been bewitched by a demonic state master? However, no one dared to question it to his face, and that was naturally because that state master's hands were all over the world, and his strength was also very impressive. So what if everyone in the world knows about it? It's not like anyone can do anything about it. Son, working with that state master is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. And didn't you also say that? 3 months later, it was him who personally chased down His Majesty and brought us to this fate. However, the crown prince shook his head repeatedly. Mother consort, this is the only way we can go. There is no other choice. Isn't it the offerings of Liang that state master of Yen wants? Isn't it the position of state master of Liang, and wants the world of Liang to believe in him together? That Yen emperor can do it. Lone, likewise, can do it. Only then can we save our lives. The prince lifted his pale face, a sickly gleam in his eyes. However, in the next second, he coughed violently, and a strand of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, blossoming into a piercing red plum on the collar of his snow-white Chinese jacket. Xu Fei panicked and went to wipe it with a silk handkerchief, only to find that her son's hand was as cold as ice. All yours, son, all yours. Outside the window, a gust of wind swirling with snow particles slapped the windowpane with a rustling sound. Xu Fei looked at her son's crazy eyes and suddenly remembered that the night of the late emperor's death many years ago was also this kind of windy and snowy night. Can they, indeed, succeed? Sui Wang Mansion. The dilapidated mansion was covered in snow, and the ice cream dangling from the eaves glowed coldly in the moonlight. The four of them converged here, and they looked towards this dilapidated mansion, but their hearts were very puzzled. Why are there no footprints in this mansion? Did no one from the royal residence come to deliver meals? How on earth did those people survive? Someone is hiding in the shadows. Chen Shui tugged on Liang Yu's sleeve and quietly wrote these 2 words in her hand, her fingertips shivering slightly from the cold. Liang Yu naturally also perceived that those hiding in the shadows were presumably the Sui Wangfu's strange men and women. Only the 4 were all in a state of invisibility, and those people found the movement. But how could they not find anyone? So they had to hide in the dark and observe. Wait. Liang Yu similarly wrote a word in Chen Shui's hand. They waited in the snowy sky for an incense stick of time before those people finally came out of the shadows. The rustling sound of clothes rubbing together came from behind the deadwood, and several dark shadows turned out from behind the wigwam. The man at the head wore a bronze mask, and the moonlight flowed over the mask with a weird luster. There's no one at all. Lord Fei is still too anxious. You're the backyard of the Suiwang mansion. Who would dare to come over? A man in white robes flicked the snowflakes above his shoulders and pinched a fireball out of thin air. Cut the crap. The burly man slammed his fist on the plum tree beside him, and the snow rustled down, revealing dry branches. The king's orders must be carried out. We're not really serving His Majesty. The emperor is our real master. What's the point of listening to him so much? Can he still directly condemn us? The white-robed man flicked the fire in his hand out with a disinterested face. No matter what, let's go inside the tunnel first to take a look. But it's only when it's safe and sound inside as well that we can truly rest assured, the masked man in the lead said in a cold voice. The group cracked open a slab in the ground and a dark tunnel appeared in front of all of them. The cold wind poured into the tunnel with a whimpering echo, as if it were a portal to hell. Chapter 184. The 4 of them held their breath and followed the footsteps of the group of strange men and women, and silently dived into the underground. The cold stone steps were condensed with thin frost, and with every step you could feel the piercing coldness running up from the soles of your feet. Inside the basement, a ghostly blue candle flame burned quietly. Liang Yu's pupils shrunk slightly. That was actually the commonly used soul-suppressing candles in the cemetery. The wicks of the candles were glowing with a weird greenish aura, and the wax tears were as dark red as blood. Under the candlelight, the walls were covered with intricate runes, and the clatter of chains could be heard. Who? The bronze-masked man turned around violently, his eyes under the mask as sharp as a falcon's. Liang Yu only had time to catch a glimpse of the people lying on the ground. Those travelers had a 7-colored halo suspended above their heads, their faces as white as paper, just like puppets drained of their anger. She tugged at her companion's sleeve and the 4 of them quickly left. Today, they were only here to spy on the situation, and if they directly fought a group of strange people, not only would they not be able to defeat them, but they would also startle the snakes. Returning to the hidden store, Chen Shui closed the carved wooden door with a bang, her hand shaking slightly as she inserted the bolt. The charcoal fire pit inside the house was burning hot, but the coldness in everyone's heart could not be dispelled. Those candles, Wang Qing's voice trembled. The fingertips holding the tea light were white. I've seen it in an ancient book. It's specially used to suppress the wrong souls. Liang Yu rubbed the rim of the teacup in silence. The celadon glazed cold and piercing. Under the candlelight, she saw her face reflected in the tea soup was equally pale. At this moment Liang Yu was even more fortunate. Fortunate that she was sent away by her mother as soon as she was born. Fortunate that she has not been to the palace for so many years. It is all about her mother going out to save her family, to visit her secretly. Otherwise, he must have long ago joined the other royals who had crossed over and lost their lives as well. We were too naive before. Chen Shui suddenly placed the teapot heavily on the table, and the splashes of water bloomed into dark flowers on the mahogany tabletop. Everyone has always felt very lucky to cross over and experience the life of a fictional heroine. However, today I realized it was a big mistake. It's okay if they just travel to the normal world. However, in such a chaotic world where demons and gods coexisted side by side, but any demon or evil that came with a special ability could see the fortune they carried. And all the travelers were actually the equivalent of a great tonic. It's the same reason as the Tang monks meet. If they hadn't been lucky enough to be sheltered by the mountain goddess, they might have been captured by this Sui king and extracted their luck as well. Those people have strange powers. If there is no absolute certainty, you guys should definitely not risk yourselves next time either. Chen Shui looked worried. Don't worry. The other matrons of Desolate Mountain are much more powerful. When they come over, we will go over together. Liang Yu softly comforted. However, Chen Shui still looked grave as she realized that neither King Sui nor the emperor were that simple. Otherwise, how could so many travelers all end up in this situation? There are always travelers who carry magical golden fingers. And even so, those people have no way of escaping. And the person behind them must be even more powerful. Outside the window the wind and snow whimpered. And the four of them were speechless, just listening to the charcoal fire crackling next to them. Mother! Wang Qing suddenly jumped up and knocked over the embroidery pier. The snow in the courtyard is windless, spinning to form a small vortex. A white shadow came, and the light veil of the curtain hat was like smoke and mist in the moonlight. The woman's toes pointed to the ground, leaving no trace on the snow. Liang Shu followed closely behind, her fox fur cloak covered in snowflakes. She shook the collar of her coat, and the crystalline snow particles rustled down. The mountain goddess sensed the danger and asked us to come over for support. Lin Anian lifted the curtain and hat, revealing a gentle face. Seeing the four people's pale faces, she took the initiative to walk forward, filling her cup with steaming tea and handing it to these people. Tell us about your findings. Liang Yu told all the things she saw when she traveled to the Suiwang mansion today. Chen Shui also voiced the speculation in her mind, her face very worried. There is no need to worry. Wang Wan gently stroked her shoulder. The mountain goddess has made arrangements long ago. She picked up her tea, the dense heat blurring her brows. Do you know that before coming? The mountain goddess also said one more thing to us. He said that the crown prince of Liang is preparing to plot a rebellion, and before he does so, this crown prince will find the state master of Yen to collaborate with him, and together they will deal with this emperor of Liang as well as the demonic evil in the imperial palace. Wang Cheng, mother, this is a great laughing son. Wang Wan's sleeve flicked. At that time, the palace is bound to produce chaos. Liang Yu, you take the opportunity to find an excuse for the mother consort. Ahead of her out of the palace. The others watch over the Suiwang mansion, and will take advantage of the critical moment of the palace coup to get those travelers out. The group nodded in unison. However, they saw that Wang Wan stopped talking next, and their eyes were puzzled. Is that all there is to do? We don't need to do something else? Chen Shui looked puzzled. Wang Wan suddenly laughed softly. The snowy light outside the window reflected her eyes clear and cold. No need. You just wait quietly. Seeing that the people in the crowd were just puzzled, she explained again. Do you know how the strength of the Emperor of Liang came to be? Liang Yu guessed. Then my father is also a strange man and very powerful? Wang Wan shook her head. He is just a mortal body, and was able to succeed in the first place because he was helped by the demonic evil trapped in the palace. But it's different now. He sucked up so much qi, and has already solidified the qi, so he can use it against his enemies. So at the critical moment, by rescuing those travelers, we are cutting off the emperor's supply of qi. The night wind was sharp, and the crowd looked in the direction of the palace in unison. The prince can be so fierce that he says he's against it. All new posts are recently refined over and over again, so you can reread them if they don't seem quite right.